Chapter 1, Strange Marriage. The strange marriage is about to begin. In this round of marriage, 10 women from random countries will be chosen and bound to their nation's fate. If the bride performs well, her country's fortune will rise greatly. On the contrary, if she fails, her country's fortune will fall, and new disasters will come to her nation. Selection begins. Congratulations to the lucky one, Huaxia, Ruan Xinglua, chosen to represent Huaxia in this round of strange marriage. Congratulations to the lucky one, Sakura country, Yamamoto Kazue. Congratulations. A string of broadcast voices made the whole world fall into deathly silence, then came waves like mountains and seas of discussion and panic. Huaxia, Beihai City, inside a slightly shabby rented room. Clack. The pen in Ruan Xinglua's hand fell on the book, spreading a small blot of ink. She suddenly raised her head, her big bright watery eyes blinked again and again. I was chosen? The girl realized it, and her face instantly turned as pale as paper. Crying without tears, that was the truest picture of her now. No way, how can I be this unlucky, woo? 3 years ago, the strange game had come to Blue Star without any warning. Every month, some unlucky ones would be randomly chosen and forced into the strange world. They had to complete the missions given by that world to have any chance to return to Blue Star. Couldn't finish the missions? That meant death, becoming a wandering ghost in that strange world. In the eyes of those high and mighty strange beings, humans were nothing but ants that could be crushed at will, toys for their boredom. As the mission difficulty grew in terrifying leaps, the survival rate of human players became unbearably low. Finally, after countless blood and lives, the will of Blue Star seemed to awaken, and it somehow communicated secretly with the will of the strange world. Then, the bloody cruel strange game was cancelled. And in its place came a new mode, the strange marriage. Every once in a while, the strange world would randomly choose 10 women from 10 countries, binding them deeply with their nation's fate. These 10 women would become brides, and would be forcibly paired with 10 male strange beings chosen from that world. The female players had to choose one of those male strange beings as their husband, then enter the strange world, trying to raise their husband's favor while finishing the missions given by the will of that world. It sounded milder than the previous strange game, even carrying a bit of absurd romance. But the truth was far more cruel than anyone could imagine. Most strange beings were moody, violent, and bloodthirsty, seeing humans as nothing. To hope they would like a human bride? That was pure fantasy. If they didn't tear you apart on the spot and eat you, that was already great mercy. Even worse, if your chosen strange husband was weak, you would soon become the target of stronger strange beings, ending even more miserably. So, whether it was the old strange game or this strange marriage, to the chosen humans, it was all the same, a one-way ticket straight to hell. Those who survived were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, a true miracle. Every so-called lucky one chosen was, in truth, the unluckiest poor soul alive. What heavens, why am I so miserable? Ruan Xinglua could no longer hold back, big teardrops rolled from her eyes, her delicate little face full of despair. She was just an ordinary college girl, whose biggest wish was to graduate smoothly and find a good job. But now, all of that had turned into bubbles. Was she going to die? Would she, like those in the news, never return again? Before Ruan Xinglua could recover from the heavy grief and fear, an irresistible force suddenly appeared. She only felt a sudden darkness before her eyes, and the world spun around her. When her vision cleared again, Ruan Xinglua found herself in a vast void. Beside her stood 9 young women, each with a different expression, but all filled with fear and confusion. Their skin color, hair color, and eye color were different, clearly from the other 9 countries selected from Blue Star. At the same time, Blue Star. The national live stream instantly began. Countless people flooded into the national live stream room. China's contestant, Ruan Xinglua, has entered the selection space. The live stream room was immediately flooded with bullet comments. Damn! It's starting. It's finally starting again. Oh my god. This time, the selected one from China is such a beautiful girl. Mom, I'm in love. I know her. She's Ruan Xinglua, the school beauty from Beihai University. And she's a super genius. What's the use of beauty? I just hope she can survive. Our China has already suffered 9 consecutive losses. Yeah. The previous 9 either were ugly or had strange personalities, and they were gone within days, leading to constant disasters for China. The national fortune is almost at rock bottom. Please hold on this time. Miss Ruan Xinglua, you seem so smart and beautiful, surely you have a way, right? Sigh, 9 consecutive losses, the strange coins in the national treasury are probably empty by now. Even if there are powerful strange beings, we probably won't get them. In the void. 10 huge photos slowly floated before the eyes of all the female players. On each photo, blood red, Eerie text marked the code and name of the intended match. Match 1, Blood Coffin Master, Yan Jiosha. The photo showed a half-open blood-red giant coffin, with a pale, emaciated hand, its nails as sharp as knives, stretching out from the coffin's gap, surrounded by nauseating blood mist. Match 2, Skin Peeler Taylor, Alwa. A blurry figure holding giant blood-stained scissors and needles, with a background of countless people's skin showing pained expressions. Match 3, Poisonous Mist Apothecary, Chui Du. Shrouded in dense purple poison mist, only a hunched figure and countless jars and bottles flashing with eerie light could be vaguely seen. Just looking at these photos and titles was enough to scare these usually pampered young girls out of their wits. The bullet comments in the live stream exploded. Oh my god. The intended match this time, just looking at the photos feels so brutal. That Yan Jiu-sha. I think I've seen him on some strange research forums. It said he's terrifying, a red tier level. What? Red tier? Then his dungeon must at least be S rank, right? Exactly. And look at the others, that Skin Peeler Taylor, that Poisonous Mist Apothecary, none of them look like good people. They're probably at least a powerful strange being. Hiss, the quality of this batch is so high? Does that mean there's hope for us in China? Why hasn't Wan Xinglua chosen yet? Hurry up! Time is running out. Chapter 2, A Soul-Level Strange Being Without a Title? At this moment, Wan Xinglua was indeed in a state of turmoil. She looked at each photo one by one. Each strange being radiated an oppressive and terrifying aura. Their faces were either obscured by dense blood mist or shadows, making them impossible to see clearly. Or they only had a creepy and terrifying back view that sent shivers down her spine. Which one to choose? Choosing any of them felt like jumping into a fiery pit. Just as Wan Xinglua was about to give up in despair, her gaze fell on the last photo. Match 10, Zhou Yan. Unlike the other strange beings with flashy titles, this 10th match only had a simple name, Zhou Yan. In fact, it didn't even have a prefix title symbolizing identity or strength. The photo felt out of place. It was a profile shot. The man in the photo was leaning against a window, seemingly gazing at something outside. The soft light outlines his flawless features, with a high nose and perfectly shaped lips. If there was one difference that set him apart from ordinary humans, it was his pale skin, almost sickly, as if he hadn't seen the sun in years. But this didn't take away from his beauty, in fact, it added a melancholic, mysterious, and almost sickly allure to him. There was no bloodshed, no terror, no twisted background. Just a photo, as if he were the charming older brother next door. Wan Xinglua froze for a moment, then her eyes suddenly lit up. So handsome. She murmured to herself involuntarily, her cheeks slightly flushed. More importantly, she noticed that the number of people who had chosen this Zhou Yan, the 10th match, was 0. As everyone knew, in the rules of the strange matchmaking system, once a strange being was chosen by more than 2 female players, the countries of these players had to use strange coins to publicly bid for it, with the highest bidder winning. Take that terrifying-looking blood coffin lord, Yan Jiu-sha for example, there were already 4 red dots clearly shown beneath his photo. This meant that 4 countries' female players had already chosen him, and their countries were probably already fighting over him. Strange coins are extremely valuable strategic resources that players have earned with their lives, exchanged from the strange world. Each strange coin could save a country at a crucial moment. As for their China, after suffering from a painful 9 consecutive defeats, their treasury had no spare strange coins left to fight other countries for those popular and powerful strange beings. Even if they did, they probably wouldn't stand a chance against the deeply rooted countries. This Zhou Yan had no title, looked ordinary, and there was no one who had chosen him. But to her, he was undoubtedly the only and most suitable choice. At least, he didn't look so scary. And this name, Zhou Yan. Wan Xinglua couldn't help but feel a faint, imperceptible sense of familiarity rise in her heart. I'll choose him. Without a second thought, Wan Xinglua stretched out her finger and clicked on the photo of Zhou Yan. Ding! The cold prompt sounded in Wan Xinglua's mind, as well as in the ears of all Chinese viewers. Chinese player Wan Xinglua has made her choice. Your strange matchmaking partner is Zhou Yan. Upon seeing Wan Xinglua's choice of Zhou Yan, the live chat exploded. What's going on? Zhou Yan? Who is this? No way. Miss Wan Xinglua chose a strange being with no title? I just checked, and for numbers 1 to 9, aren't they all notorious? Even if our China doesn't have many strange coins and can't grab that red-robed Yan Jiu-sha, we could at least fight for another powerful strange being. Yeah. This Zhou Yan looks weak and frail, there's no sense of pressure or danger in his photo. Is he just filler? It's over. The photo clearly shows he's just a low-level wandering soul. No wonder he doesn't even have a title. How is this going to work? Our China has already suffered 9 consecutive defeats, national luck is declining, and now we've chosen such cannon fodder. Are we headed for a 10-game losing streak? Despair spread among the Chinese people like a plague. Meanwhile, in the live streams of neighboring Sakura country and Joseon country, there was mocking and gloating laughter. Ha ha ha. This is too funny. What kind of thing did China choose this time? A useless one with no title? Looks like China really can't make it anymore. They can't even choose a decent strange being now. 10 consecutive defeats are guaranteed. Let's wait for China's disaster to come. In China, at the National Strategic Research Institute for the Strange World, dozens of top researchers and strategic analysts were all staring intensely at the central screen. What's going on? Why did Comrade Wan Xinglua make such a choice? An old researcher with gold-rimmed glasses muttered to himself. The tone was full of confusion. Does the Zhou Yan have information in the database? No. This name has never appeared in any previous strange games or matchmaking. Not even a title. This, at least, shows he's not some famous, powerful anomaly. People debated, their words full of deep concern and confusion. The director of the research institute, Lin Anghua, an old man who had devoted his life to China's study of anomalies, now had a dark face, his fists tightly clenched. Sigh. Finally, Lin Anghua let out a heavy sigh, his voice hoarse. This can't all be blamed on that child, Wan Xinglua. Our China has suffered 9 consecutive defeats, and the reserve of anomaly coins in the national treasury is already tight. Even if she had set her eyes on other powerful anomalies, we don't have enough strength to compete with those wealthy countries. Lin Anghua's words felt like a giant stone pressing down on everyone's heart. Indeed, without anomaly coins, it was like soldiers without weapons, with no bargaining power in the cruel market of anomaly matchmaking. Director, could this Zhou Yan have some hidden strength we don't know about? Asked a young researcher, clinging to the last shred of hope. Based on the current intelligence and the aura shown in this photo, this Zhou Yan is most likely just a wandering soul-level anomaly. Another senior analyst cruelly shattered his illusion. Wandering soul. Lin Anghua's body swayed, his face turning ashen. It's over. Is China really going to suffer 10 consecutive defeats? Could it be that heaven is really going to destroy our China? In the world of anomalies. Happy District, Building 11, Apartment 101. Zhou Yan leaned sideways on the comfortable sofa, gently swirling the crimson liquid in the goblet he held. It wasn't wine, but a richer, more exquisite drink. His unbelievably handsome face carried a touch of laziness. Just then, a mechanical voice identical to the system sound from Blue Star suddenly rang out in his mind. Chapter 3, The Bloody Lord. Zhou Yan. Ding, you have been selected for anomaly matchmaking, becoming one of the 10 candidate grooms. Do you choose to participate in this anomaly matchmaking? Oh. Zhou Yan's movement of swirling the goblet paused slightly, and a trace of barely noticeable surprise flickered in his narrow eyes. Anomaly matchmaking? That's a bit interesting. He murmured to himself, a playful smile curving the corner of his mouth. Having hidden in this happy district for so long, his days had become somewhat boring, spending time tasting the occasional little snacks. If he could have a wife to spice things up, maybe it would bring many unexpected joys. Zhou Yan was originally an orphan from the 21st century on Blue Star, growing up in an orphanage and experiencing the cold and warmth of the world. 5 years ago, an accident brought him to this world of anomalies. Fortunately, he discovered he had an extraordinary ability. He could devour anomalies and use their power as his own, continuously growing stronger. With this ability and his decisive and ruthless methods, he gradually devoured and evolved from a weak wandering soul-level anomaly, eventually becoming an existence that surpassed countless terrifying anomalies and even the will of this world itself, the Bloody Lord. However, after standing at the peak of power and seeing all life as ants, Zhou Yan felt an unprecedented emptiness and boredom. So, after causing chaos in this anomaly world and having enough fun, he chose to live a low-key life in seclusion, living a retired life in this happy district. But before agreeing, I must first figure out what this anomaly matchmaking is all about. Zhou Yan's eyes sharpened, and a terrifying aura leaked out. World will come out and explain. His voice was flat. The next second, a distorted, ethereal entity appeared. Trembling, it gathered shape in front of him. This is the will of the bizarre world. But in front of Zhou Yan, it was as obedient as a frightened quail. After a round of friendly communication, Zhou Yan finally figured out the ins and outs of the matter. It turned out that this bizarre world, which he had stayed in for 5 years, had, unknowingly, formed a spatial connection and fusion with his former home planet, Blue Star. Laughing to death, I thought she was really amazing, but turns out she's just a low-level little monster. Ruan Xingluan naturally couldn't hear the noise and fuss from the outside. She stood in front of the slightly old anti-theft door of room 101, her heartbeat accelerating. Although she usually didn't pay much attention to these bloody and terrifying bizarre marriages, she had heard some unspoken rules from various channels. For example, when meeting her bizarre husband for the first time, it was customary to offer a certain number of ghost coins as a greeting gift, to show respect and to make her upcoming days a bit easier. But she didn't even have a single ghost coin. After 9 consecutive defeats, China's national treasury had already been drained. There was no extra ghost coin to give to the chosen brides like her. I hope this Zhou Yan has a good personality and doesn't force me to give ghost coins. Ruan Xinglua silently prayed in her heart, her little hands nervously clenching into fists. Although her legs were trembling with fear, she knew there was no way out for her. Taking a deep breath, she gathered her courage and gently knocked on the door in front of her. Knock, knock, knock. The crisp knocking sound echoed clearly in the quiet hallway. Inside the live stream, the bullet comments from some countries were full of malice. Oh? The representative from China finally knocked? Did she bring any ghost coins? Heh, as far as I know, China is so poor it's ringing with emptiness. They probably can't even bring out a single ghost coin. Our great Sakura Empire has prepared 300 ghost coins for Miss Yamamoto Ichi. Enough to ensure she gets special treatment in front of any strong bazaar. Our universe's strongest country, Big Stick Nation, has prepared 350 ghost coins for Mississippi Park Sumin. Ah, China doesn't have a single ghost coin, they probably won't even make it through the door before the bazaar kills them. Ah. The Chinese audience watched in righteous anger, but they were powerless to argue and could only be anxious. Creak. At this moment, the door opened. Ruan Xinglua was startled, instinctively lowering her head, her long eyelashes trembling nervously, not daring to look at the person. Inside the door, Zhou Yan looked at the little girl in front of him, who was almost burying her head into her chest, with a soft gaze. It was him, it was really her. She was the one he remembered, always carrying a hint of timidity, yet incredibly kind and pure, Ruan Xinglua. Before crossing over to this world, on Blue Star, he was an orphan without parents, growing up in an orphanage. During those dark times, Ruan Xinglua was like a ray of warm sunlight, illuminating his barren world. They secretly shared a cold steamed bun, watched stars on the playground at night, and promised to always be together. She was his childhood sweetheart, the only soft haven in his heart. He never expected that, after 5 years, crossing 2 worlds, they would reunite in this way. Zhou Yan's heart was filled with mixed emotions, but his face remained calm and unruffled. Hello. He spoke, his voice gentle, like a spring breeze brushing by. Hearing this voice, Ruan Xinglua trembled all over, like a startled deer, suddenly looking up. In the next second, she froze completely. What appeared in her eyes was a face so handsome it took her breath away. The man's features were exquisite, as though they were God's most perfect creation. His skin, pale with a hint of sickness, did nothing to lessen his charm. On the contrary, it added to his melancholic and mysterious aura. A pair of deep, blood-colored eyes were quietly staring at her. Handsome. Too handsome. In Ruan Xinglua's mind, the word handsome kept flashing like crazy. She even forgot where she was, forgetting that the person in front of her could possibly be a terrifying creature that devours people. In the National Luck live stream room, after a brief silence, the barrage exploded once again. Oh my god. Is this Zhou Yan really that handsome? This face. It crushes all those little fresh meat idols. My inner teenage girl is screaming. What use is his good looks? He's still a first-floor monster. All looks, no use. Yeah, and this Chinese woman will probably be eaten by this creature very soon. Audiences from abroad instantly became sour, and a barrage of sarcasm followed. Zhou Yan watched Ruan Xinglua's dazed, cute expression, a subtle smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Are you okay? He asked softly. Ah. Ruan Xinglua snapped out of her daze, her face turning bright red in an instant, like a ripened apple. I'm fine. She waved her hands in a flustered manner, her gaze evasive, her heart pounding uncontrollably. Hello, husband? When she said the last 2 words, her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, and her head lowered again, wishing she could just disappear into the ground. Oh my god. What did she just say? So embarrassing. Strangely, the intense fear in her heart was now somewhat dispelled by an even stronger sense of shyness. She, Ruan Xinglua, had grown up without ever calling anyone husband or having a proper relationship, due to some reasons. In her heart, there had always been a white moonlight. That was the big brother who had been with her through tough times at the orphanage many years ago. However, that boy mysteriously disappeared 5 years ago, and despite the police's search, there was no trace of him, and the case was eventually left unresolved. Since then, although Ruan Xinglua appeared to have moved on, the shadow of that boy lingered in her heart, making her lose interest in any other boys. But for some reason, this Zhou Yan in front of her, whom she was meeting for the first time, made her feel an inexplicable sense of peace and familiarity, and even a hint of uncontrollable affection. Zhou Yan, upon hearing this, looked at the shy girl whose ears were red, his smile deepening. He slightly turned to the side and moved away from the door. Come in. Ruan Xinglua, hearing this, subconsciously nodded and walked in. In the National Luck live stream room, the audience exploded when they saw this scene. She actually just walked in like that? You should know that the creatures always regard humans as ants. Without enough benefits, it's almost impossible to enter their doors. Other selected foreign marriage partners had to prepare strange coins or other things, trembling with fear, before daring to knock on the creature's door. Oh my god. She went in. Ruan Xinglua just walked right in. She didn't even give a single strange coin. This Zhou Yan is way too easygoing. Whoa, not only is he handsome, he's also so gentle. Mom, I feel like our China is finally rising. The streak of 9 consecutive defeats might just be broken with this marriage. The Chinese audience was so excited that they were moved to tears, their long-suppressed hopes flourishing wildly at this moment. Meanwhile, the viewers from Sakura country and Kimchi country were furious. Baka. Why? That woman from Huaxia didn't do anything, but that strange thing let her in? Unfair. This is absolutely unfair. Our contestant prepared so many strange coins. Heh, so what if this strange thing called Zhou Yan has a good temper? He looks so weak and frail, his strength must be nothing. Exactly. A trashy strange thing living on the first floor, what could he possibly do? If he can't complete the task, Huaxia is doomed. Chapter 5, The Ugly Alva. As she entered the room, the warm yellow light poured down, dispelling the coldness in the hallway. Only then did Ruan Xinglua fully snap back to reality. She really had entered her husband's home. This strange husband not only looked so handsome that it made her heart race, but his personality also seemed surprisingly gentle. She secretly glanced at Zhou Yan, and her feelings for him skyrocketed, a wave of inexplicable satisfaction swelling in her heart. Looking around, it was a very typical 3-bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, 1 bathroom layout, simple and clean decor, but it was clear that Zhou Yan was not a rich person. Ruan Xinglua made a silent vow to herself. She would take good care of Zhou Yan from now on, live frugally, and make their life better. She took a deep breath, mustered up the courage, and said to Zhou Yan, husband, I'll cook. Zhou Yan, who had been sizing her up, was slightly stunned upon hearing this. Then, a gentle smile tugged at the corner of his lips. She was still so silly, nothing had changed, exactly like the little girl who always followed him in his memories. Zhou Yan nodded gently. All right. After speaking, Zhou Yan turned around and sat on the sofa, turning on the TV. On the screen, entertainment shows from the strange world started playing. The viewers in the Huaxia livestream were once again sweetened by Zhou Yan's gentle and thoughtful demeanor. Ah. So gentle. What kind of godlike strange husband is this? If my marriage partner were him, even for $1 billion, I'd be willing to live in a big mansion. You wanna have it all, huh, sis? Do you think Huaxia has any chance of becoming the first country to successfully conquer a strange thing? There's hope. Definitely hope. Ruan Xinglua, go for it. The viewers from other countries were still mocking them. Heh, Huaxia people, don't get too smug. It's just a ghost-level weak strange thing. Exactly, wait until our Miss Aoi from Sakura country makes her move. You'll know what real strength and charm are. Our Sakura Empire's strange husband is definitely 100 times stronger than this Zhou Yan. Meanwhile, outside room 501, building 11, in the happiness neighborhood. The Sakura country contestant, Aoyuku, was confidently adjusting her kimono. She looked at her refined makeup in the blurry reflection on the door, and a smile of inevitable success curved her lips. This time, she not only brought the 100 strange coins specially prepared by her country, but she also had absolute confidence in her beauty. She believed that no one could resist her charm, not even a strange thing. The viewers in the Sakura country livestream were also bursting with confidence. Haha, what a coincidence. Miss Aoi's marriage partner also lives in this happiness neighborhood, in building 11. What coincidence. This is fate's crushing blow. Our Miss Aoi's strange husband, the skinning tailor Alva, lives on the 5th floor. That's right. The 5th floor. 100 times stronger than that Huaxia woman's strange husband. At least a powerful, wicked-level strange thing. With our Miss Aoi's unmatched beauty, plus the sincerity of 100 strange coins, she'll definitely make that Alva fall head over heels. Exactly. Watch, Huaxia is definitely losing this time. As Aoyuku knocked on the door of room 501, the door creaked open slowly. A figure appeared in front of Aoyuku. It was a hunched, humanoid shape, its body seemingly stitched together with countless pieces of fabric in different colors. The skin of different people, rough and grotesque stitches, with some parts of the skin oozing dark red sticky fluid. On its face, one eye was unusually large, murky and filthy, while the other was a black hollow pit, with a few stitches randomly crossing over it. Its lips, thin like blades, curled back, revealing yellowish sharp teeth, emitting a strong stench of blood and decay. A smile on Aoyuku's face instantly froze, and all color drained from her face. How could this be possible? How could this strange thing look so disgusting? The live chat in Sakura country paused for a moment, before countless exclamations flooded in. Nani? Is this the skin-peeling tailor Alva? How could it be like this? Why does it look so completely different from what I imagined? It's so disgusting. My eyes. My eyes are going to go blind. Meanwhile, the audience in China erupted in joy. Ha ha ha. I was eating and almost threw up from seeing this disgusting thing. The expression of this Sakura country girl is definitely the best of the year. Weren't they hyping it up so much? Is this it? Is this really it? The audience in the Korean live chat was also laughing out loud. Ugh. This is really visual pollution. This skin-peeling tailor is so heavy on the taste. It seems like Miss Soo-yeon really has good luck, the poison mist alchemist Choi. His name sounds like a mysterious and powerful handsome guy. That's right, Lord Choi must be way stronger than this stitched-up monster. The Sakura country audience was instantly enraged. Baka. What do you guys know? Lord Alva is extremely powerful, at least a level 6 monster. Exactly. What does appearance matter? As long as our Aoi Yuku can conquer him, there will be huge benefits. Aoi, go for it. You must charm him. Seeing this, Alva's single eye glowed with a crimson light. He sensed the fear and disgust emanating from Aoi Yuku and grinned, making a terrible scraping sound with his mouth. You, despicable human ant, dare to look at me with such eyes? Do you want me to peel you and turn you into my next collection? The terrifying and eerie energy hit Aoi Yuku like a wave. Aoi Yuku shivered all over, almost collapsing to the ground. Her survival instinct made her scream, trembling as she took out the prepared cursed coin from her chest, presenting it shakily to Alva. Hey Alva-sama. This is a small token of my respect. Please accept it. The red light in Alva's eye intensified, flashing with greed. He stretched out his hand, which was sewn together from different colored skin, and grabbed the cursed coin. Heh, just this little thing? Seems like you, human ant, really don't take me seriously. He weighed the cursed coin in his hand, his tone filled with disdain. However, today I'm in a good mood. I'll show some mercy and let you in. Aoi Yuku, hearing this, wished she could tear this ugly, strange creature to shreds, but on the surface, she could only force a smile uglier than crying, bowing repeatedly. Thank you, Alva-sama. Thank you, Alva-sama. She stumbled into room 501, where the heavy smell of blood and a leather-like strange odor filled the air. Alva casually pointed to a corner where a foul stench came from the bathroom. From now on, you'll sleep there. Aoi Yuku looked in the direction he pointed, her face turning as pale as paper, her heart dead with despair. The Sakura country live chat exploded in fury. This is outrageous. That damned Alva. He's making our Aoi-sama sleep in the bathroom. Baka Yoru. This is such an insult. Aoi-sama, you must endure. For the sake of our great Sakura empire, this small humiliation is nothing. Chapter 6, Poison Mist Alchemist Choi. Shockingly ugly, yet unanimous. Meanwhile, the Korean live chat was filled with schadenfreude. TSK, truly heartbreaking for those who hear it, tears for those who see it. It seems like the start for Sakura country this time isn't much better than China's. Let's still wait for Miss Lee Shuyen's performance. At the same time, in another building of the happy community. At the door of room 502 in building 12. The contestant from the country of the stick, Lee Shuyen, was eagerly adjusting her makeup. Her marriage partner, the poisonous mist apothecary Choi Do, just hearing this title, made her imagine the strong yet pathological beautiful, abstinent male leads in TV dramas. He must be a cold-looking, passionate, and extraordinarily handsome man. In the live broadcast room of the country of the stick, the audience was also having a heated discussion. Our Miss Shuyen's strange husband also lives on the 5th floor. Looks like his strength is definitely not inferior to that skin-peeling tailor. Poisonous mist apothecary, sounds really impressive. Maybe he's even stronger than Li Gue. With our Miss Shuyen's divine beauty, she will definitely easily conquer Lord Choi Do. I can't wait to see Lord Choi Do's real face. He must be the type who's cold and abstinent, then forcibly loves Miss Shuyen. Li Shuyen took a deep breath, put on a sweet smile, and gently knocked on the door of 502. The door opened with a response. A figure wrapped in dark green poisonous mist appeared in front of her. The mist seemed alive, writhing, and beneath it, she could vaguely make out a bloated and grotesque silhouette. What made her even more nauseous was the pungent smell that hit her, a stench that seemed to combine rotting herbs and the stench of corpses. On the exposed skin, there were pus-filled boils oozing yellow-green pus, some of which had burst open, revealing black and rotting flesh. Li Shuyen's smile froze on her face, her stomach churning violently, almost making her vomit on the spot. This is the pathological handsome man she had imagined? Choi Do let out a strange cuckoo laugh, his small, greenish eyes flashing with lecherous light as they fixed on Li Shuyen. Oh? A delicate little beauty has come, cuckoo, this apothecary likes it. Come in. Li Shuyan only felt a wave of disgust, but she still forced herself to suppress her nausea and squeezed out a stiff smile, following Cui Du into the room filled with even thicker poisonous mist. Come on, little beauty. What are you going to do? Cui Du directly grabbed Li Shuyan and pulled her toward the innermost room. Li Shuyan struggled with all her might, but she couldn't break free. As the door to the room closed, the live broadcast screen suddenly went black. Prompt: the following footage contains prohibited content and has been blocked. The live broadcast room of the country of the stick immediately fell into a deathly silence, before erupting into a cacophony of wails and curses. What the heck? What's going on? Why was it blocked? Ah! This strange guy is such a jerk. What is he going to do to our Shuyan? Whoa, Miss Shuyan, for the sake of our great country of the stick, you must hang in there. Although Lord Cui Du looks a bit unexpected, at least he got Miss Shuyan into the room. It's much better than that Sakura country woman who slept in the bathroom. The live broadcast room of Sakura country, however, struck back mercilessly. Still mocking us? Your Cui Du is just as hideously ugly. Exactly. He was blocked too, who knows what kind of suffering he's causing her in there. In the live broadcast room of China, the audience was having a great time. TSK, I really envy you guys from Sakura country and the country of the stick, your marriage partners are all so unique. Unlike our Huaxia's school flower, Miss Ruan, who matched with Mr. Zhouyan, who is not only gentle and caring but also so handsome it makes everyone jealous. Sigh, people really know how to make others angry. The audience from Sakura country and the country of the stick were furious, but they couldn't rebut their strange appearances. What use is good looks? Your Zhouyan from Huaxia, he's just a worthless ghost living on the first floor. Exactly. He's a pretty pillow with no use. Just wait, the first to be eliminated will definitely be your Huaxia. The audience from Huaxia, however, remained calm and leisurely. TSK, that's still better than some whose faces you can't even look at. At least when Miss Ruan and Mr. Zhouyan stand together, they look perfect. Pleasant to the eyes, unlike some combinations, it's practically a freak show live. We're enjoying it. What about you? I bet you're going to have nightmares. Soon, as time passed, all 10 chosen female matchmakers gradually found their own strange husbands. In the live streaming rooms across Blue Star countries, some were happy, and others were sad. It's worth mentioning that among all the matchmakers, except for Ruan Xinglua's match with Zhou Yan, who was so handsome that even gods and humans are jealous, only the oil-rich country's contestant matched with Blood Coffin Burial Master Yan Jiusha, who was somewhat decent in appearance. However, Yan Jiusha was surrounded by a mist of blood, his aura cold, giving off a keep-away-from-me vibe, and his matchmaker was trembling with fear, walking on thin ice. As for the other 8 countries' bizarre husbands, it was a true scene of chaos, each one more unique than the last. Some were extremely ugly, pushing the limits of human aesthetics, others were obsessed with money, draining their matchmakers of everything, and some were purely perverts, making requests that were more twisted than the last. In short, except for Ruan Xinglua, the other 9 matchmakers, especially those who matched with ugly and bizarre ones, were living a miserable life, with wails filling the live streaming rooms. At this moment, inside the Sakura country's Strange World Strategic Research Institute, the atmosphere was tense. Director Yamamoto Ruji slammed his hand on the table, furious. What's going on? Why is this happening? He pointed at the screen showing Awayuku trembling in the Alva family's bathroom, his whole body shaking with rage. Why should our great Sakura Empire's Awayuku, who offered 100 precious strange coins, suffer such a disgrace? Yet that Chinese Ruan Xinglua, who didn't even offer a single strange coin, is treated like a guest of honor by Zhou Yan, who serves her with delicious food and drink. This is unfair. The researchers below fell silent, and after a long while, one of them cautiously spoke up. Director, please calm down. Actually, things might not be that bad. Oh? Yamamoto Ruji narrowed his eyes. You see, Miss Aoi's match, Lord Alva, although his appearance and temperament are lacking, his strength is beyond question. At least he's a powerful Eerie-level being. According to the data, the residents of the 5th floor in the Happy District are not ordinary people. Another researcher agreed, that's right. As long as Miss Aoi can successfully win over Lord Alva, the national fortune benefits he could bring to our great Sakura Empire would be immeasurable. As for that Chinese Zhou Yan, he's just an Eerie being living on the ground floor of the Happy District. There's no record of him in the database. He's probably just a low-level wandering soul. Now, he's being nice to Ruan Xinglua, but what high-difficulty tasks could he help her with? In the end, he'll only drag China down. Chapter 7, Eerie Task, Blood Red Restaurant. Soon, as time passed, all 10 chosen female matchmakers gradually found their own strange husbands. In the live streaming rooms across Blue Star countries, some were happy, and others were sad. It's worth mentioning that among all the matchmakers, except for Ruan Xingluo's match with Zhou Yan, who is so handsome that even gods and humans are jealous, only the oil-rich country's contestant matched with blood coffin burial master Yan Jiusha, who was somewhat decent in appearance. However, Yan Jiusha was surrounded by a mist of blood, his aura cold, giving off a keep away from me vibe, and his matchmaker was trembling with fear, walking on thin ice. As for the other 8 countries' bizarre husbands, it was a true scene of chaos, each one more unique than the last. Some were extremely ugly, pushing the limits of human aesthetics, others were obsessed with money, draining their matchmakers of everything, and some were purely perverts, making requests that were more twisted than the last. The days were unbearable, with the live broadcast room filled with cries of anguish. At this moment, inside the Strange World Strategy Research Institute of Sakura Country, the atmosphere was tense. Director Yamamoto Ruji slapped the table with a loud bang, furious beyond control. What's going on? Why is this happening? He pointed at the screen, showing Awayuko trembling in the Alva family's bathroom, shaking with anger. Why does our Sakura Empire's Awayuko have to endure such a great humiliation after offering 100 precious ghost coins? And that Huaxia's Ruan Xingluo, who didn't even offer a single ghost coin, is treated like a guest of honor by Zhou Yan, being served with the best food and drink. This is not fair. The researchers below fell silent, their voices frozen in fear. After a long time, someone cautiously spoke up. Director, please calm down. Actually, things may not be as bad as they seem. Oh? Yamamoto Ruji narrowed his eyes. Look, Miss Ali's marriage partner, Lord Alva, although his appearance and temperament leave much to be desired, his strength is beyond doubt. At least he's at the powerful ghost level. According to the data, the residents on the 5th floor of the Happy District are no ordinary people. Another researcher agreed, that's right. As long as Miss Aoi can successfully win over Lord Alva, the national fortune benefits it can bring to our Sakura Empire in the future will be immeasurable. As for that Huaxia's Zhou Yan, he's just a lower-level ghost living on the 1st floor of the Happy District. There's no record of him in the database. He's most likely just a weak wandering soul. Right now, he's being nice to Ruan Xingluo, but what high-level tasks can he help her with? In the end, he'll just drag Huaxia down. Hearing this, Yamamoto Ruji's anger gradually faded. He pondered for a moment and nodded. You're right. Sacrificing some surface dignity to gain greater benefits is the wiser choice. Let Awayuko endure for a while. At the same time, inside the Huaxia Strange World Research Institute, Director Lin Angua frowned deeply, looking at the large screen summarizing the marriage situations of various countries. The marriage partners from other countries had more or less some information, and their strength was decent. Any progress on the data for that Zhou Yan? He asked in a deep voice. Several researchers in charge of intelligence analysis shook their heads, their faces full of helplessness and regret. Director, we've searched the database thoroughly and used all available channels, but we can't find any useful information about Zhou Yan. No battle achievements, no titles, it's like he just appeared out of nowhere. From the fact that he lives on the 1st floor of the Happy District, it seems he's just an ordinary wandering soul-level ghost. There's no doubt about it. Lin Angua let out a heavy sigh, his eyes complex. Forget it. Though he chose the weakest ghost, at least as of now, our Ruan Xingluo seems to be living relatively comfortably in the strange world, not suffering like the others from other countries. This can be considered the best luck in an unlucky situation. Keep monitoring closely. Report to me immediately if anything unusual happens. 3 days later. Strange World, Happy District, Building 11, Room 101. Ruan Xingluo and Zhou Yan sat side by side on the sofa, watching a popular comedy variety show from the Strange World. Zhou Yan occasionally chuckled lightly, while Ruan Xingluo remained indifferent. After all, watching real ghosts perform in a variety show? That was somewhat strange. However, after these 3 days of getting along, Ruan Xingluo's fear of Zhou Yan had long disappeared, replaced by an inexplicable sense of dependence and closeness. She picked up a crystal-clear, red berry that gave off a strange kiwi-like fragrance, carefully offering it to Zhou Yan's mouth. Hubby. Zhou Yan was momentarily stunned, looking at the expectant light in the girl's eyes. The corners of her mouth involuntarily curved into a gentle arc, obediently opening her mouth to take in the berry. So sweet. Ruan Xingluo watched him eat it, feeling sweet in her heart, and a satisfied smile unknowingly appeared on her face. She thought, the strange marriage might not be as terrifying as it was said to be. At least, her strange husband was very good. For the past 3 days, Zhou Yan had taken good care of her, never asking anything unreasonable of her. Even the most basic household chores, like cleaning and cooking, were done by herself voluntarily. Otherwise, staying at home and eating and drinking Zhou Yan's things, she would have felt a bit embarrassed. Just as Ruan Xingluo felt warmth in her heart and thought that this kind of life wasn't bad, a cold system prompt suddenly popped up in front of her. Ding! The marriage task has been activated. As a member of the family, you also need to earn some Eerie coins to contribute to the household. Task: please go to the Blood Moon restaurant and work as a temporary waiter for 3 days. Task goal: earn at least 10 Eerie coins through labor to contribute to the household. Task reward: based on task completion, corresponding national luck and personal rewards will be given. Ruan Xinglua stared at the sudden task prompt in front of her, slightly stunned. For the past 3 days, she had been too focused on enjoying the warm world with Zhou Yan that she almost forgot about the marriage task. Although she didn't pay much attention to the National Luck livestream, she had heard that marriage tasks were usually very difficult, even life-threatening. For a moment, she felt a bit flustered. Zhou Yan noticed her unease, put down the remote control, and asked gently, "What's wrong?" Ruan Xinglua pressed her lips together and nervously told Zhou Yan the task details honestly. Zhou Yan listened and then just smiled faintly, speaking in a relaxed tone, "It's no big deal." He smiled at Ruan Xinglua and continued, "I happened to go to the Blood Moon restaurant once before. The restaurant owner insisted on giving me a membership card. You take it, maybe it'll be useful." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Yan waved his hand casually, and a mysterious black and gold card with flickering dark red edges appeared out of thin air in his long, pale fingers. The card felt slightly cool to the touch, made of material neither gold nor jade, and the words Blood Moon were engraved on it in an ancient, eerie script, faintly emitting a chilling aura. Ruan Xinglua took the card, her eyes lighting up. She didn't expect her husband to actually have a membership card for the Blood Moon restaurant. With this, the task should go much smoother, right? "Thank you, hubby." Ruan Xinglua smiled sweetly, and her unease was mostly dispelled. Zhou Yan gently ruffled her hair, Go. The sooner you go, the sooner you'll be back. I'll wait for you to make me something delicious." Ruan Xinglua nodded heavily, gripping the black and gold card tightly in her hand. In the next second, her figure was enveloped by a white light and disappeared from where she stood. When Ruan Xinglua opened her eyes again, she found herself in a lavishly decorated Gothic hall that also gave off a strange aura. The air was filled with a faint smell of blood and some kind of peculiar spices. In the center of the hall, there were already a few figures standing, the other 9 marriage partners from different countries. It seemed she was the last one to arrive. In the live stream of Huaxia, the bullet comments instantly exploded. A membership card? Zhou Yan, who lives on the first floor of the Happy District and is a ghost-level Eerie, how could he possibly have a membership card for the Blood Moon restaurant? The Blood Moon restaurant. That's the rumored S-level Eerie dungeon. The waters there run deep. Could it be? Zhou Yan has been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Most Eerie creatures are proud and arrogant. Where is the logic in hiding one's own strength? I think that membership card of Zhou Yan is probably fake. It's just boasting. Look. That card is black and gold. As far as I know, the membership levels of the Blood Moon restaurant go from bronze, silver, to gold. The gold card is already the highest level of VIP. Black and gold? I've never heard of that. It's definitely forged. Oh no. Ruan Xinglua is still too naive. If she dares to show that fake card to the weird staff at the Blood Moon restaurant, those vicious weirds will definitely tear her apart and swallow her alive. The hearts of the Chinese audience immediately jumped to their throats. In the live streams of Sakura Country and the Stick Country, there was unsurprisingly a mocking tone full of schadenfreude. Ha ha ha. Are the Chinese really this dumb or fake dumb? How can they believe a broken card from a wandering soul? Exactly, the restaurant owner just shoved it to them, it's so funny. Get ready for the show. That Ruan Xinglua is dead for sure. In the lobby of the Blood Moon restaurant, Aoi Koku from Sakura Country immediately spotted the late Ruan Xinglua. She swayed her waist and walked over, her face filled with unabashed sarcasm. Oh, so this is the Chinese matchmaker? I heard that the strange husband you chose is a wandering soul with no title? TSK, that's really pitiful. For this kind of task, he definitely can't help you with anything, right? Unlike my Lord Alva, although he's strict, he still cares about me. Aoi Koku spoke with a sarcastic tone, then proudly pulled out a card shimmering with a bronze glow from her chest and waved it in front of Ruan Xinglua. See this? A bronze membership card from the Blood Moon restaurant. Lord Alva specially prepared it for me. Upon hearing Aoi Koku's words, the other matchmakers around them cast envious glances. Only Mia, the rich girl from the Petroleum Country who was matched with the Blood Coffin Lord Yen Jiushan, and Li Shuyan from Stick Country showed no change in their expressions. At that moment, Li Shuyan also limped over. Her face was somewhat pale, but her eyes still held a hint of arrogance. She too pulled out a bronze-colored membership card and waved it in front of Ruan Xinglua, sneering, TSK, such a worthless trinket, my Lord Chuidu also casually gave me one. She sized up Ruan Xinglua, pretending to be surprised, and asked, by the way, Chinese matchmaker, your wandering soul husband doesn't have any kind of token, does he? Ruan Xinglua looked at these two women who clearly had bad intentions, one after the other, and felt confused. She blinked and said honestly, my husband also gave me a membership card, but it seems it's a different color from yours. Then, under the astonished gazes of Awakuku and Li Shuyan, and the attention of other matchmakers and livestream viewers, she slowly raised the black gold membership card that Zhou Yan had given her. Awakuku froze when she saw the black gold card, then, as if she had heard the biggest joke, burst out in a shrill laugh. Put. Black and gold? Where did you pick up this junk? She said disdainfully, my lord Alva already told me that the Blood Moon restaurant's membership cards only come in bronze, silver, and gold. That black one, it must be fake. Li Shuyan also covered her mouth and exaggeratedly laughed out loud, ha ha ha. You're killing me. Your strange husband actually gave you a fake card? Is he trying to get you killed? At that moment, a male strange being dressed in a blood-red tailcoat, with a pale face and a strange smile at the corner of his mouth, was walking towards them with elegant steps. He wore a nameplate on his chest with the words Restaurant Manager written on it. Li Shuyan and Sanjing Yukuan, upon seeing this, wore even more mocking expressions on their faces. They exchanged a glance and maliciously said to Ruan Xinglua, the restaurant manager is coming, you're doomed with that fake card. After saying this, the two immediately put away their arrogance and replaced it with a flattering smile, actively approaching that strange manager. Ruan Xinglua looked at the black and gold card in her hand, her brows slightly furrowed. She didn't believe Zhou Yan would lie to her. Her husband is so nice, how could he trick her with a fake card? Therefore, she did not shove the card away in a panic as others had expected. In the Huaxia live broadcast room, the comments were exploding. It's over. The strange manager really came. Why hasn't Ruan Xinglua put away that obviously fake membership card? What is Zhou Yan doing? This is so shady. I thought he was gentle and handsome, but who knew he would trick his wife like this? Isn't this pushing Ruan Xinglua into the fire pit? In the Sakura Country and Stick Country's live broadcast rooms, ridicule was overwhelming. Ha 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 ha. That Huaxia woman is dead. How dare she use a forged membership card in the S-Class Instance Blood Moon restaurant? When the manager arrives, she will definitely be executed on the spot. Not a trace left. I said it. How could her ghost-level strange husband possibly produce a real Blood Moon restaurant membership card? What a dreamer. The strange manager approached slowly, his sunken eye sockets flashing with a dim red light, scanning the 10 women in front of him. You all, are you the ones chosen to be temporary workers? Li Shuyan and Sanjing Yukuan quickly nodded and bowed, respectfully handing over their bronze membership cards. Yes, manager. This is our membership proof. The strange manager glanced at the bronze card in their hands, and the eerie smile on his face seemed to widen a bit. Not bad. He nodded and spoke in a tone of benevolence, since you have a membership card, that shows some effort. How about this, you two go to the kitchen and assist the butcher chef. At this, Li Shuyan and Sanjing Yukuan's eyes sparkled with joy. They had heard that working as temporary staff at Blood Moon restaurant was highly dangerous. If they were ordinary waitstaff, they would have to face the temperamental, brutal, bloodthirsty strange customers. One mistake could lead to severed limbs, or worse, being eaten as a snack. But assisting that butcher chef, while it sounded scary, meant they only had to deal with one strange character. The danger was definitely much lower. This was truly a stroke of good luck. The two quickly expressed their gratitude. At that moment, Li Shuyan suddenly pointed at Ruan Xinglua, who was still standing there holding the black and gold card, and yelled, Manager. I want to report. She wore a malicious smile, her voice filled with schadenfreude. This person. This Huaxia human. She dared to forge a membership card for Blood Moon restaurant. Sanjing Yukuan immediately chimed in sharply, that's right. Manager. I can testify. The color of the card in her hand is so odd, it must be forged. The other matchmakers looked at Ruan Xinglua with eyes full of delight at her misfortune, eager to see her fail. Only a matchmaker from the oil country named Mia had a fleeting look of unnoticeable pity in her eyes. This Huaxia girl was truly unfortunate. Not only did her strange husband lack strength, he gave her a fake card to toy with her. In the Huaxia live broadcast room, silence had fallen, all the viewers' hearts sank to the bottom. It's over, it's over. Ruan Xinglua is definitely doomed this time. Being publicly reported for forging an S-level membership card is a serious crime in the strange world. Could it be that our Huaxia is really going to suffer 10 consecutive defeats? That Zhou Yan. Such a scammer. Why did he give Ruan Xinglua a fake card? Isn't that harming others? I thought he was a good weird, but turns out he's also a fraud. The audiences from Sakura Country and Stick Country gloat in delight. Ha ha ha. The Huaxia people are dumbfounded. This is the outcome of believing in a ghost-level waste. Just wait and see how Ruan Xinglua gets torn apart by the manager of Blood Moon restaurant. 10 consecutive defeats are a sure thing. Huaxia is finished. Inside Blood Moon restaurant, the strange manager's eyes flashed with a strong blood red light upon hearing Li Shuyan and Awa Yuko's report. Oh, Forging a membership card? His hoarse voice carried a hint of playfulness and cruelty. Who has the guts to be wild on the territory of my Blood Moon restaurant? His gaze followed the direction pointed by Li Shuyan, landing on Wan Xinglua and the black and gold card she stubbornly raised. At the moment he recognized the card, the strange manager's deeply set pupils suddenly contracted. This isn't. Isn't this the legendary Supreme Black Gold card, personally made by the boss and gifted to an unspeakable terrifying existence? He clearly remembered the time when that big shot visited their Blood Moon restaurant, and the entire restaurant's senior staff were trembling, not daring to even breathe. And this black gold card was crafted by the boss using countless rare materials to express the highest respect. The strange manager nearly stepped forward instinctively, a pure weird aura emanating from the membership card, the same source as their restaurant's boss. No mistake. This is definitely real. He repressed the shock in his heart, his voice trembling slightly as he asked Wan Xinglua, "This, lady, may I ask where you got this membership card?" Seeing his unusual expression, Wan Xinglua felt a bit nervous but still mustered her courage to say, "Manager, this card is definitely not fake. It was given to me by my husband. My husband would never deceive me." Husband? The strange manager shook violently at her words, his mind instantly creating a storm. Could it be? Could it be that this seemingly ordinary human girl is the wife of the terrifying existence that even the boss must treat with utmost respect? This thought flashed through the strange manager's mind. "Madam, please wait a moment," the strange manager decisively declared, his tone suddenly turning respectful. He even ignored the dumbfounded Li Shuyan and Awayuko, as well as other matchmakers, and rushed into the depths of the restaurant at such speed that he almost left an afterimage behind. Li Shuyan and Awayuko looked at the manager's hurried departure and not only didn't realize the seriousness of the situation, but instead felt even more smug. "Humph. Just wait, Huaxia woman." Awayuko sneered, "The manager is definitely going to report your crime to the boss. Just wait to be torn apart." Li Shuyan echoed, "That's right. By then, I want to see how your ghost husband saves you." The Huaxia livestream audience was now completely engulfed in despair. It's over. The manager has gone to find the boss. This is really hopeless. Are we in Huaxia doomed to 10 consecutive defeats? Heaven wants to destroy Huaxia. The audiences from Sakura Country and Stick Country were in high spirits. Ha ha ha. The Huaxia matchmaker is totally finished. Unlike our Miss Awayuko, who got a good job in the kitchen right away. This is a true winner. Huaxia, prepare to accept the punishment of declining national fortune. Chapter 10, Supreme Black Gold Card? Blood Moon Restaurant, Boss's Office. A burly man, rugged in appearance, with two dark red curved horns on his forehead, was sprawled out on a giant chair made of countless bones, deep in sleep. This man was the owner of Blood Moon Restaurant, Li Xiao. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as the office door was kicked open, and the restaurant manager came tumbling in, rolling over himself. Li Xiao was startled awake, and his eyes erupted with a terrifying light, a suffocating airy air pressed down on the restaurant manager. "You useless fool! Didn't I tell you? Unless it's a huge deal, do not disturb my sleep. Are you tired of living? Do you want to become a bloody corpse sushi?" The restaurant manager was nearly brought to his knees by the terrifying aura, cold sweat pouring down his face, as he crawled and pleaded, "Boss, please spare me. It's the Black Gold membership card. Someone came holding that Supreme Black Gold membership card. And she said that card was given to her by her husband." Li Xiao, who was previously bursting with anger, suddenly withdrew his terrifying aura upon hearing the words Black Gold membership card, and he sprang up from the bone throne like a coiled spring. "What? Say that again. Are you sure it's that Black Gold card?" His voice became sharp with excitement. The restaurant manager nodded vigorously, "I'm sure. I'm absolutely sure. That card even has your ghostly aura mark on it." Hearing this, Li Xiao's expression did a complete 180-degree turn. The earlier rage and fierceness vanished without a trace, replaced by an almost fanatical excitement and flattery. "Hurry! Hurry up! What are you waiting for? Quickly take me to meet that noble person." "Yes, boss." Soon, led by the Eerie manager, Li Xiao arrived at the restaurant's main hall. At a glance, he saw Wan Xinglua holding the Black Gold membership card in the crowd, and on that card was the ghostly mark that exclusively belonged to him. No mistake about it. It was definitely the Supreme Black Gold card he personally handed out back in the day. A rush of indescribable joy and excitement surged within Li Xiao, and his gaze toward Wan Xinglua became immensely eager. Wan Xinglua felt nervous under his burning gaze, instinctively tightening her grip on the membership card. At this moment, Li Shuyan, seeing the restaurant owner finally appear, immediately jumped out, pointing at Wan Xinglua and shouted, "Boss! You've come at the perfect time. It's this woman. She actually dared to forge a membership card for Blood Moon Restaurant. You must severely punish her, for the sake of us true members. She silently rejoiced, thinking that with her reporting, maybe the restaurant owner would reward her with something good for his happiness. Ao Yukong quickly fanned the flames. Yes, yes, boss. Such behavior that openly provokes the dignity of Blood Moon Restaurant must not be tolerated. You must punish her severely. Li Xiao, hearing this, suddenly withdrew the eager smile from his face, his gaze turning icy toward the noisy Li Shuyan and Ao Yukong. These two fools dared to say the supreme black gold card he handed out was fake? It was simply a slap in his face. At this moment, the Eerie manager quickly walked up to Li Xiao, lowered his voice, and rapidly explained the situation, especially highlighting Ruan Xingluo's statement, "This was given to me by my husband." After listening, Li Xiao's anger surged up instantly. These two idiots not only slandered the supreme black gold card as fake but also dared to publicly make things difficult for that terrifying being's wife? This was a crime deserving of death. Unforgivable. However, when his gaze fell back onto Ruan Xingluo's clear and pure eyes, the killing intent in the heart was forcefully suppressed. Looking at the appearance of this human, he was probably the kind-hearted type who couldn't stand bloodshed. If he directly tore these two fools apart in front of her, it would surely frighten her. If he angered that big shot, he wouldn't be able to handle the consequences. Thinking of this, Li Xiao discreetly signaled the restaurant manager next to him with his eyes, ordering in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Since these two know no bounds and love to show off, let them go to the third floor to serve those esteemed guests well." Upon hearing this, the restaurant manager immediately understood. A hint of cruel amusement flashed in his eyes. He turned around and coldly sneered at Li Shuyan and Aoki Yuhang, who were still full of expectations. "The boss has commanded that, due to your excellent performance, you are both specially permitted to serve as exclusive waitstaff on the third floor." The proud smiles on Li Shuyan and Aoki Yuhang's faces froze instantly, replaced by endless fear and disbelief. The third floor? They were well aware that the third floor of Blood Moon Restaurant was a real den of tigers and dragons. The guests there were all esteemed patrons of the Blood Restaurant, all unpredictable beings. Being a waiter on the third floor, let alone completing the task, just keeping their small lives would be considered good luck from their ancestors. Why is this happening? After the restaurant owner arrived, why did this strange manager's attitude suddenly change 180 degrees? "Why, oh esteemed manager?" Li Shuyan asked, her voice trembling, unable to understand. "Exactly." Aoki Yuhang also mustered her courage to question, "We are members of this restaurant. Moreover, we helped your restaurant expose someone forging membership cards. Shouldn't we be rewarded? Why send us to such a dangerous place on the third floor?" The restaurant manager looked at the two foolish girls who were still oblivious to their imminent doom, and the last shred of patience on his face vanished. It seemed he had been too kind to them, leading them to think they were of some importance. He snorted coldly, and a chilling, powerful aura suddenly erupted from his body, instantly engulfing the entire hall. "The card in that lady's hand is our Blood Moon Restaurant's unique Supreme Black Gold card. Whether it is real or fake is not for you two ants to comment on. You dare to slander our Blood Moon Restaurant's most respected Black Gold members. You are simply courting death." Before the words fell, a flash of red light appeared in the restaurant manager's eyes. Two black tentacles formed from the Eerie energy shot out suddenly, immediately wrapping around Li Shuyan and Aoki Yuhang's waists, dragging them forcefully towards the stairway to the third floor. "Ah! No! We were wrong. Esteemed manager, spare our lives." The two screamed tragically, their faces filled with horror and regret. "Is it really a real card? But when did the Blood Moon Restaurant ever have such a high-level membership card?" They were unwilling. They were not reconciled. But at this moment, faced with overwhelming power, they didn't even dare to harbor a single thought of resistance. Earlier, they had been so furious that they dared to confront a powerful being far stronger than they imagined in public. Now it was too late for regrets. Chapter 11, Deputy Store Manager? In the eye of the storm. In the hall, other matchmakers looked at this dramatic scene, all stunned with their mouths agape. They never expected that the card in Ruan Xingluo's hand was real. And judging by the respectful attitude of the restaurant owner and manager, the significance of this card was likely much greater than they had imagined. But that strange husband of the Chinese matchmaker was just a ghost-level oddity living on the first floor of the happy community, right? How could he possibly possess such a precious and powerful membership card? Could it be that they all misjudged him? Mia from the oil-rich country. A deep curiosity shimmered in those profound eyes. It seems that this peculiar husband of the matchmaking lady named Ruan Xingluo is far more complex than he appears. Ruan Xingluo looked at Li Shuyan and Song Jing Yuhang, who were being dragged away and still screaming, feeling somewhat confused but incredibly happy inside. She knew it. She knew her husband would never deceive her. She turned her head and gave a radiant smile to the seemingly formidable restaurant owner in front of her. Li Xiao noticed and showed a respectful smile on his face. "Esteemed lady, hello. I am Li Xiao, the owner of Blood Moon Restaurant. Please guide me." He slightly bowed, his posture extremely humble. Ruan Xinglua quickly waved her hand and said, "Hello, boss. My name is Ruan Xinglua, you are too polite." Li Xiao's smile became even more dazzling. "Ms. Ruan Xinglua, I wonder if you would be interested in dining in our VIP room on the third floor? I will have our most exquisite signature dishes prepared, guaranteed to satisfy you." Upon hearing this, Ruan Xinglua felt a bit shy and scratched her head, softly saying, Boss, I don't have any strange currency on me, so I'm afraid I can't afford it." She paused, feeling a bit embarrassed, and added, "Actually, I came to apply for a temp job to earn some strange currency to help at home." Li Xiao was slightly stunned, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Could it be that this lady does not know her husband's true identity? Could it be they are playing some kind of ordinary strange little game between those two adults? It must be. Li Xiao believed he had guessed the truth, and his smile became even more amiable, his tone even warmer. "Ah. I see. Ms. Ruan Xinglua is really hard-working." His eyes flickered, and with bright voice, he said, "To be honest, we are just lacking a capable deputy manager at Blood Moon Restaurant. I see that Ms. Ruan Xinglua has extraordinary grace and speaks appropriately. You are very suitable for this position. Why not come and be our deputy manager? Salary and benefits can be discussed." As soon as Li Xiao said this, the entire lobby of Blood Moon Restaurant seemed to have been hit by a deep water bomb. Ruan Xinglua was stunned, blinking her bright eyes repeatedly, clearly not comprehending. Deputy manager," she stammered, repeating somewhat confusedly. "Wow. Deputy manager? What a meteoric rise. I love this plot. Ruan School Beauty is awesome. Zhou Yan Great Figure is awesome. Ha, I knew the card from Zhou Yan Great Figure was not simple. Now those who look down on others must be feeling bruised." In the Huaxia Live broadcast room, the bullet comments erupted like a volcano, with countless viewers excitedly shouting, as the gloom of 9 consecutive losses seemed to be torn open at this moment. In stark contrast was the live broadcast rooms of Cherry Blossom Country and Stick Country. Baka. Why? That Huaxia woman has no right to be the deputy manager? This is unfair. Shiba. It must be cheating. How could a ghost's wife be valued so highly by the owner of an S-level instance? Black curtain. Undoubtedly a black curtain. We need to report this. Jealousy and anger filled the comments to bursting point, but unfortunately, no matter what they did, they could not change the current facts. "B-boss, I can't do it." Ruan Xinglua came to her senses, her small face paled a bit as she quickly waved her hands. "I can't do anything, I just want to earn some strange currency to help at home." She felt very flustered inside. This deputy manager position did not sound like a good job, especially in such a spooky place. Li Xiao, however, responded with even greater warmth on his face, carrying a hint of undeniable determination. "Ms. Ruan, you are too modest." He waved his big hand, and a pitch-black badge appeared in his palm, carved with blood-red crescent edges and surrounded by intricate black-gold patterns in the center. The badge emitted a chilling strange aura. At first glance, it was clearly not an ordinary item. "This Heart of Blood Moon Deputy Manager badge now belongs to you from today," Li Xiao said without hesitation, directly shoving the badge into Ruan Xinglua's hand. "Your job is very simple, just to patrol the restaurant, ensuring all our customers are satisfied, especially those esteemed guests on the third floor." When mentioning the esteemed guests on the third floor, Li Xiao's voice involuntarily dropped a few notches, and a flicker of unacknowledged apprehension crossed his eyes. "Deputy Manager Ruan, you may not know, but the guests on the third floor, their identities are extremely noble, but their tempers, well, are somewhat strange. If there is anything they are dissatisfied with, the consequences are unimaginable," he spoke with a hint of implication. In the lobby, several other nervous matchmakers waiting for task assignments, including that wealthy oil country heiress Mia, were all stunned, watching this scene. They couldn't fathom why this seemingly ordinary, even somewhat timid Chinese girl could earn such favor from the owner of Blood Moon Restaurant. Mia's deep-set eyes sparkled with curiosity, and she fixed her gaze on Ruan Xinglua, as if trying to uncover some hidden secret within her. Li Xiao seemed completely unaware of the unusual reactions of others. He casually assigned some low-level tasks to the remaining matchmakers. Although these tasks had little profit, they were also relatively safe and unlikely to cause trouble. Only Ruan Xinglua, this deputy manager, seemed so out of place and yet so eye-catching. Ruan Xinglua held the icy badge, feeling like she was gripping a scalding hot potato, her heart racing. She was very clear, this was definitely not a pleasant job. "Deputy Manager Ruan, please follow me." The restaurant manager, who previously had doubts about her, now wore a face full of respectful smiles. He even showed a hint of flattery, personally leading Ruan Xinglua toward a special passage that was vastly different from the other stairways. The stairway entrance was deep and dark, permeated with a bloody stench many times stronger than the lobby, along with a terrifying and eerie aura that could stop one's heart. My goodness! The aura from the third floor is too frightening. It feels like Ruan Xuehua has been pushed to the forefront of a storm. Is this deputy manager going to be cannon fodder? Is that Boss Joe watching the live stream? Quickly think of a way. Chapter 12, You Are, the New Deputy Manager? The hearts of the Chinese audience rose to their throats, the previous excitement faded considerably due to this sudden change. Ruan Xinglua stood at the stairway entrance, clearly feeling the biting cold coming from above. She took a deep breath, the badge of Heart of Blood Moon at her chest emitted a barely noticeable warmth, calming her chaotic emotions slightly. My husband shouldn't harm me, she silently encouraged herself. She knew she had no way to retreat. For the fate of China, to earn the mysterious coins, and for not to let Zhou Yan's expectations down. She gritted her teeth, lifted her trembling leg, and resolutely stepped onto the first step leading to the unknown and danger on the third floor. At the moment her toe touched down. Whoosh! A chilling eerie wind suddenly swept down from the stairway above, blowing her long hair wildly, her clothes fluttering. Amidst the wind, there mingled faint, chilling sounds of chewing, and several suppressed, intermittent, piercing screams. Ruan Xinglua endured the uncomfortable sensation of her scalp prickling, taking one step after another, finally stepping onto the third floor's ground. Unlike the luxurious yet weird ambience of the first floor lobby, the lighting on the third floor was much dimmer, the air thick with the scent of blood and decay, nearly palpable and nauseating. On either side of the corridor were huge, tightly shut private room doors, made of a material that was neither metal nor wood. The gap in the door faintly revealed all kinds of ominous light, as if behind every door lurked terrifying monsters that would devour the unwary. Here, it was terrifyingly quiet, with only her own heartbeat thumping in her ears. Be careful, streamer. This place feels 100 times scarier than the first floor. Is this really the true face of an S-level instance? It's so frightening. What kind of membership card did Master Joe give to the flower of the academy, Ruan? That shop manager badge doesn't look simple at all. The hearts of the Huaxiao audience were in their throats, and they clenched their fists for Ruan Xinglua. Just as Ruan Xinglua nervously observed her surroundings, preparing to begin her so-called patrol. Creak bang. In an instant, the nearest private room door on her left suddenly burst open. Following that, a rotten tentacle covered in disgusting sores, dripping with yellow-green slime, lunged at Ruan Xinglua like a predatory snake. Ah! Ruan Xinglua was so frightened that her soul almost flew away, and a sharp scream escaped her lips as she instinctively shut her eyes tightly. Be careful! It's over, it's over! The live stream's comments were instantly drowned in terror. However, the expected pain and feeling of being dragged did not come. Instead, the surroundings fell into a bizarre silence. Ruan Xinglua trembled, her long eyelashes fluttering as she secretly opened a slit in her eyes. In the next second, she froze in place. That horrifying rotten tentacle actually stopped just a few centimeters from her, shaking slightly as if trapped by an invisible force. The sores at the tip of the tentacle, bubbling continuously, were almost touching her nose. She stiffly turned her eyes to follow the tentacle. At the entrance of the private room stood a huge, bizarre figure as large as a mountain. This bizarre creature was made up of countless chunks of rotten and stinking flesh, covered in maggots and sores, exuding a suffocating stench. It was the peak-level corrupted flesh monster mentioned in previous materials. At this moment, the murky single eye of the corrupted flesh monster was fixated on the blood moon heart on Ruan Xinglua's chest, filled with suspicion and uncertainty. Especially the delicate, complex black gold patterns on the edge of the badge radiated a deep-seated fear from the depths of its soul. You are, the new vice shop manager, the corrupted flesh monster said in a deep, booming voice with a hint of wariness and respect that it itself did not even notice. Ruan Xinglua's mind went blank, but survival instinct made her instinctively nod, her face pale, unable to speak. At that moment, a hoarse, piercing voice from inside the private room came, Old Zhang. What's going on? Stop dawdling. Why haven't you brought the snacks in yet? That voice was filled with rage. Upon hearing this, the huge body of the corrupted flesh monster trembled violently, quickly retracting the tentacle that was almost touching Ruan Xinglua's face. It forced a smile on its face made up of countless flesh lumps, looking more pitiful than a cry, and kept nodding and bowing to Ruan Xinglua, Vice Shop Manager. You please go on, I'm just a bit confused, wrong person. He. After saying this, its massive body disappeared into the private room like it had seen a ghost, the heavy private room door slamming shut, as if fearing that Ruan Xinglua would chase after it. Ruan Xinglua. Huaxia Live Room. Is that it? What did I just see? The peak-level corrupted flesh monster, back down? It must be that badge. That black gold pattern. It's definitely Master Zhou's mark. Master Zhou is terrifying. Just one badge scared away a peak-level monster? So satisfying. So satisfying. This slap to the face was loud. Although Ruan Xinglua was still shaken and her limbs felt weak, she vaguely sensed. This badge on her chest given by Li Xiao seemed very unusual. At least, it was much more useful than she had imagined. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, and continued to walk forward, starting her inspection work. The scenes that followed opened the eyes of Wan Xinglua and all those watching the live stream. The strangeness on the third floor was indeed as Li Xiao said, every one of them fierce and terrifying, with a presence that was at least at the level of resentment. Some were engulfed in a ghastly green ghost fire, while others let out piercing, wailing screams. But without exception, when these terrifying beings, who usually reigned on the third floor of the Blood Moon restaurant, saw the badge of the deputy store manager shining with blood red and black gold on Wan Xinglua's chest, they all behaved like mice encountering a cat. One second they were brandishing their claws, the next they instantly retracted all their fierceness, and some even revealed flattering smiles to Wan Xinglua, smiles so ugly that they made Wan Xinglua's skin crawl. Ha ha ha. So funny. These weirdos change faces way too quickly. Is this the authority of the deputy store manager? Love it. Ruan school beauty, I didn't want this either, but my husband gives too much. Ruan Xinglua smoothly walked past one ominous private room after another. Just when she was about to reach the end of the corridor, her gaze was attracted by a room completely blood-red, with a ghastly word prominently inscribed on the door. This private room exuded a more oppressive and dangerous aura than the others. Just as Ruan Xinglua hesitated whether to get closer, suddenly, bang! A loud crash sounded from inside, followed by a furious roar from a man. Ungrateful thing! How dare you! Come, ghost! Drag this cheap woman out to feed the dogs. No! Please spare me. I was wrong. I really was wrong. Accompanying the roar was a woman's terrified cry and pleas. Ruan Xinglua's heart tightened sharply. Why did this woman's cry sound so familiar? That familiar shout pierced Ruan Xinglua's heart like a needle. She hesitated for a moment, gritted her teeth, and pushed open the door of the blood-red private room, which had a ghastly word carved into it. Creak. The harsh sound of the door opening rang out. The sight inside made Ruan Xinglua gasp in shock. The private room was luxuriously adorned but filled with a nauseating stench of blood. A man dressed in elaborate, luxurious blood-red noble attire, yet with a face like a dried-up corpse, eye sockets sunken and gleaming with a scarlet ghostly light, was gripping a woman's neck with one hand, lifting her off the ground. This man was the infamous Blood Duke of the place, with strength reaching the mid-level of the evil spirit tier. The woman he was choking, her feet off the ground and struggling desperately, was none other than the previously arrogant contestant from South Korea, Li Shuyan. At this moment, there was no trace left of Li Shuyan's previous arrogance. Her clothing was now tattered and covered in blood, with her desperate and terrified eyes filled with endless despair, on the verge of suffocation. On the other side of the private room, Aoi Yuko from Sakura country was in an even more tragic state. She was kneeling next to a puddle of foul-smelling liquid, trembling as she served another more twisted and terrifying figure, covered in bone spurs, with her face filled with humiliation and tears, not daring to make a sound. The Blood Duke seemed surprised that someone dared to intrude into his private room. He slowly turned his skeletal-like face, his sunken eye sockets flashed with fierce light, and a terrifying pressure immediately spread out. But when his gaze fell on the blood-red heart on Ruan Xinglua's chest and the restaurant manager who followed her with a respectful expression, the anger that was about to burst out was forcibly restrained a bit. The new deputy manager? Blood Duke's hoarse voice carried a hint of displeasure at being disturbed. What brings you here? Do you want to plead for these two lowly humans who have offended me? The restaurant manager had always followed Ruan Xinglua, supposedly for protection, but in reality, it was a form of surveillance, making it convenient to convey the boss Li Zhao's intentions at critical moments. Ruan Xinglua saw Li Shuyan's face turning purple from lack of oxygen and the almost extinguished light of life in her eyes, and her heart suddenly tightened. Although this woman had mocked her endlessly before, watching her being tortured to death was something Ruan Xinglua could not bear. Taking a deep breath, she summoned her greatest courage and faced Blood Duke's cold, biting gaze. This noble lord, her voice trembled slightly, but she insisted on speaking, they are my colleagues. If they have offended you in any way, I sincerely apologize on their behalf. It's just, today is our first day working here. They might not understand the rules, so I kindly ask you, noble lord, to show mercy. She quickly stole a glance at the restaurant manager behind her. The restaurant manager subtly gave her an extremely discreet look, his gaze slightly downward, indicating her pocket. Pocket? Ruan Xinglua's heart stirred, an idea came to her. She suddenly remembered that before, Zhou Yan had casually given her a few shiny candies, saying they were for her to eat when bored. She had thought they were ordinary candies and had carelessly placed them in her pocket. At this moment, without further thought, she quickly pulled one out of her pocket. The candy felt cool to the touch, displaying a peculiar blood-red color and emitting a faint sweet scent. Yet, upon careful sensing, one could detect a weak but immensely pure Eerie energy within. What kind of candy is this? It was clearly some kind of Eerie object refined from rare materials. This is a small token of my respect. Ruan Xinglua gathered her courage, extending the blood condensation candy towards Blood Duke with a very low posture. I hope you will calm your anger. Blood Duke's initially sullen gaze landed on the blood condensation candy in Wan Xingluo's hand, first flashing a trace of disdain. A mere human snack dares to be offered to him? But when he truly perceived the eerie energy emanating from the blood condensation candy, a hint of astonishment first appeared on his skeletal face. Although the eerie energy contained in this candy was weak, its purity was surprisingly higher than many heavenly materials he had encountered. This level of pure eerie energy was also a rare supplement for an entity of his level. He looked deeply at Wan Xingluo again and briefly glanced at the black gold badge on her chest that was constantly emanating a faint pressure. This newly arrived deputy manager, her background might be more unfathomable than he had imagined. Humph. Blood Duke snorted coldly and finally loosened his grip on Li Shuyan's neck. Thud. Li Shuyan collapsed to the ground like a heap of mud, coughing violently, gasping for fresh air, her eyes filled with the relief of having survived and a complicated emotion that was hard to describe. There was gratitude, shame, and a hint of jealousy. For the sake of the deputy manager and this candy bean, I shall spare them this time. Blood Duke took the blood condensation candy, his tone softened considerably. If there's a next time, I will not be lenient. Thank you, noble lord. Thank you, noble lord. Wan Xingluo bowed in gratitude, the heavy stone in her heart finally falling. Ding! The matchmaking task time is about to end. At that moment, the cold system prompt echoed in the minds of all matchmakers simultaneously. At almost the same time, the restaurant manager walked up to Wan Xingluo with a beaming smile. Deputy Manager Wan, the boss is very pleased with your work today. You not only handled the complaint from the esteemed guests on the third floor properly but also made several guests happy with your presence. The boss specially instructed to reward you with an extra 50 strange coins. 50 strange coins. This is 5 times beyond the task requirement of 10 strange coins. Wow. 50 coins. I'm rich. Ha ha ha. I knew Wan the campus Belle would succeed. This move deserves full marks. Not only saved someone but also got an extra reward. The Huaxia live broadcast room was boiling. And there was even more surprise waiting for them. Congratulations to Huaxia for a significant increase in national fortune. The Sakura country's national fortune is greatly declining. The Stick country's national fortune is greatly declining. 3 consecutive system prompts sounded like thunder in the ears of global viewers. Chapter 14. A new marriage task has arrived. Buzz. After a slight spatial fluctuation, Wan Xingluo returned to Happy Community Room 101, carrying 50 heavy strange coins and a sense of indescribable fatigue. Familiar furnishings, soft lighting, and the figure on the sofa that made her feel immensely at ease. Zhou Yan was leisurely leaning on the sofa watching television, the screen displaying a popular comedy show from the strange world, occasionally bursting into light laughter. Hearing the noise, he turned his head, saw the slightly disheveled Wan Xingluo at the door, and a gentle smile appeared on his handsome face. Back already? He stood up, his voice warm as jade. Are you hungry? I saved you some late-night snack. At the moment she saw Zhou Yan, all of Wan Xingluo's tension, fear, and fatigue seemed to be washed away in an instant by a warm current. She couldn't hold it any longer and leapt into Zhou Yan's warm and sturdy embrace like a returning fledgling. Hubby. Zhou Yan was slightly taken aback, but then gently embraced her, softly patting her back with his palm. What's wrong? Did you suffer? Wan Xingluo buried her head in his chest, shaking her head gloomily, then, as if presenting a treasure, she shared her experiences at the Blood Moon restaurant, omitting the more terrifying details and her near-miss danger, focusing on how impressive that black gold badge was and how she cleverly earned a full 50 strange coins, spilling it all out to Zhou Yan. Hubby, the badge you gave me was so useful. And that candy helped a lot too. She looked up with sparkling eyes, filled with admiration for him. Zhou Yan listened and only smiled indulgently, reaching out his long fingers to gently scratch her cute little nose. Our Xingluo is really capable. His tone carried obvious pride. He took the heavy bag of strange coins that Wan Xingluo handed him, not glancing at it, and casually tossed it into a seemingly ordinary ceramic piggy bank in the corner of the living room, which even had some paint peeling off. That action seemed to convey that what he tossed in were not precious strange coins that countless strange beings and humans would fight over, but just a few ordinary 1 yuan coins. 50 strange coins. Zhou Yan just tossed them into a piggy bank? That piggy bank, couldn't it be some sort of spatial artifact? I don't understand the world of the big boss, but I'm deeply shocked. This is truly the mindset of looking at money as dirt. So cool. The Huaxia live broadcast audience was once again amazed by Zhou Yan's casual act. Meanwhile, in Huaxia, due to Wan Xingluo's outstanding completion of the marriage task and the satisfaction of numerous esteemed guests at the Blood Moon restaurant, the national fortune once again skyrocketed like a rocket. In an instant, auspicious signs appeared, and purple qi arrived from the east. Several long-standing stubborn ailments in various regions of the country inexplicably disappeared at the same time. Some technological bottlenecks that troubled Chinese scientists for decades have faintly shown signs of loosening and breakthrough. The entire China is immersed in unbelievable ecstasy and excitement. In stark contrast are the Sakura Nation and the Stick Nation. The moment Yuan Xinglua completed her mission, disasters and calamities hit both countries one after another. The coastal areas of the Sakura Nation were struck by an unprecedented super tsunami, several cities were flooded, suffering heavy losses. Meanwhile, the Stick Nation experienced a large-scale invasion by bizarre creatures, which, although quickly suppressed, still caused great casualties and panic. Within both countries, the people's grievances were rampant, and their dissatisfaction with each other's matchmakers reached a peak. For a moment, the eyes of the world were focused on China, on this mysterious matchmaker Yuan Xinglua, and her seemingly ordinary, even considered a ghost-level strange husband. Countless countries' intelligence agencies frantically gathered information about Zhou Yan, but the results were all fruitless. This man was like a mystery. Inside Happy Community Room 101, the warm daily life did not last long. Just as Yuan Xinglua had finished her wash and was ready to enjoy the heartfelt midnight snack Zhou Yan had prepared for her, the cold system notification sound unexpectedly echoed in her and all Blue Star viewers' minds once again. A new matchmaking task has arrived. Please, all matchmakers, prepare yourselves. Task content: please go to Nanshan Lunatic Asylum to serve as a temporary caregiver for a week. Task goal: ensure at least one patient emotionally stable survives until the end of the task. Notice, the danger level of this instance is a plus level. Boom! When seeing the words Nanshan Lunatic Asylum and A+ level danger, the entire National Fortune live broadcast room instantly exploded with wails. Nanshan Lunatic Asylum? I did not mishear? That cursed place dares to go there? It's over, it's over. This place is 1,000 times scarier than being a ground floor waiter at Blood Moon Restaurant. I heard that the patients and doctors inside are all real madmen and terrifying perverts. A+ level instance. This is simply a place where newcomers can't survive. Is the system malfunctioning? This task difficulty is too outrageous. Yuan Xinglua's hand holding the bowl suddenly shook, nearly spilling the soup inside. Her face turned pale as paper, devoid of blood in an instant. Nanshan Lunatic Asylum. Just hearing this name sends chills down one's spine and makes one's scalp tingle. That cold system notification sound was like a life-threatening incantation, lingering in Yuan Xinglua's mind for a long time. Nanshan Lunatic Asylum A+ level danger. She had not yet had time to draw enough strength from Zhou Yan's tenderness when, in the next moment, the familiar dizzying sensation hit her. When her vision cleared again, Yuan Xinglua found herself standing in front of a massive building exuding an ominous aura, alongside 9 other matchmakers from different countries. This is Nanshan Lunatic Asylum. The entire asylum was shrouded in a thick, eerie fog, making it impossible to see its full appearance. The strong smell of formalin mixed with the nauseating stench of decay constantly wafted from deep within the asylum, irritating everyone's sense of smell. From time to time, piercing screams and unsettling insane laughter could be heard coming from the thick fog, sending shivers down one's spine. Except for a few, most matchmakers now looked ashen, their eyes filled with despair. This task, just from the beginning, was far more terrifying than Blood Moon Restaurant. Among the crowd, one unusually hot-bodied young woman stood out with her golden hair and blue eyes, but her face bore an arrogance and disdain that was at odds with the atmosphere of despair. She was a new matchmaker from the beautiful country, named Jessica. Chapter 15: The Dog Poop Luck of the Chinese Woman. According to rumors, her strange husband was a powerful existence awakened from a forbidden ancient ruin by the beautiful country at unimaginable cost, the Night of Calamity, whose strength had reached the initial stage of ghostly power, and was quite well known in the strange world. Jessica glanced at the pale-faced Yuan Xinglua in the crowd, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of her mouth. Oh? So this is the Chinese woman who got lucky at the Blood Moon Restaurant? Her voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Don't think that with a bit of cleverness and luck you can survive in a place like the South Mountain Asylum. The terror here is not something a weak woman like you, who only hides behind men, can imagine. Hearing this, Yuan Xinglua silently clenched her little fists, not retorting. She knew that saying anything now was useless. At that moment, the heavy iron door of the asylum, rusty and creaking, slowly opened with a squeak. A guiding nurse, with a face as pale as paper, hollow eyes, dressed in a nurse's uniform stained with unknown filth, and exuding a strange aura of late ghostly energy, appeared at the door like a ghost. The new temporary caregivers, follow me. The guiding nurse's voice was hoarse and dry, devoid of any emotion. Everyone braced themselves and followed the guiding nurse into the asylum, which resembled the entrance to hell. Inside the asylum was even darker and more oppressive than they had imagined. Narrow, winding corridors twisted like a maze, with closed sick rooms on either side. Most of the doors of those sick rooms were covered with grotesque scratch marks and strange, unintelligible graffiti. Through the small observation windows on the doors, they occasionally caught glimpses of various forms of twisted, mad patients being held inside. Some were crazily banging their heads against the walls, others were making nonsensical hissing noises, and some were staring at them with pairs of malicious eyes as they passed by the corridor. Remember, no matter what happens, under no circumstances should you make eye contact with any patient. The guiding nurse warned without turning her head, otherwise, you will bear the consequences. The cold words sent a chill through everyone's hearts again. Soon, it was time to assign tasks. Relying on her strange husband, the Knight of Calamity, who was somewhat famous in the strange world, Jessica boldly stepped forward and arrogantly said to the guiding nurse, I want the patient who looks the most normal. My patience is limited, don't cause me trouble. A flicker of emotion seemed to pass through the guiding nurse's hollow eyes, but in the end, she nodded and assigned Jessica to a patient who was isolated in a single room, looking just a bit taciturn. The other several matchmakers with backgrounds or who were willing to bribe with strange coins also chose relatively safe tasks in turn. When it was Ruan Xingluo's turn, the guiding nurse's pale face showed, for the first time, a hard-to-describe expression, seemingly pitying, yet perhaps gloating. You, follow me. Ruan Xingluo's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. No way. This nurse's expression is off. It's over. Ruan the school beauty is definitely going to be targeted. Those damned capitalist countries. Always bullying us Chinese with no one to back us. The live chat in the Chinese stream was instantly filled with worry and anger. In the streams from Sakura Country and the Stick Country, however, there was unabashed glee. Ha ha ha. This Chinese woman is done for. Let her be so arrogant before. It serves her right. Who told her to steal our spotlight? The guiding nurse led Ruan Xingluo through one dark, oppressive corridor after another, eventually arriving at the deepest part of the asylum. The light here was even dimmer. The smell of medicine and decay in the air became even more intense and pungent. The guiding nurse stopped in front of a huge door, made of heavy steel, completely different from other wards, covered in deep claw marks and filled with countless sinister, glowing red symbols. Just standing in front of this door, Ruan Xingluo could feel a terrifying aura that nearly froze her soul seeping through the cracks of the door. When the guiding nurse mentioned this ward, a clear flash of deep, soulful fear appeared in her hollow eyes for the first time. Her voice trembled uncontrollably. He has already eaten 3 temporary workers. Wishing you good luck. After saying this, the guiding nurse couldn't even stay for a second, fleeing like she saw a ghost, her figure quickly disappearing into the dark end of the corridor. The fleeing figure of the guiding nurse drenched Ruan Xingluo from head to toe like a bucket of ice water. Even a strange entity of the late evil spirit was so fearful of this place. What kind of terrifying existence was locked behind that door? Standing in front of that heavy steel door covered with claw marks and ominous symbols, her legs felt as heavy as lead. Run away? Failure in the mission meant the decline of the Huaxia nation, and she herself could suffer unknown punishments. Go in? The guiding nurse's words echoed in her ears. He has already eaten 3 temporary workers. Ruan Xiaohua, don't go in. This is too dangerous. Where is Lord Zhouyan? Lord Zhouyan, please show yourself. It's over, this is a dead end. Is the system aiming to eliminate Huaxia this time? The viewers in the Huaxia livestream felt their hearts sink to the bottom, as despair spread like a plague. Ruan Xingluo took a deep breath, her chest heaving violently due to tension. She knew she had no choice. For Huaxia, not to disappoint Zhouyan. Trembling, she reached out her hand, using all her strength to slowly push open the heavy steel door that weighed over 1,000 pounds. Creak! The ear-splitting sound of metal scraping echoed harshly in the silent corridor. As the door opened a crack, a stronger smell of blood and nauseating decay mixed with a faint, bizarre sweetness rushed toward her. The light in the ward was extremely dim, with only a rickety chandelier hanging precariously from the ceiling, casting a weak and dreary yellow glow. By this faint light, Ruan Xingluo saw in the deepest corner of the ward a small, thin figure dressed in a dirty, torn straitjacket, curled up with its back to the door, softly humming a strange nursery rhyme with unclear lyrics. The singing seemed to carry some kind of magic, causing Ruan Xingluo's scalp to tingle and her heartbeat to quicken uncontrollably. Hello? Ruan Xingluo gathered her courage and tentatively spoke, her voice a bit hoarse from tension. The curled figure in the corner seemed not to hear her, continuing to hum that strange nursery rhyme to itself. Just as Ruan Xingluo hesitated whether to step closer, that small figure suddenly stopped humming. Then, slowly, it lifted its head. Chapter 16, New. Toy. When that face was fully exposed to the dim light, Ruan Xingluo felt a chill rush from her feet to the top of her head, nearly scaring her into fainting on the spot. The face was covered with grotesque, intersecting stitching scars, as if it had been forcefully pieced together from countless scraps of flesh. Even more terrifying, his eyes, one was unusually large, almost taking up half of his face, while the other was tiny, like a pinhole. Both eyes flickered with a heart-pounding, crazy, bloodthirsty crimson glow. The terrifying aura emanating from this patient swept towards Ruan Xingluo like a raging tide. Pinnacle of a vicious ghost. Just the scattered aura was enough to make one feel suffocated, even making it impossible to breathe. He. He opened his mouth wide, revealing a mouth full of dense, sharp teeth like a shark, and even had a broken finger at the corner of his mouth. New toy, he said in a hoarse voice that scratched like sandpaper, tilting his head and eyeing Ruan Xinglua at the door with great interest. In the next second, his small figure approached Ruan Xinglua step by step, like a ghost. Every step felt as if it was stepping on Ruan Xinglua's heart. What the hell is this thing, Ruan School Beauty, run? You must not be caught by this thing. If you are caught, you will die on the spot. It seems Ruan School Beauty is going to kick the bucket this time. This thing looks too fierce. It's not something a human can handle. The thing given by big shot Zhou Yan must also be tough. It's impossible to deal with such a fierce creature. The viewers in the Huaxia live broadcast room had their hearts in their throats, and countless people instinctively closed their eyes, not daring to look any further. Just at this critical moment, when despair descended, a spark suddenly flashed in Ruan Xinglua's mind. She suddenly remembered that before leaving, Zhou Yan seemed to have casually stuffed a folded note into her pocket. At that time, he had also casually said, "This is a note written on the other side of Nanshan, keep it with you, it will be useful." Clearly, this was already the last resort. A dead horse is a live one. Ruan Xinglua, almost instinctively using all her strength to survive, trembled as she reached into her pocket and pulled out that crumpled little note. The note was very ordinary, it was the most common kind of sticky note. On it, in Zhou Yan's familiar, elegant, and powerful handwriting, were a few lines of messy, doodle-like writing. The old director of Nanshan is an old friend of mine. We had a few flower wine drinks together many years ago. He has a useless grandson who recently locked himself in a special care ward out of playfulness. I ask for my dear Xinglua's help to watch over him. Let that disobedient little bunny see the note, and he will obediently come out. At the very bottom of the note, in a few hasty strokes, there was an extremely perfunctory, even somewhat ridiculous smiley face. Ruan Xinglua looked at the content of this note, almost unable to believe her eyes. What is this writing about? Mad ramblings. The old director of Nanshan Psychiatric Hospital is Zhou Yan's old friend? And they drank flower wine together? This terrifying patient at the pinnacle of madness is the old director's grandson? Locked inside out of playfulness? Is this more absurd than the bizarre world itself? But at this moment, the terrifying patient had already approached within half a meter of her, and the strong smell of blood and the sound of drooling were clearly audible. There was no time to hesitate. Ruan Xinglua steeled her heart, closed her eyes, and almost instinctively held that note high, placing it between herself and the terrifying patient. The anticipated biting and excruciating pain did not come. Instead, the surroundings fell into a dead silence. Ruan Xinglua trembled and opened her eyes. She saw that the terrifying patient who had been ready to swallow her whole just a moment ago was now staring at the thin note in her hand with its oddly sized eyes, wide open. The crazed and bloodthirsty smile on his face seemed to have been paused, instantly freezing on his face. Then, his small body began to shake violently like a sieve. The madness and bloodthirsty red light in his eyes flickered like a dying candle in the wind, chaotic and uncertain. Eventually, that crimson glow gradually faded away, replaced by endless, deep-seated fear, and a hint of unbelievable grievance. This is... The patient's voice became sharp and piercing due to extreme fear, even carrying a hint of weeping. Grandpa's handwriting is definitely Grandpa's. No mistake about it. And that devil's smiling face. That terrifying patient at the peak of horror, the grandson of the Nanshan Mental Hospital's director, trapped for special reasons, known as the Little Madman, completely collapsed upon seeing Zhou Yan's perfunctory note and even more perfunctory smiling emoji. Just a second ago, he was fierce and menacing, ready to swallow Ruan Xinglua whole. The next second, he suddenly fell to his knees, grabbing Ruan Xinglua's thigh, letting out earth-shattering cries. Woo woo! Sister! Fairy sister! Save me! Get me out of here! I never want to stay in this hellish place again. Not for even a day. The little madman rubbed his snot and tears all over Ruan Xinglua's pants, crying so hard he could hardly breathe. That big demon king. He's not human. He said, only his chosen person, holding his token, can make Grandpa open the restrictions here and let me out. Sister. You must be sent by the big demon king to save me, right? I beg you. Take me away. Ruan Xinglua? All the viewers in the Huaxia livestream? Wow. What the hell is this divine reversal? The terrifying little madman at the peak of horror is hugging Ruan Xiu's thigh and begging to be taken away? Am I dreaming? Big Demon King? Is he referring to Boss Zhou Yan? What exactly is Boss Zhou Yan's identity? The old director of Nanshan is a past friend of Zhou Yan, the little madman is the director's grandson, and now Zhou Yan's note can make him cry out loud. The amount of information is overwhelming. So, Boss Zhou Yan is not a wandering soul at all. He's truly the big boss. In an instant, the entire livestream room erupted in excitement due to this shocking twist. At this moment, Zhou Yan's identity became even more mysterious and intriguing. Ruan Xinglua looked down at the little madman, clinging to her thigh and crying like a 300-pound child, still in shock. The old friend Zhou Yan spoke of turned out to really be the director of Nanshan Mental Hospital? This terrifying patient who could scare away even the guiding nurse is truly the director's grandson? Chapter 17, Truly Delicious. And Zhou Yan, merely with a casually drawn note, could scare such a peak horror figure like this, even being called the Big Demon King? This is simply more magical than all the strange events she has experienced combined. In order to get Ruan Xinglua to save him, the little madman's next performance could only be described as model patient. Not only did he actively request to keep emotions stable, but he also eagerly helped Ruan Xinglua clean the room filled with blood and unknown debris. While cleaning, he excitedly shared many amusing stories about Nanshan Mental Hospital with Ruan Xinglua. Sister, let me tell you, the last temporary male nurse was a creepy guy who wanted to steal the director's treasure. He was caught by the head nurse and turned into a human skin lantern, now hanging in the third-floor corridor. And the female nurse before him tried to seduce me. Heh, I took out her insides and filled them with glass beads. Looked great. Ruan Xinglua's face turned pale as she listened, cold sweat dripping down, but the little madman spoke with such enthusiasm, occasionally looking at her expectantly. Sister, fun, right? Ruan Xinglua could only force out a smile that looked worse than crying, nodding repeatedly. Thus, Ruan Xinglua's marriage task: ensure at least one patient keeps their emotions stable until the task ends. When she had not yet figured out the situation, in an extremely absurd way, it became simple beyond belief, even to say, easy and enjoyable? At the same time, in the other wards of South Mountain Lunatic Asylum, the remaining suitors were struggling in deep waters, facing dire dangers. Especially that Jessica from the beautiful country. Relying on her strange husband, the Knight of Calamity, she had chosen the one who seemed silent and the most normal, but now he had revealed his vicious fangs. That was by no means a normal patient, but a soul-devouring fiend, skilled at disguise and relishing the absorption of other strange souls. Its power had reached the early stage of the fiend. At this moment, the soul-devouring fiend was backing Jessica into a corner step by step, wearing a cruel smile on its face, its scarlet tongue licking its lips. Little beauty, your soul smells so good. Jessica's proud figure and beauty seemed so pale and powerless in the face of absolute terror. Just as Ruan Xinglua was listening to the little madman recounting the bloody tale, feeling her worldview was about to be reshaped. Creak. The heavy steel ward door was slowly pushed open from the outside again. An old fiend, propped up by a primitive cane made of an unknown beast's bone, slightly hunched but with eyes as deep as a dark ancient well, shining with wisdom and the glow of age, appeared silently at the ward door. The aura he emitted was undoubtedly that of the mid-stage fiend. It was the director of South Mountain Lunatic Asylum. The director first glanced at the little madman squatting obediently by Ruan Xinglua's feet, massaging her legs, a complexity flashing in his eyes. Then, he focused his gaze on the bewildered Ruan Xinglua standing there. Finally, his gaze fell on the note held carefully in Ruan Xinglua's hand, adorned with a comical smiling face. Gazing for a long time, the old director's wrinkled face revealed a bitter yet relieved expression, and he let out a long sigh. He, ultimately sent someone. The director of South Mountain Lunatic Asylum Mo Yuan, with eyes deep like an ancient well, after seeing the comical smiling face on the note, was filled with a complex and hard-to-understand emotion, which finally turned into a long sigh. Then, this terrifying existence with strength at the mid-stage fiend surprisingly bowed slightly to Ruan Xinglua, his tone carrying a barely perceptible respect. This must be the honored guest that Mr. Zhou Yan mentioned, right? I am Mo Yuan, an old man lacking hospitality, please forgive me. Ruan Xinglua was caught off guard by this unexpected grand gesture and title, hurriedly waving her hands. Old director, you are too polite. I'm just a temporary caregiver. The honored guest is being modest. Mo Yuan, the director, revealed a gentle smile, his gaze turning to the little madman who was hugging Ruan Xinglua's thigh, looking for praise, his eyes showing a hint of affection and a bit of helplessness. This rascal has caused trouble for the honored guest. He slowly explained, this grandson of mine, due to some special issues in his bloodline, often has an unclear mind and emotional instability. Once he goes berserk, he forgets all kin and becomes bloodthirsty and violent. I had no choice but to put him in this specially made soul-binding outfit and confine him in this environment with special restrictions to suppress his ferocity. Years ago, if it weren't for Mr. Zhou Yan's righteous intervention, using supreme means to help him temporarily stabilize his situation, and leaving behind the saying that to untie the bell, one must tie it first, wait for the fated person to come with the token, then as the day of his release, perhaps the entire South Mountain Lunatic Asylum would have long turned into a dead place due to this rascal completely losing control. Mo Yuan's voice was filled with gratitude and respect for Zhou Yan. Mr. Zhou Yan is a great benefactor to me at South Mountain. There is a life-saving grace. This note is one of the tokens he left many years ago. Ruan Xinglua and all the viewers in the live broadcast room were once again deeply shocked. Zhou Yan turned out to be a super powerful being who could stabilize the peak strength of mischievous beings with unparalleled means? Moreover, based on Dean Moyuan's words, Zhou Yan not only saved the little madman but also the entire Nanshan asylum. My god! How many identities does the great Zhou Yan still hide? Great benefactor! Even the dean of Nanshan Asylum said this. Zhou Yan's power is simply immeasurable. Old friends all over the world, full of grace in the world of tricks. Is this our Huaxia's marriage partner? Amazing! To express my gratitude for your visit to rescue my unworthy grandson, and to convey my old heart towards Mr. Zhou Yan, Dean Moyuan said, taking out a delicate, crystal-clear bell that emitted a soft white light from his bosom. This is the Clear Heart Bell, a high-grade trick device of the 3rd rank. Although it does not have great lethality, it can calm the mind, cleanse the soul, and resist certain mental shocks and illusions. I hope you will not dislike it. Ruan Xinglua took the warm clear heart bell in hand, feeling a wave of coolness spreading throughout her body, as the tension and fatigue of the past few days seemed to lighten a lot. This is definitely a treasure. In addition, I promise that from now on, any matchmaker sent by Huaxia to my Nanshan Asylum will receive special care from our institution, ensuring their safety. Dean Moyuan added, selling Zhou Yan an enormous favor. A high-grade trick device of the 3rd rank. Plus the dean's promise. Ruan Xinglua is going to gain big this time. After this, will our Huaxia competitors not walk sideways when they come to Nanshan? Just as the Huaxia audience was filled with joy and excitement. Help! Get away! You monster! A piercing scream suddenly came from a direction in the asylum, faintly recognizable as the voice of American contestant Jessica. Dean Moyuan's brow furrowed slightly, but soon returned to calm, as if he had not heard anything. Something has happened. It's from Jessica's side. After being so arrogant before. Now you know the terror of Nanshan Asylum, right? Where is her disaster knight? Didn't they say he was powerful? Why isn't he coming to save her? Chapter 18, Sunken Soul Wharf. In the American National Fortune live broadcast room, it was now full of wails and chaos. Jessica was driven into a desperate situation by the soul-eating trickster disguised as a normal patient, with multiple wounds and blood everywhere. Her weird husband, the Disaster Knight, although powerful, had his strength greatly diminished in this special environment filled with restrictions and strange magnetic fields in Nanshan Asylum. Moreover, Dean Moyuan seemed to have no intention of intervening, merely observing coldly. The Disaster Knight wanted to forcefully break the space barrier to descend but was blocked by an invisible force, making it difficult for him to truly intervene in the battle inside the ward. Jessica, severely injured and on the verge of death, caused the American national fortune to plummet wildly, with various small disasters occurring continuously in her country. The foreshadowing by Zhou Yan is simply brilliant. It seems to push Ruan Xinglua into danger, but in fact, it's a tremendous opportunity. Not only did he complete the task easily, but he also obtained a top-quality trick device and the dean's promise, while enjoying a good show of his arch-rival. So refreshing. So satisfying. The Huaxia audience watched with pride, their admiration for Zhou Yan like the endless flow of a river. At this moment, Ruan Xinglua was also shocked by Zhou Yan's mysterious old friends all over the world, feeling a mix of astonishment, a hint of indescribable pride, and deep reliance. Her husband always seemed to be able to help her when she needed it most in unimaginable ways. Pave all the roads for her. Ding! The matchmaking task is about to end, please prepare to return, all matchmakers. The cold system notification sound rang again. Dean Moyuan handed over the little madman to a few senior nurses who came with respectful expressions, letting them take him down to lift part of the soul-binding clothing restrictions. Then, he walked in front of Ruan Xinglua, his expression serious as he said, "Honored guest, before you leave, this old man has one thing to ask, or rather, he asked me to convey to you." Ruan Xinglua's heart stirred. "Please, Dean, speak." Dean Moyuan took a deep breath and slowly said, "He wanted this old man to tell you, your next stop will be the drowned soul dock. Please go there for him and retrieve an old item. The old fisherman at the dock will recognize his fishhook." Drowned soul dock. Old fisherman. Fishhook. Dean Moyuan's words were like a stone thrown into a lake, creating ripples in Ruan Xinglua's heart. Zhou Yan, what kind of existence is he? Before she could think further, the system's return countdown had ended. A flash of white light passed, and she returned to the happy community room 101. In her hand, besides the 50 heavy ghost coins, there was also a small bell exuding a cool aura, a tier 3 top-grade ghost instrument, Pure Heart Bell. Congratulations to the Huaxia player Ruan Xinglua for perfectly completing the A+ level instance Nanshan Mad Asylum matchmaking task. Comprehensive Evaluation, SSS level. Task rewards, 150 ghost coins, including additional rewards, tier 3 top-grade ghost instrument Pure Heart Bell. Huaxia's national fortune has once again greatly improved. With the system notification's conclusion, the entire Huaxia was once again in a frenzy. The difficulties and dangers of the Nanshan Mat Asylum task were witnessed by global audiences. And Ruan Xinglua had again completed the task in an unbelievable way. In no time, the signs of spiritual energy revival in Huaxia became increasingly evident. Not only did the concentration of spiritual energy rise in those legendary famous mountains, but even many ordinary cities had fresher air, and some elderly people who had been bedridden for years surprisingly recovered. Even more shocking was that in some areas of Huaxia, a very small number of ordinary people even began to awaken weak special abilities, akin to those described in legends as superpowers. Although these abilities were mostly still quite weak, such as increased strength or the ability to see in the dark for a short time, this was undoubtedly a groundbreaking signal. A new era belonging to Huaxia seemed to be slowly unfolding. In stark contrast was the beautiful country. Due to Jessica not only failing to complete the task but also getting seriously injured in the Nanshan Mat Asylum task, she was forcibly rescued by her bizarre husband, the Knight of Disaster, but she herself fell into a deep coma, her life uncertain. The national fortune of the beautiful country plummeted to an all-time low because of this. Strange occurrences happened frequently in the country, natural disasters were constant, and large-scale social riots erupted, enveloping the entire nation in a cloud of gloom. As for Sakura country and Gangxi country, they were further burdened, their national fortunes had already fallen below rock bottom, and the people lived in dire misery, suffering greatly. Happy Community, Room 101. Ruan Xinglua toyed with the exquisite pure heart bell in her hand, the bell giving a pleasant ring, making her feel calm. She took a secret glance at Zhou Yan, who was lounging on the sofa, leisurely flipping through a book with covers illustrated with various twisted and strange creatures. Her curiosity erupted like bamboo shoots after rain, wildly surging up. Husband. She hesitated for a moment but couldn't help but ask. Zhou Yan put down his book and lifted his gaze to her, his eyes gentle. The Dean Mo Yuan of Nanshan Mat Asylum, did you really help him a lot before? Ruan Xinglua cautiously asked. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yan. Just a faint smile, the tone casual. Oh, you mean old Mo? I did help him a little back then, but it's not a big deal. Ruan Xinglua recalled the last words of Dean Mo Yuan and continued to ask, then, that soul-drowning dock? Are you really going there to retrieve something old? Zhou Yan heard this, his lips slightly rising, as if lost in some kind of memory. The scenery at the soul-drowning dock is indeed nice, especially at dusk. Especially the fish soup there. He deliberately elongated his tone, it truly is a delicacy. If I get the chance, I'll take you to try it. This light and breezy attitude, as if everything was under his control, made Ruan Xinglua feel even more that Zhou Yan was profound and inscrutable, like shrouded in heavy fog. She knew that what Zhou Yan referred to as small help was definitely not as simple as he claimed. At that moment, Ruan Xinglua suddenly remembered another matter. Mia, the matchmaker from the oil-rich country, after the task at Blood Moon Restaurant, had her country's representative secretly contact Huaxia, expressing goodwill and willingness for deep cooperation. According to that representative, Mia's strange husband, the powerful master of blood coffins Yan Jiusha, showed unusual concern after seeing the supreme black gold card Zhou Yan gave to Ruan Xinglua, as if he recognized the origin of that card. Yan Jiusha. That is a terrifying existence comparable to the red cloak level. He actually recognized Zhou Yan's things? This undoubtedly buried a meaningful foreshadowing for future cooperation or potential conflicts between Huaxia and other countries. Chapter 19: The One-Eyed Old Fisherman. Internationally, all the intelligence agencies of the countries were crazily studying everything about Zhou Yan at any cost. But no matter how hard they tried, the results came back as a blank. This man was like a riddle that appeared out of thin air. Every matchmaking task of Ruan Xinglua seemed to invisibly unveil a corner of his mysterious veil, yet it also brought forth more significant mysteries, making it even harder to see through his depth. Just as Ruan Xinglua was lost in thought, that cold yet familiar system notification sound arrived once again. A new matchmaking task has begun. All matchmakers, please get ready, you are about to be transported to the task location. Task location, Soul Drowning Dock. Task content, carry out a 3-day Relics of the Dead salvage operation in the Soul Drowning Dock area. Task objective, successfully salvage and submit 3 relics of the dead classified as A-level. Note, the danger level of this instance is classified as S-level. S-level instance. When the viewers of all live broadcasts, including those from Huaxia, saw this danger level, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. This danger level had already surpassed the previous Nanshan Lunatic Asylum. However, the next moment, an even more shocking system notification followed. Special system notification: due to the extreme danger of this task, the rules have been partially adjusted. During the task, the grooms of each matchmaker are allowed to assist the brides a limited number of times under specific conditions. Special system notification: the grooms of each matchmaker are allowed to assist the brides a limited number of times under specific conditions. This unprecedented system notification set the entire Blue Star ablaze. Grooms can assist. What does this mean? This means that those who have powerful strange husbands will have a crushing advantage in this S-level dangerous soul drowning dock task. Oh my god. The groom can take action? Our Sakura country's Amaterasu can finally show real strength. Great. Our Great Stick country's underworld messenger must lead Miss Shomin to turn the tide. Those who had already fallen into despair, with their country's fortune at a low, Sakura country. In this moment, countries like the Stick country seemed to see the last ray of hope, and the crowds erupted in thunderous cheers, urging their matchmaking contestants to do everything possible to get their strange husbands to assist. And in the live broadcast room of Huaxia's national fortune, a crazy celebration broke out. Wow wow wow. Is Master Zhou Yan really going to enter the fray himself? The anticipation has skyrocketed. So what if it's an S-level dungeon? With Master Zhou Yan around, gods will be killed like gods, and Buddhas will be killed like Buddhas. I can't wait to see Master Zhou Yan single-handedly sweep through the soul drowning dock. Hurry hurry hurry. Ruan School Beauty, hold on tight to Master Zhou Yan's thigh. All the Huaxia viewers were filled with an overwhelming expectation for Zhou Yan's upcoming action. Ruan Xingluan naturally heard this system prompt, and her little heart couldn't help but beat wildly, a mix of nervousness and thick anticipation as she looked at Zhou Yan beside her. Husband. Will you come with me this time? However, Zhou Yan's reaction once again surprised everyone. He remained as calm and relaxed as ever, as if everything had nothing to do with him. He had no intention of personally going to the soul drowning dock, nor did he provide Ruan Xinglua with any earth-shattering powerful strange tool. Instead, he casually picked up a seemingly unremarkable, even somewhat old black fishing rod from the corner of the sofa, and rummaged in a drawer for a rusty, inconspicuous fish hook, handing it to Ruan Xinglua. The wind is strong and the waves are rough at the dock, take this. Zhou Yan stuffed the fishing rod and fish hook into Ruan Xinglua's hands, his tone casual as if reminding his little wife going out for a walk, perhaps, you can catch something different. I will wait for you at home, make me fish soup. After saying this, he gently ruffled Ruan Xinglua's hair, his lips curving into a gentle smile. Ruan Xinglua. Huaxia viewers. Is this it? A broken fishing rod and a rusty fish hook? Master Zhou Yan, are you joking? This is an S-level dungeon. Could it be that this fishing rod and fish hook are some hidden artifacts? I believe in Master Zhou Yan. His things are never ordinary. A trace of inexplicable disappointment surged in Ruan Xinglua's heart, but more than that, it was a blind trust in Zhou Yan. She obediently nodded, carefully stowing away the fishing rod that looked like it could snap at any moment and the rusty fish hook that seemed like it would shatter upon touch. With a flash of white light, 10 matchmakers were simultaneously teleported to the task location, the soul drowning dock. As soon as they arrived, an overwhelming and suffocating aura of resentment and death surged forth like a tide. The entire soul drowning dock was shrouded in dense black fog, with visibility extremely low. At the dock, several eerie ships emanating a rotting smell and adorned with tattered sails were anchored, with faint traces of blood and grotesque claw marks visible on the sides. From the black sea below the dock, eerie cries and whispers echoed, as if countless water ghosts and vengeful souls were waiting underwater to drag the living into an endless abyss. Indeed, this is an S-level dungeon. Just the environment alone was enough to make most people feel their minds collapse. The contestants from other countries mostly wore serious expressions, some already beginning to emit the strong aura belonging to their strange husbands, clearly enhanced by the possession. Some held strange tools tightly in their hands, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Even the previously injured contestant Jessica from the beautiful country had regained her arrogant demeanor. Although her complexion was still somewhat pale, the arrogance in her eyes had not diminished at all. Her strange husband, the Knight of Disaster, was. It was clear that she had been given some kind of powerful life-saving trump card, allowing her to act with confidence. In the tense atmosphere, sharp as a drawn sword and ready to ignite at any moment. At the very front of the dock, a worn old fisherman draped in shabby rain gear, wearing a wide-brimmed hat that almost covered his entire face, exuded a strong fishy smell and an unshakable stench of death. The only visible eye of this one-eyed old fisherman glimmered with a mix of mockery and cruelty as he hunched over, leisurely sorting through his tattered fishing net full of countless large holes. The aura he radiated was incomprehensible, like an abyss, at least a terrifying being at the peak of eerie mystery. Seeing the sudden appearance of 10 matchmakers, a flash of mockery and cruelty crossed the murky eye of the one-eyed old fisherman. He let out a hoarse, unpleasant laugh, reminiscent of a night owl. He, has another batch of the unafraid come? The relics of this drowned soul dock can eat people. If you're not careful, you'll become the new relics, forever sinking in this sea of lost souls. The cold and malicious words sent shivers down the spines of all the matchmakers. However, when the one-eyed old fisherman's gaze scanned over all the matchmakers, finally landing on Ruan Xinglua at the end of the line, who seemed somewhat out of place, and the rusted fishhook she instinctively gripped tightly in her hand. The murky eye of the old fisherman suddenly burst forth with a gleam of light. His hunched body trembled violently as if struck by divine thunder, uncontrollably shaking. The fishing net in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. This is... The old fisherman's voice became sharp and twisted from extreme shock and excitement, filled with disbelief. The master's soul hook? You are the matriarch? Chapter 20, Tentacle Sea Bay. The old fisherman's words, matriarch, were like a thunderbolt from the heavens, not only shocking Ruan Xinglua to her core but also leaving all the viewers in the live broadcast of Blue Star's National Luck in stunned silence for a moment. Immediately after, a flood of comments erupted like a tsunami. Oh my! Oh my! Oh my! Matriarch? What did I just hear? Did the old man just say that Zhou Yan is the master of this drowned soul doc? Ruan Xinglua is the matriarch? Hiss, the master of an S-class instance. Zhou Yan's identity has exceeded my imagination. I was guessing that Zhou Yan was some hidden master, but now it seems he is a top-tier existence? I told you. What he gave couldn't be ordinary. A broken fishing rod? A rusty hook? That's a divine fishing rod. The hook of a ruler. That previous Blood Moon Restaurant Supreme Black Gold card and the old friend's note from the head of Nanshan Lunatic Asylum, looking back now, were all just the tip of the iceberg of the big shot's identity. In a streak of 9 losses, China, what kind of incredible luck has led Miss Ruan Xinglua to match with such a godly husband? What does it mean to have good luck meeting acquaintances? This is strength. This is legacy. Zhou Yan is the biggest bug in this bizarre matchmaking game. The biggest cheat. Those who mocked Ruan Xinglua and ridiculed Zhou Yan as merely a wandering soul, how does your face feel? Come out now and show yourself. In the Chinese livestream, countless viewers were so moved they were in tears, their earlier worries and confusion transforming into fervent admiration for Zhou Yan's unfathomable strength. Meanwhile, those who had previously taken delight in the misfortunes in the livestreams of countries like Sakura Country, Stick Country, and Beautiful Country were now utterly silent. They found it impossible to link the seemingly weak Zhou Yan, who had no prominent title, with the one-eyed old fisherman at least at the peak of Eerie mystery, and possibly even more powerful, who referred to him as a master. Was this some sort of joke? Ruan Xinglua's mind went blank at that moment. She felt her heart was about to leap out from her throat. Her voice trembled, her gaze locked onto the one-eyed old fisherman, with a hint of uncertainty in her words, old. Sir, what you just said, is it true? Zhou Yan, is he really the master here? The old fisherman's murky single eye suddenly burst with unprecedented brightness, his hunched body straightening slightly, his tone filled with an undeniable reverence and fervor. In response to the lady's words, I dare not directly speak the master's name, but that soul-snatching hook, in this whole world, belongs only to the master. This soul-drowning wharf, every blade of grass, every tree, every grain of sand, every stone, is the master's private property. I, the old man, am merely a humble servant under the master, watching over the wharf. As soon as he said this, the other 9 suitors present gasped in shock. Their gazes towards Ruan Xinglua instantly became incredibly complex. There was shock, horror, disbelief, and deep jealousy. Especially Jessica from Beautiful Nation, her face, once proud due to the powerful backing of the Disaster Knight, froze at this moment. Though she harbored doubts, the old fisherman's terrifying aura and the deep respect shown when he mentioned the master made her heart tremble slightly. Impossible! Jessica shrieked, her tone laced with a hint of unrecognized cowardice, the master of an S-class instance? How could he lower himself to participate in such a strange marriage? Let alone bond with an apparently ordinary Huaxiao woman. This old thing must be bluffing. Trying to scare us. The newcomer from Sakura Nation, Shinguakia, relied on the power granted by the 8-headed serpent's split soul, unable to suppress a cold snort at this moment. Exactly. Even if he is the master here, so what? Our Sakura Empire's Amaterasu divine system is not something a mere local master can compare to. The split soul of Lord 8-headed serpent is not something he can reach. Just an S-class instance, if it's his territory, there probably isn't any real danger. Perhaps this S-class rating is something he bragged about himself. The contestants from other nations may not have said it outright, but the skepticism and disdain in their eyes were quite evident. They would rather believe this was just the old fisherman's bragging than accept that a seemingly ordinary Huaxiao woman's husband could be such a terrifying existence. Doesn't that mean they had lost right from the very start? Completely lost, with not even a glimmer of hope to catch up? Upon hearing these foolish matchmakers daring to question and even speak disrespectfully of his supreme master, a flash of fierce anger flickered in the old fisherman's soul eye. He let out a hoarse laugh from his throat. What a bunch of frogs at the bottom of the well, daring to question the master's supreme authority. Well, since you are so eager to see the beauty of the soul-drowning wharf, I, the old man, shall fulfill your wishes. Just then, a cold system notification sounded in everyone's mind simultaneously. The mission officially begins. All suitors, please proceed to the designated area for a 3-day relic salvage operation as assigned by the guide. Caution, the soul-drowning wharf is filled with heavy resentment, countless souls underwater, please act carefully. The one-eyed old fisherman grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow-black sharp teeth, ominously saying, "Then let me assign each of you noble guests your own blessed grounds." He first looked at Jessica from Beautiful Nation, the loudest amongst them. "You, from Beautiful Nation, since you feel the old man is bluffing, then go to the Tentacle Bay over there." The old fisherman's withered finger pointed towards the side of the wharf where countless dark tentacles writhed. The dark waters resonated with the occasional chilling sound of suction cups wriggling. "The relics over there are quite enthusiastic. I hope your fishing hook won't be disturbed by those little cuties." Jessica's face instantly turned pale. She could keenly sense the ominous signs and lurking dangers in that water area. What the heck? Tentacle Bay? Just hearing the name feels bad. This old man is clearly taking revenge. He's letting Jessica suffer for her sharp tongue earlier. Awesome. Just like this. Let her look down on our Lord Zhou Yan and Lady Ruan Xinglua. Then, the old fisherman's sharp gaze shifted towards Kamagumo Akiha from the Sakura country. As for you, from Sakura country, since you think the Yamata no Orochi is the strongest, go over to the Wailing Spirit's beach. He pointed to the right side of the dock, where the thick smell of blood lingered, and countless grim ghostly figures could be vaguely seen, with piercing wails echoing continuously. There are plenty of big fish over there, maybe you can even catch a few level ghosts as appetizers. I hope your Yamata no Orochi's soul fragments can bless you to return whole. Chapter 21, The Old Fisherman is Going Crazy. Kamagumo Akiha's face also turned pale, the aura of the Yamata no Orochi's soul fragments on her fluctuated wildly, clearly sensing the horrors of that area. Wailing Spirit's Beach. That name. Even scarier than Tentacle Bay. Ha ha ha. Serves her right. Who told her to be so arrogant and question our Lord Zhou Yan? This old fisherman is doing great. A protective madman. Then, the old fisherman carelessly assigned other candidates from various nations who had also shown disdain and doubt to areas with names that made it clear they were not good places for salvage. Names like Sunken Corpses Reef, Vengeful Spirits Whirlpool, Rotten Bone Abyss, one scarier than the other. Those assigned to these places turned pale, regretting it immensely. If they had known this old man was so vengeful, and truly had the power to allocate areas, they would have kept their mouths shut earlier. The audience in the Huaxia livestream room felt exhilarated, thrilled to the maximum. Going crazy. The old fisherman is going crazy. This is a precise strike from an S-level dungeon NPC. This is the result of offending Lord Zhou Yan through his servant. So satisfying. Those foreigners must be regretting it to the core now. Ha ha ha. Finally, after assigning all the unlucky candidates, the one-eyed old fisherman's wrinkled face turned towards Ruan Xinglua, who had been somewhat dazed in shock the entire time. His expression of brutality and eeriness suddenly dissipated, replaced by an almost humble politeness tinged with a hint of flattery. The murky single eye squinted into a narrow slit, trying hard to squeeze out what he thought was a kind smile, yet the smile on his wrinkled face appeared even more sinister and mysterious. Lady Master, the old fisherman's voice softened a bit, though still hoarse and unpleasant, as for your salvage location. The squeezed smile of the one-eyed old fisherman seemed particularly eerie in the dim soul-drowning dock, but to the viewers in the Huaxia livestream room, it felt friendlier than ever. Here it comes, here it comes. It's finally our Lady Ruan Xinglua's turn. The attitude of the old fisherman is absolutely solid. S-level dungeon best sightseeing spot reserved. Those earlier foul-mouthed folks have been clearly assigned, our lady must be getting the best spot. Not just a good spot, I think the old fisherman is eager to give Ruan Xinglua the very best area of the dock. Just thinking about how other national candidates are struggling in those dangerous, abandoned corners while our Ruan Xinglua can enjoy fishing in a prime spot, the contrast is simply too thrilling. The audience was extremely excited, everyone stretched their necks, waiting for the old fisherman to announce the perfect fishing spot for Ruan Xinglua, one that combined safety, high yield, and comfort. However, at this highly anticipated moment, in the live streams of other countries, there once again came the discordant sounds of mockery. In the beautiful country's live stream, a so-called weird expert with blonde hair and blue eyes was earnestly speaking into the camera. Dear audience, do not be deceived by the old fisherman's appearance. The site allocation for the S-level dungeon certainly has its inherent randomness and balance, and it is impossible for him, being the so-called guide, to have everything under his control. That's right, the site allocated earlier to Miss Jessica and other contestants seems dangerous, but danger coexists with opportunity, and that is the norm for S-level dungeons. That Chinese woman was allocated last, and according to convention, what remains is often the worst or below average. Just watch, she will definitely end up in a place worse than Tentacle Bay and Ghost Cry Beach. This old man is just leveraging his authority to scare people. In the Cherry Blossom Country livestream, after Shinto Akiba was assigned to Ghost Cry Beach, although her face was as gloomy as water, the citizens and some high-ranking officials of the Cherry Blossom Country still stubbornly maintained their composure. Even if it's Ghost Cry Beach, what of it? Our contestant Shinto Akiba has the great eight-headed serpent's soul to protect her, this ghostly land is not to be feared. What's that Chinese Zhou Yan? A worthless weird who doesn't even have a title. Even if this old fisherman is truly his servant, what help can he provide to the Chinese contestant? Just watch, that Chinese woman will be assigned to a place of despair and won't even have time to cry. Our great cherry blossom empire will surely rise again in this S-level mission. A country with 9 consecutive defeats still dreams of turning things around with a woman? It's a fool's dream. These piercing remarks also reached the high-level ears of China through various channels. In China, inside the National Weird World Strategic Research Institute, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Director Lin Anhua stared intently at the screen, veins bulging on his forehead. Immediately activate the Level 1 emergency plan. Lin Anhua growled hoarsely, all relevant departments, stand by 24 hours. Once any situation unfavorable to Comrade Wan Xinglua occurs at the Seoul drowning pier, leading to fluctuations in our national fortune, we must respond immediately to minimize any potential crisis. Yes. All the staff in the research institute replied in unison, each person's heart in their throat. They knew too well the terror of the S-level dungeons, and they understood that if Wan Xinglua truly encountered misfortune inside, it would be a devastating blow to the already improving fortune of China. At the Seoul drowning pier, Wan Xinglua naturally could not hear the tumult outside. She was extremely nervous at this moment, fine beads of sweat appeared on her palms, and her clear eyes were fixed tightly on the one-eyed old fisherman, silently praying in her heart. Please, please give me a better place. Her little heart was thumping wildly, almost leaping out of her chest. Although she had unwavering trust in Zhou Yan, witnessing other contestants being assigned to those clearly dangerous desolate lands, if she said that she had no fear, it would undoubtedly be self-deception. Just as everyone's gaze was focused on the one-eyed old fisherman, waiting for him to announce Wan Xinglua's fate, the old fisherman made a move that surprised everyone. His skinny hand, covered in the smell of fish and death, slowly reached inside his tattered poncho, groping for a long time. Then, amidst countless expressions of astonishment, under the bewildered and confused gaze, he surprisingly pulled out a rolled-up, slightly damaged and yellowed sheepskin map. Swish! The old fisherman slowly unfolded the sheepskin map in front of Wan Xinglua. The map outlined the detailed topography of the entire Seoul drowning pier with ancient and eerie lines, and it even marked the names of various areas and danger levels in blood-red strange characters. Chapter 22, The Lost Treasure Bay. What the heck? What is happening here? He took out a map? No way. Is it really necessary to make such a big deal over just assigning a site? I have a bad feeling about this. Is this old man going to let Wan Xinglu choose herself? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could an S-rank instance allow such an opportunity? If it really is to choose herself, can't she just pick the safest place? Then what's the difficulty of this S-rank mission? The viewers in the live stream were completely confused, unable to understand what the old fisherman was up to. Wan Xinglu was also stunned. She stared at the ancient-looking map in front of her, then glanced at the old fisherman's face filled with a kind smile, and asked in confusion, "Sir, what do you mean by this?" The one-eyed old fisherman's smile became even brighter at her words. He spoke in a tone that was self-evident, even a bit smug, saying each word clearly, "My lady, have you forgotten what this old man said before? This entire Seoul drowning pier, from every rolling black cloud above to every quiet grain of sand below, is the private property of my master. Since you are the master's wife and the rightful mistress of this Seoul drowning pier." The old fisherman paused slightly, then spoke with a tone that would make everyone present's eyes bulge, incredibly respectfully stating, "Then, above this Seoul drowning pier, wherever you wish to salvage relics or fish for souls, it is entirely up to you. This map details all areas of the Seoul drowning pier, including possible special products and potential troubles in each area. My lady, you may choose freely, and just let this old man know once you've decided." Boom! What the old fisherman had said was like a nuclear bomb exploding simultaneously in all the live streams. Especially for those viewers and experts from the beautiful country and cherry blossom country who had just been mocking, convinced that Wan Xinglu would end up with the worst sight. They now felt a burning pain on their faces, as if they had been slapped hard 70 or 80 times. Choose the site myself. In an S-rank instance, I can choose the mission location? Is this an S-rank instance or the private garden of Lord Zhou? I'm shattered. I'm really shattered. This operation is just too insane. Lord Zhou pampers his wife way too much. Where are those experts who said site distribution was random? Where are the prophets who said Wan Xinglu would definitely get the worst place? Where is your face? This isn't just double standards, they are downright rubbing the rules in the dirt. Is this the privilege of the mistress? I'm loving it. Wan Xinglu was also stunned by this sudden surprise. She opened her small mouth in disbelief, looking at the painfully detailed map before her, and then at the old fisherman's "you just command me" respectful demeanor. Her understanding of Zhou Yan was once again completely overturned. He had such control over this S-rank instance to this extent? Even the choice of mission location could be decided by herself? This was no longer coming to do a mission, it felt like coming to inspect one's own territory. A wave of indescribable sweetness and pride instantly surged in Ruan Xinglu's heart. She took a deep breath, trying hard to calm her rapidly beating heart from the shock. Then she turned her gaze back to the sheepskin map in front of her. On the map, various areas were densely marked. Some areas were marked with thick black, alongside which were drawn fierce skulls, clearly indicating extremely dangerous places. Other areas were relatively smooth, and even marked with some sparkling special symbols, seemingly representing high-value relics or special opportunities found there. Since she could choose for herself, Ruan Xingluo's gaze gradually became determined. She carefully searched the map, comparing the marks and descriptions of each area. After a moment, her finger landed on a body of water in the center left of the map, covered by a faint golden halo, marked with several treasure chest symbols. The name of that body of water was also interesting, the Bay of Lost Treasures. Old man, I will choose this place. Ruan Xingluo stepped into the nightmare land called the Bay of Lost Treasures, and the sight before her almost suffocated her. A thick, blood-like fog rushed toward her, with visibility of less than half a meter, enveloping the entire bay in a terrifying scarlet. Countless twisted, blurry soul shadows floated in the blood fog, emitting faint, sorrowful whispers and heart-wrenching wails. These sounds seemed to carry some kind of magic, directly drilling into her mind, tearing at her nerves wildly, trying to completely shatter her will. Ah! Ruan Xingluo let out a pained grunt, feeling as if her head was about to explode. She did not dare to be careless and quickly gripped the calming bell given to her by the director Mu Yuan before, tight against her chest. Ding-a-ling! A clear and ethereal sound of the bell rang out, washing over her consciousness like pure spring water, barely holding back the chaotic mental impact. Even so, the immense fear coming from deep within her soul still left her hands and feet cold, her body trembling slightly, uncontrollably. My gosh! Is this really an S-level hidden area? Just the environment is unbearable. Ruan School Beauty, hang in there. You must not let these ghostly things affect your mind. This blood fog is so thick. What terrifying things are hidden inside? Calming bell. Thankfully, there is the calming bell. Otherwise, Ruan School Beauty might just break down mentally as soon as she entered. The viewers in the Huaxia Live broadcast room had their hearts in their throats, their palms full of cold sweat, nervously sweating for Ruan Xingluo. At the same time, the other country contestants, who were precisely informed by the old fisherman, were also having a hard time. Jessica from the beautiful country was about to go crazy in the tentacle gulf. Damn it! These slippery ghostly things! Get away from me! She waved the specially made fishing rod that shimmered with ghostly light in her hand. Each time she cast the bait into the seemingly calm sea, it would be immediately tangled by multiple shadows leaping out from beneath the water. Those tentacles were slimy and cold, covered with nauseating suckers, some even had fine barbs. Once wrapped around the fishing line, they were very hard to escape. Jessica could occasionally unleash the eerie power belonging to the disaster knight, barely shaking off the nearby tentacles. But those tentacles seemed endless. As soon as one wave was repelled, a more ferocious wave surged forward. Her salvage operations made almost no progress. Instead, she was left in utter disarray by these disgusting tentacles, her stamina rapidly depleting. Chapter 23, The Broken Throne. In the live broadcast room of the beautiful country, a group of so-called bizarre problem experts were analyzing seriously in front of the camera. Did everyone see it? This is the true normal state of an S-level dungeon. Full of unknowns and challenges. The predicament that contestant Jessica is currently encountering, though tricky. But it is still within a controllable range. I believe that with the power of the disaster knight, we will definitely find a way to deal with these tentacles. As for that Chinese woman, being sent by that old fisherman to a seemingly calm place, who knows if it's just a pretty shell with no real use? That's right. Maybe that so-called lost treasure bay is actually a dead sea where no valuable relics can be salvaged. Our beautiful country seeks high risk for high reward, and that Chinese woman is destined to gain nothing. On the other side, Shinomiya Akiha from Sakura country is in a situation on the night of the crying ghost speech, which is more like a silent slow death. She stands on the muddy ground that exudes a strong bloody smell, not daring to move an inch. Around her, dozens of grotesque and eerie vengeful spirits gather densely. These spirits all have blood-red eyes, and tears of blood flow from their hollow eye sockets, staring fixedly at Shinomiya Akiha, making hissing noises from their throats as if they would pounce on her to devour her alive at any moment. The powerful aura belonging to the soul of the eight-headed serpent surrounding Shinomiya Akiha keeps these vengeful spirits at bay for the time being, but it only maintains a fragile balance. She dares not act rashly, fearing that such an action might break this balance and bring about disaster. This visible, tangible yet inescapable despair pushes her to the brink of collapse. Inside the live broadcast room of Sakura country, a shroud of dead silence and despair fills the air. It's over. There's simply no way to start salvaging. Are we really going to watch Shinomiya stranded here for 3 days? That Chinese woman is probably in a similar situation. She might have already been dragged underwater by something. S-class instance, how could it let her off so easily? Damn it! This soul-drowning dock is simply a nightmare for all our countries. In the blood-fogged Lost Treasure Bay, Ruan Xinghua suppresses her fear and the maddening mental noise around her, staring blankly at the lifeless, blood-red sea surface without a single ripple, her heart filled with confusion. Is there really treasure here? She takes a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. Images of Zhou Yan handing her that ordinary fishing rod and rusty hook come unwittingly to her mind, along with his calm and gentle gaze. My husband wouldn't lie to me. Ruan Xinghua grits her teeth, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. No matter how dangerous it is here, since Zhou Yan asked her to come, there must be a reason. She hesitates no longer and, mimicking the fishing videos she watched before, raises the seemingly ordinary black fishing rod and forcefully casts the rusty, inconspicuous hook into the depthless blood-colored ocean ahead. Splash! The hook, with the fishing line attached, silently sinks into the blood sea, stirring not a single ripple as if it had been instantly swallowed by this dead ocean. Seconds pass by, 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. The sea remains as still as death, without any sign of life. Ruan Xinglua's heart, with the passing of time, sinks little by little. Could it be really nothing at all? Just as she is about to give up and prepare to reel in the line. Suddenly, a terrifying force, so powerful it nearly makes her lose grip, surges from the other end of the fishing rod, almost dragging her in. Ah! Ruan Xinglua exclaims, gripping the fishing rod tightly, veins bulging on the back of her hands as her feet struggle on the slippery bank, her body uncontrollably tilting toward the blood sea. It's hooked! It's hooked! Ruan the school flower has caught something. What a tremendous force! What kind of monster is underwater? Be careful, Ruan school beauty. Don't get dragged down. The hearts of the Huaxia audience instantly jumped into their throats. Just when Ruan Xinglua felt she could barely hold on and was about to be dragged into the cold and piercing blood sea by that irresistible force. Buzz. A very faint yet strange buzzing sound, like it could penetrate the soul, suddenly came from the rusty fishing hook tightly held in her hand. Immediately afterward, a terrifying pressure that seemed to come from ancient chaos, carrying supreme dignity and dead silence, suddenly expanded in all directions from that small fishing hook like ripples. That pressure was overwhelming, as if it were the sole master of this sea of lost souls. Woo! Countless twisted soul shadows that had tried to approach Ruan Xinglua in the blood mist, upon feeling this pressure, retreated in a frenzy like ghosts seeing a ghost, retreating like a tide deep into the blood sea. The mental impact that was about to tear apart Ruan Xinglua's sanity also dissipated in that instant. Even more incredible to Ruan Xinglua was that the terrible pulling force, which had almost dragged her to the seabed, miraculously lightened by 8 or 9/10 after the fishing hook emitted its buzzing sound. Although it was still heavy, it was within the range she could barely control. Huff huff. Ruan Xinglua gasped for breath, her forehead already covered in cold sweat. She looked down at the rusty fishing hook emitting a faint dark light in her hand, her heart filled with disbelief and shock. What kind of fishing hook is this? The fishing line remained taut, vibrating fiercely in the water. A gigantic creature wrapped in thick, overwhelming death energy and resentment was being slowly pulled out of the water bit by that seemingly weak fishing line, struggling yet resolute. The creature was not fully visible yet, but just a hint of its aura made Ruan Xinglua feel a wave of heart palpitations and suffocation, its horror far exceeding any so-called A-level eerie object she had seen in the Blood Moon restaurant before. This is definitely a super big item. Ruan Xinglua bit her silver teeth, using all her strength, her arm muscles slightly trembling from the excessive strain. That seemingly ordinary black fishing rod was surprisingly resilient at this moment, creaking softly in the terrifying tug-of-war between her and the underwater force, yet showing no signs of breaking. Come out for me! Ruan Xinglua shouted sharply, abruptly exerting force backwards. Splash! Accompanied by a sound of friction and an overwhelming surge of death energy, a gigantic object exuding ominous and violent energy was finally dragged out of the blood-colored seawater by her, crashing heavily onto the blood fog-covered shore. It was actually a broken throne made of countless eerie white bones stacked together. The throne shape was ancient and hideous, each bone seemed stained with endless blood and resentment, covered in marks of bladed and axe cuts, as well as some dried dark bloodstains. The entire throne exuded a heart-stopping S-grade terrifying aura. Chapter 24, in a critical moment. Faintly, on that shattered white bone throne, there seemed to sit an extremely vague yet supremely dignified and wrathful king's phantom. Though its face was unclear, the unwillingness, brutality, and endless desire for slaughter radiating from it almost solidified the surrounding blood mist. Damn! Damn! What is this thing? Such a terrifying aura. The bone throne. This is definitely high-grade goods. S-grade. I can feel it. This is definitely an eerie object above S-grade. Just as the Huaxia audience excitedly speculated, the cold system prompt sound. On schedule. Ding. Congratulations to the contestant Ruan Xinglua from China for successfully salvaging the special relic, the throne of the remnant monarch, S-Class. Throne of the remnant monarch, a throne formed by the remnants and resentment of the ancient remnant monarch, containing a trace of the monarch's power and unyielding will. It is an extremely rare S-Class strategic anomaly. Boom! When the words S-Class clearly appeared on all live stream screens, the entire China livestream exploded with excitement. S-Class. It's really S-Class. Starting off with an S-Class relic. What incredible luck is this? It's not luck. This week, Master Zhou Yan's fishing hook is too amazing. Master Zhou Yan is awesome. Lady Ruan Xinglua is awesome. China is awesome. Ha ha ha. A great start. And it's an S-Class great start. This time at the Seoul Drowning Pier, China is bound to win. This is just the beginning. The task requires 3 A-Class relics, and we're starting off with S-Class. How can we lose? Meanwhile, in the live streams of other countries, after a brief silence, they learned through their own channels about the shocking news that Chinese contestant Ruan Xinglua had obtained an S-Class relic right at the start. For a moment, jealousy, unwillingness, and disbelief surged up, almost spilling out from the screens, drowning the foreign audience who looked like they had lost all hope. As they watched their own contestants struggle in those trashy venues, unable to even salvage properly, and then looked at China starting with S-Class, this huge disparity made them nearly bleed in frustration. In the American live stream, the expert who was previously analyzing the S-Class dungeon couldn't hold his expression any longer. He forced himself to save face and said, "Ahem, this must be the special characteristic of that hidden area. High risks bring high rewards." That's right. It's not unusual for S-Class items to appear in hidden areas of the S-Class dungeon. But the question is, can she hold on to it? S-Class anomalies often come with tremendous danger and backlash. That Chinese woman shouldn't celebrate too soon, she should be careful not to be devoured by that throne. Even if she gets it, what of it? Once our contestant Jessica deals with those tentacles, with the help of Lord Calamity Knight, she will definitely catch up. Just as these sour remarks were being made, a strange occurrence suddenly arose in the Lost Treasures Gulf. Ruan Xinglua had just relaxed after catching the S-Class relic and was about to approach the throne of the remnant monarch to observe it carefully. Roar! A terrifying mental shock, far more powerful than the whispers of the souls in the blood mist before, mixed with overwhelming killing desire and the domineering will to rule, swept toward Ruan Xinglua's consciousness like a tangible tsunami. Ugh! Ruan Xinglua felt as if she had been struck by lightning, with her soul seemingly tearing apart under this force. Although the pure heart bell on her chest burst into brilliant white light in an instant, the ringing was frantic to the extreme, but before the furious strike of the S-Class Monarch Phantom, that white light held out for less than a second before fading quickly like a candle in the wind. Overwhelming pain and the fear of impending death instantly drowned Ruan Xinglua. Oh no! The throne is rebelling. This is the true terror of S-Class items. They choose their master and may even slay their master. Ruan the school beauty is in danger. The hearts of the Chinese audience tightened once again. At that critical moment, just as Ruan Xinglua's consciousness began to blur, the black fishing rod she held tightly in her hand, that seemingly ordinary fishhook, once again, at this crucial moment, emitted a faint dark light. Hiss! A pure black gas, refined to the extreme, as if it could penetrate all illusions of the world, shot out silently from the tip of that rusty fishhook like an arrow released from a bow. That black gas moved at breakneck speed. Even the S-Class King's Phantom couldn't react in time. Puff! A faint sound, almost undetectable. That concentrated black gas precisely pierced through the center of the King's Phantom, right between the two blood-red ghostly lights. The blood-red eyes of the King's Phantom, which had just opened, instantly froze, filled with incredible terror and unwillingness. It let out a low roar, filled with endless hatred and despair, but was forcibly suppressed in its throat. Then, the massive and oppressive phantom burst apart like a popped balloon, boom, turning into wisps of black smoke, dissipating into the blood mist. As the King's Phantom collapsed, the intense violence and S-Class oppressive aura around the throne of the dead ruler rapidly receded like a tide, eventually becoming peaceful, quietly standing there, as if it were merely an art piece made of bones. The whole process happened so quickly that it was hard to react. At the moment the King's Phantom disintegrated, Ruan Xinglua felt as if she heard a familiar voice, with a hint of laziness and impatience, gently ringing in her ear. Noisy. The voice was very soft and faint, but carried an undeniable authority. Was it her husband's voice? Or was it her illusion? Ruan Xinglua felt a bit dazed, but the pain that had almost torn her soul apart disappeared without a trace. With lingering fear, she gasped for breath, looking at the now docile throne of the dead ruler. Her gratitude and admiration for Zhou Yan once again reached a new height. She cautiously stepped forward and stored the huge throne of the dead ruler into the system's storage space. Though the previous experience was thrilling, with Zhou Yan's magical fishhook by her side, she felt that this so-called nightmare difficulty hidden area might not be impossible to handle after all. At least, she didn't have to worry about being backfired by these remnants themselves. She calmed her violently racing heart from surviving the ordeal, her eyes reigniting with fighting spirit. Since this was the area rich in resources, it should not be wasted. Chapter 25, Special Relics. The mission objective was 3 A-class relics, and she already had 1 S-class. With just a little more effort, perhaps she could achieve even greater rewards. Thinking of this, Wan Xinglua took a deep breath, tightened her grip on the fishing rod, adjusted her breathing, and with all her strength, threw the rusted fishhook, which had already displayed supreme power, heavily into the rolling sea of blood once again. This time, after the fishhook sank, the sea surface did not calm like before. Only a few seconds passed. Boom! The entire Lost Treasure Base sea surface began to churn violently. From the depths of the sea, a series of booming sounds like muffled thunder arose, as if some huge creature that had slept for thousands of years was completely awakened by Zhou Yan's small fishhook. An aura more terrifying than the throne of the dead ruler rose slowly from the depths, multiplied by several times, even 10 times. That terrifying aura, like an awakening ancient demon god, made the entire Lost Treasure Bay tremble. Bang! In Wan Xinglua's horrified gaze, the surging blood-red sea surface before her suddenly exploded. A massive shadow that could block out the sun broke through the water, accompanied by towering blood waves and a suffocating stench. It was a terrifying giant as huge as a mountain. It was covered in dark red, hard scales, each scale shimmering with a dim bloodlight, and a fierce single horn spiraled upward from its head, as if it wanted to pierce through the crimson sky. Its giant eyes, like 2 blazing blood-red lanterns burning fiercely in the blood fog, locked onto the tiny figure of Wan Xinglua standing on the shore, as small as an ant. Roar! A thunderous roar erupted from the giant spirit's massive mouth lined with sharp fangs, the sound waves acting like a tangible shockwave, scattering the surrounding blood fog and revealing the surging sea below. The terrifying power it radiated had reached the Eerie peak. Even its breath seemed to be continually rising, as if it had touched a threshold of a higher realm. This was definitely the strongest bizarre creature she had ever seen. No exceptions. In the beautiful country's live broadcast room, the expert who had been trying to maintain dignity leaped from their seat upon seeing the giant spirit appear, their face filled with sickly excitement. In the beautiful country's live broadcast room. It's here. It's here. This is the true reflection of the S-rank dungeon's hidden area nightmare difficulty. Eerie Peak. It might even be stronger. A being of this level is something a newcomer cannot contend with. Let alone in this suppressed environment. That Huaxia woman is doomed. She's absolutely doomed. What good is her S-rank relic? In the face of such absolute power, any item is futile. Can her so-called groom Zhou Yan even break the dungeon rules and directly descend to the S-rank hidden area to save her? In the Sakura country's live broadcast room, there was also a frenzy of glee and malice. Ha ha ha. This is great. Let her shine before. Let her start with an S-rank relic. Karma. This is karma. What use is the S-rank relic now? Soon she and it will become this giant spirit snack. This is the plot we want to see. This is the difficulty an S-rank dungeon should have. That Huaxia woman, enjoy your despair well. Facing this terrifying giant spirit, as if the end of the world had arrived, Wan Xinglu felt her blood almost freeze. Under the gaze of that mountain-like figure and its blood-red abyss-like giant eyes, she felt as small as a speck of dust, even breathing became incredibly difficult, let alone having any thoughts of escape. Her mind was blank, all thoughts crushed by that devastating power. The only instinct was to subconsciously look at the black fishing rod still tightly gripped in her hand, and the rusty hook at the top of the rod. Could it be even they were powerless this time? Zhou Yan husband. Just when Wan Xinglu's consciousness was about to be swallowed by endless fear, sinking into a chasm of despair. Suddenly, on the back of her right hand, holding the fishing rod, a faint, very faint scar appeared. It was from earlier in the Happy Community Room 101 when Zhou Yan had handed her the hook and accidentally left a light scratch, and now, without warning, it began to slightly heat up. Then, a very faint yet special aura, imbued deeply from the very essence of her blood and soul, quietly emanated from that small scar. This aura felt almost imperceptible to Wan Xinglu. However, for the terrifying giant spirit, which had just been ravenous and ready to swallow Wan Xinglu whole, this faint breath struck its soul origin like the hottest divine thunder from the heavens. Roar! The giant spirit's earth-shaking roar abruptly stopped, as if an invisible hand had suddenly squeezed its throat. Its gigantic pupils, resembling burning blood-red lanterns, stared at Wan Xinglu's right hand, fixated on the small scar that was now subtly heating up, with a hint of confusion and disbelief. Next second, that massive body, as towering as a mountain, was uncontrollably pushed back, half a step. Just half a step. But it was enough to make all the Blue Star viewers watching the live broadcast almost have their eyes pop out. Then, an even more incredible scene occurred. In the giant spirit's enormous blood-red pupils, the surging bloodlust and desire for destruction quickly faded like a receding tide, replaced by an endless, deep-rooted fear. And an almost aggrieved submission? Its incomparably massive body began to tremble violently, like chaff in the wind. The shaking was so great that it even stirred up towering waves on the surrounding sea. Then, in front of the eyes of billions of shocked Blue Star spectators, filled with disbelief, the terrifying giant spirit, possibly already touching a higher level, slowly lowered its fierce, awe-inspiring gigantic head towards the direction of the small and disproportionate Ruan Xinglua standing on the shore. That posture was supremely respectful, humbly extreme, as if bowing to the supreme deity in its heart. Thud, the giant spirit opened its blood-red mouth, capable of devouring everything, but this time, it didn't exhale a breath of destruction. Instead, it released a dazzling pearl, the size of a fist, shining with the brilliance of colorful glass and radiating an intensely rich A-grade pure water energy. As soon as the pearl appeared, the violent malice in the surrounding blood mist seemed to be significantly purified. Ding! Huaxia contestant Ruan Xinglua has obtained a special relic Blood Sea Spirit Pearl, A-grade top tier. Chapter 26, Remembering Bitter and Sweet. In Huaxia, inside the National Strange World Strategic Research Institute. Director Lin Angua and dozens of top researchers, watching the terrifying giant spirit bow and offer the pearl to Ruan Xinglua, were also petrified as if they were under a spell, frozen in place. After a long time, Lin Angua finally swallowed hard, gasping in shock, his voice trembling from the overwhelming astonishment. This. At his side, an elderly researcher, with white hair and a lifetime in the field of strange research, was trembling all over, adjusting his slipping glasses, and spoke in a dreamy, shaky voice. This isn't just simple rule assistance. It's not something that can be explained by the privileges of a dungeon master. This is clearly an absolute suppression at the level of rules. It comes from the hierarchy of life and the imprint of souls, absolute dominion. That Zhou Yan is probably more than just the master of this soul drowning pier. He might very well have been one of the formulators of the rules of this fishing ground. Or perhaps, he was once the old master of this terrifying giant spirit. At the soul drowning pier, in the Bay of Lost Treasures. After the terrifying giant spirit offered the A-grade top-tier Blood Sea Spirit Pearl, instead of disbanding like the previous Phantom King, it continued lowering its head respectfully, its giant blood-red pupils filled with flattery and pleading. It carefully signaled in a strange way that only Ruan Xinglua could understand, suggesting she continue fishing. That posture was like a servant afraid of failing to serve properly, fearing punishment from their master. As if Ruan Xinglua, this little ancestor, didn't fish to her heart's content today, the giant spirit worried that this fishing ground it had managed for who knows how many thousands of years might be overturned by the supreme existence in a fit of anger. Under the friendly gestures of the terrifying blood sea giant spirit, even you could say it was attentively serving, Ruan Xinglua's next fishing tasks went unbelievably smoothly. She almost never left empty-handed. That black fishing rod, which seemed ordinary in Zhou Yan's hands, now appeared to be a supreme artifact in Ruan Xinglua's grasp. Every time the fishing hook plunged into the rolling sea of blood, without her exerting any effort, heavy catches would automatically be hooked quickly. The things she reeled in were, at the very least, B-grade top quality, with A-grade relics being commonplace. Sometimes, Ruan Xinglua could even see the gigantic spirit of the blood sea, like a mountain, quietly using its enormous claws covered in dark red scales to carefully push some good items buried deep in the mud of the seabed closer to her hook. That movement was so servile and flattering, it was as if it feared that this master would not fish to satisfaction, and if she got angry, the supreme being would blame it, which it could not bear to face. Thus, for the current S-grade side mission task requiring 3 A-grade relics, Ruan Xinglua completed more than a dozen in less than half a day. Moreover, among these, A-grade top-quality relics accounted for a large portion. If it weren't for her limited system storage space, she even doubted she could completely clear out this lost treasure bay. At this moment, in other countries' live streams, there was utterly no sound. A complete silence. On the screen, Jessica from America was still struggling with those slippery tentacles, occasionally cursing in frustration, but on her fishing rod, there wasn't even a shadow of a B-grade relic. In Sakura country, Jindong Choye resembled a stone waiting for a husband, surrounded by a group of fierce ghosts. She had maintained the same pose for nearly 2 hours, her face even paler than those ghosts. As for the contestants from other small countries, the luckiest one had barely scraped out a C-grade damaged ornament from a polluted rocky crevice, leaving him dirty and disheveled. Without comparison, there is no pain. Compared to Ruan Xinglua's side, which swept through the S-grade hidden area like a frenzy, their side seemed not to be a copy at all but more like an execution. Finally, a netizen from some obscure small country, after experiencing long silence and days, sent a comment full of despair and a hint of disillusionment in his country's livestream, which received countless likes and shares. Don't struggle, brothers, and don't complain anymore. The game we are playing is called Strange Marriage Matching, a life or death survival game. And what the Chinese player Ruan Xinglua is playing is called, Husband Took Me to Farm in S-grade Dungeon, This Is My Home. This is simply not a game channel. At the entrance of the soul-drowning dock, the one-eyed old fisherman leisurely pulled out a shiny black smoking pipe from his pocket, filled it with tobacco, and lit it with the everlasting ghostly blue flame on the dock, taking a delightful puff and blowing out a series of grey-white smoke rings. His murky single eye gazed toward the distant lost treasure bay shrouded in blood mist, with a smile only he could understand curling at the corner of his mouth. It was as if he were talking to himself or deliberately letting the countless audience secretly watching hear him, slowly lamenting, "Back in the day, when my master first established the rules for the soul-drowning dock, he laid down the soul hook as proof. Once the soul hook is cast, thousands of souls will avoid it, and all things will turn towards it, not daring to show the slightest defiance. That big fellow in this lost treasure bay, hey, speaking of which, is just a foolish thing not knowing better." Back then, not knowing the heights of heaven and depths of earth, it bumped into the master passing by here and was easily slapped down by the master to the depths of the blood sea, being punished to guard the submerged lost temple for eternity. Just a doorkeeper, after all. Now, my lady brings the master's token, the soul hook, to this place. If it dares to show even an ounce of disrespect, or serve half-heartedly, no need for the master to take action. I, the old man, will be the first to take it apart and boil its bones for soup. The old fisherman's words were filled with infinite respect for Zhou Yan and disdain for that blood sea giant, as if the terrifying presence of the sinister peak was really just a disobedient dog in his eyes. Just as the one-eyed old fisherman was reminiscing and marveling at how imposing his master used to be. In the lost treasure bay, it seemed that due to Ruan Xingluo's astonishingly efficient salvage efforts, the number of high-quality relics produced had become overwhelmingly surprising, even making the basic rules of this S-level dungeon unable to bear it. The cold sound of the system's notification echoed in Ruan Xingluo's mind, carrying an unprecedented warning tone. Warning! Warning! Detecting that the core rules of the dungeon are being continuously disrupted by an unknown powerful force. The groom's assisting authority is being abnormally utilized, and the number of assistance instances is about to reach the task limit. Please, the matchmaking participant must immediately stop the abnormal behavior, otherwise the system will take strong. However, that system warning voice, which carried a hint of threat, hadn't finished speaking. Buzz. On the back of Ruan Xingluo's right hand, the previously nearly faded tiny scar left by Zhou Yan's fishhook suddenly felt a surge of heat again, like a spark being ignited. A breath, more refined, more domineering, and more unquestionable than before, flashed and vanished. The next second. That nagging system warning voice in Ruan Xingluo's mind, even carrying a hint of angry humiliation, was abruptly choked off by an invisible giant hand. The whole world seemed to be at peace. What just happened? The system was pushed back? I didn't see it wrong, right? Zhou Yan's mark can forcibly interrupt even the system's warning? This isn't assistance anymore, right? This is completely a permission dog's dimensional suppression. What level of existence is Zhou Yan even at? He can't possibly be one of the designers of this strange matchmaking game, right? The audience in the Huaxia livestream was once again left speechless by Zhou Yan's unfathomable terrifying strength. Ruan Xingluo herself was also bewildered, as she could clearly sense that just after the system's cold, oppressive will heated up on her scar, it disappeared without a trace as if it had met its nemesis. This is too amazing, dear. Ruan Xingluo looked at the almost invisible scar on the back of her hand, filled with indescribable shock and sweetness. She roughly counted her gains. There were already 15 or 16 A-level relics and countless B-level superior items. That S-level seat of the Lord of Remains was an extraordinary treasure. The task had long surpassed completion, and she felt that her gains this time were even more than what she had combined from the Blood Moon restaurant and the Nanshan Asylum. It's about time to wrap up. If I keep fishing, my storage space will almost run out. Feeling satisfied, Ruan Xingluo prepared to put away her fishing rod and end this miraculous salvage journey ahead of time. However, just as this thought rose in her mind, boom! The entire soul-drowning dock, along with the boundless bloody ocean surrounding it, began to violently shake, without warning, as if an earth dragon flipped over, or like an underwater volcano erupted en masse. A terrifying aura, 100 times more horrifying than the previous blood sea giant, awakened like an ancient demon that had slept for millions of years. From the deepest part of the soul-drowning pier, in the forbidden morning god trench that all strange beings considered taboo, it shot up into the sky. As soon as this aura appeared, the blood mist over the entire soul-drowning pier seemed to freeze, and even the giant blood sea spirit, who had been flattering Ruan Xingluo in the lost treasure bay, let out a cry of terror, trembling violently, wishing it could bury itself entirely in the mud at the seabed. At the entrance of the pier, the old one-eyed fisherman, who had been leisurely smoking his pipe as if the sky falling did not concern him, suddenly lost all traces of relaxation and satisfaction the moment he felt this aura. His smoking pipe fell to the ground with a thud, and that murky single eye suddenly widened, filled with unprecedented shock and fear. He cried out in horror, his voice sharp and piercing due to overwhelming dread. No! No! It's that one sleeping at the bottom of the trench that taboo existence has awakened. That thing is so terrifying that even our master during his prime could only manage to seal it but never completely erase it. Lady Mistress is in danger. The old one-eyed fisherman's wailing voice rang like a death knell in the hearts of all the audience from Huaxia. Morning God Trench. It was a place of endless fear even as the old fisherman mentioned it, a taboo land that even Zhou Yan could only seal and could not erase completely. At this moment, something inside it has awakened. Boom! 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 The entire soul-drowning pier trembled violently under the influence of this awakening will, as if it might collapse at any moment. An indescribable and unnameable horror was slowly emerging from that bottomless morning god trench. It was a mass of endless resentment, shattered rules, and the remnants of numerous fallen deities, forming a deep abyss of vengeful spirits. It did not have a fixed form. At times it morphed into a fierce giant mouth that swallowed all surrounding light and energy, at other times it condensed into countless pairs of eyes filled with malice and despair, gazing upon this sinful pier. The aura it emanated had long exceeded the realm of ghostly peaks, even faintly touching the mythical, elusive level of a half-step divine lord. Once this abyss of vengeful spirits appeared, the rules of the entire soul-drowning pier began to further disarray and collapse. The strange phenomena in all areas, whether the tentacle monsters that had disturbed Jessica in the Tentacle Bay or the vengeful spirits observing the divine palace of Akiha in the Night of 100 Ghosts, all fell into an unprecedented frenzy, or deeper fear in that instant. The danger levels at all salvage points skyrocketed in an instant. However, amidst this extreme chaos and fear, there was also a trace of imperceptible opportunity. At the Night of 100 Ghosts where the divine palace Akiha was located, those vengeful spirits who had originally surrounded her tightly, making it impossible for her to move, began to act and think with abnormal sluggishness and confusion upon sensing the world-destroying pressure, as if they had been forcefully filled with an overwhelming amount of negative information, revealing flaws. Now is the time. Akiha's eyes flashed with a wild determination. She knew this might be her only chance. She suddenly urged the brutal aura belonging to the split soul of the Yamada no Orochi, while taking out an S-rank disposable item, the yellow spring fishing line, cherished by the high-ups of Sakurakuni as a trump card. It was a bizarre dark yellow fishing line, seeming to be soaked in the blood of countless souls, whose effect was to forcibly attract and hook the item that reacted most violently within a designated area for a short time. Oh Yamada no Orochi. Please protect me. Chapter 28, A Stunning Turnaround. Shinomiya Akiha let out a sharp scream, placing all her hope on the Yomi fishing line, desperately throwing it towards the edge of the violently surging underwater energy, caused by the emergence of the abyssal resentment aggregation. Buzz! The Yomi fishing line hit the water and instantly tensed up. A tremendous pulling force came, and Shinomiya Akiha could even hear the unbearable groan of her arm bones under the weight. But she gritted her teeth tightly, her eyes filled with blood vessels. Come up! A few seconds later, accompanied by a crisp sound of water, a translucent pendant, seemingly formed from millennia of ice, yet emanating a trace of maternal compassion and endless sorrow, was successfully fished up by her. Upon its appearance, the wails of the surrounding spirits came to a halt, as if influenced by the special aura released from it. Ding! Sakura Nation contestant Shinomiya Akiha successfully salvaged an ultra-rare relic, Tear of Izanami, SS grade. SS grade! The long-silent Sakura Nation live stream exploded with a thunderous, frenzied celebration at the moment they saw this system notification. SS grade. It's an SS grade relic. Blessed by Amaterasu. Izanami has shown her divine presence. Contestant Shinomiya. Contestant Shinomiya has done it. She has brought hope to our great Sakura Empire in this dire situation. Ha ha ha. What's an S grade from Huaxia? We go straight to SS grade. This is true national fortune. A real miracle. At the same time, on the other side of Tentacle Bay, Jessica from the beautiful country also found a moment of respite under the terrifying pressure of the abyssal resentment aggregation. Those originally endless, slippery tentacles that bothered her were mostly retreating deep into the seabed, now afraid to show themselves easily, due to overwhelming fear. A spark flashed in Jessica's eyes as she quickly took out a special bait, given by her mysterious husband, the Knight of Calamity, Calamity's Devour bait. This bait can accurately attract those powerful relics that also carry a calamity aura or have witnessed great disasters. Following that, she took a deep breath, recalling the special casting technique taught by the Knight of Calamity, Knight's Precise Cast. This technique allows her to throw the fishing line at an astonishing angle and force, precisely to the point where energy reactions are most intense, and at the moment the hook hits the water, it will add a one-time penetrating effect to pierce through certain energy barriers or physical obstructions. Right there! Using the faint sensing of Calamity's Devour bait and her judgment of the energy disturbance caused by the abyssal resentment aggregation, Jessica put all her strength into hurling the baited hook deep into an exceptionally turbulent dark current. The fishing line tightened, similarly pulling with immense force. But Jessica, after all, was a carefully selected contestant from the beautiful country, supported by her powerful and mysterious husband, and her strength far surpassed that of Shinomiya Akiha. She let out a fierce shout, the eerie power surged within her, firmly controlling the fishing rod. Moments later, although broken, an ancient battle flag still exuding the aura of iron blood and glory, seemingly condensed from countless knightly souls, was successfully dragged up from the seabed by her. On the battle flag, a blurry emblem of a knightly order could be vaguely seen, along with the pervasive essence of calamity and indomitable will. Ding! Beautiful country contestant Jessica successfully salvaged an ultra-rare relic on her battle flag of the Sunken Knights, SS grade. The beautiful country livestream also erupted in thunderous cheers and pride after a brief shock. SS grade. Our beautiful country has also caught an SS level relic. This is strength. This is heritage. I knew it, Jessica and Lord of the Calamity Knight are the best. They can create miracles in any dire situation. Huaxia's luck has run out. Next is the moment our beautiful country shows its true power. The news that Sakura Country and Beautiful Country have successively caught SS-level relics hit like two heavy bombs, instantly igniting the global National Fortune livestream platform. Except for Huaxia, almost all the commentators are declaring with the most passionate tones the earth-shaking reversal of this National Fortune pattern. The appearance of SS-level relics will undoubtedly change the course of this soul-drowning peer mission. With these two powerful relics, Sakura Country and Beautiful Country are likely to surpass Huaxia. Exactly. Although Huaxia's contestant Ruan Xinglua obtained an S-level relic at the start, it now looks more like a fleeting moment. In front of the terrifying existence like the Abyss Wailing Energy Aggregate, the so-called hidden area she was in is probably the real death trap. Huaxia's good luck ends here. In the face of absolute power and true national heritage, any clever tricks will become pale and powerless. At this moment, Ruan Xinglua, who is in the Lost Treasure Gulf, truly feels an unprecedented desperation. The terrifying pressure of the Abyss Wailing Energy Aggregate pours down on the area she is in without reserve. The Blood Sea Giant, who had previously flattered her, is now curled deep in the sea of blood, shivering and barely protecting itself, not daring to show its face again. Ruan Xinglua tries to cast her fishing rod again, but the fishing line given by Zhouyan, which had never failed before, is instantly corroded by the omnipresent wailing energy, snapping with a pop sound. Even the fishhook almost fell into the sea. What should I do? Ruan Xinglua's small face turns pale as she looks at the blood sea that seems to have turned into a tangible hell, feeling the terrifying pressure that makes her very soul tremble, for the first time feeling a sense of powerlessness in her heart. Just as this despair is about to swallow her, a calm and familiar voice, with a hint of laziness yet containing infinite confidence, suddenly rings in her mind. Don't be scared by that guy. It makes a lot of noise and looks intimidating, but in reality, it's just a big garbage fish in this fishing ground. It is Zhouyan's voice. I've already placed a beacon for you. Use your soul hooking hook to fish for those things that truly belong to you. Hearing this, Ruan Xinglua's whole body trembles, and she quickly looks down at the rusty fishhook in her hand that she had reattached. To her surprise, the previously unremarkable fishhook now emits a faint yet exceptionally steadfast, unassailable pure golden light. This golden light is not glaring, but it seems able to penetrate the endless blood mist and wailing energy, clearly pointing in one direction. The central area of the Gulf. In that direction, through the rolling blood mist, she can vaguely see a grand yet dilapidated underwater palace, seemingly silent for eons, flickering in and out of view amidst the towering waves stirred up by the Abyss Wailing Energy Aggregate. Garbage fish. Soul hooking hook, beacon, underwater palace. Ruan Xinglua gazes at the unwavering golden light on the fishhook, then looks at the distant Abyss Wailing Energy Aggregate radiating a world-destroying aura, as well as the mysterious underwater palace that is faintly visible under the terrifying pressure. Her heart, beating wildly due to fear, miraculously started to calm down little by little. She took a deep breath, and her eyes rekindled with light. She chose to unconditionally believe in Zhouyan. Husband, I understand. Ruan Xinglua placed all her hope, all her faith, in this last hook. Her petite body suddenly erupted with astonishing strength that was not in line with her appearance, using all her might to fling that soul-catching hook, which bore the golden beacon and carried all her hopes, fiercely towards the mysterious underwater palace. That rusty fishhook, which carried all of Ruan Xinglua's hopes, was pulled by Zhouyan's mysterious golden beacon, piercing through the illusion like a flowing light, accurately plunging into the underwater palace hidden amidst the blood mist and giant waves. Boom! In the moment the fishhook fell, Ruan Xinglua felt an unprecedented, unimaginable heavy pull, suddenly coming from the fishing rod. That feeling was not like hooking an object, it felt more like hooking the very foundation of this boundless sea of blood, hooking the dragon bone of the entire soul-sinking pier. Ruan Xinglua let out a painful muffled groan, feeling as if her arms were about to be torn apart by this immense force. The ground beneath her feet cracked inch by inch, and she was pulled off balance by that force, nearly being dragged straight into the bottomless, blood-colored ocean filled with endless resentment. What on earth has been hooked up? Ruan the school flower can't hold on much longer. This strength is too terrifying, right? Could it be the underwater palace itself? No way. Just as Ruan Xinglua felt she was reaching her limit, her consciousness starting to blur. Roar! Deep in the sea, that mysterious underwater palace, shrouded in blood mist and dark currents, suddenly erupted with magnificent golden light without warning. That golden light was dazzling and holy, instantly piercing through the blood mist that had hung over the lost treasure bay for millions of years, illuminating this area, which was originally filled with despair and deathly silence, like a divine realm. Immediately following, a series of high-pitched, dignified, and profoundly noble dragon roars echoed from within the underwater palace, resounding throughout the entire soul-sinking pier. On the ancient palace's crumbled walls, those formerly blurred and eroded Huaxia dragon totem carvings seemed to be infused with life, awakening at that moment. They roamed and roared in the golden light, radiating a terrifying dragon might that made all spirits submit. The next second, under the astonished gazes of Yuan Xinglua and billions of viewers worldwide, a towering jade pillar, made entirely of a peculiar white jade radiating warm divine light, entwined with a lifelike five-clawed golden dragon phantom, exuding an unparalleled aura that subdued ancient times and stabilized the universe, was actually hooked out inch by inch from the foundation of the underwater palace by that small rusty fishhook. As the jade pillar emerged, the rules of the entire soul-sinking pier trembled and submitted. Ding! Congratulations to Huaxia contestant Yuan Xinglua for successfully fishing out the national treasure of Huaxia Stabilizing Dragon Pillar, Replica, SSS level. Huaxia Stabilizing Dragon Pillar, Replica, a replica of the supreme divine object that subdues Huaxia's luck from ancient times, containing a trace of true dragon soul power, capable of suppressing evil, gathering national fortune, stabilizing borders, and blessing the people. When this object emerges, all evil recedes, and national fortune flourishes. SSS level. Huaxia Stabilizing Dragon Pillar. When these words appeared like the brightest stars on all live stream screens, the entire blue star fell into a strange silence due to the sudden shocking turn of events. Seconds later, the Huaxia live stream room erupted in an ecstatic celebration 100 times more intense than any before. SSS level. It's SSS level. Am I dreaming? Our Huaxia's national dragon pillar? A replica? Even if it's a replica, it's still an SSS level existence. Plus, it's the national dragon pillar. This is simply unbelievable. Zhou Yan the big shot. This must be Zhou Yan's handiwork. Who else could get Yuan Xinglua to fish up something like this? I knew it. I knew the fishing hook Zhou Yan gave was special. This is no ordinary hook, it's clearly a divine artifact that opens up the heavens. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the soul drowning pier, the one-eyed old fisherman, who had been watching the direction of the lost treasure bay, burst into unprecedented brilliance and relief in his murky single eye the moment he saw the white jade dragon pillar entwined with the illusion of a five-clawed golden dragon being pulled out of the water. He exhaled a long puff of smoke, and in a voice only he could hear, filled with boundless reverence and emotion, he softly spoke to himself, so that's it, so that's how it is. I wondered why my master went to such great lengths to seal that useless abyssal grudge in the deepest part of the divine grave channel, and why he sank this replica pillar containing a trace of the homeland's dragon soul beneath this lost temple. It turns out this so-called abyssal grudge entity was, from the very beginning, just the master's prepared nourishment and watchdog for this dragon pillar. Only by nourishing it to a sufficient strength could the potential of the dragon pillar be maximally stimulated, and only the resentment emanating from it could deter other small-time characters from coveting the dragon pillar. Now that the dragon pillar has been successfully fished up by the Lady Master, it means this nourishment and watchdog has finally lost its last bit of meaning. The old fisherman shook his head, a hint of pity flashing in his eyes. The master's original plan was probably to clean up this useless trash fish after the Lady Master fished out the dragon pillar, so it wouldn't dirty her eyes. Just as the old fisherman muttered to himself, revealing this earth-shattering secret. In the lost treasure bay, the Huaxia national dragon pillar, which Yuan Xinglua had painstakingly fished up, opened its dazzling dragon eyes, like the blazing sun, the instant it touched the outside air. Chapter 30, True Dragon Descends. Roar! A voice even higher pitched, more majestic, filled with supreme divinity and righteous energy, echoed through the clouds. A pure and extreme aura of Huaxia's national fortune, along with the overwhelming dragon might that suppresses all evil and sweeps away demonic miasmas, erupted like a volcanic explosion from the dragon pillar. At the forefront was the abyssal grudge entity in the distance, which had just been flaunting its might, radiating a destructive aura. Hiss. Ow. That once invincible and terrifying being, on the verge of crossing the threshold of half-step divine master, let out a shriek of fear and pain the moment it felt this pure dragon might and national fortune aura. Its colossal body, formed from endless resentment and shattered rules, twisted and churned violently as if it had encountered the most terrifying natural enemy. On the dragon pillar, the five-clawed golden dragon illusion suddenly raised its head, and two beams of resplendent divine light, like golden swords, shot out from its dragon eyes, instantly crossed the distance of space and struck fiercely at the constantly changing massive body of the abyssal grudge entity. Sizzle! Like pouring boiling oil on snow. The abyssal grudge entity's enormous body was instantly burned through, leaving two gigantic holes, as countless resentments and dark energies rapidly dissolved and purified under the illumination of the golden divine light. Ow. The The abyssal grudge entity let out a howl filled with endless pain and fear like never before. It no longer had its former arrogance and brutality. That massive body began to slowly, uncontrollably retreat towards the bottomless abyss of the God Burial Sea. It dared not approach the jade pillar that emitted a terrifying dragon might even a fraction more. It seemed that if it stayed for even another second, it would be completely purified and evaporated. Ruan Xinglua tightly grasped the fishing rod in her hand. The Huaxia National Dragon Pillar was now floating before her, radiating gentle yet immense power. Streams of pure national fortune energy surged into her body through the invisible connection between her and the Dragon Pillar, like 100 rivers returning to the sea. Under the onslaught of this vast power, Ruan Xinglua felt that her limbs, bones, meridians, and even the depths of her soul were undergoing some inexplicable wondrous transformation. Her mental strength was crazily soaring at a speed visible to the naked eye. The mental sea, which had been a bit weak due to multiple extreme exhaustions, was now quickly recovering like a long drought land receiving rain, and it kept expanding and consolidating. Even more, she faintly felt that she seemed to have touched some profound, unfathomable threshold of the extraordinary. It felt as if just one more step forward would allow her to enter a whole new level of life. In the distance, within the God Burial Sea abyss, the abyssal resentment conglomerate, which had been temporarily forced back, still let out intermittent roars of unwillingness and resentment, although its breath was much weaker. It seemed that it had not completely given up and was still accumulating strength, preparing for its final, most frantic dying counterattack. The Huaxia National Dragon Pillar, floating before Ruan Xinglua, shone even more brilliantly in golden light after repelling that terrifying resentment conglomerate. It seemed to possess its own life, proactively and greedily absorbing the countless restless soul energies and fragmented rules that had escaped due to the passage of time and countless battles, from the entire soul drowning dock. As these energies continuously poured in, the five-clawed golden dragon shadow on the dragon pillar became more and more solid, more and more majestic. It seemed to transform into a bottomless black hole, or like an ancient divine dragon that had been hungry for billions of years, fiercely and greedily devouring the chaotic and potent power of restless souls and the badly broken rule fragments in the entire soul drowning dock. This S-level horror dungeon at that moment seemed to have turned into a buffet for the dragon pillar. The rolling blood mist in the bay, the gathering resentment above the dock, and even some low-level relics just retrieved by other contestants, whose energies were still dissipating, were all being swallowed by the five-clawed golden dragon shadow on the dragon pillar. For every pure ounce of energy devoured, the five-clawed golden dragon shadow on the dragon pillar solidified a bit more, its scales and claws becoming clearer, its dragon whiskers more flowing, and its dragon eyes shining with divine brilliance. The national awe emitted by the dragon pillar itself also grew thicker, more majestic, and increasingly sacred and inviolable. At this moment, the cold system notification sounded in Ruan Xinglua's and all the Huaxia audience's ears at the right time. Ding! Special event triggered. The Huaxia National Dragon Pillar, copy, is undergoing self-repair and evolution by absorbing external energy. Current repair progress, 1%, 2%, 5%. At the same time, in Blue Star, Huaxia. As the Huaxia National Dragon Pillar began to madly devour the energy of the soul drowning dock, an anomaly reoccurred overhead across Huaxia's vast lands. The massive five-clawed golden dragon shadow, which had previously formed due to Ruan Xinglua's multiple excellent performances. At this moment, it was as if a kind of unimaginable energy replenishment had been obtained, and its originally somewhat illusory dragon body actually solidified at a speed visible to the naked eye. The golden dragon scales shone with immortal brilliance, the majestic dragon head looked down on the world, and the powerful dragon claws seemed to be able to tear apart the heavens. At this moment, it was no longer a phantom, but like a true guardian dragon, coming from ancient mythology, descended upon this land that had endured many trials. Aoo! The true dragon descended to the world, its roar echoed through the skies. That sacred and majestic dragon's roar spread to every corner of Huaxia. Soon after, this five-clawed golden dragon, formed from endless national fortune and the power of the dragon pillar, began to circle around the vast territory of Huaxia, slowly cruising. It cruised for 3 weeks, continuously spitting out visible golden auspicious air from its mouth, showering the land like a gentle rain. Wherever this golden auspicious air had showered, the elderly, who had long been bedridden, unable to be healed by medicine, miraculously regained their health and even stood up to walk. In some areas, sporadic small disturbances caused by the infiltration of strange world powers appeared, but under this grand dragon's might, those low-level anomalies melted away like snow and were instantly purified. Beneath the land of Huaxia, those energy veins that had been blocked or exhausted for historical reasons were completely activated under the guidance and connection of this overwhelming national fortune. Countless ancient sect ruins and paradise lands, once abundant in spiritual energy but now reduced to mundane land, were revitalized, and strands of innate spiritual energy poured forth from within. Chapter 31, Dimensional Strike. What made the entire Huaxia higher-ups and countless ordinary people overjoyed was that in this unprecedented national fortune baptism, a large number of ordinary people, who had only enhanced physical quality or awakened some trivial abilities, saw their powers skyrocketing as if they had taken a rocket. Some could easily lift tons of heavy stones, some could see for miles, and some could even briefly manipulate fire and lightning. Even a very few gifted lucky individuals, under this so-called miraculous national fortune blessing, directly broke the shackles of mortals and stepped into the ranks of extraordinary beings, which only existed in legends. An era of golden evolution for all in Huaxia seemed to have already begun. At the moment when Huaxia was celebrating nationwide, and national fortune was at its peak. Previously, because of the luck of Shinguqiodi and Jessica in obtaining SS-level relics, the recently rising fortunes of Sakura Country and Beautiful Country were once again suppressed under the supreme pressure of this Huaxia national fortune golden dragon, as if crushed by Mount Tai. Even the two newly acquired SS-level relics in their countries, the Tears of Izanami and the Honor Banner of the Sunken Knights, began to tremble slightly. Their emitted power fluctuations became extremely unstable, as if they could lose control at any moment, even backfiring on their masters. The high-ranking officials of both countries were shocked to discover that they found it difficult to fully control these two SS-level relics. It was as if these two strange objects from the Drowning Soul dock, after sensing the supreme majesty of the Huaxia National Dragon Pillar, felt some kind of fear and submission from the depths of their souls. At this moment, the high-ranking officials and think tanks of countries around the world finally realized a fact that filled them with despair. In this cruel national fortune competition of strange marriage, Huaxia, or rather, that mysterious man Zhou Yan standing behind the Huaxia contestant Wan Xinglua, already possessed an absolute advantage beyond the understanding and reach of these countries, a superiority beyond the rules. This was no longer simply luck or strength. This is clearly a dimensional crush. In the depths of the burial god trench at the Soul Drowning Dock, the abyssal grudge entity, repelled by a strike from the Huaxia National Dragon Pillar, was naturally unwilling to remain dormant, and even more unwilling to let the resentment and power accumulated over countless years become someone else's wedding dress. Its indescribable body twisted violently, roaring, making its last crazy move. It forcibly devoured the weaker remnants of other evil souls sealed here by Zhou Yan in the trench. With each bit it consumed, the aura of hatred around it intensified, and its somewhat dissipated presence recongealed, even more ferocious than before, filled with a desire to destroy everything. It was all or nothing. It was burning everything. Roar! Finally, after nearly draining the entire burial god trench, the abyssal grudge entity erupted with an earth-shattering roar. Its enormous body, beyond imagination, instantly transformed into a thick, black pillar of light, as if it were going to pierce through the heavens, carrying endless resentment and the power of shattered rules capable of annihilating all living beings. With a desperate determination to perish together, it slammed toward the Huaxia National Dragon Pillar, which was wildly consuming energy and glowing brighter, and toward Wan Xinglua standing not far from the pillar. With this blow, it poured everything it had. With this blow, it was confident that it could completely erase the damned dragon pillar and that disgusting human woman from this world. Just as the world-destroying black pillar was about to hit its target, all the Blue Star viewers watching this scene thought the end was coming. Blue Star, Happiness Community, Room 101. Zhou Yan, who had been lounging with his legs crossed, leisurely watching Wan Xinglua's livestream, finally slowly put down his somewhat old fishing rod upon seeing the abyssal grudge entity that dared to launch a suicidal attack. He extended a lone, pale finger, and at its tip, there was no energy fluctuation, nor any earth-shattering anomaly. He simply, casually, pointed at the grand black pillar of light on the live stream screen, as if brushing off a speck of dust. At the same time, a faint, playful smile curved at the corner of his mouth, and he softly spoke to himself in a voice only he could hear. It has been noisy for so long, it's about time to clean up the garbage. Above the lost treasure bay at the Soul Drowning Dock, that black pillar of light, carrying endless resentment and destructive will, was about to swallow Wan Xinglua in the dragon pillar, less than 100 meters away. Suddenly, its unstoppable terrifying force abruptly came to a halt without warning. Then, it was as if an invisible giant hand, crossing endless time and dimensions, had struck it head-on. Boom! A dull, yet seemingly soul-shattering explosion. That world-destroying black pillar of light began to shatter from the front, like an ice sculpture under the blazing sun, cracking inch by inch, and then it exploded violently. There was no energy rampaging, nor chaotic scenes of broken rules. It was directly decomposed and reverted into the purest form, containing no impurities of the original resentment energy. Then, before the pure resentment energy could disperse, the Huaxia National Dragon Pillar emitted a joyful dragon roar, its five-clawed golden dragon phantom suddenly opening its huge mouth, like a great whale sucking water, completely absorbing the shattered abyssal grudge entity, leaving not a trace behind. Once, the entire soul-sinking pier trembled because of the abyssal grudge entity, which even touched the threshold of a demigod, yet it could not let out a final cry, completely vanishing from this world in a manner that could be called suffocating and dramatic. It became the high-grade nourishment for the dragon column's evolution. After the dragon column of China consumed all the energy from the abyssal grudge entity, the golden light it emitted nearly condensed into substance, illuminating the entire soul-sinking pier. The dragon column itself was undergoing amazing changes at a speed visible to the naked eye. More sacred, more majestic, more real. What left Wan Xinglua and all the Chinese viewers in disbelief was that in a certain area of the dragon column engraved with ancient Chinese characters, the clear copy character actually began to gradually blur at a slow but steady pace. It seemed to have a trend of evolution. At the same time, Ruan Xinglua felt that through the wonderful connection with the transforming dragon column, she had developed an indescribable special perception over the entire S-level terrifying instance of the soul-sinking pier, even a faint, almost non-existent, control? It was as if, as long as she wished, she could influence certain rules of this area to a certain extent. Crack, a sound, like crystals shattering and being reborn, came from the Chinese national dragon column floating in front of Ruan Xinglua. After absorbing the unimaginably vast pure grudge origin of the abyssal grudge entity, the slightly glaring copy character engraved on the dragon column seemingly erased by an invisible force, completely disappeared. Replaced by a character remnant that carried a sense of desolation and ancient meaning. Chinese National Dragon Column, Remnant. Although it still wasn't a complete genuine item, the pressure and divinity it radiated was more than 10 times stronger than the previous copy. The illusory five-clawed golden dragon entwined around it was almost solid, its dragon eyes opening and closing, seeming to contain the birth and extinction of the sun, moon, and stars. Buzz. The dragon column emitted a pleasant light sound, and a golden divine light entered Ruan Xinglua's forehead. In an instant, Ruan Xinglua felt that she had established a deep, blood-connected, even soul-resonating link with this Chinese national dragon column. Through this dragon column, she was astonished to discover that she could vaguely sense the flow of water in the entire soul-sinking pier, and even, to a certain extent, mobilize and influence some of the water rules in this S-level forbidden zone. For example, with a thought, the distant area that was originally turbulent and dangerous due to the awakening of the abyssal grudge entity miraculously began to calm down, becoming peaceful and quiet. Or, if she concentrated, it seemed she could see lying quietly beneath the seemingly calm sea surface in B-level relic emitting weak energy waves, with its position and depth clear in her mind. This is, the Mother Authority? My God! Is Ruan Xinglua now able to walk sideways in the soul-sinking pier? Controlling part of the instance rules. This is simply unheard of. How much authority did Master Zhou Yan give Ruan Xinglua? The Chinese audience was completely numb, happiness came too suddenly and too violently. This is the most fundamental authority possessed by the mistress as the partner of the pier's master, enough to make any other match hopeful despair. Just as Ruan Xinglua was still savoring this wonderful feeling of control, a cold system notification sound, carrying an unprecedented, even flattering and excited tone. The announcement echoed throughout the entire Blue Star, and all National Fortune live streams. Global announcement. Global announcement. Huaxia player Ruan Xinglua, in the S-level dungeon Drowning Souls dock task, performed extraordinarily, turning the tide. Not only did she successfully fish out the SSS-level national treasure Huaxia National Pillar, Remnant, but she also single-handedly purified and stabilized the chaotic rules of the core area of the Drowning Souls dock, eliminating hidden dangers, and made immeasurable contributions to the entire Drowning Souls dock dungeon. Comprehensive evaluation determined, SSS+. Task reward, a historic record reset. Huaxia's national fortune received an epic upgrade. Completely stabilized. And began to provide excessive rewards to the pairing, Ruan Xinglua. Personal reward, due to special contributions to the dungeon and excessive rewards from national fortune, the pairing Ruan Xinglua's personal strength will achieve a leap-forward breakthrough. Boom! As the system announcement came out, the entire Blue Star seemed to tremble under this terrifying reward. In the sky above Huaxia, the national fortune golden dragon that had just completed its patrol let out a thunderous dragon roar again, and from its enormous body erupted a golden divine light 100 times more brilliant than before. Endless power of national fortune flowed like a rushing golden river from the sky, crossing undying void, and precisely poured into Ruan Xinglua, who was in the Drowning Souls dock. At the same time, the Huaxia national pillar in her hand also emitted a gentle yet immense dragon spirit power, continuously nourishing her body and soul. Under this so-called miracle of dual national fortune infusion and dragon pillar feedback, Ruan Xinglua felt as if her body was thrown into a furnace of heaven and earth, undergoing an earth-shattering tempering and transformation. Her mental power barrier was easily breached. Having originally only greatly increased her mental power, now that immense mental power began to condense, compress, and materialize in an incredible way. In her eyes, it seemed like galaxies were flowing, and with a thought, the surrounding air appeared to subtly twist because of her will. This was clearly a sign of mental power transforming into substance, even initially touching the threshold of rule power. This level had far surpassed the limits that other countries' pairings could imagine, who were still struggling for B-level and A-level relics, or even struggling for survival. One could say, Ruan Xinglua's personal strength had already reached a horrifying level that made all other contestants despair, even feeling that looking up at it was a luxury. In stark contrast were the Sakura Nation and Beautiful Nation. While they each managed to retain their S-level relics, to completely repair the damages on them, and fully master these two terrifyingly powerful items, they would need to pay unimaginable huge costs and much time. Though their national fortune had also improved, beneath the glaring suppression of Huaxia's golden dragon of national fortune, that slight improvement was almost negligible, and even felt somewhat laughable. As for those nations that hadn't even touched an S-level relic, and were suffering heavy casualties in the dungeon with no gains, they were now at a loss for tears. The bizarre national fortune competition of pairing had lost balance due to Zhou Yan, this unreasonable out-of-rules existence. Or rather, from the very start, it was a one-man show prepared only for Huaxia, or more specifically, for Zhou Yan and his chosen Wan Xinglua. The high-level officials of countries around the world, after experiencing the immense shock and psychological gap brought by the Drowning Souls dock incident, finally recognized the reality completely. They began to reassess their overall strategy toward Huaxia with an unprecedented gravity and seriousness. From initial indifference and mockery, to later vigilance. Competition, and now, they had to start considering whether they should give up those unrealistic fantasies and instead seek deep cooperation with Huaxia, or even show necessary attachment and goodwill in some aspects. Chapter 33, The Back Garden. After all, in front of a player with divine-level existence, any struggle seems so pale and powerless. With a flash of white light, Wan Xinglua returned to Happy Community Room 101, satisfied with a delicate dragon-shaped mark that had been deeply imprinted on the back of her hand, and a full load of various high-quality relics. It was still that familiar sofa, the familiar decor, and that figure that could instantly bring her peace no matter how stormy things got outside. Zhou Yan was leisurely savoring a glass of unknown crimson drink. Seeing her return, a gentle smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Back? It seems your harvest is good. Wan Xinglu excitedly shared her experiences at the Soul Drowning Dock with Zhou Yan like a treasure. After listening, Zhou Yan's eyes revealed unmistakable approval, as well as a tenderness and spoilage that others could hardly perceive. He reached out, gently ruffled Wan Xinglu's hair, and said softly, "You did well. This stabilizing needle will now be held by you for Huaxia. It has finally returned to its rightful owner. As for this dock," he paused, his tone casual as if he were talking about an insignificant matter, "it's okay to visit occasionally, relax, fish a bit, just treat it like our own back garden." Back garden? Wan Xinglu was choked up by Zhou Yan's understated description. After all, it was an S-level terrifying instance. Just as Wan Xinglu and Zhou Yan were enjoying this rare warm daily life, and she was still savoring Zhou Yan's shocking words of our own back garden. Suddenly, a force that was extremely dignified, extremely cold, yet upon reaching the area of Happy Community Room 101, carried a hint of imperceptible awe and carefulness, descended at this ordinary residential building without any warning. The source of this thought was vast and boundless, filled with rhythmic rules. It was indeed the strange world will that had previously had several friendly exchanges with Zhou Yan, and even forcibly erased the marriage information. But this time, the strange world will seem to have learned. It did not directly attempt to communicate with Zhou Yan in any form, but instead sent a beam of light containing complex information to Wan Xinglu, who was the contract signer for this marriage and bound to the national fortune, through a very special channel complying with the strange marriage rules. A piece of information clearly emerged in Wan Xinglu's mind. In view of Huaxia player Wan Xinglu and her marriage partner Zhou Yan, who have demonstrated exceptional capability in maintaining world stability during the chaos of the Soul Drowning Dock rules disturbance, and made outstanding contributions to sorting and reshaping certain chaotic strange domain rules. After careful deliberations by the Supreme Council of the Strange World, we hereby extend a solemn invitation to Blue Star Huaxia Civilization, as the only special invited observer nation, to participate in the upcoming meeting on resource coordination and order maintenance among various worlds, to be held in the central divine temple of the Void Starsea. This so-called meeting on resource coordination and order maintenance among various worlds was, in fact, the highest-level summit for major civilizations and powers within the strange world to redefine power boundaries, allocate newly emerged strange world resource points, and even determine the fate of certain weaker strange worlds. In the past, no country on Blue Star even had the qualification to know about the existence of this meeting, let alone to attend as observers. If Huaxia could participate as a special invited observer nation, even just sitting in the corner and listening, the information about the countless worlds, the resources that might be obtained in the future, and the enhancement of international status in the strange world system is immeasurable. This is far more important and far-reaching than simple rewards from national luck points or a few SSS-level strange objects. Wan Xinglua was a bit dazed by the sudden influx of massive information. She instinctively relayed the content of the invitation word for word to Zhou Yan beside her. After listening, Zhou Yan merely raised an eyebrow nonchalantly, a half-smile forming on his lips, and said casually, "Oh? Those old guys hiding in the shadows, playing tricks, have finally opened their eyes a little and know whose leg to cling to now." He stretched lazily, his tone still relaxed. "Well, since they are inviting so sincerely, if you're bored, it wouldn't hurt to go take a look. Consider it a little inspection trip for your husband to check on future ventures. If anything displeases you, or if anyone has the audacity to point fingers at you, come back and tell me. Your husband will take care of it." As Zhou Yan's voice fell, an ancient token, entirely pitch-black and engraved with countless mysterious and bizarre symbols, emanating a faint power of time and space, quietly appeared in Wan Xinglua's palm. "This is the invitation to the Multiverse Strange Realm Resource Coordination and Order Maintenance Conference. This is not merely an invitation to a meeting, it is more like a key that will open a door to the deeper secrets of the strange world for China and for Wan Xinglua, leading to a vast, dangerous, and exciting grand stage of countless worlds, a key And Zhou Yan, with his attitude of indifference and disregard towards this High Council and Coordination Conference that would make any master of the strange world take notice, made his true identity and past experiences once again appear deep, enigmatic, and unfathomable. Ruan Xinglua opened her palm. The ancient token, personally gifted by the will of the strange world, lay quietly in her hand. The token was entirely black, the material unknown, cold to the touch, engraved with countless arcane and twisted strange symbols, subtly emitting a chilling and powerful ancient aura. Ruan Xinglua named it the Strange Realm Token. This small token seemed to carry the weight of an entire world. That night, China's top leaders quickly organized the country's most elite linguists, historians, material scientists, and experts in the field of strange research to conduct comprehensive secret studies on this Strange Realm Token. After nearly an entire night of tireless effort, the experts reached a preliminary conclusion. This Strange Realm Token is undoubtedly a kind of high-level entry credential, an elderly expert exclaimed excitedly, his eyes bloodshot. Its material cannot be analyzed, but we detected that it contains a trace of extremely weak yet incredibly pure essence of the strange world's original rules. This means that if worn for an extended period, it would subtly enhance understanding of strange powers, and even provide a weak boost in grasping the rules of the strange world. This is simply a priceless treasure. Furthermore, another expert responsible for interpreting the information on the token added, according to our preliminary deciphering of these strange symbols, the token also marks the approximate time for this so-called multiverse Strange Realm Resource Coordination and Order Maintenance Conference. In Blue Star time, it should be about a month from now. As for the specific meeting location, it remains a mystery. It seems to be shielded by some powerful force of rules. Due to Zhou Yan, Huaxia obtained the status of an invited observer country, and the news of its impending participation in the highest-level conference of the strange world spread like wings, quickly reaching the high-ranking officials of other major countries on Blue Star through certain special channels. In an instant, the world was shaken. In the office of the commander-in-chief of the beautiful country, waves of suppressed roars and sounds of shattering objects echoed. Too much. This is simply too much. How many resources have we invested at the Seoul submersion dock? Contestant Jessica risked her life to secure that SS-grade relic. And what do we have to show for it? We couldn't even touch the shadow of the conference. And that Huaxia, which has suffered 9 consecutive defeats and was almost kicked out of the strange matchmaking table, unexpectedly skyrocketed to become some nonsense observer country? It's unfair. This is absolutely a conspiracy. We must find out. That Huaxia woman and her strange husband, what despicable means did they use to get this qualification? In the Prime Minister's residence in Sakura country, the atmosphere was also so heavy it could drip water. Baka. Tears of Izanami. That is an SS-grade mythical relic. Why can we barely repair it, and even the rise of our national fortunes is so limited? And Huaxia, why do they deserve this? It must be Zhou Yan. He is definitely some ancient and powerful strange existence we don't know about. He has disrupted the balance of strange matchmaking. We must find a way. We must find a way to connect with that highest council of the strange world. No matter what the cost, we are willing to pay. In an instant, the country that had previously been so proud of securing an SS-grade relic due to luck during the Seoul submersion dock mission now felt 1,000 times worse than swallowing a fly. They invested heavily, even resorting to national-level trump cards, only to discover that they had no qualification to even enter the real card table. And that Huaxia, which they had always looked down upon and even casually mocked, had quietly taken their place in the VIP section that they didn't even dare to look up to. The huge gap and unbelievable rage made them start to recklessly search for any possible way to connect with that mysterious highest council of the strange world, even if it meant drinking poison to quench their thirst. In contrast, some countries that had previously maintained decent relations with Huaxia, or were weaker but held great ambitions and fantasies about the strange world, expressed their congratulations and, probing through various secret channels, they either subtly inquired about any hints concerning the coordinating conference, or indirectly expressed a willingness for some form of strategic alignment or resource-sharing cooperation. International relations became erratic due to the small strange domain token. As the outside world surged and stormed, Huaxia's expert team finally achieved a new breakthrough in the study of the strange domain token. Director! We found it! A young researcher rushed into Lin Angua's office, holding a freshly printed document with excitement. Based on the residual energy fluctuations on the token and an extremely obscure seed mark for reverse derivation, we can basically confirm that to ultimately activate this strange domain token and reveal the exact location of the conference, a special strange plant called the World Tree Seed must be used as a trigger, or say, a key. World Tree Seed? Lin Angua frowned slightly. Yes. The young researcher nodded vigorously. This strange plant is extremely rare. According to the few fragmented records we have in our database, it usually only grows in some places on the verge of decline. The soon-to-collapse New Bazaar area is a strange object born from the essence of the world's life and death rules alternating moments. It seemed as if to confirm the experts' conjectures. Just at the very next moment after the research report was submitted, a cold system notification sound precisely echoed in Ruan Xingluo's mind. Ding! Triggered special personal trial mission, token of the World Tree. Mission content, please, the bride Ruan Xinglua, within the limited time, within 72 hours of Blue Star time, go alone to the newly bizarre area numbered Gengzi 73, and successfully obtain the special mission item, Lotus Seed of the World Tree. Mission level, A class. Special reminder, the rules of the newly bizarre area are extremely unstable, energy tides chaotic, the actual danger level may far exceed A class, please, the bride must treat it with caution. A class, solo trial mission? Ruan Xinglua looked at the task prompt that popped up before her. The joy and ease she just felt from obtaining the Bizarre Realm token and the Huaxia National Dragon Pillar was instantly replaced by a sense of weight and worry. Although she had experienced A-class missions before, like the Happy Community and Nanshan Madhouse, this time, the system clearly marked it as a solo trial, and even in an extremely unstable newly bizarre area, the actual danger might even reach S-class. She instinctively glanced over at Zhou Yan, who was curled up on the sofa, leisurely flipping through a guidebook covered with various twisted tentacles and bizarre eyeballs, her voice carrying a hint of barely noticeable tension. Hubby, I think I received another mission. Zhou Yan, upon hearing this, didn't even lift his eyelids, casually replying with an His nonchalant attitude, as if everything was unrelated to him, made the small thought of seeking comfort and help that Ruan Xinglua had just felt quietly dissipate. Indeed, this kind of A-class small mission probably didn't even qualify to make him glance at it again. Just as Ruan Xinglua silently encouraged herself, preparing to face this challenge alone. At the very moment she was about to step into the temporary teleportation light gate opened by the system, Zhou Yan suddenly sat up from the sofa, casually picked up a small, exquisite brass compass from the fruit bowl on the coffee table, and shoved it into Ruan Xinglua's hands without a word. Here, take this. His tone remained casual, even carrying a hint of carelessness. That place called Gengzi 73, just from the name, you know the magnetic field must be a mess. Don't get lost in there and can't find your way home. The earlier you go, the earlier you come back. He paused, as if suddenly remembering something important, adding, for dinner, I want sweet and sour ribs, remember to come back and make them. Ruan Xinglua held the slightly cool but seemed to contain some kind of mysterious power ancient compass, looking at Zhou Yan's strikingly handsome yet forever lazy and indifferent face, her heart filled with mixed emotions, and finally could only nod heavily. I will definitely come back safely. Almost at the same time Ruan Xinglua received the mission and prepared to set off. In a distant beautiful country, within a secret outpost in the bizarre world, the intelligence center intercepted a vague but crucial piece of information. Report, General. According to the information sent back by our Night Crow, a strange object called the soul-guiding Lotus Seed seems to be related to activating certain high-level access permissions, even with that legendary Bizarre World Council. Moreover, we have initially found out that this soul-guiding Lotus Seed is very likely to appear in the newly bizarre area numbered Gengzi 73 soon. The highest commander of the Bizarre Strategic Command of Beautiful Country. A 5-star general, sharp-eyed like an eagle and known for his iron-blooded toughness, slammed the table upon hearing the news, a flicker of undeniable determination flashing in his eyes. Immediately launched the Predator Plan. Order Kane, at any cost, to ensure we seize all the Soul Lotus Seeds in the Gengzi 73 area before Huaxia does. Even if we cannot use them for now, we absolutely cannot let Huaxia easily get their hands on them and further expand their advantage. Kane and officer's eyes flickered with a hint of caution upon hearing this name. Predator Kane, a top solo player registered in Beautiful Country, is famous throughout the strange exploration world of Blue Star for his ruthless, cold-blooded nature and his ghost-like tracking and treasure-seizing abilities. It is said that the other country players and uncooperative oddities that died at his hands are countless. He is the sharpest and dirtiest dark blade in Beautiful Country's arsenal. Ruan Xinglua did not know that a conspiracy against her had quietly begun. She tightly held the ancient compass given to her by Zhou Yan, took a deep breath, and resolutely stepped into the makeshift teleportation portal radiating chaotic spatial waves in front of her. After passing through the portal, a strong wave of dizziness hit her. When her vision finally cleared again, Ruan Xinglua found herself in a gloomy swamp filled with rich, violent, and chaotic energy. The sky was a strange dark purple, emitting an ominous glow. The surrounding vegetation was twisted and bizarre, some resembling writhing tentacles, while others were covered in sharp bone spines, with a suffocating, foul odor mixed with sulfur permeating the air. Danger lurked everywhere. This was the newly emerged strange area numbered Gengzi 73. Almost at the same time Ruan Xinglua stepped into the swamp, a more hidden spatial rift quietly opened a few kilometers away from her, and the agile figure of Predator Kane silently slipped into this perilous hunting ground. His gaze was cold and sharp, like a venomous snake fixated on its prey. The scene within the Gengzi 73 strange area was more chaotic and primitive than any A-level dungeon Ruan Xinglua had previously experienced. The sky here was eternally oppressive dark purple, with broken floating islands appearing and disappearing in the chaotic energy currents, emanating an unsettling aura. The diversity of strange creatures here was astonishing, with a new and highly aggressive native anomaly encountered almost every 100 meters. Even worse, the rules were extremely unstable, often with sudden spatial fluctuations. 1 second you could be on solid ground, and the next you might fall into deadly quicksand. Ruan Xinglua walked on this perilous land, each step taken with the utmost caution. The calming bell on her chest constantly emitted a soft, clear light, warding off the pervasive negative mental disturbances in the air. The dragon-shaped mark of the Huasha National Dragon Pillar on her hand also faintly radiated a weak dragon might, allowing her to barely intimidate some lower-level oddities, avoiding much unnecessary trouble. Even so, she still felt as if she was walking on the edge of a knife. A moment's carelessness could lead to her utter ruin. Meanwhile, at the other end of this dark swamp, a ghostly figure was silently weaving through the twisted vegetation. It was Predator Kane, the top solo player of Beautiful Country. His strength was immense, already incredibly close to the initial stage of the ghostly realm, and he was equipped with several powerful items scavenged from various strange dungeons, especially skilled in tracking and stealth. At this moment, he held an oddly shaped bone compass in his hand, with the needle slightly trembling, pointing in a general direction. Found it, that woman from China is indeed in this area. Kane's lips curled into a cruel and confident arc. The task target, the soul-guiding lotus seed, must be related to her. As the designated recipient of the soul-guiding lotus seed task, Ruan Xinglua naturally carried a faint, special aura related to the task target. The weak, it could not escape Kane's special tracking techniques. He quietly hung back several hundred meters behind Ruan Xinglua, like an experienced hunter, not anxious, patiently waiting for the best moment to strike. In his view, a Chinese female contestant who struggled to get through previous quests relying on her bizarre groom's constant care was merely a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, even if she had some lucky encounters. As long as she was worn down by the local malevolent forces, he could complete the task with minimal cost, and even, could gain some extra loot. Ruan Xinglua had no idea that she was being stalked by a top predator. All her attention was focused on the ancient compass that Zhou Yan had casually given her. This compass was very unique. Its needle did not point to the north like an ordinary compass but swayed back and forth constantly and slightly. Sometimes, it pointed firmly in a certain direction, as if urging Ruan Xinglua to move forward. At other times, when Ruan Xinglua got close to areas that appeared calm but might hide deadly traps, the compass needle would suddenly swing violently, as if trying to avoid some terrifying existence. At first, Ruan Xinglua was puzzled, but soon, she discovered the compass's remarkable use. On one occasion, the needle suddenly pointed furiously towards a dense jungle to her left, while her intended direction was an open body of water that seemed safe. After hesitating for a moment, she carefully decided to avoid the water area, moving along the edge of the jungle. However, just as she had walked less than 100 meters, the open water suddenly surged with monstrous waves. A jungle giant lizard, over 100 meters long, covered in dark green, heavy scales, exuding a suffocating S-grade terrifying aura, slowly emerged from beneath the water, yawning widely, then sank back to the depths. Ruan Xinglua broke out in a cold sweat. If it hadn't been for the compass's warning, she might have just become a snack for that S-grade giant lizard. My god! S-grade! There are actually S-grade local creatures here? This compass given by Zhou Yan is incredibly amazing. It's like having a radar and a warning system. Not just a warning, this is clearly a top-tier treasure for seeking fortune and avoiding misfortune. Zhou Yan is too good to Ruan, the school flower. The audience in the Chinese live stream room and the expert team behind them were astonished by this sight, once again filled with awe for Zhou Yan's mysterious methods. Chapter 36, The Judge of the Underworld. Thanks to the miraculous compass's safety guidance, Ruan Xinglua had narrowly escaped powerful local malevolence in areas that appeared safe but were filled with deadly traps multiple times. However, even so, in this chaotic A-grade area, danger still shadowed her like a ghost. As Ruan Xinglua crossed what seemed to be an ordinary black swamp, the mud beneath her suddenly erupted without warning. Dozens of creatures, slimy and covered in slippery mucus, emerged from the pit. With sharp fangs and an otherworldly A-grade aura, the decay swamp crocodile eels pounced towards Ruan Xinglua like arrows released from a bow. These decay swamp crocodile eels are top predators in the swamp. They are not only extremely fast and highly aggressive, but their fangs also contain a venom that can paralyze nerves. Ruan Xinglua was caught off guard and instantly fell into a heavy encirclement. The time has come. Just as Ruan Xinglua was in a frenzy, facing life-threatening dangers, a hoarse voice filled with mockery and cruelty suddenly echoed from the shadows nearby. The figure of the predator, Kane, materialized silently like a ghost. He leisurely stood atop a twisted, eerie tree, looking down at Ruan Xinglua, who was being attacked by the decay swamp crocodile eels and appeared somewhat disheveled, a blatant smirk on his lips. TSK, I thought after 9 consecutive defeats, China could choose someone decent? Turns out you are still this easy to defeat. Little girl, seeing you in such a dire situation, would you like me to lend you a hand? Of course, as payment, those intriguing items on you will have to belong to me. Kane's gaze, like that of a venomous snake, slithered over the clear heart bell on Ruan Xinglua's wrist and the faint dragon pillar aura surrounding her, filled with greed. His assessment of Ruan Xinglua's strength still lingered on the previous intel, seeing her as someone who always needed her groom's protection, with weak personal abilities. In his eyes, at this moment, Ruan Xinglua was like fish on a chopping board, ready for him to butcher. "It's you!" Ruan Xinglua's heart tightened as she recognized the person. Though she didn't know who he was, the blatant malice and dangerous aura he exuded made it clear he was not here for good. Moreover, she was currently entangled by these A-grade decay swamp crocodile eels, leaving her with no way to spare any effort. In a moment of urgency, Ruan Xinglua gritted her silver teeth and no longer bothered to hide her strength. "Get away from me!" She yelled fiercely and suddenly unleashed the power of the dragon pillar of China that was already connected to her bloodline. Roar! A high-pitched dragon's roar seemed to resonate from deep within her soul. An incredibly concentrated golden dragon aura surged like a tangible shockwave, sweeping outwards from her. The decay swamp crocodile eels, with their gaping mouths ready to shred her apart, cried out in distress like they were hit by a heavy hammer the moment they came into contact with this supremely powerful golden dragon aura, and they were instantly sent flying dozens of meters away, crashing hard into the surrounding sludge, rendering them momentarily unable to move. Seeing this, Kane's pupils suddenly constricted, his face flashing with surprise. There is some brute force. It appears to be some kind of single-use powerful protective gimmick, huh? What a shame to use it in such a place, so wasteful. He still did not take Ruan Xinglua's resistance seriously, considering it merely the activation of some powerful life-saving trump card. He scoffed coldly, his figure flickering as he prepared to seize the task items that Ruan Xinglua might acquire. However, just as Kane was about to close in, an unexpected change occurred. The ancient compass that Zhou Yan had given her, which she had been tightly holding, suddenly went wild, with its previously swaying needle spinning crazily. Then, the needle suddenly fixed itself, pointing directly at Kane, who was ready to attack. Buzz! Before Kane could react, a visible, incredibly refined golden shockwave erupted from that tiny compass, as if appearing out of thin air, and slammed towards Kane at lightning speed. What? Kane was taken aback. He never expected that a seemingly unremarkable compass could launch an attack. In a rush, he tried to dodge, but it was already too late. Put! The golden shockwave struck his chest with unmatched precision. Kane felt a strange numbness instantly spread throughout his body. The strange power that flowed smoothly inside him suddenly froze and became chaotic in that moment. It was as if he were forcibly interfered with by some higher-level rule power. In horror, he discovered that the compass in the hands of this Chinese woman could not only point the way but also surprisingly had such bizarre attacking and disruptive capabilities against enemies' energy. What level of strange object is this? Just as Kane was caught off guard by the compass's shockwave, his body momentarily stiffened. Ruan Xinglua's battle instincts emerged vividly at this moment. A spark flashed in her eyes, and without any hesitation, she seized this rare opportunity. With the power of the dragon pillar erupting again within her, she temporarily suppressed the encroaching swamp crocodiles. Her petite figure shot forward like an arrow, breaking through towards the direction indicated by the compass. Kane roared, forcefully suppressing the discomfort within him to steady his stance. But Ruan Xinglua had already vanished dozens of meters away, using the complex terrain and vegetation of the swamp as cover. He looked towards the direction where Ruan Xinglua disappeared, glancing down at the small, charred hole in his chest where the golden shockwave had struck, as well as the energy still sluggish inside him, his eyes becoming incredibly serious and resentful. Interesting, really interesting. Kane let out a low, cold laugh, his voice filled with uncontrollable anger and a hint of excitement. It seems I underestimated you, Chinese woman. You have quite a few valuable things on you. But this soul-guiding lotus seed, along with all your treasures, will soon belong to me. You cannot escape. His sharp, hawk-like eyes locked firmly onto the direction Ruan Xinglua had fled, and without hesitation, he chased after her. A treasure hunting chase in this chaotic and dangerous new bizarre area officially began. Guided unwaveringly by the ancient compass, Ruan Xinglua navigated through the treacherous, dim swamp for nearly half an hour. Along the way, she again relied on the compass's miraculous warning, narrowly avoiding several powerful strange entities and natural traps lurking in the dark. Finally, the scene before her opened up dramatically. Chapter 37, Soul Lotus. She found herself in the depths of a swamp shrouded in dense and almost tangible soul power and dark energy. The swamp water here presented an unsettling pitch-black color, with scattered broken bones floating on the surface, emitting a ghostly phosphorescence. In the very center of the swamp stood a massive high platform, several tens of meters tall, haphazardly constructed from countless pale and varied skeletons. At the top of the platform, a strange flower bloomed, the size of a basin, entirely a deep bluish color, as if it were formed from pure soul power. The flower's petals stacked layer upon layer, emitting a dreamy, ethereal glow. In the center of the flower, within the seed pod, 3 dragon-eye-sized lotus seeds lay quietly, transparent and shimmering with a strange light, as if they could directly attract and devour souls. Soul-guiding lotus seed. That is the soul-guiding lotus seed. Found it. Ruan Xinglua really found it. Oh my god, these seeds look extraordinary, able to attract souls directly. The viewers in the Chinese live broadcast room couldn't help but cheer with excitement upon seeing the 3 seeds. However, Ruan Xingluo's gaze was firmly fixed on a terrifying figure guarding the side of the deep blue lotus flower. It was a terrifying humanoid creature standing 10 meters tall, resembling the ancient judges of the underworld in legends. It wore a tattered black robe made of countless torn cloth strips and congealed bloodstains, with the edges moving on their own, emanating a nauseating cold and decayed aura. In its hand, it gripped a massive brush several meters long, completely black, entwined with countless twisted faces of tortured souls, constantly emitting shrill wails, a soul-reaping brush. The head of this underworld judge was a huge, hollow skull, and in its eye sockets were two bottomless dark holes, as if they could swallow all light and hope. Any creature that locked eyes with those hollow black pits for more than a second would feel as though their soul was being forcibly pulled from their body by an invisible force, throwing them into the endless abyss of darkness. The aura it radiated was cold and imposing, filled with the meanings of death and judgment. It was indeed an S-level underworld judge. S-level guardian strange? My god. This soul lotus is too precious, right? This judge looks too scary. That soul-reaping brush feels like it would shatter your soul with a single sweep. Ruan Xiaohua is in big trouble this time. An A-level mission, and the guardian boss is S-level? This system is too shady. Just as Ruan Xinglua felt a tingle of fear creeping down her spine from the terrifying aura of this S-level underworld judge. From a hidden corner hundreds of meters away from the swamp, the raider Cain, perfectly concealed using a special strange artifact, was also observing the scene in the center of the swamp through a monocular-like strange device. When he saw the ghostly blue lotus and the 3 soul-reaping lotus seeds in the lotus pod, an unmistakable greed flashed in his eyes. And when he saw the S-level underworld judge guarding nearby, he showed no signs of retreat. Instead, a cruel and calculating smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. An S-level guardian strange. Hey, interesting, it seems the value of this soul lotus seed is far more than I imagined. That Chinese woman can at most barely handle an A-level strange. Facing such an S-level remnant soul is definitely a dead end. Good, I'll just wait here, wait for her and that judge to mutually destroy each other, or wait for her to be half dead from that judge's attack, then I'll go out, seize the lotus seeds, and who knows? I might even pick up the strange core dropped by that judge after its death and that nice-looking soul-reaping brush. Cain was scheming in his heart, feeling more and more that his plan was flawless. In the center of the swamp, Ruan Xinglua felt unprecedented pressure standing before the S-level underworld judge radiating terrifying authority. Each of its unconscious breaths seemed to draw away the heat from her body, freezing her soul. Although the mark of the national dragon pillar on the back of her hand was emitting a faint golden glow, forming a weak dragon aura shield that barely resisted the invasion of that cold aura, she knew very well that relying on this little protection to defeat the terrifying S-level being before her was nearly impossible. She took a deep breath and attempted to communicate, Lord Judge? I just want those 3 lotus seeds, I mean no harm. However, the underworld judge showed no reaction to her call. Those hollow black pits remained fixed on her, filled only with bone-chilling killing intent and a ruthless judgment for any living being that trespassed here. Trespassing, into the underworld, forbidden ground, shall die. A hoarse, dry voice, unlike anything a living person would emit, squeezed out from the gaps in the underworld judge's skull. In the next second, it suddenly lifted the enormous soul-reaping brush intertwined with countless vengeful souls. At the tip of the brush, the black death and reincarnation power fiercely gathered. Transformed into an incredibly condensed beam of pitch-black light, carrying the terrifying power to pierce souls and deprive lives, it was about to strike down on Ruan Xinglua. If this blow landed, Ruan Xinglua had no doubt that she would instantly lose her soul, leaving not even a shred behind. At this critical moment of life and death, Ruan Xinglua instinctively raised the ancient bronze compass that Zhou Yan had given her, which she had been tightly holding, to fiercely block in front of herself. As if this small compass was the only lifeline she could grasp at this moment. A strange scene unfolded. The judge of the underworld held a colossal soul-reaping pen that could draw souls and judge life and death, and just about a foot away from the compass, it abruptly halted as if struck by a paralysis spell. No matter how the judge tried to exert force, the pen tip could advance no further. Ha! The hollow skull of the underworld judge tilted slightly, as if feeling a hint of confusion at this sudden turn of events. Its eyes, like deep abysses, fixed intently on the seemingly unremarkable bronze compass held in Ruan Xinglua's hand. More precisely, it fixated on a complex mark carved on the compass brass casing, which appeared somewhat blurred due to the passage of time, resembling an ancient past token of the underworld. Suddenly, the enormous figure of the underworld judge, standing 10 meters tall, trembled violently. Within its hollow eye sockets, without warning, small sparks the size of grains of rice ignited, yet seemed capable of illuminating the endless darkness with faint ghostly flames. Chapter 38, Marsh of 10,000 Souls. Then, a voice filled with endless years of vicissitudes, unspeakable confusion, and a hint of disbelief quivered from its skull mouth, slowly spilling forth. This is the 9 Nether Fingdu Great Emperor personally issued pass to the underworld? You are the emissary sent by the Great Emperor? The voice of the underworld judge was no longer the prior coldness and resolve, but but instead held a tone of almost reverence and bewilderment. It seemed caught in an exceedingly ancient yet fragmented chaotic memory, and those two faintly ignited ghostly flames flickered violently. I am the underworld judging Pan under the Great Emperor executing the Great Emperor's command, guarding here for the rebirth waiting for the one who holds the Great Emperor's token to arrive. To collect 3 lotus seeds to continue the severed reincarnation. Could it be that the Great Emperor he has truly returned? It turned out that this S-class underworld judge was once a loyal judge under the command of a ruler who managed a realm of dark reincarnation, revered as the Great Emperor of 9 Netherfingdu. Due to certain reasons, it fell, leaving only a remnant soul, but through unwavering loyalty and obsession to that emperor, it had guarded this rebirth lotus for countless ages, waiting for the emperor's messenger, or rather waiting for the emperor's return. And the seemingly ordinary compass that Zhou Yan had casually handed to Ruan Xinglua had on it the discreet mark that was indeed the token of the Great Emperor of 9 Netherfingdu that passed to the underworld. Kane, who had been lurking hundreds of meters away, prepared to swoop in and take advantage of the show, was completely stunned upon witnessing this scene. His expression transformed from initial mockery and greed to shock, followed by a feeling of absurdity and powerlessness that arose. What the hell is going on here? An S-class guardian with a formidable presence, a fierce underworld judge, unexpectedly displayed such human-like confusion, reminiscence, and even an implicit tendency to kneel and offer treasures before the Chinese woman holding a worn compass? What kind of international joke is this? This Chinese woman's luck is just too damn unbelievable, right? How can an S-level guardian suddenly recognize kin? Aren't other players allowed to live at all? In the center of the swamp, the judge of the underworld, after a brief flashback and emotional turmoil, seemed to have dimmed the 2 flickering flames in its eyes a bit more, and its aura became even more chaotic and unstable. It seemed to have fallen back into some kind of obsession and struggle with reality. The cold killing intent and resentment within it rose once more, but the gaze it cast toward Ruan Xinglua clearly lacked the earlier resolve and violence, instead filled with unexplainable turmoil. It suddenly raised the enormous soul-collecting pen, the tip pointing towards the bluish lotus of rebirth. 3 soul-condensing lotus seeds, glowing with strange spiritual light, automatically flew out from the lotus pod, lifted by a gentle force of soul energy, and slowly floated toward Ruan Xinglua. Ruan Xinglua looked at the 3 bluish soul-condensing lotus seeds that floated before her, radiating alluring waves of spiritual energy. Without any hesitation, she immediately reached out and carefully collected them into her pouch. Ding! Congratulations to the Chinese player Ruan Xinglua for successfully obtaining 3 soul-condensing lotus seeds. Personal trial mission token of the World Tree has been completed. The completion notification made Ruan Xinglua breathe a slight sigh of relief. At the same time, the judge of the underworld let out a desperate and warning roar. Take the lotus seeds, quickly, get out of here. They have already been disturbed. They are coming. As soon as its words fell. Boom! In the deepest part of the dark swamp, the previously calm black water suddenly began to roil violently like boiling water. A terrifying aura, 100 times more evil than this S-level judge of the underworld, chaotic and filled with primal devouring desire, was awakening madly from the mud of the swamp. She could clearly feel that from deep within the swamp, an even more evil terrifying aura was awakening at an astonishing speed. And it openly locked its target on her, and the soul-condensing lotus seeds she had just obtained. Even on the judge of the underworld beside her, who had weakened a lot by giving up the lotus seeds. The predator Kane, lurking hundreds of meters away, naturally also sensed this newly awakened, soul-chilling terrifying aura. His sharp eyes, like a hawk, fixed firmly on the center of the swamp, and instead of fear, a stronger greed and madness flashed across his face. Another S-level is coming out. No, this aura is probably even stronger than that judge. But that judge has clearly become weak after handing over the lotus seeds, almost at the end of its strength. And the new creature seems to have its sights set on the lotus seeds and that judge. Kane's brain raced, and a bold and enticing plan quickly took shape in his mind. If I can take advantage of them both injuring each other, or while the new creature is attacking that judge and the Chinese woman, sneak in for a surprise attack. Not only can I easily seize those 3 incredibly precious soul-condensing lotus seeds, but I might even have the chance to try to capture or severely injure the remaining soul core of this S-level judge. That is the core of an S-level anomaly. Its value far exceeds any lotus seed. This is simply a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Wealth and danger go hand in hand. Kane licked his dry, cracked lips, and the madness and greed in his eyes seemed about to overflow. After a brief moment of thought, he decided to take the risk. Ruan Xinglua felt that the newly emerging evil aura was almost within reach, making it hard for her to breathe. At that moment, a creature, just awakened from the depths of the swamp, formed by countless shattered souls and toxic swamp gas forcefully converging, took shape like a massive, constantly writhing lump of flesh, making a glub-glub sound. Ruan Xinglua recognized it. It was the Wan Soul Swamp Monster, an S-level peak terrifying creature. It opened its illusory, gigantic mouth, big enough to devour everything, and without giving Ruan Xinglua any chance to react, it lunged straight towards the weakened underworld judge and the lotus seeds in her hands. Now! The predator, Cain, shot out from his hidden shadow like a venomous snake, striking with a sudden, deadly speed. His speed was so fast that it left a faint afterimage in the air. Bitch! Hand over the lotus seeds. Chapter 39, Killing Two Birds with One Stone. Cain let out a greedy and confident sneer. A cold glint flashed in his hand, and a soul-binding chain, completely black and engraved with countless twisted symbols, emitting an SS-level terrifying aura, shot out from his sleeve like a living venomous snake. This soul-binding chain was a one-time SS-level consumable artifact, obtained at a great cost by the beautiful nation for him. Its main purpose was to forcibly imprison and weaken soul-type targets, even having a strong suppressing effect on the soul core of S-level spirits. Cain's goal was clear. He planned to use the soul-binding chain to capture the already exhausted underworld judge and, amidst the chaos, snatch the 3 soul-attracting lotus seeds from Yuan Xingluo's hands. 2 birds with 1 stone. Perfect. In Happiness Community, Room 101. Zhou Yan, bored and flipping through the strange creature's manual, suddenly saw, through some shared vision only he understood, the despicable scene of Cain, like a clown, jumping out and trying to gain an advantage in the Gangxi 73rd area. His brows furrowed slightly. Endless flies, really annoying. Zhou Yan put down the manual and flicked his finger towards the void, as if brushing away an insignificant speck of dust. In the deep, dark swamp of the Gangxi 73rd New Strange area, Cain was about to succeed with his SS-level soul-binding chain, and a victorious sneer appeared on his face. Suddenly, a strange event occurred. The ancient brass compass in Yuan Xingluo's hand, which had been dimming after the appearance of the underworld judge, suddenly erupted with a burst of light 100 times brighter than any before. The light was deep and majestic, as if it came from the very origin of the underworld beneath the 9 hells. The complex mark of the ancient underworld pass token on the brass shell of the compass seemed to come to life at this moment. It was no longer a lifeless object, but like a true, commanding edict, filled with supreme divine authority and rules. A supreme majesty, causing all souls to tremble from the deepest parts of their being, fear, and even want to bow down and worship, suddenly exploded from the small compass. Ugh, this is, the Emperor's, true, edict. The underworld judge, who had originally weakened after offering up the lotus seeds, with the fire in its hollow eyes beginning to fade, immediately felt the purest and most extreme Emperor's edict. In that instant, a sudden clarity and fanaticism erupted in its once confused hollow eyes. It was as if, at this moment, it had completely broken free from the shackles of eternal obsessions, reclaiming the supreme glory and loyalty of being a judge under the great Emperor of the 9 hells. It threw its head back, letting out a roar full of infinite release and unwavering loyalty to the death. I greet the Emperor's edict. This servant, Mobai, is willing to burn my last remaining soul for the Emperor, and wipe out all evil in this place. Its broken 10-meter-tall body suddenly ignited into flames, starting from its feet, without any warning. What burns is not the flame, but its residual soul origin that has existed for countless ages. It is making a sacrifice. It is using its final existence to respond to the supreme decree from the Emperor. Turning into the purest and most majestic torrent of soul power, it rushes unwaveringly toward the compass in Yuan Xingluo's hand that exudes supreme might. The once menacing S-rank pinnacle of the 10,000-soul swamp monster, ready to swallow everything, suddenly halted under this pure pressure of the Emperor's decree, releasing a sharp scream filled with ultimate fear and disbelief. Its core, formed from countless residual souls and toxic swamp gas, began to shake and crack uncontrollably under this pressure. And Cain's SSS-grade soul-binding chain, determined to win, snapped like the weakest decayed wood upon touching the dark and majestic light emanating from the compass. Crack! 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 A series of crisp cracking sounds erupted. The SSS-grade consumable strange device capable of binding S-rank souls couldn't last even a second, as it shattered inch by inch in midair, turning into piles of ion filings. Put! Cain himself felt as if struck by a mighty thunder, vomiting a mouthful of blood mixed with chunks of his insides. The sneer on his face froze instantly, replaced by endless shock and disbelief. This is impossible. What kind of power is this? It transcends the rules? He couldn't understand how such a small compass could unleash such terrifying power. The compass in Yuan Xingluo's hand, after absorbing all the pure soul power from the underworld judge's voluntary sacrifice, had its mark of the underworld decree become more solid and profound, as if it truly transformed into a supreme token capable of commanding the nether realms. Buzz. An invisible wave, seemingly capable of purifying all filth and evil in the world, emanated from the compass like ripples, sweeping outward. The first to be hit was the 10,000-soul swamp monster, still trembling under the pressure of the Emperor's decree. Ah whoa. The swamp monster let out a scream of utter despair. Its massive body, formed from countless residual souls and toxic swamp gas, began to rapidly melt away like snow under the sunlight upon contact with this invisible wave. Its core, a mass of endless resentment and chaos, was shattered directly by this wave. In the end, this terrifying swamp monster capable of troubling any S-rank dungeon couldn't put up even the slightest resistance, turning into a sky full of pure soul light. Then, it was completely absorbed by that small compass. And Kane, who had just been extremely arrogant and ready to reap the benefits, was also struck by this wave's residual force. He felt as if his soul was about to be violently torn apart, spitting out another mouthful of blood. His whole body was thrown hundreds of meters away like a kite with a severed string, crashing heavily into the distant toxic swamp, his bones shattered completely, in the most pitiful state, with only half his life left to cling to. Ding! Huaxia contestant Ruan Xingluo assisted in purifying the core guardian of the new strange Area 73, and eliminated the main source of disaster in that area, the swamp monster of 10,000 souls. Due to great contributions to the stability and purification of the Gengzi 73 new strange area, a reward of 10,000 contribution points is granted. An additional reward of 50,000 strange coins. Chapter 40, If I had known this would happen, why did I even start? Kane lay in the cold toxic swamp, listening to the rich reward notification sound that belonged to Ruan Xingluo echoing in his mind. In his eyes, somewhat vacant due to serious injuries, were filled with endless resentment and unwillingness. He knew the trend was gone. That Chinese woman, and the mysterious man behind her, were simply not beings he could provoke. He used the last ounce of strength to fumble out a jade talisman covered in cracks, emitting weak spatial fluctuations, and crushed it fiercely. China. Ruan Xingluo. Zhou Yan. I remember you. In a flash of twisted light, Kane's figure, filled with endless hatred and unwillingness, awkwardly disappeared from this strange area where he faced the greatest defeat of his life. Ruan Xingluo stared blankly at the now peaceful dark swamp, where even the previous thick soul power and ominousness had dispersed quite a bit. She looked down at the brass compass in her hand, which had regained its ancient appearance, its glow now subdued, and her admiration for Zhou Yan reached an unprecedented peak at that moment. What other unimaginable secrets and powers did that person still hide? Just as her heart was turbulent and her thoughts numerous, the compass in her hand suddenly began to turn without warning, one time after another. Finally, the needle pointed very slowly but exceptionally firmly towards the direction where Kane had just crushed the teleportation talisman and fled in a sorry state. Just as Ruan Xingluo was somewhat puzzled, Zhou Yan's voice, tinged with a hint of mockery, suddenly rang out. Ha, that little fly is quite fast, relying on a few shabby mysterious artifacts. However, since he dared to disturb the peace of my Xingluo and foolishly try to touch things that do not belong to him, he must learn a good lesson about what kind of people he cannot provoke. Xingluo, don't stand there, let's follow the compass. Let's go take a look. Zhou Yan's voice carried a calmness that suggested he was in control of everything, as if Kane's so-called random teleportation was utterly inconsequential in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Ruan Xingluo's heart immediately settled down a lot. Since her husband said so, then there must be no problem. She immediately nodded, tightly gripping the compass that was still vibrating slightly and emitting a faint beep-beep sound, and stepped in the direction indicated by the needle. However, the next second, she felt a strong spatial fluctuation suddenly burst from the compass, instantly enveloping her whole body. Before she could react, the scene before her rapidly shifted and distorted like broken glass. When her vision cleared again, Ruan Xingluo was shocked to find that she had already left the precarious Gengzi number 73 dark swamp area. She was now standing at the edge of a bizarre area she had never seen before, filled with unknown and wild atmosphere. The sky here displayed a strange purplish-red color, and the air was filled with a strong mix of sulfur and blood, and in the distance, she could vaguely see towering and twisted giant fungi, and some fierce local bizarre creatures engaged in a deadly battle. Teleported? Ruan Xingluo was teleported? Oh my god. Zhou Yan's compass can not only guide, attack, and purify, but now it can also perform pinpoint teleportation? This is simply a universal wish machine, right? Quick, look at the compass. The needle is still moving. Could it be that Kane has been teleported to this hellish place? The audience in the Chinese live stream room was completely conquered by Zhou Yan's endless amazing methods. As the audience guessed, the needle of the compass in Ruan Xingluo's hand, after a brief calibration, pointed firmly towards a deeper part of this brand new bizarre area. And at that moment, in the central area of that zone, beside a volcanic pit that exuded a pungent bird smell, Kane's figure, after a violent distortion in space, was thrown out violently like trash, crashing heavily into the scalding volcanic ash. Cough cough. Put. Kane spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, feeling as if his internal organs had shifted, and there was not a single part of his body that didn't hurt. Although the life-saving random teleportation talisman successfully took him away from the Gengzi 73 area, the unstable process of the teleportation only added insult to injury to his already severely wounded body. He hadn't even had a chance to catch his breath or check the environment of his new home. Suddenly, a familiar aura that sent chills down his spine came from not far away. Kane quickly looked up. When he saw the Chinese woman standing not far away, holding a brass compass, his heart stopped in terror at that moment. No. Impossible. How could you follow me here? Kane screamed in panic, his voice trembling with extreme fear. This is random teleportation. Random? How could you know I'm here? He could hardly believe his eyes. Lin knew this Chinese woman was like a persistent parasite, haunting him endlessly. What filled him with despair even more was that when he instinctively tried to activate his emergency communication channel with the weird strategic command center in America, he found all signals in this area severely disrupted, intermittent and unable to send any effective information. Even his personal live streaming perspective, which he had kept open, had become a blur of static. No. Don't come closer. Kane was completely panicked. He wanted to struggle to get up and escape, but his heavily injured body refused to obey him. Zhou Yan seemed to want him to truly experience the despair of having no way to heaven and no door to the earth. Ruan Xinglua watched Kane, who looked as miserable as a lost dog, feeling no joy but rather an inexplicable sense of emotion rising in her heart. If I had known it would come to this, why bother in the first place? She did not subject Kane to torture or torment like some novel tropes would suggest. Instead, at Zhou Yan's friendly suggestion, she thoroughly cleaned out all the valuable strange items, materials, and resources that Kane had painstakingly scavenged from other places. Under the pretense of collecting a tiny bit of insignificant mental damages and cross-regional pursuit labor fees. Zhou Yan seemed to have no intention of directly ending Kane's life here, but rather wanted him to experience that feeling of falling from cloud to valley. Sometimes living is harder than dying. After cleaning Kane out until he was left with nothing but a torn pair of shorts, Zhou Yan seemed to feel that the timing was just right. Chapter 41, Huge Opportunity. Using the compass in Ruan Xingluo's hand, he left a faint but unallowable energy monument containing a strand of his original aura between this new strange area, which he temporarily named Xinqiu 08, and the previous Gengzi 73 area. The function of this monument was simple: on one hand, to mark this place, and on the other, to prevent any careless individuals from barging in and disturbing his wife's elegance. After doing all this, Ruan Xingluo's personal trial task, as well as the subsequent escape and counterattack act, finally came to a proper conclusion. Not long after the task ended, a system announcement capable of shaking the entire Blue Star echoed with weight in every corner of the world. Special announcement. Special announcement. Because the player Ruan Xinglua from Huaxia, during the execution of personal trial tasks, accidentally discovered, successfully explored, and initially marked the unknown peculiar area at Xayan Show number 08, and made outstanding contributions to the stability of this area. After judgment by the highest council of the bizarre world and the rules of the cosmic fate of the Blue Star, this Xian Show number 08 area will be allocated as a special reward, designated as Huaxia's exclusive exploration and development zone for 1 year. Within this year, other countries are not allowed to enter this area for any form of exploration and resource collection without permission from Huaxia. As soon as this announcement came out, the world was once again in an uproar. If before, Huaxia obtained the bizarre domain order, it was a ticket to enter a higher level table. Then now, Huaxia's act of directly marking out a whole new, and having a 1-year exclusive naming right bizarre area, is openly telling the world we not only want to eat at the table, we also want to draw our own territory and be the banker ourselves. This completely breaks the previous convention where all new bizarre areas belong to no man's land, fought over cruelly by countries based on their strength and luck. What a dominance, what a strength! The high-level officials of the United States, after understanding through various channels the tragic experience of top player Kane in Gengzi number 73 and Xian Show number 08, were so angry that they nearly suffered collective cerebral hemorrhages and ended up in the ICU. They once again felt the deep-seated helplessness and frustration. But facing Zhou Yan's power, which could manipulate everything from thousands of miles away with just a hint, even treating S-level and SS-level anomalies like ants and forcibly correcting system rules, they were left with only impotent rage in their own offices and dared not take any substantial countermeasures. It's ridiculous, even their top predator had been played like a monkey, dealt with submissively. What could they use to fight Huaxia? Ruan Xinglua returned to her happy neighborhood room 101, satisfied, with 3 crystal-clear soul-guiding lotus seeds and a pile of various decent spoils recovered from Kane. Zhou Yan took the 3 soul-guiding lotus seeds, didn't even look at them closely, just stretched out 2 fingers and casually pinched lightly. Pop! The 3 precious lotus seeds, which could make outsiders fight tooth and nail, instantly turned into 3 streams of the purest soul origin power, as if guided, slowly merging into the ancient bizarre domain order in Ruan Xinglua's hand. Buzz! After absorbing this pure soul power, the bizarre domain order erupted with dazzling 7-colored light, and the mysterious bizarre runes on it seemed to come alive, slowly moving, ultimately forming a clear and stable spatial beacon that seemed capable of traversing different bizarre areas and locating the various realms. At the same time, specific time and spatial coordinate information about the Conference on Resource Coordination and Order Maintenance of the Bizarre Domains appeared clearly in Ruan Xinglua's mind. The Bizarre Domain Order was fully activated. Only 2 weeks are left until the top-level conference concerning the future pattern of the various realms is held. Upon learning that the Bizarre Domain Order was successfully activated and obtaining accurate meeting information, the high-ranking officials of Huaxia immediately entered an unprecedented state of nervous preparation. Meanwhile, other countries on the Blue Star had different thoughts. Some were trying every means to get a piece of the pie from Huaxia, even obtaining a bit of second-hand information about the conference would be a huge gain. Some still had not given up their petty ambitions, secretly brewing new conspiracies, attempting to act before the conference was held. During the meeting, or perhaps, to create some trouble for Huaxia, neither too big nor too small. The storm is coming. Ruan Xinghua looked at the strange domain token in her hand, which had already been fully activated, emitting stable spatial fluctuations. She knew in her heart that this would be yet another huge challenge full of unknowns and dangers that she and Huaxia would face, and of course, it might also be an unprecedented huge opportunity. And her instigator, her husband Zhou Yan, at this moment, had long forgotten about things like the coordination meeting and the myriad worlds. He was currently interested, carefully picking through the pile of junk materials Ruan Xinghua had recovered from Cain, and like a good house husband, started teaching Ruan Xinghua, hand by hand, how to use these top-tier, extremely rare, and bizarre materials from the outside world to make a pot of fragrant, soul-nourishing 10-ingredient health soup. In his words, after all this work, it's time to properly replenish. Look, our Xinghua has gotten so thin. It seems Zhou Yan didn't intend for Ruan Xinghua to directly end Cain's life here, he just wanted him to experience the taste of falling from the clouds to the bottom of the valley. Sometimes, being alive is harder than being dead. After making Cain cleaner than his own face, leaving only a pair of torn shorts, Zhou Yan seemed to feel the timing was right. Through the compass in Ruan Xinglua's hand, he left behind an energy monument between this newly named, temporarily called the Xinqiu 08 Strange Region, and the previous Gengzi 73 region, imbued with a faint but unmistakable aura of his origin, which no creature could desecrate or cross. The function of this monument was simple. On one hand, it marked the place, and on the other hand, it was to prevent some careless fools from wandering in again and disturbing his wife's elegant mood. After finishing all this, Ruan Xinglua's personal trial mission, along with the subsequent pursuit and counterattack drama, could finally be considered truly over. Shortly after the mission ended, a system announcement powerful enough to shake the entire Blue Star finally arrived, echoing through every corner of the world. Special announcement. Special announcement. Because Huaxia's contestant Ruan Xinglua, during the execution of her personal trial mission, accidentally discovered and successfully explored, and initially marked the unknown one-star strange region, Xinqiu 08, and made outstanding contributions to its regional stability. After joint determination by the highest council of the Bizarre World and the national rules of Blue Star, this Xinqiu 08 region will be granted as a special reward and will be prioritized as the exclusive exploration and development zone for Blue Star's Huaxia for 1 year. Within this year, no other countries, without Huaxia's permission, are allowed to enter the region for any form of exploration or resource collection. This announcement caused a worldwide stir again. If previously Huaxia's acquisition of the strange domain token was a ticket to the higher level table, now, Huaxia directly marking off an entirely new, 1-year exclusive naming rights strange region, is a blatant declaration to the world. Not only do we want to sit at the table, but we also want to draw our own territory and be the dealer. This completely broke the tradition where all newly discovered strange regions were considered unowned land, with countries fighting brutally based on their own strength and luck. How domineering and powerful this is. The high-ranking officials of beautiful country, after thoroughly understanding the tragic fate of the top player Cain in the Gengzi 73 and Xinqiu 08 regions through various channels, were so enraged that they almost suffered collective brain hemorrhages, rushing directly into the ICU. They once again felt the deep-rooted sense of helplessness and frustration. But in the face of Zhou Yan, who had only shown a mere glimpse of his abilities, yet could control everything from miles away without even showing his face. With the terrifying power to treat S and SS level anomalies like mere ants, and even forcefully correct the system rules, these beings could only rage helplessly in their offices, fearing any substantial retaliatory action. It's a joke, even their top predator was toyed with like a monkey, completely subdued, leaving them with nothing to fight against China. Ruan Xinghua returned to Happy Community Room 101, satisfied, carrying 3 crystal-clear soul-calling lotus seeds and a pile of decent quality spoils recovered from Cain. Zhou Yan took the 3 soul-calling lotus seeds without even glancing at them. He simply extended his 2 fingers and gently pinched. Pop! The 3 precious lotus seeds, which were enough to make outsiders fight over, instantly burst like delicate soap bubbles, turning into 3 purest sources of soul power, which then slowly flowed into Ruan Xinglua's ancient anomaly domain order as if guided. Buzz! After absorbing these 3 pure soul powers, the anomaly domain order erupted in dazzling 7-colored light, its mysterious anomaly symbols seemingly coming to life, swirling gently, and finally forming a clear and stable spatial guide that could traverse different anomaly regions and locate all worlds. At the same time, precise information regarding the Multiverse Anomaly Resource Coordination and Order Maintenance Conference appeared clearly in Ruan Xinglua's mind, revealing the time and space coordinates for its holding. The anomaly domain order was completely activated. Only 2 short weeks remained until the top conference concerning the future pattern of all worlds would be held. The higher-ups in China immediately entered an unprecedented state of tense preparation upon learning that the anomaly domain order had been successfully activated and that they had obtained specific conference information. Meanwhile, other countries on Blue Star had differing thoughts. Some tried every possible means to claw a piece of the action from China, believing that even second-hand information about the conference would be a colossal gain. Others, still unyielding, secretly brewed new schemes, attempting to create minor troubles for China before or during the conference. A storm was brewing. Ruan Xinghua looked at the anomaly domain order in her hand, fully activated and radiating stable spatial fluctuations. She knew in her heart that this would be another enormous challenge filled with unknowns and dangers for her in China. Of course, it might also be an unprecedented huge opportunity. Yet, her instigator Zhou Yan had long since cast aside thoughts of coordination meetings and multiverse. He was happily sifting through the pile of broken materials Ruan Xinghua had recovered from Cain. Then, like a caring husband, he began to guide Ruan Xinghua step by step on how to use these top-tier anomaly materials, which were almost priceless in the outside world, to simmer a fragrant and nourishing, fully revitalizing soup. In his words, it was, after being busy for so long, we should really nourish ourselves, look how thin our Xinghua has gotten. Zhou Yan was directing Ruan Xinghua to carefully drop a pitch-black centurioline condensation grass, emitting extreme cold energy, into a boiling jade pot before them. That jade pot, as well as other top-tier anomaly materials like vengeful spirit pearl, millennium stalactite heart, blood vine essence, etc., were all recovered from Cain. Each of these materials, if taken out alone, would be enough to make bizarre research organizations and top players outside fight fiercely. But in Zhou Yan's hands, they were treated like ordinary garlic and onion, as he processed them one by one using a mysterious and unparalleled method. He removed all violent and negative energies that were harmful to the human body. Only the purest essence of the original medicine remained. With the last ingredient added, Zhou Yan flicked his finger, and a nearly invisible golden flame fell to the bottom of the pot. Buzz! Inside the jade pot, brilliant light burst forth, a dazzling display of colors. A strange aroma, far richer than before, mixed with the intoxicating essence of life, erupted powerfully. The ingredients that had been bubbling in the pot were now completely melted, transformed into a magical soup that shimmered like amber glass, with 9 different colored halos swirling gently above it. Done, Xinghua, try the 9 turns resurrection soup I made for you. Zhou Yan smiled faintly as he handed a bowl of the soup to Ruan Xinghua. It should do you a lot of good for your body and mental strength right now. Ruan Xinghua looked at the soup, which resembled a work of art, and was already tempted by its intoxicating fragrance. She carefully blew on the steam and took a small sip. Boom! An indescribable warm tide surged from her mouth into her limbs and then shot straight to her mind. Her body, which had been depleted from forcefully activating the Dragon Pillar's power at the Soul Drowning Dock, was now replenished, fortified, and even breaking through again under the nourishment of this magical soup, like a sponge absorbing water. At that moment, her mental strength stabilized at a mysterious realm, capable of external manifestation, even beginning to touch the power of rules. Under the refining power of this medicine, her physical body became more translucent, and her resistance and affinity to strange forces were greatly enhanced beyond imagination. My God! What kind of divine soup is this? It's dazzling. After drinking, Ruan the schoolflower seems to have changed completely. Stronger and more beautiful. Using Cain's materials to make soup for Ruan the schoolflower. Zhou Yan's move is simply heart-stopping. I love it. Cain, thank you. You're making soup with my stuff for your wife? Chapter 43, Nourishment. The live broadcast from the National Fortune Studio vividly showed the astonishing scene of Ruan Xinglua's power leaping again after drinking the 9 turns resurrection soup, and all viewers from Huaxia shared in the pride, flooding the screen with comments, celebrating together. In Huaxia, within the Strategic Research Institute of the National Oddworld, Director Lin Angua and many senior researchers watched Ruan Xinglua visibly increase in power on the screen, along with the pot of soup radiating divine light, all of them flushed with excitement, unable to contain their joy. Good. Great. The stronger comrade Ruan Xinglua becomes, the more confidence we'll have in the upcoming coordination meeting. This 9 turns resurrection soup is simply a divine object. Mr. Zhou Yan's means are utterly unbelievable, incredible. But after the excitement, some astute senior officials couldn't help but smile wryly. A deputy director said with a bitter smile, "Director, Mr. Zhou Yan using the relics of a top competitor from beautiful nation this way to feed comrade Ruan Xinglua so ostentatiously, and this is being broadcast globally. This undoubtedly rubs beautiful nation's face in the dirt right before that important coordination meeting. I'm afraid beautiful nation will explode with anger." Upon hearing this, Lin Angua's smile faded somewhat. He pondered for a moment and decisively said, "Immediately activate the highest level diplomatic contingency plan. Notify the diplomatic department and embassies abroad to closely monitor beautiful nations' movements and be ready to respond to any form of diplomatic attacks or public opinion assaults they may initiate. We Huaxia do not seek trouble, but we are absolutely not afraid of it." Just as the deputy director had anticipated. Almost at the moment Ruan Xinglua's nourishment scene was broadcasted, the phone at the beautiful nation embassy in Huaxia and the urgent hotline at the Huaxia Foreign Ministry. Just then, it was smashed to pieces by the angry representative of the beautiful country. The beautiful country, through all available diplomatic channels, once again expressed a stern, strong condemnation and serious protest to Huaxia. They accused Huaxia of openly abusing foreign competitors, illegally occupying and maliciously damaging foreign competitors' private core property, and seriously violating the fair competition spirit of bazaar marriage, among many other things. They threatened to unite all peace-loving and justice-defending countries at the upcoming Multiverse Bazaar Realm Resource Coordination and Order Maintenance Conference to collectively resist Huaxia's immoral hegemonic behavior. However, their righteous anger seemed so pale and powerless in the face of absolute strength and established facts. Especially in the beautiful country, when their citizens saw through various channels the tragic scene of their top competitor Kane fleeing in embarrassment with nothing but his underwear, compared to the joyful scene of Huaxia competitor Ruan Xinglua, the strong visual shock and psychological disparity made many beautiful country netizens lose their minds on the spot. What the hell? Is this the treatment for our top competitor in the beautiful country? Not only robbed but also humiliated? Is that Kane an idiot? Why provoke that Huaxia woman? Now look, he's almost stripped of his underwear. Where is the government? Where is our bazaar strategy department? Why is our beautiful country always being oppressed? We want an explanation. We want effective countermeasures. The calls for the government to take strong countermeasures rose and fell repeatedly throughout the beautiful country, each wave higher than the last. As for Cherry Blossom Country and Stick Country, which had already suffered heavy losses in previous tasks and were severely lacking bazaar resources, upon seeing Ruan Xinglua's seemingly luxurious waste of resources, they couldn't help but reflect deeply on whether they should completely adjust their previous strategies of provocation and confrontation against Huaxia. Some keen small countries even began to send friendly cooperation signals to Huaxia through various secret channels, hoping to cling to Huaxia's golden thigh at the upcoming coordination meeting, believing that even a little leftover could yield immense benefits. Meanwhile, traditional powers like North Bear Country and the European Union felt deeply shocked and apprehensive by Huaxia's terrifying strength, which seemed to ignore the rules of the bazaar world. On the other hand, they also began to prepare more actively for the coordination meeting concerning the future world order, trying to gain more voice and actual benefits within the new international order. They hastened to collect various rare bazaar materials, sparing no expense to strengthen their top competitors, and organized the best think tanks to study and analyze day and night to cope with various topics and emergencies that might arise at the coordination meeting. While guiding Ruan Xinglua in concocting that pot of 9-turn soul soup, Zhou Yan also gave precise comments on the correct methods of consuming the various bazaar ingredients recovered from Kane, including the principles of medicinal properties supporting and counteracting each other, as well as taboo combinations and side effects. His insights, seemingly casual, were so profound, his knowledge so broad, and his understanding of bazaar biological characteristics so thorough, that the top experts and scholars from various global bazaar ingredient research institutions who observed this scene through special channels were left ashamed and sweating. In an instant, around the world, particularly in those countries whose fortunes had improved slightly and whose living standards had seen some improvement, an extraordinary wave of research on safe consumption and scientific nourishment of bazaar ingredients unexpectedly emerged. Countless people began to analyze and concoct the flesh and blood of various low-level strange creatures and the roots and stems of bazaar plants, hoping to extract beneficial components and enhance their own strength. Amidst this undercurrent, only 3 short days remained until the highly anticipated Interdimensional Anomaly Resource Coordination and Order Maintenance meeting was to be held. Suddenly, a cold and imposing system announcement reverberated without warning in every corner of the globe. Global Emergency Announcement. The final agenda for the Interdimensional Anomaly Resource Coordination and Order Maintenance meeting has now been determined and announced to all invited civilizations and those eligible for potential participation. The main agenda of this meeting includes but is not limited to 1. The allocation and development level assessment of 108 newly discovered emerging anomaly zones over the past epoch. 2. The lottery and quota distribution for mining rights regarding 36 ultra-rare anomaly resource veins that have been explored. 3. Discussions and formulation of joint attack and purification plans for 7 high-risk contaminated anomaly zones that have shown signs of losing control. Special notice, to ensure the fairness and authority of this meeting, the final seating levels, speaking rights, and resource distribution priorities of all civilizations will be dynamically adjusted based on their comprehensive performance in the upcoming final seating qualification assessment trial. Although the Huaxia civilization has obtained the basic seat of Observer Nation, to gain more voice and actual benefits in the meeting, it still needs to achieve excellent results in this final trial to prove its eligibility and strength for higher-level decision-making. The final seating qualification assessment trial task starts now. Chapter 44, The Ruins of the Lost Golden Ancient City. The cold system prompt sounded again in the minds of all selected top participants across various nations at the same time. The mode of this trial is Multinational Strategic Confrontation Mission. Trial location: Ruins of the Lost Golden Ancient City, SSS Level Composite Anomaly Zone. Core goal of the trial: within the specified time, national matching contestants can use all means, including cooperation, competition, and even confrontation, to successfully kill the final guardian located within the core temple of the Golden Ancient City, spirit remnant of the Golden Ancient God, demigod level. Final seeding score distribution rules will be based on the actual contribution of each nation's contestants during the process of killing the spirit remnant of the Golden Ancient God, the exploration of the ancient city ruins, and the special strategic items obtained, which will be considered for the final coordination meeting seeding score evaluation and distribution. Notice, this trial scene is extremely dangerous, with complex rules, allowing all forms of confrontation and plunder. Teleportation, start. As the final system prompt fell, blinding white light simultaneously ignited in every corner of Blue Star, pulling all selected top-matching contestants, including the recently empowered Ruan Xinglua, who had just tasted the rebirth soup, into its embrace. As the dazzling white light faded, a hot wind filled with endless yellow sand and ancient desolation rushed toward them. Ruan Xinglua found himself in the outer edge of a vast, broken ancient city ruin. The sky was a murky earth yellow, with enormous, fragmented stone structures standing silently like the skeletons of dying giants amidst the swirling yellow sand, exuding an eerie ancient aura. This was the SSS-level composite anomaly zone, the ruins of the lost golden ancient city. Roar! Crack! Crack! Before all contestants could fully adapt to the environment here, sounds of metal grinding and roaring echoed among the crumbling walls. Countless golden guardian puppets, each several meters tall and made entirely of dark golden metal, with ghostly blue soul flames burning in their eye sockets, emerged. Some bizarre, distorted monsters, merging with the metal of the ancient city, surged out from the ruins like a tide, attacking all newly arrived invaders indiscriminately. The strength of these guardian puppets ranged from A-level to S-level, cooperating perfectly, fearless in death. Ah! Help! I can't hold on. These puppets are too strong. Almost at the instant the battle broke out, a team temporarily formed by contestants from 3 small nations, who intended to observe the situation from the periphery, was directly scattered by several PK-level Golden Guardian puppets due to coordination failures and insufficient strength. Then, a 10-meter-tall S-level Guardian puppet, wielding a giant golden battle axe, effortlessly cleaved 2 contestants into a mist of blood, eliminating them on the spot. The remaining contestant was also engulfed by several bizarre monsters amid terrified and desperate screams, following in their companions' footsteps. The flicker of national fortune sparked by the appearance of an SS-level relic was cruelly extinguished in an instant, even beginning to regress madly. The terror of the SSS-level Eerie domain was fully revealed at this moment. On the chaotic battlefield's edge, Jessica from Beautiful Country, Ivan from Northern Bear Country, and several calm elite contestants from the European Union quickly gathered together. Oomph, a bunch of useless trash, can't even handle the appetizers. Jessica looked at the contestants from small nations who were instantly eliminated in the distance, her lips curling into a disdainful cold smile. The aura of the Knight of Calamity surrounding her radiated powerful pressure, in harmony with the SS-level honor war flag. Ivan, Francois, according to our previous agreement. Jessica looked at Ivan from Northern Bear Country and the blonde man named Francois leading the European Union, saying, "Let's form the strongest alliance among our 3 countries, aiming straight for the core of the ancient city, killing the golden ancient god's remnant soul as quickly as possible, to seize the greatest contribution." Ivan from Northern Bear Country, true to his name, had a rough and bold personality. He carried a massive battle axe glowing with runes that was taller than him and said in a deep voice, "No problem. Anyone who dares to block our path will first have to ask my Mother Earth if she agrees." Francois from the European Union appeared more composed and strategic. He adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses and smiled, saying, "Pleasure to cooperate." According to our European Union's analysis, apart from the final ancient god, the ancient city also hides many undiscovered secrets and treasures. We must seize the initiative and not let certain lucky countries take advantage. As he spoke, he meaningfully glanced in a certain direction. The 3 of them represented the 3 strongest forces in Blue Star, aside from Huaxia, in terms of comprehensive national power and Eerie exploration capability. At this moment, they quickly formed a temporary alliance, creating a team powerful enough to crush any small alliance, with a clear target aimed directly at the core area of the Golden Ancient City. In their view, this might be their last chance before the meeting, the best opportunity to effectively weaken Huaxia's influence. As for Akiha from Cherry Blossom Country and contestants from other second-tier nations like the Stick Country, after witnessing the terrifying start of the Golden Ancient City, they also began to form alliances. Some chose to shamelessly submit a statement of allegiance to the Beautiful Country Alliance, hoping to become its vassals and share a piece of the pie. Or at least to preserve their lives and reduce their national fortune losses. Others spontaneously formed several relatively weaker second-tier alliances, intending to cautiously explore the peripheral areas, seeking to avoid making mistakes rather than making achievements. The entire outer area of the Golden Ancient City ruins was bustling with the different choices and actions of contestants from various countries, creating a complicated scene. Suddenly, dark currents surged. At this moment, Ruan Xinglua, as soon as the teleportation ended, immediately scanned her surroundings with caution. She discovered that she seemed to have been teleported to a relatively remote area in the southeast corner of the ancient city ruins, and besides the endless yellow sand and a few broken stone statues, she temporarily saw no other contestants. What made her heart sink even more was that she sensed no trace of any helpers that Zhou Yan might have arranged for her. It seemed that this time, the rule power of the SSS level combined Eerie domain was stronger than any previous instance, and even Zhou Yan could not easily open a backdoor to her side. For now, she could only rely on herself and the power of the Huaxia National Dragon Pillar mark on the back of her hand that had already connected with her soul. This scene, naturally, was clearly presented to the global audience through the National Luck Live broadcast. Many foreign commentators and experts, who had previously been overwhelmed by Zhou Yan's various miraculous operations, seemed to have found a new breakthrough at this moment. Did you see that? I said the rules of the SSS level Eerie domain should not be underestimated. That Huaxia woman is isolated. The only reason she could sail smoothly before was entirely due to her mysterious and bizarre husband. Now, without those special aids and endless cheating tools, I wonder how long that helpless woman can last in this yellow sand-filled SSS level Eerie domain. Exactly. The guardian puppets of the Golden Ancient City are no fools suppressed by the rules like those at the Soul Drowning Dock. Each one here is a genuine killing machine. The luck of Huaxia has come to an end. Let's wait for her to be torn to shreds by the golden puppets, and watch the national fortune plummet. These sharp and bitter remarks rose again. Happiness Community, Room 101. Zhou Yan still looked lazy, and on the coffee table in front of him, an ancient brass compass made of sparkling starlight suddenly appeared, projecting a real-time sand table of the Golden Ancient City ruins. The projection clearly marked the dynamic positions of each contestant, as well as the energy reactions and danger levels in various areas of the ancient city. He watched as Ruan Xinglua was teleported alone to the southeast corner, and saw the forces from beautiful countries quickly forming alliances and subtly encircling the core area. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. The Golden Ancient City is quite an interesting old place. Just when Ruan Xinglua felt slightly isolated and helpless, the ancient brass compass in her hand, which Zhou Yan humorously called the compass of the Master of Flowers, suddenly vibrated again. This time, it was no longer simply avoiding danger as it did before, but with an extremely firm posture, it pointed toward a direction hidden beneath rolling sand dunes to her left front. This is the compass that my husband gave me. It is guiding me? Ruan Xinglua's heart stirred, and she immediately perked up. Without hesitation, she cautiously advanced in the direction indicated by the compass. She passed through an ancient battlefield ruin buried under thick yellow sand, and the air was filled with a faint smell of rust and an unshakable resentment. Suddenly, fierce sounds of energy collisions and mixed sounds of gasps and cries came from just beyond a large sand dune in front of her. Ruan Xinglua's heart tightened, and she quickly quickened her pace, stealthily climbing to the top of the dune. The scene before her made her pause in surprise. She saw a temporary squad composed of 5 or 6 suitors dressed in different clothes, obviously from different small countries, now surrounded by more than 10 golden grievance knights who were over 5 meters tall, wearing broken golden armor, riding on sinister warhorses made of bones, and wielding massive knight lances engulfed in ghostly blue flames. These golden vengeful spirit knights, each exuding an S-class terrifying aura, had a thick presence of death and unwillingness that seemed to dye the surrounding yellow sand black. Though the team of small country competitors was also desperately resisting, their strength was clearly far from these S-class golden vengeful spirit knights. Their formation had long been disrupted, several members were injured, and they were on the verge of total annihilation. Among the attacked competitors, at the forefront was a woman dressed in luxurious attire filled with exotic charm, tightly holding a curved dagger that emitted a faint sacred aura. Ruan Xinglua looked closely and actually recognized this woman. She was the matchmaker from a wealthy oil country, Mia, who had a brief encounter with her at the Blood Moon restaurant. At this moment, Mia had lost the calmness and elegance she had at the Blood Moon restaurant. Her pretty face was pale, a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, and her eyes were filled with anxiety and despair. Her strange husband seemed unable to fully descend due to some special rule in the Golden Ancient City ruins, and could only barely provide Mia with a weak blood-colored shield to keep her from being directly eroded by the death aura of those golden vengeful spirit knights. In desperate resistance, Mia's peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a familiar yet complex figure from China on the sand dune. Is it her? Ruan Xinglua? How could she be here? Mia's expression instantly became extremely complicated, filled with surprise, unexpectedness, and a hint of imperceptible hope. Seeing Mia in danger, Ruan Xinglua, although they didn't have much bond before, and even Mia had shown a hint of contempt towards her at the Blood Moon restaurant, still couldn't bear to watch her perish. Moreover, having one more potential ally is always better than having one more enemy. Be careful! Ruan Xinglua shouted sharply, no longer hesitating, and directly leaped down from the sand dune. The emblem of the National Dragon Pillar on her back burst forth with dazzling golden light. Roar! A loud dragon roar resonated through the sky. A condensed golden dragon energy surged out like a streamlined ribbon, crashing harshly into 2 golden vengeful spirit knights who were about to deliver a fatal blow to Mia. Bang! Bang! The 2 S-class golden vengeful spirit knights were directly knocked back several meters by this sudden golden dragon energy, their golden armor creaking under the strain. Taking this opportunity, Mia narrowly avoided a fatal blow. She looked at Ruan Xinglua, who had appeared like a divine soldier in front of her, her eyes filled with unbelievable shock. The power of the dragon pillar radiating from her was much stronger and more condensed than when they were at the Shimmering Souls dock. Thank you. No time for thanks. First, let's deal with these guys. Ruan Xingluo's tone was calm, and at this moment, she was no longer the young girl who panicked in the face of danger. Mia and her remaining teammates were also invigorated by this, quickly working with Ruan Xingluo to launch counterattacks from the side. What was originally a seemingly hopeless siege unexpectedly showed signs of miraculous reversal due to Ruan Xingluo's sudden involvement. After a fierce battle and at a certain cost, Ruan Xingluo, Mia, and others finally managed to repel the team of S-Class Golden Vengeful Spirit Knights. Phew. Thank you, Miss Ruan. Mia leaned on her knee, panting heavily. If you hadn't shown up in time, we might. It was just a small effort. Ruan Xingluo waved her hand. Although she had also consumed a lot, her recovery speed was far greater than that of ordinary people. At that moment, Mia seemed to have suddenly remembered something. Her face changed slightly, and she lowered her voice, saying to Ruan Xingluo, Miss Ruan, I have some very important intelligence. Perhaps it will be useful to you. She paused, then continued with a serious tone, according to some secret information we received from our oil nation, the strongest alliance formed by the beautiful country, Northern Bear Country, and the European Union seems to have grasped some kind of special trick that can temporarily suppress the golden ancient god's remnants. Chapter 46, Slight Deviation. They are currently gathering their strongest forces to prepare to forcibly attack the core temple of the ancient city. Their goal is not just to kill the ancient god and seize the greatest contribution, but more importantly they seem to want to take possession of that golden ancient god temple and possibly the core treasure of the ancient city, which may be more valuable than the ancient god itself. As Mia spoke, a deep worry flashed in her eyes. She took out a slightly damaged map of the golden ancient city ruins, drawn on special animal skin, and pointed to a temple design marked in blood red in the center of the map. The place where the golden ancient god's remnants sleep should be within this golden temple. However, as far as I know, in order to reach the temple, one must first break through the triple golden barrier guarded by the power of the ancient city. The beautiful country alliance has hidden ambitions, and once they succeed, they will completely suppress other countries at the coordination meeting. They may even use the core treasure to do something that threatens the entire safety of the blue planet. Mia looked at Ruan Xingluo, her eyes full of seriousness. Miss Ruan, I know you are very powerful, and you may have unimaginable support behind you. I propose that we set aside our national positions for now and form a temporary offensive and defensive alliance to jointly combat the strongest alliance of the beautiful country and do our best to stop their schemes. Ruan Xingluo took the damaged animal skin map and carefully examined it. She then glanced down at the compass in her hand, which was still slightly trembling, with the needle firmly pointing in a specific direction, deep in thought. The direction pointed by the compass roughly coincided with the location of the golden temple marked on the map, but it seemed to have some slight deviations. Just as Ruan Xingluo and Mia were discussing, 30 kilometers away, on the other side of the main battlefield of the golden ancient city ruins, the strongest coalition formed by the beautiful country, Northern Bear Country, and the European Union was currently engaged in a grueling battle against a massive wall of light rising over 100 meters high. All ranged units. Focus fire on the third node on the left. That is the weak point of energy. Jessica from the beautiful country floated in midair, holding the SS-level glory battle flag that fluttered in the wind, emitting waves of calamity and decay, continuously weakening the defensive energy of the golden barrier. Her beautiful face was now filled with seriousness. Next to her, Ivan, the war giant bear from Northern Bear Country, looked like a humanoid tyrannosaur. Each swing of the giant battle axe in her hand, shining with dazzling lightning, unleashed a terrifying power that could shatter mountains. Break it apart for me. Ivan roared, veins bulging on her forehead. The top players of the European Union were also unleashing their ultimate techniques, some controlling enormous rock puppets to strike the barrier, while others chanted ancient and obscure spells, trying to dismantle the barrier's structure at the level of rules. In the center of their alliance, a spear over 10 meters long, dark golden in color, was continuously gathering energy under the combined efforts of several dedicated support players, preparing to launch a lethal strike. This Godslayer's spear, imitation, was their greatest trump card that allowed them to dare to fiercely attack this SSS-level core area of the golden ancient city. However, even with such an extravagant lineup and powerful trump card, they still made slow progress against the first golden barrier. Every fierce attack would trigger a strong backlash from the ancient city's forbidden power. They had to split a significant part of their energy for defense. Damn it! This cursed wall is too hard. Jessica couldn't help but curse. At this speed, by the time we break through this triple golden barrier, the flowers will wilt. Ivan gasped and said, "Stop talking. The sooner we break through, the sooner we can get what's inside. I don't want that Chinese woman to score any more big deals." Their goal was very clear, to rush ahead of everyone and open the path to the core temple of the golden ancient city, seizing the possible treasure that could change the fate of their country. They firmly believed this was the correct way to engage with the SSS grade dungeon. With absolute power, they crushed everything. At the same time, Ruan Xinglua and Mia, guided by the compass of the Flower Lord, arrived at an area vastly different from the frontline battlefield. As they drew closer to the location marked Golden Temple on the map, the compass in Ruan Xinglua's hand suddenly shifted violently, avoiding the seemingly broad but heavily guarded main road, and instead pointed toward a hidden ancient passage partially covered by thick yellow sand. The entrance of the passage was filled with weathered marks, and some broken stone carvings were scattered around. If it weren't for the compass's clear guidance, no one would have thought there was a hidden pathway here. What surprised Ruan Xinglua and Mia even more was that on an unremarkable broken stone tablet at the entrance of the passage, there was actually an extremely subtle plum blossom-shaped energy mark. This mark. As Mia caught sight of the plum blossom imprint, her eyes suddenly widened in disbelief, and she instinctively glanced at the ancient-looking compass in Ruan Xinglua's hands, exclaiming, "Miss Ruan, the mark on your compass. Could it be?" A bizarre and chilling thought flashed briefly through Mia's mind. Just how terrifying is the background of that Chinese woman's husband? Ruan Xinglua didn't know what Mia was thinking. She only felt that since it was the path indicated by the compass, there must be reason behind it. "Let's go in and take a look." Ruan Xinglua hesitated little and was the first to step into the dark, ancient passage. Mia took a deep breath, suppressing her shock, and followed closely behind. However, this seemingly abandoned ancient passage was not as smooth sailing as they imagined. Inside the passage, the light was dim, and the air was filled with a stench of decay and dust. The ground and walls were covered with various powerful energy traps, and a slight misstep could trigger a devastating attack capable of seriously injuring S-grade beings. Moreover, in certain specific areas of the passage lurked thousands of fearless golden sacred beetle swarms. Although these peak A-grade beetles weren't top tier alone, their overwhelming numbers and strong defenses could easily give any team below S-grade a headache. Be careful. These bugs are strange. Their shells can absorb energy attacks. Mia waved her holy curved blade, barely smashing a few golden sacred beetles that lunged at her, but she found her attacks greatly diminished. Ruan Xinglua furrowed her brows as she summoned the power of the dragon pillar. Although the dragon energy could blast swaths of sacred beetles away, those pesky creatures seemed endless and would quickly surge back. The two joined forces, with Ruan Xinglua leading the assault, using the mighty righteousness of the dragon pillar and the restraint against evil creatures to forcibly open a gap among the swarm. Mia relied on the bloodthirsty power to support from the side, clearing out those that slipped through the cracks. The two's cooperation was seamless. Although the progress was exceptionally difficult, they finally moved little by little toward the depths of the passage. After an unknown amount of time, when they almost exhausted all their energy and walked out of the ancient passage, the scene before them left them stunned once again. This place was not the core of the Golden Temple they had imagined, but a more ancient and spacious, even more holy sacrificial hall. In the center of the hall stood quietly a shadow several dozen meters high. The shadow wore an ancient priest's robe that had long faded, holding a golden scepter made of pure gold, embedded with countless precious gems. This shadow was the ancient high priest shadow of this golden ancient city. The aura it exuded, though not as brutal as the previous golden vengeful knight, nor as cold as the golden guardian puppet, was even more deep and majestic. It was actually an S-level peak terrifying guardian. The high priest shadow seemed to have no intention of attacking. It just stood there quietly, its empty gaze staring at Ruan Xinglua and Mia, as if examining whether they were qualified to step into the true core area. Just as Ruan Xinglua and Mia felt anxious in their hearts. The flower master compass in Ruan Xinglua's hand, which had been guiding them all along, suddenly burst into bright light without warning upon facing the ancient high priest shadow. That light, with a gentle and sacred rhythm, instantly dispelled the chill and silence that had accumulated in this ancient sacrificial hall for countless ages. The shadow that had been standing still like a statue suddenly revealed a hint of respect in its originally hollow eyes upon sensing this familiar aura. Its golden scepter slightly lowered, and its massive translucent body slowly moved to one side, revealing a path just wide enough for one person to pass through. At the same time, an old thought filled with endless relief clearly transmitted into Ruan Xinglua and Mia's minds. "Those who hold the token of the flower god, please enter. The heart of gold here has been silent for far too long, it has been waiting for its new master." Ruan Xinglua and Mia exchanged a glance, each seeing a hint of incredible shock in the other's eyes. They cautiously followed the path opened by the high priest shadow and entered the mysterious entrance that radiated golden light. Behind the entrance was a round chamber that was not too large. In the center of the chamber floated a huge golden heart with a diameter of over 3 meters, quietly pulsating. It radiated infinite light and heat, like a miniature golden sun millions of times smaller, exuding a terrifying energy that was overwhelming to the point of suffocation. With each pulsation, it seemed connected to the pulse of the entire golden ancient city, making Ruan Xinglua and Mia feel as if their souls resonated with it. This was the energy source of the golden ancient city, the immortal core left behind by the fallen golden ancient god, the Heart of Gold. SSS-level core treasure. The energy contained within it was even purer than the dragon pillar Ruan Xinglua had obtained earlier. This was definitely a supreme treasure capable of changing the direction of a nation's fate in a contest. However, just as Ruan Xinglua and Mia were about to step forward to attempt to collect this supreme wonder. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted from outside the chamber. Immediately after, Jessica's sharp laughter filled with joy and greed echoed. Ha ha ha! The damn golden barrier has finally been broken. The treasure inside is ours. Accompanied by the arrogant laughter, the strongest coalition of Beautiful Country, North Bear Country, and European Alliance charged into this court chamber like hungry wolves. When Jessica, Ivan, and others. When they first laid eyes on the heart of gold in the center of the secret room, shining like the sun and radiating endless temptation, their eyes were instantly filled with boundless greed and madness. Oh my god! Is this the heart of the golden ancient god? Ivan exclaimed in shock, the giant axe in his hand trembling slightly from excitement. Ha ha ha! Wonderful! This really comes without effort. Jessica was overjoyed, but when she saw Ruan Xinglua and Mia standing by the heart of gold, her expression instantly twisted into pure madness. You again! Upon seeing Ruan Xinglua and Mia in the secret room, especially that heart of gold exuding endless temptation, Jessica's smugness turned into icy rage. She gritted her teeth and said, "It's you two sneaky thieves again." Ivan from the Northern Bear Kingdom also looked at the two with a cold stare. They had worked so hard, paying a huge price just to barely break through the damn triple golden barrier, only to find that these two women had arrived here ahead of them, unscathed. Who could swallow this frustration? Hand over the heart of gold. Then cut off an arm, and we might consider leaving you both with intact bodies. Jessica screamed. Behind her, the beautiful members of the United Alliance, as well as the top fighters from the Northern Bear Kingdom and the European Alliance, all brandished their weapons and tricks, surrounding Ruan Xinglua and Mia, their eyes unsympathetic and filled with killing intent. A fierce battle was about to erupt. Ruan Xinglua took a deep breath, her eyes showing no signs of retreat, instead shining with unprecedented determination. She could clearly feel what this heart of gold meant for her, for the fortunes of China, and even for the dragon pillar mark on the back of her opponent. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. She gently pressed her right hand against the lifelike dragon pillar mark on her left hand, preparing to activate its power at all costs and confront these strong enemies. Just then, a sudden change occurred. The dragon pillar mark on her hand began to emit waves of excited and joyful buzzing when it came into contact with the overwhelming, magnificent energy from the heart of gold. An indescribable, intense desire came surging from the depths of her soul, like a flood bursting its banks, flowing madly from the dragon pillar mark. It wanted to devour the heart of gold. Facing the dozens of powerful top fighters surrounding them, Mia from the Oil Kingdom gritted her silver teeth, glancing at the determined Ruan Xinglua and then at the heart of gold exuding deadly temptation, a complex light flashing in her eyes. After a moment, it seemed she made a certain decision, speaking to Ruan Xinglua in a low voice, "Mrs. Zhou, I don't know who your mysterious gentleman is or what immense figure he is. But today, in this golden temple, I, Mia, shall fight alongside you. This also counts as repaying the kindness you showed me at the Blood Moon restaurant." Without waiting for Ruan Xinglua to respond, Mia shouted and with a flick of her wrist, a small blood-colored jade coffin, only the size of a palm yet exuding thick bloody energy, appeared in her hand. Blood coffin's secret technique, lock the soul and bind the spirit. Mia muttered incantations, and the small blood-colored jade coffin suddenly opened, a surge of pure and intense bloody energy pouring out wildly. Several powerful blood-red chains made of bloody energy shot out towards the surrounding alliance members like venomous snakes emerging from their holes. Ah! Damn it! What the hell is this thing? Several support-type fighters from the European Alliance were caught off guard, instantly entangled by the blood-red chains, unable to move, as blue smoke rose from their bodies, corroded by the bloody energy. Mia actually wanted to single-handedly buy precious time, even if it was just a few short seconds, for Ruan Xinglua. Just as Ruan Xinglua was preparing to recklessly forcefully activate the power of the dragon pillar, trying to absorb the golden heart in an instant, an even more incredible scene happened. The enormous golden heart floating in the center of the secret chamber seemed to sense the China National Dragon Pillar mark on Ruan Xinglua's wrist. Its originally steady and powerful beat abruptly accelerated. There was no need for Ruan Xinglua to guide it in any way. The gigantic golden heart actively split off streams of golden energy that were more pure and magnificent than ever before. These golden energy streams rushed forward desperately, crazily surging toward the small dragon pillar mark on the back of Ruan Xinglua's left hand. Buzz. The dragon pillar mark seemed to come alive the moment it made contact with these pure golden energy streams. It let out a joyful dragon roar filled with endless happiness and greed, suddenly opening its majestic dragon mouth, as if a great whale were sucking in water, swallowing all the incoming golden energy streams completely. As these golden energies continuously flowed in, the five-clawed golden dragon phantom on the dragon pillar mark surged in power at a visible and terrifying speed. More solid, majestic, and sacred. This is impossible. Jessica, Ivan, and the others stared in disbelief at this astonishing scene, completely stunned, as if struck by lightning. They had worked hard, exhausted every effort, and even used the ultimate weapon, the Godslayer spear, just to barely break the 3 layers of golden barriers. They had thought that once they broke in, they could claim the golden heart as their own, but they never expected that this golden heart would actively recognize its master. And in a way that they simply could not understand. The proud golden heart was so easily absorbed by the Chinese woman they had always looked down on. This was even more unbearable than directly killing them. Stop her. Fast. Do whatever it takes to stop her from absorbing the golden heart. Jessica was the first to react, letting out a frantic scream. The aura of the Harbinger knife fully erupted from her, and with a fierce swing of the glorious flag of the Sunken Knights, a grey beam filled with decay and destruction shot violently toward Wan Xinglua, who was passively receiving the energy infusion. Ivan and the other Alliance members also regained their senses, each unleashing their strongest attacks, raining down on Wan Xinglua. However, just as their attacks were about to hit Wan Xinglua, a protective energy shield suddenly formed around the golden heart that was continuously supplying energy. Bang bang bang. All attacks from the beautiful country Alliance, upon touching that golden energy shield, vanished into nothingness instantly like a cow into the sea, without even raising a ripple. Several members of the Alliance with slightly weaker powers were even directly rebounded by their own attacks' aftermath, crying out in pain as they flew backward, spitting blood and sustaining heavy injuries. How is this possible? Even the golden heart is helping her? Jessica looked at Wan Xinglua, who was under the protection of the shield and whose power was rising steadily, trembling with anger to the point of nearly going insane. In Happiness District, Room 101. Zhou Yan watched the live broadcast projection of the golden heart actively approaching Wan Xinglua, the corners of his mouth curving into a slight smile as he nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad, this little golden bean that was casually planted back then has finally matured. It knows to take the initiative to find its master. He leisurely picked up his teacup and took a sip. Years ago, he stripped the last core of life and divine essence from a dying golden ancient god, turning it into this golden heart, which he casually threw into this ancient city he had long abandoned, serving as an energy core to maintain the city's operation, while also nurturing it slowly, waiting for it to mature completely. As for the suddenly appeared golden energy shield, it was just a small restriction he casually placed next to this golden heart back then. The purpose was to prevent some blind ants from disturbing its peace while it was in slumber. Now it seems the effect is quite good. In the golden ancient city, within the core chamber. After frantically absorbing a huge amount of pure origin energy from the golden heart, the mark of Huaxia National Protection Dragon Pillar, Remnant, on Wan Xinglua's hand had solidified to an unprecedented extent, as if it would break out of the seal at any moment and transform into a true national guardian dragon. And beneath the dragon pillar mark, the originally clear remnant character began to flicker violently, its strokes becoming blurry and fading at a speed visible to the naked eye. It seemed that this imitation National Protection Dragon Pillar was about to undergo a shocking transformation towards a higher level after absorbing the massive energy of this SSS-level golden heart. As that golden heart, originally shining like the sun, began to dim at a speed visible to the naked eye, the aura of that Huaxia woman grew stronger and stronger, as if the dragon-shaped mark on the back of her hand was about to come alive. The members of the Beautiful Nation Alliance fell into complete despair and madness. Jessica and Ivan exchanged glances, seeing in each other's eyes a hint of unwillingness, as well as a kind of determination to go down together. They were about to use that all-or-nothing terrifying trump card, which might even implicate themselves in the end. Since we can't have it, then no one else can have it. The energy of that golden heart surged wildly into the Huaxia National Protection Dragon Pillar, Remnant, mark on Wan Xinglua's hand, like a volcano that had found its outlet. The five-clawed golden dragon phantom on the dragon pillar mark had solidified to a shocking degree after absorbing nearly half of the golden heart's immense energy. Crack! A faint yet clear sound of cracking came from deep within the dragon pillar mark. At that moment, the once visible remnant character beneath the mark vanished as if erased by an invisible divine brush. In its place was a character that emitted a faint divine light, yet seemed to be separated by a thin veil. The character for imitation. Huaxia National Protection Dragon Pillar, Imitation. Though it still carried the word imitation, its rank had already been forcibly elevated from the previous SSS level to a brand new level, a pseudo-mythical level that even the system had never explicitly labeled, only vaguely sensing its terrifying power. Roar! A force more powerful than 10 times the earlier fusion of that abyssal vengeful entity, along with the purest dragon soul essence, surged back towards the distant blue star Huaxia from this evolved National Protection Dragon Pillar, as if the Milky Way was pouring back into the sky. Chapter 49, Rebirth. In the skies above Huaxia, the already towering National Luck Golden Dragon, upon receiving the supplement of this terrifying energy, let out a roar that resonated throughout the entire blue star, even penetrating the spatial barrier between the strange world and blue star. Its enormous dragon body surged wildly once more at a speed visible to the naked eye. Every dragon scale became more solid and heavy, shining with an immortal golden divine light. The dragon horns were imposing. The dragon is majestic, its claws sharp, its whiskers flowing. An unprecedented overwhelming dragon might spreads from it, instantly enveloping all of East Asia, even extending globally. Some neighboring small countries that once harbored hostility towards China, their already weak fortunes, under this unparalleled dragon might, crumpled like paper, instantly emitting unbearable wails. Even a few small countries with unstable fortunes saw their fortune pillars shatter inch by inch, collapsing entirely. In China, all citizens watching this scene through live broadcasts, regardless of gender, age, or location, at this moment clearly felt something. It was as if an invisible shackle, binding them for so long, was completely severed from the depths of their souls. Their thoughts became unusually agile and clear for the first time. Their bodies seemed to be infused with some mysterious vitality, with strength, speed, and reflexes all universally heightened. Fortune reached the heart. Rebirth. In the ancient Golden City, within the core's secret chamber. Seeing that the energy of the Golden Heart had already drained nearly half, while the breath of the Chinese woman grew increasingly terrifying, Jessica, Ivan, and others fell into madness and despair. They knew the tide had turned. China's rise, because of that mysterious Zhou Yan, had become unstoppable. Damn. Jessica let out a frantic scream, her face twisted with jealousy and anger looked especially hideous and horrifying. In Ivan's eyes, like Siberian wolves, flashed a crazed fury. They exchanged glances as if deciding something. Since we can't have it, then China can't have it easy either. Jessica shouted fiercely. Activate Disaster Horn Conglomerate. As her words fell, Jessica, Ivan, and Francois, the blonde man leading the European alliance, almost simultaneously took out a strange horn fragment from their respective storage spaces. As these fragments appeared, they automatically attracted each other, rapidly stitching together with a series of clicking sounds, forming a completely black horn, engraved with countless twisted, weeping faces. This was the SSS-class disposable combination curse tool, the Disaster Horn Conglomerate, obtained at an unimaginable cost from a forbidden and eerie realm. Its most terrifying function was to summon a terrifying aura of disaster, which contained concepts of destruction, plague, chaos, despair, and other negative notions. However, to activate it, all users had to jointly sacrifice a part of their own life essence and the fortune of their represented country. This was an insane act, inflicting 1,000 damage to the enemy while suffering even more loss. Woo. As Jessica and others frantically infused their life force and national fortune into it, the Black Disaster Horn Conglomerate emitted a terrifying sound like that of a crying demon god. A mixed aura of disaster, containing extreme will of destruction, came like a black storm from the sky, targeting the Golden Heart that was constantly supplying energy to Ruan Xinglu, and Ruan Xinglu herself standing not far from it. They no longer hoped to seize the Golden Heart. Their only thought now was to completely destroy it. Even if they would pay an unbearable heavy price, they absolutely could not allow China to rise so easily. Facing this terrifying aura of disaster, capable of plunging any S-class Eerie into despair, Mia's face instantly turned as pale as paper, devoid of any color. But in her beautiful eyes, a rare determination and fierceness flashed. This is the power of the forbidden artifact, Horn of Calamity. I will block it. Mia shouted angrily, without hesitation throwing the small blood-red jade coffin in her hand, which had already cracked, into the air. That blood-red jade coffin swelled in the wind, instantly transforming into a giant coffin over 10 meters high. The giant coffin emitted a strong aura of blood and malice, standing like a blood-colored shield between Ruan Xinglua and the destructive force of calamity. Blood coffin burying souls, immune to all evils. Mia spewed out a mouthful of vital blood, merging it into the blood coffin. The blood coffin erupted with unprecedented power of blood and malice, violently colliding with the terrifying force of calamity that descended from the sky. Boom! However, the power of the Calamity Horns conglomerate was too overwhelming, especially as it was jointly propelled by several top contenders at all costs. Mia's blood coffin only held for less than 3 seconds before its surface became covered in spiderweb-like cracks with a crack sound. The Golden Heart, which also sensed the deadly threat, suddenly exploded with its remaining energy, again forming a thicker and more brilliant golden energy shield around Ruan Xinglua and the Dragon Pillar. But even this double-layer protection appeared shaky in the face of the destructive and chaotic aura of calamity. The golden shield trembled violently, as if it would shatter at any moment. Madame Zhou, this is my limit. Mia's voice became weak due to the excessive consumption of power, as she stared intently at the calamity aura that continued to erode the blood coffin, her eyes filled with unwillingness. In the happy community, room 101. Zhou Yan, who had originally wore an amused smile, suddenly became somber upon seeing the pitch-black conglomerate of the Calamity Horn appear. A group of ignorant ants dare to use such a forbidden object. Since you all want to play so badly, I will have some fun with you. Zhou Yan did not directly attack as before, nor did he intervene through the compass. He simply extended a long, fair finger, gently plucking the air as if strumming some fragile strings. There were several lines of causality representing Jessica, Ivan, and other core members of the Beautiful Nation Alliance. These lines could only be seen by him, and were entwined with threads of national fortune and life breath. In the golden ancient city, within the core's secret chamber. Just as a sinister and joyful smile appeared on Jessica, Ivan, and others' faces. Suddenly, All of them felt without warning that the energy connection between them and the Calamity Horn conglomerate became extremely unstable, as if it could break at any moment. Then, even more terrifying things happened. The terrifying aura of calamity that should have been aimed at Ruan Xinglua and the Golden Heart began to uncontrollably recoil back towards them. Ah! No! Jessica let out a piercing scream. How could this happen? She felt a surge of power full of plague and chaos rushing into her body. Her power began to rapidly drain, and her skin was instantly covered with numerous disgusting pustules. Her mind began to spiral into chaos, and terrifying illusions appeared before her eyes. Chapter 50, Total Defeat. Ivan and Francois, among others, experienced similar conditions, instantly manifesting various bizarre and terrifying negative states. Some bled from 7 orifices, some began to rot, while others fell into madness, wildly attacking their companions. Not only were they suffering physical injuries, but what filled them with despair was that they could clearly perceive that. At this moment, the fortune of their own country unexpectedly plummeted at an unprecedented speed. Most of the disastrous aura was enjoyed by themselves. But still, a small amount of weakened disaster aftermath pierced through Mia's nearly shattered blood coffin defense, striking hard towards Ruan Xinglua and the now dimmed Golden Heart. Puff! Mia's blood-colored giant coffin, after enduring this final part of the disaster aftermath, finally could no longer hold on. With a bang, it completely exploded, turning into countless blood-red fragments raining down. Mia herself soared backward like a kite with a broken string, letting out a soft groan as blood gushed from her mouth. Her breath instantly weakened to the extreme. She had already suffered unimaginable heavy injuries. And at the forefront, Ruan Xinglua, although protected by the dragon energy of the national pillar and the dual guardianship of the Golden Heart, was still violently shaken by this strange and domineering disaster aftermath. Her throat felt sweet as she couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, her face instantly turning ashen, her breath also weakening considerably. After bearing this disaster aftermath, the Golden Heart's golden brilliance had completely faded, becoming like a candle flickering in the wind. On the other side, Jessica, Ivan, Francois, and other core members of the Beautiful Nations Alliance, due to the terrifying backlash of the disaster, not only suffered serious injuries, but the fates of their represented nations, including the Beautiful Nations, North Bear Country, and the European Alliance, plummeted to the historical lows. Even above their home planet, various large-scale bizarre riot incidents had started to erupt one after another, with some cities even facing extremely serious disastrous consequences like guardians going missing or protective artifacts going out of control. They fell to the ground in a miserable state, their eyes filled with fear and despair. And deep, deep regret. This time, they lost, losing utterly. After experiencing this thrilling turn of events, the energy of the Golden Heart was also consumed by more than half due to the previous continuous output and the final disaster shock. The remaining energy no longer surged towards Ruan Xinglua's dragon pillar mark as it did before, but instead quietly floated in the center of the secret room, emitting a soft and restrained golden light. As if a weakened ruler needing rest after a great battle. Ruan Xinglua attempted to slowly approach and found that the suffocating terrifying pressure had disappeared. She reached out her hand, and could safely touch the Golden Heart now. She could sense that this Golden Heart still contained an extremely vast amount of energy within. However, that energy seemed unable to be fully absorbed by her dragon pillar. Otherwise, it would be too much, possibly leading to some unknown problems with the dragon pillar due to the energy being too diverse. She cautiously stored this Golden Heart into the storage space given to her by Zhou Yan previously. Thus, the battle for the Golden Heart came to an end. Just as Ruan Xinglua had just stored the Golden Heart and was about to check on Mia's injuries, Zhou Yan's voice suddenly rang clearly in her ear. Xinglua, call those few still gasping for air, who don't know their own deaths, over to me. Ruan Xinglua's heart tightened upon hearing this, immediately understanding Zhou Yan's intent. She turned around, her gaze coldly sweeping towards the Beautiful Nations Alliance members collapsed not far away. All of you, come here. Ruan Xinglua's voice wasn't loud, but it carried a majesty stemming from the dragon pillar. Jessica, Ivan, and others were already like startled birds. Where would they dare to have even the slightest thought of resistance? They helped each other up, like prisoners sentenced to death, their faces ashen as they moved over to Ruan Xinglua's front. Zhou Yan, through Ruan Xinglua's words. A compensation list was clearly imprinted in the souls of Jessica and the others. The contents of the list were extremely harsh, yet they sparked no thoughts of bargaining at all. It included all countries involved in the siege and the use of the Calamity Horn Collective, such as the Beautiful Nation, the Northern Bear Nation, and the European Alliance, must unconditionally publicly support at least 3 core proposals put forth by China at the upcoming Resource Coordination and Order Maintenance Conference of all realms. Furthermore, they must present at least 5S level or higher bizarre resources from their national treasury as compensation for this offense before the conclusion of the conference. What filled them with humiliation and despair was the last line on the list, added by Zhou Yan himself. Of course, you can also choose not to compensate. Then next time, it won't just be about cutting off a few trivial causal lines, it's not that simple anymore. Just as this compensation list, capable of crippling several great nations, was delivered. A cold system announcement echoed throughout the ruins battlefield. The qualification assessment trial for the lost golden ancient city ruins is officially over. Chinese contestant Ruan Xinglua, in this trial, in a heroic effort, not only successfully acquired the SSS-level core strategic artifact, the Heart of Gold, but also single-handedly quelled the chaotic rules of the ancient city core, purified the source of calamity, and made outstanding contributions to the stabilization and restoration of the entire SSS-level composite anomaly. The comprehensive evaluation is again determined SSS+. In this trial, Chinese civilization's contribution overwhelmed all other participating civilizations, and they will receive the highest priority seat and the greatest topic weight at the Resource Coordination and Order Maintenance Conference of all realms. The Beautiful Nation Alliance, due to the illegal use of the forbidden artifact Calamity Horn Collective during the trial, severely damaging the order of the instance and causing backlash, has its contribution in this trial completely nullified. They will be downgraded one level in conference seating, and some resource allocation rights will be revoked. At this moment, all countries and forces around the globe observing this trial completely recognized an undeniable fact. China's rise, because of the presence of that man, Zhou Yan, who is as unfathomable as a god or demon, is unstoppable. Zhou Yan's will, to some extent, seemed to have begun to transcend certain surface rules of the strange world. Only 3 days remained until the official commencement of the conference. All countries on the Blue Planet were urgently digesting the immense impact and shift in the pattern brought about by the Golden Ancient City trial. Some were frantically preparing for the upcoming conference, while others were in a panic over how to pay the compensation list. More countries were pondering how to secure a glimmer of hope for themselves in this new world order led by China. And the instigator, Zhou Yan, leisurely unfolded an ancient map, sketched on unknown beast skin, from a corner. He spread the map out in front of Ruan Xinglua and casually circled 7 or 8 special areas on it. Xinglua, when we get to that so-called coordination meeting, help your husband mark out these places. Then tell those so-called masters and old gods, just say. Zhou Yan paused, the corner of his mouth curling into a faint smile. I have my eyes on these places, let them wash their necks clean and wait for me, they better know their place. Chapter 51, Unstoppable. She could feel that the Heart of Gold still contained an incredibly vast energy, but that energy seemed unable to be completely absorbed by her dragon pillar. Otherwise, too much would be a bad thing. It is very likely that the dragon pillar will encounter some unknown problems due to the overly complex energy. She carefully placed the golden heart into the storage space that Zhou Yan had given her earlier. At this point, the battle over the golden heart had essentially come to an end. Just as Ruan Xinglua had finished storing the golden heart and was about to check on Mia's injuries, Zhou Yan's voice suddenly rang clearly in her ear. Xinglua, bring those few still gasping for breath, unaware of their impending doom, over to me. Ruan Xinglua's heart shivered at these words, and she immediately understood Zhou Yan's meaning. She turned around, her gaze coldly sweeping over the Beautiful Nation Alliance, sprawled not far away. Come here. Ruan Xinglua's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an authority that stemmed from the dragon pillar. Jessica, Ivan, and the others were already skittish at this moment. How could they dare to have any thoughts of resistance? They helped each other, like prisoners sentenced to death, moving towards Ruan Xinglua with faces ashen. Through Ruan Xinglua, Zhou Yan clearly imprinted a compensation list into the depths of Jessica and the others' souls. The contents of the list were extremely harsh, leaving them with no thought to bargain at all. It included Beautiful Nation, Northern Bear Nation, European Alliance, and all the countries involved in this siege and the use of the Calamity Horn Convergence. They must unconditionally support at least 3 core proposals put forward by Huaxia during the upcoming Multiverse Strange Domain Resource Coordination and Order Maintenance Conference. Additionally, before the conclusion of the conference, they must each offer at least 5 S-rank or above bizarre resources from their national treasury as compensation for this offense. The most humiliating and despairing part for them was a final note added personally by Zhou Yan. Of course, you can also choose not to compensate. Then next time, it won't simply be about cutting a few insignificant causal lines and letting you suffer minor misfortune. Just as this compensation list, which could cripple several great nations, was delivered. A cold system announcement suddenly echoed throughout the ruins battlefield. The final qualification assessment trial for the lost golden ancient city ruins officially ends. Huaxia contestant Ruan Xinglua, during this trial, turned the tide. Not only did she successfully obtain the SSS-class core strategic artifact Golden Heart, but with her own strength, she calmed the chaotic rules at the heart of the ancient city, purified the source of calamity, and made an outstanding contribution to the stability and repair of the entire SSS-class composite bizarre domain. Overall evaluation reconfirmed, SSS+. Huaxia civilization's contribution in this trial overwhelmingly surpassed all other participating civilizations, earning the highest priority seat and largest agenda authority at the Multiverse Strange Domain Resource Coordination and Order Maintenance Conference. The Beautiful Nation Alliance, due to the illegal use of the forbidden bizarre item Calamity Horn Convergence during the trial and causing serious damage to the copy order, resulting in catastrophic backlash, had all its contributions during this trial completely nullified. Furthermore, it was penalized with a downgrade of 1 level in conference seat rank, and some resource distribution rights were revoked. At this moment, all nations and forces around the world that were paying attention to this trial fully recognized an undeniable fact. The rise of Huaxia, due to the existence of that unfathomable man Zhou Yan, had become unstoppable. Zhou Yan's will seemed, to some extent, to have begun to override certain surface rules of the bizarre world. Only 3 days remained until the official opening of the Multiverse Strange Domain Resource Coordination and Order Maintenance Conference. Countries on Blue Star were urgently digesting the immense impact and shifts in patterns brought about by this golden ancient city trial. Some countries are making frantic final preparations for the upcoming meeting, while others are struggling to figure out how to pay that compensation list. More countries are thinking about how they can seek a glimmer of hope in this new world order led by Huaxia. And the instigator, Zhou Yan, leisurely pulled out an ancient star map made of unknown beast skins from the corner. The star map is marked with dense, strange words and patterns that shimmer with starlight. He spread the star map in front of Ruan Xinglua, casually circling 7 or 8 special areas on it. Xinglua, when we get to that coordination meeting, you help me circle these places. Then tell those so-called rulers and old gods to say. Zhou Yan paused, a faint smile curling on his lips. I've set my sights on these places. They'd better wash their necks clean and wait obediently, or they'll regret it. Only 2 days remain until the Multiverse Conference. The compensation list issued by Zhou Yan, along with Huaxia's overwhelming performance in the trials of the Lost Relics, has caused an uproar worldwide. This compensation list is too deadly. The beautiful country can't escape a heavy price this time. But honestly, they deserve it. What identity does Lord Zhou Yan even have? I heard there was an outsider messenger who tried to interfere and was sent back with just a small stone? Is that true? I finally understand, in front of Lord Zhou Yan, the struggles of these countries on Blue Star are no different from kids playing house. The representatives of the beautiful country and other nations that received the list were initially shocked, then filled with a deep fear. They immediately tried to contact any possible outsider protectors behind their country, hoping for a turnaround. And some small countries that were originally observing immediately accelerated their secret gestures of goodwill toward Huaxia, even pledging loyalty. Just as the countries of Blue Star were in a state of fear and panic, a cold and dignified projection forcibly connected to the public channel of Blue Star once again. It was the messenger of the Tianming realm, Ming Zhao. At this moment, his projection had a darker aura than when he last appeared, with eyes burning with a cold, lifeless flame, like 2 balls of ghost fire, staring intently at Huaxia and Blue Star. I have heard of the compensation you speak of. Ming Zhao's thoughts were directly transmitted to the representatives of the beautiful country and others. These conditions are indeed too harsh, violating the spirit of the multiverse coordination. However, he shifted his tone, his thoughts carrying a hint of imperceptible caution. That will of the Huaxia existence on Blue Star, I have also sensed, it is unfathomable. This matter should not be privately intensified. During the official framework of the coordination meeting, let the Multiverse Council jointly witness and seek a relatively reasonable solution. Chapter 52, Everything is in my hands. Afterward, Ming Zhao's thoughts extended to all Blue Star civilizations that received the meeting invitation. The Tianming realm hereby decrees, to ensure the smooth convening of the Multiverse Coordination Conference and maintain basic stability in the new civilization areas, from this moment until the official start of the meeting, all excessive military disputes and unreasonable economic demands involving civilizations within Blue Star will be temporarily mediated and restrained by the Tianming realm on behalf of the Multiverse Council. Everything will be based on creating a harmonious and orderly meeting atmosphere as the highest principle. Any civilization that ignores this decree will be subject to further measures by the Tianming realm. On the surface, this statement was mediation, but it was filled with dissatisfaction regarding Zhou Yan's previous actions. In Happy Community, Room 101. Ruan Xinglua shared the news of Ming Zhao's reappearance and the issuance of the mediation decree with Zhou Yan in detail. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yan simply picked up the starry river pebble he had previously used to warn Ming Zhao from the coffee table. He casually weighed it in his hand, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Oh? Still daring to jump around? If you want to be a peacemaker, you need to see if the Tianming realm is tough enough. This little stone, it seems last time it didn't hurt him enough. He turned to look at Ruan Xinglua and said in a relaxed tone, no worries, just a jumping clown, nothing to pay attention to. In the meeting, just do as I told you before. As for that compensation list, they don't think for a second they can pay less. By the way, Zhou Yan added, the few places I circled on the star map for you, remember to sound a bit tougher during the meeting. Just tell them that those lands are our internal affairs in Huaxia, and no outsiders can interfere. Seeing Zhou Yan look so confident, as if everything was under control, she nodded heavily. In the time that followed, Ruan Xinglua stopped thinking about the outside disturbances and began to focus intently on studying the animal skin ancient star map that Zhou Yan gave her, along with the various materials and response plans prepared by the Huaxia think tank. The last night before the coordination meeting was approaching. The entire strange world and many planes connected to launching were turbulent due to this upcoming top-level meeting, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. At the exclusive residence of the Huaxia delegation, there were occasionally a few malicious spiritual thoughts and energy fluctuations attempting to spy and test. These small actions, without exception, vanished without a trace after touching the invisible energy barrier surrounding the residence, not even creating a ripple. Zhou Yan had already set up perfect protection. The feelings of the Huaxia audience and the livestream were extremely complex at this moment, both nervous with sweaty palms, yet filled with endless expectation and pride. Tomorrow is the coordination meeting of the worlds. This will be a key battle that decides our Huaxia's future and even the entire layout of the Blue Star. Ruan Xiaohua, hold up under the pressure, fight for the country. Boss Zhou Yan, it all depends on you tomorrow. You must give it your all, don't let those outsiders look down on us. That Ming Zhao from the Tianming realm looks like no good, he will definitely try to target us during the meeting. Ruan Xiaohua, be careful and alert. I believe in Ruan Xiaohua. I believe even more in Boss Zhou Yan behind her. Our Huaxia will certainly laugh last in this game of the worlds. Ruan Xinglua lay on the soft, comfortable bed, but she tossed and turned, finding it hard to sleep. In her mind, she repeatedly rehearsed the various difficulties and challenges that might arise during tomorrow's meeting, thinking about the countermeasures Zhou Yan had taught her. Just as she was lost in thought, restless, almost suffocating under the weight of invisible pressure. Suddenly, she felt the National Defending Dragon column mark on the back of her left hand, which was already connected to her bloodline, start to feel a bit hot. A pure dragon aura slowly surged out from the mark, flowing through her limbs like a clear spring, instantly lifting her tense spirit, making her feel incredibly clear and peaceful. At the same time, Zhou Yan's familiar voice, laced with a hint of laziness, echoed in the depths of her mind. Silly girl, still not sleeping? Why think so much? Sleep early, rest well. Tomorrow there will be a good show to watch. Remember. Zhou Yan's voice paused for a moment, carrying a hint of amusement, that so-called coordination meeting is just a big distribution meeting. And you will be representing me to collect the rent. Relax, everything is with me. The next morning, the multiverse meeting officially opened in the central temple of the Void Star Sea. Inside the temple, it formed a vast and boundless independent space. The stars are lights, the galaxy is the top, countless ancient and powerful aura jade platforms, like floating islands, are scattered orderly in this sacred space. On each jade platform, there sits one or more representatives of strange civilizations, with shapes varying and a depth of aura hard to fathom. Some representatives have towering figures, surrounded by chaotic energy, making it impossible to see their true appearance. Other representatives present as fierce giant beasts, with just a hint of their aura enough to make even S-class anomalies tremble. Moreover, some representatives seem to embody certain rules, their existence itself a manifestation that cannot be described by any known form of life. Upon witnessing the grandeur of this central temple's corner, no one was not deeply shocked. Is this the legendary Central Temple? My God! It is 1,000 times more spectacular and incredible than any mythical palace depicted in our Blue Star folklore. Those representatives? Many cannot even clearly see their forms, but just the feeling that any one of them dragged out would be more terrifying than the S-class anomalies or even SS-class relics we've seen before. Is this the true multiverse? Our Blue Star is truly too small in front of them. The China delegation, with its indisputable SSS Plus rating in the final trial of the Lost Relics, firmly occupied seats close to the central area of the temple. Ruan Xinglua sat calmly above, her expression calm yet exuding an air of composure. Her appearance naturally attracted countless complex gazes within the temple. There were curiosity, scrutiny, suspicion, and of course, jealousy and malice. The emissary of the Dark Heaven realm, Ming Zhao, sat not far from China's seat, in an even more extravagant and towering exclusive position. He was surrounded by dark energy, his eyes burning with dead-cold flames, watching Ruan Xinglua and the void projection representing Blue Star China behind her. At that moment, a gentle yet supreme holy light slowly gathered in the very center of the temple. This was an order protector completely enveloped in holy light. Chapter 53, Crazy. So crazy. In a tone devoid of any emotional color, she announced, the meeting for coordinating resources and maintaining order among the realms of anomalies officially begins. Following the ancient covenant and adhering to the principle of fairness, today's agenda starts immediately. The first item on the agenda, to prioritize mediation of the excessive disputes and unreasonable claims caused by internal resource distribution and historical issues within Blue Star civilization. As soon as these words were spoken, representatives from Beautiful Nation, Northern Bear Nation, the European Union, and others immediately revealed expressions of just as expected delight and anticipation. Meanwhile, the audience in China's live broadcast room erupted in an uproar and anger. What? Prioritizing mediation of internal disputes within Blue Star? Isn't this obviously the work of that Ming Zhao? He intends to use the name of the Order Protector and the Council of Realms to pressure us in China, forcing us to give up that compensation list. So shameless. This emissary of the Dark Heaven realm has lost all face. As expected. No sooner had the Order Protector finished speaking than the emissary of the Dark Heaven Realm, Ming Zhao, slowly stood up from his luxurious seat. His dark energy surged, and he coldly said, "Respected Order Protector, esteemed colleagues of the Council of Realms, and all representatives present. Blue Star, as a newly awakened and integrated newborn civilization region within the realm system, its internal stability and harmony concern the healthy development of the entire new generation civilization circle. However, according to my observations, during the previous internal trials and resource integration processes, Blue Star's China civilization, relying on the unknown forces behind it, excessively and unreasonably extracted economic resources from other brother civilizations also belonging to Blue Star, severely disrupted the balance and order that the new civilization should have. Such actions violate the core spirit of peace and justice advocated by the Interdimensional Coordination Conference. Therefore, I propose that the Interdimensional Council take the lead to conduct a fair review and ruling on the compensation list proposed by Blue Star Huaxia, to redetermine the compensation amount, to highlight the principles of the multiverse, and to maintain the stability of the new civilizations." Ming Zhao spoke these words with righteous pomp, as if he were the true guardian of justice looking out for Blue Star and defending the weak civilizations. Jessica from the Beautiful Kingdom, Ivan from Northern Bear Country, and Francois from the European Alliance immediately rose in agreement with fervent enthusiasm. "What Lord Ming Zhao said is absolutely correct. We Beautiful Kingdom strongly demand the Interdimensional Council to uphold justice for us." Jessica lamented in sorrow, "Huaxia's claims are simply acts of banditry. They not only took away our SSS-grade core treasure, the Heart of Gold, but also demand that we give half of our national treasury's strategic resources. How can our Beautiful Kingdom's future development survive this?" Ivan roared as well. "Our Northern Bear Country suffered heavy losses in the trial. Not only did Huaxia provide no assistance, but they also added insult to injury with such harsh compensation demands. This is naked hegemonic bullying." For a moment, inside the temple, voices of accusations and lamentations against Huaxia rose and fell, as if Huaxia had truly committed some unforgivable crime. All eyes suddenly focused on the Huaxia woman sitting calmly in a priority seat, appearing serene from beginning to end. In their view, facing such a united attack from powerful civilizations and otherworldly envoys, this newly emerging Huaxia, represented by only one person, had no other path but to submit and retreat. However, just when everyone thought Huaxia was about to face a just siege and judgment, Yuan Xinglua calmly stood up under the spotlight. She did not panic or argue aggressively as they envisioned, but instead reached out her delicate hand and gently waved towards the center of the temple. In the next second, a huge light screen made of pure energy appeared in the temple's center out of thin air. The light screen clearly projected a final version of the compensation list, even simpler and clearer than the one previously proposed by Zhou Yan. The contents of the list, instead of being reduced, had actually increased slightly in certain areas like interest and emotional damages. Yuan Xinglua's cold voice echoed clearly in the ears of every representative. "By the command of my master, this is the final version, and no form of bargaining will be accepted. All items listed must be delivered to the designated receiving point of Blue Star Huaxia, in perfect condition, within 3 days. If there are delays or shortages, you will bear the consequences. As for your suggestion of mediation, Lord Ming Zhao," Yuan Xinglua smiled faintly, "there's no need for you to trouble yourself. My master said, he has no other hobbies, just likes to do things himself and be well provided for." The whole place fell into an immediate dead silence, followed by uncontrollable gasps of shock and awe. So bold. Too bold. This Huaxia woman, or rather the man behind her, was utterly outrageous. This was not just slapping the faces of the defeated nations like the Beautiful Kingdom, it was clearly, in front of the many strong beings of the multiverse, severely striking a loud slap to the envoy of the heavenly twilight domain, Ming Zhao. "You insolent wretch! How dare you bully me like this?" A roar filled with endless anger and extreme restraint erupted from Ming Zhao's mouth. The entire space of the central temple trembled slightly because of his furious roar. The dark energy swirling around him was about to erupt uncontrollably, creating a realm of death that would destroy everything. In his eyes, burning with the cold flame of death, an unprecedented terror and killing intent erupted, almost ready to swallow Yuan Xinglua alive. However, in the face of Ming Zhao's almost materialized terrifying killing intent, Yuan Xinglua still stood there playfully, her expression calm. She leisurely cradled the seemingly ordinary star-hued pebble in her palm. "You." The moment he saw that familiar pebble, Ming Zhao's fury and killing intent, which had reached its peak, felt like freezing water from the icy glaciers of the underworld poured over him, chilling him to the bone. That day, the feeling of soul-shaking, as if everything could be erased by that mysterious power, came flooding back to his mind very clearly. He forcibly suppressed the rage that was about to explode, his expression changed time and again. This matter. I will discuss later. Now. Proceed with the agenda of dividing the new bizarre realm. In front of that mysterious pebble, this high and mighty envoy of the Tianming realm still chose to retreat. Chapter 54, Remains of the Fallen God Battlefield. In the live broadcast room of the Huaxia National Fortune, after experiencing a brief silence, it erupted into a barrage of comments that were 100 times more passionate than ever before. Dominant. The dominance is leaking. Mistress Ruan is mighty. This is the kind of momentum we should have in Huaxia. Boss Zhou Yan is incredibly cool. Just a small stone from afar made the realm envoy change his mind on the spot. This slap to the face is simply cosmic level loud. Claps. Ming Zhao has backed down. He actually really backed down. What am I seeing? What is that seemingly ordinary pebble? Could it be the legendary god-slaying stone? After Ming Zhao hastily pulled the agenda back to the division of the new bazaar area, the atmosphere in the temple suddenly became a bit strange and awkward. Many civilization representatives who were preparing to watch Huaxia's joke or wanted to pressure Huaxia alongside Ming Zhao were now uneasy, their gazes toward Wan Xinglua becoming more complex and wary. Soon, the information about the first new bazaar area needing ownership discussion was projected in the center of the temple. Numbered Shenma number 95, new bazaar area, comprehensive evaluation B+ level, containing special soul crystal veins, expected to be mined for 300 years. The emotionless voice of the Order Guardian rang out. At that moment, a previously silent, cunning old man suddenly spoke in a hoarse voice. Shenma number 95 bazaar area has a vital branch that connects with our corrupt bone abyss at the spatial layer. The internal soul crystal veins are also a strategic resource urgently needed by our abyss. Therefore, this area should be prioritized for inclusion in our corrupt bone abyss. This cunning old man was a representative from a powerful negative energy realm called corrupt bone abyss, and his strength had reached the upper echelon of the nightmarish realm. Within the myriad realms, he was considered a small but notable overlord. As soon as he spoke, many civilization representatives who had previously eyed Shenma number 95 were frowning. However, before anyone could counter, Wan Xinglua's cold voice rang out again. She didn't even look at the cunning old man, she just calmly said, "My lord has said that he has taken a liking to this Shenma 95 bazaar realm." The cunning old man from the corrupt bone abyss, upon hearing this, suddenly had two frightening glimmers of ferocity explode in his murky eyes, and he was about to angrily scold this oblivious human woman. Suddenly, the jade cup placed on the jade platform in front of him unexpectedly transformed into a handful of powder without any warning. Along with the tea in the cup, it completely evaporated, as if it had never existed. The old face of the sinister elder, marked with corpse-like spots, instantly changed dramatically. He could clearly feel that at that moment, a terrifying will, which he could not resist, crossed the endless void and accurately locked on that teacup. If that will was aimed at him, the old man felt a chill shoot from his soul straight to his crown. He immediately tightly closed his mouth, no longer daring to utter a word, nor even lift his head again. Inside the temple, once again fell into an eerie silence. All the representatives of civilizations, who previously held a glimmer of hope for Chinchur number 95 strange domain, quietly lowered their heads, pretending to see nothing. What a joke, even the corrupted bones abyss, an old and fierce power, was struck down on the spot. How could these small fries dare to touch that bad luck? The emotionless voice of the Order Guardian timely echoed again, since there are no other objections. Then, the newly emergent strange area number 95, Chinchur, is temporarily assigned to the Blue Star's Huaxia civilization for priority investigation and development. Next agenda item. The Godfall Battlefield, Fragment number 7, Final Ownership. With the conclusion of this voice, a breath even more ancient and imposing than that of the Order Guardian swept through the top of the temple like an awakened ancient divine mountain. In front of this will, even the envoy of the heavenly darkness realm, Ming Zhao, involuntarily lowered his head slightly, showing respect. A massive war continent fragment, several star systems in size and entirely dark golden, projected into the center of the temple out of nowhere. It was covered with countless dried-up marks of divine blood and horrifying scars of war, yet still radiated a terrifying divine pressure that made one's soul tremble and an indomitable fighting spirit that would never perish. On the fragment, countless early fallen ancient gods and demon gods' phantoms could be vaguely seen roaring and battling, filled with endless tragedy and desolation. Merely the breath emanating from its projection made most representatives of strange domain civilizations on the scene feel as if their souls were being torn apart, and breathing became incredibly difficult. Godfall Battlefield Fragment. This is actually the legendary main fragment number 7 of the Godfall Battlefield. It has truly come into existence. In an instant, within the temple, all previously calm representatives of powerful civilizations, including the envoy of the heavenly darkness realm, Ming Zhao, and Cthulhu, had their gazes become extremely fervent and frenzied. This was the real big deal of this multi-universe conference. At the end of the last cosmic era, old gods fell, new gods rose, and forbidden existences fought each other, shattering countless ancient divine realms. Those shattered divine realms formed the most mysterious and dangerous Godfall battlefield in the current multiverse. It is said that each fragment of the Godfall battlefield contains pure divine power and long-lost incomplete rules and mysteries. For any civilization aiming to break through to higher levels, this is an irresistible deadly temptation. And this fragment number 7 is rumored to be relatively large and stable in rules, its value is simply immeasurable. After a brief silence, the atmosphere in the central temple was instantly ignited. This fragment number 7 has great origins with my heavenly darkness realm, the extinction divine nature within it is precisely the foundation of our realm's cultivation. This item, my heavenly darkness realm intends to obtain. The envoy of the heavenly darkness realm, Ming Zhao, was the first to break the silence, within his eyes burning with the flames of deathly silence erupted in unprecedented fervor and greed. Oof, Ming Zhao, stop flattering yourself. A colder, twisted will spoke from the shadowed seats. It was the representative of Cthulhu from the Council of Old Ones. The battlefield of Divine Fall is the final resting place of the Old Ones, and every fragment within should belong to our Council of Old Ones, to pursue that ultimate chaotic truth. No one shall take this fragment number 7 from us. Following this, other powerful representatives from ancient and mysterious civilizations also spoke up, expressing their frenzied desire to possess this fragment number 7 of the battlefield of Divine Fall. Chapter 55, Trial of Divine Resonance. In an instant, the atmosphere in the temple was tense, thick with the smell of gunpowder, as if a terrifying war affecting all realms was about to erupt over the ownership of this fragment. At that moment, the Order Guardian in the center of the temple spoke again. Fragment number 7 of the battlefield of Divine Fall, its energy level and complexity of rules far exceed ordinary new mysterious realms, making direct ownership determination inappropriate. According to the decree of the Eternal Pact, the priority for the development of such important strategic resources will be decided through a small-scale trial of divine resonance. Civilizations wishing to participate in the trial may each send no more than 3 representatives into the divine corridor within fragment number 7. At the core of the corridor lies the seed of the divine essence of this fragment. Whoever can successfully invoke the resonance of the divine essence first, gaining its initial recognition, will grant their civilization the priority development rights of this fragment number 7 of the battlefield of Divine Fall for the next 1,000 blue star years, along with a 30% share of the output. Trial of Divine Resonance. Upon hearing this rule, representatives of civilizations with slightly weaker strength and who knew they could not confront top forces head-on all showed disappointment, but there was nothing they could do. On the other hand, representatives from top forces like Ming Zhao and Cthulhu's eyes sparkled even brighter, clearly filled with confidence in this elite competition model. At the Chinese representative's seat, Lin Angua and other high-level officials from China, who were remotely observing the meeting through special channels, all grew unusually solemn upon hearing the rules of the trial of divine resonance. Comrade Xinglua, the strategic significance of this fragment number 7 of the battlefield of Divine Fall is truly immense, possibly even several times more important than the previous Heart of Gold. Lin Angua said heavily to Ruan Xinglua through encrypted communication, but those participating in this trial will undoubtedly be the top talents and ancient monsters in all realms, its danger level is likely. He did not continue, but his concern was obvious. Hearing this, Ruan Xinglua smiled slightly. She recalled how Zhou Yan, on the ancient star map of beastskins, not only circled 7 or 8 locations with cinnabar but also marked one called Fragment number 7 of the battlefield of Divine Fall. At that time, he took out a rusty little iron piece from his pocket and casually handed it to her. This piece of scrap iron was used by an old man who guarded a collapsed temple in the last epoch as a key to open the back door to deliver vegetables. I don't know if it still works. You take it first, if it can really be useful, it won't be in vain. Director Lin, leaders, please don't worry. Ruan Xinglua's tone was calm but firm. I will participate in this trial. Soon, the various forces deciding to participate in the trial of divine resonance each selected their strongest representatives. The envoy of the heavenly dark realm, Ming Zhao, dispatched his most capable warrior, a powerful being whose aura also reached the peak of the mysterious, burning with dark blue extinction flames, Ning Feng. Cthulhu of the Council of Old Ones separated a more condensed and chaotic subbody from his unspeakable writhing shadow, radiating a sense of madness. That sphere transformed into a humanoid, a bizarre creature wrapped in a robe of the starry sky, its head twisting like octopus tentacles. In addition, several other top-tier alien civilizations also sent out their own trump cards. As the sole representative of the Chinese civilization, Ruan Xinglua resolutely stepped into the spatial doorway of the divine corridor. Inside the corridor, it was an entirely different scene. Here, there was no starry sky or jade platform of the outside world, only an ancient passageway that seemed endless, paved with countless shattered divine bones and divine blood. The passageway was filled with a chaotic and violent divine storm, mixed with the anger, unwillingness, and mad obsession of countless ancient gods who had long since fallen, constantly impacting the souls and wills of those who entered. Moreover, on both sides of the passageway and in its depths, there were often powerful divine guardian spirits formed from the echoes of divine battles and gathered divine power. These guardian spirits varied in form, some resembling ancient heroes wielding divine weapons, while others looked like frenzied divine beasts that had lost their minds, launching the most ferocious attacks on any being that trespassed. Humph. Mere remnants dare to block my path. The dark blade of the Twilight Realm burned with a ghostly blue extinguishing fire, condensing a spear formed from extinguishing divine power in his hand. His moves were bold and unrestrained, each swing could directly annihilate several S-level divine guardian spirits. The enigmatic Yogg of the Old One's council was even more mysterious. His head, like octopus tentacles, writhed continuously, chanting maddening murmurs that mere mortals could not comprehend. Wherever he passed, those divine guardian spirits either fell into chaos and killed each other or were twisted and devoured by some indescribable power. His methods were so bizarre, it sent chills down the spine. The representatives of other top civilizations also displayed their powers, bringing out their treasures. Although the progress was exceptionally difficult, they still slowly approached the core area of the divine corridor. Ruan Xinglua walked in this crisis-laden divine corridor, feeling unprecedented pressure. She relied on the majestic dragon energy emitted from the national dragon pillar on her hand, and the clear sounds of the clear heart bell from her chest, barely able to resist the all-pervasive divine storm erosion and mental impact. Compared to the representatives of the Twilight Realm's Dark Blade and the Old One's Council's Yogg, she still seemed a bit strained when it came to pure divine power confrontation. After all, her foundation was still shallow, and the power system she cultivated was not completely of the same origin as this pure divine power. She could only carefully follow behind those top-tier powerhouses, trying to avoid those powerful divine guardian spirits. Time passed second by second. She had no idea how long she had been traversing in the divine corridor. Finally, after paying a significant price, the Dark Blade of the Twilight Realm and Yogg of the Old One's Council almost simultaneously reached the deepest part of the divine corridor. Before them, a radiant ball of light the size of a fist was quietly hovering above an ancient altar made of broken divine ranks. It was the source of divinity from the divine battlefield. Ha ha ha. The source of divinity. It's mine. The Dark Blade let out a wild laugh, and the ghostly blue extinguishing fire on his body suddenly surged, transforming into a massive flaming hand aiming to grasp that source of divinity. Delusional. Yogg's distorted tentacle head let out a series of incomprehensible screeches, as countless starry tentacles filled with chaotic and mad power shot out from his robe sleeves at the same time, reaching for the source of divinity. Gift. Both of them wanted to resonate with the source of divinity at the first moment, claiming it for themselves. At this critical moment, the person who had been following them, Ruan Xinglua, suddenly felt the piece of scrap metal she had been tightly gripping in her hand grow warm for no reason. Without waiting for Ruan Xinglua to react, the scrap metal actually flew out of her palm on its own, turning into a streak of light and embedding itself into the groove on the ancient altar. Crack! A very faint sound rang out. The next second, the energy flow in the entire divine corridor underwent a tremendous change. The violent divine storm, which had been raging in the corridor, filled with chaos and the breath of destruction, suddenly settled down as if smoothed by an invisible hand. Then, under the terrified and shocked gazes of Mingfeng and Yugen, filled with disbelief, the source of divinity high above actively emitted the most fundamental seven-colored divine light beam, directly surging towards Ruan Xinglua, who stood not far away, equally dazed and confused. In the live broadcast room of Huaxia's fortune, after a brief silence, an explosive wave of comments erupted, akin to a nuclear blast. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What kind of divine operation is this? What did I just see? Directly using a key to open the core treasure chest? This is ridiculous, 1,000 times more absurd than cheating. Master Zhou Yan. It's Master Zhou Yan again. Ruan Xinglua bathed in the seven-colored divine source light beam that descended from the sky. She felt as if her soul was about to melt. An unprecedented sense of comfort and sublimation spread throughout her limbs. Her understanding of the rules deepened and transformed once more in this moment. Outside the temple, the ancient ruler Cthulhu's massive body suddenly shook violently. It emitted a series of chaotic syllables, incomprehensible to mortals, filled with extreme shock and fear. Hiss. Crack. Pull. It is the breath of that door. It cannot be wrong. He actually. He really found the key to the return? This is impossible. That door has long been completely sealed under the final curse of the Twilight of the Gods, eternally cut off. Unless. Cthulhu's words were chaotic and filled with fear. When mentioning a crucial point, however, it abruptly stopped, as if touching some unspeakable taboo. The entire central temple fell into a strange silence due to Cthulhu's incoherent yet information-dense outburst. The door? The key to the return? What kind of people are the scrap metal in that Huaxia woman's hand and the man Zhou Yan standing behind her? After a brief collective crash, the Huaxia Fortune live broadcast room erupted with an even fiercer wave of comments than before. Did I just hear something? Master Zhou Yan is about to break through the cosmic ceiling of all realms. This is no longer a simple weird matchmaking. This is clearly a battle of gods. And our Huaxia, our school beauty Ruan, is actually one of the protagonists in this divine battle? Compared to the festive fervor in the Huaxia live broadcast, other countries that previously held hostility towards Huaxia were filled with gloomy despair, echoing with sorrow. Their so-called experts and scholars were now exchanging glances, sweating profusely, completely unable to explain the scene before them, which had completely exceeded their realm of understanding. In the live broadcast rooms of countries like Sakura Nation and Bengai Nation, which had already been thoroughly defeated, despair and numbness filled the atmosphere. No hope, truly no hope at all. The gap between us and Huaxia is no longer something that can be described with dimensions, it is the divide between mortals and true gods. Wash up and go to sleep, stop dreaming of surpassing Huaxia. To be able to keep the spark of our civilization safe under the anger of that being is already the divine intervention of Amaterasu. As the atmosphere in the temple turned strange, the representative of the old ruler's council, with its enormous body, surprisingly made a gesture towards Ruan Xinglua that resembled a bow or salute. Although this gesture seemed somewhat odd under its twisted form, the respect and submission arising from the depths of its soul were clearly conveyed to everyone present. Cthulhu's chaos rang in Ruan Xinglua's mind, but this time it was strangely clear. To you and your great master, we, the old ruler's council, wish to express our highest respect. Since the remnant of battlefield number 7 has been activated by the key, it proves that it has a destined connection with that great being. We choose to abandon this contest. As it spoke, from within the writhing shadows of Cthulhu, a palm-sized ancient compass slowly floated out. It was made entirely of some unknown black star crystal, with countless fine runes sparkling like stars engraved on it, exuding the aura of cosmic astrology. This is the Old Star Language Compass, an SSS-level special strategic anomaly. It can sense and analyze weak rule fluctuations in the myriad star realms, guiding the holder to avoid certain high-dimensional spacetime turbulence and, under specific conditions, briefly glimpse a thread of fate's trajectory. We gift it to you, as a token of our respect for that being, and we hope to receive some protection from that being in the future. The Old Ruler's Council. This ancient and terrifying force, notorious throughout the myriad realms, which even many top divine civilizations dared not provoke lightly, is actually, actively giving up the contest for the remnant and even gifting Huaxia an SSS-level strategic anomaly as a gift? This scene left the representatives of the Twilight Realm and other civilizations dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning. They could hardly believe their eyes. What is happening? In the Huaxia Fortune live broadcast room, thunderous cheers erupted once again. SSS-level anomaly. The old rulers took the initiative to give a gift. My god! Zhou Yan's influence is enormous. It's simply bigger than the sky. Goddess Ruan is powerful and majestic. She has directly become a goddess. No counterarguments accepted. I actually feel sympathy for that Twilight representative. He thought he could challenge Zhou Yan before, but now it seems he isn't even worthy to carry Zhou Yan's shoes. Ruan Xinglua took the Old Star Language Compass, which emitted a cool and deep aura, and her heart was also tumultuous. At that moment, Zhou Yan's familiar, somewhat casual tone rang in her mind again. This old octopus is much more sensible than that glowing jellyfish, it knows when to retract its claws. As for this broken compass, although it's pieced together from some cosmic junk and discarded rule scraps, it's still barely usable. If you ever get lost in some corner again, you can use it for navigation so I won't have to personally come and fish you out. Hearing Zhou Yan's humble brag evaluation, Ruan Xinglua couldn't help but laugh and cry. She calmly nodded to Cthulhu's writhing shadow, acknowledging the other's kindness. Just as the temple fell into a strange silence, a hoarse voice suddenly echoed throughout the temple. Cackling. When did those tentacle monsters from the old days become so timid? They were actually frightened by a little human girl from a new civilization? A terrifying old man, draped in tattered blood-red battle armor and looking frail, slowly stood up from a remote seat. Endless blood rivers surrounded him, beneath his feet, billions of blood gods wailed and floated. He was the representative from the Blood Abyss, a notorious figure known as the Blood River Ancestor. His strength was equally unfathomable, at least terrifying enough to be on par with Ming Zhao and Cthulhu. Little girl. The Blood River Ancestor's eyes, gleaming with a scarlet light, locked onto Ruan Xinglua and the object in her hand like two venomous snakes. Hand over that stone and that iron piece. In exchange, I, the Ancestor, can guarantee the protection of your Chinese civilization for 1,000 years from any little nuisances. Otherwise. Cackling. I wouldn't mind painting this central shrine with a fresh shade of blood. A blatant threat. In the live stream of the Chinese national fortune, it was instantly flooded with angry comments. Damn. Another one who doesn't fear death. Do they really think our China is a soft persimmon that anyone can squeeze? Who does this Blood River Ancestor think he is? He dares to threaten our goddess Ruan? Zhou Yan, come on. Zhou Yan, hurry and intervene. Don't let this old monster disgust us anymore. Just take him down. A portion of countries that had previously been suppressed by Zhou Yan and China were now reveling in their misfortune. Ha ha ha. This is going to be fun. The Blood River Ancestor is a renowned killing god across the realms. It's said that countless civilizations have perished at his hands. Let's see how that Chinese woman handles this. Exactly. No matter how strong her husband is, he can't be there every time, right? Besides, this Blood River Ancestor is not comparable to that coward Ming Zhao from the Dark Mist realm. Faced with the Blood River ancestor's unabashed murderous intent and greedy threat, Wan Xingluo's pretty face turned cold, a hint of icy anger flashing in her eyes. Meanwhile, far away on Blue Star, in the happy community, room 101. Zhou Yan slowly lowered the jade bowl that held the 9 turns rebirth soup. He reached out and retrieved a rusty, unremarkable fragment from a humble ancient wooden box nearby, which looked just like the scrap iron piece in Wan Xingluo's hand, then gently wiped the flecks of rust off the blade fragment with a piece of white silk. It's been sleeping for so long, it's time for you, my old friend, to come out and stretch your limbs. But, be careful, don't accidentally hurt those little cuties who shouldn't be harmed. Suddenly, the small iron piece that she had been gripping tightly emitted an extremely faint cracking sound. A terrifying aura, many times more horrific than before, surged wildly from that small iron piece, like an ancient monster awakening after billions of years. A thin gray sword energy shot up from the iron piece into the sky. At the moment it soared above the shrine, that thin gray sword energy actually expanded against the wind, transforming into a terrifying gray sword shadow that seemed ready to split this sacred space in two. There were no extravagant phenomena on that sword shadow, only the purest force of extinction. At the moment the sword shadow took form, it carried a terrifying might that disregarded all space and rules and struck down towards the Blood River ancestor. What? This is? The moment the Blood River ancestor sensed the terrifying power of extinction contained in that gray sword shadow, his frail old face, marked with blood-red patterns, instantly changed drastically. Without a second thought, he immediately madly activated all his blood-evil power. A terrifying scene of a vast sea of blood condensed before him, attempting to resist the strike of the gray sword shadow. However, in front of that pure gray sword shadow, the Blood River ancestor's proud sea of blood phenomenon was as fragile as a bubble in the sunlight, failing to put up even a decent resistance, and was effortlessly split in two by the gray sword shadow, directly shattered. Countless blood gods roaring in the sea of blood, upon coming into contact with that gray sword shadow, instantly melted away like ice and snow thrown into a raging fire, not even able to emit a scream. The gray sword shadow, with unyielding momentum, continued to slash towards the Blood River ancestor's true body with an incredibly swift speed. No! The Blood River ancestor let out a piercing scream filled with extreme terror. His protective blood life formed by endless essence blood was instantly torn apart in front of the gray sword shadow as if made of paper. Put! With a soft sound, the gray sword shadow struck precisely in the center of the Blood River ancestor's forehead. A terrifying gray sword mark appeared on his forehead, deep enough to see the bone and even faintly glimpse his soul source. No blood flowed from the sword mark, only pure extinguishing power was crazily eroding his life force and soul. The Blood River ancestor's eyes, once filled with greed and cruelty, were now replaced with endless fear and disbelief. He could clearly feel that his life force was rapidly draining away at an irreversible speed, heading toward an end. With the last bit of strength, the Blood River ancestor squeezed out a few broken words filled with endless fear and regret from his throat. No. No. Before he finished speaking, his massive and terrifying body filled with bloody malignance began to turn into delicate ashes inch by inch, starting from the gray sword mark on his forehead. His soul extinguished. His form disappeared. Not even a trace of existence was left. The Blood River ancestor, a true half-step divine master-level terrifying powerhouse, was instantly killed by a residual wave of gray sword energy slashed out from a piece of scrap iron. The entire central temple of the Void Sea fell into a silence deeper than at any previous moment. Chapter 58, Independent Development. All the representatives of the Eerie domain civilizations in attendance, regardless of their previous views on Huaxia, Wan Xingluo, or the mysterious Zhou Yan, now felt only one emotion in their hearts. A fear that originated from the deepest depths of their souls. This was no simple crushing of power. This was a clear dimensional strike between different levels of life. In the beautiful country's live broadcast room, the so-called expert who had been struggling to analyze the situation was now pale as paper, his lips trembling, unable to say a complete sentence. Beside him sat another older, more knowledgeable white-haired expert. After experiencing dozens of seconds of daze, he finally whispered in a hoarse voice filled with endless horror and tremor, This is definitely power that has surpassed the ordinary divine master realm. Absolutely. In the live broadcast rooms of countries like Sakura Country and Korea, which had previously harbored unrealistic fantasies about Huaxia and even engaged in some underhanded actions, there was now not a single sound to be heard. Complete silence. Deathly silence. Everyone stared blankly at the screen showing a calm-looking Huaxia woman holding a piece of iron. They all clearly understood that in the face of such terrifying power capable of instantly killing a half-step divine master with a single strike, any conspiracy and small action seemed so pale, so weak. Ridiculous. Inside the central shrine, that terrifying gray sword shadow, which spanned the heavens and the earth, slowly dissipated after fulfilling its mission, transforming back into a pure and silent sword intent, merging into the rusty iron key that Wan Xingluo held in her hand. But this time, the rust on the iron key seemed to dissolve under that silent sword intent, fading significantly and revealing a small section about 3 inches long, glimmering with a dark and profound sword tip. On that sword tip, there were no fancy patterns, only the purest, heart-stopping sharpness and dead silence. The edge of return to silence. This seemingly inconspicuous iron piece was, shockingly, the tip of a broken divine sword. Just as Ruan Xinglu was slightly taken aback by the change of this iron piece, a familiar voice from Zhou Yan, laced with a hint of laziness and casualness, rang softly in her mind once again. Oh, this edge of return to silence? It's nothing much, just that back then, I found a small sword not very handy, so I casually broke it, leaving the sword tip as a little trinket. You can keep it for self-defense. If you encounter someone who doesn't know better, or someone who wants to come up and seek death, feel free to use this and gently poke it against their forehead. The entire place remained suffocatingly silent. No one dared to speak, no one dared to move, and even their breathing became involuntarily lighter. Finally, it was the Order Guardian in the center of the shrine who, after a brief silence, broke this deadlock with a voice filled with evident awe. Ahem. According to the final ruling of the Multiverse Council, the final ownership of the fragment number 7 from the Divine Fallen battlefield is the Blue Star Huaxia civilization. Meanwhile, in light of the exceptional contributions exhibited by the Huaxia civilization during this trial, the Multiverse Council hereby decides to grant Huaxia civilization the priority to designate 3 accompanying Divine Kingdom-level Eerie civilizations as strategic cooperative partners for the development of fragment number 7. This sudden delegation of power sent the eyes of all civilization representatives in the shrine burning with intense passion once again. Prioritizing 3 accompanying Divine Kingdom-level civilizations as strategic cooperative partners? This not only meant that Huaxia could derive unimaginable resources and benefits from these 3 accompanying divine kingdoms, but more importantly, it represented that Huaxia had the power to decide the fate of other Eerie civilizations. Countless representatives of Eerie civilizations, who had previously harbored a hint of hostility towards Huaxia, now turned their gazes towards Ruan Xinglu and the Huaxia delegation like sharks smelling blood, filled with undisguised desire and flattery, hoping to get a share in this new interest distribution led by Huaxia. Huaxia National Luck Livestream. Wow! 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 3 accompanying divine kingdoms prioritized? This power is way too great, right? Goddess Ruan. Goddess Ruan is now the delicacy in the eyes of all multiversal civilizations. Who will dare to underestimate us Huaxia in the future? Who will still dare to point fingers at us? Ha ha ha. The wheel of fortune turns. In the past, we had to beg the great civilizations for resources, and now it's their turn to come and fawn over us. Awesome. So awesome. Choose us. You must choose us, the loyal allies who have always had a good relationship with Huaxia. Goddess Ruan, look at me. Look at me. The representatives from the beautiful nation, European Alliance, and other factions that once prided themselves as the leaders of Blue Star now had expressions as ugly as possible. But even if they felt extremely unwilling in their hearts, they had to start considering whether they should lower their stance and actively seek favor from Huaxia. They might even have to pay some necessary price. In hopes of securing a place among the 3 companion divine kingdoms, to recover some of the immense losses caused by previous foolishness. As for the weaker medium and small-scale bizarre civilization, they showed no hesitation or reserve, almost competing to express their affiliation and loyalty to the Huaxia delegation by any means possible. Faced with a tide of olive branches and various tempting cooperation conditions surging in from all sides, Ruan Xinglu could only think back to Zhou Yan's previous instructions. She took a deep breath, her cold yet undeniably authoritative voice ringing clearly in the ears of each civilization representative. Thank you all for your kindness and regard. Regarding the development matters of the fragment number 7 of the Divine Fall battlefield and its companion divine kingdom, my lord's intention is. Ruan Xinglu paused for a moment, a hint of a smile curling at the corner of her mouth. It will be independently developed by Huaxia. No need, and we refuse, any assistance from other civilizations. The audience was once again in uproar. All the representatives of the civilization stood stunned in place, as if petrified by a spell. Independent development? Independently developing an SSS-level fragment of the Divine Fall battlefield? This was beyond just a big appetite. The envoy of the Dark World, Ming Zhao, and several representatives from civilizations that had been heavily suppressed by Zhou Yan and Huaxia in various occasions, now had faces as pale as the bottom of a pot, yet oddly, none dared to utter a word of dissent. Chapter 59, So Damn Cool. The scene of the Blood River ancestor turning into ashes was still fresh in their minds. Ruan Xinglu ignored the shocked reactions of the crowd inside the temple, lightly waving her jade hand again. That ancient star map made from beast skins, drawn by Zhou Yan himself, which highlighted 7 or 8 special bizarre domains, was clearly projected in the center of the temple. She pointed to the 7 locations on the star map that were marked with cinnabar, radiating all sorts of ominous and mysterious vibes, and spoke every word carefully. In addition, these 7 bizarre domains are also reserved by Huaxia. My lord said, within 3 days, he wants to know the clear ownership results of these 7 domains. If any civilization has objections, or finds my lord's request unreasonable, they can go to Blue Star after the meeting to negotiate with him in person. All the representatives found themselves mentioned or intricately connected to those 7 bizarre domains wished they could bury their heads in a crack in the ground, fearing being targeted by that Huaxia woman and the terrifying existence behind her who was so capricious. Seeing everyone silent, the guardian at the center of the temple had no choice but to awkwardly say, the priority claim proposed by Huaxia civilization fully complies with the Multiverse Alliance rules. The final ownership of the 7 bizarre areas will belong to the Huaxia civilization for development. At this moment, the entire central temple truly had not a single sound of discord left. The Huaxia National Fortune live broadcast room completely turned into a sea of celebration. Zhou Yan is amazing. Voice hoarse from shouting, I declare that from today on, Zhou Yan is my only belief. The rules of the Multiverse Coordination Conference can be influenced on the spot. What great power is this? Ha ha ha. What does international double standard mean? This is the real international double standard. In front of Zhou Laodai, all rules are meant to be broken. Rent collection. They really came to collect rent. And it's like hitting the mark, saying what to collect, and just taking it. So domineering. The representative of the Old Rulers Council, the massive and chaotic will of Cthulhu slowly swept across the entire venue, finally resting on Yuan Xingluo. It uttered a low murmur, thy husband, at the locations marked on that star map. Among them, there is one that corresponds to a gate node which we, the Old Rulers Council, have sought for several cosmic epochs. Completely coincident. What, exactly does he want to do with that key? Is it to open, or to completely seal? A rare tremor laced Thul's voice. In the livestream room of Huaxia, chaos exploded instantly. Whoa! The seal node of that door? There's actually such a background in the realm of Lord Zhouyan? What does Thul mean by that? It seems to know a lot of inside information. What exactly is that door? Listening to Thul's tone, it seems very wary of the door. Is it something even the Old Ones fear? Could it be that Lord Zhouyan's true purpose is not to develop the Godfall battlefield, but to seek the door? In the livestream of the beautiful country, the atmosphere was equally tense to the extreme. That door. I feel like I've seen similar records in some of the oldest secrets. Could it be related to the legendary Twilight of the Gods? Oh my god. If that's true, then the troubles that Huaxia is involved in this time might be beyond everyone's imagination. This matter is too deep. Too deep. It's beyond our ability to speculate. Other countries' livestreams were also filled with various uncertain speculations and deep unease. Door? What door? Yuan Xingluo furrowed her delicate brows slightly at Thul's disjointed mental communication, her face showing just the right amount of confusion. She truly did not know what the door mentioned by Thul was. At that moment, Zhou Yan's familiar and slightly lazy tone echoed again in her mind. Hee hee, this old squid knows more than I imagined, but it only dares to guess, it's not to be taken seriously. Just tell it that whether I want to plant radishes or cabbage in my backyard, that's my freedom, and it's none of any outsider's business. As for what it said about the door, if it really has that courage, it can come and ask me in person what the true return path is. Zhou Yan's voice was calm, yet carried an absolute dominance. Yuan Xingluo felt a certainty in her heart. She raised her eyes to that writhing shadow and quoted Zhou Yan's words without missing a word. My lord said that in his backyard, he can plant whatever he wants, and it's not for outsiders to comment. As for the door you mentioned, my lord said that if you have the guts, you can come and ask him personally what the true return path is. Upon hearing this, boom! Thul's massive chaotic form suddenly vibrated violently, as if a tremendous storm rose beneath the calm sea. An indescribable sense of dread and horror clearly emanated from that shadow. After a few breaths, the violent disturbance slowly calmed down. Thul conveyed a thought, no longer testing, but filled with deep respect and I shall obey. Your Excellency Zhou Yan's wishes, I will no longer inquire. Additionally, regarding some ancient information about the door, my clan happens to have some records. If Your Excellency Zhou Yan is interested, after the meeting, I would like to conduct a friendly information exchange with Huaxia at a time and place appointed by Your Excellency. The livestream room of Huaxia erupted again. Whoa! The old octopus is scared. It's actually scared now? Not even daring to fart anymore. Lord Zhou Yan's words are too domineering. So damn cool. Friendly exchange? I see this old octopus wanting to use this chance to extract more words from Goddess Ruan, and conveniently hold on to Lord Zhou Yan's thigh. Lord Zhou Yan is amazing. Just one sentence made the old one change its attitude. That intimidation power is simply incredible. In the center of the temple, the always silent guardian of order looked deeply at Yuan Xingluo and the area representing Huaxia behind her. It cleared its throat, and its aged voice rang out again, attempting to bring the meeting back on track. Since Huaxia has made the final decision, then about the ownership and related matters of the Godfall battlefield fragment number 7. However, it had not finished speaking. Wait. Suddenly, several representatives of ancient neutral civilizations, who had previously kept a low profile, stepped forward quickly. They held various shining treasures in their hands, their faces filled with incomparable respect and eager smiles as they walked straight to Ruan Xingluo's front. Chapter 60. Dare to accept? The first elder, dressed in Star's ceremonial robes and wearing an ancient crown, with an aura deep and mysterious, deeply bowed to Ruan Xingluo. Esteemed Ms. Ruan Xingluo, the rise of Huaxia civilization is a fortunate event for all realms. I am the chief elder of the Stellar Council, representing it to present a 10,000-year star core and 100 void source crystals, wishing to bond forever with Huaxia, viewing Huaxia as our leader. We, the Ancient Tree Sacred Domain, wish to offer a 10,000-year branch of the Heart of the Life Ancient Tree, and the loyalty of 3,000 with Spirit Secret Guards. We only ask to lend our feeble strength when Huaxia develops the God-fallen battlefield. And we, the Melted Fire Ancient Nation. In an instant, several ancient civilizations, which had previously held considerable weight in the myriad realms and had profound backgrounds, rushed to present lavish gifts to Ruan Xinglu, sincerely expressing the desire for friendship and allegiance. This scene once again made the representatives of the Tianming realm, including Ming Zhao who had a sordid past with Huaxia, darken their faces more than a burnt pot bottom. The jealousy and unwillingness in their eyes seemed almost ready to burst forth. How long ago had these ancient neutral civilizations ever stooped so low to flatter them? Yet now, because of Huaxia, because of that mysterious Zhou Yan, they all lowered themselves to curry favor like little brothers. The Order Guardian watched this sudden scene with a hint of helplessness but did not stop it. Wait. At that moment, a cold and piercing voice, filled with endless resentment and determination, suddenly exploded. Ming Zhao, who had suppressed his anger and endured in silence, suddenly stood up from his seat. His face twisted in anger was now incredibly ferocious, his eyes red like blood, locking firmly onto Ruan Xinglu. A terrifying fighting spirit, like a tangible chain, instantly enveloped Ruan Xinglu. The agenda of the Central Divine Hall meeting has ended. Ming Zhao's voice was hoarse but carried an unquestionable madness. But the deep-seated blood feud between my Tianming realm and your Blue Star Huaxia has not yet been settled. Today, I, Ming Zhao, in the name of the Tianming realm's lord, here, challenge you, Blue Star Huaxia, to a domain challenge. Wagering everything of the Tianming realm, it's a life or death bet. Ruan Xinglu, do you dare to accept? This sudden domain challenge from Ming Zhao exploded like a heavy bomb within the Divine Hall. Every representative from the civilizations was shocked. Domain challenge? Is the Tianming realm lord insane? This is an ancient duel betting the fate and existence of an entire civilization. Once started, it's relentless. How many years has the Central Divine Hall not witnessed a domain challenge? For a moment, discussions erupted in the hall, all gazes gathering on Ming Zhao and Ruan Xinglu. The resentment and madness, almost tangible, made many representatives with slightly lower cultivation tremble in fear. The Order Guardian's aged face also showed a hint of imperceptible seriousness. It slowly spoke, the voice echoing in the silent Divine Hall. The domain challenge is an ancient agreement existing since the birth of the universe. Once a challenge is initiated and both sides agree, it immediately takes effect and is sacred and inviolable. Ming Zhao, are you sure you want to initiate such a challenge? Ming Zhao's red eyes grinned as he replied, I am sure. He fixed his gaze on Ruan Xinglu, articulating word by word, Ruan Xinglu. Huaxia, dare to accept? In the live broadcast room of Huaxia's fortune, chaos ensued. Domain challenge. What the heck? This madman Ming Zhao. Is he really betting the entire Tianming realm? Endless fight or no fight? This is too sudden. Goddess Ruan, please do not agree. The risk is too great. Where is Master Zhou Yan? Master Zhou Yan, please come out and say something. This is no ordinary conflict. Although the Twilight Realm has suffered heavy losses before, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse, their foundation should not be underestimated. This battle, life and death are hard to predict. From the live broadcast perspective of the Twilight Realm and its attached civilizations, it is a different scene. Lord Mingzhao is mighty. It's finally time to get serious. Crush them. Let these humble beings from Huaxia know the consequences of provoking the Twilight Realm. Kill. Kill all Huaxians. Avenge our fallen comrades. Once the realm challenge begins, it will not stop unless one side is completely destroyed. Huaxia is finished. Meanwhile, in other civilizations that harbor hostility towards Huaxia or simply want to watch the fun, the live chat is full of gloating comments. There's a good show to watch. Huaxia is going to hit a wall this time. This Mingzhao is quite cruel, he's flipping the table directly. Fight. Fight. It's best if both sides suffer, and will reap the benefits. Hee, Huaxia's rise has been too quick, someone needs to teach them a lesson. Inside the temple, there is complete silence. All eyes are focused on Wan Xinglua, waiting for her answer. This is no longer something she can decide alone, it concerns the fate of all Huaxia of Blue Star. As Wan Xinglua slightly furrowed her brows, pondering how to deal with this sudden change, Zhou Yan's somewhat teasing voice echoed in her mind again. Are they jumping over the wall in desperation? Agree to him. As for the challenge venue. Zhou Yan's voice paused for a moment, as if recalling something, his tone carrying a touch of inexplicable dark humor. Let's choose my family's former abandoned old playground of lost children. Let him and his elite have some fun. Hearing this, Wan Xinglua's heart instantly calmed down. Mr. Zhou Yan's tone was always so light, as if everything were under control. That strangely named playground must surely not be good. She raised her clear and cold eyes, meeting Mingzhao's almost devouring gaze, and spoke calmly. Master of the Twilight Realm, your challenge, Huaxia. Accepts. The calm two words rang out like thunder in the temple. Mingzhao's eyes flashed with a hint of astonishment, seemingly not expecting Wan Xinglua to agree so decisively. Then, that astonishment turned into an even more ferocious joy. Good. Very good. Wan Xinglua, you have guts. Then, the challenge venue will be chosen by you Huaxia. He was full of confidence. In his view, no matter what venue Huaxia chose, it would not change the outcome of the Twilight Realm's victory. He wanted to crush Huaxia in the cruelest way, to wash away the shame. Wan Xinglua nodded slightly, her clear voice ringing clearly in the ears of every representative. The challenge Bazaar Realm will be set in. Old Playground of Lost Children. What? Old Playground of Lost Children? Mingzhao was stunned upon hearing this, his eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. This name sounds harmless, even a bit laughable. Playing tricks. He snorted coldly, thinking Huaxia was at their wits' end, wanting to disturb his mind in this way. Good. So be it. I want to see what tricks you Huaxia can pull. Behind him, the selected elite from the Twilight Realm also showed contemptuous smiles. An abandoned playground? Did Huaxia think that with such child's play, they could contend against their iron-blooded warriors from the Twilight Realm? The Guardian of Order nodded upon seeing both parties reach an agreement. The realm challenge is established. Representatives from both sides will be transmitted immediately to the designated Bazaar Realm Old Playground of Lost Children. As soon as he finished speaking, two huge beams of transmission light enveloped Wan Xinglua and Mingzhao along with their selected elites. As the light flashed, both sides vanished from the temple. In the next moment, Wan Xinglua and Mingzhao and others appeared in a completely different space. Cold, decayed, dead silence. An abandoned amusement park stood quietly under the dim yellow sky. The rusty carousel, with paint long gone, revealed its sinister wooden texture, and the hollow eye sockets seemed to stare at intruders. The giant Ferris wheel stood still, with a few cabins swaying precariously, making a shrill creak sound, like the groans of the dying. Scattered on the ground were clown dolls, their smiles eerie and stiff, as if they would come to life at any moment. The air was filled with a strange mix of rust and dust, along with a faint hint of blood. The entire amusement park exuded a chilling airiness, but at first glance, there seemed to be no deadly threat. Ming Zhao looked around, the contempt on his face deepened. Is this the battlefield you Huaxia chose? A rundown amusement park? Ruan Xinglua, do you think such childish tricks can scare me? The elite of the Tiangaiming realm behind him burst into laughter. Ruan Xinglua remained calm and did not heed their mockery. She simply waited quietly. Because Mr. Zhou Yan had said to let them play to their heart's content. Challenge. Start. As a cold mechanical voice rang out in the Eerie domain, announcing the official start of the challenge. In that moment, a sudden change occurred. Boom. The once motionless carousel suddenly shook violently. Those paint-stripped wooden horses lit up with blood-red light in their eye sockets. They were no longer dead objects, but turned into bony warhorses, each carrying a knightly phantom clad in tattered armor and wielding rusted weapons. More bizarrely, as these skeletal steeds galloped, countless pale paper money fluttered down from the void, accompanied by faint, mournful music. Kiki kiki. The cabins of the Ferris wheel suddenly opened like living creatures. Each cabin transformed into a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth, exuding a nauseating stench. They spun madly, trying to devour everything that came near. He come and play. The clown dolls scattered on the ground had smiles that grew even more sinister and twisted. They came to life, each brandishing glimmering butcher knives, stepping with strange movements, laughing sharply as they lunged at the warriors of the Tiangaiming realm. At the same time, a bizarre and twisted children's rhyme, unknown from where it echoed, was like a magical sound that pierced the soul. Linking fingers, 100 years, do not change. Who is the next lost little friend? The song was filled with the innocence of children, yet carried the chilling resentment and malice that made one's scalp tingle. The entire old amusement park came alive in an instant as the challenge began. It was no longer an abandoned amusement park but transformed into a custom-made death trap filled with wicked fun and deadly danger targeting the Tiangaiming realm's abilities. Every amusement facility turned into a soul-hunting ghost. In the Huaxia National Fortune live broadcast room, the audience was first stunned, then erupted into an uproar. Wow! 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 This change of scene is too fast? So this is how Zhou Yan's amusement park is played? This is so creative. The knights on the carousel are paper dolls carrying a sedan chair? And they throw paper money. My god, is this a funeral procession? That Ferris wheel's cabin ugh. So disgusting. It's like a hellish painting. Clowns. Those clowns. What they're holding are real butcher knives. They're coming for us. This nursery rhyme gives me the creeps. So eerie. So wicked. The elite of the Tiangaiming realm had lost all expressions of contempt on their faces. Instead, it is boundless terror and shock. What kind of hellish thing is this? A warrior of the Twilight realm just shouted this when he was struck by a charging skeletal warhorse. The armored knight's shadow on the horse thrust out a rusty spear like a venomous snake, instantly piercing through his chest. Put. Blood sprayed wildly. That warrior had no time to scream in agony before he was impaled on the spear tip, his life quickly fading, his eyes filled with disbelief. Ah! Another warrior tried to escape the gaping maw of the Ferris wheel, but was knocked down from behind by a clown doll. A sharp butcher's knife flashed, and a head flew into the air. The clown doll grinned wickedly, holding the head in its hand, tossing it like a plaything. Help! Help me! A strange nursery rhyme turned into a soul-chilling melody, continuously assaulting their minds, causing them to lose focus and slow their movements. One after another, the elites of the Twilight realm let out piercing screams under the attack of these unheard-of amusement rides, then met unbelievable fates on the spot. Some were trampled into mush by the skeletal warhorses, some were torn to shreds by the Ferris wheel's fanged cars, and some had their guts ripped out by the grinning clown. Blood and limbs instantly stained this once paradise red. The sight before him pierced into Ming Zhao's eyes like countless sharp needles. The elite warriors he brought from the Twilight realm were all battle-hardened, yet at this moment, they were being slaughtered like fragile dolls. No! Ming Zhao's eyes nearly split with rage as he let out a thunderous roar. A mere illusion. How dare it be so arrogant before me? I will crush it. The energy within him erupted violently, a terrifying pressure of half-step god lord level swept across the entire Eerie domain like a tsunami. He wanted to blow this damned paradise, along with all the strange entities within it, into dust. However, just as his apocalyptic attack was about to descend. Creak, creak. In the center of the paradise, the giant, old scarebox with a silly clown pattern, originally placed in the corner, suddenly emitted a cringe-inducing sound. The lid slowly popped up. Bang! A loud noise. The lid completely sprang open. A giant clown head, bigger than a mountain, with a single eye flashing a mocking red light, suddenly poked out from the box. That single eye was as large as a blood moon, cold and teasing as it looked at Ming Zhao. The giant clown grinned widely, revealing a mouth filled with an unfathomable dark vortex. Burp. It let out a full belch and swallowed Ming Zhao's world-destroying attack along with the raging energy aftermath. Next, Zhou Yan's voice, filled with a hint of mockery, echoed clearly throughout the Eerie domain. Oh, are you having fun, little friend? Ming Zhao stiffened, the rage on his face instantly frozen, replaced by boundless horror and disbelief. Zhou Yan? Is this your handiwork? What the hell is this place? He finally realized he was thoroughly being played. This so-called paradise was nothing but a hunting ground that Zhou Yan had meticulously prepared for him. The giant one-eyed clown, the core guardian of the paradise, watched Ming Zhao with great interest through its crimson eye. Since you've come to my paradise, of course, you must have a good time. Zhou Yan's voice rang out again, filled with malice. The game is just beginning. Before the words faded, the ground beneath Ming Zhao suddenly collapsed. Ah! Caught off guard, he plunged directly into a bottomless black slide. Welcome to experience the Abyss Slide. The giant clown's mocking voice echoed above his head. The slide was extremely steep, filled with a thick, slippery liquid, and countless pale arms stretched out from the darkness, clawing at his body, trying to drag him into deeper despair. Ming Zhao struggled madly, his divine power erupting, but he could only fall faster in this endless slide. In the live broadcast room of Huaxia's National Fortune. Wow! Master Zhou Yan is amazing. What is that giant clown head? It swallowed half a step god lord's attack in one gulp? I would like to call Master Zhou Yan the top entertainer of the strange world. Ming Zhao is going to be played to pieces. Abyss Slide? Just the name is thrilling. I just wonder how Ming Zhao's backside is doing. This is more painful than directly killing him. Heart strike. This is a blatant heart strike. Ruan Xinglua stood on the side, safely watching all of this. The giant clown's single eye occasionally glanced at her, flashing a hint of goodwill. Suddenly, the clown's voice rang in her ear. "Little cutie, do you see that red button? That is the activation device for the House of Resentment. Do you want to help this big friend start the next journey?" Ruan Xinglua's cold eyes looking at a bloodstained button not far away, she slightly nodded and extended her delicate fingers, gently pressing down. Ming Zhao, who had just tumbled out of the abyss slide in a ruined state, hadn't even caught his breath before he found himself inside a creepy and eerie ancient castle. "Welcome to the House of Resentment. Here collects the grievances of countless lost children, he. Countless illusory child figures, filled with deep-seated resentment, pounced on him, drilling into his consciousness, tearing at his soul. These attacks couldn't inflict fatal harm, but they continuously eroded his will, amplifying the fear and despair in his heart. He wanted to resist but found his divine power suppressed to the utmost here, every attack disappearing like a mud cow into the sea. Next came the roller coaster terror. A roller coaster made of bones and rotten flesh forcibly strapped him into his seat, racing at life-defying speed on twisted, broken tracks. Each dive felt like falling into an endless hell. Each roll displaced his organs, disorienting his soul. The roller coaster occasionally had various malevolent ghosts popping up with weapons, giving him friendly greetings. The dignified lord of the Tianming realm, a half-step god lord, was now like a helpless puppet, played with freely by this absurd and terrifying amusement park. His mind was nearing the edge of madness. Kill me, if you dare, just kill me. He let out a hoarse wail, filled with despair and humiliation. Not knowing how long it had passed, when Ming Zhao collapsed on the ground like a lump of mud, with only a breath left. The giant one-eyed clown leisurely spoke, "All right, the amusement time for today is almost over. However, since you disrupted the normal order of this park and scared my little cutie, I suppose I should keep something as a compensation for mental damages?" Ming Zhao's eyes flashed with a hint of lingering resentment. "You wish?" The giant clown narrowed its eye, mocking, "Oh? It seems this little friend still wants to experience our surprise reserve project, the Eternal Carousel? Once you get on, you'll never come down." The skeleton knights on the carousel turned their heads in unison, their hollow eye sockets glowing red, as if anticipating a new partner. Ming Zhao's body trembled violently, uncontrollably. No! He did not want to undergo that kind of agonizing, living hell again. "Speak, what do you want?" Ming Zhao's voice was dry and hoarse, filled with despair. Zhou Yan's voice had a hint of satisfied laughter, very simple. "Hand over the core treasure of your Tianming realm, the Minghuan crystal. Consider it the ticket fee for this time." Minghuan crystal? Ming Zhao's eyes widened in shock. It was the core source of the Tianming realm. It was his final hope to ascend to God Lord. You are dreaming. Oh. It seems you still have some spirit." The giant clown's single eye slightly narrowed, a more terrifying pressure descended. "Then let's keep playing. I'll give. Feeling the despairing pressure, Ming Zhao's heart completely collapsed, letting out a humiliating roar. He struggled to raise his hand, and a diamond crystal stone that emitted a dark, profound light, as if it contained the birth and death of a universe, slowly floated out from his brow. That was the Minghuan crystal, the foundation of the Tianming realm. The moment the crystal left his body, Ming Zhao's breath suddenly withered, as if he had aged millions of years, vitality dimmed, resembling dead wood. The giant clown opened its mouth and sucked, and the Minghuan crystal flew into its mouth and disappeared. "Pleasant cooperation." Zhou Yan's voice carried a hint of satisfaction. In the next moment, a flash of white light appeared. Ruan Xinglua and the breathless Ming Zhao, resembling a flickering candle in the wind, were both teleported back to the Hall of 10,000 Realms. Inside the hall, the gazes of all the representatives of civilization shifted from the giant light screen to the two who had just appeared. Chapter 63 We won. Seeing Ming Zhao's miserable state, everyone gasped in shock. What left them speechless even more was the crystal stone held by Ruan Xinglua. That crystal was dazzling, emitting a dark and profound light, as if countless rivers of stars were flowing within, faintly revealing a terrifying energy fluctuation that could make even a half-step deity shudder. That is... An ancient being with vast knowledge exclaimed in surprise. Minghuan crystal. The source treasure of the Tianming realm. The Order Guardian's voice rang out in this dead silence. Cough. According to the Universal Pact, this domain challenge. He took a deep breath, as if trying to calm the waves in his heart, then continued with difficulty, Huaxia. Victory! The Lord of Tianming Realm, Ming Zhao, shall fulfill the challenge agreement, and the Tianming Realm shall never set foot in the mysterious domains belonging to Blue Star, and shall offer the Minghuan crystal as compensation for defeat. His gaze swept over the ashen-faced Ming Zhao, who hung his head low, lacking even the strength to refute. That once indomitable half-step deity now resembled a stray dog, all his dignity and pride crushed in that lost child's old paradise. As soon as these words were spoken, the hall stirred again with subtle unrest, but was quickly replaced by a deeper reverence. Zhou Yan. This name weighed heavily on the hearts of all the representatives of civilizations like two insurmountable mountains. Especially Zhou Yan, who had never truly revealed himself from beginning to end. Yet, with such unimaginable means, he had played with a half-step deity in the palm of his hand. His mysterious terror, at this moment, was firmly engraved in the depths of the souls of all powers in the 10,000 realms. No one dared to underestimate this emerging civilization from a remote star domain, nor to question any decision made by that man. The Order Guardian steadied his mind, turning his gaze to the previously controversial topic. Regarding the ownership of the number 7 fragment of the Godfall battlefield and the mysterious domains listed by Lord Zhou Yan. If there are no objections, then according to Huaxia's proposal, all will be under Huaxia's jurisdiction. The Order Guardian emphasized his tone, his gaze sharp as he scanned the entire assembly. In the hall, one could hear a pin drop. Those representatives of civilizations who had been eager to grab a share, at this moment, wished they could hide their heads within their chests. Good. The agenda passes. The Order Guardian struck the table decisively, without any hesitation. All the mysterious domains on Zhou Yan's list, including the much-anticipated number 7 fragment of the Godfall battlefield, had their ownership firmly settled. Almost the instant the Order Guardian's words fell. Blue Star, Huaxia. Boom. A surge of golden fortune, far exceeding any time before, magnificent and vast to unimaginable levels, burst forth like a flood from the Milky Way, pouring into the land of Huaxia. The roar of dragons and the cries of phoenixes rang through the skies. What happened? I feel the spiritual energy in my body about to explode. My God. The old locust tree in my yard has sprouted. It has bloomed. My talent, my cultivation bottleneck. It's loosened. It's about to break through. Countless people in Huaxia felt an unprecedented change at this moment, whether they were elderly or infants in swaddling clothes, they all basked in this vast grace. Spirits gushing. National talent soaring. The fortune of Huaxia reached the peak in the history of Blue Star. At the same time, in Huaxia's live broadcast room. We won. We won. Crystal of the obscured world. Wow. It's the source treasure of the obscured realm. Boss Zhou Yan directly took down their nest. Boss Zhou Yan is forever a god. No rebuttals accepted. Goddess Ruan Xinglua is so cool. From today on, who dares to mess with my Huaxia? The entire live broadcast room turned into a joyful ocean, countless praises and worshipping comments almost flooded the screen. Boss Zhou Yan is forever a god. Boss Ruan is magnificent. Similar slogans echoed in every corner of the land of Huaxia. However, in sharp contrast to the excitement of Huaxia's live broadcast room was ZZZZ. Warning. Warning. National fortune energy insufficient, cannot maintain high-level attention permission. Signal interruption, attempting to reconnect. PFF. In the live broadcast rooms of other countries on Blue Star, the screens first showed flickering static, followed by one after another falling into darkness. Their national fortune was no longer enough to support them to continue watching this grand competition belonging to top civilizations. At this moment, they truly experienced the chasm-like gap between them and Huaxia. Despair and powerlessness shrouded the hearts of the people in these countries. Fear, awe, and a hint of indescribable relief. Relieved that they were not the next to be obscured. The agenda of this multiverse coordination meeting has concluded. The voice of the Order Guardian carried a hint of fatigue, but also a sigh of relief. Representatives of various civilizations stood up, leaving with complex expressions. Every step they took felt like walking on cotton, light and powerless. The impact of this meeting was too great for them. The multiverse meeting finally came to an end. The Huaxia delegation, led by Zhou Yan and Ruan Xinglua, became the undeniable biggest winners of this meeting. After the meeting, Ruan Xinglua and core members of Huaxia's support team did not immediately return to Blue Star. They arrived at a large transfer station established in a neutral safe zone in the strange world by the Blue Star Alliance for rest, beginning to organize the huge gains from this meeting and preparing for preliminary exploration plans for those newly acquired strange areas. Countries around the globe still maintained extreme enthusiasm for every move of Huaxia. In the Huaxia National Fortune live broadcast room, the audience's enthusiasm soared even higher due to Huaxia's strong rise. The meeting is over. Huaxia really made a fortune this time. Goddess Ruan is amazing. Boss Zhou Yan is forever a god. Seeing the representatives from the beautiful nation signing the compensation treaty with a sad face almost made me laugh out loud. So satisfying. Next, it's time for Huaxia to develop those new territories, right? Boss Zhou Yan secured so many areas, where will he take Goddess Ruan to explore first? Can't wait. I hope to see some different strange world scenery or encounter some interesting strange races. Fighting all the time is a bit boring. Just as Ruan Xinglua and Lin Angua and others were intensely discussing which new strange territory to explore first while looking at the star map, Zhou Yan's familiar voice clearly came through. Xinglua, among those things those guys sent earlier, wasn't there a realm rule disturbance surveyor? Now it can come in handy. First, go to the place I marked for you on the star map, codenamed 10,000 Graves of Rot. I remember that place was a rather tragic ancient battlefield a long, long time ago, buried with many strange and bizarre things. Take people there mainly to observe the stability of its rules and the energy dissipation, and just make a record. Ruan Xinglua immediately replied, okay, husband, I understand. Oh, right. Zhou Yan seemed to suddenly remember something and added, come here for a moment. Ruan Xinglua followed his words, temporarily leaving the meeting room and returning to the exclusive rest suite Zhou Yan arranged for her in the transit station. Zhou Yan casually took out 3 somewhat crude dark red incense sticks from the corner and handed them to Ruan Xinglua. Take these 3 incense sticks with you. Once you arrive at the 10,000 Graves of Rot, if you encounter any talkative old friends, light one and listen to their stories. It's also a way to make a good connection. Although Ruan Xinglua felt a bit confused, she still obediently accepted the 3 unremarkable incense sticks and carefully stored them away. Soon, she formed an elite advanced exploration team with Lin Angua and several of China's top anomalous researchers, teleporting through the directional teleportation array of the transit station to that unknown strange domain. As soon as she stepped out of the teleportation light gate, a strong, nauseating smell of decay and death, mixed with a biting cold wind, hit her face. Looking around, it was an expansive stretch of black scorched earth. The sky was forever gray and cloudy, with no sun, moon, or stars, only endless gloom. On the dark brown, barren land, twisted mounds of nameless graves of various sizes rose up. These graves were densely packed, extending to the edge of vision, like countless ghostly shadows lying in the darkness, emitting a chilling aura. Aside from the strong smell of decay, faint sounds of crying could be heard as if countless wronged souls were wailing day and night on this land. One of the researchers immediately took out the surveying instrument. The pointer of the surveying instrument was swinging wildly like it had epilepsy, and the warning light indicating energy levels shot up to a glaring crimson red. Director Lin. Consultant Ruan. That researcher reported with a serious expression, the concentration of resentment and the Yin energy here has far exceeded our estimated limit. It's even several times more intense than the battlefield outside the ancient Golden City. But, strangely, the spatial rules here are still quite stable, with no large-scale energy tides or rule collapse phenomena. However, the spirit activity here seems unusually active. Before his words fell. Asterisk swish. Swish. Swish, asterisk. Countless pale ghostly hands suddenly reached out from the black land under the feet of the team members, without any warning. Those severed limbs, like venomous snakes breaking through the earth, fiercely grasped at their ankles, trying to pull them into the cold, dark soil. From the silent graves around, a series of gnashing sounds began to emerge. Ragged, rotting corpses stumbled out from those mounds, roaring as they lunged at these uninvited guests. Faced with this sudden attack, Ruan Xinglua appeared calm and composed. A hint of coldness flashed in her clear eyes, and the dragon-shaped mark of the national dragon pillar on the back of her hand suddenly shone with golden light. Roar! A high-pitched dragon roar echoed through the skies. A tremendous, mighty dragon energy surged forth from her, bursting out like a tangible golden shockwave. The white ghostly hands that had just emerged from the ground, upon contact with this supreme yang energy. Like encountering a nemesis, they let out a series of piercing wails, retreating into the earth, too afraid to show their faces again. And those swaying, stumbling corpses were directly knocked back by this dragon energy, crashing to the ground, their decayed bodies almost entirely purified, turning back into a pile of bones. At the same time, the clear heart bell hanging from Ruan Xinglua's chest emitted a pure and ethereal ringing sound, keeping the cries and resentments in the air that tried to invade everyone's minds at bay. Thank you, Consultant Ruan, for your help. Consultant Ruan is mighty. After a brief moment of panic, the other researchers and Dragon Team members in the squad let out a sigh of relief upon seeing Ruan Xinglua effortlessly resolve this crisis, casting grateful and admiring glances at her. Having undergone the trials of the Golden Ancient City, Ruan Xinglua's strength was already vastly different from before. Under Ruan Xinglua's protection, the squad began to cautiously push deeper into the land of 10,000 buried corpses. Along the way, they constantly encountered various forms of vengeful spirits, wandering souls, and skeletal creatures harassing them. Yet these aberrations were at most A-class low tier, and in front of the well-equipped Chinese squad, they couldn't cause any waves and were quickly resolved one by one. On the surveying instrument, besides the constantly flashing readings of resentment and sinister energy, there was a special pointer shaking slightly, seemingly guiding them in a direction. Following the instrument's guidance, the group traveled north for several kilometers, where they encountered a huge ancient tomb that was taller, older, and emitted a more sorrowful aura than all the earth mounds they had seen before. This ancient tomb was less like a grave and more like the foundation of a ruined palace half buried by time. In front of this large ancient tomb stood a hunched figure in silence. Draped in a tattered black ritual robe, it held a white bony lantern burning with a faint green flame. It stood completely still, as if it had merged with this silent land, showing no killing intent or resentment, just the weight of countless ages in deathly stillness. Without a doubt, it was the guardian of this land of thousand burials. As all members of the Chinese squad watched the guardian of the tomb warily, the guardian slowly raised its head, deeply buried in its hood. A flicker of ghostly green light flashed in its hollow eye sockets, and that gaze crossed over Lin Angua and the fully armed dragon team members, landing directly on Wan Xinglua, who stood at the front of the team. More accurately, it landed on the 3 incense sticks given by Zhou Yan in Wan Xinglua's embrace. Outsiders. A hoarse voice slowly emerged from beneath the guardian's hood. You carry the scent of your homeland. Have you come to hear us tell a forgotten story? Chapter 65, The Throat of Annihilation. The guardian's cryptic words left Wan Xinglua and all members of the Chinese squad momentarily stunned. Scent of the homeland? Story? Wan Xinglua asked in confusion. The green flame in the bony lantern in the guardian's hand flickered gently, as if responding to her question. A sad story about the night-crying nation. The guardian began telling with a tone devoid of any emotional ups and downs. Long, long ago, this land was not as desolate and silent as it is today. Here once thrived a prosperous ancient country known as the night-crying nation. Our people were hard-working and kind, able to sing and dance, celebrating each night in joy. However, an unexpected curse fell upon our night-crying nation. This curse was invisible and intangible. But it is everywhere. It deprives us of the right to speak, and it deprives us of the right to sing. All the cursed people will slowly wither in silent despair and suffering, ultimately becoming an unresting corpse. Our king and queen, in a bid to save their people, chose the most tragic way to perish together with the silent curse in their final despair. They detonated the entire capital's earth veins, trying to burn everything to ashes. However, they failed. The voice of the gravekeeper carried a hint of unbearable sorrow. The destruction of the earth veins not only failed to destroy the wicked curse but instead trapped the souls of all the citizens forever in this broken land. We cannot transcend, cannot reincarnate, we can only day after day, year after year, sound a silent cry in this endless darkness and death, enduring the endless torment of the curse. Our grievances ultimately turned into the poison that nourishes this land, transforming it into the ground of 10,000 graves that is now barren. And I, the Old One, I am the last high priest of the Night Cry Kingdom, and the only one under this endless curse who retains a sliver of lingering consciousness. I remain here, guarding this land that buried all our people, waiting for someone from the outside world to break the curse. The 3 sticks of incense given to Zhou Yan were called 3 lives to resolve grievances incense. It is an ancient sacred object of the Night Cry Kingdom that has long been lost. Its greatest effect is to temporarily soothe any form of vengeful spirits, washing away some of their resentment, and to a certain extent, guiding them towards the path to resolve the curses they suffer. However, the method of crafting this incense has completely vanished along with the fall of the Night Cry Kingdom, and the existent stock is incredibly rare, almost non-existent. Back then, Zhou Yan only thought the incense had a unique fragrance that helped calm the mind, so he casually asked the then king of the Night Cry Kingdom for a few boxes to play with, not knowing it would come in handy today. Boom! In the very center of the barren ground of 10,000 graves, a massive stone tablet hundreds of meters tall suddenly shook violently without warning. On the surface of the tablet, countless horrifying faces twisted by the curse seemed to come alive, crazily bulging and writhing. A terrifying will, 100 times more frightening than all the vengeful spirits Yu Xingxua had encountered combined, erupted explosively from the monument of 10,000 souls. The soul fire in the hollow eye sockets of the gravekeeper's high priest suddenly shrank. For the first time, his hoarse voice carried an unmistakable fear and despair. And no. It's the throat of annihilation. It sensed the aura of the 3 lives to resolve grievances incense. It is about to fully awaken ahead of time. The throat of annihilation. This is the true source of the troubles that plagued the entire Night Cry Kingdom and ultimately led to its downfall. A genuine, SSS-level terrifying curse core object. It does not have a fixed form, but possesses an unfathomable terrifying ability. It can absorb all forms of sound in the world, including speech, singing, crying, the sound of wind, the sound of water, even the heartbeat of living beings and the tremors of souls. And it transforms these absorbed sounds into the purest destructive curse power. At this moment, as the throat of annihilation awakens, all cries, wails, and whimpers within the barren ground of 10,000 graves abruptly cease. What replaces it is a suffocating absolute silence. Under this terrifying silence and looming despair, within the barren ground of 10,000 graves, the countless vengeful spirits and decaying corpses that were once aimlessly wandering suddenly filled their hollow eye sockets with a raging blood red. They began to attack everything alive around them indiscriminately, as if injected with a stimulant. In the live broadcast room of the Huaxia country, all the viewers watching this scene could clearly feel an indescribable sense of oppression and suffocation, as if it was about to come through the screen. I can't breathe. What the hell is this thing? It's so oppressive. My sanity is plummeting. My sanity is dropping crazily. My god, this is scarier than facing those terrifying anomalies head-on. Can it even absorb crying sounds and convert them into curse power? This is simply an unheard of terrifying ability. Silent terror is the most extreme and the most frightening fear. Quick! We must stop it from fully reviving. The guardian priest's expression was gravely serious. He solemnly handed the white bone lantern, that had been emitting a faint green light, to Ruan Xinglua. This is the soul guiding lamp passed down for generations in my Nightcry kingdom. Lit with the soul fire of the past priests, combined with the incense in your hand, it can temporarily illuminate the path and protect this area. My remaining soul has existed for too long, it is time for me to do what I should have done long ago. I wish to burn my last divine soul to become a vanguard, to buy a moment for you, my lady. Without waiting for Ruan Xinglua to respond, the last high priest of the Nightcry kingdom showed a flash of determination and relief in his eyes. His already somewhat illusory, hunched figure suddenly ignited with a pale yet blazing soul fire. He unhesitatingly chose to burn the last essence of his remaining soul, transforming it into a brilliant and tragic green light pillar, charging towards the violently trembling monument of souls. He tried to temporarily suppress the void throat that was about to fully revive with his last strength. High Priest! Seeing this, Ruan Xinglua felt an overwhelming urgency in her heart, unable to help but exclaim. But at that moment, she couldn't think too much. Ruan Xinglua immediately followed the High Priest's instructions and lit the 3 dark red incense sticks at the same time. A strange fragrance instantly spread out, carrying a peculiar power that soothed souls and purified grievances. Then, she carefully inserted the 3 incense sticks into the base of the soul-guiding lamp. Buzz! In an instant, the tiny green soul fire inside the bone lantern, which had only been the size of a bean, surged violently as if doused with a flammable liquid. A towering blue light erupted from the soul-guiding lamp, dispersing the surrounding heavy stench of decay and silence, forming a temporary protective area with a diameter of several tens of meters. Those vengeful spirits and corpses driven mad by the awakening of the void throat screamed tragically as they touched this blue light curtain, no longer daring to approach even a bit. Ruan Xinglua did not dare to hesitate and immediately called out to Director Lin Angua and several of the strongest members of the dragon team. Under the protection of the soul-guiding lamp, everyone quickly rushed towards the entrance of the royal tomb hidden deeper within the layers of deathly decay. The royal tomb was built in a massive underground ravine, with a hidden entrance that would be extremely hard to find without the high priest's guidance. Inside the royal tomb, there were many traps and a chilling aura. Various A to S-level mechanism puppets and guardian spirits continuously poured out from the corners of the tomb, attempting to stop these intruders. But under the majestic dragon might of Ruan Xinglua's guardian dragon pillar, these so-called S-level guardian spirits and mechanism puppets were simply no match. Typically, as soon as they appeared, they were scattered by a blast of golden dragon energy from Ruan Xinglua, directly annihilating their cores. Ultimately, after sacrificing a few disposable defensive artifacts, Ruan Xinglua and the others successfully reached the deepest part of the royal tomb. Beside the king's massive coffin made of aged wood over 10,000 years old, Ruan Xinglua indeed discovered an ancient jade box thick with dust. Ruan Xinglua carefully opened the jade box. Inside the box, there was no dazzling light or powerful treasures, only a palm-sized, ancient bronze token quietly lying there. The token was engraved with strange cloud patterns that she could not understand at all. However, just as Ruan Xinglua reached out her hand to pick up the bronze token, roar! A terrifying roar filled with endless resentment and destruction erupted violently from deep within the ground. The temporary seal laid by that S-class judge of the underworld, at the cost of burning its own essence, was broken. An invisible curse's power, strong enough to freeze one's soul, swept over Ruan Xinglua, who had just picked up the bronze token. Is this the true power of an SSS-level cursed object? It's terrifying. There's no sound, yet it feels like my soul is being torn apart. The Gravekeeper Grand Priest is about to collapse. Ruan Goddess. Ruan Goddess, please think of a way. If there's no solution, everyone will die here. In the live broadcast room of Huaxia's National Luck, the hearts of all the viewers rose to their throats. Just as thousands of black cursed tentacles capable of strangling an S-class anomaly were about to engulf Ruan Xinglua and others, a sudden change occurred. The ancient bronze token that Ruan Xinglua had just taken from the jade box suddenly erupted with an intense bronze holy light, without any warning. This light was not blinding but filled with a righteous spirit. What was even more unbelievable to Ruan Xinglua was that the aura emanating from the bronze token resonated profoundly with the National Guardian Dragon pillar mark on the back of her left hand. On the front of the bronze token, the originally blurry ancient cloud pattern suddenly seemed to come alive, swiftly converging into a faintly glowing golden mark. The mark was quite vague, yet it gradually pieced together the shape of a character. Ruan Xinglua's eyes widened, she couldn't believe it. Because that character was actually Zhou. But as soon as this vague Zhou character mark appeared, a vast will seemed to transcend endless time and space dimensions, descending through this small bronze token. Creak! Those originally forceful black cursed tentacles emitted sharp, mournful shrieks at the moment they touched this will. Then, those black cursed tentacles that could make an S-class anomaly change color melted away at a visible speed, as if thrown into a blazing fire. In just a few breaths, the sky full of black cursed tentacles disappeared without a trace, as if they had never existed. Ruan Xinglua felt as if a weight had been lifted from her entire being. The terrifying curse power that had nearly crushed her soul also vanished into thin air. She glanced down at the token in her hand that emitted a soft bronze light. The blurry Joe character mark was flickering in and out of view, and her heart was already in turmoil. This token is actually related to my husband? Moreover, the will contained within it felt so familiar. It seemed similar to the sword intent she had cut with the tip of the blade of rest in the golden ancient city. Could it be? A thought that made Ruan Xinglua herself feel a bit incredulous flashed through her mind. At that moment, inspiration struck her, and with a thought. The National Guardian mark on the back of her left hand, which had evolved into the character Fong, instantly erupted with radiance that pierced the heavens. Roar! A dragon's roar more solid than ever before resonated throughout the entire land of the dead. A virtual image, several thousand meters long and made entirely of pure golden dragon energy, roared out. This time, it was no longer just the simple dragon aura impact form as before, but under the blessing of this bronze token, the illusion of the five-clawed golden dragon seemed to be given real life. The incredibly solid five-clawed golden dragon suddenly opened its massive dragon mouth, forcefully sucking at the distant mass that was still writhing, exuding a foul stench and terrifying curse power from the body of the abyssal throat. Who? An irresistible terrible suction force instantly acted upon the gigantic mass of flesh of the abyssal throat. The massive flesh body of the abyssal throat, as big as a small mountain, was uncontrollably torn away by this terrifying suction, slowly moving towards the giant mouth of the five-clawed golden dragon piece by piece. Roar! The abyssal throat let out a silent roar, trying to resist, but it was useless. Before the bronze token and the fully unleashed power of the National Dragon Pillar, its so-called curse power appeared so pale and powerless. At its core, that mass representing the silent curse essence, under the continuous burning of the golden dragon flame spewed out by the five-clawed golden dragon, quickly melted and disintegrated. In the end, that filthy curse essence was forcibly refined into a rule fragment the size of a fingernail. This fragment was swallowed by the five-clawed golden dragon and then fed back to the National Dragon Pillar. After absorbing this fragment containing the essence of annihilation, the atmosphere around the dragon pillar became even deeper. With the complete purification and disappearance of the source of the abyssal throat's curse, the intense resentment that had lingered over the entire 10,000 burial corrupt soil for countless years vanished in an instant. Chapter 67, A Personal Meeting. The meeting of the 10,000 realms finally came to a close. With Zhou Yan's unreasonable strength, Huaxia became the indisputable big winner of this top-level event. The rewards were so rich that they could only be described as earth-shaking. After the meeting ended, Ruan Xinglua, Director Lin Anghua, and other core members of the Huaxia delegation did not immediately return to Blue Star. They temporarily stayed in the large interstellar transit station of the Blue Star Alliance within the strange world, beginning to sort through the massive resources obtained from this meeting. The entire Blue Star, due to Huaxia's once again unprecedented rise in fortune, welcomed a rare peaceful development period with a significant reduction in the frequency of strange events and a steady increase in spiritual energy concentration. Meanwhile, other countries that suffered heavy losses in the final trial and compensation of the golden ancient city ruins were silently licking their wounds, futilely searching for a glimmer of a new path. In the Huaxia National Fortune live broadcast room. Although the 10,000 Realms Coordination meeting had ended, its warmth had not diminished in the slightest. Countless citizens remained immersed in the immense joy and pride of Huaxia's powerful rise, filled with infinite imaginations about the future, and speculating on Huaxia's next move. So great! So great! This 10,000 Realms Coordination meeting was simply a showcase for us Huaxia. Goddess Ruan is amazing. Zhou Yan is even more impressive than ever. Those newly acquired territories, plus the development rights for Fragment 7 of the God-Fallen battlefield, just thinking about it makes me excited. This time, Huaxia is really set to soar high and dominate the 10,000 realms. However, speaking of which, those new territories are tough bones to crack. The local strange forces inside definitely won't let it go easily. Can Huaxia really take them down smoothly? Will there be large-scale resistance and conflict? The worries upstairs are unnecessary. Zhou Yan has spoken. Who dares to disobey in the 10,000 realms? Who dares to come out and resist? Just as Ruan Xinglua and Director Lin Anghua and others were discussing preparing to explore several places with relatively stable rules. In a resource-rich new strange realm, as Huaxia was expanding territory in the bizarre world. Suddenly, the compass gifted by a representative of the Old One's council activated unexpectedly. On the compass, those fine runes twinkling like countless stars suddenly lit up, projecting a clear and chilling dynamic image of the starry sky. At the center of the image was the Death Star, radiating endless terror and ominous aura. At this moment, the Death Star, appearing even larger and more sinister in the image, was continuously spewing rich dark red disaster and destruction from its surface cracks. What made Ruan Xingluo's scalp go numb even more was that the light representing this Death Star on the old star language compass, after deviating from a stable orbit, was now rushing towards the cosmic coordinates of the blue planet at an incomprehensible and shocking speed. On the compass, the warning runes representing danger levels were flashing frantically, emitting an ear-piercing alarm. At the same time, a boundless greed and horrifying will crossed the infinite void, clearly locking onto the blue planet. Fresh, delicious, the source of the world. Mine, my food. In that will, there was a disregard for living beings and an extreme thirst for the world's source. Ruan Xingluo was so shocked by this sudden earth-shattering change that her pretty face turned pale, her delicate body involuntarily trembling. This Death Star was really heading towards the blue planet. Moreover, it looked even more terrifying and direct than any crisis before. She dared not delay for a moment, immediately relaying the warning message to Zhou Yan in Room 101 of Happiness Community. In the Happiness Community, Room 101, on a sunny afternoon, Zhou Yan was lazily lying on a rocking chair in the courtyard. Upon receiving the urgent information transmitted by Ruan Xingluo, a hint of barely noticeable surprise flashed in his originally somewhat lazy deep eyes. Isn't this the little mudfish that roamed around in cosmic turbulence, robbing everywhere, surviving by devouring the world's source? Zhou Yan put down the fishing rod in his hand, slowly sat up from the rocking chair, and stretched. Back at the end of the last cosmic era, there were a few self-proclaimed old god brats who fancied themselves as gods and dreamed of capturing this disaster star core as a super weapon for a divine war. What happened? They didn't get the weapon but were instead devoured by this disaster star core, which swallowed half of their divine kingdom, leaving their divine status almost ruined, nearly dying on the spot. In the end, it was I who happened to pass by, thought this disaster star core was polluting the universe environment, and casually slapped it into the deep turbulence of the infinite void, letting it fend for itself. I didn't expect that after so many years, this little mudfish not only survived in the void turbulence but also prospered from disaster, devouring a lot of void energy and becoming even sturdier than before. Zhou Yan stroked his chin, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. Just in time, the devouring flower I planted in my yard has been a bit wilted lately due to the lack of high-quality nutrients. This big fertilizer coming to my door is quite timely. He said to the somewhat panicked Ruan Xingluo, Xingluo, don't worry, it's just a slightly bigger cannonball coming right at us, it's far from the point that you need to take action. You just stay safe in the night cry and soul returning land, the earth veins there have just awakened, and several decent soul crystal veins have been newly formed, which will help you stabilize and enhance your current mental power level. There are many benefits. By the way, you also help me keep an eye on that soul guiding lamp you inherited from that old gravekeeper. As for that specially made fertilizer that came knocking at my door. Zhou Yan stood up, stretched his muscles, and made a sound like popping beans. A faint, long-lost excitement flickered in his eyes with a sharp cold light. I'll personally go meet it. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since I've really stretched my muscles and limbs. I hope this little loach can be a bit tougher than those useless ones from last time. This was Zhou Yan's first time in front of Ruan Xingluo, expressing that he would take action himself to deal with a cosmic crisis that threatened the existence of the entire blue star. Unlike before, where he merely influenced the battle with seemingly ordinary props. It seemed he was finally going to get serious. Chapter 68, The Returnee. After Zhou Yan finished speaking, he stood up from the rocking chair. He walked slowly to a wall in the living room that looked no different from an ordinary white wall. Then, under Ruan Xingluo's puzzled gaze, he stretched out his long, fair finger and casually drew a very simple door shape on the smooth wall. As soon as the pattern formed. Buzz. That solid wall suddenly rippled like a tranquil lake disturbed by a stone. Immediately after, the simple door shape began to silently sink inward, transforming into a bottomless temporary spatial passage. It was filled with chaotic spatial laws and a chilling, eerie atmosphere. He stepped in, and his figure quietly vanished into the undulating spatial ripples. Almost at the same time Zhou Yan's figure disappeared into the temporary spatial passage. In the distant blue star. Across various countries, small areas of spatial distortion phenomena began to appear almost simultaneously. Some regions' strange magnetic fields also became extremely unstable, crazily chaotic like boiling water. All of this was clearly the result of the terrifying energy waves emitted by the ominous Death Star speeding towards blue star. Panic spread quickly across the globe like a plague. In the Eerie world. Ruan Xingluo forcibly suppressed her concerns about Zhou Yan and Blue Star, choosing to trust her husband. She followed Zhou Yan's instructions and sat calmly in this newly revived fertile land. While stabilizing her rapidly rising realm, she began to seriously study the soul guiding lamp transformed from the last remnant of the gravekeeper's high priest spirit. This lamp was ancient and mysterious, the flickering flame exuded a warm and tranquil aura. Ruan Xingluo cautiously attempted to infuse the fragment of the extremely rare prayer power of all spirits she gained from purifying this corrupt soil into the soul guiding lamp. Whoosh! At the moment that power, full of gratitude and blessings, merged into the wick. Within the soul guiding lamp, the small, quiet burning green soul fire suddenly surged several times in size. Within the flames, a vague, ancient consciousness seemed to slowly awaken from an eternal slumber. Lamp holder, the grace of night crying, all spirits remember. The seed of the world tree is in the sea of void flowers, waiting for the true returnee. World tree seed. Sea of void flowers. Returnee. This information sent a shock through Wan Xingluo's heart. At the same time, in the domain graveyard light years away from Blue Star, here was filled with desolation and silence. Giant star debris and broken world fragments floated everywhere. Zhou Yan's figure quietly walked out from a split in space. In front of him, the terrifying Death Star, carrying endless destruction and a sinister aura, was tearing apart everything in its path. It roared towards him like a bullet fired from a cannon, coming from the depths of the universe. Zhou Yan stood atop a massive star ruin, several times the size of a blue star, calmly watching the Death Star carrying endless destruction, with no ripples in his gaze. The reason he chose this place as the battlefield was not just random. It was because this vast and boundless battlefield was itself a famous hunting ground and burial ground for powerful ancient void creatures at the end of the last cosmic era. Here was filled with extremely unstable spatial rifts and extremely violent chaotic energy flows, making it a place of certain death for any living being that dared to trespass. But for Zhou Yan, everything here could become a chess piece in his hand, something he could use at will. You want to go straight and crash into the Blue Star without taking a detour? He. Zhou Yan looked at the Death Star, which was getting closer, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he muttered to himself. Then we must first ask if those not-so-friendly old neighbors in this graveyard will agree. As he spoke, he leisurely crossed his arms and quietly waited for something. The terrifying Death Star, finally under Zhou Yan's gaze, completely revealed its core form. It was not a simple rock or energy body, but a massive, fragmented flesh nest. It was formed by the debris of worlds, the bones of devoured beings, and the endless resentment and despair they had before their death, forcibly combined. The diameter of the Death Star had already exceeded 1 million kilometers and was still writhing and expanding. At the very center of the nest, a terrifying humanoid creature, towering 10,000 feet and radiating a deep purple hue, seemed to be condensed from the purest rules of calamity and destruction, sat upon a throne made from countless divine skulls. It had 12 towering bony horns on its head like a fierce crown, draped in black armor woven from billions of wailing souls, and tightly grasping a massive bone scythe engulfed in calamity black flame that could wither even rules. It was the true core and will of the Calamity Star core, the Calamity Star Lord. Its only way of evolution and advancement was to devour the world's essence. The Calamity Star Lord's strength had long since reached the threshold of the God-Master realm, a true half-step God-Master. Roar! The Calamity Star Lord let out a silent roar that shook the entire battlefield. Its will filled with destruction and greed had firmly locked onto the spatial coordinates of the Blue Star. Just as it prepared to forcibly tear the space in front of it and make a spatial jump to descend near the Blue Star. Suddenly. Hiss. Aoo. In this battlefield, silent for countless years, several terrifying wolves filled with savagery and thirst suddenly awakened from the depths of those massive star ruins. They were powerful void creatures that had been attracted by the massive essence aura emitted by the Calamity Star Lord, lurking in this graveyard. These void creatures came in various forms, some resembled sky-blocking cosmic giant squids, while others looked like void marauders clad in crystal shells. Their strength, although not as terrifying as the Calamity Star Lord, mostly reached the spectral level, and some were even at the peak of the spectral level. They had low intelligence, but their survival instincts drove them to bravely launch wild attacks against the Calamity Star Lord without fear of death. In an instant, energy beams of various colors, like a raging storm, fiercely struck the enormous flesh and blood nest. A terrifying chaotic battle that engulfed the entire graveyard of the realm burst forth. Chapter 69, Overplayed. Though the Master of Calamity Star was immensely powerful, when faced with these strong void creatures that acted like mad dogs smelling blood, fearless and relentless, it had to divert a significant portion of its power to deal with these annoying flies. Its momentum was temporarily stalled by this sudden chaos. A bunch of damned insects. The Master of Calamity Star roared with anger, each swing of its massive bone scythe effortlessly cleaving several ghostly void creatures in half. But more void creatures continued to surge from all directions, tightly entangling it and its gigantic flesh and blood nest. Meanwhile, the instigator Zhou Yan stood leisurely far away on a piece of giant star debris, quietly watching this chaotic drama he had orchestrated. He occasionally flicked his finger as if casually. A barely noticeable, strange ripple of space silently merged into the chaotic battlefield void. The attack trajectories and directions of those haphazardly attacking void creatures inadvertently changed in extremely clever ways. These changes seemed insignificant. But the final result cleverly guided the Master of Calamity Star, who was retreating while fighting, step by step towards a specific direction Zhou Yan had long preset. That direction harbored a hidden deadly trap, composed of countless shattered star bodies and unstable spatial rifts, filled with endless killing intent. After paying a considerable price, the Master of Calamity Star finally tore apart the last wave of attacking void creatures and prepared to forcibly descend onto Blue Star once again. Yet, to its horror, it discovered that it had unknowingly been forced into a region more ancient and silent than any before. The bone tomb forgotten by the gods. Here floated countless ancient god skeletons, which had lost their divine radiance but still exuded a terrifying aura that sent chills down the spine. As soon as it entered, the Master of Calamity Star instantly felt a terrifying aura that could make even a half-step deity like itself feel panic and unease, gently emanating from the deepest part of the bone tomb. Though it was brutal and greedy, it was not foolish. In that moment, it suddenly realized it had fallen into a trap. That human who had flashed by in the graveyard of this realm. It was him. It had to be his doing. In the realm's graveyard, the bone tomb forgotten by the gods. Human! You dare to scheme against me. It let out a roar that trembled the void, its massive body adorned in pitch-black armor woven from millions of wailing souls erupted with an unprecedented terrifying aura. It was willing to pay any cost to break free from this eerie forbidden bone tomb that made it uneasy. Zhou Yan's figure suddenly appeared. He leisurely leaned against an enormous, unknown god's pale rib, calmly watching the trapped Master of Calamity Star, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He ignored the Master of Calamity Star's roar that could shatter stars, and instead, like greeting an old friend, spoke loudly into the depths of the silent bone tomb. It's been sleeping for hundreds of thousands of years, wake up. There's a fresh, nourishing treat delivered to your doorstep. If you don't come out to stretch your bones, these old bones will truly become overgrown with grass. As his words fell, boom! The entire bone tomb forgotten by the gods began to violently shake. It was as if a terrifying existence that had slept for endless years was completely awakened by his nonchalant words. Deep in the bone grave, in that endless darkness and silence. A pair, 10 pairs, hundreds, thousands. Countless pairs of ghostly eyes, filled with endless greed and hunger for flesh and souls, suddenly lit up. Kick. Fresh divine essence. So hungry, so hungry. Endless whispers of chaotic and madden will rose from all directions of the bone grave, merging into a terrifying torrent that could drive any being to madness. Immediately after, under the gaze of the Lord of Calamity, who was filled with unbelievable horror, countless terrifying entities formed from the decayed remnants of gods, unyielding grudges, and the unique chaotic rules of this bone grave surged like a black tide from every corner. They varied in form, some were fierce skeleton gods wielding bone blades, while others were flesh-sewn monsters with many hands and feet. But without exception, they all exuded a terrifying aura that rivaled the spookiest peaks, even that of a half-step divine lord. They were the indigenous people of this forgotten bone grave of the gods. The God Eaters. This was a terrifying tribe that acted solely on the most primitive instincts of devouring and destruction, without any unified will. Their combined strength was enough to confront a true, initial-stage divine lord head-on. At this moment, this group of God Eaters awakened by Zhou Yan's words, with their countless greedy and hungry ghostly eyes, locked onto the colossal, pulsating flesh nest of the Lord of Calamity, radiating alluring life energy and the essence of the world. In their eyes, it was undoubtedly the most delicious and nourishing feast in the world. Roar! Without a moment of hesitation. In the instant they locked onto their target, the endless swarm of God Eaters surged like a black flood that broke its dam, unleashing a series of spine-chilling, frenzied howls as they rushed towards the Lord of Calamity and its massive flesh nest. No! You damned skeletons! Get away from me! The Lord of Calamity faced the endless swarm of God Eaters, caught in an unprecedented, bitter struggle. Though it held the status of a half-step divine lord and was exceptionally powerful, the remnants and grievances of the shattered God Eaters quickly coalesced under the eerie rules of the bone grave and pounced madly again. It could easily slaughter individual or small groups of God Eaters, but the overall power of this entire swarm made the half-step divine lord feel tremendous pressure and fear for the first time. The massive flesh nest was continuously gnawed and torn apart under the relentless attacks of the God Eater swarm. Chunks of flesh bursting with vast energy were ripped away, and then more God Eaters rushed in, devouring them entirely. Ah! Human! It's you! It's all your scheme against me. Amidst the frantic battle, the Lord of Calamity let out a roar filled with endless resentment and unwillingness. And Zhou Yan stood calmly at the entrance of the bone grave, like the most elegant gentleman, unmoving. Chapter 70, The Savior. He didn't rush to take the Calamity Star core that was now within reach. Instead, he occasionally stretched out a finger to gently tap in the void. With each of his taps, the ancient formations he had quietly set up in this forgotten bone grave of the gods experienced subtle changes in their operation. These formations were not used for direct attack. They unintentionally influenced the attack tendencies of the God Eater swarm. Let their attacks become even more insane and targeted. At the same time, they will change the spatial rules around the Disaster Star Master, causing every powerful energy outburst to inevitably affect other sleeping ancient divine corpses within the bone tomb, leading to even more God Eaters attacking. On Blue Star, in the live streaming room of the Huaxia National Fortune. All the viewers, at this moment, could only catch a glimpse through the broadcast, which had been filtered and weakened countless times, of the terrifying energy fluctuations exploding continuously in the forbidden area called the Bone Tomb of Forgotten Gods deep within the distant realm graveyard. And that howl, which belonged to the Disaster Star Master, was becoming weaker and more filled with despair and unwillingness, a mournful scream. My gosh! How many terrifying monsters are there in that bone tomb? That invincible Disaster Star Master seems like they are about to collapse. Master Zhou Yan's tactic of borrowing a knife to kill, no, it's leading a dog to bite a dog, is played too smoothly. Without shedding blood, watching tigers fight on the mountain. So cunning. I love it. This is true greatness. Strategizing in one place, deciding victory billions of light years away. He does not even need to act personally, yet he plays with a terrifying existence at the demigod level. After an unknown duration of a long and brutal bloody consumption battle, the once invincible Disaster Star Master finally, with its own strength, severely damaged more than 90% of the God-Eater swarm, but its fleshly nest for survival had already been gnawed to shreds, nearly collapsing. And the core Disaster Star core located at the heart of the nest was now covered in web-like fierce cracks, and the energy fluctuations emanating from it had weakened to the extreme, with strength dwindling to 1/10, already on the verge of total collapse. Just as those remaining yet still extremely crazed God-Eater swarms were ready to rush forward for the final devouring and division of this soon-to-fracture Disaster Star core, Zhou Yan, who had been calm and composed, like a mere observer, finally moved. He simply took a light step forward. In the next second, his figure seemed to transcend the dimensions of time, ignoring the distances of space, and instantly appeared before the crack-filled and soon-to-explode Disaster Star core. He ignored the remaining God-Eaters around him, who were glaring at him with threatening roars. He extended a clean, slender hand, seemingly untouched by any worldly smoke, and lightly touched the core of the Disaster Star core, which was about to shatter, holding energy capable of annihilating multiple star systems. A mysterious rune, profoundly enigmatic, as if containing the mysteries of the universe's life and death principles, flashed from his fingertip, silently merging into the star core. In an instant, the previously raging Disaster Star core, which was about to destroy everything with a self-explosion, had its interior's terrifying energy, miraculously, quieted instantly. All destructive, negative forces of calamity were forcibly sealed, suppressed, and even purified by that mysterious rune. In the end, only the purest, finest essence of the world, devoid of any impurities, and some purified fragments of calamity rules, radiating an enticing aura, remained. Zhou Yan flicked his finger. That sphere of purified world origin essence, resembling golden liquid, automatically flew toward him, being collected into an unknown space. While those fragments of calamity rules filled with a violent aura, which were as lethal as poison to ordinary beings, were discarded by him like garbage. Casually, he directed his gaze towards the surrounding swarm of God-Eaters, who were still restless, filled with both fear and desire for him. Consider this a reward for you. Zhou Yan's tone was like one granting favor to a group of obedient pets. After you've had your fill, go back to sleep. Don't come out and cause trouble for me. Those once ferocious God-Eater swarms, after devouring what was to them the supreme delicacy of the disaster rule fragments, gradually calmed their violent spirits, one by one retreating, satisfied, back into the dark depths of the bone grave. It was as if they had truly received the satisfaction in favor of a supreme ruler. Zhou Yan collected the incredibly pure, power-packed Disaster Star core essence into his pocket, nodding in satisfaction, and through the dragon column mark, he casually sent a thought to Ruan Xinglua, far away in the land of weeping souls. The fertilizer is here, and the quality is decent. Almost at the same moment when Zhou Yan successfully acknowledged receipt of this large bag of flower fertilizer, an announcement filled with joy and relief, even carrying a hint of being freed from burden, echoed throughout the entire Blue Star. Global Highest Level Safety Announcement. Global Highest Level Safety Announcement. According to the rules of the myriad realms, the imminent cosmic disaster source that was about to collide with and destroy Blue Star, the Disaster Star Master, half-step Divine Master level, has been successfully intercepted by an unknown guardian known as Zhou Yan, who wishes to remain anonymous, and has been utterly erased with supreme power. Blue Star is safe once more. The associated civilization, Huaxia, due to the special protective relationship between its consort and this unknown guardian Zhou Yan, will forever gain the special attribute of a Star Guardian for its national luck. Star Guardian, special national luck attribute will significantly enhance Huaxia civilization's resistance and early warning capability against all external disasters and malicious attacks. Additionally, all Huaxia citizens will receive a permanent boost in their efficiency of cultivation, comprehension, and communication with strange powers under the night sky or starry environments. Thanks to this protective blessing, Huaxia's national fortune has once again surged greatly. Its core leadership position within the Blue Star civilization system will be thoroughly secured. Upon this announcement, the entire Huaya Live broadcast room was engulfed in an even more thorough and frenzied celebration than ever before. Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan's strength has completely and utterly surpassed the limits of everyone's imagination. He is not only Huaxia's guardian god, but also the savior of the entire Blue Star. Chapter 71, Open Conspiracy. Zhou Yan's great deeds in the realm graveyard had thoroughly shocked the myriad realms through that global announcement. Blue Star, consequently, welcomed an unprecedented valuable development period. Huaxia's national fortune was more prosperous than ever, with the aura of a golden dragon coiling in the sky, dominating the seas. Its temporary residence situated in a bizarre world turned into a bustling hub, overflowing with visitors. Every day, countless representatives from various strange civilizations came bearing generous gifts, hoping to establish friendly relations with this newly rising super-civilization. The 3-day deadline had arrived. Zhou Yan's previous ultimatum to the defeated parties, including the Beautiful Nation, North Bear Nation, and the European Alliance, was now due for fulfillment. Ruan Xinglua, as the chief representative of the Huaxia civilization, prepared to officially collect the rent. The live stream room of Huaxia's national fortune was already filled with excitement, bursting with a sense of pride and superiority akin to that of a creditor of a great power. Ha ha! Rent collection time has finally arrived. Beautiful Nation, Cherry Blossom Nation, North Bear Nation, and those who waver, are your compensations ready? Any item on the list would surely make them feel the pinch for a long time, wouldn't it? Let them remember they once dared to confront us, Huaxia. I guess they definitely can't gather what they owe, maybe they will even try to play tricks. Waiting for Master Zhou Yan to take action again, teaching them a lesson. That's right. When dealing with these rogues, one cannot be soft-hearted. No money? Just go directly to their door to rob. In other live streaming rooms of Blue Star countries, it was a completely different scene. In the images, most of the country's top leaders looked haggard, running around to gather those rare and strange resources on the list, even selling off some non-core assets. Those faces full of humiliation sharply contrasted with the ease in the Huaxia live streaming room. The emotions of their domestic people were generally at an all-time low. A delegation from the Debtor Nations Alliance, led by the beautiful country's Secretary of State Ashton, arrived punctually to visit Ruan Xinglua. Respected Ms. Ruan Xinglua, messenger of Huaxia civilization. As soon as they met, Ashton humbled himself to the lowest point. He tearfully lamented to Ruan Xinglua about the tragic plight of his country and several other brother countries. Ms. Ruan, you know that due to the heavy losses in the trial at the Golden Ancient City, our beautiful country, Northern Bear Country, and the European Union have seen their fortunes plummet. Natural disasters and man-made calamities occur frequently, we are really unable to gather all the physical resources listed in your esteemed list within such a short time. We do not intend to default, it is really we are willing but powerless. However, just when Ruan Xinglua slightly frowned, thinking that the other side was preparing to openly play tricks, Ashton suddenly changed his tone, his face revealing a hint of determination and sincerity. But, to express our apology and respect for Huaxia civilization, and for the great existence behind you, our Debtor Nations Alliance, after a night of discussion, is willing to propose a more sincere compensation plan. Oh? Ruan Xinglua asked calmly, let's hear it. Ashton immediately took out a glowing document projection from his pocket and handed it to Ruan Xinglua. Ms. Ruan, this is an SSS-level abandoned strange domain called Golden Village. The exact entry location was just identified at a huge cost by our beautiful country. According to our preliminary investigation, within this Golden Village are mountains and rivers formed from pure golden source energy. Moreover, it is rich in countless golden strange creatures and heavenly materials. Furthermore, the quantity and total value of the resources inside far exceed everything listed in your compensation list. We are willing to offer the key to enter this SSS-level abandoned strange domain, Golden Village, as collateral for the core debt, fully entrusted to Huaxia civilization to handle. The information he presented was detailed and tempting, depicting the Golden Village which held fatal attraction for any civilization urgently needing development resources. Ms. Ruan, just imagine, as long as Huaxia civilization can successfully develop this place, the benefits gained would be far beyond the mere compensation list. Ashton's tone was full of temptation. This was a blatant conspiracy. What they were betting on was that Huaxia would definitely seize the opportunity without hesitation, facing such enormous benefits. They well knew that although Golden Village is filled with treasures, it is also notoriously known as a desire trap in the strange world. Legend has it that any life form entering Golden Village would be affected by the omnipresent golden source energy, amplifying their greed and desire infinitely. In the end, they would lose their minds, be assimilated by gold, turning into soulless beings who only knew how to guard treasures, golden zombies. They wanted to use this terrifying desire trap of Golden Village to ensnare the top exploration team of Huaxia. Even if that Huaxia woman followed them in, that would be even more perfect. Ruan Xinglua looked at the shimmering document, and her heart was clear. She calmly relayed Ashton's compensation plan in detail to Zhou Yan, who was far away in the happy community. After listening, Zhou Yan let out a disdainful chuckle. Huh, the Golden Land? It's just a low-level energy conversion trap that uses the greedy desires of living beings as fuel to catalyze the evolution of its own golden essence. How can they dare to present it as a treasure? However, Zhou Yan shifted his tone. The golden essence refined from this golden land might indeed have some little use for the evolving national dragon pillar on the back of your hand. Since they so sincerely handed over the pillow, let's reluctantly go check the goods. Ruan Xinghua immediately understood Zhou Yan's meaning. She lifted her cool eyes and looked at Ashton, calmly saying, "Your compensation plan does sound quite sincere. In principle, we can accept it. But..." Ruan Xinghua shifted her tone and clearly conveyed Zhou Yan's instructions. For such an important SSS-level tricky domain, its value assessment cannot be based solely on your word. Our Huaxia must send a professional evaluation team to enter the Golden Land together with your personnel for on-site exploration and value assessment. Only after we confirm its value and that it can indeed cover the list of compensations, can this agreement officially take effect. So please hand over the key to enter the Golden Land first. This. Ashton's smile slightly froze. He hadn't expected the other side to propose such a request for joint entry. This diverged somewhat from their original plan. But now that it had come to this, he couldn't show any hesitation, or he would be giving himself away. Chapter 72, Golden Guardian. Moreover, in his view, even if they entered together, with the terrifying desire erosion ability of the Golden Land, Huaxia absolutely wouldn't be able to hold on. At that time, as long as their beautiful country's people were well protected, they could easily turn around and trap Huaxia's elite team inside. Thinking of this, Ashton immediately put on a facade of generous and carefree smile. Of course, no problem. We completely understand Ms. Ruan's concerns. Joint evaluation is only right. Saying this, he took out a statue about a foot tall, crafted entirely of pure gold, from a special storage artifact protected by layers of restrictions. This was the key to enter the Golden Land. Ms. Ruan, here is the key, please keep it safe. With the handover of the key, soon, a team led by Ruan Xinghua, comprising dozens of Huaxia's top combat elites, quickly formed with the members representing the Det Nations alliance led by Ashton. To ensure that this trap in the Golden Land targeting Huaxia's elite team would be foolproof, Beautiful Country dispatched one of their top tricky domain agents, codenamed the Sweeper, Cole. Cole was ruthless, skilled in calculations, and was one of the most lethal assassination and destruction blades in Beautiful Country's hands. Plans executed by him had almost never failed. Guided by the key of the Golden Idol, Huaxia's elites and the Det Nations alliance members soon entered the legendary SSS-level lost tricky domain, the Golden Land. As soon as they stepped in, everyone was deeply shocked by the scene before them. Gorgeous gold. Dazzling to the eyes. The sky here was flowing golden molten liquid, the ground was pure gold crystal, and the distant mountains were towering golden peaks that stretched endlessly. Even the air was filled with a rich scent of wealth that seemed capable of leading one's soul to fall. Oh my God. This is simply a paradise where gods reside. We did it. We struck gold. Just picking up a single gold brick from the ground would be enough for me to live well for years. The members of the Det Nation Alliance were breathing heavily, their eyes gleaming with uncontrollable greed as they gazed upon the scene of gold spread out before them, almost losing their minds on the spot. Meanwhile, the members of the Huaxia team, reminded by Ruan Xinghua, forced themselves to suppress their shock and desire, their faces serious and on high alert as they scanned their surroundings. They all knew that the more beautiful a place looked, the more deadly the dangers often hidden within. The joint team pressed deeper into the land of gold, and along the way, aside from the mountains and rivers made purely of gold, they encountered no strange creatures or dangers at all. This unusual calm only heightened the unease in the hearts of Lin Anhua and other high-ranking members of Huaxia. After several hours of marching, an incredibly majestic pyramid, soaring thousands of meters high and built entirely of pure gold, appeared before everyone. The top of the pyramid emitted a massive wave of energy that could drive any living being into madness. Without a doubt, this was the core of the entire land of gold. Just as all the members of the Huaxia team focused their attention on the magnificent golden pyramid. At the back of the team, Cole, the leader from the beautiful nation, exchanged a subtle look with several core companions from his country and the European alliance, without making a sound. In the next second, Cole suddenly crushed the alchemical trigger that had long been hidden in his hand. Buzz. It's time to collect the net. A snake-like grin appeared on Cole's face. As he crushed the trigger, the entire land of gold instantly erupted with a brilliant light. Giant screens made of pure golden energy fell from the sky, completely sealing off all exits to the outside. At the same time, all the countless golden statues in all directions were activated. Crack. 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 Their heads, cast from pure gold, all turned towards the Huaxia team trapped in the center. A cold mocking voice echoed violently throughout the strange realm of the land of gold. Welcome to the eternal hell of wealth. Enjoy your final feast of greed. Ha 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 ha. With this mad laughter, the golden curse hidden at the very bottom of the land of gold exploded at this moment. Roar. Thousands of golden statues instantly transformed into true golden guardians. Fearlessly, they roared and surged from all sides towards the Huaxia team trapped in the center. With every attack they made, whether with claws or swords, there was an incredibly terrifying golden touch effect. If struck, anything, regardless of its material, would be assimilated in an instant, turning into lifeless gold. The Huaxia team instantly found themselves in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, Cole and the core members of the European alliance retreated to a specially prepared safe area that had been set up in advance to temporarily block the erosion of the golden curse. With cruel smiles on their faces, they watched like spectators enjoying a well-orchestrated play, taking in the scenery of the Huaxia team being submerged by a tide of gold. Cole took out a special communication device to report triumphantly to Ashton, the Secretary of State from the beautiful nation, far away on Blue Star. "Report, Mr. Secretary, the fish has taken the bait, and the golden curse has been fully activated. Within 10 minutes at most, this elite Huaxia team will be completely transformed into the new guardians of our land of gold." In the live broadcast room of Huaxia's national fortune. In this moment, all the hearts of the audience rose to their throats. Trapped. This is undoubtedly a complete trap. Goddess Ruan is surrounded. All around are S-class golden guards. How can we fight now? Quick, think of a way to break out. We must not let those golden things touch us. Where is Master Zhouyan? Where is Master Zhouyan? This trap seems really powerful. Master, quickly come save us. Just when the Huaxia team was about to be overwhelmed by the endless tide of gold, Zhouyan's disdainful voice clearly rang in Wan Xingluo's mind. Using the greedy desires of living beings as the driving core to activate these soulless energy bodies. Such a lack of originality, an old and tired trick. Xingluo, do you remember the bone abacus I rewarded you with after the challenge in the realm? Ruan Xingluo was stunned upon hearing this. She immediately remembered the peculiar abacus named 10,000 resentments returning to collect debts. That abacus, besides being able to collect those grievances, can also collect this kind of greedy debt. Zhou Yan said lightly. Upon hearing this, Ruan Xingluo felt her heart settle instantly. Without the slightest hesitation, she immediately took out the 10,000 resentments returning to collect debts from her storage space. Zhou Yan's voice rang in her mind again, teaching her a method of pushing the beads that was completely different from the previous one used to harness grievances. Ruan Xingluo quickly practiced and immediately acted on it. Her slender hands moved over the dark bone abacus, like a butterfly dancing among flowers, producing a series of sounds filled with mysteries and the laws of causation. Crackle! This time, the 10,000 resentments returning to collect debts no longer emitted the terrifying grievances that caused one to feel heart palpitations. Instead, amidst the crisp sound of the beads clashing, a bizarre invisible pulling force emerged. This pulling force was not aimed at the entities of those golden guards, but at the greed that drove the actions of the thousands of S-class golden guards. The golden guards, who were fiercely attacking the Huaxia team, suddenly halted in their forward motion. The dazzling golden light that had shone brightly on them rapidly dimmed at a visible speed. It was as if their batteries had been suddenly removed, and all their core power was being forcibly stripped away by an irresistible, terrifying force. Crack crack. The seemingly indestructible golden shells on their bodies began to show fine cracks. With a crisp sound of shattering, the hard golden shell of the first golden guard broke apart like a weathered eggshell, falling to the ground. Following closely, the second, third, hundreds, and thousands. The crisp sounds of shattering echoed throughout the golden domain, forming a continuous sound. When the layer representing the golden curse shattered completely, what appeared was not the energy core or puppet debris that everyone imagined. Instead, what revealed itself were the long-dried, true bodies of adventurers from different strange realms and different races. They were all the poor souls consumed by this golden domain in endless time due to their greed. As the golden shell shattered, wisps of broken souls, imprisoned for hundreds of years, slowly floated out from those desiccated bodies. The twisted faces of their souls, once cursed, gradually revealed a hint of relief and liberation. These souls, regaining their freedom, bowed towards Ruan Xingluo just before they completely dissipated into the world. In that bow, there were no words, but it was filled with endless gratitude, originating from their very souls. In the next moment, thousands upon thousands of souls transformed into sparkling, transparent dots filled with pure soul power and gratitude, all merging into the guiding soul lamp in Ruan Xingluo's hand that had been emitting a faint blue light. After absorbing this immense soul power, the lamp's wick, which had previously burned with a somewhat dim dark green flame, suddenly surged several times, its radiance becoming even brighter. No, this is impossible. Standing safely in the distance, Cole and the beautiful core members of the United Nations looked on in horror, their faces filled with disbelief and confusion. How could their prideful, deadly traps that were capable of slaughtering multiple S-level elite teams be so easily broken? What on earth is happening? This is completely different from the script they had planned. As tens of thousands of Golden Guardians were fully liberated, the core of the Golden Curse in the Golden Town, having lost its greatest source of energy, began to show signs of extreme instability. The colossal Golden Pyramid, standing several thousand meters high in the center of the Golden Town, started to flicker with an unstable light at the Desire Core atop, as if it could go out of control at any moment. At this moment, Zhou Yan's voice echoed once again in Wan Xingluo's mind. These appetizers were cleaned up quite nicely. Xingluo, the quality of the golden origin here is fairly decent. It's just right for the dragon pillar on your hand. Don't dawdle. Use the tip of the Gui Ji Feng and stab it directly into the desire core atop that pyramid. Take control of the entire Eerie domain. Upon hearing this, Wan Xingluo's eyes narrowed sharply. Without any hesitation, her petite figure transformed into a golden streak of light, shooting upwards towards the top of the huge golden pyramid under the horrified gazes of Cole and the others. The tip of the Gui Ji Feng in her hand emanated a chilling grey sword intent once more. Break for me! Ruan Xingluo shouted, channeling most of her strength into the sword tip, and thrust it violently towards the desire core. At the very moment the sword tip accurately pierced that golden core. Boom! The entire golden town began to shake violently as if the heavens and the earth were collapsing. The hard golden ground, the towering golden mountains, the rushing golden rivers in that instant, all seemed to lose their solid forms, transforming into the most primal and wild, true liquid gold torrents. Endless torrents of liquid gold, centering around that massive golden pyramid, formed a terrifying golden whirlpool with a diameter of over 100 kilometers that could devour everything. And at the very center of that golden whirlpool, an ancient aura stirred. A remnant soul of a golden ancient god, several times larger than the golden pyramid, slowly rose from the heart of the golden whirlpool. This was the true core of the golden town. Ruan Xingluo seized the rare opportunity while the remnant soul of the golden god was just awakening and still somewhat confused. Without hesitation, she fused the mighty dragon energy of the Jingua dragon pillar within her with the sword intent of the Gui Ji Feng. Roar! A grayish golden divine light, containing supreme dragon might and the rules of endings, erupted from Ruan Xingluo's fingertips. This divine light precisely pierced into the body of the golden ancient god's remnant soul. Roar! The remnant soul of the golden ancient god, just awakened, began to dissolve and disintegrate at a visible speed upon being struck by this grayish golden divine light that fused dragon energy and sword intent. Eventually, amidst the endless golden light, only a fist-sized core remained. The pure and flawless golden divine core quietly hovered in midair. Ruan Xingluo extended her hand and carefully placed this exceedingly precious golden divine core into her pouch. As the remnants of the golden ancient god's soul dissipated, and its core divine core was taken away, the entire golden land, that violent whirlpool of liquid gold, also completely calmed down. Its control over the entire strange realm, along with the transfer of the golden divine core, completely fell into Ruan Xingluo's hands. Chapter 74, The Strangeness. After the Golden Land incident concluded, China's harvest was unprecedented. Ruan Xingluo and the core members of the Chinese delegation, including Director Lin Anghua, were taking a brief rest and inventory at the Blue Star Alliance's transit station in the strange world. However, the joy of victory was soon replaced by a sudden and terrifying crisis originating from within. In the transit station, while cultivating, Ruan Xingluo suddenly emitted a muffled groan of pain she could not suppress. Her pretty face turned pale, her forehead covered in fine, cold sweat, as her petite body trembled uncontrollably while sitting on the jade bed. Due to the unprecedented return of national fortune to China, as well as her own rapid absorption of various overwhelming top-tier powers like the Dragon Pillar, the Heart of Gold, and the Golden Divine Core. These powers, although already processed by Zhou Yan, were too advanced and complex in essence. At this moment, they were like countless unyielding kings within Ruan Xingluo's body, clashing and repelling one another wildly. Inside her consciousness, there was a catastrophic storm of rules sweeping through. Her body sometimes emitted the sacred and domineering golden light of the Heart of Gold, while at other times, it radiated the silence of the Requiem Blade, capable of ending all things. These two utterly different but equally terrifying powers of rules clashed crazily within her, making her feel as if her body and soul were like a balloon being endlessly inflated, ready to burst at any moment from this terrifying force. This scene was also clearly presented to all Chinese viewers through the live national fortune broadcast. Outside the cultivation room, the Chinese guards and researchers, who could only observe through the monitoring footage, were all in a panic like ants on a hot stove. In the live broadcast room, the atmosphere that was originally filled with celebration and joy instantly turned into extreme tension and worry. What happened to Goddess Ruan? Her aura is so unstable. So terrifying. I feel like the screen is about to be shattered by the power spilling out. Golden light and grey mist are fighting. Is this power out of control? Could it be, the national fortune is too strong, and the benefits are too much for her body to handle? What should we do? Director Lin and the others seem helpless. Where is Master Zhou Yan? Master Zhou Yan, please save Goddess Ruan. At the same time, the contestants from the beautiful nation and the cherry blossom country were also suffering from another form of pain. Their national fortune had declined, unable to provide effective protection and energy replenishment, and their own powers were rapidly flowing away at an irreversible speed. Some contestants were even beginning to exhibit terrifying strangification phenomena, transforming into strange creatures. In stark contrast, the happiness crisis Wan Xinghua faced due to receiving too many benefits seemed to contestants from other countries like a kind of Versailles. But they all understood that the danger level of this happiness crisis was no lower, even perhaps higher. No. The energy conflict within Consultant Wan is too intense. All our suppression and guidance plans are completely ineffective. Outside the cultivation room, Director Lin Anghua looked at Wan Xinglua's increasingly painful expression on the monitoring screen, sweating profusely in anxiety. Impatient like fire. They tried every known method, but facing a conflict of powers at such a high level, these mortals who hadn't even touched the threshold of rules were utterly helpless. At that moment, when everyone was at a loss. In Happy Community, Room 101, on the rocking chair in the courtyard. Zhou Yan, who had been silently watching Wan Xinglua's every move through some mysterious connection, let out a soft sigh. Alas, she is still just a little girl, her foundation is too weak, and she has taken too big a step, ultimately leading to trouble. It seems that this final protection must be handled by me personally. He slowly rose from the rocking chair. In the next moment, his figure merely flickered. He directly ignored the supposedly indestructible spatial barriers and layers of restrictions at the transfer station in the bizarre world, which even half-step divine lords could not easily breach. Silently, like teleportation, he appeared in the highly guarded, top-level cultivation room where Wan Xinglua was. He looked at the little girl on the jade bed, who was suffering from the frantic conflict within her body, and for the first time, his deep eyes showed a trace of undisguised heartache and tenderness. He reached out his hand and wiped away the fine beads of fragrant sweat that emerged on Wan Xinglua's forehead due to pain. All right, Xinglua, it's okay now. His voice was soft and gentle, yet seemed to contain a strange magical power that could soothe all the world's pain and unrest. As his voice sounded, he gently waved his hand. In an instant, the stars shifted and the universe turned upside down. The originally cold cultivation room, filled with the air of technology and rune restrictions, instantly vanished. In its place was a scene full of birdsong and fragrant flowers, with rich spiritual energy, self-contained laws, overflowing with endless vitality and peaceful atmosphere, and independent courtyard. This courtyard did not belong to any space in the bizarre world, it was an absolute domain opened up by Zhou Yan with supreme power. Here, all outside prying eyes and the noisy rules and heavenly path of the bizarre world were blocked off. This was the first time Zhou Yan truly descended to address Wan Xinglua's issues. In the Huaxia live broadcast room, all the viewers erupted in cheers filled with excitement and relief upon seeing Zhou Yan's familiar and majestic figure. Zhou Yan, the big shot. It's Zhou Yan. He has finally descended in person. So handsome. So gentle. The way he looks at Goddess Ruan, my heavens, it's simply melting my heart. This is the real husband power max. Always showing up by your side at the most critical moment. Inside the independent courtyard, Zhou Yan looked at Wan Xinglua, whose expression had slightly relaxed, with eyes full of affection. He reached out his hand, gently pulling her into his embrace, speaking softly in an unprecedented gentle tone by her ear to comfort her. Silly girl, you've suffered. The opportunity you've gained this time is too great, and the power is too mixed. With your current body, forcing a fusion will naturally cause pain. Wan Xinglua leaned in Zhou Yan's warm and strong embrace, feeling the familiar scent that made her incredibly at ease, and the previous heart-wrenching pain seemed to lighten considerably. Weakly, with a hint of dependence, she quietly asked, "Husband, am I going to die?" Nonsense. Zhou Yan lightly scolded her, softly saying, "With me here, how could anything happen to you?" He gently patted Wan Xinglua's back, his voice calm and filled with undeniable confidence. Your current situation requires a complete origin path fusion. I will personally intervene, using my origin power as a guide to help you comb through and merge the chaotic and mixed rule powers within your body. This process may be a bit special. Zhou Yan paused, seemingly pondering what words to use to describe it. But you only need to remember, empty your mind, and give everything to me. Is it the source path unity? Wan Xinglua looked up in confusion, gazing at Zhou Yan's deep, starry eyes, even though she did not understand what these 4 words truly meant. But she could feel that what was about to happen would bring an unprecedented transformation for her, and even for their relationship. Chapter 75: The Deadliest Poison. Inside the exclusive courtyard that Zhou Yan casually opened up, spiritual energy lingered, and rules formed on their own, isolating all disturbances from the outside world. He looked at Wan Xinglua in his arms, her face showing pain from the clash of powers, her delicate body trembling incessantly, and the hint of pity in his gaze turned into an unprecedented seriousness. Xinglua, listen to me. Zhou Yan's voice was deep and gentle. Your current situation is very dangerous. National Fortune Rebirth, Golden Divine Aura, Annihilation Sword Intent, National Dragon Pillar. Any one of these powers, taken alone, is enough to transform an ordinary being, but when they appear in you together, it becomes the deadliest poison. What I am about to do for you in the unity of Source Path is not simply energy infusion or organization. I need to enter your spiritual world, and in your sea of consciousness, reweave and fuse these conflicting top-level power rules for you. This process will require enormous mental effort and high control from both you and me as the guide. A slight misstep could cause your sea of consciousness to collapse instantly, soul annihilation, and even gods cannot save you. Zhou Yan explained in detail the dangers Ruan Xinglua was facing. Ruan Xinglua looked at the unprecedented seriousness in Zhou Yan's deep eyes, feeling both moved and anxious. She knew that Zhou Yan would never joke about something like this. She nodded firmly, her clear eyes filled with unreserved trust in Zhou Yan. "Husband, I believe you. You can begin." After saying this, she slowly closed her eyes, completely and unguardedly opening her most vulnerable soul and sea of consciousness to Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan took a deep breath, his fingertip gently tapping on Ruan Xinglua's forehead. A wisp of power, condensed to the extreme and containing his source aura, instantly sank into Ruan Xinglua's sea of consciousness. However, when Zhou Yan's soul will truly descended into Ruan Xinglua's sea of consciousness, even with his experience of great storms, he couldn't help but slightly furrow his brows. What unfolded before him was not a normal sea of consciousness at all, but rather, a chaotic apocalyptic scene. The sky of the sea of consciousness was occupied by a huge golden vortex, filled with pure greed and devouring rules, which was the power of the golden divine aura. It was frantically trying to devour everything in this sea of consciousness. The ground of the sea of consciousness was shredded to pieces by intertwining gray sword energies. Each sword energy radiated the annihilating rules capable of ending all things, mercilessly obliterating all energy bodies that approached it. And between the golden vortex and the gray sword energies, a battered golden dragon, dim and shining, still struggled to hold on. It was the majestic golden dragon that continuously let out an indomitable roar, trying to maintain this spiritual world from completely collapsing with its national ruling power. This was the power of the national dragon pillar of Huaxia. 3 top-level rule powers formed a bizarre balance here. This is troublesome. Zhou Yan's soul incarnation frowned tightly. He realized that things were more complicated than he had anticipated. These powers were not merely simple rule conflicts. More importantly, because they were tainted by Ruan Xinglua's special fate as the child of national fortune, they had already intertwined with the national fortune of Huaxia on the distant blue star. A myriad of connections emerged. This means that any rough interference he makes here, or any failure of fusion, is very likely to cause a severe shock to the fortunes of the Huaxia nation through Ruan Xinglua as a medium. The difficulty of this operation has doubled. Xinglua, focus and listen to my command. Zhou Yan's voice echoed in Ruan Xinglua's chaotic sea of consciousness. Now, try to mobilize your will to guide that golden dragon, using its national spirit to restrain that weakest annihilation sword intent. Ruan Xinglua endured the soul-tearing pain and immediately followed Zhou Yan's guidance, attaching her powerful will, which had already touched the threshold of the extraordinary, to the wounded golden dragon. However, just as she was about to control the golden dragon to fight against that gray sword energy, on the other side, the golden vortex formed by the golden divine core suddenly erupted with an endless sense of greed. This greed was like the most violent mental poison, instantly breaking down Ruan Xinglua's already tense mind. Boom! The balance of power within her consciousness was shattered in an instant. The golden greedy vortex, having lost the restraint of the national golden dragon, suddenly expanded several times, transforming into a huge mouth that devoured towards the already battered golden dragon. Put! Ruan Xinglua, who was originally sitting on the jade bed, suddenly opened her mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood, her entire aura instantly withering, and her delicate face turned pale as paper. Zhou Yan's brows furrowed tightly. This process was far more perilous and tricky than he had anticipated. Although Ruan Xinglua's willpower exceeded that of ordinary people, faced with the temptation emanating from the golden divine core of a god-level core, she still seemed too young. He could not afford to hold back any longer and had to split off more of his own soul power to forcibly stabilize Ruan Xinglua's crumbling consciousness and prevent the golden vortex from devouring her. On the other hand, he acted like a battle-hardened commander, constantly teaching Ruan Xinglua in her mind how to use the sharpness of the annihilation sword intent to cut through the power of the golden vortex, and how to use the majesty of the national spirit to counteract the dead silence of the annihilation rules. Outside the courtyard, Li Nanguo and others could only see the energy fluctuations above the independent courtyard that Zhou Yan had casually opened suddenly become extremely violent. Sometimes, blinding golden light shot up to the sky, while at other times, dead gray sword energy crisscrossed, along with the sound of an unyielding dragon roar echoing through the clouds, filled with righteous spirit. 3 completely different rules of light and shadow wildly interwove and annihilated above that small courtyard. What is happening inside? This energy fluctuation is so terrifying. Master Zhou Yan has struck, there should be no problem, right? This is simply like 3 deities fighting inside Goddess Ruan's body. So terrifying. The audience from Huaxia in the live broadcast room could only guess the thrilling process inside through the occasional terrifying shadows that leaked out, each of them too nervous to even breathe. Within the sea of consciousness, time seemed to lose its meaning. Ruan Xinglua felt her will like a piece of stubborn iron repeatedly tempered in 3 divine fires, almost being completely ground and melted away by the endless rules of conflict. She was so tired and in so much pain, and she was about to hold on no longer. Chapter 76, The Connection of Souls, Never to be Parted. Just as the last trace of her clear will was about to be swallowed by pain and despair, a warm and familiar presence appeared behind her, embracing her already ethereal soul shadow in the sea of consciousness. It was Zhou Yan. "Don't be afraid." Zhou Yan's voice, filled with tenderness and determination, gently rang in her crumbling soul's ears. "Believe me, and believe in yourself. You have already done very well, it's just that you don't understand them yet. To truly master them, you must first understand them completely. Now, close your eyes and empty everything. I will take you to see some things you have never seen before." Zhou Yan's voice carried an unprecedented seriousness. Zhou Yan's soul manifestation tightly embraced Ruan Xingluo's nearly transparent soul shadow. He no longer forced her to fight against or control the raging power of the rules. He chose a more direct, and even more dangerous way. "Xingluo, look into my eyes." Zhou Yan's voice was filled with an unprecedented seriousness. He actively poured segments of his memories, long sealed for endless years, as kindling into Ruan Xingluo's impending collapsing sea of consciousness. He would use his life, his past, to ignite her last spark of hope. The first memory was of Blue Star, that old orphanage. In a dark corner, little Ruan Xingluo was pushed to the ground by other bigger kids because she couldn't get food, hugging her knees and crying softly in grievance. Not far away, the equally weak little Zhou Yan held half a piece of dry and hard black bread, which was the only food he had for the day. He watched her cry, hesitating for a long time. In the end, he took small steps toward her, stuffing that half piece of black bread, which he was reluctant to eat, into her arms. Then he turned and silently walked back to the corner alone, enduring the waves of hunger in his stomach but showing a slight, barely noticeable, awkward smile on his face. The second memory was of a strange world, a gloomy graveyard. Having just crossed over, the still very weak Zhou Yan was being chased desperately by a crying ghost, releasing a strong aura of death, with claws sharp as knives. He was terrified, flustered, and in a hopeless situation, hiding behind a cold tombstone, hugging his head and trembling. In despair, that suppressed toughness deep within his bones was finally fully awakened. Taking advantage of the moment the crying ghost approached, he used all his strength to pick up a sharp stone and crazily smashed it against the ghost's head again and again, until the opponent finally turned into a puddle of black water. After his counterattack, he felt no joy in victory. Instead, he stayed alone, hugging his knees and leaning against that cold tombstone, quietly sitting through the endless darkness and silence all night. In his eyes was confusion, fear, and an infinite thirst for survival. The third memory was in Happy Community, Room 101. At that time, Zhou Yan had already become the bloody lord above all realms. He had gotten used to being invincible, used to overlooking all beings. Outside the window was the splendid and brightly lit city in the strange world. Countless lights shone, yet not a single one was lit for him. He quietly gazed at the lights outside the window, and in his deep eyes, capable of making gods and demons tremble, there was no more of the past brutality and dominance, just an endless loneliness that felt entirely out of place with the world. High places are unbearably cold. Being invincible is also lonely. These three memories, like the deepest imprints, clearly, without reservation, unfolded before Ruan Xingluo's soul. She saw Zhou Yan's weakest past, his most desperate struggles. She also saw his heart hidden beneath supreme authority, the most real, and the most lonely heart. It turned out, he could also be afraid. He could also be lonely. Zhou Yan was not born a god. At this moment, Ruan Xingluo's feelings for Zhou Yan transformed from admiration and dependence into a deep and pure love. "Husband." Her soul shadow gently called out his name. And this pure feeling reached its peak. Unexpectedly, it became the best catalyst to harmonize all the conflicting powers of rules within her consciousness. Driven by this intense and determined emotion, Ruan Xingluo's nearly collapsing will became, for the first time, incredibly strong and resilient. She no longer tried to fight against or suppress the violent powers of rules in her consciousness. Instead, she used her most sincere feelings to understand and embrace them. A strange scene occurred. The golden greedy vortex, representing the golden divine status, transformed its desire to devour everything into a form of protection and persistence upon sensing Ruan Xingluo's pure intention to guard. The gray extinction sword intent, representing the saber of quietus, gradually withdrew its cold killing intent after touching Ruan Xingluo's resolute wish to protect Zhou Yan, transforming into a spirit of determination and sharpness. And the vast national responsibility, representing the pillar of the dragon of China, found a perfect balance between the two transformed powers of rules, perfectly merging guarding wealth and cutting off harm. At this moment, the three completely different top-level powers began to blend harmoniously as never before. Meanwhile, as Ruan Xingluo and Zhou Yan engaged in this soul-deep source agreement, the marriage contract, connected by the bizarre pairing system, gifted to them. The symbols of the contract, structured by cold, rule-based texts, surprisingly began to shatter and burn away under the invisible flames of their soul fusion. What replaced it was a soul imprint formed together from a trace of Zhou Yan's source power, merging their deepest memories and feelings. From this moment on, their connection was no longer that cold system contract. Instead, it was a true bond of souls, never to be separated. With the establishment of the soul imprint, the three top-level powers in Yuan Xingluo's consciousness, initially achieving harmony, began to perfectly blend, compress, and condense around this imprint. A brand new, stable, and powerful source core, belonging entirely to Yuan Xingluo, yet connected to Zhou Yan's origin, was about to be formed. However, at the final moment before this fusion was complete, this new source core seemed to be missing a most critical anchor point to solidify and make it eternal. Chapter 77, Gentleness. Zhou Yan's soul avatar looked at the core that was about to take shape, radiating endless divine light, and then at Yuan Xingluo, who was completely immersed in this mysterious fusion state in his arms. His exceptionally handsome face became serious and gentle. He gently lowered his head, speaking with a depth of feeling that seemed to contain eons, softly asking in her ethereal soul's ear. Xingluo, are you willing to carve all of your being and your future onto my soul for all eternity? To become my Zhou Yan, the only home in this endless void and eternal solitude? This was no longer a simple healing and protection. Rather, it transcended time and space, surpassing rules, and came from the deepest part of the soul, a proposal. It was his, the former Lord of Blood, now the Path Pioneer, to her, the girl he had silently protected since the orphanage, the most profound and solemn promise. Facing Zhou Yan's profound promise, which seemed to contain eons, Yuan Xingluo's soul shadow could no longer hold back and was in tears. Without the slightest hesitation, she responded with those three words. I do. As her response, emanating from the source of her soul. Everything about her seemed to transform into an eternal, indelible, brilliant stream of light, resonating with the vast and boundless primal mark of Zhou Yan, creating the deepest perfect resonance. This resonance became the final and most unbreakable anchor point. Boom! A sound that seemed to originate from the dawn of the universe exploded in Yuan Xingluo's sea of consciousness. The gold divine mark, the blade of return to tranquility, the national guardian dragon pillar, and other top-level forces of rules, which had always lacked that perfect opportunity, finally merged completely after obtaining this final anchor point. In the end, it forged a new source heart, about the size of a longan, crystal clear, constantly radiating dazzling light. With the formation of this source heart, Yuan Xingluo's realm was solidified, reaching a level that could make all powerful beings in the myriad worlds look up in admiration. It was a half-step god lord. But her half-step god lord status featured a deep understanding of various top-level rules, along with a refinement and purity of her internal power that far surpassed any existence of the same level. In the courtyard, Yuan Xingluo slowly opened her eyes. In those clear eyes, it seemed like galaxies were flowing, deep and filled with an unprecedented brilliance. She looked at the man in front of her, who was gazing at her gently. This time, for the first time, she could clearly feel the deep love hidden within his eyes, which always held a hint of laziness. Zhou Yan was also looking at her. They exchanged a smile, and everything was understood without words. They tightly embraced each other, enjoying the rare tranquility and warmth that belonged only to the two of them. A few days later, Yuan Xingluo and Zhou Yan finally walked out together from the independent courtyard that Zhou Yan had casually opened, returning to the transit station of the bizarre world. At this moment, Yuan Xingluo's aura had been deeply restrained to the utmost. She looked just like an ordinary, even somewhat refined, neighbor girl, with no trace of any powerful energy fluctuations. But when her gaze inadvertently swept over Director Lin Angua or those top Dragon Group experts responsible for guarding these battle-hardened warriors, would feel an inexplicable chill from the depths of their souls. That feeling was not like facing the pressure of a strong person, but rather a kind of absolute suppression on the level of life. Return to simplicity. This is the supreme realm that all strong beings in the bizarre world yearn for. When Yuan Xingluo reappeared in the global audience's view in this return to simplicity form, those control group countries, still struggling with how to deal with national fortune backlash, how to cope with power decline, and even how to avoid being assimilated by bizarre powers. Their high-level officials and citizens, after a brief stupor, completely fell into endless despair. They finally recognized clearly that the gap between themselves and Huaxia had grown so terrifying that no means could ever bridge it. Some high-level officials from small countries, who had previously harbored some luck, directly submitted a voluntary application to join the Huaxia Economic and Development Circle through the most urgent diplomatic channels after seeing Yuan Xingluo's calm and tranquil eyes that night. Hoping to seek self-preservation and avoid being completely eliminated by the cruel laws of the bizarre world. After completely resolving the internal issues within Yuan Xingluo, Zhou Yan seemed to feel that the time was finally ripe. He looked at Yuan Xingluo beside him, who had undergone a complete transformation, her strength and state of mind stepping onto a brand new level, with eyes filled with comfort and satisfaction. All right, madam, your problem has been completely solved. Zhou Yan held Yuan Xingluo's hand, with a hint of a smile in his voice. Now, it's time to deal with some of our real family matters. As he spoke, he signaled Yuan Xingluo to take out the soul-calling lamp, which had absorbed the grateful wishes of countless citizens from the Night Crying Kingdom and fused with the last remnants of the Guardian soul. Ruan Xinglua obeyed, holding the white bone lantern that emitted a warm and peaceful aura in her palm. Zhou Yan looked at the lamp, his gaze revealing a hint of nostalgia. This lamp is not just a simple sacred object used to soothe the souls of the night-crying kingdom. Its true core is a tender leaf I picked from the world tree, which is said to be the beginning of all realms, long, long ago. Back then, I found the king of the night-crying kingdom quite agreeable. He was honest and kind, so I left him the lamp wick made from this tender leaf as a token, asking him to protect something for me and promising him that if he ever faced great danger, he could seek my help once with this item. Unfortunately, he still could not wait for my return. At this point, Zhou Yan let out a gentle sigh. He extended his hand, and a strand of life force more pure than ever before slowly flowed into the soul-calling lamp. Buzz! As the lamp received Zhou Yan's source power, the flame inside surged instantly. The light it cast was no longer a vague path guide but coalesced in midair into a vivid moving picture. In that picture, there was a strange valley shrouded in thick grey mist, filled with countless white flowers emitting a sorrowful aura. Chapter 78, Dowry. In the deepest part of that valley, a young sprout of the world tree, only about an inch tall and completely green, was struggling to grow. But what was shocking was that the roots of this young world tree sprout, which symbolized endless life and hope, were tightly entwined by numerous dark, ink-like strange vines. Those vines, like maggots, were constantly draining the life source from the young world tree sprout. When Zhou Yan saw those dark vines, his eyes turned cold for the first time. A terrifying chill, strong enough to freeze all realms, flashed away from him. It's the Withering Lord's rotten roots. Zhou Yan's voice was filled with undisguised killing intent. This guy, hiding downstream of the river of time and only daring to play with the rules of decay and rot, actually dares to try to pollute my nursery while I'm away. He turned to look at Ruan Xinglua, who was also feeling heartbroken and angry for the polluted young world tree sprout. The cold killing intent in his eyes instantly transformed into endless tenderness. He gently pulled Ruan Xinglua into his embrace and spoke softly in her ear with an apologetic and serious tone. Xinglua, I'm sorry for making you see this. This young world tree sprout is the last insurance I planted for Blue Star before I had to leave. It is also the dowry I prepared for you, delayed for countless years. Now, there are blind pests wanting to destroy it. Zhou Yan raised his head, his gaze seemingly penetrating through endless time and space, locking onto the strange valley known as Weeping Flower Valley. A smirk appeared at the corners of his mouth. Let's go, Xinglua. Our honeymoon trip begins with cleaning up those unwelcome pests. Zhou Yan took Ruan Xinglua's hand, a gentle smile forming on his lips. Alright, madam, our honeymoon trip is officially starting now. Ruan Xinglua felt the warmth coming from his palm, filling her heart with an unprecedented sense of peace and sweetness. He nodded forcefully. Zhou Yan said no more, only holding the soul lamp that absorbed the last remnants of the guardian priest's spirit in his palm. He gently blew on the dark green flame of the wick. Boom! The soul lamp shone brightly, and a dazzling light beam, formed by countless pure soul particles, appeared out of thin air in front of them, extending directly into the endless void, leading to the Weeping Flower Valley shrouded in grey mist. Let's go! Zhou Yan wrapped his arm around Ruan Xinglua's slim waist and stepped onto this unique path of souls. This path was not just a simple space portal. It floated in the chaotic gap between worlds, surrounded by bizarre, ever-changing temporal and spatial turbulence, as well as the remnants of countless long-forgotten strange realms. On this path of souls that belonged only to the two of them, Ruan Xinglua snuggled tightly against Zhou Yan, enjoying this rare moment of solitude after the storm. Husband? She looked up, her clear eyes filled with curiosity. What is the world tree and that withering lord you mentioned before? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yan showed a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. The world tree, well, it's a rather interesting original plugin from the birth of the universe, representing the rules of life and creation. As for that withering lord, Zhou Yan said with a touch of disdain, it's merely a weed that grows alongside the world tree, inherently representing decay and rot, always wanting to turn the entire garden into its preferred, stinky, rotten state. Just as they enjoyed this rare moment of warmth together, the calm gap between worlds suddenly erupted into a void storm without warning. Rumble! Countless shattered remnants of strange realms, filled with chaotic and violent rules, were forcefully gathered together by an invisible power, forming a terrifying energy storm capable of tearing apart gods. The power of the storm was so great that even Zhou Yan, who was usually calm and collected, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. He looked up at the source of the storm and thoughtfully said, it seems that the vibration from that previous door has made this already unstable void gap even worse. Crack! With a crisp sound, the soul path constructed by the soul lamp instantly dimmed under the impact of this terrifying void storm, and even showed fine cracks, about to shatter completely. It seems the shortcut to the Weeping Flower Valley won't work. Zhou Yan frowned slightly, and to protect Ruan Xinglua from the storm's onslaught, he had to change direction immediately. He glanced at the compass in his hand, where a faint but exceptionally stable light point was flickering in the distance. Alright, let's take you to a nearby coordinate point where we can temporarily avoid the storm. Saying this, he wrapped his arms around Wan Xingluo, and with a flash, they disappeared from the path of souls that was on the brink of collapse. Thousand Realms Post Station Ruins Town. This is a neutral town built on the remains of an ancient giant beast, long dead, whose body lay like an island across the gap of the worlds. Here, in the endless void, it is a temporary rest stop for countless cross-realm travelers and refugees. The town's leader is a powerful and ever-changing neutral entity, Thousand Faces. He has established a strict rule that all beings who come here must obey. Within the town, regardless of deep-seated grudges or the strength of one's origin civilization, any form of private fighting and revenge is strictly prohibited. Those who violate this rule will be unrelentingly banished back into the endless void storm that can tear everything apart. The figures of Zhou Yan and Wan Xinglua silently appeared at the entrance of the small town. They walked into a tavern that was still open for business. The tavern was dimly lit, and the air was filled with the smells of cheap alcohol, unknown spices, and the complex scents emitted by various beings of different races. Zhou Yan and Wan Xinglua's arrival did not attract much attention. After all, in this ruined town, strange creatures came and went every day, making their pure human forms seem rather ordinary. However, just as Zhou Yan was pulling Wan Xinglua to find a quiet corner to sit down, Wan Xinglua's gaze was drawn to several unexpected figures at a table in the corner of the tavern. One of them, dressed in luxurious attire full of exotic charm, was sipping a mysterious drink in her hand. It was Mia, the Oil Nation's matchmaker, who had collaborated in the Golden Ancient City ruins before. At this moment, she appeared as capable as ever, but her beautiful eyes hinted at a trace of undeniable fatigue and a heightened awareness of her surroundings. Opposite Mia sat a gaunt woman with a gloomy complexion, her eyes filled with endless resentment and unwillingness. She was Shinto Kyuka, the matchmaker from the Sakura Nation. At this moment, she no longer had the arrogance she had displayed in the Golden Ancient City. Her SS-level artifact, Tears of Izanami, which the Sakura Nation had high hopes for, now lay dim and cracked, covered in fine fissures. It was clear that it had suffered irreparable damage during some previous disaster or conflict. Her nation's fortune had already plummeted to rock bottom. Besides the two of them, there was a timid and shy young woman sitting at a more inconspicuous table. Next to her was a guardian spirit, resembling a small fairy, exuding a weak aura. Wan Xinglua recognized her. She was Isabella, the matchmaker from the Blue Star Maple Nation. She represented the vast majority of Blue Star's small nations, struggling to survive in the cracks. The three of them and their represented nations seemed unqualified to participate in the previous Multiverse Coordination Conference. After the meeting ended, they were directly transported to relatively safe areas of the strange world for the subsequent regular trials. Little did they expect to meet again because of this sudden void storm. The tables of Blue Star matchmakers in the corner, who had been conversing quietly, almost simultaneously noticed them. The atmosphere suddenly became incredibly awkward and tense. Mia from the Oil Nation trembled slightly with her drink in hand upon seeing Zhou Yan's calm face, a flicker of deep reverence from the Multiverse Coordination Conference crossing her eyes. Opposite her, Shinto Kyuka from the Sakura Nation shot a blatant glare of hatred the moment she laid eyes on Wan Xinglua. At another table, Isabella, the shy girl from the Maple Nation, was so frightened she almost shrank under the table like a scared deer, too scared to lift her head again. It was clear that Zhou Yan and Wan Xinglua had left a lasting and terrifying impression on them during the Multiverse Coordination Conference and previous missions. Just as the atmosphere grew strange, the tavern's old wooden door, made from some giant beast's rib, was suddenly shoved open with a loud bang. A burly mercenary, exuding a strong aura of violence and blood, swaggered in. Starbreaker Raider. When seeing the badge made of shattered stars and white bones on the mercenary's shoulder, everyone couldn't help but gasp in low voices, silently shrinking back. This Shattered Star Raider is a notorious mercenary and pirate organization in the cracks of the myriad worlds, known for its ruthlessness, burning, killing, and plundering, a nightmare for countless interstellar trade fleets and weak civilizations. This Shattered Star Raider named Khan was clearly a regular at this tavern. As soon as he walked in, he headed straight to the bar, ready to order the strongest drink. However, when his gaze accidentally swept over the table of Kamagang Akiha, his eyes instantly lit up. Oh, isn't this that girl from Sakura Country? What's her name? Kamagang? Khan held a glass of just poured strong liquor and walked directly to Kamagang Akiha, his face revealing a brazen and aggressive smile. He looked up and down at Kamagang Akiha's face, which, though haggard, was still considered beautiful, and at the damaged SS-grade cursed object on her chest. In a teasing tone, he said, "What's wrong? Did you lose your pants in the final trial and now you've fallen to this godforsaken place to drink away your sorrows? Seeing you so pitiful, why don't you sell that broken stone on your chest to me? The price is negotiable, and I guarantee I'll make you eat and drink well in this wreckage town." Kamagang Akiha trembled with anger from Khan's humiliation. She shouted fiercely, "Preposterous! Who do you think you are? How dare you covet the divine object of my great Sakura Empire? But her strength, already diminished due to the decline of her country's fortunes and the damage to her cursed object, had long since been inadequate in front of Khan, a fierce mercenary who had been licking blood on the knife's edge for years, at least in the late stage of the ghostly realm. Seeing this, Khan's smile became even more disdainful. What's wrong? You still want to fight me? You should see what kind of place this is and look at yourself, how much strength you have left. I advise you to obediently hand over the goods, lest you bring suffering upon yourself. Khan's tone was full of naked threats. Faced with this sudden, powder keg-filled conflict, Zhou Yan seemed to be indifferent, as if everything happening before him had nothing to do with him. He dragged Ruan Xinglua directly to an empty bar, sat down, casually ordered a drink, and then watched the show between Khan and Kamagang Akiha with great interest. Behind the bar, a certain incarnation of Qianmian, upon seeing Zhou Yan's calm face, found his hand pouring wine for Zhou Yan trembling uncontrollably. As the owner of this wreckage town, he could sense more clearly than anyone else. This seemingly ordinary human man contained terrifying power that was enough to make everyone tremble. Mia from the Oil Kingdom, after a brief hesitation and weighing her options, proactively brought her drink and sat down next to Ruan Xinglua. Ms. Ruan, Mr. Zhou. Mia nodded slightly to the two, as a greeting. Thank you for your help back in Golden Ancient City. After a simple thank you, she lowered her voice, her expression serious, sharing a piece of intel she had just learned. Ms. Ruan, you should be careful in China lately. As far as I know, after experiencing the dual defeats of the Coordination Conference in the Golden Region, the most radical and powerful military-industrial complex forces in the beautiful nation seem to have reached an agreement through a taboo sacrificial ritual. With a powerful Eerie civilization known as Abyss Machinery City, famous for creating war puppets and forbidden weapons. They are preparing to create a type of war puppet that can be mass-produced, specifically designed to restrain and target the power of your China's national dragon pillar. Mia's words made Ruan Xinglua's heart shiver slightly. At that moment, the conflict on the other side also escalated. Little girl. It looks like you refuse to drink the good wine and prefer the bad. Khan's patience had clearly run out. Seeing Shinkami Akiha still tightly clutching the damaged pendant in front of her chest, a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Khan stopped talking, and his large hand, like an iron claw, reached ferociously for Shinkami Akiha's neck. Chapter 80, What Secret? He actually dared to openly take action to rob within this tavern in the ruined town where private fights were strictly forbidden. Under Khan's cruel and bloody pressure, Shinkami Akiha turned pale with fear, unable to muster even an ounce of strength to resist, letting out a desperate scream. At this critical moment, in her despair, Shinkami Akiha suddenly spotted those two Chinese men at the bar who had been watching like spectators the whole time. Grasping onto her last shred of hope, Shinkami Akiha no longer cared about the resentment and unwillingness she had felt earlier, and shouted with all her might towards Ruan Xinglua, Chinese. I know an important secret about the Lord of Decay. Use the secret. Exchange it for your protection this time. Zhou Yan's hand holding the wineglass paused slightly at her words. He didn't even turn his head, only said lightly, Oh? What is the secret? Let's hear it. Is it worth your life? Shinkami Akiha bit her teeth tightly, a look of unwillingness and humiliation flashing in her eyes, and finally shouted in a very fast voice, The Lord of Decay is not invincible. According to the oldest myth and epic of my clan, the reason it can transform into the very rules themselves is because it devoured the sorrowful emotions of countless worlds and endless living beings. And there is something that can make it feel joy again. Joy is the deadliest poison to it. Upon hearing their conversation, Khan was filled with even greater anger. These two Chinese people and this girl from the Cherry Blossom country actually dared to conduct a transaction in front of him, Khan, so openly? This was simply the greatest insult and contempt towards him. Seeking death. Khan furiously roared. He no longer cared about the damaged SS-level artifact but poured all his fury onto Shinkami Akiha, who was about to reveal more secrets. An enormous war axe, shimmering with a blood-red cold light, had somehow appeared in his hand, carrying a terrifying might that could split mountains in crackstones, and it fiercely swung down towards Akiha's head. Zhou Yan, who had been watching leisurely, slowly finished the last sip of his oddly colored ghostly wine. He casually placed the wineglass gently on the bar. Ding! A sound that was incredibly clear yet seemed to penetrate through time and space rang out. In that moment, all beings in the tavern seemed to have their movements, thoughts, and even heartbeats paused by an invisible hand. Time had frozen. Khan's blood-red gigantic axe bizarrely hovered less than a centimeter away from Shinkami Akiha's hairline. His face still maintained a cruel smile filled with lethal intent. Everything was like an insect sealed in amber, unable to move. Only Zhou Yan and Ruan Xinglua remained unaffected. Zhou Yan's voice, carrying a hint of laziness and coldness, echoed through the air. You dare to act in front of my wife and still want to kill in silence? Did you ask me? As he finished speaking, the frozen time resumed its flow. What? Khan was horrified to discover that he completely lost control of his body. He could feel that his mind was still working, but his limbs and body seemed no longer his own, firmly bound in place by a force he could not understand. Zhou Yan didn't even glance at him, as if he were just an insignificant wisp of air. He simply turned his head, his gaze flat as he looked at the innkeeper behind the bar, Chen Mian. Boss. Isn't it time to enforce the rules here? At the moment Chen Mian heard Zhou Yan's words, his transformed body trembled violently, almost collapsing on the spot. Yes. Yes. Honorable. Sir. He dared not show any delay, immediately dissipating the form of the bartender and instead transforming into a judge, draped in a solemn robe, holding a thick legal code, and with an extremely imposing face. He raised the legal code high in his hand and, with an emotionless voice, announced the judgment against Khan to the entire tavern. Starbreaker Khan. Within the traveler's dream tavern, openly violating the only iron rule of the Remains town, deliberately engaging in private duels, aiming to kill and rob. His crime must be punished. His soul shall be cast into the void storm, eternally sinking, unable to be reborn. Exile, to be executed immediately. As the judge's words fell, the space around Khan's imprisoned body began to twist violently. No. No. I was wrong. Please spare me, my lord. Lord Xian Mian, please spare me. Khan finally managed to cry out, but it was all too late. An irresistible power transformed into countless invisible chains, dragging him forcefully towards the tavern's exit. Ultimately, under the fearful gazes of all the otherworldly travelers in the tavern, this infamous Starbreaker was ruthlessly thrown into the void storm outside the tavern like a torn sack. Without even having time to let out a cry, his body was instantly shredded into pieces in that raging void storm. This scene left all the travelers in the tavern, who had still entertained hopes, terrified and speechless. Zhou Yan's saving of Shinkyu Akiha was not born of any goodwill. He simply disliked having someone jumping around in front of his lady, disturbing their peace. He turned his head and, with a flat gaze, said to Shinkyu Akiha, "That information of yours is somewhat interesting. However, just this is not enough to buy your life. Give me your teardrop. As a trade, I can tell you how to make this tear, which only understands flowing sorrow, truly emit a joyful energy for you." Shinkyu Akiha suddenly raised her head at these words, her eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness flashing with a hint of incredible shock. Did he actually know the core secret of Izanami's teardrop? In the end, Shinkyu Akiha succumbed. She trembled, using her last bit of strength to hand her last hope to Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan took the dull teardrop, not even glancing at it again. He casually flicked it with his finger. A wisp of blessing power from the Nightcry Kingdom's prayers quietly seeped into that teardrop. Buzz! A miracle happened. On that teardrop, the originally terrifying cracks began to miraculously repair at a visible speed. The aura it emitted also transformed, no longer that pure, heart-wrenching sorrow and resentment. Instead, it was interlaced with a strange atmosphere of sadness and joy, filled with contradiction and hope. Chapter 81 Auction. Take it, leave here, and go to a place that can truly make you feel happy from the heart. Zhou Yan tossed the strangely changed teardrop back to Shinkyu Akiha. Perhaps, it can give you an unexpected surprise. Take care of yourself. Shingong Akiha stared blankly at the tears of Izanami in her hand, which now radiated a completely different aura, feeling a mix of emotions in her heart, uncertain whether to feel joy or sadness. At that moment, the Judicator, transformed from 1,000 faces, respectfully bowed to Zhou Yan once more before announcing aloud, to celebrate that our remnant town has once again survived the terrifying void storm, and to thank all the travelers for maintaining order in our town. The station has decided to hold a small, spontaneous auction immediately. At the auction, several peculiar items retrieved from the void storm by the station guards will be presented. As this news broke, the oppressive atmosphere in the tavern slightly eased. Soon, several remarkable and bizarre materials and broken artifacts were presented and sold off at high prices by wealthy merchants and mercenaries in the tavern. Finally, it was time for the last item, the grand finale of the auction. The moment that item was revealed, a thick, overwhelming aura of decay, corruption, and death instantly filled the entire tavern. It was, in fact, a root roughly the length of an arm, entirely pitch black, covered in countless twisted barbs, and pulsating slightly, as if it had its own life, the fallen root of the world tree. At the instant this fallen root appeared, the soul guide lamp in Ruan Xingluo's arms gave a sudden leap. And Zhou Yan, who had been calm and carefree, paused slightly, a trace of barely noticeable chill flashing deep in his eyes. However, the one who reacted the most was not either of them. It was Shingong Akiha, who had just stepped back from the brink of death, her mind and body on the edge of collapse. Upon seeing that fallen root exuding a strong aura of decay and corruption, a kind of almost frenzied, hysterical fervor exploded in her previously dazed eyes. The Master of Decay. This is the primal power of the Master of Decay. Although filled with corruption and decay, its essence remains that of an unfathomable, terrifying existence. If she could obtain it. Force of fusion. She could not only repair all the damage to the tears of Izanami, but might also find unexpected fortune, soaring to new heights. This is perhaps her only chance to turn things around. This route. I want it. I will offer. I will offer everything I have. Ignoring everything, Shingong Akiha nearly offered all her possessions to bid for this fallen root, which others saw as nothing but a poisonous item. And at that moment of winning the bid, she didn't even wait for the auction to end, without hesitation pushed the root against her heart, trying to force a fusion under the gaze of those who regarded her as a madman. Ah! However, the terrifying power from the Master of Decay was something her already withered and broken body could endure. A scream like none other, piercingly shrill, erupted from Shingong Akiha's mouth. Her body began to be rapidly covered and entwined by countless pitch-black vines at a visible rate. An aura of terror, several times more powerful than before, filled with endless madness and pure will of decay, exploded from her. In front of everyone, she underwent a direct transformation, becoming a complete loss of reason, only knowing how to spread decay and corruption, a harbinger of decay. A moving, destructive natural disaster was birthed within the closed tavern, catching everyone off guard. She had completely lost any sense of reason. Only endless madness and a desire for destruction remain. After scanning the surroundings, she immediately locked her gaze on the most vibrant life force in the entire place, which was Ruan Xinglua. Zhou Yan watched as the completely disfigured, withering apostle, howling and preparing to pounce on Ruan Xinglua, slowly set down his wine glass. He let out a soft sigh, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. You see, there are always those who like to cut off their own paths. He turned his head to look at Ruan Xinglua, who was already ready for battle beside him. Xinglua, it seems our honeymoon trip's appetizer has already been delivered to us. Shingong Xiuya let out a piercing cry, but her voice quickly morphed into something unrecognizable as human. Her body began to twist and contort, her skin rough like tree bark, the sanity in her eyes completely vanishing, replaced by pure decay and a desire for destruction. I understand. Zhou Yan still sat calmly at the bar, as if everything happening before him was expected. The Lord of Withering had already left a seed in her. The earlier blessing was just an introduction, the true goal was to activate this seed. The transformed Shingong Xiuya let out a roar that was completely unlike that of a human. Roar! The terrifying withering halo instantly expanded with her at the center. All matter in the tavern began to rot more quickly, wooden tables and chairs were suddenly filled with wormholes, and metal cups immediately rusted. Even the air turned foul and putrid. Black, decaying vines wildly spread from the withering apostle's feet, instantly sealing off all exits of the tavern. It's over. We're trapped. The other multiverse travelers in the tavern fearfully discovered that the original exit was completely blocked off by dense, black vines. The will of 1,000 faces descended, and the embodiment of the judge appeared again, but this time his voice carried a hint of helplessness. This is voluntary fusion, not a private fight. Within the rules, the station will not intervene. But to ensure the safety of the remains town, this place will be temporarily sealed until the threat is removed. After saying this, the embodiment of 1,000 faces disappeared, clearly not intending to get involved in this matter. China Live Room. What the heck? Shingong Xiuya has turned into a monster. What is happening? Why did she suddenly change? We're trapped. Goddess Ruan's is in danger. Zhou Xin is still calmly drinking, isn't he a bit too calm? Hurry up and intervene. If you don't act soon, you'll lose your wife. The live broadcast became choppy due to the rule lockdown, but it was still possible to barely see the dangerous scene inside the tavern. The withering apostle locked onto the strongest life force, Ruan Xinglua, and lunged violently towards her. Ruan Xinglua immediately reacted, the power of the dragon pillar surging from within her. Dragon roar to the 9 heavens. Golden dragon energy transformed into a tangible, majestic dragon illusion, roaring as it faced the withering apostle. However, to everyone's shock, the unstoppable dragon illusion began to rapidly dull the moment it made contact with the withering halo. What? Ruan Xinglua's expression changed. She realized that her dragon pillar power had little effect on this monster. Even more frightening was that the halo emitted by the withering apostle was not only corroding matter but also tainting the very energy itself. Even the dragon energy within her began to feel sluggish, as if something was dragging it, causing its movement speed to slow. This isn't just a simple power clash. Zhou Yan's voice directly entered Ruan Xinglua's mind through their soul imprint. This is a higher-level rule pollution. The halo it emits can assimilate all energy. The stronger your dragon energy, the more severely it gets polluted. Ruan Xinglua struggled to resist the withering apostle's attack while urgently asking, "What should we do?" Did you see? This is not Shingong Xiuya, but a port of the Lord of Withering's power. Zhou Yan remained comfortably seated at the bar, even leisurely pouring himself another glass of wine. It is trying to transform this place into a decaying dead zone suitable for its master's arrival. If you directly kill it, this ownerless decaying power will explode instantly, and the consequences will be worse. If you want to win, you must find a way to cut off the connection between it and its master. On the other side, Mia from the Oil Nation struggled to summon her defensive trick, barely protecting herself and the already terrified Isabella. But her trick was quickly aging under the influence of the decaying aura, with fine cracks appearing on the surface. Damn! At this rate, I won't hold on for long. The other travelers in the tavern were also screaming in anguish. Some bodies began to sprout decaying moss, while some weapons instantly turned into rust powder. A lizard man from a different world stared in horror at his rotting scales, desperately shouting, "Help! I don't want to die." But the decaying apostle showed no regard for the lives of these ants. Its only goal was one, the life force most vibrant, Yuan Xinglua. Roar! The decaying apostle roared again, forming in its hand a root exuding a strong aura of death. That was the root of the fallen world tree. Even more bizarrely, all the tables, chairs, bottles, and other junk around being eroded by the decaying power suddenly came to life. They seemed to have gained life, producing a strange sound of crack crack crack, rushing towards Yuan Xinglua in overwhelming waves. These are decaying servants. Yuan Xinglua swung her dragon energy to shatter these rotten junk while her heart raced in shock. But there were simply too many of them, impossible to kill them all. Moreover, with each one she killed, her dragon energy would be contaminated a bit. Taking advantage of the opportunity while Yuan Xinglua was entangled by countless servitors, the decaying apostle raised the fallen world tree root high. The root glimmered with deadly black light, clearly preparing to launch a fatal strike. Huaxia livestream. This is it. Yuan goddess is being overwhelmed. That root looks very dangerous. Why hasn't Zhoushan made a move yet? If he doesn't now, it's really going to be over. Could it be that he's overestimating himself and is about to flop? In this critical moment, Zhou Yan finally put down his wine glass. But he still didn't get up, he simply issued commands simultaneously to Yuan Xinglua, Mia, and Isabella through his soul imprint. Listen carefully, I'll only say it once. Zhou Yan's voice echoed in the minds of the three. Mia, use your blood-killing power to set up a living blood altar on the east side of the tavern to attract the hatred of those decaying servitors. Isabella, have your little fairy use light of life to continuously shine on the root in the apostle's hand. Remember, it's the root, not the apostle's body. Xinglua, you are the main attacker. When Isabella's interference takes effect and the connection with its master becomes delayed, cut that root with all your strength. Understood. Mia executed the command without hesitation, instantly conjuring a dense blood-red light in her hand. Isabella, though shivering in fear, summoned her courage to issue commands to her little fairy beside her. Little light, I'm counting on you. The little fairy nodded, bursting forth with pure life light, shooting towards the root in the decaying apostle's hand. The plan was about to be executed. But the root in the decaying apostle's hand was already charged, and the shadow of death loomed above Yuan Xinglua. This strike would decide the life and death of everyone. Mia gritted her teeth, hands forming seals as dense blood-killing power gathered into a strange blood-colored altar before her. Blood-killing altar. Attract their attention to me. As soon as the altar took shape, those decaying tables and chairs surged towards the altar like sharks sensing blood. But the number of these decaying servants was simply too vast. The altar rocked precariously under the assault of countless servants. Mia's face turned paler and paler. Damn it! I can't hold on anymore. On the other side, Isabella trembled as she gave orders to the little fairy beside her. Little light, use the light of life to shine on that root. The little fairy let out a crisp cry, and pure light of life erupted from its body. The light shot straight toward the blackened root in the hands of the withering apostle. However, to the powerful withering apostle, this light of life was as insignificant as a breeze. But strangely, the black light on that root began to flicker slightly, as if disturbed by something. It's working. Keep going. Zhou Yan's voice rang in Isabella's mind. Isabella gritted her teeth and held on, the little fairy's light of life continued to shine. Finally, the arm raised by the withering apostle froze for an extremely brief moment. It was in this instant of flaw. Did you see it? Its connection with the master was disrupted. A flash of approval passed through Zhou Yan's eyes. The light of life is weak, but it has precisely interfered with the energy transmission of the root. However, at that moment, the withering apostle was thoroughly enraged by this continuous disturbance. Roar! It temporarily gave up on Yuan Xinglua and suddenly turned to pounce on the weakest Isabella. The corrupted world tree root, with the power to destroy the world, pointed straight at Isabella's heart. Be careful! Mia shouted in alarm, but she was entangled by the decayed servants and could not save her in time. The little fairy let out a mournful cry, putting all its strength to shield its master. But its tiny body seemed as insignificant as an ant before the withering apostle. The light of life was instantly suppressed by the withering power, rapidly dimming. It seemed that the little fairy was about to be completely consumed by the withering power. Xinglua, now is the time. Zhou Yan's voice thundered in Yuan Xingluo's mind. Don't mind its physical form, sever its connection with the world. Ruan Xinglua instantly understood Zhou Yan's intent. She didn't attack the physical root, but focused her will completely. The power of the dragon pillar in her body merged perfectly with the destruction sword intent of the returning silence blade. One sword of silence. Cut off the cause and effect. One sword of silence. Cut off the cause and effect. A nearly transparent sword beam erupted from the returning silence blade. This sword beam did not strike the withering apostle's body, but instead sliced directly towards something deeper. The rule connection between it and the withering master. Ah! The withering apostle let out a soul-piercing scream. The sound was so shrill that it sent chills down the spine of everyone present. One of its greatest sources of power had been severed. The connection to the withering master had developed a fatal crack. Impossible. How can you sever the rule connection? For the first time, the withering apostle spoke with rationality, as the remaining consciousness of Shingong Qiuye questioned in terror. Rule connection? Ruan Xinglua sneered. You are just a terminal of the withering master's power. Since it's a terminal, it can naturally be disconnected. With the connection severely wounded, the power within the withering apostle began to violently backfire against the remaining soul of Shingong Qiuye. No. I won't accept it. I haven't had my revenge. Shingong Qiuye's voice grew weaker and weaker. The tear on her chest began to tremble violently under the force of this terrifying backlash. Crack. A huge crack appeared on the surface of the teardrop. Crack. Crack. More cracks spread out in a dense web. Finally, in the shocked eyes of everyone, this national treasure of the Sakura nation shattered completely, turning into countless sparkling shards scattered across the ground. At the moment the teardrop shattered completely, a cold system announcement echoed through the sky. Global System Announcement, Blue Star Region. Sakura Nation contestant Shingong Qiuye, after forcibly merging with the forbidden mysterious entity and failing, her soul and the nation's luck imprint were completely assimilated and destroyed by the withering rule. Her binding with Sakura Nation's national luck was forcibly lifted. The Cherry Blossom Country's fortune has dropped to zero, its rating lowered to unobservable. The Cherry Blossom Country will permanently lose its qualification to participate in any subsequent strange marriages and related multiverse events. Huaxia livestream. What the heck? The Cherry Blossom Country has been directly removed. This is the result of betrayal. Shinomiya Akiha is digging her own grave. So satisfying. It feels good to watch. A whole country is gone, that's too ruthless. Audiences from all over the world were shocked. A once strong nation has been completely expelled from the stage of the strange world. It has lost all chances to turn things around forever. On the screen, the column representing the Cherry Blossom Country turned gray in an instant. There will no longer be any light. The decaying apostle lost its connection with its master, and also lost the support of Shinomiya Akiha's national fortune. Its power began to rapidly decline. Although it still maintained its powerful physical body and decaying power, it had turned into a brainless beast that knew only destruction. It should end now. Zhou Yan finally stood up and slowly walked in front of the beast. The beast felt the terrifying aura on Zhou Yan and instinctively took a few steps back. But Zhou Yan did not give it a chance to escape at all. He stretched out his finger and lightly tapped the beast's forehead. The power of decay is indeed a problem, but you are just a half-hearted wretch, not worth seeing. Saying that, Zhou Yan directly reached his hand into the beast's body. In the eyes of everyone who could not believe, he forcefully pulled the world tree's roots out from the beast's body. No! That's my power. The beast let out a desperate roar, but it was already powerless to resist. Without the roots, the beast's huge body began to rapidly shrink, ultimately turning into a puddle of foul-smelling black water, completely dissipating. Is this it? Mia looked at the puddle of black water, somewhat in disbelief. The decaying apostle, which had just been so powerful, was easily dealt with like this? Of course, it's not over. Zhou Yan held the roots in his hand, casually wiping off the decaying power on them. The roots regained their emerald green color, exuding a rich life force. The real show is just beginning. After the battle, the decay restrictions in the tavern were lifted. The decayed vines quickly withered and vanished, and the entrances and exits reopened. The thousand-faced avatar reappeared, staring at the roots in Zhou Yan's hand, filled with shock. This is the living roots of the world tree? Not bad, you have sharp eyes. Zhou Yan handed the roots to Ruan Xinglua. A nice souvenir, keep it. As soon as Ruan Xinglua received the roots, a miracle occurred. On the tip of the roots, a small green bud, only the size of a grain of rice, broke through the skin. A weak, yet incredibly pure pulse of life emanated from it. This pulse of life, like a spring breeze, instantly dispelled the remaining decaying aura in the tavern. Even the travelers who were injured under the decay aura began to heal rapidly. The thousand-faced avatar felt this aura and was so shocked that it couldn't speak. After a long while, it finally exclaimed, "It's the breath of origin. The power that can bring life back to the multiverse. How is this possible? Isn't the breath of origin long gone?" Other travelers in the tavern also widened their eyes in shock when they heard the words breath of origin. This is the legendary supreme power. It is said that only a true world tree can emit the breath of origin. Yet now, this power had appeared on a tiny root bud. The appearance of the breath of origin fundamentally changed the thousand-faced avatar's attitude. It respectfully walked up to Zhou Yan and held out an ancient token with both hands. "Your Excellency, this is the highest control token of Remnant Town. From today on, Remnant Town is willing to honor you as its master. We only ask, in the future, if the world tree can truly return, we may receive a shred of protection. Let the countless wanderers of Ruins Town have a true place of existence." Jianmian respectfully handed the token to Zhou Yan, his tone filled with awe. "Your Excellency, this token not only represents the highest authority of Ruins Town, but is also a symbol of identity recognized by many neutral forces in the cracks of the multiverse. With it, your actions in the entire multiverse cracks will be smooth and unobstructed." Zhou Yan casually took the token and weighed it in his hand. "Interesting, it even has spatial coordinates engraved on it." "Yes, Your Excellency," Qianmian hurriedly explained. "These coordinates connect various important nodes in the multiverse cracks, including intelligence exchange stations, supply points, and some secret shelters." Zhou Yan tucked the token into his embrace and said to Ruan Xinglua, "You see, sometimes doing good deeds brings rewards. We now have a permanent transit station and intelligence center in the multiverse cracks." Chapter 84, Another System Announcement. Ruan Xinglua nodded with a smile. Hubby is really amazing, casually saving a person and gaining such great benefits. At that moment, the sound of the system announcement echoed again in the sky. Global System Announcement. The Blue Star's Huaxia civilization, due to the acts of its partners Ruan Xinglua and Zhou Yan, has obtained the permanent governance rights and highest ally qualifications of the Neutral Force Thousand Realm Station, Ruins Town. Huaxia's influence and strategic depth in the strange world have greatly increased. Huaxia Live Broadcast Room. Here it comes again. Another system announcement. Our Huaxia's national fortune growth method is always so humble and unadorned. While others scramble for resources with all their might, we benefit from just doing good deeds. This is the gap in strength. The Huaxia audience had become numb to such unexpected gains. Their national fortune growth method was always so surprising, yet so natural. Zhou Yan's gaze turned to Mia and Isabella, who had contributed in this battle. Although they were not strong, their teamwork at the critical moment was crucial. He casually tossed them a few strange items left by Khan. "Your courage points are worth this price." Mia caught a short knife gleaming with bloodlight, shocked to find that it was actually an A-class strange object. This is too precious." Isabella held a protective talisman that also radiated a powerful aura, making her little sprite flutter with excitement. "No need to be polite," Zhou Yan said lightly. "In the future, Huaxia's merchant caravan will leave some spots for your country in Ruins Town. Seize the opportunity and don't let me down." Mia and Isabella were both surprised and delighted. They understood how significant these words were. Getting access to Huaxia's trade routes was a huge opportunity for small countries like theirs. It meant that their country would have a stable source of resources and information channels. In this survival of the fittest strange world, this was more precious than any strange object. Oil Nation Live Broadcast Room. Princess Mia did right. Following Huaxia means having meat to eat? This move of choosing sides is so wise. Maple Leaf Nation Live Broadcast Room. Isabella, go for it. Our country is saved. Huaxia is truly so benevolent. Their national fortune also saw a small increase due to this wise choice. Although the increase wasn't large, it was already a precious chance for these struggling small countries. After resolving all matters, the void storm outside the tavern had calmed down. The multiverse cracks returned to relative peace. Zhou Yan prepared to re-establish the path to the Valley of Crying Flowers. "Qianmian, let me borrow your multiverse astrolabe." "Of course, Your Excellency." Qianmian immediately took out a beautifully crafted device resembling an astronomical instrument. This was the multiverse astrolabe, capable of detecting all sea routes and dangers in the multiverse cracks. Zhou Yan took the astrolabe and prepared to plan the safest route to the Valley of Crying Flowers. However, when he entered the coordinates of the Valley of Crying Flowers, the star globe emitted a piercing alarm. Beep beep beep. Detected large-scale hostile forces. Beep beep beep. The route is blocked. In the center of the star globe, an astonishing image was projected. On the necessary path to the Valley of Weeping Flowers, a fleet composed of dozens of giant warships was tightly fortified. These warships had an extremely strange design, blending mechanical technology with eerie power. The hulls were densely engraved with runes, emanating a disturbing glow. And on the fleet's flag was a pattern intertwining a gear and a skull. Abyssal Mechanized Capital. Nia's face changed dramatically. It really is them. The image from the multiverse starglobe kept zooming in, becoming clearer. The fleet from the Abyssal Mechanized Capital not only blocked the route but had also established a temporary star fortress there. Surrounding the fortress were various defensive works and detection equipment. It was clear they were lying in wait, waiting for someone to knock on their door. They are waiting for us. Ruan Xinglua frowned. It seems the beautiful nation really has reached an agreement with the Abyssal Mechanized Capital. Nia solemnly added information: the combination of technology and eerie power from the Abyssal Mechanized Capital is extremely troublesome. Their most terrifying weapon is the Godslayer War Puppet, which has a strong restraining effect on rule-type and spirit-type Eerie's. They appeared here, and their target must be either the Withering Lord or the World Tree. Hearing this, Shenmian couldn't help but gasp in shock. Godslayer Puppet? That's the legendary ultimate weapon capable of hunting gods. It's said that a single Godslayer puppet can easily wipe out a medium civilization. However, facing everyone's concerns, Zhou Yan showed a curious smile. Oh? The combination of technology and eeriness? Interesting. I played with this for a while back then, but I thought it was too low level and abandoned it. Just right, let's see what level they have developed to. Everyone was taken aback upon hearing this. Zhou Yan had played with this technology before? And he abandoned it because he found it too low level? What kind of existence was this? Huaxia Live Room. I knew it. The beautiful nation has not given up on us. They've colluded with a new villain again. But God Zhou seems not worried at all. Of course. God Zhou doesn't even take the Withering Lord seriously, so why would he fear these robots? This time we must uproot them. Zhou Yan looked at the image on the starglobe, his smile becoming meaningful. Very good, saves me the trouble of searching for them one by one. Since they are so eager to meet their end, I will grant them their wish. He closed the starglobe and took out the sword tip of the Blade of Silence. The sword tip emitted a faint aura of nullification in his hand. Zhou Yan lightly swiped at the void. Shoo! A pitch-black spatial rift was instantly sliced open. The edges of the rift flickered with dangerous light, as if it could swallow everything. However, from the other side of the rift, what came was not the aura of any eerie domain, but instead a series of terrifying howls seemingly from an industrial hell. The rumbling of mechanical operation, the harsh screeches of metal friction, and the countless cries of suffering beings intertwined, forming a horrific symphony from the abyss. This is the homeland of the Abyssal Mechanized Capital. Qianmian was shocked, speechless. You can actually open a spatial passage directly to the core area of the Abyssal Mechanized Capital. It's a small matter. Zhou Yan took Ruan Xingluo's hand and walked toward the rift. We're going to visit the Abyssal Mechanized Capital in person. And borrow their production line. Ruan Xingluo followed Zhou Yan, curiously asking, Honey, what are we going to do? Very simple. Zhou Yan looked back at the fleet on the starglobe. Since they have prepared so many warships to deal with us, wouldn't it be a waste not to use them? I want to take these warships for my own use. And those god-slaying puppets are just right for strengthening Huaxia's military. As they spoke, the two figures disappeared into the spatial rift. Only Qianmian and the others stood dumbfounded in place. He actually wants to raid the home of Abyss Machinery City. Nia swallowed hard. This is just too crazy. However, soon they remembered the terrifying power Zhou Yan had shown earlier. It seemed that nothing was impossible for him. Chapter 85, Water can carry a boat, but it can also upset it. The spatial rift slowly closed, and Zhou Yan and Ruan Xingluo's figures vanished in the industrial hell of Abyss Machinery City. However, 10 minutes later, the two unexpectedly appeared at the Blue Star Alliance's transfer station in the Eerie world. Husband, didn't we say we were going to Abyss Machinery City? Ruan Xingluo asked with some confusion. We are definitely going, but not now. Zhou Yan held her hand and walked toward the transfer station hall. There are more important matters to handle first. Their return instantly triggered a tremor throughout the entire transfer station. It's Huaxia's matchmaker. She's back. Look. It's the one who single-handedly defeated the entire Beautiful Country Alliance, Ruan Xingluo. And that terrifying man beside her. Representatives and staff from various countries in the transfer station stopped their work, all eyes fixed on the couple. The gaze filled with awe and fear made the surrounding air heavy. Huaxia Live Room. The king returns. This is our face. Did you see that? Now who would dare to speak loudly to our goddess Ruan? This is the respect that power brings. So exciting. How much humiliation has Huaxia suffered internationally, now we will get it all back with interest. Just as everyone was still in shock, a middle-aged white man with sweat all over his forehead hurried over. Ms. Ruan, Mr. Zhou, I am the new representative of the beautiful country, James. The new representative's demeanor was extremely humble, completely unlike the past arrogance of the beautiful country. I am here to discuss the installment payment for the compensation list with Huaxia. Oh? Where's Ashton? Ruan Xinglua asked lightly. James' expression turned awkward. Secretary Ashton has been dismissed due to the disastrous failure of the Golden Land Plan and the loss of elite agents. Our Congress has passed a resolution and is willing to pay all compensation in 10 installments. The first payment is ready. As long as you nod, we will transfer it immediately. Hearing this, representatives from various countries around them gasped. The beautiful country actually took the initiative to propose installment compensation? This was unimaginable in the past. 10 installments? Zhou Yan chuckled softly. It seems your sincerity isn't enough. James broke out in a cold sweat. So what do you mean? 5 installments. And each installment must be paid in advance with interest. Zhou Yan's tone was indifferent. James gritted his teeth but ultimately nodded in agreement. Okay. We accept this condition. At this moment, the representative of the European Alliance hurried over. Ms. Ruan, our European Alliance is also willing to fulfill the compensation agreement. And we hope to gain a foothold in the trade circle of the ruins led by Huaxia. Then, envoys from major powers such as Bear Country and the Indian Federation rushed over one after another. They all had the same attitude. They wanted to fulfill the compensation agreement and hoped to share the pie under Huaxia's protection. Watching these once high and mighty Western politicians now appear so humble, the feelings of the Huaxia audience were indescribably satisfying. However, just as everyone was still immersed in this exhilarating feeling, Zhou Yan's expression turned serious. Xinglua, do you feel any abnormalities on Blue Star? Ruan Xinglua closed her eyes, sensing the connection with Huaxia's fortune. After a moment, her expression changed. The concentration of spiritual energy is too high. And it's still rising. Ordinary people in many areas are starting to show symptoms of discomfort. Zhou Yan nodded. The side effects of the national fortune skyrocketing are beginning to appear. He turned to the foreign representatives and said, we will talk about your matters later. Now there is a more urgent situation to deal with. After saying this, he quickly pulled Ruan Xinglua and left the hall. When they reached the highest level of the transfer station, Zhou Yan activated long-distance communication with the native Blue Star. The images appearing on the screen shocked everyone. All over Huaxia, the phenomenon of spiritual intoxication appeared. Some ordinary citizens showed symptoms of physical transformation due to their inability to adapt to the suddenly increased concentration of spiritual energy. Some people's skin began to grow strange patterns, some had golden eyes, and others even started to grow scales. Even more frightening, some newly empowered Huaxia superhumans experienced signs of inner demons due to their rapid increase in power, their mentality unable to keep up. This can't go on. Ruan Xinglua said anxiously. If we don't control this in time, ordinary citizens won't be able to bear it. I understand. Zhou Yan said in a deep voice. National fortune is like water, it can carry a boat but also capsize it. The current Huaxia is like a fruit that was forced to ripen, looking shiny on the outside but hiding dangers inside. I must first help Blue Star establish a solid foundation. Ruan Xinglua originally thought Zhou Yan would directly use divine power to fix the problems on Blue Star. But he shook his head. Giving a man a fish is not as good as teaching him to fish. If I directly suppress these side effects with my power, the people of Huaxia will never learn to adapt to power on their own. Next time they encounter a similar situation, they will still be at a loss. Zhou Yan turned to Ruan Xinglua, his eyes shining with wisdom. Your national fortune envoy authority is not just for using power. Its true role is to make you a bridge between Huaxia's national fortune and countless people. Through this bridge, we can teach every Huaxia person to adapt to and control their power. Ruan Xinglua pondered, are you saying? To start a brand new national trial for everyone. A flash of brilliance passed through Zhou Yan's eyes. Using you as a bridge, we will guide the power of the bizarre world's rules to all Huaxia citizens in a gentle and controllable way. Let them learn to adapt to and control their power on their own. Without any hesitation, Zhou Yan immediately began to construct a huge ceremonial array in the core area of the transfer station. The patterns of the array were extremely complex, blending ancient Huaxia formation knowledge and the rule power of the bizarre world. Xinglua, stand at the center of the array. Zhou Yan instructed Ruan Xinglua. In your capacity as National Fortune Envoy, link your will with the Golden Dragon of Huaxia's national fortune. Following the instructions, Ruan Xinglua stood in position, closed her eyes, and began to establish a deeper connection with the national fortune's Golden Dragon. As the array started, a golden beam of light shot up to the sky. This beam penetrated the spatial barrier between the bizarre world and Blue Star, reaching the land of Huaxia. It worked. Ruan Xinglua joyfully discovered that through the amplification of the array, she could sense the mental state of every citizen in Huaxia. Even more amazingly, she began to create a common virtual space in the dreams of all Huaxia citizens. This space was based on Huaxia's famous mountains and rivers and mythological legends, beautiful yet full of challenges. Huaxia Spirit Realm. Zhou Yan looked at the virtual world displayed at the center of the array, nodding with satisfaction. From today on, all Huaxia people can enter the spirit realm in their dreams in a soul form. There, they can undergo the most basic spiritual energy adaptability training and learn to control the surging power within them. Huaxia Livestream. Wow! What kind of divine operation is this? Is the era of national cultivation here? I want to sleep now and give it a try. Zhou Xin is trying to transform our Huaxia into a cultivation nation. The light of the magic array grew brighter and the Huaxia spiritual realm became more and more real. Chapter 86, Smugglers? The news of the successful activation of the Huaxia spiritual realm spread instantly across the entire Blue Star. In just a few minutes, over 1 billion viewers flooded into the Huaxia live broadcast room. In the livestream, top experts like Lin Angua sat in the broadcast room, beginning to explain the existence of the spiritual realm in detail to the people of the nation. Fellow Huaxia compatriots, everyone stay calm. Lin Angua's voice echoed through thousands of homes via the livestream. This Huaxia spiritual realm is completely safe. It is a training space specially built by our country to help everyone adapt to the surge of power. Anyone can enter while they sleep, and inside, they can safely learn how to control the spiritual energy within them. The bullet comments exploded instantly. I dreamed about it last night. That place is so beautiful. I met a legendary immortal inside, he taught me breathing techniques. This is real cultivation. Our Huaxia is about to rise. Other countries are suffering disasters, but we are leveling up. Lin Angua continued to explain, all the mentors and opportunities you encounter in the spiritual realm are real and effective. By cultivating in the dream realm, you can gradually control the surging spiritual energy within, avoiding physical mutations. At the same time, the spiritual realm will provide personalized cultivation guidance based on each person's talent and needs. The enthusiasm of the Huaxia people was unprecedented. In internet cafes, coffee shops, and even company lounges across the nation, people could be seen discussing their experiences in the spiritual realm. In the transfer station of the strange world, Zhou Yan was making final refinements to the Huaxia spiritual realm. He took out the golden divine character he obtained from the golden village. This divine character's wealth authority is just what I need. Zhou Yan slowly fused the golden divine character into Huaxia's financial and national fortune. As the divine character merged, a faint golden light began to flicker on Huaxia's national fortune golden dragon. In this way, when the people of Huaxia engage in commercial and financial activities, they will receive a slight boost of good luck. Ruan Xinglua, feeling this change at the center of the magic array, was filled with surprise. Husband, I can feel the entire Huaxia's business fortune rising. This is not just individual good luck, it's a driving force for the entire country's economic development. As the host and rule guide of the Huaxia spiritual realm, Ruan Xinglua's identity as the national fortune proxy was greatly honed in this process. Her control over power became more and more adept. In the hearts of the Huaxia people, Ruan Xinglua's status had almost been deified. Huaxia Live Broadcast Room. Goddess Ruan is our guardian deity. With Goddess Ruan here, our Huaxia will never be defeated. This is our national mother. Kneeling for Goddess Ruan to bless my stocks to hit the limit tomorrow. However, just as the people of Huaxia began their internal test upgrade, other countries were struggling with endless bizarre disasters. The new representative of the beautiful nation, James, rushed to the transfer station and found the Huaxia staff. Can we purchase the technology for the Huaxia spiritual realm? James's tone was filled with urgency. We are willing to pay any price. The Huaxia diplomat glanced at him coldly. This technology is priceless and not for sale. James was reluctant to give up. Then can we allow some citizens of the beautiful nation to enter the Huaxia spiritual realm for training? We can pay tuition. Impossible. The diplomat's response was firm and decisive. The Huaxia spiritual realm is only open to those of Huaxia blood. This is a strict rule. James left dejectedly. But the beautiful nation did not give up. They began trying to imitate Huaxia's approach. A few days later, the beautiful nation announced the launch of the free dream plan. However, due to the lack of national fortune and core technology, what they produced was just a few dangerous and cursed, low-quality nightmare spaces. Among the first batch of testers entering the beautiful country's dream, 1/3 directly became vegetative. Another part of them was possessed by evil spirits in the dream, going crazy after waking up. This incident triggered huge social turmoil within the beautiful country. The people took to the streets to protest the government's incompetence, demanding closer cooperation with China. Seeing the tragic situation of the beautiful country, other forces like the European Union and North Bear Country also abandoned the idea of developing their own technology. They could only watch helplessly as China's overall strength widened an insurmountable gap from them. On the third day of the operation of China's spiritual realm, the effects were already extremely significant. The spiritual air intoxication phenomenon disappeared nationwide, and the issue of inner demons was initially alleviated. More importantly, the overall quality of the Chinese people improved significantly in just a few days. Just as Zhou Yan and Wan Xinglua were preparing for the next step of their plan, Wan Xinglua suddenly frowned. "Honey, there is an abnormal situation at the edge of China's spiritual realm." "What's wrong?" Zhou Yan immediately became attentive. Wan Xinglua closed her eyes, carefully sensing the condition of the spiritual realm. "Some non-Chinese spiritual fluctuations are trying to force their way in. And the number is still increasing." A trace of coldness flashed in Zhou Yan's eyes. "Interesting, someone actually dares to sneak into our spiritual realm?" Through the monitoring system of the spiritual realm, they saw a shocking scene. Some foreigners who were clearly not of Chinese descent were trying to enter China's spiritual realm through various bizarre rituals and props in their dreams. Some used dream invasion devices from strange worlds. Some even invited specialized strange mages to forcefully tear apart the dream barrier. Among these sneaky invaders, there are superhumans from the beautiful country, wealthy people from the European Union, and even government officials from small countries. Wan Xinglua's tone was filled with anger. Do they think the Chinese spiritual realm is a public resource? This sneaking incident quickly escalated, as more and more elites from other countries began to imitate. Governments openly condemned this infringement of sovereignty, but secretly supported their own invaders. They hoped to share in the benefits of China's spiritual realm and gain valuable cultivation opportunities. "Honey, how should we deal with these invaders?" Wan Xinglua asked. A cold smile crept onto Zhou Yan's lips. "Since they want to come in so badly, let them experience what a priceless treasure truly is. Prepare to give these invaders an unforgettable lesson. A special reception for the invaders is about to begin. The true power of China's spiritual realm will be revealed to the world at this moment." As the sneaking incident intensified, China's top leaders urgently convened a meeting. Experts like Lin Anhua had a very tough stance. "These foreigners are simply too much," Lin Anhua said angrily during the video conference. "What do they take our Chinese spiritual realm for? A free cultivation site? I suggest we immediately seal off the spiritual realm completely, forbidding anyone of non-Chinese descent from entering." Other experts echoed in agreement. "That's right. Why should we let these ungrateful wolves take advantage? The Chinese spiritual realm is our national secret and must not be touched by outsiders." However, Zhou Yan shook his head and rejected this proposal. "It is better to guide than to block." His tone was calm and profound. "When water flows freely, it has vitality. Keeping the door shut can easily turn it into a stagnant pool. Moreover, these invaders' actions precisely demonstrate the value of China's spiritual realm. Since they want it so badly, why not take this opportunity to gain even greater benefits?" Wan Xinglua immediately understood Zhou Yan's intention. "Husband means we can set rules and have them follow our conditions? Clever." Zhou Yan nodded in appreciation. "From today, Huaxia will shift from simple strength enhancement to a rulemaker. Let the whole world play by our game rules." Under Zhou Yan's guidance, Wan Xinglua quickly issued the first set of entry regulations for the Huaxia Spirit Realm. Huaxia Spirit Realm Entry Regulations. The regulations were very detailed. Non-Huaxia individuals can obtain temporary learning qualifications in the Spirit Realm through the following three ways. First, technical immigrants, individuals or teams with rare blue star technology or bizarre research results can apply for a technical assessment. Those who pass the assessment can gain 1 year of learning rights in the Spirit Realm. Second, investment immigrants provide a significant amount of rare resources or bizarre coins to the Huaxia-led Bizarre Resource Development System. The investment should not be less than 10 million bizarre coins to obtain 6 months of learning rights. Third, special talent immigrants, those with extraordinary talent or special bloodlines can pass the 3 entry challenges set by the Spirit Realm. Successful candidates can gain 3 months of learning rights. Once the regulations were issued, they immediately caused a global stir. Beautiful country live room. 10 million bizarre coins? That's way too expensive. But it's worth it. The training effects in the Huaxia Spirit Realm are obvious. Our government should fund sending elites to learn. European Union live room. The conditions for technical immigration are quite fair. Our technological reserves should pass the assessment. North Bear Country live room. 3 entry challenges? That sounds very challenging. Our warriors never fear challenges. The issuance of these regulations marked Huaxia's shift from simple national fortune enhancement to that of a rulemaker. The whole world must act according to the rules set by Huaxia. Soon, countries began to take action. The beautiful country was the first to send a team of 10 top extraordinary beings to challenge the 3 entry challenges. The European Union prepared a large amount of advanced technical materials to apply for technical immigration assessment. North Bear Country even threw down 30 million bizarre coins, demanding to buy learning rights in bulk. Countless self-important foreign extraordinary beings came to challenge the 3 entry challenges. The Huaxia Spirit Realm specially opened an exam zone for this purpose. First challenge, Heart Road. This challenge mainly tests mindset. Those who harbor hostility against Huaxia or have evil minds will be devoured by illusions and kicked out of the dream. The first batch of candidates from the beautiful country entered Heart Road and were scared out of their minds by the demons manifested from their own dark thoughts. Ah! What are these monsters? A beautiful country agent, who prided himself on his iron will, collapsed on the spot when he saw his past crimes of killing innocent civilians materialized. I didn't mean to. Those were orders. He was completely consumed by fear and was directly kicked out of the dream, waking up as an idiot. Huaxia Live Room. Ha ha ha. This is the outcome of harboring ill intentions. Heart Road is simply a mirror to reveal true nature. Those hypocritical foreign politicians are all exposed. Second challenge, Dragon Might Steps. This challenge tests willpower and potential, where candidates must climb 1,000 steps under the pressure of the Dragon Pillar. A burly man from North Bear Country confidently walked up the steps. I grew up under the watch of the Arctic bear, what's a bit of pressure? However, as he reached the 10th step, he was weighed down and could not straighten his back. What kind of pressure is this? It's scarier than a nuclear explosion. He struggled with all his might but only reached the 50th step before completely collapsing. In the end, he was knocked out by the dragon might and rolled down the steps in embarrassment. North Bear Country Live Room. This is too exaggerated. Our steel warrior was actually scared down by the pressure. How powerful is the Dragon Pillar of China? Third level, Dueling with the Puppets. This level tests practical combat ability, where applicants need to engage in real battles with S-class puppets in the Chinese spirit realm. A transcendent from a small island nation confidently walked into the training arena. I am the descendant of the legendary ninja, how could a mere puppet possibly be my opponent? However, when he faced a puppet holding a green dragon crescent blade resembling Guan Yu, he was instantly killed with one strike. This is not scientific. This is just a puppet. He, unwilling to give up, challenged again, only to be chopped down 8 times in a row, each time instantly killed. Eventually, he left the examination hall in tears. This public selection match became the focus of a global live broadcast. Viewers eagerly watched as elite individuals from various countries were hilariously defeated, showcasing numerous embarrassing moments. The once proud transcendent from the beautiful country was scared to the point of losing control by their inner demons on the heartwarming path. The self-proclaimed strong man from the Northern Bear Nation was unable to stand up under the Dragon's Might staircase. The so-called elite representative of the European Union was completely lost in the puppet duel. This had turned into a new, universally entertaining program of slapping faces. Chinese Live Room. So satisfying. We used to be looked down upon by these foreigners for so many years. Now it's our turn to look down on them. Look at their embarrassed looks, it truly brings joy to the heart. This is the strength of China. We are number 1 in the world. For 3 consecutive days, hundreds of elite individuals from various countries challenged the 3 entry levels, but very few succeeded. Most people got stuck on the first level, the heartwarming path, even the few who passed the first level were crushed on the Dragon's Might staircase. As for the third level, almost no one was able to pass. Just when everyone thought today would be another effortless crushing, an unexpected candidate appeared. She easily passed the heartwarming path, calmly facing all the dark sides of her heart. On the Dragon's Might staircase, although her steps were heavy, she still persevered and climbed to the 800th level. What shocked everyone even more was that in the third level's puppet duel, she actually defeated all the S-class puppets, including the Guan Yu puppet, which had terrified countless foreign elites. She fought her way through and stood before the chief examiner, Ruan Xingluo. When everyone saw the candidate's face clearly, they were all stunned. The newcomer turned out to be Mia, the matchmaker from the Oil Nation, who had previously gained recognition from Zhou Yan in Remnant Town. Mia? How did you end up here? Ruan Xingluo asked in surprise. Mia bowed respectfully, saying, Ms. Ruan, I am here to apply for special talent immigration on behalf of the Oil Nation. I hope to obtain the qualification to study in the Chinese spirit realm. This result caught all the viewers completely off guard. The first foreign applicant to pass the tests in the Chinese spirit realm was, astonishingly, a representative of a friendly nation that had already established good relations with China. Chapter 88 Virus. Mia's sudden appearance made the atmosphere of the examination hall instantly subtle. As the top matchmaker from the Oil Nation, her strength was evident to all. Chinese Live Room. Mia from the Oil Nation? What is she doing here? Is she also here to apply for immigration? She is a top contender. It is not surprising that she easily passed the 3 levels, but what is her purpose? Could it be that she is here to cause trouble? Unlikely, she has had a good relationship with us before. Ruan Xinglua looked at Mia, genuinely puzzled. But Mia did not show any hostility. Instead, under everyone's gaze, she performed a gesture of utmost respect to Ruan Xinglua. Ms. Ruan, I would like to extend my highest respect to you on behalf of the Oil Nation. Mia spoke with extreme reverence. I have come this time, not to apply for immigration qualifications. Then what are you here for? Ruan Xinglua asked directly. Mia looked around at the audience and the other candidates. The expression became serious. Ms. Ruan, I have urgent information that I need to report to you. Could I ask you for an opportunity for a secret meeting? Lin Angua and others immediately reminded Ruan Xinglua to stay vigilant through the communication channel. Xinglua, be careful of tricks. But looking into Mia's sincere eyes, Ruan Xinglua ultimately nodded. Alright, I'll give you 5 minutes. Ruan Xinglua waved her hand to open an isolated space, cutting off external spying. In this space, no sound or image could be transmitted to the outside. You can speak now. Ruan Xinglua got straight to the point. Mia took a deep breath, her expression becoming extremely grave. Ms. Ruan, there is danger in the Huaxia spirit realm. What danger? Ruan Xinglua immediately became alert. Led by the beautiful country, the Detonation Alliance has launched a crazy plan called Nightmare Parasite. Mia spoke quickly, clearly the situation was urgent. They believe that since they cannot defeat Huaxia in reality, they will destroy Huaxia from the spiritual level. Ruan Xinglua's face instantly turned iron blue. What did you say? They want to target the Huaxia spirit realm? That's right. Mia nodded in confirmation. The core of this plan is to use an SSS-grade one-time cursed object called Seed of Nightmare, obtained from the forbidden mysterious domain. They are planning to send a top agent with strong spiritual power, disguised as an ordinary examinee. While challenging the 3 entry gates and getting the chance to approach the core of the spirit realm, they will implant the Seed of Nightmare. Hearing this, Ruan Xinglua's anger surged instantly. These damned guys. How dare they have designs on the Huaxia spirit realm? Mia continued. Once the Seed of Nightmare is successfully implanted, it will use the spiritual power of billions of Huaxia citizens as a breeding ground, instantly turning the Huaxia spirit realm from a paradise of cultivation into an eternal nightmare country. All Huaxia people in the spirit realm will suffer from mental disorders at best, or brain death at worst. This will fundamentally destroy Huaxia. Ruan Xinglua was shocked to hear this and immediately informed Zhou Yan of the situation through the soul imprint. However, Zhou Yan's reaction was unexpectedly calm. They want to use nightmares to pollute the server I designed? Zhou Yan's voice came through the soul imprint. A good idea, but unfortunately, their understanding of viruses is too superficial. Husband, this is not a joke. Ruan Xinglua was somewhat anxious. If they really succeed, the consequences are unimaginable. Don't worry, I have it all under control. Zhou Yan's tone remained calm. The exam continues, don't alert the snake. I want to see how capable this seed contestant they sent is. Ruan Xinglua was worried but chose to trust Zhou Yan's judgment. I understand, husband. The independent space was lifted, and Ruan Xinglua returned to reality. Mia looked at her and cautiously asked, Ms. Ruan, how do you plan to handle this matter? I have already passed the information to the relevant personnel. Ruan Xinglua's expression returned to calm. Mia, thank you for your information. Would you be willing to stay? Of course. Mia nodded without hesitation. The oil countries are willing to advance and retreat with Huaxia. If needed, I can serve you at any time. Ruan Xinglua nodded, then returned to her position as the chief examiner. Although there were waves in her heart, she still appeared calm on the surface. Candidates, the selection continues. Ruan Xinglua's voice spread throughout the examination hall. Next challenger, please be ready. Huaxia Live Broadcast Room. It seems there's nothing unusual. What did Mia and Goddess Ruan talk about? It should be a friendly exchange. Let's keep watching the exam. The antics of these foreigners are really amusing. The examination hall became lively again as elite candidates from various countries continued to challenge the 3 entry gates. But Ruan Xinglua's gaze began to carefully search among these candidates. That agent carrying the Seed of Nightmare was likely hiding among these seemingly ordinary challengers. A candidate from the European Union stepped onto the path of questioning. His performance was unremarkable, nothing special. But Ruan Xinglua carefully observed every detail of him. Next was a female extraordinary being from the northern bear country, who showed incredible tenacity on the dragon might steps, actually climbing to the 700th level. Then came a ninja from a small island country. He exhibited astonishing strength in the tricky puppet duel. Although he ultimately lost to Guan Yu's puppet, he was already among the best of the foreign candidates. One by one, candidates passed the test, but Ruan Xinglua still did not find anything unusual. These people looked very normal, with no suspicious signs. Just when Ruan Xinglua began to doubt whether Mia's information was accurate, a man from the beautiful country with an ordinary build and an unremarkable appearance walked into the examination room. He seemed inconspicuous, even a bit timid. But Ruan Xinglua felt an indescribable sense of discomfort from him. This person has a problem. Please state your name. Ruan Xinglua said calmly. Lin Qi, from the beautiful country, California. The man's voice was very ordinary, with nothing special about it. I am an ordinary mental extraordinary being. I hope to pass the test and gain the opportunity to study in the Huaxia spiritual realm. Beautiful country livestream. Who is this Lin Qi? I haven't seen him before? He looks very ordinary, probably another cannon fodder. So many elites failed before, can he make it? Meanwhile, in the backstage of the Huaxia spiritual realm, Zhou Yan was monitoring the entire system's data flow. Interesting. Zhou Yan looked at Lin Qi's data, a cold smile creeping on his lips. This person's mental shield is done very well, almost perfectly hiding his true state. Unfortunately, playing mental games in front of me is still too naive. Lin Qi stepped onto the heart-seeking path and began to accept the first test. Chapter 89, Traitor. This Lin Qi is pretty good. He has a deep understanding of our Huaxia culture. Lin Angua said through the communication channel, moreover, he has a pure heart, he is indeed a good seed. Huaxia livestream. This person from the beautiful country is not bad, at least he is more polite than others. He seems to genuinely respect our Huaxia culture. It's rare to encounter a foreigner who is not arrogant. Lin Qi passed the first test with high scores and arrived at the Dragon Might steps. There, he also exhibited astonishing willpower. Though every step was difficult, he gritted his teeth and persevered, climbing step by step. Lin Qi gritted his teeth under the pressure. The sages of Huaxia have said, a sharp sword is forged through sharpening, and the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from bitter cold. I want to prove that there are people in the beautiful country who respect Huaxia and yearn to learn. His words earned him much goodwill again. In the end, Lin Qi actually climbed to the 850 level, achieving an impressive ranking. The Huaxia expert group praised his performance highly. This Lin Qi is truly impressive. His willpower is strong, and he has a deep understanding of Huaxia culture. If all the people from the beautiful country were like him, our two countries' relationship wouldn't be so tense. However, in the backstage, Zhou Yan saw through everything. Good acting, but unfortunately, he chose the wrong target. Zhou Yan said lightly. Xinglua, the snake is about to come out of its hole. Let's give him a bit of flair. Ruan Xinglua immediately understood Zhou Yan's meaning. Lin Qi successfully passed the first two stages and was about to enter the third stage, tricky puppet duel. At that moment, Ruan Xinglua, in the capacity of the chief examiner, suddenly announced a temporary additional rule to the public. Attention, all candidates. Ruan Xinglua's voice echoed throughout the examination room. In order to reward the candidate who performs the best in this round, the final winner will receive a special reward. That is an opportunity to touch the core of the spiritual realm and comprehend the origin of national luck. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place was in an uproar. Huaxia livestream. Wow! Touching the core of the spiritual realm? That's too precious. This is a tremendous opportunity. Live streams from various countries. This reward is too tempting. If I can understand the source of the luck of Huaxia, then I will be prosperous. After Lin Qi heard this news, a trace of undetectable madness flashed in his eyes. Although he still appeared calm on the surface, his heart was already excited beyond control. This incentive was the most perfect part of his plan. If he could touch the core of the spirit realm, he could implant the seed of nightmare within it. At that time, the entire Huaxia spirit realm would be polluted, and billions of Huaxia people would fall into eternal nightmares. I must get first place. Lin Qi roared in his heart. For the glory of the beautiful nation. For the destruction of Huaxia's future. The third round began, and candidates from various countries took out their real skills. But Lin Qi, in order to win first place, completely stopped hiding his strength. He displayed a strong fighting power far beyond his previous performance. Facing the first Qinglong Moonblade strange creature, Lin Qi actually destroyed its consciousness core with a mental attack. What? He can actually do this? The other candidates were shocked. Lin Qi cleared the levels one by one, easily defeating all S-class strange creatures. Even that Guan Yu strange creature, which made countless foreign elites tremble in fear, was defeated by his strange mental techniques. Impossible. How did this guy's strength suddenly become so strong? A candidate from the European alliance said in disbelief. He clearly acted very ordinary before. Lin Chi successfully claimed the championship of this round of selection. According to the rules, he obtained the qualification to touch the core of the spirit realm. Beautiful Nation livestream. Lin Chi is amazing. Bringing glory to the country. Ha ha ha. Our beautiful nation is not without talent. Just wait, Lin Chi will definitely learn the core technology of Huaxia. Under the gaze of thousands, Ruan Xinglua personally walked to Lin Chi. Congratulations, Lin Chi. Ruan Xinglua's voice was calm. You are the champion of this round of selection, and now I will take you to touch the core of the spirit realm. Lin Chi suppressed his inner excitement and respectfully nodded. It is my honor. Ruan Xinglua turned and walked towards the core of the Huaxia spirit realm, where a dazzling orb transformed from the Luck Golden Dragon was slowly rotating. That was the core control center of the Huaxia spirit realm. Lin Chi followed behind Ruan Xinglua, his eyes shining with mad light. Soon, he would be able to complete this great mission. The end of Huaxia was about to come. All the viewers watching the live broadcast held their breath, witnessing this historic moment. Lin Chi, this is the core of our Huaxia spirit realm. Ruan Xinglua said calmly. You can reach out and touch it, to understand the source of the luck. Lin Chi still maintained his respectful demeanor on the surface, but his heart was about to explode from excitement. Thank you, Huaxia, for giving me this opportunity. He slowly extended his right hand towards the orb of luck. At the moment he was about to touch the orb, Lin Chi finally revealed his hideous face. Crazy light shot from his eyes, and his expression became twisted and terrifying. Huaxia! Die! Lin Chi let out a frantic roar, pouring all his power into the depths of his soul. He ruthlessly detonated the seed of nightmare hidden in the deepest part of his soul. Boom! A surge of pure, evil, chaotic, and fear-filled black nightmare energy erupted in an instant. This energy surged like the most vicious virus, wildly pouncing towards the Luck Golden Dragon, trying to pollute and devour the orb of luck as the core of the spirit realm. Huaxia livestream. What the hell? This Lin Chi is a traitor. He wants to destroy our spirit realm. Hurry and stop him. It's over. The spirit realm is going to be polluted. And in the secret command center of the beautiful nation, a scarred general was staring at the screen. This was General Declan, the successor of Ashton. Seeing Lin Chi successfully detonate the seed of nightmare, Declan let out a triumphant grimace. It's done. Ha ha ha. Declan laughed wildly, pounding the table. The future of Huaxia will turn into a nightmare led by us. Once Huaxia's spiritual realm is completely polluted, hundreds of millions of Huaxia people will go mad. At that time, Huaxia will collapse from within, and our beautiful country will be able to rule the world again. However, just when the nightmare energy was about to touch the National Fortune Golden Dragon, an invisible but indestructible barrier suddenly lit up around the National Fortune Light Group. This barrier emitted the aura of the original imprint, as if it came from the source of the world. What? Lin Chi discovered in terror that the nightmare energy was trapped tightly in a small space. No matter how it crashed, it could not advance an inch. What was more terrifying was that the National Fortune Golden Dragon before him was not the real core at all. It was just a decoy. Chapter 90, The Beautiful Country is over. Impossible. The information clearly said this is the core of the spiritual realm. Lin Chi screamed frantically. At that moment, Zhou Yan's voice echoed in his mind, full of a playful cat and mouse mockery. Thank you for the high energy pack you sent. The seed of nightmare is indeed a good thing, just what I need for my experiments with this high purity chaotic energy. As a return, I'll give you an eternal, beautiful dream. Let you witness everything you wished for with your own eyes. As the words fell, the firewall began to shrink, forcing the trapped nightmare energy back into Lin Chi himself. Ah! In the globally live-streamed footage, Lin Chi let out a heartbreaking scream. His body appeared intact, but his spiritual world was being completely devoured by his self-exploding nightmare. The nightmare energy began to construct the most terrifying illusions in Lin Chi's consciousness. Before his eyes, scenes began to appear that drove him to collapse. The flag of the beautiful country was torn apart, and the White House was leveled. He himself was torn to shreds by thousands of strange things, blood and flesh in a mess. His most cherished family and friends died tragically one after another before him. Everything he feared the most turned into bloody reality. No. This is not real. This is just an illusion. Lin Chi shook his head frantically but could not escape at all. The nightmare energy clung to his soul like a maggot, trapping him forever in the most terrifying nightmare. Finally, Lin Chi's eyes lost their light, and he began to froth at the mouth, completely turning into a living dead. Although his body was still alive, his spirit had completely collapsed, never to awaken. Huaxia live stream room. Wow! This reversal is so satisfying. Zhou Shen had already set a trap waiting for them. This is the fate of those who dare to scheme against Huaxia. Those treacherous people from the beautiful country deserve it. Beautiful country live stream room. Declan watched Lin Chi's tragic situation on the screen, and his face instantly turned ashen. Damn it! They knew all along. This is a trap. We fell for it. This public execution was the most direct warning to all those with insidious intentions. Anyone who dared to have ulterior motives against Huaxia's spiritual realm would meet the same fate as Lin Chi. Although Lin Chi was ruined, the trapped seed of nightmare energy was still an extremely powerful chaotic force. It rampaged within the firewall, emitting bizarre shrieks. Zhou Yan looked at this high-energy garbage thoughtfully. Directly destroying it is too wasteful. He said to Ruan Xingluo. Such pure chaotic energy needs a suitable trash can to throw it into. It would be best to recycle it somehow. Ruan Xingluo curiously asked, "Honey, what do you want to use it for?" Zhou Yan's mouth curled into a cold smile, and he said to Ruan Xingluo, "Wasn't the beautiful country trying to imitate us with some national dream project?" In the end, they produced a bunch of inferior nightmare spaces that killed many people. Since they love nightmares so much, let's give them a big one, and help them integrate and upgrade those small spaces. What does my husband mean? Ruan Xingluo immediately understood Zhou Yan's intention. Send this nightmare energy to the beautiful nation? Exactly. Zhou Yan pointed to the black energy struggling within the firewall. Don't they want this kind of power so much? Then let's fulfill their wish. Let them personally experience what a true nightmare is. Zhou Yan began to guide Ruan Xingluo, asking her to use the powers of the National Fortune Envoy again. Xingluo, activate the National Fortune Water Mirror, lock onto the home territory of the beautiful nation. Following the instructions, the power within Ruan Xingluo surged, condensing a huge water mirror in midair. The water mirror clearly displayed the map of the beautiful nation on Blue Star. Now, find a new home for this nightmare energy. Zhou Yan said calmly. Ruan Xingluo extended her jade-like hand, gently pushing against the map of the beautiful nation through the National Fortune Water Mirror. Go, this is your deserved gift. The pure seed of nightmare energy trapped within the spiritual realm's firewall instantly found an opening. Through the National Fortune channel, it was precisely airdropped over the skies of the beautiful nation. No! General Declan roared in despair as he saw the black energy mass suddenly appear in the sky through satellite monitoring. Quick, activate the defense system. Hurry! But everything was too late. This powerful nightmare energy, like a supermagnet, immediately attracted all the low-quality nightmare spaces within the beautiful nation. Merge. Catalyze. Upgrade. Boom. After a thunderous sound, an enormous, permanent national nightmare domain overlapping with reality was born across the beautiful nation. The sky turned a strange purple-black, and the air was filled with unsettling whispers. All citizens of the beautiful nation faced a high chance of being pulled into this domain filled with terrifying monsters and mental pollution whenever they fell asleep. In this nightmare domain, they would confront their deepest fears, never to find peace again. Beautiful Nation Live Room. What's happening? Why did the sky change color? I feel very uncomfortable, as if something is staring at me. I just slept for a bit, and all I dreamed of were monsters. Is this revenge from Huaxia? We're done for. At that moment, a cold system announcement echoed through the sky. Global system announcement. Blue Star Huaxia has successfully shattered the nightmare parasite conspiracy led by the beautiful nation, and has exiled its core mysterious object nightmare seed. The national fortune of Huaxia gains the attribute mental barrier. Citizens' resistance to mental pollution and demonic attacks is greatly enhanced. The beautiful nation, due to its malicious actions, is facing a nightmare curse backlash. The core of the beautiful nation's national fortune is accelerating its decline, and the country's influence continues to decrease. As the system announcement rang out, the national fortune light column representing the beautiful nation began to tremble violently. In the globally streamed images, the national fortune light column of the beautiful nation dimmed and cracked at a visible speed. Countless fine cracks spread out like a spider web, ultimately collapsing completely. It turned to countless light particles that scattered into the sky. Huaxia Live Room. So satisfying. The national fortune of the beautiful nation is completely finished. This is what happens to those who dare to plot against us. From now on, Huaxia is the world's only overlord. Zhou is mighty. Ruan is mighty. Global live rooms of various countries. The beautiful nation is completely finished. Huaxia is too terrifying, absolutely cannot be offended. We must cling to Huaxia's thigh. From now on, it will be Huaxia's world. General Declan looked at the collapsing national fortune light column, completely breaking down. The beautiful nation is finished. He held his head in anguish. We are completely finished. The beautiful nation sank to the status of a third-rate small country, no longer able to threaten anyone. Having resolved all internal and external hidden dangers, Huaxia's spiritual realm plan was completely on track. The global landscape was thoroughly reshuffled because of this event, with Huaxia becoming the only, unshakable overlord. All nations must bow to Huaxia, according to the rules set by Huaxia. Zhou Yan finally nodded in satisfaction. Alright, the family matters are finally taken care of. He looked at Ruan Xinglua, and his gaze became incredibly gentle. Xinglua, you've worked hard. It's not hard, as long as I can be with my husband, anything is worth it. Ruan Xinglua happily nestled in Zhou Yan's arms. Zhou Yan gently stroked her silky hair, then took out the budding World Tree activation root. The tender sprout on the root swayed gently in the breeze, exuding a pure breath of life. Now, it's time to retrieve the real dowry I prepared for you, Zhou Yan said softly. That sprout of the World Tree, polluted by the Lord of Decay, is the hope I planted for you back then. Now it's time to let it bloom again. Ruan Xinglua's eyes sparkled with expectation. She knew the journey ahead would be even more exciting. Zhou Yan took her hand, and their figures began to turn transparent. Let's go, my wife. Our honeymoon trip is just beginning. The space began to twist, and a portal to the Weeping Flower Valley slowly opened. Zhou Yan handed over the daily management of the Huaxia spirit realm to Lin Anghua. Old Lin, the operation of the spirit realm is in your hands. Zhou Yan passed a control token to Lin Anghua. According to the rules we set before, establish a complete system of contribution exchange for cultivation resources. Lin Anghua respectfully received the token. Rest assured, I will manage the spirit realm well. Also, let Mia participate. Zhou Yan looked at Mia, who was standing beside him. She has experience in Ruins Town, let her be responsible for external communication and resource allocation. Mia nodded excitedly. Thank you, Mr. Zhou, for your trust. I will not disappoint your expectations. The establishment of this system thoroughly bound the fates of other countries on Blue Star to Huaxia. All countries must provide resources and technology to Huaxia to exchange for cultivation opportunities in the spirit realm. From now on, Huaxia will become the absolute core of Blue Star civilization. After this series of events, especially hosting the spirit realm and fighting against nightmares, Ruan Xinglua's identity as the national fortune proxy was genuinely refined. Her strengthened mindset reached a whole new height. Husband, I feel a closer connection to Huaxia's national fortune. Ruan Xinglua felt the surging power within her. Now I can even clearly sense the state of every Huaxia compatriot. That's great. Zhou Yan nodded in relief. You have truly grown into a qualified national fortune proxy. After arranging everything, Zhou Yan and Ruan Xinglua could finally embark on their journey to the Weeping Flower Valley without distraction. Before departure, Zhou Yan explained the significance of this trip to Ruan Xinglua in detail. Xinglua, the seat of the World Tree is the last retreat I left for Blue Star. Zhou Yan's tone became extremely serious. It is also the key to letting Blue Star truly transcend the strange marriage game and achieve a leap in civilization. If the World Tree can grow back, Blue Star can escape the fate of being controlled by other civilizations. But the Lord of Decay is the World Tree's natural enemy. We must awaken and protect the seed before it fully revives. Zhou Yan solemnly handed the already sprouting activation root to Ruan Xinglua. This is a token, a key, and a weapon. When we get there, you will know how to use it. Ruan Xinglua carefully took the root, feeling the immense vitality contained within. I understand, husband. Zhou Yan opened the space passage to the Weeping Flower Valley again. This time, the path was stable and safe, without the interference of the previous void storm. The two stepped onto the transmission light bridge and moved toward their destination. However, just as they were about to reach the Weeping Flower Valley, an unexpected event occurred. Zhou Yan's multiverse star dial suddenly emitted a piercing alarm. Beep. 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 Detecting a large-scale armed force. Beep beep beep. The target area has been occupied. At the same time, Ruan Xinglua's old star language compass began to shake violently, projecting a shocking image. Husband, look quickly. Ruan Xinglua pointed at the image in the compass. At the entrance of the Weeping Flower Valley, the area that should have been shrouded by the rules of decay was, at this moment, occupied by a massive fleet. These warships had an extremely bizarre shape, blending biological and mechanical features. Some ships were covered in writhing flesh, while others gleamed with a cold metallic luster. The fleet's flag bore a familiar pattern, a gear intertwined with a skull. Abyss Mechanized City. Zhou Yan narrowed his eyes. These guys actually got here first. What surprised them even more was that the fleet did not launch a strong attack on the Weeping Flower Valley. Instead, they had established a massive rule signal amplifier at the entrance. This device flickered with strange lights, seemingly utilizing the rules of the Decay Lord and the World Tree to conduct some kind of experiment or data collection. What are they doing? Ruan Xinglua asked with confusion. It looks like they're collecting data. Zhou Yan observed the amplifier carefully. The clash of the rules of decay and the rules of life will generate unique energy waves. This data is indeed valuable to the Abyss Mechanized City. However, what shocked them even more was that on the flagship of the Mechanized City fleet, a familiar figure was speaking with the fleet commander. It was a person cloaked in black robes, their face obscured. But Zhou Yan instantly recognized his identity. Cthulhu. Ruan Xinglua also recognized this representative of the Old Ones Council who had been friendly to Zhou Yan at the Multiverse Coordination meeting. How could he be here? It seems this game is more complicated than I thought. Zhou Yan's gaze became unfathomably deep and playful. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. No, it seems there is more than one oriole in this game. Using the distant listening function of the star clock, they vaguely heard snippets of the conversation between Cthulhu and the Mechanized City commander. How is the data collection going? Cthulhu's voice was low and mysterious. Very smoothly, Lord Cthulhu. The Mechanized City commander answered respectfully. We have collected 80% of the clash data between the rules of decay and the rules of life. In half a day, it will be completed. Very good, this data is crucial to our ultimate plan. Cthulhu nodded in satisfaction. Once we grasp the essence of these rules, we can create an ultimate weapon that surpasses everything. At that time, whether it's the Decay Lord or that mysterious being, they will both become our stepping stones. Hearing this conversation, Zhou Yan couldn't help but sneer. So it's like this, these guys want to fish in troubled waters. They want to obtain the data of the decay rules and sit back and enjoy the benefits from the world tree. Unfortunately, they made a mistake. The true banker of this game has never been them. Ruan Xinglua looked at the complex situation before her, a bit worried. Husband, what do we do now? They have occupied the entrance, can we still enter the Weeping Flower Valley? Zhou Yan looked at Ruan Xinglua, revealing a smile full of anticipation. My lady, it seems our honeymoon trip is even livelier than we imagined. Zhou Yan did not choose to sneak in but instead boldly appeared in front of the Abyss Mechanized City fleet. He and Ruan Xinglua drove a simple flying boat formed by the Soul Path Lightstrip, slowly approaching the blockade line of the Mechanized City. Husband, are we really just going to go straight like this? Ruan Xinglua looked at the massive fleet ahead, feeling a bit nervous. The countless cannons on those warships were sparkling with a grim green light, clearly a form of powerful weapon. Don't worry, since it's our honeymoon trip, we should walk through the front door openly. Zhou Yan gently patted her hand, signaling her to be at ease. The Mech City fleet immediately reacted. Countless Godslayer puppet cannons, glowing with a grim green light, aimed directly at them. The atmosphere instantly became tense and charged. Warning! Unidentified aircraft, immediately cease your advance. The broadcast from the Mech City fleet echoed. This is the Abyss Mech City Rule Experiment Zone, unauthorized personnel are prohibited from passing. Final warning. Leave immediately, or we will take coercive measures. However, Zhou Yan completely ignored these threats and continued to steer the flying boat forward. A few seconds later, the command ship of the Mech City sent a communication request. When the communication connected, two holographic projections appeared on the flying boat. One was a burly man covered in mechanical limbs, the ruler of the Abyss Mech City, the great craftsman Mephisto. The other was an indescribable figure made of chaotic shadows, the representative of the Elder Rulers Council, Fulhud. May I ask which esteemed friend is gracing us with their presence? Mephisto's tone was tremendously arrogant. This is the rule experiment zone of my Abyss Mech City, no one is allowed to pass without authorization. Please leave immediately, or you will bear the consequences. Fulhud, in its unique deep voice, said, Here, the rules of life and decay are intersecting, a cosmic wonder rarely seen in 10,000 years. We are merely here for academic observation, with no intention of engaging in conflict. Hearing this pompous rhetoric, Ruan Xinglua couldn't help but frown. These guys were clearly here to seize the world tree, yet they were pretending to be so righteous. However, Mephisto changed his tone, revealing his true intention. Of course, if this beautiful lady is willing to cooperate, we may be able to negotiate. He greedily looked at the activated roots in Ruan Xinglua's hand. As long as you hand over all the world tree fragments on you, we can consider clearing a path for you. After all, these precious rule fragments are a waste in your hands. Ruan Xinglua was about to retort, but Zhou Yan directly took over the communication. The moment Mephisto and Fulhud saw Zhou Yan, their expressions froze. You are. Mephisto's voice began to tremble. Mephisto, long time no see. Zhou Yan smiled at him. I remember your teacher didn't dare to lift his head when he met me back then. Are you here to repay a debt for him, or do you want me to settle accounts with you and your scrap metal? Mephisto's face turned pale instantly. He certainly knew who this person was. Years ago, his mentor, the god of machines Asmodin, was killed in a single strike by this terrifying existence. The entire technology civilization of the Abyss Mech City seemed like toys in front of this man. Why you? How could you be here? Mephisto's voice had completely lost its previous arrogance. What? Don't you welcome me for a sightseeing tour? Zhou Yan's tone remained calm, but the threat contained within made Mephisto break into a cold sweat. Then, Zhou Yan looked at Thulhud, his tone turning playful. Old squid, stop pretending. You secretly hid a spiritual landmark in the power core of the Mech City flagship, hoping to take this fleet along with the World Tree after they fight to both sides' detriment, right? Thulhud trembled violently at these words. It never expected that its hidden plan would be seen through so easily. Do you want me to help you pull it out from that iron lump and put it on display for everyone? Zhou Yan asked with a beaming smile. No. Thulhud hurriedly denied. This is just a misunderstanding. I absolutely mean no harm. But its panic had already exposed everything. Hearing this, Mephisto immediately realized he had been set up. He angrily turned to Thulhud, you treacherous bastard. You dare to scheme within my fleet. This is really just a misunderstanding. Cthulhu stammered as he explained, but he had completely lost his earlier authority. Seeing these two guys who were once so arrogant now in such a sorry state, Wan Xinglua felt an indescribable joy in her heart. This is the power of my husband. Just by being there, he can throw these powerful enemies into disarray. Now, I give you two choices. Zhou Yan's voice became icy. First, get out of here immediately, and I can pretend that nothing has happened. Second, if you stay here and annoy me, I will let you experience what true despair is. Choose, my patience is limited. The temperature in the air seemed to drop a few degrees. Huaxia livestream. Damn. Did Zhou Yan open full map vision? He saw through the opponent's trump card. One sentence made both bosses break down, so amazing. This is the crushing of strength. Look at the expressions on those two's faces, it's killing me. Mephisto looked at Cthulhu with eyes full of rage. You treacherous bastard. You actually tried to plot against me. Mephisto gritted his teeth and said. Our cooperation ends here. Cthulhu's shadowy form trembled violently, clearly enraged as well. Mephisto, do you think you are very smart? Half of the cores in your Godslayer puppets were provided by us. Without our help, could you create weapons of this level? The two former allies instantly turned against each other, accusing one another. At this tense moment, Zhou Yan leisurely raised a finger. Now, I offer you a chance of first courtesy and then battle. Voluntarily clear the way and offer 1/10 of your fleet's resources as mental compensation for my wife. Otherwise, I will flip the table. Upon hearing this, both Mephisto and Cthulhu froze. This demand was simply outright robbery. 1/10 of the resources? That is a tremendous wealth for their fleet. Who do you think you are? Why should we hand over resources? Mephisto was furious and embarrassed. To be publicly exposed for his conspiracy, and then to be demanded to give up resources, this was an incredible humiliation. Just because I am stronger than you. Zhou Yan's answer was simple and direct. In this world, strength is everything. Mephisto was completely enraged. Activate mechanical spirit unity. He roared. As his command was given, the entire mechanical fleet began to undergo astonishing changes. Mephisto's flagship started to transform, the hull twisting and extending continuously. Dozens of battleships around also abandoned their positions and gathered towards the flagship. Even more terrifying, the countless captured souls stored within the fleet were forcibly extracted, merging into this massive body. Boom! 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 The sound of metal clashing echoed through the void. In just a few minutes, a towering fortress, standing 10,000 meters high, with countless cannons and an SSS Plus level terrifying aura, appeared before everyone. This was the ultimate weapon of the abyssal mechanical city, Abyssal Fortress. The fortress's main cannon began to charge, its muzzle flickering with destructive light. The target was aimed directly at Zhou Yan and Wan Xinglua. Prepare to die. Mephisto's voice echoed from the fortress. This shot can easily destroy a star system. Meanwhile, Cthulhu's projection quietly retreated, taking on a watching the show posture. Clearly, it wanted to sit back and watch the fight, waiting for both sides to weaken each other before stepping in to clean up the mess. Faced with the terrifying pressure of the abyssal fortress, Wan Xinglua couldn't help but feel tense. The aura emitted by this fortress was indeed extremely frightening, even the power of the dragon pillar within her trembled slightly. However, Zhou Yan shook his head, a disappointed expression on his face. Flashy but not practical. Wan Xinglua looked at him in confusion. Xinglua, have you noticed the composition of this fortress? Zhou Yan pointed to the enormous war machine. Besides metal and machinery, what else is there? Ruan Xinglua observed carefully and suddenly understood something. Those enslaved souls. Exactly. Zhou Yan nodded in approval. Although the technology of the abyss mechanism is powerful, it has a fatal weakness: over-reliance on enslaved souls as a power source. These souls are already filled with resentment, merely suppressed by force. If there is external guidance, they could erupt at any time. As he spoke, Zhou Yan guided Ruan Xinglua to take out the indebted soul redemption disc. This time, the target is not the debts of Blue Planet, but the countless souls captured and forced to be human batteries in the mechanism fleet. Ruan Xinglua immediately understood Zhou Yan's intention. She flicked the counting beads, and the redemption disc began to operate. But this time, the redemption disc did not launch an attack. Instead, it sent a liberation causal signal to the enslaved souls. I have heard your suffering. Ruan Xinglua's voice spread across the battlefield through the redemption disc. Resist. Freedom is within reach. As this signal spread, dramatic changes began to occur inside the Abyss Fortress. Those forcibly merged souls felt the call for liberation and began to rebel frantically. What? This is impossible. Mephisto realized with horror that chaos was beginning to emerge inside the fortress. Countless souls broke free from their restraints and started attacking the fortress's control system. My control device. The power core is out of control. Main cannon charging interrupted. The entire Abyss Fortress began to shake violently, with explosions occurring inside one after another. Zhou Yan watched the scene and nodded in satisfaction. This is the consequence of over-relying on enslaving others. When the oppressed awaken, the oppressor's doom arrives. The energy pipelines inside the fortress exploded one after another, flames reaching the sky. Countless warships, shields and weapon systems collapsed on their own due to unstable fuel. Damn! These lowly souls dare to resist me. Mephisto roared in the fortress control room. Initiate forced suppression program. Torture them with electric shocks. But the awakened souls would no longer submit. They crazily attacked the control devices, destroying the energy systems. Mephisto's pride in mechanism soul unification was built on the enslavement of countless souls. Zhou Yan grasped this original sin and internally dismantled his ultimate weapon. Huaxia livestream. So smart. Zhou Yan directly solved the problem at its root. This is much more effective than brute force. Those souls are finally free. This is the power of the Liberator. As Thulid watched the battle, its chaotic form showed a hint of unnatural fluctuation. Clearly shocked by such a method. Impossible, how can he manipulate causal rules so easily? A storm surged in Thulid's heart. It originally thought Zhou Yan was just a powerful Eerie lord, but now it seemed things were far from simple. The Abyss Fortress was teetering due to internal revolt, and the main cannon's charging was forced to stop. Seeing the tide turn against him, Mephisto's face turned hideously terrifying. Since I cannot defeat you, let us perish together. He let out a final roar, activating the fortress's self-destruct program. Activate Heart of Annihilation. Let's die together with the enemy. The fortress's core began to shake violently, and the remaining power of the Heart of Annihilation was forcibly detonated. This was the ultimate destruction energy collected by the Abyss mechanism from some destroyed star system, enough to obliterate an entire star region. A thick beam of destructive light shot from the fortress core, carrying the terrifying power to erase everything. Space began to twist and collapse before this beam of light. Husband, be careful! Ruan Xinglua exclaimed in alarm. The power of this attack is indeed unimaginable. However, Zhou Yan did not dodge or evade, he calmly tilted the bronze watering pot in his hand. A seemingly unremarkable black water slowly flowed out from the spout, advancing towards the beam of destruction. This black water appeared plain, even somewhat ordinary. But the moment the beam of destruction came into contact with the black water, something strange happened. The beam did not explode, nor was there any sound, it was silently erased. As if it had never existed at all. What is this? Mephisto's eyes widened, unable to believe the scene before him. His strongest attack was so casually neutralized? The water of the void. Zhou Yan said calmly. It represents the rules of all things coming to an end. Even the mother of all flowers keeps her distance from it. Your power of destruction is nothing but a child's toy in its presence. The water of the void continued to fall gently upon the massive Abyss Fortress. What happened next left all spectators dumbfounded. The entire fortress, along with all its technology and strange creations, was erased like a pencil drawing rubbed out by an eraser. It was silently and inch by inch disintegrated from the realm of existence. Chapter 94, Waste Utilization. No. This is impossible. My Abyss Fortress. My life's work. Mephisto cried out in despair. But it was all in vain, the power of the water of the void was unstoppable. Cthulhu's chaotic form trembled violently, its will emitted waves representing fear. It finally confirmed Zhou Yan's certain forbidden identity. The Lord of the Void is actually the legendary Lord of the Void. Cthulhu's voice was filled with terror. No wonder even the supreme beings of the bizarre world avoid its edge. And the audience from various countries watching this scene live were immensely shocked by this incomprehensible sight. Some with weaker mental resilience were even scared to the point of mental breakdown. Chinese live broadcast room. My God, what level of power is this? That fortress just disappeared like that? What exactly is Zhou God? So terrifying, this has surpassed our understanding. Just as the fortress was about to be completely erased, Zhou Yan stopped watering. He left the core supreme furnace of the fortress, a giant furnace glowing with colorful lights. Erasing it all would be too wasteful. Zhou Yan evaluated. This furnace can still be put to good use. Xing Luo can use it to reforge some equipment and enhance combat power. After saying this, he looked at Cthulhu, who was already dumbfounded beside him. This ancient, fierce ruler, who had been so aggressive before, had now completely lost its previous authority. Its chaotic form trembled incessantly, clearly frightened by the earlier scene. Zhou Yan's voice resonated, full of undeniable meaning. Old Squid, after watching the show for so long, it's your turn to take the stage. You can only choose one opponent, this half-damaged furnace or my lady. I give you 3 seconds to make your choice. Hearing this, Cthulhu's chaotic body trembled violently. It knew this was not a question of choice, but rather a question of life and death. If it chose wrong, its fate would undoubtedly be worse than Mephisto's. 3. Zhou Yan began to count down. 2. Cthulhu's fear reached its peak. Faced with the legendary Lord of the Void, it had absolutely no chance of winning. Fight against Zhou Yan's lady? That woman wielded the Blade of Silence, a key that even it was wary of. Moreover, she stood behind the Lord of the Void himself. Wasn't that asking for death? Seize the furnace? That would mean officially becoming enemies with Zhou Yan. With the terrifying power that had just been displayed, it would surely be erased in an instant. For the first time, its chaotic thoughts experienced an emotion called despair. 1. Zhou Yan's countdown sounded like the death knell of the Grim Reaper. 3 seconds were about to end, and Thulhud made a decision that astonished everyone. Its chaotic projection suddenly solidified, and shockingly it performed an ancient gesture of submission towards Zhou Yan. This gesture was only used in the civilization of the Old Ones when facing an absolute superior. My lord is joking. Thulhud's voice became extremely respectful. Your wife is the most esteemed friend of our council. How could we turn against a friend? After saying this, it took the initiative to act, countless mental tendrils reaching towards the half-destroyed Supreme Forge. Huaxia Live Room. Wow! This guy kneels directly. It was so imposing just now it instantly weakens. Zhou God's deterrent power is terrifying. Even the Old Ones must bow down, so satisfying. But Thulhud's action was not an attack, it was carefully peeling off and purifying the residual power fragments from the forge with its own power. These power fragments were originally fused with the forge, forcibly separating them required extremely exquisite skill. One wrong move could trigger an explosion, shattering the surrounding space. However, as an Old One, Thulhud indeed had a unique capability in mental and rule manipulation. Its tendrils were like the most precise scalpel, perfectly extracting those precious source fragments. Buzz. As the last source fragment was extracted, the entire Supreme Forge lost its core power and was completely scrapped. Yet those colorful source fragments contained extremely pure power. Thulhud respectfully presented these purified source fragments to Zhou Yan. This filthy forge is not worthy of you getting your hands dirty. Its tone was filled with flattery. These fragments are also our council's apology for the previous rude spying not. And a brain. Zhou Yan was quite satisfied with Thulhud's clever performance. Much better than that Mephisto. He accepted the source fragments and slowly fused them into the tip of the Blade of Oblivion. Buzz. The tip of the sword shone brightly, and the emptiness rule contained within it became more complete and powerful. Ruan Xinglua could clearly feel that the power of the Blade of Oblivion had improved by at least 30%. Darling, this sword seems to have become stronger. Of course, these source fragments come from the core technology of the Abyssal Mechanism City. Integrating them enhances the sword's rule-cutting ability. Zhou Yan looked at the sword tip in his hand with satisfaction. In the future, cutting those tough bones will be much easier. This scene completely shattered the psychological defenses of the remaining Mechanism City fleet and the representatives of the beautiful nation. Even a being of the level of the Old Ones must bow. What qualifications do they have to resist? The remaining fleet commander of the Mechanism City trembled as he stepped forward, saluting Zhou Yan. Respected sir, we are willing to surrender all powers and resources. The Abyssal Mechanism City is willing to be a technological vassal of Huaxia. All our technology and production lines are at your disposal. Huaxia Live Room. Ha ha ha. These previously arrogant guys have all knelt. So satisfying. They were so powerful before, and now they're so pathetic. This is the thrill of crushing strength. Zhou God is mighty. Huaxia is mighty. Zhou Yan looked at these kneeling figures and nodded slightly. Good, since you are so sincere, I will reluctantly accept you. Remember to work hard in the future, don't let me down. After saying this, he turned his gaze towards Thulhud. Old Squid, your council shouldn't have any objections, right? Thulhud quickly shook its head, of course not. The council has always supported peaceful coexistence. Your decision is our decision. That's good. Zhou Yan nodded with satisfaction. Remember to tell your boss when you go back. Huaxia is a place that values reason. As long as no one provokes us, everyone can live in peace. Understood. Understood. Thulhud nodded like a chick pecking at rice. I will surely convey your intentions accurately. Chapter 95, Chess Pieces. Zhou Yan, after thoroughly resolving the troubles in Mechanic City and giving a lesson to Thulhud, finally turned his gaze towards the direction of the Valley of Weeping Flowers. Alright, the distractions have been dealt with. He took Ruan Xingluo's hand. Now we can safely retrieve your dowry. Ruan Xingluo looked at the battlefield, which had turned peaceful due to Zhou Yan's authority, feeling sweet in her heart. Husband, with you by my side, I fear nothing. Of course, I am your husband, it's my duty to protect you. Zhou Yan gently caressed her cheek. Let's go, our honeymoon trip isn't over yet. The real show is just beginning. The couple set off again towards the Valley of Weeping Flowers. Behind them, those once mighty enemies respectfully watched them leave. This is the deterrence brought by absolute strength. Just as Zhou Yan was about to lead Ruan Xingluo towards the Valley of Weeping Flowers, the soul guiding lamp, which had been quietly hovering beside them, suddenly flickered violently. The greenish flame in the wick danced wildly, emitting a sorrowful glow like a mourning wail. Husband, what happened to the soul guiding lamp? Ruan Xingluo's expression changed, she sensed a tremendous sadness and despair from the lamp. What's more terrifying was that this emotion was mixed with an urgent call for help. Zhou Yan immediately took the soul guiding lamp and carefully sensed the information coming from it. This is a distress signal from the sapling of the World Tree. The soul guiding lamp began to project an urgent scene. Deep in the Valley of Weeping Flowers, the once vibrant sapling of the World Tree was now rapidly dimming. Countless dark, withering vines were crazily wrapping around it like hungry wolves, greedily sucking its life source. The sapling's green leaves were visibly turning yellow and wilting at an alarming speed. Impossible. Ruan Xingluo said in shock. How long have we been gone? How could the Lord of Decay find the sapling's location so quickly? Zhou Yan looked at the scene, his eyes flashing with realization. I understand now, the Lord of Decay took advantage of the time we were held up in Mechanic City to launch a full attack on the sapling. The real Yellow Sparrow before was not Thulhud, but the Lord of Decay. It used the Mechanic City's fleet as cannon fodder to buy itself precious time. This discovery made Ruan Xingluo gasp in shock. Those guys were pawns from the start? That's right, including the Mechanic City, the Council of Old Rulers, and even the beautiful country, they are all pawns arranged by the Lord of Decay. Zhou Yan's voice turned cold. Their task was to delay us, buying time for the Lord of Decay's true actions. In the scene, the light of the sapling of the World Tree grew fainter, almost about to go out completely. If before, facing Mephisto and Thulhud, Zhou Yan was more playful and mocking. Then at this moment, seeing his dowry and nursery being destroyed, a true cold killing intent finally appeared on his face. The temperature around him dropped to freezing point, and even the space began to tremble slightly. Very well, this little bug has succeeded in provoking my anger. Zhou Yan's voice sounded like it came from the depths of the abyss. Dare to touch my possessions, it's doomed. He handed the fully reforged Blade of Tranquility, which absorbed all the essence of oblivion, to Ruan Xingluo. The sword emitted a deep black light, containing rules of oblivion that were nearing perfection. This time, the sword is no longer a weapon but a key. Zhou Yan slowly infused his power into the sword. Xingluo, hold it tightly. I'll clear the way. Ruan Xingluo gripped the Blade of Tranquility tightly, feeling the terrifying power within it. The sword now gave her a feeling that it was no longer a weapon, but a divine tool capable of controlling the rules themselves. Ready, my husband. Zhou Yan nodded, guiding Ruan Xingluo to aim the Giji blade at the void. Slice down with all your strength, do not hold back. Ruan Xingluo took a deep breath, perfectly merging the power of the dragon pillar within her with the rules of annihilation of the Giji blade. Annihilation sword. Open the heavens and split the earth. The complete Giji blade no longer merely sliced a crack, but directly cut out a straight path made of absolute annihilation in the void. This path ignored any obstacles of space and rules, extending straight into the distance. On the other end of the path, it pointed directly to the core of the Whispering Flower Valley. Go! Zhou Yan and Wan Xinglua stepped into the annihilation path. The surroundings instantly blurred, and time and space lost their meaning. In almost an instant, they arrived at the core of the Whispering Flower Valley, before the sapling of the World Tree. The sight before Wan Xinglua made her furious to the extreme. That originally vibrant World Tree sapling was now on the verge of death. Countless black, withered vines clung to it like demonic tentacles, frantically draining its life essence. And above the sapling, a huge figure formed by countless rules of decay was slowly taking shape. That was the true body of the Lord of Decay. It had a massive body thousands of meters high, exuding a breath of decay and death. Countless dry bones and rotting flesh writhed on it, forming a scene that was disgusting to behold. Seeing Zhou Yan and Wan Xinglua suddenly appear, the Lord of Decay let out a victorious laugh. Ha ha ha! You are too late. The life essence of this World Tree sapling has already been absorbed by me for the most part. In just a few minutes, it will completely wither, becoming a part of my power. Let us witness this feast of decay together. The voice of the Lord of Decay roared like a hellish demon, shaking the entire valley. China Live Broadcast Room. This is so despicable. This monster actually ambushed. The World Tree sapling is about to perish. Zhou God, act quickly. We must save the dowry. Wan Xinglua looked at the withering World Tree sapling, tears of anger welled up in her eyes. You damn monster. I'll kill you. She raised the Giji blade, ready to rush in, but was stopped by Zhou Yan. Don't be anxious, Xinglua. Zhou Yan's voice remained calm, but the killing intent within it was even stronger. An enemy of this level requires more exquisite methods. And this is just the appetizer. He looked at the arrogant Lord of Decay, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The real show has just begun. Upon hearing this, the Lord of Decay's laughter suddenly ceased. From Zhou Yan's tone, it sensed a hint of ominous foreboding. But there was no turning back now. It had to quickly consume the World Tree sapling to gain enough power to fight against this mysterious enemy. Chapter 96, The Set Fate. From Zhou Yan's deep and calm eyes, it read a kind of indifference named Set Fate. As if in the other party's eyes, it was already a dead thing. This feeling made the Lord of Decay experience an unprecedented shock. However, the arrow has been shot, there is no turning back. The life essence of the World Tree sapling has already been absorbed mostly, giving up now would mean wasting all previous efforts. It suppressed the ominous foreboding in its heart, preparing to fight desperately. Meanwhile, Wan Xinglua looked at the tense situation before her, her spirit stirred. The two rode a flowing lightboat formed by a beam of soul path, gracefully approaching the already set interstellar blockade of the Abyss Machinery City. This empty space was already filled with countless huge metallic structures flickering with bluish arcs of electricity. A dense, impenetrable steel wall was formed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Almost the moment they entered the detection range, the Mechanism City fleet made a swift and unified response. Countless grim cannon muzzles poked out from the surfaces of those cold steel stars, each muzzle gathering a chilling green ghostly light, sending shivering waves of energy spreading out. That was the proud God-Slayer puppet war group of Mechanism City, all cannon muzzles precisely aimed at the tiny ship where Zhou Yan and Wan Xinglua were. In an instant, a murderous aura filled the air, the tension reached its peak. Wan Xinglua looked at the enormous fleet that was beyond imagination, feeling the pure horror pressure created by the twisted combination of cold technology and bizarre power. Even though she had witnessed countless grand scenes, a trace of tension still rose in her heart. She instinctively tightened her grip on Zhou Yan's hand beside her. Zhou Yan seemed to sense her emotions, gently patting the back of her hand to reassure her. There was not a hint of seriousness on his handsome face, instead, he wore a playful smile. At this moment, the flagship of the Mechanism City fleet sent a communication request. As the light flickered, two three-dimensional projections appeared in front of Zhou Yan and Wan Xinglua's ship. On the left was a man wearing complex dark golden mechanical armor, his physique imposing, with a face hidden behind a sinister metal mask, only a pair of electronic eyes glowing with crimson light exposed. He was none other than the supreme ruler of Abyss Mechanism City, the great craftsman Mephisto. Next to Mephisto stood an indescribable figure made entirely of chaotic shadows, continuously writhing and changing. That figure exuded an ancient and ominous aura that made the soul tremble. It was the representative of the Old One's council previously seen in the temple, Cthulhu. At this moment, Cthulhu's projected form was more solid and oppressive than when it appeared in the temple. Mephisto's electronically synthesized voice spoke first. Halt. This place is the rule experiment zone of our Abyss Mechanism City. Any existence without permission is prohibited from passing. Those who violate this will be considered provocations against our Abyss Mechanism City and will be killed without mercy. He paused, and the chaotic shadow twisted slightly, seemingly looking towards Wan Xinglua. Of course, if both of you are willing to show sufficient sincerity, we are not unreasonable. This beautiful lady, we sense that you seem to carry a significant number of world tree fragments related to life. Mephisto sneered, as long as Miss Ruan Xinglua is willing to hand over all the world tree fragments on you, we can consider opening a safe passage for you. Otherwise, this star domain will be your burial ground. This was a blatant extortion. The Hua Xiao live room instantly exploded. Damn! Again these two dogs. Haven't they suffered enough in the temple? Mephisto? Is that the unlucky guy whose fortress was swept away by Zhou Xin using a small kettle? Ruan Xinglua heard this shameless extortion, and her beautiful face darkened, anger rising between her brows. Did these guys really think she was made of clay? Haven't the losses in the temple taught them a lesson? The strength of the dragon column within her began to stir restlessly, and the blade of return to silence let out a low hum. You? Ruan Xinglua was about to retort when a warm hand gently pressed down on her. Zhou Yan still appeared calm and relaxed. He smiled slightly at Ruan Xinglua, signaling her to stay calm. Then, he directly took over the communication privilege. In the next second, Zhou Yan's image was clearly projected in front of Mephisto and Cthulhu. He didn't even look at the Mechanism City fleet standing as a formidable enemy or the murderous God Slayer puppets, his gaze simply fell leisurely on Mephisto's projection. Mephisto, right? I remember your teacher, that old fool who calls himself the father of all machines. Back in the day, he didn't even dare to lift his head in front of me. What, do you want to pay off the debt he owes me from back then? Zhou Yan paused, his gaze suddenly sharp as a knife, his tone carrying a hint of coldness. Or do you want me to bundle you up and clear you out along with this pile of junk you're so proud of? Mephisto's crimson electronic eye flickered violently, clearly agitated by Zhou Yan's unearthing of old wounds. But before he could retort, Zhou Yan's gaze had already shifted away from him, leisurely turning to the writhing chaotic shadow beside him. Zhou Yan's lips curled into a slight arc. And you, old squid. Don't pretend here, acting all deep and ancient. You secretly hid a little mental beacon in the power core of Mephisto's flagship. Do you think everyone is blind? At these words, Cthulhu's chaotic shadowy body suddenly froze. That indescribable form, for the first time, showed a clear and violent fluctuation, as if a tremendous wave suddenly surged beneath the calm deep sea. Yet Zhou Yan didn't care about its reaction, continuing to slowly expose. You were hoping that when Mephisto's fleet and that so-called Lord of Decay fought each other to exhaustion, you could sit back and reap the benefits, taking this massive fleet along with any potential world tree sprouts, right? He smiled gently, but his gaze suddenly turned icy. Would you like me to take action now, to help you pull it out from the belly of that metal lump, and give everyone a good exhibition to see your old ruler's little tricks? Zhou Yan's words fell like a deep water bomb thrown into a calm lake, striking hard at Mephisto and Cthulhu's hearts. Mephisto's face hidden behind the grim metal mask must have twisted to the extreme at this moment. He suddenly turned his head, his crimson electronic eye glaring fiercely at the Cthulhu beside him, filled with undisguised rage and murderous intent. Cthulhu's chaotic shadow body writhed violently, evidently caught in extreme shock and panic, unable to organize any effective retort. It could not understand why its secret setup was seen through by Zhou Yan at a glance. At this tense moment, when the atmosphere had frozen to an icy point, Zhou Yan leisurely extended a finger, gently swaying it before the two. Now, I give you a preemptive courtesy opportunity. His tone was flat, as if speaking of a trivial matter. Clear a navigation path, roll out of this star domain. And, offer up 1/10 of your broken fleet's resources as mental damages to my wife, Miss Ruan Xinglua. Zhou Yan's gaze swept over the two, carrying an undeniable authority. Otherwise. He paused, the playful smile at the corner of his mouth slowly fading, replaced by a heart-stopping indifference. I will flip the table. Being publicly exposed and extorted like this, Mephisto's reason was completely consumed by rage. The highest ruler of the abyssal machinery had never faced such an affront. Zhou Yan. Mephisto let out a deafening roar, his electronically synthesized voice turning sharp and piercing due to extreme anger. So what if you see through it? Do you think that with just the two of you, you can contend with my entire mechanical city fleet? He suddenly raised his arm, issuing a command. Activate machine spirit unification. Boom! With Mephisto's roar, the flagship beneath him, resembling a small moon, exploded with blinding light. Countless complex mechanical structures began to spin, deform, and reorganize wildly. At the same time, around the flagship, dozens of enormous main battleships and even more tightly packed small combat units seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, all converging toward the flagship. Even more horrifying, from the wreckage of those warships, from the countless planets captured by the Machine City, twisted and wailing souls were forcibly pulled out, merging into the transforming flagship like rivers returning to the sea. Metal and flesh, technology and vengeful souls, at this moment, started to fuse together in an extremely twisted manner. Crack, crack, boom. The volume of the flagship expanded at a visible speed, and countless fierce gun muzzles emerged from the newly born metal armor, flashing with the light of destruction. What was once cold steel now seemed to have a life of its own, exuding a suffocating terror and pressure. Within a few breaths, a mobile war fortress, standing 10,000 meters tall and shining with a gloomy red ominous glow, filled with gun muzzles and a horrifically twisted structure, replaced the original flagship, appearing in the starry sky. It was surrounded by numerous wailing souls, and the energy fluctuations it emitted reached a terrifying SSS plus level. Abyss Fortress descends. Mephisto's voice came from the core of that gigantic object, filled with madness and brutality. At the top of the fortress, a main cannon, dozens of times larger than any previous gun muzzle, slowly lifted, as destructive energy began to gather crazily inside, emitting a nauseating hum. The target was aimed directly at the tiny spacecraft where Zhou Yan and Ruan Xinglua were located. That destructive energy torrent was madly accumulating in the terrifying gun muzzle of the Abyss Fortress, making the starry sky tremble, as if at any moment it would completely evaporate Zhou Yan, Ruan Xinglua, and their spacecraft. However, just at this critical moment, Cthulhu, who had earlier been in alliance against a common enemy with Mephisto, quietly floated back tens of thousands of meters. Its movement was minimal, but it precisely detached from the impending battlefield center, adopting a posture of purely watching the fire from across the river, as if Mephisto's life and death had nothing to do with it anymore. Faced with the Abyss Fortress and the impending world-destroying main cannon, which could terrify ordinary deities, Zhou Yan simply shook his head. The expression on his face even carried a hint of barely perceptible disappointment. Grand yet impractical. A faint evaluation, like the sharpest knife, pierced through Mephisto's swollen pride. Zhou Yan chose not to confront that gigantic object head-on. Instead, he turned his head to look at Ruan Xinglua beside him, his voice gentle yet full of undeniable strength. Xinglua, take out the endless grievance debt collection disc. Ruan Xinglua's beautiful eyes flashed with understanding, her delicate hand gently raised, and an ancient bronze abacus quietly emerged. Unlike before, this time, Zhou Yan's intention was not directed at the strange causalities of the blue planet. His voice echoed in Ruan Xinglua's mind, carrying a hint of coldness. This time, our target is not the debts of the blue planet, but those endless vengeful souls from countless strange realms, forcibly taken by Mephisto to serve as power cores and human batteries within this machine city fleet. Ruan Xinglua slightly nodded, her jade finger gently tapped the bronze abacus. Ding! A soft yet seemingly soul-piercing tremor sounded. The debt collection disc did not release any attacking energy but instead spiraled upwards, emitting circles of invisible, compassionate ripples, spreading toward the massive Abyss Fortress and the countless machine city warships surrounding it. A clear intention flowed through the ripples of this causal law. Deliver to every soul that is imprisoned and enslaved. I have known your suffering. I have heard your resentment. Resist. Break free from this endless bondage, freedom is right in front of you. This voice seemed to come from the deepest abyss, a primal call, like the first glimmer of hope before dawn. In an instant. Boom! The seemingly indestructible massive body of the abyssal fortress shook violently. Then came the second tremor, the third tremor. The core of the fortress, driving countless fierce cannon barrels, was composed of those forcibly fused souls from various strange realms. They were seen by Mephisto as the cheapest and most effective fuel, but at this moment, these fuels collectively initiated a strike. No, not just a strike. It was a riot. It was a backlash. Sizzled bang. Inside the fortress, energy pipelines responsible for conveying divine resentful powers exploded without warning. Countless tiny sparks of electricity surged crazily across the surface of the fortress, as if it were spasming before death. Those mechanical warships surrounding the fortress, still maintaining an independent form, also began to show strange conditions. Their energy shields flickered erratically, weapon systems crazily locked onto allies, and even worse, engines shut down, wildly tumbling through the starry sky. Energy supply is unstable. Warning. The soul matrix is collapsing. Backlash. It's a soul backlash. Mephisto's frenzied and violent voice, for the first time, carried panic and disbelief. His proud mechanical unity was built on the cruel enslavement and exploitation of these foreign souls. And Zhou Yan had precisely seized this original sin. He didn't even need to act personally, he collapsed Mephisto's strongest trump card from within. In the distance, Cthulhu also showed extremely unnatural violent fluctuations at this moment. Its indescribable form seemed to be tightly gripped by an invisible hand. Clearly, this kind of method that pointed directly at cause and effect was filled with indescribable strangeness, even for an ancient ruler like it. The abyssal fortress began to shake violently and uncontrollably under the internal revolt of countless souls, its armor cracking continuously, emitting a mournful cry of imminent disintegration. The terrifying main cannon, charged to the limit, also began to dim sharply, ultimately extinguished in a reluctant buzzing sound. No! Mephisto let out a desperate roar, his crimson electronic eyes flashing with a mad light. He knew the trend had turned against him. Today, he would not only lose face, it was likely that even this fleet, drained of all mechanical essence, would be completely buried here. Zhou Yan! I want you to accompany me in death. His twisted, snarling face became utterly grotesque as Mephisto crazily activated the last program of the abyssal fortress self-destruction. He intended to detonate the core of the fortress, that once belonged to the Lord of Decay, now only a remnant of power, the heart of annihilation. Using the last resounding cry of this SSS plus level war fortress, to perish together with Zhou Yan and Ruan Xinglua. V-Room. A black beam, more terrifying, more condensed than the previously charged main cannon, filled with pure will for destruction, suddenly shot out from the already cracking core of the abyssal fortress. This beam locked onto the flying vessel where Zhou Yan and Ruan Xinglua were, its speed extreme, tearing the very fabric of space into dark cracks wherever it passed. Facing this ultimate strike that would obliterate everything, Zhou Yan's expression remained calm. He simply extended his hand, palm up, and a plain bronze watering pot quietly appeared. He slightly tilted his wrist. A drop of black water slowly dripped from the spout. This drop of black water drifted gently towards the beam of destruction capable of extinguishing stars. There was no earth-shattering explosion. No blinding light that could blind the eyes. Not even a whisper of sound. That beam of destruction, carrying all of Mephisto's madness and despair, upon touching that drop of black water, vanished as if it were the first snow under a blazing sun, like it was erased from the canvas by an invisible eraser. Silently, it was erased. As if it had never existed in this starry sky. That drop of black water, as dark as ink, did not dissipate after erasing Mephisto's final desperate strike. It was what Zhou Yan once mentioned to Ruan Xinglua, a forbidden item that could make the old rulers, the mother of all flowers, tremble in fear, the water of the void. Representing the ultimate silence of the universe, the primal end and return of all existence. Without any earth-shattering momentum, the water of the void flowed lightly, like the first gentle rain of early spring, falling towards the enormous abyss fortress that obscured the stars. Hiss. It was as if a red-hot iron was plunged into ice water, yet strangely, there was no sound at all. That war machine, infused with countless vengeful souls and cutting-edge technology, condensed from the endless efforts of the machine city, began to dissolve silently the moment it came into contact with the water of the void. Yes, dissolve. Like a pencil drawing on paper being gradually erased, inch by inch, irreversibly, by an invisible hand with an unseen eraser. The fortress's fierce metal shell, those flickering energy nodes, those dense cannons and sensors, everything, was quietly disintegrating, vanishing, turning into pure nothingness. No explosions, no debris, not even a trace of energy escaping. Only absolute, heart-stopping disappearance. No. No. This is the power of the void. In the distance, the chaotic shadow, the will projection of Thulhud, erupted with unprecedented intensity at this moment. That fluctuation was filled with horror 1,000 times stronger than when facing the debt collection disc, and a primal fear from the deepest instinct of life. Ah! My eyes. My sanity. Help! Devil! This is the means of a devil. Through secret channels, the representatives of the beautiful country, such as Ashton, who were barely maintaining remote observation, instantly collapsed mentally upon witnessing this scene beyond comprehension. Some covered their heads and screamed, some foamed at the mouth, and some even rolled their eyes, scared into idiocy by this incomprehensible horror. This had already exceeded their understanding of deities. The Abyss Fortress was being erased from the starry sky at a visibly rapid speed under the erosion of the water of the void. Just when that colossal fortress was about to be completely wiped out, leaving no remnants behind. Zhou Yan slightly raised his eyebrow, his wrist flicking up. The dripping water of the void came to an abrupt stop. Wiping out everything would be too wasteful. His gaze fell upon the core of the fortress, a colossal furnace that, despite being battered by the power of the void, still radiated terrifying heat and immense energy. This furnace is the supreme forge that Mephisto dug out from the ruins of some fallen mechanical divine kingdom. It can still be repurposed. Zhou Yan's calm evaluation clearly reached the ears of every remaining sentient being maintaining their sanity. Then, his deep, starry eyes slowly turned toward the already shaky Thulhud, who was frightened to a state of instability. Old squid. Zhou Yan's voice resonated, carrying a hint of mockery yet filled with undeniable authoritative awe. You've watched for so long, it's time for you to take the stage and stretch your limbs. This half-ruined forge, along with, my lady. A meaningful curve appeared at the corner of Zhou Yan's mouth. You can only choose one as your opponent. I give you 3 seconds to make your choice. As these words fell, the starry sky fell into silence. Chapter 99, The Death Proposition. Thulhud's writhing shadow suddenly froze, as if caught by an invisible giant hand at its core. The lady confronting Zhou Yan, Ruan Xinglua? In Thulhud's chaotic mind, the moment flashed back to when Ruan Xinglua took out the debt collection disc, a surge of unsettling causal energy that even it felt anxious about. More importantly, it sensed that within that woman, there was another horrific thing that made it feel extreme fear. That was key. A terrifying existence called the Blade of Return to Silence, capable of threatening the very essence of the old. It was a murderous treasure rumored in the Council's forbidden legends. But if it chose to snatch that half-damaged Supreme Forge, that would mean tearing apart its face with the horrifying existence before it that wielded the power of the void, and facing it head-on. For the first time in Thulhud's chaotic, frenzied, indescribable thought core, it clearly felt an emotion called despair. This was not a choice question. This was a death proposition. 3. Zhou Yan's indifferent voice began the countdown. Thulhud's chaotic shadow surged violently, evidently caught in an internal battle. 2. The cold voice was like a death knell. It could feel that if it did not choose, or chose wrongly, then in the next moment, it would face the void water capable of erasing everything. 1. 3 seconds passed in an instant. Just as Zhou Yan's last word fell. Thulhud, this ancient dominator from the chaotic Starsea, which had overlooked countless civilizations' rise and fall, made a decision that nearly made all surviving observers' eyes bulge out. Buzz. Its originally illusory, ever-changing chaotic projection, composed of countless twisted tentacles and indescribable things, suddenly solidified in this moment. Although it still maintained that nauseating, strange form, the will emanating from it was unprecedentedly clear and humble. Then, under the gaze of countless shocked, confused, and incredulous eyes, that huge shadow actually slowly performed an ancient gesture, representing complete submission and reverence towards Zhou Yan. Its form twisted and changed, eventually transforming into a giant, tentacled mass covered in eyes, struggling to bend its waist. And master, you jest. A laborious, hoarse, yet overtly fawning thought wave emanated from Thulhud's projection, resonating through this silent starry sky. Your lady has always been the most respected and honored friend in the old council. The projection of Sulud echoed, resonating through this silent starry sky. Your lady, Ms. Ruan Xinglua, has always been the most respected and honored friend in the old council. Before the words faded, the solidified chaotic mass proactively extended countless flickering ethereal tentacles. These tentacles were not attacking Zhou Yan or Ruan Xinglua but carefully probing towards the half-damaged Supreme Forge, like the most precise instruments. Sizzle. An invisible mental force field permeated around the forge. Thulhud was using its vast and pure ancient power to delicately peel and purify the chaotic, violet residual energy fragments, corroded by the void water, from the forge little by little. This process was extremely taxing on the mind, and the control over power reached an ultimate level. With the slightest mistake, those wild energy fragments could explode entirely, turning the already damaged forge into cosmic dust. But Thulhud appeared to be immensely focused at this moment, even with a hint of servility. After a moment, dozens of origin fragments of various sizes, all radiating pure and terrifying energy fluctuations, were lifted by its mental tentacles and respectfully presented before Zhou Yan. My lord. Kuzurud's flattering thought once again echoed, even tinged with a hint of fear, this dirty, damaged forge is truly unworthy of your direct handling. These refined origin fragments are a trifling apology representing the old council for the previous disrespect. I hope my lord and madam will graciously accept them. Zhou Yan's eyes flashed with a hint of appreciation at Kuzurud's obedient display. This old squid is quite perceptive. With a casual gesture, those origin fragments, shimmering with the essence of destruction and creation, all fell into his palm. The next moment, he flicked his finger. Buzz. These fragments transformed into streams of light, accurately merging into the tip of the sword blade of returning silence in Ruan Xinglua's hand. The sword tip suddenly erupted with a dark glow, dazzling countless times more than before, and the engravings of the silence rule pattern became even deeper and more complete, exuding a powerful pressure that made the stars tremble. Ruan Xinglua could clearly feel that the power of the blade of returning silence had, at this moment, achieved a qualitative leap. This scene was like an invisible ultimate hammer of judgment, smashing heavily into the hearts of the distant mechanical fleet commanders, as well as the beautiful kingdom representative, Ashton. Even the old world ruler Kuzurud is so subservient, actively offering treasures to please? A mechanized fleet commander's voice broke as fear overwhelmed him. He is Kuzurud, an ancient being overlooking the rise and fall of civilizations. How can he act like a servant? Ashton's eyes widened in disbelief, murmuring as the last glimmer of hope shattered completely. What qualification did they have to struggle? What trump cards could they use to resist? In front of Zhou Yan, who controlled the power of returning ruins, and under the authority that even the old world ruler must bow to, their so-called technology and fleets were nothing but a joke. Despair, like the deepest darkness, instantaneously consumed all of their will. We, the Mech City, are willing to hand over all core intelligence authority. We pledge allegiance to China as the leader. Zhou Yan merely nodded indifferently at the surrender of these opportunists, signaling the nearby intelligent core to accept and process it. He had completely resolved the troubles of the abyss mechanics and, at the same time, dealt a blow to the restless Kuzurud, finally turning his gaze towards a special coordinate on the star map. There lay another important objective of his journey. However, just as he was about to give orders to set sail, the ancient bronze lamp, the sole guiding lamp floating quietly next to Ruan Xinglua, suddenly flickered violently without warning. The light flickered erratically, the frequency rapid, like a heart-wrenching wail. Ruan Xinglua's expression changed suddenly, gasping in disbelief, her beautiful eyes filled with urgency and disbelief. From the trembling of the soul guiding lamp, she could clearly sense a vast, indescribable sadness, as well as a faint yet incredibly urgent distress signal. This signal actually came from the sapling of the world tree. Chapter 100, The Stinky Bug. Before Zhou Yan could ask, the wick of the soul guiding lamp suddenly projected a beam of light, outlining a frantic and heart-pounding scene in the void. In the image, there lay the deepest part of the Weeping Flower Valley, a mysterious place enveloped in rich life essence. However, at this moment, the sapling of the world tree that once thrived in Wan Xingluo's hands, radiating a soft green glow, was dimming at a visible speed. Like a candle flickering in the wind, it could be extinguished at any moment. What was even more terrifying was that countless bizarre vines, as dark as ink and radiating a strong aura of death and decay. Like the greediest, most malicious venomous snake, it is crazily coiling around the tender sprout. Its sharp thorns, like blood-sucking fangs, deeply penetrate the tender sprout's body, gulping down its incredibly precious life essence. The world tree's tender sprout is in grave danger. The image cast by the soul lamp pierces through Wan Xingluo's heart like the sharpest dagger. She can even feel the despair and pain transmitted from the sprout, a torture of having its life essence violently drawn out. It's it. It is the Lord of Withering. Wan Xingluo's voice trembles slightly with extreme anger and anxiety, her beautiful eyes almost bursting with flames. It actually dares. Zhou Yan's gaze froze as he saw the dark vines wrapping around the tender sprout. The power of rules in the void, slightly rippling due to his emotions, suddenly became dead silent at that moment. A presence of destruction, purer and more terrifying than the previous ruin's water, spread from him. So that's how it is. Zhou Yan's low voice betrayed no emotion, yet it made the surrounding starry sky seem to freeze. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. Thalhide and the machine are merely the cicada, or rather, they are the bait it deliberately released. The real aureole is this Lord of Withering hiding in the shadows. Zhou Yan's eyes were as cold as absolute zero before the birth of the universe. He slowly raised his eyes, looking towards the direction of the Wailing Flower Valley, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile devoid of warmth. It calculated that the machine would delay me, buying it precious time to devour the world tree's tender sprout. What a brilliant scheme! What a Lord of Withering! If before, when dealing with Mephisto and Thalhide, Zhou Yan's mindset was more playful and mocking, like a cat catching a mouse, looking down from above. Then at this moment, seeing the tender sprout, a symbol of a special bond between him and Wan Xingluo, regarded as an important nursery and dowry, being subjected to such vicious attacks. Zhou Yan's face, which usually bore indifference and mockery, seemed frozen and shattered like ancient ice. Replaced by a genuine, soul-deep, icy killing intent. This killing intent was even purer and more heart-stopping than when he urged the ruin's water. Very good. Zhou Yan softly uttered two words, his voice not loud but containing the terrifying power of the universe's end. This hidden bug has enraged me. The moment his voice fell, he flipped his wrist. The sword, having just absorbed all the essence of Supreme Forge, with a flowing ghostly light on its blade, the rules and patterns reaching perfection, the Blade of Silence, quietly appeared in his palm. The sword trembled lightly, emitting a humming sound filled with a desire for blood. However, Zhou Yan did not immediately swing the sword, but gently presented this sword, now reborn and promoted to the true end level, before Wan Xingluo. Xingluo. His voice carried an unprecedented seriousness. This time, it is no longer a weapon. Zhou Yan's fingertips gently brushed the flawless spine of the Blade of Silence. It is the key. Hold it tightly. Wan Xingluo was taken aback, then nodded heavily, gripping the hilt of the Blade of Silence tightly. An indescribable overwhelming power surged through the hilt, flooding into her limbs and bones. As if at that moment, she became one with the sword, with Zhou Yan, and with some supreme destruction rule. I will clear the path. Zhou Yan's voice was calm yet resolute, as if to sever everything. He extended another hand, placing it over Wan Xingluo's hand that was tightly gripping the sword hilt. Buzz! An incomprehensible terrifying power poured out of Zhou Yan's body, indiscriminately flooding into the Blade of Silence. In an instant, the Blade of Silence erupted with strength surpassing when it blended with the forge's essence. A light 10,000 times brighter than the dazzling black light. That was not a darkness that devours everything, but a kind of absolute nothingness that completely returned existence itself to silence. Slash! Zhou Yan let out a low shout, guiding Wan Xingluo, along with the complete Blade of Silence infused with his power, and fiercely slashed toward the direction of the Weeping Flower Valley. This sword strike had no earth-shattering sword energy, nor the might to tear apart the starry river. What remained was only the ultimate silence. The void, beneath this sword strike, silently cracked open. No! That was not a crack. That was a straight, black passage constructed from absolute silent power, radiating a breath of decay that made all things wither. This passage ignored the obstruction of any spatial laws, disregarded the barriers of any rules, and forcibly penetrated layer upon layer of bizarre dimensional realms. At the other end of the passage, it pointed precisely and unfailingly toward the very heart of the Weeping Flower Valley. There lay the place where the buds of the World Tree were struggling in their dying throes. Go! Zhou Yan embraced Ruan Xingluo's slender waist and stepped forward. In an instant, their figures disappeared into that pitch-black passage of silence. The next moment. Weeping Flower Valley, the heart's forbidden zone. A rich breath of decay had almost turned into a tangible black storm, sweeping across this once vibrant land. The light of the World Tree buds had dimmed to the extreme, leaving only the faintest flicker, struggling painfully under the frenzied entanglement and draining of countless twisted black vines. At that moment. Sizzle! The void was as if torn apart by invisible giant hands. A pitch-black passage, exuding an aura of absolute silence, suddenly opened. Zhou Yan and Ruan Xingluo stepped out from the passage, instantly arriving at the center of this decaying land. Before them stood a mass of black fog, twisted and decayed, radiating intense death and final rules, coalescing into a vague and large human-shaped silhouette. The silhouette's arms were those madly entangled and draining black vines surrounding the World Tree buds. It was, in fact, the true body of the Lord of Decay. At this moment, it completely enveloped the World Tree buds, seemingly preparing for the final, complete devouring. Sensing the sudden spatial fluctuation and the aura of silence that made even it feel a hint of unease, the vague face of the Lord of Decay slowly turned towards Zhou Yan and Ruan Xingluo. At the moment it saw the two figures, it paused for a moment, and then let out a hoarse and sharp laugh full of triumphant joy. He. You arrive, just in time. But, unfortunately, you are still a step too late. The voice of the Lord of Decay was filled with mockery and cruelty. Then, let us witness this wonderful feast of decay together. Chapter 101, The Source Against the Source. Faced with the provocation of the Lord of Decay, Ruan Xingluo could no longer hold back. You damned monster! Dare to harm the World Tree buds! She furiously summoned the power of the national dragon pillar within her body, and a solid golden giant dragon instantly took shape. Dragon roar into the heavens! Tear this monster apart for me! The golden dragon let out a deafening roar, filled with the righteous spirit of 5,000 years of Chinese civilization, charging fiercely toward the Lord of Decay. The dragon's might was overwhelming, its power astonishing. Chinese livestream. The goddess Ruan is taking action. This dragon is so mighty. It must defeat that monster. Chinese dragon might. Unbreakable. Let this ugly thing witness our power. However, what happened next shocked everyone. As the golden dragon charged into the grey mist of the Weeping Flower Valley, its mighty dragon aura was visible to the naked eye as it was corroded and shattered. Those originally shining golden scales began to sprout grey moss. The dragon's claws became withered, and the dragon's whiskers started to decay. How is this possible? Ruan Xingluo stared in shock at this scene. Her national dragon pillar power was actually being assimilated by the rules of decay. The golden giant dragon desperately wanted to charge in front of the Lord of Decay, but with every meter it advanced, its strength was diminished. Ultimately, when it was 100 meters away from the Lord of Decay, the giant dragon let out a wail and completely turned into countless specks of light, dispersing into the air. No! Ruan Xingluo's face turned pale from the backlash of power, and she nearly lost her balance. This was her first time encountering such a devastating defeat. In this decaying divine kingdom, ruled by the Lord of Decay for eons, all rules related to life would be ruthlessly suppressed and assimilated. Huaxia Live Room. What's happening? Why is Goddess Ruan's attack ineffective? Why did that dragon dissipate? It's over. Even the strength of the national dragon pillar is not a match. This monster is too terrifying. Meanwhile, the remaining forces from other countries watched with glee. The Lord of Decay looked at Ruan Xingluo's embarrassment, letting out a silent sneer. Laughable ants, daring to use life power in my divine kingdom? This is my home ground. Your every attack will only make me stronger. The decaying power of the entire divine kingdom began to crush toward Zhou Yan and Ruan Xingluo. The grey mist surged in like a tide, withering and rotting everything in its path. Even the ground beneath their feet began to crack, exuding the scent of death. Honey, what should we do? Ruan Xingluo asked in a slight panic. This was her first time encountering such a tricky enemy. All conventional attack methods lost their effect here. Zhou Yan's voice sounded in her mind, carrying a hint of gravity. Do you feel it? In its domain, the more you use ordinary life or order power, the more you are feeding it. Anger and unwillingness are also nutrients it loves. To win, you cannot play by its rules. Ruan Xingluo pondered, what do you mean? Since its rules are decay and rot, we will use a more fundamental rule to oppose it. As Zhou Yan spoke, he handed her the bronze watering can. Pour the source water of the mother river of life at your feet. Ruan Xingluo took the watering can, feeling the pure life force within. This life force was different from the power of the dragon pillar, it was more primitive and fundamental. Just pour it down like this? Yes, don't hesitate at all. Zhou Yan guided her. Following his instructions, Wan Xinglua gently poured the emerald green source water at her feet. A miraculous thing happened. As soon as the emerald green source water touched the ground, it instantly opened up a 3-foot square, vibrant land of life in the decaying dead zone. This patch of land radiated pure life brilliance, invulnerable to all methods. The power of the decaying rules was being firmly blocked outside this small piece of land. What? How is this possible? For the first time, the Lord of Decay showed a shocked expression. In its divine kingdom, a land of life appeared that it could not erode? Standing on the land of life, Wan Xinglua felt an unprecedented sense of security. Those terrifying powers of decay could not penetrate this area at all. Honey, what is the principle behind this? Very simple, source against source. Zhou Yan calmly explained. The Lord of Decay is strong, but it is ultimately just a companion of the world tree. And the source water of the mother river of life represents the original source of life. In the face of absolute rank, any technique is useless. The Lord of Decay looked at the land of life, its eyes flashing with a hint of fear. It began to realize that these two humans before it were far more terrifying than it had imagined. Impossible. Who exactly are you? Why do you possess the power of life's origin? Zhou Yan did not answer its question but continued to guide Wan Xinglua. Now, use the blade of silence to draw a circle at the edge of the sacred land. We need to expand this safe area. Wan Xinglua raised the blade of silence and began to act according to Zhou Yan's instructions. Where the tip of the sword passed, the decaying rules dispersed violently. A larger land of life was beginning to form. The Lord of Decay finally realized the danger. It began to fight back with all its might. It extended countless gray tentacles, formed from the concentrated rules of decay. These tentacles were as thick as giant pythons, emanating a breath of death, fiercely striking towards that small land of life from all directions. Boom! 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 The tentacles crazily slammed against the barrier of the land, trying to crush it along with the people inside. The barrier trembled violently under the fierce attacks, emitting a series of buzzing sounds. Husband, this barrier can hardly hold on. Wan Xinglua felt the tremor of the land beneath her feet and said worriedly. It's normal if it can't hold. After all, it's just a small space of 3 feet square. Zhou Yan's voice remained calm. But it doesn't matter, our purpose was never defense. At that moment, the Lord of Decay let out an angry roar. Since you want to resist, let me show you my true power. With its command, the entire flower valley of sorrow began to tremble violently. Hundreds of towering, ancient, mournful trees, born from old resentments and the power of decay, slowly awakened. These ancient trees were like moving fortresses of war, stepping heavily towards the small land, surrounding it. Each ancient tree emitted a terrifying breath of death, with twisted human faces growing on their trunks, constantly emitting shrill wails. Huaxia livestream. Oh my! These ancient trees are terrifying. Ruan Goddess and the others are surrounded. So many monsters, how can they possibly fight them off? It's over. This time it's really dangerous. Facing such a desperate situation, Zhou Yan's voice sounded again. The land has formed, it's time to fertilize our seeds. Xinglua, take out that disaster source crystal and throw it at the root of the largest mournful tree. Chapter 102, Internal Conflict. Wan Xinglua was stunned. Husband, are you sure? That thing is very precious. Trust me, this source crystal will have an unexpected effect. Zhou Yan's tone carried a hint of mysterious delight. Sometimes, the best weapon is not used to attack but to destroy the internal unity of the enemy. Though Wan Xinglua didn't quite understand Zhou Yan's intent, she chose to trust him. She took out the essence of the disaster source crystal, which contained extreme disaster and chaotic power, and threw it with all her strength at the largest mournful tree. Whoosh! The source crystal sliced through the air, precisely smashing into the roots of the ancient tree. A hint of confusion came from the will of the Lord of Decay. Foolish humans, have you really given such a massive energy source to my servant? Isn't this helping me enhance my strength? The mournful tree struck by the crystal, as a creation of decay, instinctively began to absorb the energy of the disaster source crystal. It wanted to transform this energy into its own power, making itself stronger. However, what happened next was beyond everyone's expectations. The chaos and brutality of the disaster rules far exceeded what decay could control. Ah! After absorbing the energy of the source crystal, the ancient tree did not become stronger but instead let out a cry of pain. Its trunk began to writhe violently, growing countless grotesque flesh tumors. Twisted limbs emerged from the bark, muscle tissue, and plant fibers bizarrely merged together. The ancient tree was actually reversely contaminated by the power of disaster, and it mutated right on the spot. What? The Lord of Decay watched the scene in shock. The mutated mournful tree lost control in an instant, treating other normal trees around it as enemies. Boom! The mutated ancient tree swung its fleshly tentacles, crazily attacking its neighboring companions. A civil war, orchestrated by Zhou Yan, erupted within the army of the Lord of Decay. Huaxia livestream. Wow! What is this operation? God Zhou has actually made the enemy fight among themselves. So clever. Is this the legendary borrowing a knife to kill? Look, those ancient trees are fighting. So exhilarating. Damn. Stop. Everyone, stop. The Lord of Decay roared with rage, trying to regain control of his army. But the mutated ancient trees had gone completely mad, refusing to listen to any orders. Even more terrifying, the power of disaster began to spread among the ancient tree army. More and more ancient trees were corrupted, starting to attack their own companions. The Lord of Decay had to split most of his focus to suppress the internal chaos of the ancient tree army. The pressure on the world tree's sapling showed a momentary slack. Zhou Yan keenly captured this opportunity, his expression becoming extremely serious. Now's our chance. Ruan Xinglua used that time dragon bone shovel. Dig the world tree sapling along with that active root out of the poisoned soil and transplant it into our pure land. Hurry! This is our only chance. Ruan Xinglua immediately took out the time dragon bone shovel, which exuded a faint aura of time, able to ignore most of the rules and restrictions. She aimed at the ailing world tree sapling and struck down forcefully. Swish! The time dragon bone shovel easily cut through the bindings of the withering vines, uprooting the world tree sapling. No! The Lord of Decay noticed her actions and let out a desperate roar. But now he was tied down by the internal chaos of the ancient trees and had no time to stop her. Ruan Xinglua successfully dug out the world tree sapling and carefully cradled it in her hands. Although the sapling looked wilted, its roots still pulsed with weak life. We did it! Ruan Xinglua said excitedly. Honey, I dug it out. Great, now immediately transplant it into our pure land. Zhou Yan's voice was filled with anticipation. Let it feel the power of life again. Ruan Xinglua gently placed the world tree sapling into the life pure land. A miracle happened. As soon as the sapling touched the pure source water of life, it began to regain vitality. The yellowed leaves turned green again, and tiny roots started to grow. A pure aura of life radiated from the sapling, perfectly merging with the power of the pure land. The Lord of Decay saw this scene and fell into complete despair. His painstakingly devised plan had been easily broken by two humans. Even more frightening, the life force of the world tree was rapidly recovering. Just as the world tree sapling separated from the decayed earth, the Lord of Decay finally suppressed the internal chaos of the ancient tree army. He looked at the sapling that had been uprooted and let out a hysterical roar. Damn humans! Dare to snatch prey from me! The Lord of Decay's fury peaked, and his will, filled with endless rage, began to condense into an invisible attack. Since you want to save it, I will completely destroy it right before your eyes. Curse of Ultimate Decay. An invisible curse crossed space, directly locking onto the world tree sapling in Ruan Xinglua's hands. This was the Lord of Decay's origin attack, ignoring any physical defenses, directly acting on the concept of life. As long as it was alive, it would be erased from existence by this curse. Not good. Ruan Xinglua sensed the threat of death and wanted to dodge, but the curse had already locked onto the sapling. The world tree sapling dimmed at a visible speed before the curse, its light fading away. The leaves, which had just regained vitality, began to curl and yellow, ready to completely wither. Honey! What should we do? Ruan Xinglua shouted anxiously. She could feel the sapling was dying, and this kind of death was at the conceptual level, making any healing methods ineffective. Huaxia Live Broadcast Room. It's over. The world tree is going to die. This curse is too terrifying. It can erase even life itself. Goddess Ruan, please think of a way. Where is God Zhou? Hurry up and act. However, Zhou Yan watched the scene with a calm gaze. He showed no signs of panic. Instead, it said to Ruan Xinglua, if it wants to erase the concept of life, then we will create a higher concept. Xinglua, do you still remember our original path together? Now, centered around the soul imprints of you and me. Zhou Yan's voice became solemn and sacred. With the endless national fortune of Huaxia as fuel. With your identity as the national fortunes agent as the decree. Awaken its true name. Ruan Xinglua instantly understood Zhou Yan's intention. She immediately activated her national fortune agent authority, establishing a connection with the national fortune golden dragon of Huaxia. A miraculous event occurred. All the people of Huaxia watching this scene through the live broadcast felt the will connection from Ruan Xinglua. They spontaneously contributed their spiritual power, merging it into the national fortune golden dragon. The will of 1,400 million people of Huaxia gathered together, forming an unprecedented powerful force. Huaxia Live Room. I felt it. Goddess Ruan is calling us. Take my power. We must save the world tree. Long live Huaxia. Go, Goddess Ruan. We are with you. Chapter 103, From now on, you are reborn. This is a creation ceremony initiated by Zhou Yan, led by Ruan Xinglua, with the participation of all the people of Huaxia. I felt it. Ruan Xinglua said excitedly. The power of all our compatriots is supporting me. She connected everything she had with the bud of the world tree, issuing a solemn declaration deep within her soul. In the name of me and Zhou Yan. With the will of the people of Huaxia. I decree you, from now on, you are reborn. Boom. A deafening roar. The bud of the world tree was no longer just life, but had sublimated into a higher concept. Rebirth. It let out a clear, resonant first cry. This first cry was like the first cry of a newborn, filled with hope and strength. The first cry turned into a green shockwave, instantly sweeping across the entire withering divine kingdom. What? Impossible. The Lord of Withering looked at this scene in shock. Its final withering curse met the rebirth rule, as if encountering a natural enemy. The curse not only failed to kill the bud, but was instantly neutralized, purified, and absorbed. It even became the nourishment for the bud's growth. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Lord of Withering let out a shriek filled with fear and disbelief. I am the embodiment of withering. I am the representative of the end. How could I be defeated by a small bud? But reality was so cruel. In the face of the rebirth rule, the withering rule appeared so pale and powerless. The green light continued to spread, and wherever it passed, withered plants revived. Rotten land began to sprout new buds. Even the wailing ancient trees regained vitality in the light. The form of the Lord of Withering rapidly collapsed and reassembled in the light of rebirth. Its massive power was crazily absorbed by the world tree, transformed into life energy. No. Don't. The Lord of Withering struggled in despair. I haven't completed my mission. I can't die here. But all struggles were in vain. In the face of absolute rule crushing down, any resistance was meaningless. However, just as the Lord of Withering was about to be completely formatted, its last wisp of resentful will tore through the void. Then, it sent out a fragmentary warning message to a more ancient and terrifying dimension. Door. Key. Betrayal. Life. Reversing. Return to the void. Zhou Yan heard this warning and a hint of deep meaning flashed in his eyes. It seems the true mastermind is finally going to reveal itself. He looked at the now fully reborn bud of the world tree and nodded in satisfaction. But now, we already have the capital to fight against them. Under the nurturing of the rebirth rule, the bud of the world tree began to grow wildly. In just a few seconds, it grew from a small bud into a towering tree. This is the legendary world tree. The divine tree carrying endless hope for life. Huaxia Live Room. We succeeded. We succeeded. The world tree has been reborn. So beautiful. Is this the legendary divine tree? Long live Huaxia. Long live God Zhou and Goddess Ruan. But Zhou Yan knew, this was just the beginning. The last warning message from the Lord of Withering had just been sent out, and something unexpected happened. Buzz. The blade of silence in Ruan Xingluo's hand suddenly emitted a violent buzzing sound. The sword began to tremble, as if sensing some terrible presence. Zhou Yan's expression instantly became serious. Xingluo, put the sword away. His voice carried a hint of gravity. An old friend has been stirred. Ruan Xingluo followed the instruction to put away the blade of silence, but the sword's buzzing sound still did not stop. Husband, what's going on? Behind that door, there is an ancient, cold, and indifferent powerful will that has been awakened. Zhou Yan looked up toward a direction in the void. This existence was neither an enemy nor a friend, more like the warden of a prison, whose duty was to maintain the absolute silence of the door. Ruan Xingluo felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, as if a pair of cold eyes were watching her. Is it looking at us? That's right, our act of creating new life just now violated its order. Zhou Yan's tone remained calm. In its view, everything should lead to an end, yet we are creating a new beginning. The probing gaze became more intense, even causing the space to begin to slightly twist. But Zhou Yan completely disregarded this gaze. He turned around and instructed Ruan Xingluo to take out the purified core of the Lord of Withering. Come, Xingluo. Use this as the final fertilizer and feed it to the world tree completely. Ruan Xingluo carefully held the core that radiated pure life force. Do we just give it to it directly? Yes, this is the essence of the Lord of Withering, and after being purified by the new life rule, it has become the highest level life nourishment. Zhou Yan looked at the tender sprouts of the world tree with satisfaction. With this nourishment, it can truly grow. Ruan Xinglua gently placed the core at the roots of the world tree. Miraculous things happened. After absorbing this final energy, the world tree's tender sprouts began to swell in the wind. In just a few minutes, it transformed from a small sprout into a towering giant tree reaching 1,000 feet. The giant tree radiated colorful rosy light, and every leaf contained pure life force. The decaying rules of the entire Weeping Flower Valley were completely purified, turning into a vibrant new garden. Huaxia Live Room. Oh my god. Is this the legendary world tree? So spectacular. It's simply a miracle. We Huaxia have the world tree. From now on, who would dare to underestimate us? However, just as everyone was immersed in the joy of victory, that probing gaze became even more intense. Zhou Yan sensed the other party's dissatisfaction, even a hint of threat. But he not only did not retreat, but instead looked directly into the void. His gaze seemed to penetrate the endless void, locking eyes with the will of the existence behind the door. He conveyed a simple and clear message. My garden, my rules. If you keep watching, I will dig out your eyeballs to use as fertilizer. The boldness of this statement shocked Ruan Xinglua. That was a terrifying existence capable of guarding the forbidden door. Zhou Yan dared to threaten it so directly. Even more astonishing was that the ancient wolf behind the door indeed slowly retreated after locking eyes with Zhou Yan. Clearly, it was wary of Zhou Yan's strength and did not dare to make a move easily. But before retreating, an invisible rule mark representing surveillance fell on the perimeter of the new garden. It was obvious that it had chosen to observe for now, but had not completely given up. Chapter 104, Mythical Civilization. In the eyes of powerful beings like Felhud, observing everything from the outside, the appearance and retreat of the wardens will plunge them into deeper fear. Even the warden has to retreat. What level of existence is this human? Felhud's chaotic body trembled violently. We must not provoke them, absolutely not. Other observing beings also withdrew their attention with lingering fear. They now just wanted to get as far away from this terrifying couple as possible. Just then, a system announcement resonated around the world, shaking everyone. Global System Announcement. Blue Star, Huaxia, successfully safeguarded the cosmic treasure world tree and has nurtured it to its juvenile phase. Its exclusive mythical level mysterious domain newborn garden has officially been completed. Huaxia's national fortune has received the core concepts of rebirth and immortality. The resilience and potential rating of the civilization has reached mythical level. The level of Blue Star has consequently been raised overall. The bizarre matchmaking game rules will be adjusted for Huaxia. The last sentence of the announcement left all countries on Blue Star in utter despair. Rules will be adjusted for Huaxia. What does this mean? This means Huaxia has become powerful enough to influence the rules of the game itself. From now on, the rules of the bizarre world will give way to Huaxia. Remaining live stream room of beautiful country. It's over, completely over. Even the game rules have to bow to Huaxia. What hope do we have left? European Union live stream room. Mythical rating, this has exceeded our understanding. Meanwhile, the live stream room for Huaxia was filled with celebration. We did it. We really did it. Mythical civilization. Our Huaxia is a mythical civilization. Who would dare say our Huaxia is not capable anymore? God Zhou and Goddess Ruan are our guardian deities. Zhou Yan and Ruan Xinglua stood under the newly reborn world tree, enjoying the fruits of victory. Husband, we really did it. Ruan Xinglua looked at the towering giant tree before her, tears welling in her eyes. Of course, this was the dowry I prepared for you. Zhou Yan gently caressed her cheek. Now it has finally returned to your hands. The world tree swayed its branches softly, as if greeting its master. Colorful light spilled over the earth, making the entire newborn garden even more beautiful. So what are we going to do next? Ruan Xinglua nestled in Zhou Yan's arms and asked. What comes next? Zhou Yan gazed into the distance, a glimmer of deep meaning flashing in his eyes. Next, we will let the whole universe know that Huaxia is not someone anyone can provoke. And our honeymoon journey should enter the next phase. With the crisis of the world tree resolved, the conspiracy of the Lord of Decay had completely failed. Zhou Yan held Ruan Xinglua's hand, a usual lazy smile on his face. All right, my lady, all troubles have been resolved. Now, our real honeymoon journey can officially begin. Ruan Xinglua happily nodded, snuggling beside him, her heart filled with sweet visions of the future. At this moment, Huaxia's national fortune was at its peak, a golden dragon of luck coiling in the sky, pressuring the four seas. Countries on Blue Star either willingly surrendered or looked up in awe. A new world pattern dominated by Huaxia seemed to have completely settled. However, just in this seemingly harmonious atmosphere, a cold, majestic, and long silent system prompt unexpectedly resounded in every corner of the globe without warning. Global Emergency Announcement. Bizarre Matchmaking System version 2.0 has now been updated. A new national fortune competition mode, Bizarre Raising Era, has officially begun. This announcement was like a deep water bomb, instantly stirring up a huge uproar worldwide. The announcement content continued. The system will randomly select 10 of the most promising bizarre Cubs eggs from thousands of mysterious domains. The Cubs eggs will be randomly distributed to 10 countries, including Huaxia, the civilization with the greatest potential for development in this phase. From this moment on, representatives from various countries must complete a series of designated parenting tasks within 90 days, successfully hatching and carefully nurturing the peculiar cubs obtained. The final growth value, health, and happiness index of the cubs will directly convert into new national fortune points for each civilization. This era will no longer judge national fortunes based on the victory or defeat of a single task, but rather assess the overall potential of the cubs for real-time global rankings and resource allocation. Global Parenting Live Broadcast, now starting. At the instant the words fell, the live broadcast rooms that had just darkened due to insufficient national fortune across Blue Star were miraculously reignited by an invisible force. Beautiful Country Live Room. A new opportunity. This is our beautiful country's chance to rise again. We absolutely cannot lose to Huaxia again. The newly appointed Representative James excitedly waved his fist, a flame of ambition reigniting in his eyes. Parenting? This tests patience, resources, and the most scientific nurturing methods. This is exactly our beautiful country's strong suit. We absolutely cannot lose to Huaxia again. European Union Live Room. The parenting era? Interesting, this is no longer a simple clash of strength but a test of a civilization's overall national power and resource depth. Immediately summon our top biologists and psychologists to form an expert team. This time, we in the European Union have a chance. Huaxia Live Room. What is this? Parenting? Did I hear that correctly? God Zhou and Goddess Ruan are going to have a child? No, wait, is it about raising pets? Hahaha, another good show to watch. I wonder how they will crush those foreigners this time. I am already looking forward to it. I can't wait to see how God Zhou handles the kids, just thinking about it feels exciting. Within the transit station of the strange world, Ruan Xinglua listened to the new rules, her face showing a look of surprise. Next to her, Zhou Yan nearly yawned, looking uninterested. Hubby, this. No worries. Zhou Yan waved his hand, casually saying, it's just that the will of the strange world has changed its way of continuing to squeeze the potential and resources of various civilizations, nothing to take too seriously. He paused, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth, but, well, a bit more fun could be nice. At that moment, the system's voice sounded again. 10 strange cubs' eggs are about to arrive at the sacred temple of life in the transit station. Please, representatives of the 10 countries, enter the temple within 1 hour and make your final choice. As soon as the words fell, soft beams of teleportation light descended from the sky, perfectly enveloping Ruan Xinglua, Mia, and other representatives from countries assessed as having the most potential in this phase. With a flash of white light, the scene before them transformed in an instant. When the vision cleared again, they found themselves in a grand hall, immensely sacred and filled with an endless breath of life. In the center of the hall, 10 mysterious giant eggs of varying shapes and sizes, emitting different energy fluctuations, silently hovered there, waiting for their selection. Among them, one egg was covered in fine, dark golden dragon scales, faintly exuding the aura of a monarch that commanded submission. Another one burned with a hellish blue fire, its scorching breath causing the surrounding space to slightly warp, clearly indicating the extraordinary life inside it. Just as the representatives of various countries hesitated and evaluated, a brand new figure attracted everyone's attention. She wore a magnificent sea blue gown, her skin as white as snow, and her eyes like the purest sapphire, noble and filled with confidence. On her chest was a badge in the shape of a trident. It's the representative of Atlantis, Coralie. I didn't expect that even the legendary lost civilization of Atlantis is participating in this parenting era. Coralie ignored the discussions around her, holding a precisely designed detection instrument, rapidly scanning the 10 giant eggs. Soon, she locked onto the dark golden dragon scale giant egg that radiated a kingly aura. This one is it. A confident smile crept onto Coralie's lips. She believed in the advanced technology of her civilization and in her own judgment. As Coralie made her choice, representatives from other countries, like the beautiful country and the European Alliance, also used their respective trump cards and intelligence to select seemingly brilliant and promising eggs. Quickly, only 2 or 3 plain-looking eggs remained in the center of the temple. It was now Yuan Xinglua's turn. Zhou Yan's lazy voice resonated in her mind at the right moment. Xinglua, don't look at those flashy ones. Go to the corner and grab that egg. Yuan Xinglua was taken aback and followed Zhou Yan's guidance. There, indeed, lay a completely black egg in the most inconspicuous corner of the temple, its surface rough and even spotted with some dried mud. The egg emitted no energy fluctuations, and not even a hint of life could be felt, like a stubborn rock abandoned for millions of years. Honey, are you sure? Yuan Xinglua hesitated slightly. The anxious voice of the Chinese think tank came through a special channel. Ms. Yuan, think twice. According to the analysis from all our instruments, that black stone egg has completely lost its life vitality. Choosing it, the risk is too great. Yuan Xinglua took a deep breath, her eyes becoming resolute once more. I trust my husband's judgment. With that, under the puzzled gaze of billions of viewers across Blue Star, she strode directly to that corner and cradled the unremarkable black dead egg in her arms. This scene instantly ignited public opinion through global live broadcasts. Atlantis live stream. Ridiculous Chinese people, they have indeed relied on elusive luck to get to today, and in front of a true test of vision and background, they immediately revealed their true colors. Beautiful country live stream. Ha ha ha. What do I see? They chose a stone. A black and hard dead stone. China's national fortune ends here. They will pay the most painful price for their stupidity. Even in China's own live stream, viewers fell into great confusion and worry. Is God Joe really messing this up this time? That egg doesn't look alive at all. My heart is racing. It's over. Our start in China seems to be on hell difficulty. Amid the uproar of global public opinion, all countries' choices came to a close. The system's prompt sounded once again. Selection time is up. All young eggs will hatch collectively in their respective civilizations' dedicated nurturing rooms in 24 hours. The first nurturing task will be released simultaneously after hatching. In an instant, all global eyes were focused on the black dead egg chosen by China. Everyone craned their necks, waiting to see a huge joke unprecedented in China's history 24 hours later. Time ticked by. The countdown of 24 hours finally ended. In Atlantis, in the dedicated nurturing room. Crack. A crisp sound of breaking echoed. The dark golden dragon scale giant egg that Coralie had chosen suddenly cracked open. A young creature covered in crystal blue scales, with prominent dragon horns and a fierce dragon aura, broke free from its shell. Upon its birth, it let out a high-pitched dragon roar, its power evidently reaching level E. A semi-transparent attribute panel then floated onto all the live stream screens. Young creature, deep-sea dragon lizard. Status, healthy. Current strength, level E. Potential rating, SSS level. The deep-sea dragon lizard from Atlantis demonstrated its SSS level terrifying potential right from birth. The world's attention was ignited in an instant. Then, other countries' eggs began to crack one by one. From the egg of the European Union representative, an A-grade potential war statue made entirely of rune rock hatched. Inside the egg of the Northern Bear Country representative, there was also an A-grade potential creature, an Icefield demon wolf with fur as sharp as steel needles. The other country's offspring also started at A-grade potential, each displaying signs that caused cheers to erupt in their respective live streams. For a moment, everyone's attention was playfully focused on the pitch-black dead egg from China. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, that black eggshell, which had been silent all along, finally made an extremely faint click sound. A tiny crack appeared on the eggshell. Then, amidst countless astonished gazes, the eggshell cracked open, and a strange creature, the size of a fist, completely black with no facial features, slowly rolled out from inside. It lay there motionless, as if it were a puddle of melted asphalt, emanating a scent of nothingness. The global live broadcast fell into an eerie silence for 3 seconds at that moment. Then, an attribute panel full of mockery slowly appeared in front of everyone. Offspring, unknown slime. Potential, G-grade. Status, extremely hungry, near death. Put. Ha 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 ha. The silence was broken, and an overwhelming wave of uncensored laughter erupted in the major live streams around the world. Atlantis live stream. G-grade potential? Near death state? Am I seeing this wrong? Did China just hatch a lump of mud? Beautiful country live stream. I'm dying of laughter. This is what China chose after their 9 consecutive defeats. Their national luck is indeed a joke. I would call it the strongest background decoration in history. Our SSS grade dragon lizard is not even worthy to carry its shoes. Chapter 106, this time, it's really over. Meanwhile, in the live stream of China's national luck, there was dead silence, and the confidence of all the viewers plummeted to the ground. G-grade, how could it be G-grade? It's over, this time it's really over, the beginning is a disaster, how can we play like this? God Zhou Yen, you really miscalculated this time. In the midst of the global uproar, the cold system notification sound rang again, announcing the first task of this nurturing era. Nurturing task, the glory of the first meal. Task requirement, representatives of each country must find the most suitable first meal for their offspring within 72 hours and complete the feeding. The system will comprehensively score based on the fit between the food and the offspring, as well as the food's own energy level, and this score will directly count toward the final potential value of each civilization. Scoring formula: food fit, range 1% to 100%, food energy level, G grade to SSS grade, UT. Final score equals fit percentage X energy level coefficient. Once the task was released, representatives from all countries immediately sprang into action. Coralie from Atlantis smiled confidently and led her team to the nearby abyssal trench, seeking the legendary A-grade deep-sea magic crystal as an appetizer for her dragon lizard. The representative from the beautiful country took out a piece of S-grade energy block made from high-tech compression, attempting to feed it to her offspring, but that offspring merely sniffed it, turned its head in disgust, and refused to eat. For a moment, all countries were caught up in a crazy race to find top-tier ingredients. Everyone tacitly believed that China would surely fail this time. A G-grade potential near-death slime, let alone finding top ingredients, would it even survive until 72 hours later was a question. In China's exclusive nurturing room, Ruan Xinglua held the black mud that was still slightly wriggling in her arms, yet she felt no life energy from it, and she was also a bit at a loss. She tried to offer some spiritual fruit, but the little creature showed no response. Husband. Ruan Xinglua could only call for help from Zhou Yan, who was far away in the happy community, using her soul imprint. What does it eat? Zhou Yan glanced at the blob of black mud on the live stream, his tone still casual. Don't be fooled by its lifeless appearance. This little thing is called Returning Ruin Slime, and it is a companion being of the Returning Ruins concept. Zhou Yan's voice clearly entered Ruan Xinglua's mind. It does not consume any conventional forms of energy, whether it's spiritual energy, divine essence, or elements. To it, they're no different from rocks. Its food is the residue of failed creations. Entropy residue? Ruan Xinglua was taken aback. It was the first time she had heard this term. Zhou Yan patiently explained, it's simple. Any failure in alchemy, enchanting, or technological creations produces useless waste, chaotic energy residues, and the concept of entropy void contained in that failure itself. This is what the returning ruin slime loves the most, and it's also the only thing it consumes. Zhou Yan chuckled lightly and handed Ruan Xinglua a peculiar small net that looked as if it were woven from spider silk and starlight. It was the causal capturing net transformed from the 10,000 grievances returning debt disk that she had used before. You previously used it to collect those grievances but didn't know its true purpose. Zhou Yan re-explained, the essence of this net is to perform causal transfer, not to capture ethereal concepts. As long as you can pinpoint the causality of a failed event, you can ignore space and distance, directly transferring the final physical result of that event right in front of you. Ruan Xinglua's eyes lit up instantly. She immediately understood Zhou Yan's plan. I understand now, husband. She stopped thinking about what ingredients to find for the slime and instead held the blob of black mud, leisurely opening the global parenting livestream to enjoy watching the actions of representatives from other countries. At this moment, in the exclusive cultivation room of the beautiful nation, the atmosphere was extremely tense. The newly appointed representative, James, was directing dozens of top scientists to conduct a massive and expensive experiment. They used a small particle collider to attempt to artificially synthesize a type of high-energy particle food containing pure lightning essence for his A-class potential thunder leopard cub. Beautiful Nation Live Room. It started. Our beautiful nation's cutting-edge technology. It must succeed. This experiment costs hundreds of millions of strange coins. If it succeeds, our thunder leopard will surely become the strongest cub. The experiment had reached the most critical final step. All the energy was about to gather and take shape. However, at that moment, a scientist at the control panel suddenly screamed in horror. Not good. There's a calculation error in one of the parameters. The energy is going to go out of control. Boom. Before the words fell, the precision particle collider exploded with a bang. The terrifying energy shockwave turned the entire laboratory into chaos. Only a pile of charred, pungent-smelling metal and crystal residue remained at the scene, deemed worthless industrial waste by the equipment. In the beautiful nation live room, there was an instant wail of despair. An elderly expert shouted angrily at the camera, "It's a failure. Our experiment that cost hundreds of millions has completely failed." However, at the moment when the global audience was either lamenting or gloating over the beautiful nation's failure, in the cultivation room of Huaxia, Ruan Xinglua, who had been sitting back and watching, finally moved. She activated the causal capturing net in her hand, accurately locking onto the recently occurred failed event. Collect. In the shocked gaze of James, the representative of the beautiful nation, and billions of global viewers. That pile identified as industrial waste, still puffing black smoke, suddenly vanished without a trace from the beautiful country's laboratory. In the next second, in the cultivation room of Huaxia, that heap of charred residue appeared out of thin air, precisely landing in front of the Guishu slime. The slime, originally lying on the ground, barely alive and seemingly ready to kick the bucket at any moment, came back to life the instant it caught the scent of the residue. Its pitch-black body opened one curious, shimmering single eye for the first time. It pounced on the pile of residue like a glutton that hadn't eaten for 800 years, opening its invisible mouth and began devouring wildly. Chomp chomp. With every piece of charred residue that others deemed useless that it consumed, the slime's body shone brighter and visibly swelled up. Chapter 107, just the beginning. On the screen, the attribute panel representing the slime's state began to jump wildly. Hunger level, 80%. 50%. 20%. 10%. Status, near-death weak normal. Growth value +10, +20, +50. Global viewers were utterly stunned at this moment. What the heck? It's eating garbage? And it looks like it's enjoying it? Wait a minute. That garbage, isn't it the stuff that just exploded from the beautiful country's laboratory? How did it end up in Huaxia? Telekinesis? No. This feels wrong. It's clearly eating other people's failed scraps. In the exclusive cultivation laboratory of the beautiful country. The newly appointed representative, James, collapsed to the ground as if all his bones had been pulled out. He stared at the empty experiment table in front of him, then looked up at the live broadcast screen. On the screen, the lightning leopard cub he had high hopes for lay listlessly. And in another split-screen scene, the failure he had spent huge amounts of money and countless effort creating, those charred, labeled as industrial waste residues, were being relished by Huaxia's G-grade slime, devouring them one by one. No, this doesn't make sense. This is unscientific. James mumbled to himself, his proud worldview faced an unprecedented shock at this moment. And this was just the beginning. Next, the chief alchemist of the European Alliance, while attempting to concoct a wind element amplification potion for his griffin cub, misjudged the fire control and blew up a cauldron on the spot. A pile of pitch-black, worthless waste Dan fell to the ground. In the next second, they disappeared before the astonished eyes of all European Alliance members. In the cultivation room of Huaxia, another small pile of snacks appeared in front of the Guishu slime. Then, a master enchanter from the northern bear country, while crafting frost armor for his Icefield demon wolf cub, made an error in rune engraving, causing a material energy conflict. In the end, he only ended up with a pile of twisted, grotesque, chaotic metals emitting a chaotic aura. Those metal scraps, without exception, were also fed to the Guishu slime by Ruan Xinglua as soon as they were created. Chomp burp. After consuming several countries' highest-level experimental failure residues, the Guishu slime contentedly let out a full belch. Its size had quietly grown from the initial fist size to that of a basketball. The surface of its pitch-black body began to emit a mysterious black light, as if it could swallow light itself. More importantly, the potential rating on its attribute panel had, at some point, quietly risen from the glaring G to E. And the potential value ranking of Huaxia civilization, represented by Ruan Xinglua, finally escaped the embarrassing position of last place, slowly beginning to climb up in this global competition of parenting. At this moment, all the global viewers who were still mocking Huaxia finally realized a terrifying fact. This Huaxia woman is nurturing her child in a way they completely cannot comprehend, even overturning their understanding. Atlantis, exclusive nurturing room. After Coralie successfully fed her SSS-class deep-sea dragon lizard with A-class deep-sea magic crystal, she was happily looking at the leaderboard. However, she quickly noticed an unusual data change at the bottom of the leaderboard, belonging to Huaxia. How can a G-class potential slime grow so fast? Coralie's brows furrowed slightly. Instead of following others' lead to mock, she immediately called up all the live recordings about Ruan Xinglua and started high-speed data analysis. Soon, a speculation that even she found a little hard to believe formed in her mind. She quickly connected to the communications of the European Alliance representatives with whom she had a potential cooperation relationship. Immediately stop all your high-risk alchemical experiments. Coralie's tone carried an unprecedented seriousness. Your failures are becoming the nourishment for Huaxia. The European Alliance representative on the other end was taken aback at first, followed by a dismissive laugh. Are you joking? Miss Coralie. We admit Huaxia has some strange methods, but you say she is feeding her pets with our failures? That's simply absurd. You just want to stop us from catching up to your ranking. This little trick won't work on us. The communication was ruthlessly hung up. No one believed Coralie's warning. Instead, they thought it was a rumor deliberately spread by Atlantis to maintain its leading position, aiming to suppress potential competitors. So, in pursuit of Atlantis's ranking, representatives from various countries conducted even more radical and dangerous experiments. They tried to synthesize higher-grade energy blocks, refine rarer potions, and create more powerful equipment. Naturally, this also led to even more, and larger-scale, failures. In Huaxia's nurturing room, Ruan Xinglua looked at the failure prompts popping up one after another on the screen. A faint smile curled on her lips. Her feeding career had reached an unprecedented peak. In just one day, the Guishu slime's size had grown from the initial fist size to a diameter of 1 meter. Its pitch-black body surface began to flow with mysterious dim light. Its potential rating had skyrocketed from the initial G-class to C-class like it was on a rocket. Atlantis, exclusive nurturing room. Coralie looked at the astonishing data rise curve for Huaxia on the leaderboard and then at her own deep-sea dragon lizard enjoying A-class deep-sea magic crystal, still rated SSS class in potential. A serious expression, never seen before, appeared on her usually proud and confident face. Something's wrong. This Huaxia is definitely a problem. Coralie's eyes flickered. She understood she had encountered a terrifying opponent like never before, one that could possibly overturn all her beliefs. The 72-hour mission deadline was about to end. After experiencing countless costly failures, only a few powerful representatives successfully found suitable food for their young. Yet even so, their scores were not high, mostly hovering between B and A levels. Meanwhile, more countries' young were still in a state of hunger or subhealth. At this moment, in Huaxia's nurturing room, the Guishu slime, having devoured massive amounts of top-tier failure remnants from the major powers, had grown to the size of a small car. Its body was no longer the pure black it used to be. Instead, deep, vast, dark purple mysterious patterns began to emerge, resembling an endless starry sky. Chapter 108, The Feast of Gluttony has arrived. In the final hours before the task was to end, a crazy project, involving multiple small countries, aimed to forcibly fuse various S-level rare materials to create a super-universal nutrient solution. As it reached its final step, it inevitably resulted in an unprecedented violent explosion due to irreconcilable energy conflicts. Boom! The failed remains produced by this explosion contained chaotic rules and violent energy levels that were almost the sum of all previous failures. Ruan Qingluo's eyes instantly lit up. The Feast of Gluttony has come. Without hesitation, she threw her causal net towards the coordinates of the recent explosion. Capture. That pile of top-tier failures, enough to make any civilization bleed with heartache, was entirely captured by Ruan Qingluo the moment it was born. After the void slime devoured this unprecedented ultimate feast, its enormous body was instantly shrouded in a brilliantly dark purple light. It entered the final stage of evolution. At that moment, all global viewers held their breath, staring fixedly at the live broadcast screen. They all wanted to know what this slime, which had survived by eating garbage, would ultimately become. The light slowly faded away. The form of the slime underwent earth-shattering changes. It was no longer the amorphous slime of before, but had solidified into a terrifying creature several meters tall, grotesque yet filled with a cosmic sense of beauty. Its body seemed to be made of flowing, deep galaxies, countless stars flickering within it. In the center of its body, a huge, cold, seemingly capable of devouring everything, dark purple eye slowly opened. A terrifying, profound aura, as if it could devour all rules in existence, emanated from it with a rumble. A brand new name, which made everyone tremble, appeared on its attribute panel. Race, Chaotic Devourer, Void Series. Potential, SSS+, can grow. Status, satisfied. With the final form of the Chaotic Devourer settled, the cold system prompt began to ring out in every live broadcast room worldwide. The first stage nurturing task, the glory of the first meal, has now ended. Final score calculation in progress. A giant light screen appeared before all viewers, and the final scores of each country began to rise from the top down. Atlantis Civilization, Cub, Deep Sea Dragon Lizard. Food, A-level Deep Sea Magic Crystal. Food compatibility, 95%. Energy level assessment, A-level. Final score, 9,500 points. Seeing this score, Atlantis's representative, Kalari, revealed a faint smile of satisfaction. Close to a perfect compatibility, A-level energy assessment, this was the best she could do. This score was enough to put her far ahead in the first stage. The light screen continued scrolling down. European Alliance, Cub, Alchemical Chimera. Food, B-level Wind Element Core. Food compatibility, 70%. Energy level assessment, B-level. Final score, 4,900 points. The scores on the leaderboard were revealed one after another, mostly hovering around 3,000 to 4,000 points, a huge gap compared to Atlantis. Finally, it was the turn of the highly anticipated Huaxia. Huaxia Civilization, Cub, Chaotic Devourer, Void Series. Food, Entropy Remnant Aggregates of multiple high-dimensional creation failures. Food compatibility, 100%. Energy level assessment, due to the absorption of various failed creations, comprehensively assessed as SSS level. Final score, 100,000 points. 100,000 points. Huaxia's final score, with an astonishing absolute advantage that was a whole order of magnitude higher, brutally crushed the second-place Atlantis beneath it. Seeing this absurdly high score, all live broadcast rooms around the world fell into a deathly silence lasting several dozen seconds. After dozens of seconds, the cries of anger and despair exploded in the live streaming rooms of the defeated nations. Beautiful Nation live stream. Cheating. This is definitely cheating. We worked so hard to find S-grade materials, but he just picked up garbage? That's not fair. We want to appeal to the system. We strongly demand a review of Huaxia's data. It must be a system error. European Alliance livestream. My god, 100,000 points. What kind of monster is this? How can we catch up? Inside the nurturing room of Atlantis. Coralie stared blankly at the screen showing the final ranking, which looked like a god high above. The proud confidence on her face shattered completely. What replaced it was an incredibly bitter smile. I lost. She murmured, her voice carrying a hint of relief and deep awe. Losing. I accept it wholeheartedly. That man, he's not even playing the same game as us. At that moment, a dignified system announcement rang out again. Congratulations to Huaxia civilization for achieving an overwhelming victory in the first phase of the nurturing task. The potential value of Huaxia civilization has surged greatly. Now releasing the preview for the second phase of the nurturing task, A Place to Live. Task requirement: representatives from all countries must find or build the most suitable exclusive nest for your young ones to promote their growth in the coming time. The system explained that a perfect nest not only requires the top materials and environment but also a profound understanding of the true habits of the young ones. A perfect nest can even double the growth speed of the young ones out of thin air. This task preview gave a glimmer of hope to the nations that had just fallen into despair. Coralie immediately perked up, determined to use the strength of Atlantis to build a crystal dragon palace full of endless water element energy for her deep-sea dragon lizard at the bottom of the deepest ocean. Beautiful Nation also launched a new plan immediately. They plan to use cutting-edge technology to create a fully intelligent ecological system for their young ones, perfectly simulating any ecological environment. In the Huaxia nurturing room, Wan Xingluo looked at the Chaos Devourer in her arms, which was curiously observing her with its single eye, and sought help from Zhou Yin again. Honey, what kind of home should we find for it? Zhou Yin pointed to the beastskin ancient star map used to mark territory during the multiverse conference, casually placing his finger on one location. Let's go here. He spoke casually. The real name of that Eerie area was, in fact, the land of 10,000 burials and rotten soil. It was the homeland of the Night Cry nation that had been completely purified by Wan Xingluo and the power of the national dragon pillar before. Chapter 109, The Holy Land of Perfect Circulation of Life and Death. Honey, is this the place? Wan Xingluo looked at the land that had become vibrant with life, a bit surprised. Yes. Zhou Yan nodded and reminded her, although it has been purified and transformed into the land of Night Cry resurrection filled with pure soul power and vitality, because it has a hint of cause and effect with the return to ruins, it may attract some unexpected guests interested in the concepts of life and death reincarnation. Be careful. Wan Xingluo felt a shiver in her heart and immediately understood the stakes. She led the Chaos Devourer, now as large as a small car, back onto the teleportation array of the transfer station. Meanwhile, far away in the old council of the ancient rulers and the remnants of the dwindling darkening realm, powerful beings sensed the unique rule fluctuations emanating from that land. A few subtle commands were quietly issued. Several elite scouts had already slithered toward the land of Night Cry resurrection like snakes in the shadows. A new conflict was on the brink of breaking out. A flash of white light, Wan Xingluo and the Chaos Devourer successfully arrived at their destination. The scene before me is no longer the dead silence of barren black land. Once a place of countless buried corpses, it is now filled with many strange plants that emit a soft, soulful glow. Clear streams flow gently across the ground, and the air is filled with a refreshing breath of new life. Here, it has undeniably become a sacred place where life and death perfectly cycle. Poof! As soon as the Chaos Devourer arrived here, it let out a joyful sound. Its body, made of flowing starlit sky, rolled happily back and forth on the land full of vitality, looking extremely content. The growth value and happiness index on its attribute panel rose continuously and visibly. It seems it likes this place very much. Wan Xingluo smiled and prepared to find the most suitable spot to build a nest for it. However, at that moment, several auras filled with resentment and killing intent quietly approached from the nearby hills. It's her. The child of the national fortune of Huaxia, Wan Xingluo. And that strange scented slime beside her. Capture it. More than 10 death soldiers, clad in the standard battle armor of the Twilight Realm, with flames of revenge burning in their eyes, emerged from the shadows, surrounding Wan Xingluo and the Chaos Devourer. The leading death soldier captain wore a sinister smile on his face. Wan Xingluo. You destroyed our homeland and killed our realm master. Today, we will use your blood to honor our lost glory. We will seize this precious land and capture your strange pet, to uncover the secrets behind your Huaxia's rise. Faced with this sudden attack, a gleam of a top predator shone in the large single eye of the Chaos Devourer. It slowly floated up from the ground, revealing its battle form. Go! Kill that woman. Capture that slime alive. At the captain's command, beams of death containing pure annihilation rules shot fiercely at the Chaos Devourer. Facing these terrifying attacks capable of instantly killing S-level anomalies, the Chaos Devourer slowly made a move. It opened its gigantic single eye and then that black hole-like huge mouth. It did not devour matter but directly swallowed those incoming death rays and the very concept of annihilation contained within them. No explosion, no sound. Those horrifying attacks strangely and silently vanished into its mouth. Burp. The Chaos Devourer even let out a civilized burp. Its method of attack is to consume rules, rendering the enemy's attacks completely ineffective, and turning them into its own nourishment. As the Chaos Devourer absorbed the last beam of annihilation, those more than 10 arrogant death soldiers, along with their attacks, completely vanished from this world. However, the immense energy wave triggered by this battle was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, formally awakening the new ruler of this land of night cries and soul returns. Boom! The ground began to tremble violently. A towering spirit figure over 100 meters high slowly rose from the depths of the soil. Its body is half made of pure new life energy and the other half composed of deep, deathly stagnant air, with the two energies flowing within it, creating a perfect cycle of life and death. Its features are blurred, devoid of sorrow or joy, as if it transcends all emotions of the world. This is the embodiment of new life's rules in this land, the spirit of reincarnation. Its power is unfathomable, and its very existence represents the highest law of this land. The spirit of reincarnation did not show any hostility, but its grand and indifferent will. A clear presence descended into Ruan Xingluo's mind. This place is the realm of life and death reincarnation. Your young one, the Chaos Devourer, holds within it the beginning of the return to the ruins, and there is indeed a great cause and effect with this place. However, to build a nest here, you must first prove to me that it has the qualification to control balance. As soon as the voice fell, the spirit of reincarnation extended a huge hand formed by the pure and foul qi, gently sweeping at the void. A similarly towering illusionary scale, radiating an ancient and majestic aura, appeared out of thin air in midair. That is the reincarnation scale. On the left tray of the scale, there was a massive essence of life, condensed from endless new life force, rich to the extreme. While on the right tray, there churned a mass of deathly energy, transformed from pure rules of extinction, enough to freeze the soul. The will of the spirit of reincarnation echoed again. Without relying on any external forces, just by your own strength, make this scale reach absolute balance within 10 minutes. Ruan Xingluo looked at the gigantic reincarnation scale, her heart trembled. This was not only a test of power, but also an ultimate test of understanding and control of the rules. Taking a deep breath, she dared not show any signs of neglect. Roar! She first tried to summon the power of the national dragon pillar within her, a pure and vast dragon energy, like golden threads, cautiously infused into the left tray representing life. Immediately after, she urged the blade of returning silence, invoking a trace of extremely faint extinction sword intent, and infused it into the right tray representing death. However, the essence of these two powers was too high-end and too dominant. Even though Ruan Xingluo tried her best in micro-manipulation, the scale still swayed violently, like a small boat in a tempest, with the pointer madly shaking left and right, completely unable to stabilize. Chapter 110 Pivot. Chinese live stream room. God. The nesting task is actually a conceptual trial of this level. This is too difficult. The two powers clearly are not on the same level, how could they balance? Go for it, Goddess Ruan. What now? The hearts of the Chinese audience were once again raised to their throats. Meanwhile, in the distant Atlantis Deep Sea Command Center, Representative Coralie was observing everything happening within the land of the Night Cry and Return of Souls through a huge special water mirror magic. Next to her stood a one-armed general with a grim expression, the beautiful country general, Declan, who had narrowly escaped during the Golden Township incident. The opportunity has come, General. Coralie looked at Ruan Xingluo's dilemma on the screen, a cold smile of confidence forming at the corner of her mouth. This conceptual trial that tests the civilizational foundation is the ultimate test of roots. The speed of China's rise is too fast, like a building in the air without a foundation, looking splendid, but easily toppled. This link is one she will inevitably fail. The 10-minute trial time limit was about to end. Ruan Xingluo's forehead was already covered with fine beads of sweat, the intense concentration of her mental power and its huge consumption made her feel like her head was about to explode. Her silver teeth were tightly clenched, doing her utmost to maintain the fragile balance. However, just at the critical moment, she ultimately made a slight mistake due to excessive mental consumption. The faint sword intent of extinction from the blade of returning silence added just one trace too much to the death tray. Buzz! It was this insignificant trace that instantly shattered the balance of the scale. The massive reincarnation scale suddenly tilted heavily towards the side of death. A deathly energy, scarier than any attack before, surged out from the uncontrollable death tray, like a black wave of death, pressing down towards Ruan Xingluo and the Chaos Devourer below. As the death energy was about to engulf everything, Zhou Yan's laughter clearly echoed in Ruan Xingluo's mind. Silly girl, who told you to use your own strength to clash head-on with such rules? The essence of the balance lies in the fulcrum that supports it, not in the weights at both ends used to compare. Zhou Yan's voice, like a sudden awakening, instantly enlightened Ruan Xingluo. That little thing of yours, named the Chaos Devourer, its essence of return to the void is to digest everything and let all things return to the ultimate balance state. It is the most perfect fulcrum for this trial. Ruan Xingluo's heart was filled with joy as she instantly understood Zhou Yan's true intention. She quickly commanded the Chaos Devourer beside her. Little Black, jump up. Go to the center of the balance beam. Puff. The Chaos Devourer let out a cheerful sound, its body, like the starry sky, leaping lightly and landing perfectly in the very center of the massive balance beam. In the next second, an astonishing scene unfolded, leaving everyone dumbfounded. The Chaos Devourer opened its invisible mouth, as if capable of devouring all. It began to frantically absorb the completely opposite life essence and the deathly aura from both the left and right trays. Clear and muddy, life and death, these two streams of terrifying energy, which could instantly destroy any creature, were all drawn into its body. It transformed and annihilated these two opposing energies within its chaotic body, ultimately returning them to nothingness. Then, it fed this completely digested, purest, most original power of balance back to the balance beam beneath its feet. Buzz. The reincarnation balance, which had been violently swaying and on the verge of collapse just a second ago, immediately reached perfect dynamic balance upon receiving this power. The pointer steadily pointed to the central zero scale. Not a fraction off. The vast body of the spirit of reincarnation, composed of both clear and turbid energies, trembled slightly. On its blurry face, for the first time, a hint of indescribable approval seemed to show. Passed the trial. You are qualified to build a nest of reincarnation for your companion here. As its granule fell, the huge balance slowly dissipated, eventually transforming into a peculiar crystal the size of a fist, floating in front of Ruan Xingluo. Half of the crystal was crystal clear green, while the other half was pitch black, constantly swirling with the aura of life and death. This was the core of the reincarnation balance, a special A-grade material containing the laws of life and death balance, a heart of reincarnation balance. Global live broadcast room. My God! Is it possible to do this? What a divine thought! I finally understand, we are nurturing, and Huaxia is creating rules. In the command center of Atlantis. Coralie gazed at the water mirror showing the perfectly balanced reincarnation balance, her usually proud and confident face turning incredibly serious. That man. She murmured, her voice carrying a tremor she hadn't even noticed herself. His understanding and use of the rules are terrifying. Beside her, General Declan wore a dark expression, silent. Shame, anger, and a deep sense of helplessness intertwined in his heart. At this moment, in the sky above the night-crying ruins, the grand and indifferent will of the spirit of reincarnation rang out once more. Warning, the nesting process will invoke the most primordial forces of life and death in this place. At that time, the core of the domain will be in its most vulnerable state and will be easily contaminated and invaded by external impurities. You must take care. Before the nesting officially began, Ruan Xingluo had a sweet daily interaction with Zhou Yan, who was far away in the happy community, through their soul imprint. Husband, this nurturing is so hard. Finding food, building houses, it's even more exhausting than my own cultivation. She leaned on the sofa of the transfer station. Hugging the Chaos Devourer that had returned to the size of a basketball, she complained coquettishly. Zhou Yan leisurely swirled the crimson liquid in his cup and lazily teased her when he heard this. We've only just begun, and our own children will be much harder to handle than this little thing. Ruan Xingluo's cheeks instantly flushed with a hint of red. After the teasing, Zhou Yan casually picked up an old teacup covered in tiny cracks from the corner coffee table and handed it to Ruan Xingluo. Take it. This is what I usually use for tea, it filters out the tea leaves residue quite well. When nesting, the energy can be too mixed, maybe it can help filter out the impurities inside. The scene shifts to the joint command center of Atlantis and the beautiful nation. Coralie's eyes sparkled with madness and determination as she activated their final plan. A weirdly shaped, SS-level strategic device combining Atlantis rune technology and beautiful nation's cutting-edge mechanics was slowly activated. Chapter 111, Akashic Record Interferer. Its name is Akashic Record Interferer. We cannot enter that realm protected by special rules, but we can contaminate its energy source. Coralie gave General Declan a smile that was almost sickly. This interferer can perfectly disguise our preset rule virus as the purest energy information, crossing dimensions and precisely injecting it into the most active energy nodes. I want to turn the paradise of Huaxia into a chaotic, data hell. In the land of night weeping and soul returning. Ruan Xingluo returned to this land full of new life. She carefully placed the heart of the reincarnation balance in the center of the earth and began to guide the power within her to perform the nesting ceremony. As the ceremony started, a huge, pure energy vortex formed slowly above the earth, created by the dual energies of life and death. It frantically absorbed the fundamental powers of life and death from the void. A perfect reincarnation nest was about to take shape. At this most critical moment, several extremely concealed streams of filthy data filled with chaotic error codes and contradictory information quietly injected into the pure energy vortex like snakes lurking in the dark. Boom! The once stable rotating energy vortex completely spiraled out of control. The two fundamental powers began to crazily repel and collide with each other. The violent energy surged back towards Ruan Xinglua, who was at the center of the vortex, like a flood breaking its dam. Above the land of night weeping and soul returning, the grand and indifferent will of the spirit of reincarnation carried a sense of urgent warning for the first time. External rules are invading. The energy source has been polluted and is heading towards irreversible entropy increase. The core is about to collapse. Stop. Your companion and nest will be completely assimilated, and the entire realm will be destroyed with you. This warning struck the hearts of all Huaxia viewers like a death knell. Huaxia Live Room. No. We have been ambushed. Those bastards. It's over. Even the spirit of reincarnation has issued a warning. Goddess Ruan, run. Forget about the nest. Saving your life is the priority. Meanwhile, an uncontrollable wave of ecstasy erupted in the deep-sea command center of Atlantis. Atlantis Live Room. It worked. It worked. Miss Coralli's plan succeeded. Ha 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 ha. The paradise of Huaxia? Now it's their hell. General Declan's one-armed face revealed an almost mad grin of victory. Well done. Coralli. Beautiful job. I want to watch that Huaxia woman and her country be completely submerged by the torrent of data. At the critical moment. Just as the violent energy vortex was about to completely devour Ruan Xinglua. In her mind, she suddenly recalled the words Zhou Yan had said when he handed her that broken teacup earlier. Impurities. In Ruan Xinglua's eyes, a spark of hope erupted. Without any hesitation, she immediately took out the old teacup covered in tiny cracks from her storage space. Then, with all her strength, she threw it into the center of the violent energy vortex. This scene left all the viewers watching the live broadcast completely stunned. Is she insane? What good does throwing a teacup in at a time like this do? It's over, Ruan Goddess has completely given up and is starting to act recklessly, right? What kind of confusing behavior is this? Global viewers couldn't understand Ruan Xinglua's seemingly desperate and absurd actions. However, the next second, that seemingly ordinary old teacup, upon entering the center of the vortex, suddenly burst forth with a warm and gentle light that seemed to embrace everything. It was not some aggressive magical tool, and not even a trace of energy fluctuation could be felt. Its only function was to forcibly return all the energy and information in the world to their origins, separating them into their most primitive pure and mixed parts. In the vortex, those violent energies capable of tearing apart souls, upon touching the soft light emitted by the teacup, were instantly separated as if combed by invisible hands. Streams of pure, condensed primal energy flowed gently into the lower nest foundation, making it stable and solid again. And those rule viruses and filthy data, carefully designed by Kalari and filled with chaos and erroneous information, acted as if they had met their nemesis. They were all sucked into the seemingly insignificant cup opening like a super-powerful vacuum cleaner, screeching as they were drawn in. Finally, at the bottom of the cup, they turned into a mass of pitch-black data garbage. The violent energy vortex calmed down. The realm on the verge of collapse stabilized. The deadly crisis, under the ghostly gazes of everyone, was effortlessly resolved by a broken teacup. But everyone knew that it was not over yet. Zhou Yan's voice, carrying a hint of satisfaction, clearly echoed in Ruan Xinglua's mind. Very good, madam, we have accepted this gift from across the ocean. Now, according to our hospitality etiquette, it is time for us to return the favor. Zhou Yan began to guide Ruan Xinglua's next actions through the soul imprint. Use your National Luck Agent authority to communicate with the National Dragon Pillar. Take this freshly brewed data garbage and add a bit of our local specialty, sending it back through the causal path they just attacked, intact. Zhou Yan's voice paused for a moment, and a cold smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. Remember, double the return. A hint of coldness flashed in Ruan Xinglua's eyes. Following Zhou Yan's instructions, she activated the supreme authority of the National Luck Agent. Roar! The phantom of the National Luck Golden Dragon of China behind her let out a thunderous roar, and a column of gold light, honed to perfection, descended like divine punishment, precisely enveloping the Wanfa Guizhong cup holding the data garbage. Honey, what is the local specialty you mentioned? Ruan Xinglua asked curiously. Zhou Yan's mouth curled into a wicked grin as he forced a drop of thick black liquid from his fingertips, which seemed to contain infinite ends and chaos, the return blue. Just add this. This thing has no other use, it just makes all rules and data a little more active. That drop of return blue silently merged into the mass of black data garbage in the Wanfa Guizhong cup. In an instant, that mass of garbage, as if injected with the most terrifying catalyst, began an exponential transformation and proliferation. Chapter 112, Super Rule Virus. A Super Rule Virus gift package, filled with malice and chaos, was born. All right, madam. Zhou Yan's voice carried a hint of laughter. Now, let's send this carefully prepared gift to them. Ruan Xinglua nodded, using the power of the National Dragon Pillar as the delivery channel, accurately reversing the transmission of this rule virus gift package mixed with Guishu slime back through the invisible causal path. Target Atlantis's Akashic Record Interference Device. Atlantis, Deep Sea Command Center. Coralie and General Declan raised their cups, ready to celebrate their impending victory. General, in no more than 30 seconds, the core domain of Huaxia will completely collapse. Coralie's face once again displayed that proud and confident smile of control. This time, they have no chance of turning the tables. General Declan also let out a victorious sneer. Very good. When their national fortune hits rock bottom, it will be time for our beautiful nation to rule the world again. However, just at that moment. Woo woo woo. An ear-piercing red alarm suddenly rang through the entire command base. Warning! Warning! Unknown high-dimensional data source detected, invading through causal paths. Invasion intensity. SSS plus level. Unable to analyze. Unable to block. Warning. Akashic Record Interference Device Energy Overload. 1000%. 10,000%. Imminent explosion. All personnel, evacuate immediately. What? Coralie and Declan's smiles froze instantly. Before they could react. Boom. The SS-level strategic device, the Akashic Record Interference Device, which gathered the highest technology of Atlantis and the beautiful nation, exploded into a mass of flying metal fragments. But this was just the beginning of the nightmare. Even more terrifying was that the super rule virus, enhanced by Zhou Yan, quickly infected the central intelligent brain system of the entire deep-sea main city, like maggots. ZZZZZZZZ. The energy shield of Atlantis, claimed to be unbreakable, started flickering wildly, dimming as if it would extinguish at any moment. Inside the city, the transportation system, energy system, defense system all collapsed. Countless high-tech automated devices, due to core data chaos, began crazily attacking each other. Patrolling mechanical guards turned their guns on their own people. The energy towers responsible for city operations began to indiscriminately fire energy beams at residential areas. Explosions, screams, alarm bells rang out in succession. This city, once resplendent like an underwater divine kingdom, turned into a chaotic data hell in just a few minutes. Their civilization potential plummeted at an irreversible, cliff-like speed. Coralie stared blankly at the chaotic scene in the command center, hearing explosions and cries from every corner of the city. The blood drained from her proud and confident face, replaced by endless, bone-deep despair and fear. He. Coralie's voice trembled with extreme fear, almost losing its tone. He not only purified the virus, he also upgraded it. And then turned it around, destroying our foundation. The land of night wailing in lost souls. After eliminating all external threats, the nest of reincarnation of the Chaos Devourer was finally perfectly constructed. Huaxia's civilization potential value also soared to the top again due to this perfect task performance and devastating strike against the Atlantis Alliance. Its score reached a terrifying height that no civilization could ever match. Even looking up at it felt like a luxury. And in the center of that nest filled with the breath of rebirth and reincarnation, the chaotic devourer, having successfully eaten and drunk its fill, and having a new home, seemed to feel a bit uncomfortable after digesting too much pure energy. Its body, like the starry sky, gently wiggled. Burp. It let out a human-like burp, then slowly spat out something glowing softly from its invisible mouth. That thing looked like a broken piece of a key. With the perfect completion of the reincarnation nest, the potential value of Chinese civilization undoubtedly reached the top. Its score reached a terrifying height that all civilizations could only look up to, without even a thought of chasing. In the land of night wailing and soul return, in the center of the nest, Ruan Xinglua curiously stepped forward, gently picking up the key-like fragment that the chaotic devourer had spat out. The fragment felt warm in her hand. Its material was very similar to the blade of eternal rest, neither gold nor jade, but carrying a naturally cold and sharp aura. On the fragment, countless mysterious and twisted ancient patterns were covered, which were simply incomprehensible. She tried to inject a trace of her own energy into it. However, that mysterious fragment remained like a stubborn stone, showing no reaction whatsoever. At that moment, Zhou Yan's voice clearly rang in Ruan Xinglua's mind. It actually digested and reconstructed the door coordinate fragment. This little thing is even more capable than I imagined. Ruan Xinglua was taken aback. Husband, what is the door coordinate fragment? Zhou Yan's voice came again to explain to her. This fragment is one of the key clues to unlock the secrets behind that door. You can call it the Return to Ruins Guidestone. Zhou Yan's tone paused, becoming more serious. The appearance of this guidestone, while a good thing, also means that the warden behind the door will perceive our position and intentions more clearly. Our next actions need to be more cautious. This global live broadcast of the parenting era had not been interrupted. Representatives from various countries and global viewers clearly saw the mysterious key fragment in Ruan Xingluo's hand through the live broadcast. Although they did not know the true origin and use of this fragment, everyone understood. Anything spit out by that SSS plus potential chaotic devourer, after digesting such enormous energy, was definitely not an ordinary item. Atlantis, Deep Sea Command Center. Coralie's expression became extremely ugly. Immediately activate the highest level authority. Conduct the most detailed analysis and matching of the shape, patterns, and energy reactions of that fragment. She gave the highest instruction to the intelligent brain beside her. A strong intuition told her that the value of this thing was probably far beyond her imagination. Even, it might be countless times more precious than the Akashic record disruptor she had lost. At this moment, in the land of night wailing and soul return, the Return to Ruins Guidestone in Ruan Xingluo's hand suddenly started to vibrate violently without warning. V-Room. It seemed to have received some mysterious call, automatically projecting a faint but extraordinarily stable beam of light. That beam pointed straight to an unknown, deeper area of the land of night wailing and soul return. Something is resonating with it. Ruan Xingluo immediately understood. Without any hesitation, she called to the chaotic devourer beside her, following the Guidestone's beam of light, heading into that unknown depth. One person and one pet soon arrived at a huge chasm that had never been discovered before. This chasm was unfathomably deep. As if it was a terrifying scar torn from the earth by an unimaginable power. At the bottom of the chasm, they discovered a gigantic bronze door, buried under thick layers of soil and rock for countless years, long forgotten by the world. The bronze door was hundreds of meters tall, its surface rusty and filled with the wear of time. On the surface of the giant door, countless mysterious patterns identical to those on the Return to Ruins marker in Ruan Xingluo's hand were carved, yet even more complete. Ruan Xingluo stepped forward, filled with excitement and anxiety, pressing the Return to Ruins marker against the center of the bronze giant door, into a matching recess. Click. A soft sound, perfectly fitted. Boom. At this moment, the massive bronze door, silent for countless ages, began to slowly open inward. A dark staircase leading into the endless depths of the earth appeared before them. A terrifying breath, older than the spirit of reincarnation, burst forth from the darkness behind the door like an ancient beast awakening from countless years of sleep. Just as Ruan Xingluo was about to enter the mysterious bronze giant door with the Chaos Devourer to explore the unknown ruins behind it. Suddenly, several silver streaks, exuding a cold and absolute aura of authority, instantly tore through the sky of the night wailing land, precisely blocking her path. As the light faded, 5 figures clad in silver-white armor, holding energy spears, with their faces completely covered, emerged, standing tall. They quietly hovered in mid-air like the most precise killing machines, radiating a pure and extreme aura of order. The newcomers were not any forces from the known Blue Star, nor any strange civilization seen at the Multiverse Conference. This was an enigmatic race she had never encountered before, the Order Guardians. The leader of the Order Guardians, with the number sequence 7 clearly displayed on their armor. Who are you? Ruan Xingluo's heart tightened, immediately shielding the Chaos Devourer behind her, asking warily. The helmet-covered head of Sequence 7 slowly turned towards Ruan Xingluo, an emotionless electronic synthetic voice clearly echoed in her mind. Detected Return to Ruins marker holder. We are the most loyal servants of the Warden. Our duty is to maintain the eternal seal of the gate, erasing all that attempts to approach or uncover its secrets. The Warden. Again, the Warden. The terrifying existence behind the gate, which even Zhou Yan had mentioned solemnly. The voice of Sequence 7 continued, cold and filled with an undeniable verdict. According to Supreme Code Article 3, any existence threatening absolute silence must be formatted. Surrender, or be completely disintegrated. They did not give Ruan Xingluo any chance for explanation or rebuttal, immediately launching an attack without hesitation. Buzz. The energy spears in the hands of the 5 Order Guardians lit up simultaneously. Several silver light spears, composed of pure order rules, instantly pierced through the void, sealing all of Ruan Xingluo's retreat paths with an elusive trajectory. This attack was not aimed at her physical body. Ruan Xingluo could clearly feel that the target of these light spears was her very existence. They aimed to eliminate her as a variable from this world on a fundamental level. Puff! At this critical moment, the Chaos Devourer let out an anxious cry, immediately positioning itself in front of Ruan Xingluo. Its massive mouth, like a black hole, opened wide, attempting to swallow those order light spears, just as it had consumed the attacks from the assassins of the Twilight Realm before. However, this time. Creak! The Chaos Devourer, upon touching that Order Spear of Light, found its unstoppable devouring rule unexpectedly fail. Its body, made of flowing starlight, upon contact with the silver spear, began to smoke as if burned by a hot iron, letting out a cry filled with pain. Little Black. Seeing this, Ruan Xinglua felt both heartbroken and anxious. She hurriedly summoned the power of the nation-defending Dragon Pillar and the Blade of Return to protect, but was continuously pushed back by the relentless Order Spears. The strength of these Order Guardians had reached the terrifying level of half-step Divine Lord. Moreover, their coordinated attacks were like one body, making it impossible to find any flaws. Ruan Xinglua fell into an unprecedented huge crisis. At that moment, Zhou Yan's calm voice echoed again in her mind. Have you forgotten what I told you? The true nature of this little thing is chaos, while order is the best whetstone for chaos. Ruan Xinglua paused. Whetstone? Zhou Yan began to guide her step by step. Don't let it hard swallow those order rules anymore, that's the crushing of upper rules over lower rules, it can't swallow them. What you need to do is guide it to learn and analyze this kind of rule. The true power of chaos has never been mere swallowing. Zhou Yan's voice paused, carrying a hint of deep meaning. But assimilation and inclusiveness. Let it understand order, and then, with chaos, create its own, higher dimensional, new order. Assimilation and inclusiveness, a higher dimensional, new order. Zhou Yan's words sounded like a bell ringing in Ruan Xinglua's mind with a thunderous boom. She instantly understood. She no longer tried to make the Chaos Devourer resist or dodge those Order Spears. Little Black, don't be afraid. Ruan Xinglua communicated with the Chaos Devourer on the deepest level through the soul imprint. Don't resist, feel it. Poochie. In the Chaos Devourer's giant single eye, a flash of absolute trust in its master appeared. It abandoned all futile resistance and took the initiative to draw a strand of silver Order Spear energy into its chaos body, beginning to analyze it. Zila. An indescribable intense pain instantly spread throughout the Chaos Devourer's body. Its body writhed in agony, as if to be completely torn apart and formatted from the inside by this pure power of order. But within its gigantic single eye, countless extremely complex data streams began to flicker madly. It was learning. It was wildly analyzing this higher-level rule that it had never encountered before, using its chaotic essence of return ruins. The squad of Order Guardians in the distance thought that their opponent had completely given up resistance upon seeing this. Target has given up resistance, proceed with final formatting program. The leading captain, Sequence 7, issued the final order in a completely emotionless electronic voice. Increase attack intensity, completely decompose it. Buzz. Numerous silver spears of light, more brilliant and filled with destructive power of order than before, rained down on the Chaos Devourer like a storm. However, just as these order spears were about to strike the Devourer again, a sudden change occurred. The surface of the Chaos Devourer's originally pitch-black body unexpectedly revealed countless silver mysterious runes identical to those on the Order Spears without any warning. In just a few dozen seconds, it had completely analyzed and perfectly replicated the power of the opponent's rules. Poochie. The Chaos Devourer let out a roar filled with excitement and confidence. It suddenly opened its enormous mouth capable of devouring all things. But this time, it no longer spewed forth the pure swallowing power as before. It was another chaotic order light spear formed purely from rules of order, yet its essence was even more chaotic. Boom! Two forces of order, originating from the same source but fundamentally different in nature, violently crashed into each other in mid-air. There was no earth-shattering energy explosion, only the purest annihilation of rules. An indescribable wave of rule shock surged out. The long-standing, tightly knit formation of Sequence 7 was instantly thrown into chaos by this wave of chaotic rule. Its cold electronic eyes revealed a chaotic red light named Shock and Data Overflow. Warning. Unknown order variant detected. Unable to parse. Unable to categorize. Threat level is exponentially rising. The Chaos Devourer, after successfully parsing the order rules, gained an unprecedented massive boost in power. It began to turn the tables, madly suppressing the entire Order Guardian squad. It continuously opened its giant mouth, devouring all the Order Spear attacks from the opponent, then transforming them into its own, more tyrannical chaotic order power, and struck back fiercely. Poochie. Poochie. The Chaos Devourer cried out excitedly, as if it had found the most fun toy. However, forcibly parsing the higher order rules also placed a huge burden on it. Its body surface began to show numerous fine cracks, and its breathing became somewhat unstable. Little Black, let's go. Ruan Xinglua seized the opportunity and immediately took the already slightly injured Chaos Devourer, turning to rush into the underground ruins behind the gigantic bronze door, temporarily shaking off the entanglement of the Order Guardian squad. The inside of the ruins was not the treasure house or tomb that Ruan Xinglua had imagined. This was an incredibly huge outpost of the Return Ruins. On the walls of the outpost were countless ancient murals, their edges polished smooth by the passage of time. These murals intermittently recorded fragmented scenes from the last period of the previous cosmic era. Through these murals, Ruan Xingluo was shocked to discover an astonishing secret. The so-called warden had once actually been a part of the Return ruins. It had once been the messenger responsible for reclaiming those universes heading toward their end and guiding them back to their starting point. However, after witnessing the birth and death of too many universes, its will became distorted. From a reclaimer maintaining the cosmic cycle, it gradually fell into a formatter pursuing absolute, eternal silence. And that forbidden door was precisely a terrifying weapon it created for itself after stealing part of the Return ruins' authority, capable of achieving its ultimate goal. Just as Ruan Xingluo was digesting this shocking information, a sudden, extremely violent explosion echoed outside the ruins. The intense explosion sound from outside the ruins did not come from the Order Guardians. The combined fleet of Atlantis and the United States had actually torn through the void and appeared on this battlefield. It turned out that Kalari, after failing her earlier child-rearing mission, had not given up. She accurately predicted that Huaxia would explore this unknown location, resonating with the key fragment by analyzing the energy trajectory of the Return ruins marker fragments. Boom! The wall of the Return ruins outpost, which should have been indestructible, was forcefully blasted open, creating a large hole by a thick beam of energy. Kalari's figure slowly walked in through the hole. She held in her hand an SS-level strange artifact, the Silent Lawsphere, which continuously emitted spatial ripples and could temporarily shield all rule powers in this place. Ruan Xingluo. Kalari sneered, step by step approaching. Thank you for opening this long-sealed door for me. Now, the secrets here, along with your strange pet, belong to me. Ruan Xingluo looked back. The only exit, the giant bronze door, was completely sealed by dozens of fully armed elite warriors from Atlantis. Inside, strong enemies loomed, while outside, Order guards pursued. The silent magic sphere in Coralie's hand emitted invisible waves, greatly suppressing the chaotic devourer's rule power, making it unable to easily learn and analyze the opponent's rules like before. Faced with Coralie's determined provocation, Ruan Xingluo's mind echoed with Zhou Yan's disdainful laughter. Who do you think you are coming into? Husband? Ruan Xingluo was stunned. Take a good look at what the energy core of this ruins outpost really is. Ruan Xingluo immediately ran towards the central control hub of the outpost. When she saw the thing embedded at the top of that central core, she was completely stunned. The core that powered the entire outpost, emanating an endless aura of returning to origin, was none other than the old teacup covered in cracks that she had carelessly thrown into the energy vortex before. Chapter 115, Cup of All Laws Returning to Origin. The Cup of All Laws Returning to Origin. It turned out that Zhou Yan had already anticipated that there might be unknown troubles here and had used the teacup as a beacon to pinpoint this long-abandoned ruins outpost. Feeling blessed and insightful, Ruan Xingluo immediately reached out her jade hand and gently pressed it against the old teacup. Buzz! In an instant, an indescribable sense of control, as if merging with the entire ruin, surged through her body. At that moment, she gained the highest control over this ruins outpost. Around the ruin, countless long silent mechanisms and defense systems activated at that moment. Sizzle! 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 Countless dark divine lights, purer than the Order light spears, filled with the essence of the ruin, shot towards Coralie and her elite team from all directions like vengeful swords. What? Coralie's smile instantly froze. She hurriedly activated the silent magic sphere in her hand, trying to block these attacks. However, the SS-level strange device that could suppress half-step divine master power was as fragile as the weakest glass in front of Zhou Yan. Crack! With a crisp sound, the silent magic sphere shattered on the spot, turning into countless shining points. No! This is impossible! Coralie looked at the divine light shooting from all sides, letting out a scream of utmost despair. How can this be his domain? Just as Coralie's team suffered heavy casualties. Outside the ruin, the 5 Cold Order guards finally broke through the last obstacle and charged in. However, what awaited them was the equally merciless divine light of the ruin. In an instant, the coalition of Atlantis and the beautiful nation, along with the Order forces, was plunged into a fierce battle within this ruin, which Zhou Yan absolutely controlled. Ruan Xingluo slowly rose to the air, standing above the central control hub of the outpost, coldly overlooking the chaos below. She looked at Coralie, who was struggling and trapped in a dying situation under the dual attacks of the divine light of the ruin and the Order light spears, and a cold arc appeared on her lips. Ruan Xingluo stood at the control hub, her cold gaze surveying the enemies engaged in a brutal battle below. Zhou Yan's smiling voice echoed softly in her ears. First format, which one? Listening to this question filled with meaning of absolute control, Ruan Xingluo's lips also curled into a faint arc, resembling Zhou Yan's. She did not directly order an attack on any side. Instead, under Zhou Yan's suggestion, she used the ancient broadcasting system of the ruins outpost to announce the beginning of a brand new game to all surviving intruders inside the ruin. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my game. Ruan Xingluo's voice echoed clearly through the broadcasting system in every corner, cold and filled with undeniable authority. From now on, this relic will transform into a vast, ever-changing maze of slaughter. The walls will move, the passages will twist, and traps will be activated randomly. And you, the joint forces of Atlantis and the beautiful country, as well as the Order Guardians from beyond the gate, are the esteemed players of this game. You must do everything you can to survive until the end of this hunting game. The only ultimate victor will gain the right to negotiate surrender with me. Ruan Xingluo's voice paused, her tone becoming even colder. As for the losers, they will be completely formatted by this relic's defense system, erased entirely from the plane of existence. As her words fell, the entire ruins outpost sprang to life. Boom! Countless walls began to move, as the passages instantly twisted and reformed. Ruan Xingluo stood at the control center, like a puppet master, constantly changing the layout of the maze and activating deadly specific traps. Her goal was very clear, to drive the Order Guardian squad and the elite forces led by Kailali into the same area, forcing them to fight each other, to kill one another. This is a dead end. The walls are moving. Kailali's team was thrown into chaos instantly. On the other side, the captain of the Order Guardian squad, Sequence 7, a creation of order and rules, couldn't comprehend the chaotic game before it, which had no patterns at all. But it had only one core directive. Eliminate the holder of the ruins beacon. Meaningless structural changes, activate forced breakthrough mode. Ignoring Ruan Xingluo's declared game rules, Sequence 7 began to use the most brutal force, trying to smash through the constantly changing walls, pushing forward toward the control center. In another area, Kailali quickly calmed down after the initial panic. She realized she had become a mere pawn in the hands of that Chinese woman. I can't let them lead me any longer. Kailali decisively abandoned the idea of grappling with the Order Guardians. She led the few remaining subordinates to search for patterns in the maze's changes, trying to crack this game system or find a route to escape. This scene was clearly displayed to the global audience through a live broadcast. Global live broadcast room. Oh my god. Goddess Ruan is toying with them. She turned the entire battlefield into her own playground. So ruthless. And so clever. This is no longer just a simple battle, this is a psychological game of cat and mouse. That Kailali from Atlantis is smart, she seems to be looking for a point to break through. I wonder if she can succeed. Just as Kailali tried to find a path to survival, Sequence 7's savage attack brought them an unexpected surprise. Boom! Sequence 7 blasted through a giant alloy wall that looked the same as the other walls. However, behind the wall was not the path to the control center. Instead, it was the deepest part of the outpost, a forbidden area sealed for countless eras. Beep! 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 An ear-piercing alarm, representing the highest level of threat, suddenly echoed throughout the entire ruins outpost. Warning! Warning! Unknown defense protocol has been forcibly triggered. The final trump card, Keeper of the Ruins, is awakening from its slumber. With a bone-chilling creak, from the deepest part of the forbidden area, a massive stone door hundreds of meters high, also made of bronze and engraved with countless ancient runes, slowly began to open to both sides. Chapter 116, The Invader. A giant war puppet, older, larger, and filled with the pure essence of war and destruction than the Order Guardians, took heavy steps and slowly awakened from the darkness behind the door. This guardian of the abyss, awakened from ancient dust, had no light of wisdom or emotion in its eye sockets. What existed was only the purest, indiscriminate cleansing of all unauthorized entities, absolute orders. It did not recognize friend or foe. The moment it awakened, it simultaneously labeled both Kalari's coalition and the Order Guardian team from Sequence 7 as invaders that needed to be eliminated. Boom! The Guardian of the Abyss lifted its giant arm, composed of unknown metals, and casually threw a punch at the battlefield. Its method of attack was even stranger, with no energy beams, no physical impacts, but directly acting on the level of rules. As the Order Spear shot out from Sequence 7, at the moment it touched the wind from the Guardian's fist, the Order rules contained within were forcibly and directly obliterated. The spear disappeared into thin air, as if it had never existed. What? A hint of disbelief flashed in Sequence 7's eternally unchanged electronic eyes. Their proud power of Order rules was utterly ineffective against this even older Guardian. The situation became even more chaotic. The Guardian of the Abyss began indiscriminate attacks on all the players inside the battlefield like a ruthless cleaner. Kalari's team and the Order Guardians suffered massive casualties in the face of this unreasonable and terrifying existence. Under this terrifying pressure, the deeply proud expression on Kalari's face finally revealed profound despair. She knew that forcing a breakout was no longer a possibility. In this critical moment of life and death, Kalari decisively made an unexpected decision that shocked everyone. Through a top-level encrypted communicator of Atlantis, she initiated an emergency communication request to the control center where Ruan Xingluo was located. Ruan Xingluo. Kalari's voice echoed clearly within the control center through the communicator. I admit, this time, I lost. Thoroughly lost. Her voice carried a hint of unwillingness, but more was a calm determination. However, killing me now will benefit you in no way. I have intelligence more valuable than my own life. I know a core secret of the Warden. A deadly weakness about the source of his power. Kalari's tone became incredibly serious. Let me leave safely. This secret will be yours. Zhou Yan's voice, filled with a hint of approval, echoed in Wan Xingluo's mind. This girl is smarter and tougher than I imagined. She even knows to use intelligence as her last lifeline. Listening to her secret wouldn't hurt, after all, the initiative is completely in our hands now. Before Wan Xingluo could respond, on the battlefield, a huge energy blade from the Guardian of the Abyss unexpectedly slashed towards the barrier where Kalari and her last few subordinates were hiding. Be careful. Just as Kalari and others were about to be sliced into pieces by the energy blade. At Zhou Yan's signal, Wan Xingluo controlled the defense system of the outpost, and a beam of Abyss Divine Light arrived just in time, blocking this fatal blow for Kalari. Tell me your secret. Wan Xingluo's voice coldly entered Kalari's ears through the broadcasting system. I promise, you, along with your two most core subordinates, will be able to leave here alive. Kalari gasped heavily, looking at the nearby energy blade's residual waves and the indestructible Abyss Divine Light shield. Finally, she completely let go of the last shred of hope. With a hoarse voice, she revealed the earth-shattering secret that could shake the entire world. The Warden, he is not a single will. His power core is divided. Hidden within a supreme cursed object called the Belle of the End of All Things. Inside that Belle, there are 12 order cores, corresponding to 12 different laws of demise. As long as we can find that Belle and interfere with or destroy any one of those cores, we can temporarily and significantly weaken his power. Even completely sever his connection to that door. No! Coralie! You despicable traitor! General MacArthur let out a desperate roar, but quickly, his voice was completely drowned out by the terrifying attack of the gatekeeper, capable of annihilating rules. And Coralie, seizing this valuable opportunity bought with the lives of allies, activated the final single transport device of Atlantis. In a violent twist of space, she escaped the outpost of this wasteland with her two most trusted followers after suffering a serious injury of having one arm torn apart by spatial turbulence. With all unwanted guests completely eliminated, this ancient outpost finally returned to its rightful silence. Wan Xingluo began to explore this massive relic fully under her control. She immediately conveyed the astonishing secret that Coralie had mentioned about the Belle of the End of All Things to Zhou Yan in full detail. After confirming the relevant information, Zhou Yan calmly responded. That's right, this is exactly what Coralie said, the forbidden place where the Belle of the End of All Things is hidden. That place is also our next core target. After receiving Zhou Yan's confirmation, the heavy stone in Wan Xingluo's heart finally fell. Her tense nerves relaxed, and she began to showcase her upgraded equipment and newly acquired abilities to Zhou Yan with the excitement of a child showing off a toy to their parents. Look, darling! I can now control 3 Ruins Divine Light cannons at the same time. And this! The Cup of All Laws returning to 1. It can now store so much energy, like a super power bank. Zhou Yan looked at her proud little figure, his eyes filled with affectionate amusement. Yeah, our Xingluo is really amazing. He praised her with fondness. Then, he personally went to the kitchen and used some ancient and strange ingredients stored in the outpost, which had long been extinct in the outside world, to prepare a sumptuous celebration banquet for Wan Xingluo. At that moment, the atmosphere within the outpost was warm and sweet. However, just as they were about to set off for the mysterious bell tower, a high-level emergency communication request from the Stellar Way Council suddenly came in. When the communication connected, the elder of the council, with a face full of starry patterns, appeared on the light screen, his expression filled with unprecedented urgency and seriousness. Dear Mrs. Zhou, please be extremely careful. The elder's voice even carried a hint of barely noticeable trembling. According to our Stellar Way Council's most urgent astrological divination, the coordinates of the Belle of the End of All Things have been activated into multiple deadly spatial traps due to the Warden's awareness. The elder's tone became even heavier. To prevent anyone from approaching there, the Warden has resorted to desperate measures, unleashing a rule plague against all neutral cursed realm worlds. As his words fell, the image on the light screen suddenly shifted. It clearly showed the starry region where the Stellar Way Council was located, which had once been bright and peaceful. At this moment, countless once vibrant planets within that starry region. A visible, grey plague, filled with decay and despair, is raging madly. Mountains and rivers wither, while countless beings fall into eternal chaos and madness in this silent plague. This is not only threatening the Starry Council. It is forcing all remaining neutral forces to immediately draw a clear line with Huaxia in this brutal way. It is applying overwhelming external pressure from all worlds on Wan Xingluo and Zhou Yan, who stands behind her. The urgent communication from the Grand Elder of the Starry Council clearly conveys a message of despair. The warden, in order to stop Zhou Yan and Wan Xinglua, even released the horrifying rule plague, indiscriminately attacking all neutral realms, thus imposing the heaviest external pressure on Huaxia. However, after hearing this news, Zhou Yan's face still held a calm indifference. The warden wants to use the plague to delay us, forcing all neutral forces to become enemies with us? His voice echoed in Wan Xinglua's mind, filled with a hint of playful laughter. Then we will turn this plague into the Yi key for entering that clock tower. The two did not hesitate for a moment and directly used the emergency teleportation channel provided by the Starry Council to reach the capital of the council. The scene before their eyes was shocking. Once a magnificent city built from pure starlight, it was now ruthlessly eroded by a grey rule plague filled with decay and chaos. The brilliant starlight buildings flickered, as if they would collapse at any moment. Countless teleportation gates that maintained the city's operation were also caught in a spatial disorder, with innocent council members occasionally being sucked into it, disappearing in the chaotic space vortex. The power systems of countless beings were rapidly collapsing and disintegrating under the invasion of this plague. The leader of the Starry Council, the great sage Xingtong, personally welcomed them at the exit of the teleportation platform. It was an ancient wise life form formed from countless nebulae and light points. At this moment, that mass of starry clouds was trembling violently due to worry. As soon as it saw Zhou Yan and Wan Xinglua, a glimmer of excitement, like that of a savior, surged through its ancient will. Sir Zhou Yan, madam, you have finally arrived. However, before Xingtong could continue, a cold and hostile voice brutally interrupted it from behind. An elderly man, hunched in with a face like ancient stone, emanating an air of stagnation and conservatism, stepped forward from the Council of Elders. He was Hong Ji, the most exclusionary conservative elder of the Starry Council. Hong Ji, upon meeting them, fixed his spiteful and furious eyes on Wan Xinglua and Zhou Yan. Xingtong, you have let the wolf into the house. Elder Hong Ji's thoughts, filled with accusations and anger, thundered like lightning in the minds of every council member. It is precisely because you acted recklessly, insisting on getting too close to this unknown Huaxia civilization, that you have invited the warden's world-destroying wrath upon us. His thoughts grew colder, like millennia of deep ice. Now, do you still expect these two disasters, who have brought us calamities, to save us? Elder Hong Ji openly pointed his spear at Wan Xinglua in front of all the council members. You want us to believe you? Fine. Do you see that part of the disordered nebula heavily polluted by the plague? He pointed to a terrifying nebula that had completely turned into grey chaos, where even light had been swallowed. If you can purify it, we of the Starry Council will acknowledge your qualification as allies. You are our honored guests. If you can't. Elder Hengji let out a cold snort of disdain. You should get out of here immediately. Don't drag us down with you. Faced with Elder Hengji's ruthless provocation, Wan Xinglua was about to refute, but Zhou Yan secretly communicated for her to calm down. Under the gaze of the great sage Xingtong, filled with apology and helplessness, Wan Xinglua and Zhou Yan approached the edge of the disordered nebula. Just getting close, they could feel a terrifying aura capable of obliterating all rules. Xingtong cautiously led a wisp of grey source of the plague from the grey nebula. Wan Xinglua did not dare to be careless. She first attempted to purify this wisp of plague with the Grand Dragon energy from her most skilled National Protector Dragon Pillar. Roar! The golden dragon energy, filled with majestic heavenly might, crashed into that wisp of grey plague source. However, a bizarre scene occurred. The Grand Dragon energy was immediately rendered ineffective upon contact with the grey plague, as if ice and snow had melted away. What? Wan Xinglua was shocked in her heart. She then tried to activate the power of obliteration from the Blade of Finality, attempting to completely sever it with the rules that end all things. However, that invincible grey sword intent also sank into the sea upon contact with the plague source, creating not even the slightest ripple. The essence of this plague was actually erasing rules. Any power born from the existing rules was completely ineffective against it. Elder Hengji, witnessing this from afar, immediately issued a cold and gleeful mockery. Did you see that? Xingtong. Is this the so-called savior you invited? The so-called savior of China is nothing more. You can't even do the most basic rule purification. Elder Hengji's gleeful and cold taunts echoed clearly in every corner of the Starlight Hall. Star Trail Council, no, direct purification is simply too wasteful. Each of her words struck the elders' minds like thunder. This rule plague is essentially a variant of the Warden's absolute silence order, a poison preventing us from reaching the clock tower. And all poisons, if used properly, can be concocted into corresponding antidotes. We must reshape this endless plague into a key that can ignore all of the Warden's spatial traps. Upon hearing this, the entire assembly was taken aback. The great sage Star Eye, a mass of light made of nebulae, erupted with unprecedented brilliance after countless frenzied deductions. Genius! This is a genius-like idea. Using poison against poison, returning to the source. Theoretically completely feasible. Elder Silent was shaken to his core by this crazy plan. Madman. You are all madmen. He let out a terrified scream of anger. This is gambling with the survival of our Star Orbit Council, with the survival of our entire civilization. I absolutely do not agree. He tried to incite the other conservative elders in the council to stop what he saw as a suicidal madness by Ruan Xinglua. Just as the council was filled with endless disputes and on the brink of splitting apart. Boom! The distant Chaos Nebula core suddenly began to fluctuate violently. A terrifying polluted force erupted with more than 10 times the previous strength. Clearly, the warden far away on the other side had sensed the change here and increased the intensity from behind. The defensive barrier surrounding the Star Radiance Holy Hall began to visibly crack under this terrifying polluted impact, making crack-crack sounds. Time was no longer on their side. Enough. Silent. In this critical moment, the great sage Star I stood firm against the tide. I have decided to bet everything of the Star Orbit Council and fully cooperate with Ms. Ruan Xinglua's plan. It activated the final defense system of the capital of the council, the Star Barrier, and mobilized all available energy, pouring it all into the makeshift ritual array where Ruan Xinglua was. Ruan Xinglua took a deep breath and no longer paid attention to the chaos outside. Her petite figure resolutely flew toward the center of the gray chaotic disordered nebula. She urged the 10,000 laws returning cup, beginning to forcibly absorb and sort out the boundless gray plague. This process was unimaginably taxing on her mental power. She had to maintain absolute clarity at all times, analyzing, peeling away, and reorganizing within the endless chaotic rules. A slight misstep would lead to her soul being completely assimilated by this endless plague. Puff! The Chaos Devourer loyally guarded beside her, acting as a protector. It could not directly consume the high essence rule plague itself. But it could open its huge mouth, swallowing all the energy residuals produced by the conflict of rules, easing Ruan Xinglua's immense pressure. The entire forging process was globally broadcast live, clearly presented to all viewers. Everyone anxiously watched the screen, seeing Ruan Xinglua's face grow paler due to immense mental strain, and the sweat dripping from her forehead. All the viewers in Huaxia were holding their breath for her. The forging process was difficult and lengthy. Halfway through, the plague energy forcibly drawn into the 10,000 laws returning cup suddenly began to resist violently. The terrifying will contained within transformed into countless menacing, cold order chains, trying to completely destroy the cup from within. At the same time, countless blurry phantoms of the warden appeared within Ruan Xinglua's mental world. They continuously tempted her with emotionless, icy voices, corroding her will. Give up. Meaningless resistance will only bring endless pain. Yield to order, return to silence, and you will attain eternal peace. Under this whisper that pierced the soul, Ruan Xinglua's already tightly wound will began to waver. At that moment, as Ruan Xinglua faced off against the warden's will in this silent and perilous struggle. In reality, within the meeting hall of the Star Orbit Council, the conservative elder, Hong Ji, finally revealed his long-hidden fangs in his eyes that were like ancient ice. He was not truly conservative or exclusionary. Instead, he had long been corroded by the warden's absolute silence order many endless years ago, willingly becoming a mole planted in the Star Orbit Council by the warden. As everyone's attention focused on Ruan Xinglua, he quietly activated a miniature altar hidden beneath his council robe, glowing with gray light. He intended to channel the warden's power to completely disrupt this purification ritual from the outside. However, all his little actions were clearly seen by Zhou. Her voice again echoed in Ruan Xinglua's about to collapse consciousness. Xinglua, look into your teacup. What has been filtered out besides those separated impurities? Chapter 119, Absolute Rationality. Ruan Xinglua gathered the last bit of her spirit and sent her consciousness into the bottom of the Wan Fa Gui's own cup. She was shocked to discover that at the bottom of the pitch-black cup, a silver crystal, no larger than a grain of rice, had formed from the purest absolute order rules. The warden's order is also order. Zhou Yan instructed. Use its power to fight against its will. In an instant, Ruan Xinglua understood. She immediately merged a strand of her soul into that pure order crystal. Buzz. In that moment, Ruan Xinglua's will became as cold and pure as absolute zero, yet it was absolutely rational. All the chaotic illusions of demons in her mind, all the temptations and whispers from the warden, retreated as if encountering a nemesis before this will also derived from order. Her mental world regained clarity. Outside, in the meeting hall of the Star Orbit Council, Elder Hong Ji's altar had fully activated. A gravevoid crack leading to the forbidden door was forcibly torn open by him. The warden's terrifying power was about to descend through this crack. Ha ha ha. Die, you blasphemers. Elder Hong Ji let out a mad and crazy laugh of a victor. However, just when the warden's absolute silence power was about to descend, Zhou Yan looked at the screen and chuckled softly. I was waiting for you to open the door. He had long ago, when he first met Hong Ji, quietly left a return mark on him that only he could sense. The moment the crack opened, he immediately locked onto the final coordinates of this temporary passage through that mark. Through endless voids, he gently pointed at the Wan Fa Guizhong cup in Wan Xingluo's hand. In the next second, the already compressed rule virus in the cup surged like a flood released from a dam. It reverse flowed into the void crack opened by Hong Ji himself. No! On the other side of the void crack, the warden's furious and incredulous roar was heard. His pure order power, upon contact with the super rule virus enhanced by Zhou Yan, was instantly polluted. The warden had to clumsily close this invading passage. Without the warden's remote interference, Wan Xingluo faced no pressure anymore. She calmly molded the last trace of purified plague energy in the Wan Fa Guizhong cup. Buzz! A key that radiated soft silver light all over, inscribed with countless mysterious symbols of rules, as if it itself represented the concepts of solution and key, slowly appeared in her palm. The key of 10,000 laws, successfully forged. With the birth of this key, the terrifying plague enveloping the entire disordered nebula vanished as if it had met its nemesis, disappearing in an instant. Brilliant starlight once again illuminated this long-dead starfield. The Star Trail Council, reborn. Inside the conference hall, the Grand Sage Star Eye looked at the ashen-faced Constant Silence, his eyes filled with endless disappointment and anger. Constant Silence, do you know your crime? He personally took action, announcing the final judgment against the traitor in the supreme name of the Star Trail Council. Chains of order, composed of stellar power, bound Constant Silence and all his followers. No. I did it for the survival of the council. I'm innocent. In the unwilling screams of Constant Silence, he and all his followers were instantly killed, their souls extinguished. After clearing the ranks, the Grand Sage Star Eye personally approached Wan Xingluo, expressing the deepest apologies to China with a tone full of gratitude and awe. From this moment on, the Star Trail Council became China's most steadfast ally. They generously presented all the classified star maps and intelligence regarding the clock of all endings to Wan Xingluo without reserve. Combining Constant Silence's unwilling roar before his death and the materials provided by the Star Trail Council, they finally learned. The so-called clock of all endings is not an entity that can be easily seized. It has long merged completely with the entire clock tower's Eerie domain. It was the warden who created it, based on his own split core, the personification of rules. To interfere with the 12 cores of order, one must first enter the clock tower's interior. 3 days later, after finishing their rest, Zhou Yan and Wan Xingluo set off officially on the Stargazer, provided by the Star Trail Council, carrying the key of 10,000 laws. However, just as the Stargazer approached the star region where the clock tower was located, the entire fleet suddenly fell into an incredibly bizarre paradox space without warning. Here, time and space were completely chaotic. One step forward might bring you back to the position you were in an hour ago. One step back could send you unexpectedly hundreds of years into the future. Countless ships, long decayed and from different civilizations and eras, drifted like ghosts in this chaotic time and space. Clearly, they were all pitiful creatures trapped here. Suddenly, a gigantic ghost flagship, flying the banner of a powerful civilization from a previous cosmic era, lunged out from the spatial mist ahead. The main cannon, silenced for tens of thousands of years, lit up with destructive light at this moment, accurately aiming at the Stargazer. Warning! Causal attack detected from 37,000 years ago. Unable to evade. Unable to defend. The intelligent core of the Stargazer emitted an ear-piercing alarm. Faced with this terrifying attack from the past, conventional defenses and evasions had lost all meaning. However, there was no panic on Wan Xingluo's face. She remained calm, raising the key of 10,000 laws in her hand. The key emitted a gentle and silver light full of the concept of solution. Where the light reached, all the chaotic and contradictory time and space rules were forcibly sorted out. The boundary between the past and the present was temporarily blurred at this moment. That causal main cannon from the past, right before hitting the Stargazer, strangely penetrated its hull directly. As if it were merely a non-existent phantom. Then, an even more incredible scene unfolded. The main cannon beam, after passing through the Star Observer, precisely struck the floating wreckage of its own already decayed future not far away. The past destroyed the future. A perfect paradoxical closed loop was thus formed. The light of the key of all laws illuminated an absolutely safe path for them in the twisted spacetime, one free from any paradoxes and traps. Chapter 120, The Timeless Place, The Return to the Void Chessboard. Following this path of light, the Star Observer finally reached the destination of this journey. A tower of such grandeur that no language could describe it stood silently at the edge of the universe. It seemed to be constructed from countless slowly turning giant gears and huge pendulums that swung back and forth. Filled with a cold, mechanical, yet terrifying beauty that carried a sense of the fate of ending all things, it pierced into the endless void of the universe. This is the bell of the end of all things. At the entrance of the tower, resembling the mouth of an abyss, a guard dressed in an ancient, tattered robe, wielding a rusting pointer larger than himself, slowly opened his eyes, completely overshadowed by shadow. He is the sole guardian of this bell tower and the strongest being under the warden. The eternal timekeeper. He is not a living being, but the embodiment of two supreme rules, time and end. His power has long surpassed the boundaries of a half-step divine master, reaching true divine master level. The face of the eternal timekeeper, shrouded in shadow, turned towards the approaching star observer, and a cold, indifferent, emotionless will resonated clearly in everyone's minds. All things have their time, your end has arrived. To enter this door, you must first endure the erasure of existence. At the moment his words fell, he slowly raised his withered arm. Dawn. The first toll of the bell reverberated through all of time and space. This was not an attack of sound, but a pure, targeted attack on the past. Where the bell sound traveled, the members of the Star Orbit Council on the Star Observer jolted violently. Immediately after, the brilliance and wisdom in their eyes rapidly dimmed. Their past, all their memories, emotions, and knowledge, at that moment, were forcibly erased by this bell sound. They instantaneously forgot who they were, forgot why they came, falling into an absolute chaos and stupor, like walking corpses. Ruan Xinglua also felt a tremendous threat. An irresistible force of rules was attempting to invade her mind, erasing her ties to Zhou, to Huaxia, and to everything in this world. Her memories began to blur. At this critical moment, Zhou, who had been sitting leisurely on the throne, finally moved. He casually extended a finger and gently tapped Ruan Xinglua's smooth brow. A pure, vast force of the origin of the void instantly protected her soul, keeping the power attempting to erase her past at bay. Use the blade of return to silence. Zhou Yan's voice faintly rang out. Since it wants to erase the past, then you will bring its present to an early end. Ruan Xinglua's gaze sharpened as she instantly understood Zhou Yan's intent. She raised the blade of return to silence high, the sword tip pointing toward the eternal timekeeper, who resembled a deity. And the timekeeper's emotionless, clock-like eyes also locked onto hers. The second toll of the bell was about to sound. Law of command, end. Ruan Xinglua shouted softly and swung her sword. A terrifying gray sword light containing the concept of absolute end flashed forward. Ignoring any obstacles of time and space and rules, it directly points to the core of the eternal timer's rules. At the same time, ding! The second bell of the timer has arrived, just as expected. This time, it was to erase the now. The bell transformed into countless invisible lines of order, trying to completely delete Ruan Xinglua and her attack from the current timeline. Boom! End and erase. These two equally domineering supreme concepts collided fiercely before the clock tower. The intense shock waves of time and space caused the surrounding universe to begin to shatter little by little. Although Ruan Xinglua was protected by Zhou Yan's returning power, she was still pushed back by this terrifying impact, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. On the opposite side, the eternal timer's originally solid figure also became a bit unreal under the slash of the end swordlight, clearly affected significantly. Well, being able to fight this thing to a standstill has exceeded my expectations. Zhou Yan's voice carried a hint of approval. But relying solely on yourself, it's still a bit early to think you can win. The eternal timer seemed utterly enraged by Ruan Xinglua's sword strike. For the first time, a hint of anger appeared in its emotionless will. It slowly lifted the huge hand that represented the flow of time. The third, and most terrifying, bell was about to toll. That was the fatal blow to erase the future. Zhou Yan watched this scene and finally stood up slowly from the throne made of countless strange materials. All right, the warm-up is over. He moved his muscles and bones, making sounds like stars bursting. Madam, step back. Zhou Yan's voice carried a hint of playful laughter. The scene that's coming may be a bit unreasonable. Facing the horrifying, future-erasing blow from the eternal timer, Zhou Yan did not launch any earth-shattering attack. He simply slowly extended a finger in front of the timer, lightly tapping the void ahead. Time is a nice toy. Zhou Yan's voice was calm yet carried a hint of playfulness. But to play it in front of me, your rules are still too immature. At the point where his fingertip touched, a realm of absolute and pure nothingness instantly expanded. This nothingness enveloped both him and the divine-level eternal timer. In this realm, there was no time, no space, no past, and no future. There was only the purest concept of all endings, where all laws returned to one. This was the realm of no time. The third bell of the eternal timer, which could erase the future, completely lost its target in this place devoid of any concept of time. Its terrifying power of rules weirdly dissipated halfway. The eternal timer's unchanging, dial-like eyes showed violent fluctuations as if its core programming was malfunctioning. Here, your time rules are invalid. Zhou Yan's voice was like the only sovereign of this realm of nothingness. Now, let's play a new game. He initiated a game against the eternal timer using the supreme rules he mastered as pieces. Chapter 121, The Core of the Origin. At the same time, Zhou Yan's thoughts were clearly conveyed into Ruan Xingluo's mind. Xinglua, its main body is engaged in a game with me and cannot be distracted for now. But the source of its power is the 12 order cores at the top of the tower. Go to the top of the tower and find the 13th origin core. That is the starting point of all its logic and also its only weakness. In the realm of no time opened up by Zhou Yan, he stood with his hands behind his back, leisurely engaging in a tactical contest on the level of rules with the divine level eternal timer. Meanwhile, Ruan Xingluo was working her way against the chaotic flow of time within the clock tower. With a determined gaze, she stepped alone onto the staircase leading to the tower's peak. She would confront the true and most deadly dangers inside this Belle Tower all by herself. In the timeless realm, Zhou Yan was constantly dismantling the eternal timekeeper's proud order with the concept of returning to the abyss. He even took the time to comment on the opponent's moves. Your time erasure is too rigid, you only know how to delete without understanding how to alter and cover. Lacking imagination, it's really dull. Every word from Zhou Yan was like the sharpest dagger, pulling and striking at the eternal timekeeper's spirit. Ruan Xingluo successfully entered the Belle Tower's interior. Inside the tower was an unimaginably huge maze of time and space, formed by countless giant gears that slowly turned. Each gear represented a different, chaotic timeline. Even more terrifying was that countless translucent time echoes wandered within this time-space labyrinth. These were powerful existences forcibly erased by the eternal timekeeper using the power of time. At the moment of their death, their strongest unwillingness and obsession were trapped in this time fracture, transforming into projections that continuously repeated the final moment before their demise. Among these time echoes, there were even terrifying existences at the divine master level. Roar! A giant echo, burning with true solar fire, roared and launched its strongest attack at Ruan Xingluo just before its death. Ruan Xingluo's expression changed slightly as she hurriedly raised the key of all laws in her hand. The key emitted a soft silver light, forcibly untangling the chaotic timespace rules around her, allowing her to narrowly dodge this attack that could incinerate stars. But immediately after, another echo of a swordsman with a broken sword, carrying endless sword intent, launched his final killing blow, the last sword. Ruan Xingluo relied on the key of all laws, barely avoiding the endless attacks. But each avoidance was a tremendous strain on her mental strength. Her steps began to falter, becoming increasingly difficult. Chapter 121, The Key of All Laws, The Final Point. At this moment, the globally broadcasted images were clearly divided into two parts. One part was the timeless realm where Zhou Yan was situated. In the footage, he stood with his hands behind his back, strolling leisurely, playing with the divine master-level eternal timekeeper like a mere pawn, showcasing his divine and demonic stature. The other part was the timespace maze inside the Belle Tower, where Ruan Xingluo's petite figure was struggling amidst the devastating attacks of countless divine master-level time echoes, dodging perilously. Huaxia Live Room. It's so difficult. Goddess Ruan is facing such enormous challenges. There are so many divine master-level monster phantoms inside the tower. It seems so relaxed on Zhou's side. He looks so bored he's about to fall asleep, while it's incredibly dangerous for Goddess Ruan. The contrast is too intense. One is a celestial battle, the other is a fight for survival in dire straits. In the meeting hall of the Star Trajectory Council, the Great Sage Star, I watched the scenes on the light screen, its cloud of nebulae fluctuating vigorously due to tension. All of these are the fallen ones who, over endless years, tried to challenge the Warden's authority. Their obsessions and strongest attacks have been imprisoned here by the Warden using the laws of time, becoming a part of this Belle Tower. Madame Zhou's journey could be described as a life and death struggle. Inside the Belle Tower, Ruan Xingluo, relying on the key of all laws' unique ability to untangle myriad laws, finally managed to pass through that terrifying echo zone. She reached the last entrance leading to the tower's peak. But right at the entrance stood an unprecedentedly powerful time echo that made her scalp tingle. It was a figure holding a colossal axe, ready to unleash its full might. A terrifying ancient god, exuding endless madness and battle intent. It is the frenzied ancient god who, in the last universe era, tried to forcefully split open the forbidden door. His strength far surpasses any time echo that Ruan Xingluo has encountered before. Facing the residual echo of this frenzied ancient god head-on, there was no hope at all. However, Ruan Xingluo did not choose to fight. She raised high the key of all laws in her hand. Using its special ability to sort through countless rules, she temporarily repaired the most critical logical fracture within the frenzied ancient god's obsession. Buzz. In the frenzied ancient god's eyes, filled with madness and the desire for destruction, a glimmer of clarity returned. He halted the attack that could split the heavens and earth, and deeply gazed at Ruan Xingluo and the key in her hand. Then, he raised his gigantic axe, pointing out the true path leading to the core for Ruan Xingluo. After doing all this, his figure began to dissipate into the temporal rift, liberated by the fulfillment of his obsession. Ruan Xingluo finally reached the core at the top of the tower. Here, there is a vast emptiness. 12 identical order cores, exuding terrifying power of order, slowly rotate in a circular arrangement like the scales of a clock. She attempted to use the blade of finality to probe one of the cores. But that core immediately emitted a powerful counter-reaction force, pushing her back repeatedly. Each core is indestructible. Ruan Xinglua gazed at the layout of these 12 cores, lost in thought. 12 hours, 12 directions. Zhou Yan had said, to find the 13th origin core. But, the origin of the clock is that invisible center. A flash of brilliance erupted in Ruan Xinglua's eyes. She no longer hesitated, making an incredibly bold decision. Using the key of all laws as a medium, she resolutely extended all her power towards the empty center point surrounded by those 12 order cores. However, just as her fingertips were about to touch that void origin, the final trap set by the warden was triggered. Buzz! 12 beams of light converged at the center point, forming a terrifying energy torrent capable of completely destroying a god, aiming to erase Ruan Xinglua, this variable. Faced with this certain kill, Ruan Xinglua didn't even have time to react. But, at that moment, on her wrist, the universal resonance cup, which she had always used as a storage space, activated automatically. A gentle yet seemingly all-encompassing soft light emanated from the teacup. The 12 beams of order judgment, enough to annihilate everything, were absorbed the instant they touched this soft light, along with the very concept of order judgment itself, all drawn into that tiny teacup. Not sparking a ripple. Zhou Yan's voice, carrying a hint of lazy amusement, rang out. What I gave you is not just a teacup. It is also a fuse. Specifically used to prevent some blind fools from tripping the switch. As the warden's final trap was effortlessly resolved by the universal resonance cup, the central control hub that served as the origin of the clock tower was completely exposed before Ruan Xinglua. Without any hesitation, she successfully inserted the key of all laws, forged from the rules of plague, directly into the center of the hub. Buzz! At that moment, the clock of universal end, a massive machine made up of countless gears and pendulums that maintained the operation of the end rule, fell into eternal stagnation. Within the timeless land, the eternal timekeeper, engaged in a game of rules with Zhou Yan, was. Its massive body suddenly stiffened. The intricate laws that formed its body, like program codes that had lost their core, began to collapse inch by inch. In its timeless, dial-like eyes, a complex light emerged, filled with struggle yet tinged with a hint of relief. Zhou Yan seized this opportunity. He extended a finger and lightly tapped on the eternally ticking being's cracked forehead. A pure power of return instantly severed its long-rooted servitude contract with the warden, which had been embedded in its soul's deepest depths. Crack! The enormous, clockwork-like shell of the eternal timekeeper shattered inch by inch, turning into countless specks of light. From that broken shell emerged not a monstrous beast, but a pure and gentle essence made entirely of starlight. The source of the time sequence. At the moment of regaining freedom, it deeply bowed to Zhou Yan. Thank you, sir, for helping me escape. The voice of the time sequence source was no longer the cold, indifferent mechanical tone from before, but filled with endless desolation and gratitude from the core of its soul. It revealed to the two the truth that had been sealed for countless years. I was an ancient neutral existence responsible for recording the passage of time since the birth of the universe. However, during a patrol of the myriad worlds, I was ambushed by the warden, who at that time was still just a reclaimer, forcibly stripping me of my free will, and he used the borrowed power of return to turn me into a puppet guarding this clock of end of all things. To repay Zhou Yan and Ruan Xinglua for their rescue. The time sequence source gave her the origin core, which Ruan Xinglua had disrupted with the myriad laws key, already cut off from the clock tower's main body. This item is one of my source cores before I was enslaved, containing the laws of time anchor points. Holding this item allows you to some extent, control and anchor the flow of time within a small range. At the same time, it also provided Zhou Yan with the warden's most critical secret. The warden's true form is not within this clock tower. He is hiding behind that forbidden door, in an absolute realm he created called the Silent Abyss King Court. With the crisis fully averted, Zhou Yan and Ruan Xinglua returned to the Star Observer flagship, carrying immense gains. Ruan Xinglua excitedly recounted her thrilling experiences within the tower to Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan, using the newly acquired origin core, opened up an independent space on the flagship's top level, where the flow of time was hundreds of times slower than the outside world. In this undisturbed, tranquil space, he personally cooked a lavish dinner for two for Ruan Xinglua. Outside the window was a brilliant galaxy, the table was filled with steaming delicacies, and beside him was the gentle laughter of his beloved. The atmosphere was warm and sweet. This was perhaps how their honeymoon trip was meant to be. The depths of Zhou Yan's eyes stripped away all laziness and mockery, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. He looked at Ruan Xinglua beside him, his expression incredibly solemn. Xinglua, the warden is gravely weakened in the clock tower, his power base has been shaken. He will spare no expense to accelerate his final plan to devour the myriad worlds and open the door. We can no longer passively wait. Zhou Yan's voice carried a cold determination. We must take the initiative and march toward his lair. At the moment the words fell, Zhou Yan used Yuan Xingluo's highest authority as the national fortune agent to issue a call that would shake the myriad worlds to all the mysterious worlds and civilizations allied with China. At the instant the call was sent out, the entire universe stirred. The Star Trajectory Council. The great sage Star Eye, upon receiving the summons, hesitated not for a moment. Its cloud of stars erupted with unprecedented brilliance. Star Track Council, all members heed the command. Gather all star speakers fleets of the council. Activate all reserve energy. This battle is to repay the gratitude of the Huaxia for their salvation, and to protect the order of the myriad realms. Our council is willing to be the vanguard. Oil Country. The matchmaker Mia, after relaying the content of the summons to her nation. The high-ranking officials of the entire nation responded immediately and resolutely. They offered all the strategic and bizarre resources from the national treasury, and all the wealth accumulated over generations. Just to fully support Huaxia in this final battle that bets on the future of civilization. Atlantis, that grand main city which had just barely restored order from the chaos of the data hell in the deep sea. The severely injured Coralie, looking at the summons from Huaxia, was filled with incredible complexity in her sapphire-like eyes. There was a struggle of unwillingness, and a trace of yearning for the future. In the end, she made a decision. She dragged her still not fully healed severed arm and walked onto the flagship of the remaining fleet. She looked at her exhausted subordinates and said in a hoarse voice, "Respond to Huaxia's call. This is not for Huaxia, nor is it to yield to that man." She paused, and a flash of sharpness crossed her eyes. This is for ourselves, for our civilization, to have a future. Chapter 123, Target, the Court of Annihilation. The Old Rulers' Council. That indescribable chaotic shadow, Cthulhu, also received this summons. After a brief weighing and thinking, it sent a chaos fleet composed of countless small descendants. We are not good at direct attacks. Cthulhu's thoughts still sounded so bizarre. But we can clear the lesser enemies from the battlefield perimeter for you. An unprecedented myriad realms united fleet, formed by dozens of powerful and bizarre civilizations, slowly gathered outside the Blue Star Alliance's transit station. Its scale was so vast that it covered the sky and blocked the sun, making the stars dim. This scene was clearly presented before all Blue Star viewers through a global broadcast. They watched as one by one, the strange flagship, each with terrifying aura, gathered willingly under Huaxia's banner, once proud foreign powers. All Huaxia people's hearts swelled with an indescribable pride and excitement. Zhou Yan held Yuan Xingluo's hand and slowly walked to the forefront of this massive fleet. In his hand, he tightly gripped the blade of silence that had long synchronized with his heart. He would personally carve a path to the forbidden world behind the door for this united fleet that carried the hopes of the myriad realms. Zhou Yan used the ruins marker to set the coordinates. Using the blade of silence as a pen, he gently drew a line toward the emptiness before him. Shoo! The space was silently sliced open, like the softest fabric. This passage disregarded any laws of time and space, directly pointing to the end of the universe where the forbidden door was located. United Fleet, set sail. Target, the Court of Annihilation. With Zhou Yan's command, the massive myriad realms united fleet slowly sailed into this newly opened ruins passage he created. They finally arrived at that forbidden place, which had only existed in legends. As the united fleet emerged from the ruins passage, the incredibly spectacular sight before them left all battle-hardened fleet members breathless in an instant. It was a gigantic black rift, so vast that it could not be measured by any unit. It arrogantly spanned across the end of the universe. As if reality itself was forcefully torn apart by an invisible, giant hand of creation, leaving a terrifying scar that would never heal. Behind that crack, there was no light, no darkness, no up or down, no four corners. There was only pure, deathly silence. A creeping aura of doom that would make even the gods shudder was continually leaking out from that door, known as Forbidden. On the flagship Stellar Observer, the star-shaped light of the great sage's star pupil violently fluctuated, revealing intense unrest within. This is the legendary door. The end of the universe, the home of all things. Even the always proud Coralie, at this moment, looked at that crack with eyes filled with unhidden shock and awe. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Without the united fleet getting close to the door, a series of uniform, cold, murderous buzzing sounds came from within that massive door. Endless order guard legions, like a black tide of death, surged madly out from that great door. They were uniform in form, icy in presence, each emitting the terrifying pressure of half a divine lord. They had no emotions, no fear, only the purest, absolute command to erase all anomalies. They formed a tightly allied battle formation that was despairingly silent yet overwhelming in force. After a brief pause, they charged straight towards the united fleet of worlds ahead. On the flagship Stellar Observer, the ancient will of the great sage, after a moment of shock, transformed into a roar that resonated across the entire fleet's communication channel. For our future. All fleets. Fire. In an instant. The voice of the Star Speaker fleet of the Star Trajectory Council initiated the attack first. Tens of thousands of warships illuminated with dazzling starlight simultaneously. Countless radiant beams containing the power of the birth and death of stars, like a rolling Milky Way, or the wrath of the gods, slammed fiercely into the endless Order Guard legions. Corelli from Atlantis also set aside all personal grudges, commanding the remaining technological fleet with astonishing combat power. The Spear of Poseidon, Overload Launch. Streams of blue energy, compressed from higher-dimensional water elements, clashed violently with the silver light spears of the Order Guards in the cold starry sky, annihilating fiercely. The chaotic fleet of Cthulhu released countless distorted psychic shockwaves, trying to disrupt the orderly formation of the Order Guards. An epic grand war, affecting the entire cosmic edge, had just broken out. However, Zhou Yan's gaze never left the battlefield before him. He simply watched calmly as the forbidden door loomed ominously in the distance. "Our battlefield lies behind the door," he said softly to Ruan Xinglua beside him. "We'll leave this to them to buy us time." After saying that, Zhou Yan took Ruan Xinglua's hand and walked towards the doorway capable of swallowing all living beings, as if strolling in a garden. This scene filled all watching allies with genuine admiration and reassurance. In the instant they passed through the doorway, Ruan Xinglua felt her senses, hearing, vision, touch, even the very concept of thinking, were rapidly and ruthlessly erased by an invisible, terrifying force. This was a terrifying world where even basic concepts like light and dark, sound and silence, existence and nothingness had become completely blurred. Here was the Warden's lair, his absolute realm, the silent royal court. Zhou Yan formed an absolute realm just big enough for two, using his own power of return to firmly protect Ruan Xinglua within, isolating her from the horrific assimilating force outside. He explained the rules of this place to Ruan Xinglua. "This is the Warden's absolute realm. Here, existence itself is an original sin. Any substance will be ruthlessly rejected by the end law of this place and ultimately formatted." At the enormous entrance of the royal court, two towering knights, like gods and demons, stood silently. Their size was beyond description, as if they had existed since ancient times. They are two among the legendary 12 Knights of the End responsible for delivering judgment at the end. The knight on the left is entirely twisted from the withered trunk of the world tree. Wherever it goes, all things wither, and life decays. The knight on the right seems to be composed of countless shattered memories and forgotten threads of causality, its form unclear and exuding a chilling aura of void. Chapter 124 What is the True Rebirth? At the moment when Zhou Yan and Ruan Xinglua stepped into the royal court, these two terrifying knight statues slowly awakened. They did not launch any physical attacks, as physical assaults were meaningless in this court of silence. They simply unfolded their respective conceptual domains at the same time. An invisible domain of decay enveloped Ruan Xinglua like the most vicious curse, instantly covering her. She could clearly feel that her body, which had been forged through countless trials and was already incredibly tough, was losing its vitality at an irreversible speed, quickly withering away. At the same time, another even more bizarre forgetting domain invaded her sea of consciousness like an invisible poisonous mist. She began to forget. She forgot who she was, forgot why she had come, forgot all her joys, anger, sorrows, and happiness. Even her memories of Zhou Yan were rapidly becoming vague and dim, like a painting being soaked in water. In fear, she looked at the man she loved the most and was most familiar with, only to find that she was about to not recognize him. Faced with the conceptual attack capable of erasing existence and decaying life, Ruan Xinglua's consciousness was on the verge of being completely swallowed when, in that final moment, Zhou Yan's voice rang clearly in the depths of her soul. "Xinglua, you are no longer that little girl who needed my protection everywhere. You already possess power equal to theirs, or even surpassing theirs. Use your own core to tell them what true rebirth is, what eternal origin is." In that moment, Ruan Xinglua's clear eyes, once clouded by lost memories, reignited with a brilliant glow. She was no longer passively defending. She completely unleashed the power of the world tree that had long been connected to the source of her life. A surge of emerald green light filled with the concepts of rebirth and hope, like the first beam of morning light at the dawn of creation, erupted from her and swept outwards. The decay domain, which could wither all things, was instantly restrained and purified in the face of this endless rebirth concept, like snow encountering the blazing sun. At the same time, she activated the origin core gifted by the source of time. Buzz. A force of law representing that absolute origin firmly anchored her own timeline in the present moment. The forgetting domain, which could erase all memories and causality, could no longer shake her in the slightest. Ruan Xinglua was no longer passively defending, she chose to actively strike. With an endless power of rebirth, she radiated her own boundless vitality. With an indestructible power of origin, she secured her own existence and causality. In her hand, she grasped the blade of return to silence, representing termination and extinction, and actively advanced towards the two god-level ending knights. This was her first time independently confronting terrifying god-level enemies without Zhou Yan directly intervening. The decaying knight's unstoppable power of rot. In the face of Ruan Xinglua's endless new concepts, it seemed so pale and powerless. The terrifying power of the forgetting night, capable of erasing divine memories, could not shake the unique Ruan Xinglua anchored by the origin even a little. In the end, Ruan Xinglua seized a fleeting opportunity, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. End of the world. She slashed with her sword, uttering the simplest yet most domineering command. A grey swordlight, containing the concept of absolute end, erupted with unprecedented terrifying power under the dual enhancement of new life and origin. Where the swordlight passed, withering and forgetting, two equally powerful laws of end were brutally severed. The two arrogant end knights, their massive bodies, under the sword, turned into silent ash like weathered sand sculptures. The concept of their existence was utterly terminated. After defeating the two knights, the path to the deepest part of the royal court finally opened. At the end of the royal court, on a massive black throne entirely composed of pure, absolute deathly quiet rules, a perfect, sacred figure, even radiating the brilliance of supreme order, slowly opened his eyes. The true form of the warden finally appeared. He was not a terrifying monster in any form, but a handsome, sacred, and perfectly divine being. Upon seeing Zhou Yan, a complex emotion flickered in his eyes, which seemed to contain the secrets of the universe's birth and extinction. The betrayer of the abyss. The warden did not pay attention to Zhou Yan but directed his gaze toward Ruan Xinglua, explaining his supreme ideals with a voice full of compassion and holiness. The birth and extinction of the universe are, in themselves, a form of endless pain and torment. Only absolute deathly quiet is perfect, is eternal peace. What you represent, abyss, is the greatest flaw in this universe, the root of painful reincarnation. And I am the one who will correct this flaw, bringing ultimate tranquility to all beings. The moment the words fell, the ultimate showdown erupted. Zhou Yan and the warden, these two beings representing two completely opposing ultimate concepts of the universe, engaged in the highest level conceptual battle. Their battlefield had long expanded beyond this small silent royal court. In an instant, it spread to the endless timelines of the past, present, and future, and into countless parallel universes' causal networks. With a thought, Zhou Yan birthed countless new universes from the void, through new life. The warden merely cast a cold glance at those newly born universes, and under the order of deathly silence, they were instantly brought to an end. With a wave of his hand, the warden confined the entire spacetime with the rule of absolute order. Zhou Yan merely pointed, and that indestructible order prison was turned into nothingness by the concept of abyss. Their battle did not produce earth-shattering sounds or lights, but it was far more perilous than any divine war. The aftermath of the battle, just a hint, made the universal fleet outside, engaged in a fierce battle with the Order Guard army, feel a shudder from the depths of their souls. In the endless conceptual war with Zhou Yan, the warden felt fatigue for the first time. The absolute deathly quiet he created was falling back step by step against Zhou Yan's even more overbearing concept of all things return to the abyss. He knew that if this continued, he would undoubtedly lose. In order to gain the ultimate advantage, he finally revealed his true body. Boom! The clock of all things end, composed of countless gears and pendulums, echoed a rumble that shook the universe. It was no longer a lifeless object but had come to life completely. The warden's perfect sacred figure slowly merged into this giant clock. Chapter 125, The Creation Bell Tolls, The Emergence of Life. He prepared to ring the final bell capable of completely formatting the existence of the entire universe. Dong! An invisible but terrifying bell sound, as if embodying the ultimate fate of the universe, began to echo throughout the entire court of oblivion. Zhou was temporarily restrained beneath the might of this bell sound. Starfall! His voice rang clearly in Ruan Xingluo's mind. This bell is a manifestation of the rules created after the warden stole the power of N. My power of return to ruins can completely erase it, but that is not true victory. Only your power of new life can purify it at its very root. Zhou Yan's voice carried an unprecedented seriousness. Your ultimate mission is to use the power of your world tree to save the spell, not to destroy it. Ruan Xinglua instantly understood Zhou Yan's true intention. Without any hesitation, the shadow of the world tree behind her shone brightly, lifting her straight towards the giant bell that exuded an endless aura of termination. However, just as she was about to approach the giant bell, 10 towering figures, each radiating a terrifying aura of god-level power, appeared simultaneously from the void, forming the final and most unbreakable defense. They were all the remaining members of the 12 Knights of the End. Each knight represented a rule of termination, their strength extraordinarily formidable. Knight of Plague, Knight of Chaos, Knight of Despair. Faced with the united assault of these 10 god-level knights, Ruan Xinglua fell into an unprecedented desperate situation once again. At this moment, through the special broadcast of the Huaxia spiritual realm, Blue Star and all the civilizations allied with Huaxia saw this scene clearly. They saw that petite yet determined figure facing 10 divine demons, fighting to protect them. In Huaxia, in the Star Orbit Council, in the Oil Nation. Under the collective guidance of Lin and Mia, and the great sage Star Eye, the beings of Blue Star and all allied civilizations, regardless of age or race, offered their most sincere and purest prayers and blessings to the girl named Ruan Xinglua at this moment. Goddess Ruan, please make sure to win. For Huaxia. For our future. Madame Zhou. We are with you. This immense willpower, filled with hope and new life, surged from billions of beings and was entirely infused into the world tree behind Ruan Xinglua through the Huaxia national fortune golden dragon that had long been connected to all realms. Buzz. After absorbing this endless wish for new life, the world tree finally grew into its most perfect complete form. Its crown covered the sky and hid the sun, spanning the entire court of oblivion. Its roots plunged into the void, drawing from the most fundamental creation power. The complete world tree radiated endless brilliance of new life. At that moment, Ruan Xinglua's power reached an unprecedented peak, even surpassing the god-level realm. But she chose not to fight. She simply floated quietly beneath the radiance of the world tree, softly singing a song of new life to the 10 knights exuding terrifying auras. In the song, there was no killing, no conflict, only the purest praise for life, and a yearning for new birth. The 10 knights, who should have been ruthless killing machines, felt the chilling aura of termination slowly dissolve upon hearing this song. A hint of relief emerged from the will that had been imprisoned for countless ages. In the end, under the revitalizing melody sung by Ruan Xinglua, the 10 knights of termination laid down their weapons. They bowed deeply to Ruan Xinglua and the world tree behind her. Then, their figures transformed into 12 emotionless sources of rules in the soft light, merging into this newly born world. Ruan Xinglua came before the great bell that signified the end of all things. She reached out her delicate hands and pressed them against the cold wall of the bell. The power of new life, capable of creating all things, turned this bell, which should bring about the end in silence, into a bell of creation that signified the revival of all things in hope. With the threat from the warden completely eliminated, this bell, representing the end in silence, was also transformed into a bell of creation that heralded the revival of all things under Ruan Xinglua's vast power of new life. The crisis of the Silent King Court was thus marked with a perfect conclusion. The scene slowly returned to the transit station of the Blue Star Alliance located in the strange world. At this moment, an unprecedented grand celebration banquet was being held for Huaxia. All the allies who chose to stand with Huaxia in the final battle, such as the Star Orbit Council and the Oil Nations, were present. This banquet was being globally live-streamed to all Blue Star viewers. The atmosphere at the banquet was warm and subtle. Coralie from Atlantis and General MacArthur from Beautiful Nation, as representatives of the defeated side, displayed an unprecedented humility. Ms. Ruan, your heroism in the Battle of the End is legendary across all worlds. I raise a glass to you on behalf of Atlantis. Coralie held up a glass of blue wine brewed from deep-sea glowing jellyfish, her face adorned with a perfectly appropriate smile, her words filled with just the right amount of flattery. If it weren't for your last-minute efforts to turn the tide and purify the end, we would have turned to ashes in that catastrophe. Indeed. Ms. Ruan's grace makes us soldiers feel ashamed. General MacArthur also raised his glass, a smile on his weathered face that looked more painful than a cry. To express our beautiful nation's apologies and respect, the first batch of compensation materials is already on the way. Please be sure to accept it. Their words sounded so sincere. But deep in their seemingly humble eyes, there still hid a hint of barely perceptible resentment and bitterness. Just as the atmosphere of the banquet reached its peak. Ding! Without warning. At the end of the universe, the great bell that had just been transformed into new life by Ruan Xinglua suddenly moved without wind. It emitted a distant, sacred, magnificent ringing that seemed to contain all the mysteries of the universe's creation. This sound of the bell did not pass through the air or any medium. It transcended endless void and dimensions, clearly resonating deep in the souls of every living being. Then, the cold and eerie matchmaking system announcement echoed around the world again. Detected that the creation bell has been activated. A new era of national fortune, Genesis era, has officially begun. The first creation-level strange domain, the Abyss of New Birth, its coordinates have been locked. New rules announced: this strange domain is a masterless land, and its internal energy form is extremely unstable. The entrance, the Gate of New Birth, must be stabilized first. The first civilization to successfully open and stabilize the Gate of New Birth will gain the sole and prioritized rights to develop the Abyss of New Birth strange domain, along with a vast reward of civilization potential value. Once this announcement was made, the entire venue was in an uproar. Those who had just been humbly toasting, their faces showing "we admit defeat," like Coralie and MacArthur, suddenly reignited the blazing flames of opportunity deep within their eyes. They understood that this was their only chance to overturn the situation. It was the system, it was this world, giving them one last opportunity to challenge Huaxia's hegemony. Everyone's gaze instantly turned to the center of the transfer station hall. There, a live image of the Gateway of Birth was clearly projected. It was an enormous gate, seemingly connecting to another universe. Inside the gate, a chaotic storm of the most primal energy was continuously erupting. earth, water, fire, and wind, the four original energies from the beginning of creation, were wildly colliding and annihilating each other in an extremely unstable state, exuding a terrifying aura capable of tearing everything apart. China's top expert team, along with Wan Xinglua, quickly arrived at the storm-ravaged gateway of birth, beginning urgent research and attempts. The energy structure is too chaotic. None of our instruments can make effective analysis. The rules are in an absolute state of chaos. This cannot be intervened by any existing technology. Several top experts in the study of rules from China looked at the raging energy storm with extremely serious faces. We can't wait any longer. We must attempt to force stabilization. Director Lin Anhua made the decision decisively. Activate Plan Number 1. Release the Rule Stabilization Anchor. With his command, a massive rule stabilization anchor, built with China's latest technology and capable of stabilizing S-class anomaly areas, was slowly pushed towards the gateway of birth. However, as the enormous stabilization anchor approached the edge of the giant door, just as it was about to begin operating, it was quietly torn into countless metal fragments by a mere trace of primal chaotic energy leaking from within the gate. Failure. Plan Number 1 has completely failed. The expert team transmitted a report filled with despair. Inside the transfer station hall, Zhou Yan looked at the door constantly spewing chaotic storms and chuckled lightly at Wan Xinglua beside him. Madam, the system has thrown out another question. This time's question is called Open the Door. Seeing that technological means were ineffective, Wan Xinglua decided to take action herself. She took a deep breath, stepped forward, and activated the power of the national dragon pillar that had long been linked to her bloodline. Roar! A majestic dragon roar resounded through the void. The overwhelming power of the Chinese nation's fate transformed into a golden dragon phantom that stretched for miles, attempting to forcibly suppress the raging chaotic storm with the supreme national power. However, this time, even the usually invincible national dragon pillar became ineffective. As the golden dragon surged into the chaotic storm, its vast body was unexpectedly dissolved and consumed as if it had encountered the strongest corrosive agent. Wan Xinglua could clearly feel that the power of the Chinese nation's fate was being consumed at a terrifying speed by that chaotic energy storm. She could not dare to continue, and could only withdraw her divine power with a pale face. This scene was clearly presented to everyone through a global live broadcast. Those audiences from various countries who had just built invincible confidence in China began to feel their resolve waver uncontrollably inside their hearts. As Wan Xinglua struggled to suppress the most primal chaotic energy storm, a new wave surged again across major global live broadcast rooms. Atlantis Live Room. Coralie wore a calm and knowing smile on her stunning face. I knew that mysterious man could not intervene in everything personally. His strength lies more in his layout and understanding of the rules rather than solving problems with brute force every time. Without his guidance, this Chinese woman is utterly helpless in the face of truly primal and unreasonable rules. Beautiful country live room. General MacArthur laughed heartily at the futile appearance of Wan Xinglua on the screen. Ha ha ha. Great. Do you see that? Her national fortune power is being rapidly consumed. Keep going. Chinese women. Use your national fortune to fill this bottomless pit. It would be best to drain all the national fortune you have saved in China on this broken door. Chinese live stream room. The audience's hearts rose to their throats, filled with anxiety. What to do? Even Goddess Ruan can't calm this storm? The national fortune power is being consumed. Isn't the level of this door too high? Where is God Zhou? God Zhou, come out and think of a way. We can't let Goddess Ruan consume national fortune anymore. In front of the gate of birth, Wan Xinglua did not believe in evil. Since the suppression of national fortune is ineffective, then use absolute end rules to cut it off. She once again urged the blade of solitude in her hand, trying to directly sever the source of that chaotic energy with the purest concept of end. However, when the invincible grey blade cut into the storm, it was as if it had fallen into the most viscous quagmire made up of countless contradictory rules, tightly entangled by countless chaotic, disordered primitive rules. In an instant, she was unable to pull the sword out, and due to the continuous consumption of power, she fell into an even more dangerous situation. At that moment, in the command center of Atlantis, Kalali did not choose to send out the fleet to take advantage and attack directly. She calmly gave a new order to her subordinate beside her. Activate the Akashic Record Interferer, analyze the energy composition of the gate of birth remotely. Soon, a detailed analysis report appeared before her. The report showed that among the four violent chaotic energies in the door, the energy of the dark water representing death and decay was the most active and violent, which was the main reason for the imbalance in the entire energy field. Seeing this report, Kalali's mouth curled up with a cold arc. She immediately issued a second order. Through the interferer, inject a faint but catalytic, negative divinity into the energy field of the gate of birth. We will not attack. Chapter 127, completely out of control. Kalali sneered, her eyes shining with wisdom and ruthlessness. We will help it completely lose control. I want to amplify the power of that dark water 100-fold. I want to see how your Huaxia will use its national fortune to fill this bottomless pit. Boom! With Kalali's order issued, the energy storm of the Gate of Birth indeed became more violent than ever by more than 100 times. The black dark water energy, like the breached Nine Nether River, transformed into countless hideous death tentacles, beginning to crazily erode and suppress the other three types of energy. The entire massive Gate of Birth showed signs of being completely swallowed by death energy, threatening to close permanently. Puff! In the center of the storm, Ruan Xinglua was directly hit by this violent force, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of her mouth again. The hearts of global viewers rose to their throats. The expert team from Huaxia was at a loss. Director Lin Anguo was sweating profusely in anxiety. Everyone thought that Huaxia was really going to fail this time. It was even possible that due to excessive consumption of national fortune, they would be beaten back to their original form, returning to that era of being bullied again. Facing this almost insoluble crisis, Ruan Xinglua once again sent a call for help to Zhou Yan. Hubby. I can't hold on much longer. Zhou Yan's leisurely voice, even carrying a hint of a smile, slowly sounded. Balance is never achieved by forceful suppression. It's through guidance. There's too much water, just find something to drink it, right? Zhou Yan gently advised. Did you forget your pet that eats everything? A single word awakened the dreamer. Ruan Xinglua suddenly realized. She immediately summoned the Chaos Devourer that had been soundly sleeping in the reincarnation nest. When she saw Ruan Xinglua actually in such a critical moment, release that seemingly harmless black coal-like slime, global audiences were stunned. What does she want to do? Send this pet to its death? Even the goddess can't withstand this energy storm. Far away at the command center, Kalali also showed a confused and contemptuous expression. However, when the Chaos Devourer saw the furious, surging, pure death and decay energy of the nether source water, its gigantic single eye erupted with an unprecedented joy, as if it had seen the most exquisite delicacy, ecstasy. Puff! It let out an incredibly joyful cry, its entire body transformed into a black streak of light, diving right into the terrifying energy storm that even gods feared. Facing that energy storm amplified 100 times by Kalali, which could frighten even the divine, the Chaos Devourer's gigantic single eye showed no fear but erupted with a joy never seen before, as if a glutton that had been starving for billions of years had finally seen a grand feast. It opened that invisible maw, seeming capable of swallowing everything. Like a great whale, it took a deep breath of that endless black ocean. Whoosh! What happened next left all global viewers watching the livestream, including Kalali and MacArthur at the command center, completely dumbfounded, as if turned to stone. They witnessed that overwhelming, corrosive, black flood filled with pure death and decay energy, being frantically devoured and absorbed at a terrifying visible speed by the seemingly car-sized black slime. That primal death energy, which was like deadly poison to any other being, was, for it, a top-notch buffet. The core of the entire energy storm formed a huge whirlpool. And at the center of the whirlpool was that little slime, joyfully feasting. Global live broadcast. After dozens of seconds of complete silence, a wave of extreme shock and disbelief finally erupted. Wow! 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 It can eat like this? What am I seeing? It's sucking up that black death flood like noodles. That is the most primal death rule energy. Even a national luck golden dragon can't suppress this horror. It's being eaten just like that? I understand. I finally understand. We've been researching how to eliminate energy pollution, while it's directly eating the source of pollution. Is this the gap? In the live broadcast, that overwhelming black flood was visibly being devoured by that small slime. The frenzied energy storm around the gates of birth was also rapidly calming down. Inside the Atlantis command center, Kalali, Declan, and others were all dumbfounded, their jaws dropped, unable to utter a complete sentence. However, just when everyone thought the crisis was about to be resolved, a new problem arose. As the nether source water was massively swallowed by the Chaos Devourer, the previously barely maintained energy balance of the gates of birth was completely shattered. The entire gate's energy structure became even more unstable due to the loss of support from the nether source water, with large areas of irregular collapse appearing in its spatial structure. While the excessive nether source water issue was resolved, now it had turned into a serious imbalance between life and death. The gate still could not stabilize. From afar, Kalali, seeing this, showed a cold sneer again after the initial shock. Stupid. The flood has been solved, but it completely broke the balance, putting the entire gate on the brink of collapse. In the end, the result is still the same. Huaxia is still the loser. However, Zhou Yan's somewhat mocking voice rang again in Ruan Xingluo's mind. Who says I want it to only eat and not spit it out? At that moment, the Chaos Devourer, which had devoured all the energy of the Netherwater, contentedly burped. Then, under the gazes of all the shocked people, it opened its invisible massive mouth once more. It spit out a new kind of energy. But this energy was no longer the previous black color filled with death and decay. Instead, it was a brand new, newborn water containing both life and death, two opposing cycles, after being transformed and refined by its essence of return to void. This newborn water, appearing in a faint chaotic gray, perfectly integrated into the already unbalanced energy cycle of the Gate of Birth. It became the fourth, and the most core power that maintained the balance of the entire gate. Chapter 128, The Only Priority Development Right. Earth, Fire, Wind, Newborn Water. These four most primitive creation energies formed a perfect, stable, and everlasting energy cycle structure at this moment. Buzz. The Gate of Birth stabilized completely at this moment. The raging energy storm dissipated entirely, replaced by a soft glow that radiated warmth, stability, and endless vitality. The majestic system announcement resounded across the globe at this moment. Congratulations to Huaxia civilization for successfully stabilizing the Gate of Birth. Obtaining the only priority development right of the return to birth. Huaxia's national luck has once again experienced an epic surge. Meanwhile, the Chaos Devourer also successfully completed yet another evolution due to feasting on this grand banquet and its understanding of the life and death rules. On its body, akin to the starry sky, began to flow soft patterns like ripples of water. It unlocked a new ability, Water Rule Mimicry. In the command center of Atlantis, there was an eerie silence. Coralie looked at the catalyst she had painstakingly crafted at great cost, which instead ended up helping her opponent's pet achieve a perfect, unbelievable super evolution. She felt a sweetness in her throat, and a surge of anger rushed to her head. Crack! The precious goblet made of 10,000-year deep-sea crystal in her hand was crushed by her on the spot. Her beautiful face turned pale. As the Gate of Birth stabilized completely, the enormous light gate slowly opened to both sides. It revealed a glimpse of the vast opportunities and unknowns behind it, the return to birth, the tip of the iceberg. But just as Ruan Xinglua was about to lead the Huaxia team to be the first to enter this unclaimed treasure land, a silver mechanical detector, filled with a cyberpunk style and completely out of place with the surrounding mythical scenery, unexpectedly rushed out from the other side of the gate. On its metal shell, branded with a badge filled with the cold sense of technology, composed of countless precise circuits and rotating gears, unlike the dragon banner of magical martial Huaxia, a new, unknown force seemed to have set its sights here. What flew out first from the Gate of Birth was not a mechanical detector filled with cyberpunk style, but an alchemical raven made of countless complex gears. Its eyes were two continuously rotating precision crystals, sparkling with massive data flows. The raven landed in front of the Huaxia expert team and Ruan Xinglua, slowly unfolding its wings made entirely of gears and connecting rods. Buzz. A gentle golden light projected from its crystal eyes. In midair, an incredibly clear holographic image formed. In the image, there stood a handsome middle-aged man dressed in the highest level of noble attire from medieval Europe. He performed a flawless noble gesture of placing his hand on his chest towards Ruan Xinglua. Good afternoon, friends from the emerging civilization. His voice was gentle, refined, filled with magnetism, yet carried an inherent sense of superiority. I am Alistair, the Grand Master of the Golden Dawn. Golden Dawn. In the transfer station, Director Lin Anghua and members of the Chinese think tank, who were watching this scene live, changed their expressions suddenly upon hearing this name. This name had been mentioned several times in the top-secret archives about the supernatural history before the arrival of the Weird Era on Blue Star. They were an incredibly ancient and mysterious occult organization that existed long before the Weird Era arrived on Blue Star. Its members consisted of alchemists, astrologers, and mystics who stood at the top of the human wisdom pyramid. They had quietly hidden behind the scenes of history, silently researching the fundamental rules of this world. They believed that power systems like weird matchmaking, which were bound to the national luck of ordinary people, were inefficient, barbaric, and utterly foolish. Only a few elites who grasped the truth were worthy of wielding and controlling true extraordinary power. At this moment, this man who called himself the Grand Master, Alistair, while polite, spoke with an unreserved arrogance that stemmed from the elite class. Ms. Ruan, we at the Golden Dawn have been observing your side for a long time. Alistair's gaze seemed to pierce through the holographic image and fell upon Ruan Xinglua. You rely on the crude and barbaric method of national fortune to gain power. Although it has shown some effectiveness in the early stages, it is ultimately a misguided path. His tone was as if he were commenting on a student who had used the wrong method. What we at the Golden Dawn pursue is a profound understanding of the fundamental rules of the world and absolute mastery. He pointed to the Genesis gate in the image, still spewing chaotic energy, with a hint of a graceful smile on his face. This gate is a disaster that your civilization, which is still at the stage of accumulating primal power, cannot control. But for us, it is a perfect exploration filled with academic and artistic beauty. In the global live broadcast room, all viewers were outraged upon hearing these words. Who is this guy? What huge arrogance! How dare he say our national fortune is a misguided path? Golden Dawn? What is that? It existed before the weird era? Why didn't they come to save Blue Star? Now they show up pretending to be a big deal? So arrogant. Hearing his tone makes my fists clench. Alistair ignored the emotions of the global audience, continuing with his elegant yet oppressive tone, proposing an agreement. To avoid some unnecessary conflicts. Ms. Ruan, why don't we have a fair competition? To stabilize this Genesis gate, you can use your proud national fortune. And we will use our alchemy. He paused, the smile on his lips widening. Whoever can stabilize this gate first will gain the right to enter this Genesis ruins for a full 3 days. The global broadcast will bear witness, honest and fair. Alistair's gaze, with a hint of a playful understanding, watched Ruan Xinglua. Alistair's elegant yet arrogant proposal for a competition spread clearly around the globe through the holographic image of the alchemy raven. Chinese live broadcast room. After a brief moment of shock, a barrage full of anger and worry erupted. Another one. Where did these self-important guys come from in the corner of nowhere? Chapter 129, Golden Dawn Society? Golden Dawn Society? What big words! They dare say our fortune is a side path? But it seems they really are quite strong. Goddess Ruan needs to be careful this time. Yeah, that man looks so elegant, and they seem to have studied this door well. On the other side, in the command center of Atlantis and beautiful country, it was a wild celebration of schadenfreude. Interesting, truly interesting. Kailali watched Alistair's confident elite demeanor on the screen, a playful smile gracing her lips. Finally, an ancient power that doesn't belong to the fortune system is voluntarily causing trouble for Huaxia. General MacArthur laughed heartily in delight. Let this Golden Dawn Society give that Huaxia woman a wake-up call. I want to see how she creates miracles without the direct help of that mysterious man. Faced with this sudden challenge, Ruan Xinglua did not respond immediately but first consulted Zhou Yan through their soul imprint. Honey, this Golden Dawn Society. Zhou Yan's voice echoed in her mind. Oh? Finally, a local force that doesn't believe in the fortune system has come knocking? Interesting. Agree to him. I also want to see what new tricks these self-important elites can come up with. With Zhou Yan's permission, Ruan Xinglua felt a sense of reassurance. She raised her cool eyes and met Alistair's scrutinizing gaze, speaking calmly. All right, your challenge, we Huaxia accept. The competition officially began under the watchful gaze of all global audiences. Alistair's face showed a graceful smile of a winner. He lightly waved his hand to the side. 12 individuals, all wearing classical noble attire and adorned with various alchemical symbol badges, quietly appeared. They were the 12 core alchemists of the Golden Dawn Society. The 12 of them displayed breathtaking skill and harmony. They worked together seamlessly, moving like flowing water, continuously pulling rare materials from their alchemical spaces, materials long extinct in the outside world, glowing with all kinds of precious lights. Powder of the Philosopher's Stone, morning dew of the World Tree, shards of the Dragon's Heart, core fragments of stars. They began to construct a huge, intricate, and mysterious Hermes 13-ring star array in front of the Gate of Birth. Every energy line of the array, once illuminated, would draw upon the most primal energy of heaven and earth, creating a violent resonance. The globally broadcast image presented incredibly cool energy effects and interpretations from some neutral experts simultaneously. Oh my god! Everyone, look! What the Golden Dawn Society constructed is the legendary Hermes star array capable of directly communicating with the world's source. This kind of array not only requires the most profound understanding of energy structure but also mastery of alchemy to an extraordinary level. This is true extraordinary power. Filled with wisdom and elegance. Compared to them, the previous methods of Huaxia relying on fortune seem just like a barbarian using brute force. Golden Dawn Society support rate plus 10%. Golden Dawn Society support rate plus 20%. In an instant, the support rate of the Golden Dawn Society skyrocketed across the globe. In comparison, Huaxia appeared rustic and somewhat shabby. The expert team was still in a frenzy trying to make sense of a heap of chaotic data they simply couldn't understand. In the midst of a futile analysis, Ruan Xinglua could only continue to spur the dragon energy of the National Guardian Dragon Pillar, engaging in the most basic energy counteraction against the violent energy storm. Her face appeared pale due to the tremendous consumption, looking labored and ineffective. Alistair watched Ruan Xinglua's somewhat clumsy method, revealing a smile belonging to a person in power on his handsome face. He even had the leisure to stand with his arms crossed behind his back, like the most patient teacher, providing on-site instruction to Ruan Xinglua. Miss Ruan, energy is not used in such a rough manner as you do. You need to understand its internal structure, find its energy nodes for operation, and then, with higher-level rules, pry it open and guide it. He sighed lightly, feigning helplessness as he continued. Alas, never mind, discussing this with you, with your understanding, you probably won't comprehend. Time ticked away second by second. The Golden Dawn Society's demonstration of profound understanding left all global spectators in awe. With the joint efforts of Alistair and his 12 roundtable alchemists, the enormous and complex Hermes 13-ring star array had completed over 80%. Brilliant, holy golden light was almost completely enveloping the entire gate of birth. The energy fluctuations of the array were incredibly stable, exuding a sense of calmness and elegance that conveyed a control of everything. In contrast, on the side of China, there was still no progress at all. The expert team frowned at a pile of chaotic data resembling garbled text, helpless and at a loss. In fact, during a recent attempt at energy counteraction, a small-scale tidal backlash from within the gate of birth injured several experts responsible for close observation. The disparity was stark in comparison. Global public opinion began to show a one-sided trend at this moment. Everyone believed that China was about to face a shameful and disastrous defeat. In the Atlantis Command Center, Coralie looked at the scene on the screen, a cold curve forming at the corners of her mouth. Do you see? General Declan. This is true transcendence. China's barbaric rise based on a single strong person is ultimately fleeting. In the face of truly systematic power, it is utterly frail. Just when everyone thought China's defeat was certain. Zhou Yan's voice rang out. Hee, this array is indeed quite beautiful. What a pity. It's rotten at its core. Ruan Xinglua was suddenly shaken by these words. Honey, what do you mean? Zhou Yan's voice carried a hint of disdain and mockery. This so-called Hermes 13-ring star array seems to be stabilizing the chaotic energy of the gate of birth. But its real core is an extremely insidious parasitic rule. Rule parasitism? Ruan Xinglua had never heard this term before. That's right, Zhou Yan explained. They are attempting to implant a unique ideological steel seal of their Golden Dawn Society into the core rules of the gate of birth through this array. Once they succeed, this door will indeed appear stable in name. But the connection to that brand new Eerie realm, the Birth Ruins, will have its highest rule authority eternally controlled by their Golden Dawn Society. Zhou Yan's voice turned icy. They want to turn this new world that should belong to everyone into their Golden Dawn Society's private garden. Upon learning the truth, boundless shock and anger surged within Ruan Xinglua's heart. These hypocritical individuals had such sinister and venomous schemes. But soon after, an even greater challenge stood before her. If she acted now to forcibly interrupt the Golden Dawn ceremony, the Hermes magic circle, which had already accumulated terrifying energy, would certainly lose control on the spot. The uncontrolled energy, along with the already violent chaotic energy inside the gate of birth, would explode together. The consequences produced might be enough to completely tear this area and all surrounding fleets to shreds. But if she didn't interrupt, could she just watch the other side's scheme succeed? She instantly fell into a dilemma with no way out. In the distance, Alistair looked at Ruan Xinglua, whose expression had suddenly become extremely serious, but mistakenly thought she was completely convinced by his extraordinary skill. What's wrong, Miss Ruan? He asked leisurely in a tone full of a victor's demeanor. Do you finally understand the gap between us now? Don't be anxious, the real good show is still to come. As his words fell, the massive Hermes magic circle was about to be completely finished. At the very center of the magic circle, a mysterious rune, governed by countless golden concepts, began to slowly gather and take shape. That was the embryonic form of the thought seal. It emitted a dangerous yet deadly alluring golden glow. Ruan Xinglua was burning with impatience. She could feel that the time left for her was running out. Husband. What to do? We have no time left. Facing Ruan Xinglua's urgent plea for help, Zhou Yan smiled and said. Who said we need to interrupt the ceremony? Ruan Xinglua was stunned upon hearing this. Not interrupting? Wouldn't that mean just watching their scheme succeed? Zhou Yan's voice carried a hint of playful mockery, continuing to echo in her mind. If he wants to implant, let him implant. But we can help him modify the final implanted content. He directed Ruan Xinglua to look at the Chaos Devourer, who was hiding behind her, curiously observing the golden magic circle. Command your little creature. But this time, our goal is not to devour those violent energies, but to devour the alchemical runes that make up that magic circle. Devour the runes? Ruan Xinglua found it hard to believe. Those were entities constructed of countless rules and information. The essence of the Chaos Devourer is the void, the end of all things in the universe. Zhou Yan explained patiently. Any rules and information created by intelligent life are just edible text in front of it. Go, let it taste these carefully prepared rule dishes by the Golden Dawn. Although Ruan Xinglua still felt a bit skeptical, due to her absolute trust in Zhou Yan, she immediately followed his instructions. Through the soul connection, she issued a brand new command to the Chaos Devourer. Poochie. The massive single eye of the Chaos Devourer instantly burst forth with an incredibly excited light. It silently slipped into the edge of the massive magic circle. It extended a black tentacle, as thin as a hair, to touch the outermost auxiliary rune of the magic circle. Alistair, who was commanding the ceremony, had no idea about this at all. However, with that gentle touch, the alchemical rune, which was still operating stably, instantly dimmed. All the rules and information contained within were completely absorbed by the Chaos Devourer. Burp. The Chaos Devourer let out a satisfied burp, and its enormous single eye narrowed happily into a slit. Ruan Xingluo's eyes suddenly brightened. It really worked. She no longer hesitated and immediately focused on directing the Chaos Devourer to carry out a precise steal operation on that massive Hermes magic circle. Little Black, that one on the left represents domination, eat it. Right, and don't miss the one at the lower right corner, it is the core node of enslavement. The one right above represents eternity, it looks the most energetic, save it for last as dessert. The Chaos Devourer, like the greediest gourmet, began to selectively devour those thought stamps rule runes one by one, cleanly and completely, under Ruan Xingluo's precise command. On the other side, Alistair was smugly carrying out the final step of this great ritual. He seemed to have already seen himself successfully implanting the will of the Golden Dawn into this newborn world, becoming its behind-the-scenes ruler in a glorious scene. However, just then, he suddenly discovered that the energy flow of the magic circle began to show some logical errors. Strange. Alistair frowned slightly. Why has the energy conduction node here decayed by 3% for no reason? And there, the frequency of rule resonance has also shown a subtle deviation. But he did not think too much about it. In his eyes, it was entirely normal for such a large and intricate magic circle to have some trivial energy loss. This rather proved the greatness and complexity of his magic circle. It must be that the energy is too vast, causing some normal dispersion. He instead increased the energy output of the magic circle, attempting to correct the trivial error with stronger power. Behind him, the 12 roundtable alchemists also failed to notice any abnormality. They were still immersed in the immense joy of impending success, moving gracefully and looking focused. The global audience was deeply captivated by this alchemical ritual, which seemed like a miracle. Everyone believed that Huaxia had completely lost any hope of turning the tables. They were just waiting for Alistair to announce the final completion of the ceremony, waiting to see Huaxia's shameful defeat. Finally, as Alistair increased the energy output, that last energy circuit was successfully lit up. 13 huge star position halos erupted with unprecedented brilliant golden light. The thought stamp, composed of countless runes, finally condensed and took shape at the center of the magic circle. Chapter 131, The Form of Truth. Alistair spread his arms wide, wearing an incredibly fervent smile of a victor. He announced loudly to the world in a tone filled with holiness and authority. The ceremony is complete. Behold, mortals. This is the form of truth. The Hermes 13-ring star position magic circle is utterly complete. The moment to witness the miracle has arrived. The door of birth, under my master's control. After saying this, he slammed the fully condensed thought stamp rune into the core of the door of birth, which was constantly spewing chaotic energy. He seemed to see himself successfully claiming this newborn world as his own, using it as a springboard to ultimately control the source of all worlds in a glorious future. Atlantis Live Room. We won. We won. Miss Coralie. Even though we did not win ourselves, just seeing Huaxia's miserable defeat is the greatest victory. Beautiful country live room. Well done. Golden Dawn. Let them know who the real elite is that deserves power in this world. However, just as the golden thought stamp was about to fully merge with the core of the door of birth, an anomaly suddenly arose. In the moment the golden thought stamp entered the door of birth, its internal structure suddenly underwent a tremendous change. Those core rule runes that should represent domination, enslavement, and control had already been devoured by the Chaos Devourer, missing the most critical parts. Its core logic is no longer valid. Buzz. At this moment, the Hermes 13-ring star position array was completely out of control. Not only did it fail to control the gate of birth, but due to the fundamental distortion of the core logic, it turned into an irreversible energy conduit. No. How could this happen? Alistair's smiling face instantly froze, replaced by endless shock and fear. My power. My magic is rapidly draining away. He let out a piercing scream. He could clearly feel his magic being frantically siphoned away through the array he had built, becoming the nourishment to stabilize the gate of birth. The 12 roundtable alchemists behind him didn't even have time to scream, their bodies visibly shrinking and withering at a rapid pace. In just a few seconds, these 12 alchemists were completely drained, reduced to 12 withered corpses scattered in the wind, becoming the ashes of history. After absorbing this immense energy, the gate of birth instantly became incredibly stable. The entire gate emitted a soft, sacred, and vibrant multicolored glow, opening its doors to a new world towards Huaxia. In the global live broadcast, there was a moment of complete silence. All viewers watching the live stream, regardless of their previous stance, were stunned into speechlessness by this miraculous sight. A few seconds later. Huaxia Live Room. After a brief collective blackout, a terrifying cheer erupted that could overturn the whole transfer station. Wow! 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 Can it be played like this? What kind of divine operation is this? Am I seeing this wrong? The Golden Dawn painstakingly set up a stage, only to have it for Goddess Ruan and her pet to perform? They stole skills from the other side, and even altered the core code in front of the whole world. This is a true dimensional strike. A double crushing of IQ and power. Joe God is incredible. No. Before Alistair was completely drained, he fixed his eyes, filled with resentment and unwillingness, on Wan Xingluo. Using his last ounce of strength, he yelled, You shameless thieves! The true gatekeeper will absolutely not let you go. After saying this, he completely turned into cosmic dust. From the stabilized gate of birth, light flowed, and an ordinary-looking elderly figure slowly walked out from behind the gate. This old gardener had no energy fluctuations at all and looked like an ordinary person who had worked hard in his own garden for a lifetime. But the moment he appeared, the entire Blue Star Alliance transfer station strangely froze. Everyone's gaze was involuntarily drawn to this seemingly unremarkable old man. His cloudy eyes slowly swept across the crowd, ultimately landing on Wan Xingluo. I am the gatekeeper of this door. His voice was hoarse, it seemed to contain some kind of power of rules. You can call me Bart. He gently tapped the broom he held on the ground, as if sweeping away some invisible dust. Thank you all just now for helping to clear the trash at the door. He was referring to the newly annihilated Golden Dawn. The moment he said this, the entire place fell into dead silence again. The Golden Dawn, that mysterious organization which had hidden for countless years on Blue Star, was, in the mouth of this old gardener, merely trash at the door? Bart ignored everyone's shocked expressions and continued to announce the new rules. Though Huaxia civilization has stabilized this great door, it has only obtained the qualification to take the entrance exam. What? Only the exam qualification? Director Lin Anhua and the members of the Huaxia think tank were all stunned. They had thought that stabilizing the gate would mean gaining ownership of this newly born realm. To truly acquire the right to develop the newborn realm, you must pass the final trial I have set. The gatekeeper, Bart, patiently explained. The newborn realm is not an ordinary strange domain, it is a newly born world spirit, and its future holds endless possibilities. His murky eyes revealed love and hope. What I need is a gardener who can guide it and let it bloom in the most beautiful light. Not a miner who only knows how to take and plunder. Bart announced the content of the final trial. The trial of the Garden of Life. He gently waved the old broom in his hand towards the void. Buzz. An independent half-plane, full of rich life aura and chaotic soil, was easily opened up by him. All qualified participants will receive an identical piece of chaotic soil and the most primitive life seed. Within 24 hours, you must help the seed sprout and grow. In the end, I will decide the sole victor based on the vitality and evolutionary potential the seed ultimately displays. This trial is not only for your Blue Star civilization to participate. Bart's ancient voice, filled with undeniable authority, resonated throughout the universe. He lightly waved the broom in his hand again. Swish! The space, like a scroll, was effortlessly torn open into several huge cracks leading to the endless parallel universes. He extended an invitation to those endless parallel universes. All civilizations that have touched the causal origins of creation in their own world lines are qualified to participate in this trial of sowing. At the moment Bart extended the invitation, a figure responded to this invitation, stepping out of one of the spatial cracks. It was a stunning woman, wearing a luxurious imperial robe embroidered with a 9-clawed black dragon and a Tian crown, exuding endless dominance and majesty. Behind her, a Kirin wreathed in raging demon flames, even fiercer and more terrifying than before, let out a deafening roar. It was none other than the demon martial empress of Huaxia from another parallel universe, Longingxue, who had a feud with Huaxia before. Her phoenix eyes, filled with dominance and aggression, swept across the crowd and precisely landed on Wan Xingluo. Her eyes were filled with unabashed fighting spirit. Wan Xingluo. Longingxue's voice clearly rang in everyone's ears through a special spatial law. It seems our unfinished battle must come to a conclusion today in this small garden. She paused, the corners of her mouth curling into a smile full of confidence and mockery. This time, without your mysterious man helping you from behind. I want to see what other abilities you have left. Facing Longingxue's openly provocative words, Wan Xingluo remained calm. She simply replied, the meaning of power lies not in conquering, but in protecting. This, you will never understand. Just as the two were at a standstill, 2 or 3 more figures slowly walked out from other spatial cracks. They were also representatives of human civilization from other parallel universes. One of them wore futuristic silver armor, with several autonomous attacking floating cannons hovering behind him. The other held an ancient magic book, emanating a profound magical aura. Their strength was also incredibly powerful, reaching the half-step divine sovereign realm. Clearly, everyone was more interested in the Huaxia derby between Long Yingxue and Wan Xinglua, choosing to watch for now. This scene instantly sparked an unprecedentedly intense debate and betting in the live broadcast rooms of the two parallel Earths. Huaxia live room. What? That Empress of Magic and Martial Arts Huaxia is back. How can she just not disappear? Last time she escaped by luck, this time, we absolutely cannot let her get away again. But this time it seems to be a fair and just duel. It tests hard power. Can Goddess Ruan manage it? Magic and Martial Arts Huaxia live room. Ha 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 ha. The Empress is majestic. She commanded the stage the moment she appeared. Last time, it was just that man called Zhou Yan who was full of tricks that caused the Empress to suffer a little. This time, it's about true hard power. That Ruan Xinglua, who only relies on men, is doomed. Brothers. The betting has started. I bet the Empress will wither that Ruan Xinglua's seed completely within 10 minutes. The gatekeeper Bard ignored the noise outside as his ancient voice slowly sounded. The trial officially begins. As the words fell, all participants were transported to the Garden of Life by a soft force. They each stood before their own piece of land, which looked completely identical, barren yet filled with a chaotic aura. Long Yingxue looked at the lifeless land before her, a cold sneer appeared on her face. Without hesitation, she turned around and issued orders to her army of monstrous minions, composed of countless hideous creatures. Kill each other. The ultimate victor will gain the supreme honor of becoming the first nourishment for my magical vine. Roar! As soon as the command was given, those minions, already filled with violent fury, instantly fell into a bloody and frenzied slaughter. Long Yingxue looked at all this expressionlessly, forcibly sacrificing the flesh and blood of the losers who died in battle. Eventually, it was refined into a mass of flesh and blood fertilizer, filled with violence and resentment, yet containing massive life energy. She brutally poured this stinking fertilizer into the chaotic soil beneath her feet. Then, she stimulated her own magic god power, forcibly and almost plunderingly cultivating that primordial life seed. Under Long Yingxue's tyrannical methods, her seed burst forth from the ground at a visible speed. A completely black, twisted, and hideous black vine suddenly shot out. Moreover, it was growing and spreading at an astonishing speed. The life vitality emanating from it skyrocketed on the leaderboard as if it had taken a rocket to the sky. On the other hand, Ruan Xinglua remained completely still. She did not use any violent or bloody methods. She simply sat quietly before the chaotic land, extending her delicate hands, repeatedly nourishing the barren soil with her origin power full of the concept of new life. She patiently improved the most fundamental environment of this land. As for that life seed, it still lay quietly in the soil, showing no signs of germination. Long Yingxue looked at Ruan Xinglua's playing-house actions, her face revealing undisguised sarcasm and mockery. Still playing that ridiculous trick of yours? Ruan Xinglua, I admit, you have some talent in guarding. But you should know, true life bursts forth in the battle and devouring, illuminating the brightest brilliance. She pointed to the magic vine beneath her feet, which had already grown several meters high, exuding a terrifying aura, and sneered. By the time your seed leisurely germinates, my magic vine will already be capable of strangling deities. In the globally broadcast scene, everyone thought that Ruan Xinglua from Huaxia was too naive. In such a critical competition, deciding the right to explore the new world, she was still using that gentle and slow clumsy method, like playing house. Magic Martial Arts Huaxia Live Room. Ha ha ha. Did you see that? Ruan Xinglua has completely run out of tricks. Besides sending that soft energy, what else can she do? The Empress's magic vines are about to break 100 meters. Her seed hasn't even released a single puff. This is not even a match of the same level. The outcome is already decided. Chapter 133, She is just like this. Even the other neutral representatives of human civilization, looking at Ruan Xinglua's land with no progress, shook their heads, their eyes filled with disappointment. They had thought this woman from Huaxia, who had created countless miracles, could bring them some surprises. Now it seems, without that mysterious man's protection, she is just like this. This time, Ruan Xinglua really felt the pressure. Deep in her heart, she called out the name that made her incredibly at ease. Husband, did I do something wrong? However, this time, Zhou Yan did not give a hint. His gentle voice, carrying a hint of encouragement, slowly echoed. This is your own path, and also your own trial. Feel that piece of land with your heart, feel that seed, it needs something, you already know what to do in your heart. Zhou Yan's words, like a bell tolling at dusk and dawn, instantly calmed Ruan Xinglua's heart, which had been a bit chaotic due to external pressure. She slowly closed her eyes. 12 small moments passed in the blink of an eye. Long Yingshua's vine, filled with brutality and a sense of conquest, had wildly grown to dozens of meters high under the catalysis of a massive amount of blood and meat-infused magic fertilizer. On its ferocious vines, flower buds that exuded terrifying pressure began to form. Its life vitality value was far ahead on the rankings, leaving everyone else far behind. In contrast, on Wan Xingluo's side, her land was still empty. That primitive life seed, not to mention sprouting, even showed no signs of breaking the soil. She seemed to have fallen into a hopeless situation of inevitable defeat. Just when everyone thought Ruan Xingluo was about to fail and give up, Ruan Xingluo made a completely unexpected move that shocked everyone. She stopped sending that pure new life force into the chaotic soil beneath her feet. Instead, she flipped her wrist and took out dozens of crystals radiating pure soul energy waves from her storage. Those were the pure soul energy crystals she had purified, brought back from the wailing late-night land. She carefully buried these soul power crystals, which were like supreme treasures for any soul body, one by one into the chaotic soil beneath her feet. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. What is she doing? Is she burying stones in the ground? Is this completely giving up and starting to mess around? Just when the global audience felt extremely confused about this, Zhou Yan laughed. The chaotic soil, its essence is the origin of the world. What it needs has never been a single, pure life force. What it needs is a complete ecology. Zhou Yan's voice was like that of a wise teacher, awakening all those still in confusion. A piece of land that can give birth to truly great life cannot only have sunshine and rain. It also needs decayed nutrients. And more needs the nourishment from souls. This is the real test. As Zhou Yan's words fell, the soul power crystals buried by Ruan Xingluo slowly melted, turning into the purest, most original soul nutrients, nourishing that sleeping seed. But this was still not enough. Ruan Xingluo opened her eyes, summoned the Chaos Devourer, who had long been waiting on the side. Little Black, it's your time to shine. She took out a large amount of useless strange waste collected during previous battles from her storage space. The Chaos Devourer joyfully swallowed all of these wastes, and under Ruan Xingluo's guidance, digested and purified them before excreting the most basic primal material energy. This energy was the most fundamental fertilizer that composed all things. After receiving the soul nourishment from the Nighthawk Kingdom and the material sustenance from the Chaos Devourer, the life seed in the chaotic soil beneath Ruan Xingluo's feet finally broke through the ground. Buzz! Unlike Long Yingshue's monstrous vine, which grew violently and astonishingly, a seedling of the world tree, only palm-sized, entirely green and flowing with 7-colored radiance, looked incredibly exquisite and sacred, slowly emerged from the soil. Although this seedling was small, the quality of life vitality it radiated was pure and vast to the extreme. Its evolutionary potential value on the leaderboard shot up like a rocket, skyrocketing at an unbelievable terrifying speed. In an instant, it surpassed Long Yingshue's seemingly invincible magic vine to claim the top spot. At that moment, as the world tree seedling undeniably claimed the first spot on the potential leaderboard, an even more astonishing and incomprehensible scene occurred that left Long Yingxue in disbelief. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Within the newborn chaos, all the local strange creatures that had been hiding due to the chaotic energy suddenly felt a sacred calling from the depths of their bloodlines and souls. A group of crystal elves, composed entirely of pure energy, cautiously peeked their heads out from the cracks of the earth. Several lizards resting by the ravine suddenly raised their proud heads. In unison, they directed their gaze towards the direction of the life garden. Then, they swarmed in groups from their habitats. They surrounded the world tree seedling, now fluttering in the wind at Ruan Xingluo's feet, and cheered joyfully and reverently. They even voluntarily offered their source powers to this seedling. In an instant, colorful points of energy, like a brilliant river of stars, gathered from all directions and merged into the body of the world tree seedling. A grand universal pilgrimage was performed under the astounded gaze of all global spectators. The 24-hour trial time was up. The old figure of the gatekeeper, Bart, quietly reappeared within the life garden. He first glanced at Long Yingshue's feet, where the thorns, now grown to a height of 100 meters, exuded a ferocity, plunder, and a sense of death. In his murky eyes, there was no wave of emotion, just a disappointed shake of his head. You created, through slaughter and sacrifice, only a seemingly powerful tumor. It will endlessly devour and destroy, its foundation is built on pain and hatred. Such a life has no potential at all. Then, he slowly turned and looked at the world tree seedling at Ruan Xingluo's feet, which was only a few inches tall but radiated boundless vitality and harmonious beauty. A sincere appreciation and relief appeared in his murky eyes. And you? Bart's voice carried a hint of relieved emotion. You have created a world. A true world, with infinite possibilities, where all things can coexist in harmony. The gatekeeper Bart raised the old broom in his hand high. He announced the final result to all participants of the parallel universes. the only victor of this life garden trial. From the Master Universe, representing the Huaxia civilization, Wan Xingluo. The moment the words fell, he gently tapped his broom. A completely green birthmark, containing the highest authority and origin rules of the entire birth ruin, flew out from the tip of his broom and slowly pressed into Wan Xingluo's forehead. Buzz. At this moment, the destiny of Huaxia experienced an epic surge once again. Long Yingxue stared blankly at the sacred scene of 10,000 spirits paying homage in front of her, and then looked down at the plant under her feet that was evaluated as a tumor, a failure. Her proud belief in invincibility was violently shaken at this moment. She could not understand. Why? Why did her most efficient methods lead to such complete failure? Just as the gatekeeper Bart was about to announce the complete end of the trial. Driven mad by jealousy, unwillingness, and a collapse of belief, Long Yingxue suddenly raised her defiant and fierce face. She stared intensely at Wan Xingluo, surrounded by 10,000 spirits, bathed in endless glory, and let out a hysterical roar. I refuse to accept this. The magical spear in Long Yingxue's hand erupted with overwhelming magic energy, pointing far at Wan Xingluo. What kind of skill is this child's flower planting game? Wan Xingluo. Do you dare to engage with me in a truly meaningful bet, staking everything of our two Huaxia civilizations on it? The National Fortune Arena Battle. These 5 words once again plunged the entire venue into a deathly silence. All breaths halted completely at this moment. The domineering aura and murderous intent of Long Yingxue crushed towards Wan Xingluo without reservation. At that moment, the gatekeeper Bart gently swept his simple broom between the two. Buzz. An insurmountable power of rules separated the two sides, like a transparent chasm appearing in an instant. The overwhelming momentum from Long Yingxue crashed against this invisible barrier, like a muddy cow sinking into the sea, without stirring a ripple. Youth is truly combative. Bart's murky eyes looked at the seemingly mad Long Yingxue, his voice calm, without a hint of emotion. But in the arena, there must be rules for the arena. He paused, as if he were an ancient mentor teaching a troublesome student. Since it is a battle of national fortune, it cannot be a reckless personal duel. What you will compete in is the path that each of you leads your civilization. Bart's voice, carrying a cold detachment that overlooked eternity, slowly announced the terrifying stakes of this battle. The loser will have their civilization's national fortune golden dragon severed from a dragon vein. It will be offered as the purest origin sacrifice to the birth ruin, as its first nourishment for growth. His gaze swept over the two. What you are gambling is the future of your respective civilizations. Boom. At these words, the live broadcast rooms of the two parallel Earths exploded instantly. This was no simple gain or loss of resources, but a life and death showdown that directly weakened the foundation of national fortune, shaking the future of civilization. Magic Martial Huaxia Live Room. Wow. Betting this big? Severing the dragon vein? Ha 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 ha. Good. It should be this thrilling. The Empress is majestic and domineering. This is true imperial spirit. The Empress will definitely win. Devouring the opponent's national fortune. Our civilization will step on their corpses and reach the peak. Huaxia Live Room. Crazy. That Empress is absolutely crazy. How dare she stake the entire future of civilization? No. This risk is too great. If we lose, our Huaxia's future will be completely over. Goddess Ruan. Please. Please do not agree to her. We cannot afford to lose. Far behind, Director Lin Angua and other senior officials turned pale like paper, immediately issuing the most urgent instructions to Wan Xingluo through emergency channels. Comrade Xingluo. Calm down. This is definitely a trap. You can't agree. Refuse her immediately. Facing Long Yingxue's eyes filled with provocation and madness, and the urgent advice coming from the command center behind her, Wan Xingluo took a deep breath. Once again, in her heart, she softly called the name that made her feel incredibly at ease. Honey, what should I do? Zhou Yan's gentle voice, with a hint of a smile, sounded like a clear spring, instantly echoing in her heart. She wants to gamble, we will gamble with her. Zhou Yan's voice was calm, yet filled with a confidence powerful enough to suppress everything. Just right, I also want to see how our Huaxia, with its 5,000 years of tradition, compares to their so-called tyranny. At the moment she received Zhou Yan's support, all hesitation and unease in Wan Xingluo's heart vanished. She slowly raised her head, facing Long Yingxue's aggressive gaze, and spoke calmly. Okay. Her voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears present, echoing in the ears of all spectators in both parallel worlds. In this national fortune arena battle, our Huaxia. Accept. As her voice fell, the entire venue fell into silence. A sinister smile finally appeared on Long Yingxue's face. And the gatekeeper Bart slowly nodded, seemingly unfazed by the turn of events. He swept his broom through the void again. The first match of the National Fortune War, foundation of civilization. Before his words could finish, the figures of Long Yingshui and Ruan Xinglua were enveloped by an irresistible force of space, instantly disappearing from their original location. The next second, on the gigantic screen broadcasting worldwide, two identical, vast, yet barren independent continents gradually appeared. As the light and shadow shifted, Ruan Xinglua and Long Yingshui simultaneously landed on two mirror-like, completely identical barren continents. The sky was gray, the earth was silent, and the air was filled with a chaotic and savage aura. This place is the wasteland of birth, the starting point of all civilization, and also the graveyard of all civilization. The competition of foundation of civilization officially began. Almost the moment they landed, Long Yingshui moved without hesitation. On her stunningly beautiful face, there was no trace of hesitation, only an extreme coldness of decision. Swish! She pointed her finger like a sword and lightly slashed at the tip of her fair left hand. A blood mark was opened. 3 drops of blood, rich red with strands of black gold energy, slowly dripped down. Each drop contained the terrifying power of a demon god capable of changing the color of mountains and rivers. The blood fell to the ground but did not seep in, instead, it wandered across the ground like a living creature. Long Yingshui used her finger as a pen and her blood as ink, sketching a massive magical formation covering a 10-mile radius on the barren earth. The patterns of the formation were complex and strange, filled with a fallen beauty that desecrated the sacred. The moment the formation was completed, she coldly turned her head, her voice devoid of any emotion. For the glory of the Empire, sacrifice yourself. The eyes of 10,000 demon servants flashed with extreme fear and struggle. But the command of the Empress was absolute. For Her Majesty the Empress. For the eternity of the demon Marshal Huaxia. Along with the frenzied yet despairing roar, the first row of demon servants resolutely stepped into the blood-red formation. A scream so shrill it did not sound human suddenly erupted. The blood light of the formation surged as if awakening an ancient beast, opening its greedy giant mouth. The demon servants that stepped in, blood, flesh, bones, souls, everything was instantly stripped, decomposed, and melted away. 10,000. Under the terrifying efficiency of the formation, this number was reduced to mere minutes. When the last demon servant was completely devoured, the massive magical formation had transformed into a boiling blood flesh furnace. In the end, everything from countless beings was compressed, purified, and condensed into a fist-sized yet pulsating blood core, seemingly possessing its own life. Long Yingshui expressionlessly picked up the core and gently pressed it into the ground beneath her feet. With all spirits as the foundation, with flesh and blood as the soil. My city, my country. Rise. Boom, 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 boom. The earth began to roar violently, tremble, and tear apart. It was as if a colossal ancient beast, sleeping for billions of years, was awakening deep within the earth. Towers shimmering with a black metallic gloss broke through the soil like snarling fangs. Crimson molten lava surged through the chasms, like the blood vessels of a city, crisscrossing everywhere. Countless grim white bones formed the foundation of the city walls, steps, and throne. In just 1 hour, a grand magic city full of iron blood, slaughter, and the aesthetics of destruction arose from the ground. In the center of the city, a massive furnace roared to life. The first batch of jet-black magic worker puppets, with glowing red eyes, emerged from within, immediately starting to mine resources, build arrow towers, and reinforce the city defenses with astonishing efficiency. Meanwhile, on the global live broadcast screen, the leaderboard representing Civilization Index underwent earth-shattering changes. Civilization Sandbox Leaderboard. First place, Magic Marshal Huaxia, Long Yingshui. Civilization Index, 128,546. Moreover, this number was skyrocketing at a spine-chilling pace. Magic Marshal Huaxia Live Room. Wow! In 1 hour. This is the efficiency of our Empress. Miracle. This is a damn miracle. Building a city with flesh and blood, this is true tyranny. So decisive. So great. Those magic servants can dedicate themselves to our Empress's grand ambitions, it is their supreme honor. Ha ha ha. What about that Ruan Xinglua over there? Her index is still 0. What is she doing? Staring in a daze? In stark contrast to the fervor of Magic Marshal Huaxia, the Huaxia live room was dead silent. Everyone stared in awe at Long Yingshui's astounding might and then looked at their side. On the screen, Ruan Xinglua's continent remained eerily quiet. She hadn't made any bloody sacrifices. She simply sat quietly on that barren land, eyes closed, focused and calm, like an ancient unchanging statue. Her civilization index remained that glaring 0. Time passed, second by second. 6 hours flew by. Long Yingshui's magic martial city was taking shape. On the city walls, squads of magic worker puppets wielding weapons were already starting to drill military formations, their killing intent soaring into the sky. She stood high on her throne of bones, like a deity overlooking the mortal world. Her gaze pierced through the void, landing on the still motionless wasteland. A hint of utter disdain and mockery appeared at the corner of her mouth. Ruan Xinglua. Her voice echoed across the two continents. What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for your land to grow houses and walls by itself? The mercy of the weak is truly the most laughable thing in this world. As the mockery rang out, Ruan Xinglua slowly opened her eyes. There was no anger in her eyes, only confusion. She raised her hand, gently pressing it on the ground beneath her. A force of national fortune, filled with rebirth and hope from Huaxia, flowed through her palm, trying to seep into the chaotic soil. However, the land remained utterly unresponsive. Ruan Xinglua could even feel a deep sense of dead silence and repulsion from within the soil. It was resisting her. Ruan Xinglua's brows slightly furrowed. Even the power of national fortune cannot assimilate? With a thought, she summoned her companion. Buzz. The void twisted, and the Chaos Devourer, capable of swallowing everything, lazily rolled over and appeared beside her. Go, take a taste of this soil. Ruan Xinglua said softly. In the past, anything infused with chaotic breath was this creature's favorite delicacy. But this time, the Chaos Devourer merely sniffed the ground, showing a look of disdain. It seemed completely unable to take a bite, instead lazily rolling over on the ground. Keep rolling, looking completely disinterested. Ruan Xinglua looked at the land in front of her that rejected all foreign powers, falling into a long silence. What exactly is this newborn wasteland land? In the moment Ruan Xinglua fell into contemplation, she heard the urgent voice of the highest expert team from Huaxia echoing in her consciousness. Comrade Xinglua. Can you hear us? The situation is urgent. The white-haired elder at the forefront was none other than academician Li Zhanghua, the master of the Huaxia Research Institute. His voice trembled with a hint of uncontrollable excitement. We have analyzed Long Yingshue's mode, it is pure predatory creation. Exchanging destruction for rebirth, the speed is extremely fast, but the foundation is unstable. Another strategic expert immediately continued. We have prepared 3 backup plans for you. Plan A, imitate. We can transfer 3,000 death row inmates from the Sin Abyss, using their lives to forcefully activate the land. Plan B, catalyze. Use our newly developed Heart of the Earth high-energy crystal to inject energy directly into the core, forcefully birthing civilization. Comrade Xinglua, we can't wait any longer. If we wait any longer, our national luck will be crushed by the opponent's advantage first. Voices kept resounding in Ruan Xinglua's ears like life-threatening incantations. But Ruan Xinglua just shook her head. Her voice clearly returned through the consciousness linked to the Earth Command Center. Chapter 136 First Cry. No. Old Li, and experts. What you mentioned is not the right path. That is merely another type of tyranny. Vetoed. A clear and decisive rejection. In the command center, there was a dead silence. Everyone was stunned by Ruan Xinglua's calm yet resolute words. And this scene was faithfully displayed before a global audience. On the light screen, confusion and a hint of slight frustration were clearly visible on Ruan Xinglua's face. She was no longer the all-powerful goddess on the pedestal, but a real person who encountered a problem, frowned, and felt lost. At this moment, every heart among the Huaxia audience tightened. Huaxia Live Room. What's going on? Even the expert team's plans were rejected? Goddess Ruan's expression. I've never seen her show such an expression, it hurts my heart. It's over. The land doesn't accept our national luck, how are we going to play? The opponent is about to move tanks, and we are still figuring out how to farm. I believe Goddess Ruan. She must have her own ideas. It's just that time really is running out. Endless noise and pressure seemed to want to crush that lonely figure through the light screen. Ruan Xinglua took a deep breath, blocking out all external disturbances. She knew that conventional methods had reached their limits. Her spirit sank into a secret channel unknown to anyone. Zhou Yan. She softly called. I have encountered a problem. Across the distant spacetime, Zhou Yan's voice, seemingly able to see through everything, slowly rang out. Have you ever thought about why when a baby is born, they must cry out loud? And not laugh joyfully? She froze completely. A baby, crying? Why is it crying? Because of pain? Because of fear? Because of resistance to the unfamiliar world? No. It's none of that. Crying is the first breath of life entering the world. It is the first shout to declare I have arrived to this world. That cry contains the most primitive chaos, the wildest power, the most unordered release. It is not an emotion, but a version of existence itself. And what am I doing? I, carrying the 5,000 years of Huaxia's rich, gentle, orderly righteous destiny, am trying to feed it to a baby that has just been born? This newborn wasteland does not need it at all. It does not need to be nurtured, it needs release. It needs the most primitive energy release, like a baby's cry. Ruan Xingluo's eyes instantly sparkled with unprecedented brightness. She once again plunged her heart and mind into the dead silence of the earth beneath her feet. This time, she was no longer the lofty giver, but stood in an equal posture to listen and feel. She heard. Deep within that endless chaotic soil, there was certainly no silence. Instead, it was filled with countless violent, chaotic, and angry currents of energy. They were like a forcibly nurtured fetus, trapped in this cage, unable to find an exit, only able to roar silently in the dark. The power of the national fortune of Huaxia was to it like the rules of adulthood, it instinctively resisted and repelled. So that's how it is. Ruan Xinglua finally understood. She slowly opened her eyes and let out a long breath of turbid air. She looked at the desolate continent before her, and the corners of her mouth curled up into a smile of relief. I understand. Her voice was soft, like a gentle breeze. You do not need me to create. You need me to help you sort out. She stood up, no longer communicating any energy. She simply took a step forward and began walking on this vast and boundless continent. One step, then another. She used her own feet to measure the pulse of every inch of land. She stretched out her hands to sense the direction of each chaotic wind. Sometimes she stopped, sometimes she gazed, sometimes she closed her eyes, as if merging with the breath of this world. Global audiences were dumbfounded. In Longingshua's magic city, unrestrained laughter rang out. Is she crazy? Taking a walk? However, Ruan Xinglua was deaf to it all. She walked through every corner of this continent, imprinting all the mountain ranges, tectonic shifts, and energy nodes in her heart. Finally, she arrived at the highest geographic point of this continent. It was a lonely gray peak, rising straight into the clouds. Under the gaze of the entire world, Ruan Xinglua slowly knelt on one knee. In her hand, a flash of light appeared. A golden key, ancient in design, seemingly woven from countless runes of the laws, appeared in her palm. The key of all laws. Seeing this legendary artifact, the hearts of all Huaxia viewers leapt to their throats. What did she want to do with it? Unlock the power of this world? However, Ruan Xinglua's next action once again exceeded everyone's expectations. She held the key of all laws with both hands, her expression solemn, like the most devout believer. Then she pointed the tip of the key at the mountaintop beneath her feet and inserted it. There was no earth-shattering roar, no apocalyptic explosion of energy. That action did not seem like a means to unlock. It seemed more like finding an outlet for a confused and violent giant beast. At the moment the key of all laws completely sank into the mountaintop, nothing happened. No light, no electricity, no earth-shattering roar. Global viewers in Longingshui on the other side of the screen all witnessed this eerily silent scene. Global live stream. Is that it? I thought it would open up the heavens and the earth. A lot of thunder but little rain. It seems Ruan Xinglua truly has run out of tricks. Longingshua's Magic City Index has already surpassed 130,000. And Ruan Xinglua, still zero. How can she fight? Above Longingshua's Magic City, a hint of disdain flashed in her crimson eyes. Simply playing tricks. Just some meaningless little antics. But in the next second, her pupils suddenly constricted. Only those in the place of birth could sense the pulsation from the deepest part of the world. Ruan Xinglua knelt on one knee, her face instantly becoming deathly pale. Her body seemed to have become a passage connecting heaven and earth. Boom! A silent roar exploded in her spiritual world. Endless chaotic energy, like a volcano that had found its outlet, crazily spewed out along the key of all laws. It was not a single force, but four. Earth, fire, water. Wind. Four of the most primitive, most violent, and most incompatible chaotic forces, at the moment they burst forth, are about to obliterate each other, tearing this land into pieces. This is bad. At the command center of Huaxia, Academician Li suddenly stood up, exclaiming in shock, she has drawn out the most core source of chaos. This is too chaotic, completely uncontrollable. Chapter 137, Using the Body as a Furnace, Using the Spirit as a Guide. However, what Ruan Xinglua wants is not control, but clarification. Using the body as a furnace, using the spirit as a guide. Her voice resonated in the sea of consciousness, carrying a hint of unyielding determination. She was forcefully using her own body as a furnace, with her spirit as the guide, to pull those four primal powers capable of tearing apart the divine from the vent. Put! A mouthful of golden blood spurted from Ruan Xinglua's mouth, splattering onto the gray mountain peak. Her face grew even paler, but her eyes shimmered with increasing brilliance. Under her guidance, the four violent energies no longer crashed into each other. Instead, they were forcibly separated by an invisible force, like four giant dragons that do not interfere with each other, beginning to gallop along the underground paths she had long planned on this desolate land. Pangu opened the sky, the pure air rose, the turbid air sank, and thus the world was created. What Ruan Xinglua is doing at this moment is to establish the initial rules for this chaos. The yellowish turbid flow surged along the lowest dip in the terrain, and where it passed, the originally floating chaotic soil began to settle and solidify, transforming into solid and heavy land. The first river appeared. Next, the destructive red fire was guided by Ruan Xinglua into the depths of the geological veins on both sides of the river. Sizzle! As the violent fire elements were soothed by the newly formed water flow, they restrained their destructive nature, transforming into warm underground lava, providing the first constant temperature for this newly born land. The rampant gale, along the towering mountains, was continuously diverted and weakened, eventually turning into a gentle breeze blowing through the river valley. The most basic yet stable elemental cycle quietly took shape on this continent. Leaderboard. Civilization Index. Longyinxue, 131,098. Ruan Xinglua, 0. The index is still 0. But in a corner invisible to everyone, a line of hidden data was wildly jumping. World rule stability. Longyinxue, 3.7%. Ruan Xinglua, 0%, 15%, 32%, 58%. Rapidly soaring. On the throne of the demon city, Longyinxue's brows furrowed tightly. She could not understand what Ruan Xinglua was doing. Those small streams and gentle breezes seemed fragile like children's toys before her magma-filled, demon-gas-ridden demon city. Yet her instinct born from the bloodline of the demon god sensed a strong unease. What is that data? World rule stability? She stared at the soaring percentage, feeling an unprecedented and uncontrollable sensation rise from her heart. What use is such small play? Her words seemed to become some sort of omen. At the moment when Ruan Xinglua's world rule stability broke through 70% on the continent. V-room. In the sky, a tiny crack was torn open in the thick chaos, as dark as ink. A beam of golden, warm sunlight pierced through the endless darkness. It landed just right, cascading onto the clear river, refracting shimmering ripples. And at that moment, deep beneath the center of this continent, the seed of life, wrapped in the fortune of Huaxia, which had remained silent, as if already dead, trembled gently. Crack! A barely audible crisp sound. On the hard outer shell, a fine crack opened. Then, under Longyinxue's disbelieving gaze, a tender green sprout stubbornly broke through from the crack. It emerged from the soil, bathed in that first ray of sunlight, and began to grow wildly with a visible, miraculous speed. 1 inch, 1 foot, 1 zhang. In just a few breaths, it grew into a small world tree seedling that required several people to hug, radiating a soft light of life. The light shone down. Beside the river, in the moist soil, small mounds of dirt bulged up. Gentle in form, with pure eyes, strange beings drilled out from the mounds. They curiously looked at this brand new world, and then, as if following some innate instinct, they began to dig into the earth, burying some strange plant seeds within. They began to cultivate, they began to reproduce. No slavery, no roars, no flesh and blood sacrifices. A harmonious, peaceful, and full of infinite potential primitive civilization was born. Global live broadcast. Wow! It's alive. It's really alive. A brand new civilization. What is this? Her civilization index is still 0. What good is that? No. Look at the main leaderboard. As everyone discussed, the giant light screen hovering before all the viewers suddenly refreshed the data. Leaderboard. Civilization index. Longyinxue, 131,098. Ruan Xinglua, 0. Development potential. Longyinxue, B. Ruan Xinglua, SSS+, full value. Civilization harmony degree. Longyinxue, E. Ruan Xinglua, SSS+, full value. Overall rating. Longyinxue, 98,754. Ruan Xinglua, 150,000. Surpassed. In an instant, the world fell silent. Everyone stared at the glaring word surpassed, their minds blank. A civilization with a 0 index, its overall score surprisingly surpassed the 130,000 index Magic City? Potential? Harmony degree? On the throne of the Magic City, Longyinxue looked at the 2 new lines of data, her scarlet eyes filled with incomprehensible rage. What kind of twisted path is this? Victory only looks at power. Only looks at index. This vague thing is just self-comfort for the weak. Before her words fell. Alarm! Alarm! The piercing beeping suddenly echoed throughout the Magic City. Below the throne, a monitoring magic servant rushed in, rolling and crawling, panic uncontrollable in his voice. My lord! It's bad. The magic factory puppets in Area A7, their logic core has collapsed, they are attacking each other. What? Long Yingxue shot up. Immediately after, from another direction, a soaking wet magic servant rushed over, his face smeared with black blood. He screamed in despair. My lord! Our source of life, the blood spring, has been polluted. The spring water is filled with the resentment of those sacrificed servants. All drinkers have fallen into madness. Boom! It was as if a chain reaction has occurred. Chaos erupted one after another throughout the magic city. Those magic factory puppets forged from flesh and steel were supposed to be the most efficient slaves. But they had no soul, no faith, and no belonging. When the first puppet collapsed under overload and swung its blade at its comrade, the chaotic virus spread instantly. They began to indiscriminately attack everything around them. The city fell into civil war. Leaderboard. Civilization Index. Long Yingxue, 131,098, 127,450, 119,833. Her index was plummeting rapidly. Chapter 138, A Perfect Malicious Cycle. Waste. Long Yingxue let out a thunderous roar. The pressure of the demonic bloodline exploded. A group of soulless tools. They can't even fulfill their duties. Send my orders. Suppress. Use the bloodiest means to crush all out-of-control puppets, all of them. However, this command became the last straw that broke the camel's back. When the order of slaughter was given, a trace of confusion formed by data garbling flashed through the hollow eyes of the puppets. In the next second, a deeper resentment broke out from its shattered core. The more killing, the heavier the resentment. The heavier the resentment, the deeper the pollution. The deeper the pollution, the more puppets collapsed. A perfect malicious cycle. Put. Long Yingxue felt an invisible force smash hard against her chest, nearly making her spit blood. She could clearly feel that her connection with this land was being crazily eroded and weakened by those resentments. Is this the tyrannical backlash? For the first time, she felt a hint of doubt about her own path. At this moment, a majestic, grand, and emotionless voice resonated across the sky of the two worlds. The figure of the gatekeeper Bart silently appeared in the center of the two continents. His indifferent gaze swept over the magic city engulfed in internal strife and then looked towards the vibrant countryside. One, forged by flesh and blood and violence, rises with great vigor and falls in an instant. One, founded on rules and vitality, though like a spark, can ignite a prairie. Long Yingxue's pupils constricted, and she hissed, "Are you going to announce that she has one?" Bart shook his head, his voice as merciless as the will of heaven. The foundation of civilization has already been laid. But the real test comes from external forces. His voice paused, each word striking like a giant hammer against everyone's hearts. The second test. Natural disaster has arrived. In that instant when the words fell, the sky of both continents was simultaneously stained a desperate gray-black. Endless wails, shrieks, and curses converged into a visible torrent of resentment, like the Milky Way reversed, crashing down upon the two continents. That was a terrifying disaster from a higher dimension, capable of annihilating all nascent civilizations. Ruan Xingluo's little world tree dimmed instantly before this torrent, like a candle flickering in the wind. And Long Yingxue. She watched the flood of resentment pouring down from the sky and felt the internal rebellion that was already boiling over in the city. Inside, demonic servants devoured their masters; outside, natural disasters threatened extinction. A hint of despair surfaced on Long Yingxue's eternally proud face. Despair? These two words lingered in Long Yingxue's mind for only 0.1 seconds. Then, they were completely burned to ashes by a towering rage that could scorch the 8 wildernesses. A mere natural disaster thinks it can make me despair? She raised her head, and on her exquisite and beautiful face, there was no longer a trace of confusion, only the severity and madness like ancient ice. Bart, you underestimate Long Yingxue too much. Her crimson gaze swept through the internal chaos spreading in the city, then glanced toward the sky where the torrent of resentment that could swallow everything loomed, her lips curling into a cruel arc. A natural disaster, is it? Then I shall let the entire universe see what it means for man to conquer heaven. In the next second, a decree containing supreme will thundered like lightning, resounding in the core of every demonic servant. Decree. All units, abandon the suppression of the internal strife. At all costs, mine the obsidian mountains, melt demonic rock, and build me a flesh and blood barrier encircling the entire city as fast as possible. The decree was issued. In that moment, all the magical puppets caught in chaos and self-destruction froze in their movements. The chaotic data streams in their eyes were instantly cleared, replaced by the highest command from the Demon Lord. Obey, Demon Lord's command. Hoarse, dry voices, like metal scraping, emerged from millions of puppets, converging into a colossal torrent of steel. Global live broadcast room. All spectators were left dumbfounded by this sudden scene. The internal strife just stopped like this? A single command suppressed all chaos? My God, this execution power. Has she gone mad? With the natural disaster outside, she is ignoring the internal strife? No. Look. In the live broadcast, the camera suddenly zoomed out. In the lava magic city, already partially engulfed in flames, millions of magical puppets, like an ant swarm receiving unified orders, abandoned their enemies and turned around. They surged like rushing black steel torrents towards the outside of the magic city, toward the rolling obsidian mountains, charging in a frenzy. Boom! 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 The mountains moaned. Millions of magical puppets became the most precise mining machines. They slashed with arms turned into blades, crashed with their bodies, using the most primitive means to peel off massive obsidian from the mountains. More puppets directly opened their large mouths, spitting out the magic fire from the furnace in its belly, melting those giant stones into thick liquid on the spot. A long wall mixed with blood and fire, steel and rock, rose from the ground at a visibly rapid pace under the impact of the torrent of resentment. The scene was grand to the extreme, and also tragic to the extreme. Roar! The high-dimensional torrent of resentment seemed to be enraged by the provocation of this tiny being, letting out a roar that shook the soul. Endless gray torrents crashed fiercely against the newly formed barrier. Crack! A crack several meters long instantly appeared on the barrier. Resentment, like the most terrifying sulfuric acid, crept in through the gap, corroding dozens of construction magic puppet workers into smoke-filled remnants in an instant. The dam was about to collapse. On the throne, Long Yingshue's expression showed no change whatsoever. She simply raised her hand, coldly pointing at the crack. Another oracle descended mercilessly. Backup units, advance. Use your bodies as nodes, your flesh and blood as the melting agent, your soul energy as the welding fire. Seal the gap for this lord. The order was given. Behind, countless backup puppets showed not a trace of hesitation in their eyes. They marched in unison, charging towards the deadly crack. They jumped into the scalding lava, extending their hands to press against the ever-widening crack. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A horror that words could not describe sounded. The corrosion of the torrent of resentment and the high temperature of the lava barrier acted on them simultaneously. They could not make a sound. But all the spectators seemed to hear the silent wails from the depths of the steel core. Countless puppets were dissolved, corroded, evaporated in just a few seconds. In the end, they became part of the barrier, forcibly welding up the terrifying crack. Chapter 139, Glorious is My Empress. Leaderboard. Civilization Index. Long Yingxue, 119833118541117992. Her index, due to the drastic consumption of population and resources, began to decline slowly again. But that city surrounding barrier, temporarily stabilized under the raging tide of resentment. Magic Martial China Live Broadcast Room. Glorious. Glorious is my empress. This is the true power of our civilization. Using will to fight against natural disasters. Using flesh and blood to forge a divine kingdom. Who else but the empress has such courage? China Live Broadcast Room. So cruel. This is not construction at all, this is a war of attrition. Using lives, no, using the lives of puppets, to fill in. Can her civilization really hold on? On the spectator seats of other civilizations. The holy maiden Coral from the sacred tribunal had a pale face, instinctively gripping the cross in her hand, muttering to herself. A madwoman, she is a complete madwoman. But, such terrifying execution and determination. Atop the barrier. Long Yingxue stood against the wind, her black skirt fluttering in the torrent of resentment. She felt the fading power within her, but her face showed no panic, instead revealing an extremely fatigued yet victorious cold smile. Her gaze crossed over the monstrous flood temporarily blocked outside the city, looking towards the opposite shore. That land remained calm and tranquil. The light of the little world tree, though dim, still stood firm. And Wan Xinglua stood quietly beneath the tree, seemingly indifferent to the apocalyptic scene above. Long Yingshue's smile of mockery grew more pronounced. The king's way of cowards, in the face of true natural disasters, what else can it do but close its eyes and wait for death? Long Yingshue's cold and contemptuous voice seemed to penetrate endless space, echoing over the continent on the opposite shore. Panic was spreading. On Wan Xinglua's land of life, all beings born, whether they were elves in the forest or water spirits by the stream, felt the terrifying pressure that could crush their souls. Black clouds pressed down on the city, resentment like the sea. That great torrent, which had already consumed countless civilizations. A relentless force is sweeping towards this final pure land. King. What should we do? Quickly give the order. We must build walls. Use the holy light barrier. There's no time. It's too fast. We'll be swallowed. The desperate prayers and cries of the people flowed into Wan Xinglua's mind, clearly transmitted through their faith connection. Yet, in the face of this apocalyptic scene, Wan Xinglua slowly closed her eyes. All the spectators were dumbfounded. To them, this was undoubtedly a signal of surrender, of giving up the fight. But the next moment, everyone sensed something was wrong. In the live broadcast, under Wan Xingluo's feet, the vast continent of life seemed to come alive. A circle of soft green light spread from her, radiating across the entire continent. My will is with this realm. At that moment, Wan Xingluo's consciousness soared infinitely. She was no longer an isolated individual. She felt the direction of the mountains, like the spine of the earth. She heard the pulse of the rivers, like the arteries of the world. She touched the texture of every inch of land, sensing their fragility and resilience. And the overwhelming torrent of resentment, in her perception, was no longer pure destruction. It was a primordial dragon, lost and filled with rage. What Zhou Yan once said echoed in her heart. Blocking is worse than guiding. Forced resistance only leads to mutual destruction. If we can follow the flow, we might turn disaster into our advantage. Wan Xinglua suddenly opened her eyes, a flicker of realization flashing in her gaze. She raised the ruler of laws high above her head. Let me be the guide, let the earth be the paper, let the laws be the pen. Open. She gently drew her staff across the ground beneath her. Buzz. A golden streak of light appeared on the earth, like a deep plowed furrow stretching from beneath her feet to the distant foot of a mountain. Global live stream. Everyone was dumbfounded. What is she doing? Digging in the mud? The flood is about to hit her face. Is she still drawing? I don't understand, but I'm deeply shocked. JPG. What kind of performance art is this? The last creation before death? Mockery and confusion instantly filled the entire comment section. At the top of the barrier, Long Yinxue saw the scene, first stunned, then erupted into unrestrained laughter. Ha 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 ha. Foolish. Extremely foolish. Her laughter was filled with disdain and delight. Wan Xinglua, you are truly naively pathetic. To her, this was the biggest joke in the universe. However, Wan Xinglua ignored all external mockery and disdain. She focused intensely, continuously drawing with the ruler of laws on the earth. 1 line, 10 lines, 100 lines, 1,000 lines. Countless golden channels began to crisscross across the continent, bypassing mountains, connecting basins, piercing plains, forming an incredibly complex yet harmoniously flowing network. But this project was simply too vast. Every stroke rapidly drained Wan Xinglua's mental and divine energy. Put. A stream of blood spilled from the corner of her mouth, her face turning pale in an instant. The negative emotions released from the torrent of resentment clawed at her will like countless invisible claws, disrupting her calculations. Irritation, slaughter, destruction. Countless frantic thoughts exploded in her mind. Several times, the ruler of laws in her hand nearly went out of control, causing the river network she was forming to collapse entirely. Awah! Awah! The chaotic devourer at her feet spun in agitation, opening its mouth wide, desperately trying to swallow that negative energy eroding its master, yet it was as futile as a drop in the bucket. Just then, on Long Yinxue's seemingly indestructible blood and flesh barrier. Crack, boom. A tremendous noise shook the hearts of all. That 1,000-meter-long crack spread wildly like a spider web, instantly covering the entire blood and flesh barrier. No, it's impossible. The blood drained from Long Yinxue's face, and her pupils violently contracted. The next second. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed across the universe, as if it was the dying wail of some ancient god. That absolute defense obsidian flesh and blood great wall, under the gaze of billions of spectators, collapsed with a thunderous crash. Not just a section, but the entire line. Roar! A black flood, filled with endless resentment, broke free from its last shackles like an apocalyptic beast, roaring and engulfing Long Yinxue's entire civilization in an instant. The towering magical energy spires melted away like candles in the black water. Chapter 140, Absolute Deathly Silence. The solid obsidian veins, tainted by resentment, emitted painful groans. Thousands of magical worker puppets, struggling in agony, did not even survive a single breath before being corroded, disintegrating into their most primitive parts, merging with the black water. Deathly silence. Absolute deathly silence. The once noisy, efficient, and cold magical military city-state now lay as a death swamp, slowly bubbling with black foam. Civilization Index, 87,419. Civilization Index, 53,082. Civilization Index, 21,556. In the corner of the global livestream, the index representing Long Yinxue's civilization plummeted in a shocking, cliff-like drop. Global livestream. It's over. In an instant, it's all over? At the same time, on another screen. The flood of resentment rushing towards Wan Xingluo's continent suddenly stalled the moment it touched the golden channel network she had carved. Crash. The overwhelming impact, capable of overturning the heavens and earth, was instantly diverted by thousands of rivers. The raging dragon was tamed into gentle creek water, flowing smoothly across the continent, along the intricate and heavenly pathways of the river network. The flood's impact had been dissipated. Ruan Xingluo's pale face showed no color as she gazed at the flowing black water. With her last bit of strength, she took out a seed glowing with shimmering white light from her bosom. It was the pure soul lotus she obtained from the night-crying kingdom. With a graceful hand motion, she scattered the seeds across the river network beneath her. Go! The seeds fell into the black water. A miracle occurred. 1 flower, 10 flowers, 100 flowers, 1,000 flowers. Countless golden lotuses bloomed fiercely in the pitch-black river, defying the resentment. Their roots sank deeply into the riverbed, emitting a soft and holy light, as they crazily absorbed and purified the resentment within the flood. Awah! The Chaos Devourer rushed to the entrance of the main river, opened its massive mouth, and sucked fiercely at the most filthy, sticky, and seemingly living source of resentment in the flood. Gulp! The core of the resentment was swallowed in one bite. Under the dual purification of the pure soul lotus and the Chaos Devourer, an unbelievable scene appeared. The pitch-black flood in the winding river gradually became clear at a visible speed. From pitch black, to dark gray, to light gray, and then nearly transparent. Global live stream. Silence. Those who had previously mocked Ruan Xingluo for digging mud were now as if a huge invisible hand had seized their throats, unable to utter a single word. Everyone was stunned, their souls shaken by the miraculous scene before them. The flood. The flood became clear? The very thing that Long Yingxue viewed as an apocalyptic disaster and sacrificed countless lives to block was actually purified here by Ruan Xingluo? Blocking ends in destruction. Diversion leads to rebirth. No one knew who, in the silent livestream, trembled as they typed this message. Instantly, it ignited everyone's realization. On the remains of the fortress. Long Yingxue, soul shattered, gazed at the completely destroyed city-state. The silent Black Sea was the grave of all her efforts. She instinctively raised her head and looked towards the opposite shore. There was no end of the world, no destruction. Only rivers flowing endlessly, with golden lotuses shining in the light. Even beginning to emit a vibrant breath of life, clear rivers. Her royal path brought destruction. Yet that coward's royal path created a new life. Was I wrong? On Long Yingxue's proud and cold face, confusion and self-doubt appeared. Splash! As the last trace of resentment was completely absorbed by the cleansing soul lotus, all newly built rivers in the Ruan Xingluo continent shone brilliantly at this moment. They completely transformed into rivers of spiritual liquid composed of the purest soul power. Burp! At the mouth of the main river, the Chaos Devourer let out a satisfied burp, as if it had finished digesting. But in the next moment, its body began to flicker with extremely unstable light without warning. Buzz buzz. The light flickered unpredictably, as if it would explode at any moment. Buzz. The Chaos Devourer let out a cry of unbearable pain, its round body trembling violently, as if it would burst completely from the erratic light within. Little chaos. Ruan Xingluo's heart tightened, just as she was about to step forward. However, at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. By the side of the crystal-clear rivers of spiritual liquid, a thirsty spirit rabbit cautiously peeked out, sipping a mouthful of river water. The next second, a glimmer of humanity flashed in its murky beastly eyes. It looked at its own paws, then glanced at the rushing river, its eyes filled with disbelief. A similar scene played out in every corner of the newly born continent simultaneously. Countless beings, whoever drank this water, whether they were birds or beasts, or flowers and trees, all had their intelligence awakened, being reborn. Boom boom. In the center of the continent, the sapling of the world tree underwent the most astonishing transformation. It took root at the source of the river of spiritual liquid, its trunk visibly growing taller and thicker, its emerald leaves wildly spreading, almost covering the sky. Detecting abnormal fluctuations in the heart of life civilization's development potential. Correcting potential value. Correction failed. Potential value has exceeded the leaderboard data limit. Warning. Data overflow. Unable to calculate. Line after line of bright red system warnings spammed the global livestream, stabbing every viewer's eyes. Potential value breaking the limit? What does this mean? This means that Ruan Xingluo's civilization possesses an infinite future. Global livestream. This miracle is the true miracle. That river is alive. It's granting life and wisdom to the entire continent. I take back my previous words, Ruan Xingluo is the real god. Wait, look over at Long Yingxue. Whoa! The scene switched. Long Yingxue's demon martial city-state. The black flood had receded, but what remained was not a survivor's afterlife. Rather, it was a cursed land. The ground was pockmarked and corroded, with a thick black liquid deeply embedded in the cracks, emitting a nauseating stench. In the air, a layer of visibly black fog lingered. The plague of resentment. A surviving magic worker puppet stood dazed in place, as a sinister crimson suddenly shone in its hollow eye sockets. ZZZ, directive, conflict. It stiffly turned its head to look at another intact companion beside it. In the next moment, it lunged fiercely, its sharp alloy arm brutally stabbing into the other's chest. Crack! The attacked puppet's eyes also flashed red, launching a counterattack. A sudden internal war broke out with a thunderous roar amidst the ruins. The remaining puppets began to crazily kill each other. Chapter 141, not a single one left. Waste. Longing Xue stood high, her cold face covered with frost. Eliminate all contaminated units. Not a single one left. With her command, her loyal elite puppet guard immediately executed the order, launching a bloody suppression against the frenzied kindred. Boom! A mad puppet was blown apart, turning into a pool of iron liquid. But a denser black fog emerged from its remains. Instantly drilled into the body of a nearby elite guard. The elite guard's movements froze, and the light in his eyes began to flicker with dangerous red. The more killed, the more corrupted. The plague spread at a terrifying speed. Her iron-blooded suppression not only failed to solve the problem but became a catalyst for the resentment plague's spread. She was trapped in the vicious cycle brought about by her dominance. How could this happen? Longing Xue's body trembled slightly, feeling a deep sense of helplessness for the first time. At that moment, on Wan Xingluo's continent, a cold and familiar voice echoed in her mind. Don't be too happy too soon. It was Zhou Yan. Wan Xingluo was startled. Zhou Yan? Little chaos it. Did you think you purified a natural disaster? Zhou Yan's voice was devoid of emotion. No, that is man-made disaster. The source of that torrent of resentment contained an ancient and strange will that feeds on despair. Your pet purified the flood, but could not digest that will. It hasn't been digested, instead, it used your pet's belly to complete its parasitism and rebirth. As soon as the words fell. Ah! The Chaos Devourer let out a heart-wrenching scream. Puff! A fist-sized, pitch-black sphere, as if condensed from all the malice and despair in the world, was violently expelled from its body. The black sphere landed on the ground, wriggling and changing, eventually forming a tiny, pure black humanoid creature. It had no facial features, and its body surface flowed like black water, emitting a pure resentment that made souls tremble. It was the newborn body of that ancient will. Ruan Xingluo and the Chaos Devourer felt extreme danger. However, the newborn black resentment didn't even glance at them. It slowly raised its head and looked toward the other side of the strait. In its chaotic consciousness, there was no hatred, no killing intent. Only an extreme longing and admiration like an infant looking at its mother. There was its paradise. Its best food. Its final home. The next second. Whoosh! The black entity transformed into a streak of black light that ignored the barriers of space, instantly crossing the ocean. Whoosh! That pure black light, like an arrow piercing through the void, descended above Longing Xue's chaotic magic in martial city in the blink of an eye. The terrifying aura of resentment pressed down like the weight of heaven. Stand guard! Longing Xue's pupils shrank, instinctively issuing an order. All elite puppet guards immediately turned their barrels, aiming at the tiny figure suspended in midair. However, the expected attack did not come. That black entity, formed purely from resentment, just floated quietly. Then, it opened its mouth. That was not a mouth in the true sense, but a swirling black vortex that tore open on the surface of its chaotic body. Whoosh! An invisible, terrifying suction force erupted from the center of the vortex. In an instant, the world changed color. The black mist, which resembled a plague and lingered in the air above the ruins of the entire city, seemed to have found an outlet, transforming into thousands of black threads that surged wildly toward the little black entity. Ziz ziz. A magic puppet gnawing at its companion suddenly froze. The ominous crimson in its eye sockets dimmed visibly, ultimately extinguishing completely, restoring the light it had when it left the factory. It looked blankly at its arm pierced into its companion's chest and glanced at the surrounding debris, seeming confused about what had happened. A similar scene unfolded at every corner of the ruins simultaneously. Those frenzied, self-harming puppets stopped their rampage one after another. The resentment plague was being devoured. Longing Xue stared in shock at this scene. This monster that split from Ruan Xingluo's pet. How could she be the one dealing with this mess? Global live broadcast room. What the hell? What's going on? Is this little monster purifying Longing Xue's continent? Purifying my ass. Look closely, it's eating. It's devouring those resentments like food. My god, This thing is simply the nemesis of resentment. Is Long Yingshue's trouble solved just like that? Solved? I see it as inviting the wolf into the house. Look at that little monster. Amid the audience's gasps, Long Yingshue's face became increasingly serious. She clearly saw that as the devoured resentments grew, the shape of that black entity was visibly expanding and solidifying. From a vague figure the size of a fist, it rapidly grew to more than a meter tall. The surface of its flowing, black water-like body began to reveal outlines resembling muscles and bones, an aura of terror 10 times, 100 times stronger than before suddenly erupted from it. This is not help at all? This is clearly drinking poison to quench thirst. Feeding a boundless potential despair king with a controllable plague. She found herself trapped in a dilemma. Stop it? The plague would immediately return, and her civilization would completely collapse. Not stopping it? She would raise a terrifying existence that even she could not control. Just as Long Yingxue was torn between two thoughts. Buzz. A holy and majestic will suddenly descended between the two continents. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Whether it was the new and intelligent beings on Wan Xingluo's continent or the chaotic puppets and the growing monster on Long Yingshue's continent, everything came to a halt. A towering figure slowly formed in the sky. It was Bart. The 24-hour showdown time was up. Bart's indifferent gaze first swept over the land of Long Yingxue, which had just calmed its internal chaos but was nurturing even greater fears. He slowly spoke, his voice resonating in every corner of the global live broadcast room. Your tyranny has created a powerful empire that relies on continuous external devouring and internal squeezing to survive. But when disaster arrives from within, it will rot from the roots. Now, you even need to rely on despair itself to struggle to survive. Each word struck Long Yingshue's heart like a heavy hammer. Then, Bart's gaze turned to the vibrant, sentient life continent. His eyes rarely showed a hint of approval. And your way of kings has created a harmonious world that can self-cycle, purify everything, and transform disaster into opportunity. Bart withdrew his gaze, looking down at the two chosen ones, and made the final ruling. The first victor is Ruan Xingluo. The moment the words fell, Bart casually waved his hand towards Long Yingshue's direction. Roar! A mournful and unwilling dragon roar echoed from the void. The crowd was horrified to see a golden dragon, representing the luck of her civilization, that had been coiled in the sky above Long Yingshue's continent, tightly grasped by an invisible hand. SSSS. A source was forcibly pulled out from within the golden dragon. That golden light streaked through the air in a dazzling arc, falling like a meteor towards Ruan Xingluo's continent. In an instant, it merged into Ruan Xingluo's even more robust national luck golden dragon. Put. At the moment the national luck was cut, Long Yingxue, as if struck by lightning, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and her originally cold and proud aura instantly wilted. She lost. Lost completely and utterly. However, just as the global audience thought she would feel disheartened and hopeless because of this, Long Yingxue slowly raised her head and wiped the blood from her lips. Her gaze did not look at the judging Bart, nor at the victorious Ruan Xingluo, but fixedly stared at the black entity that was frantically devouring despair and chaos on her land, and thus growing stronger. A trace of heart-pounding light flashed in her eyes. She suddenly smiled. She looked across the strait at Ruan Xingluo and, word by word, her voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. You won this round. But the real human disaster has just begun. Long Yingxue stuck out her tongue, gently licking her crimson lips, her eyes seemed to regard a peerless treasure. I really like this child. Consider it your gift to me. Ruan Xingluo's pupils suddenly contracted at Long Yingshue's word gift. She clearly sensed that the resentful entity, created indirectly by herself, after devouring the endless chaos and plague from Long Yingshue's continent, had its final spiritual link to her violently severed by an overwhelmingly domineering will. Replaced by that undisguised desire for possession from Long Yingxue. She actually claimed that desperate king embryo as her own. Global live broadcast room. She's gone crazy. Long Yingxue is absolutely insane. That thing is a time bomb, and she treats it as a treasure? What is a human disaster? She herself is the greatest human disaster. Why does it feel like things have become even more terrifying than before? Ruan Xingluo won, but why can't I feel happy at all? Instead, I'm getting chills down my spine? Amidst the global audience's discussions, Long Yingxue raised her chin, her gaze sharp as a sword, staring directly at the gatekeeper Bart in the sky. Her voice, hoarse from just coughing out blood, was filled with an unprecedented high fighting spirit. Lord Bart. I request to immediately start the second National Fortune Arena battle. When these words came out, the entire arena fell silent. After losing the first round and having the National Fortune taken away, she was not at all discouraged, but wanted to immediately start the second battle? Where did her confidence come from? Everyone's eyes unconsciously glanced at the black water humanoid that had already grown into a young form, quietly hovering behind Long Yingxue. A trace of imperceptible waves flashed in Bart's ever-indifferent gaze. He took a deep look at Long Yingxue and the Despair King embryo behind her. As you wish. Bart did not stop her but slowly raised the seemingly ordinary broom in his hand. There was no earth-shattering divine light, nor the power to destroy the world. He simply swept lightly towards the void between the two continents. Buzz! The void rippled like water thrown with stones, creating two huge waves. Immediately after, to everyone's astonished gaze, two identical buildings slowly emerged from the center of the ripples. It was a Gothic-style old insane asylum. The mottled walls, tightly shut iron windows, and the towering clock tower with its hands forever stuck at midnight. A thick, inescapable aura of madness and foreboding loomed over the asylum like a substantial dark cloud, sending shivers from the soul to every person who saw it. Twin insane asylums. Bart's dignified voice echoed through heaven and earth once again. The next step for civilization is to establish order. And the greatest enemy of order is madness. His broom pointed towards those two unsettling buildings. The second battle will test your ability to control chaos and reshape order. Mission objective: enter your respective insane asylum instance and within 48 hours, successfully cure or suppress the final boss of the asylum, the Disorder Principal. Obtain the Order Scepter from his hands, and the one who takes less time will be the victor. The rules were clear and cruel. Everyone's heart was in their throats. Insane asylum instance. This bizarre setting instantly brought to mind countless terrifying legends. However, just as Ruan Xinglua furrowed her brow and contemplated a countermeasure, Long Yingxue across the strait surprisingly revealed a strange smile. She slowly closed her eyes, a wisp of mind sinking into the depths of her consciousness. There, a mark radiating supreme demonic might. Silence hung quietly in the air. Shuer. A voice full of authority and tenderness echoed in her mind. The phantom of the town jail demon slowly gathered beside her, its gaze filled with a hint of expectation. This is our glorious battle together. The head of this insane asylum was once a fierce general under my command, but after defeat, his soul shattered, and a remnant of his spirit sleeps here. Use this, demon mark, I have granted you to awaken his absolute loyalty to me. For our domination, offer up victory. Huaxia Live Room. Ha 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 ha. So that's it. I was wondering why Her Majesty the Empress was so confident. Again, it's the insane asylum. It's destiny. That last Huaxia woman only passed by relying on her man's connections, didn't she? The wheel of fortune turns. This time, it's Her Majesty the Empress's husband clearing the way for her. What do we call a strong partnership? This is what we call a strong partnership. We've got this round in the bag. Huaxia Live Room. Insane Asylum Dungeon? Goddess Ruan is familiar with this. Didn't she come over like this in the Red Moon Asylum last time? That's right. When it comes to playing with hearts and purifying madness, who can match our Goddess Ruan? It's all set. Against a dragon like Long Yingxue, who only knows domination, she'll definitely be lost in a place like this. Charge, Goddess. Let her see what true kingship looks like. Chapter 143, Entry. In the live room, both sides' audiences showed astounding optimism. One believed they held a surefire winning card, while the other was filled with confidence from past experiences. The huge contrast, paired with the ominous aura emitted by the two insane asylums, created an incredibly bizarre picture. Barter's voice sounded once more. Enter. As soon as the words fell, two light gates opened simultaneously in front of Ruan Xinglua and Long Yingxue. With a strange smile, Long Yingxue stepped in without hesitation. Ruan Xinglua took a deep breath and also stepped into her unknown madness. A rush of vertigo overwhelmed her. When Ruan Xinglua opened her eyes again, a strong stench of disinfectant and decay rushed into her nostrils. She stood in a dim, oppressive hallway. The walls were covered with brown stains and mad scratch marks. The flickering light bulb above her head buzzed, casting her shadow long and short on the ground. Just as she was about to use the key of all laws to explore her surroundings. Creak. A door to a patient room slowly creaked open ahead. A head nurse in an old nurse's outfit blocked her path. She emitted no hostility but simply extended an old tray in her hands towards Ruan Xinglua. On the tray lay two items. A crudely drawn asylum map on sheepskin parchment and a rusty key. Welcome to home, child. Home? Ruan Xinglua's gaze fell upon the head nurse's stitched smile, and alarm bells rang in her heart. The word coming from her lips was more chilling than any curse. The head nurse's eyes roamed over Ruan Xinglua like two cold probes, her stitched lips moving, producing a dry and harsh scraping sound. New here? The director is resting, he doesn't wish to see anyone right now. You go calm down patient 307 in the west corridor on the third floor, and then come talk to me. After saying this, she ignored Ruan Xinglua, turning stiffly like a marionette, creaking as she retreated back into the dark patient room, shutting the door. The hallway returned to silence. She looked down at the sheepskin map in her hand, where a route was scrawled in blood-red ink, pointing straight to the west side of the third floor. Huaxia Live Room. Calm the patient? What kind of task is this? Sounds simple. That's right, this is definitely a trap. Goddess Ruan must not believe her. But if we don't complete her task, it seems we won't get to see the director. How can we clear this dungeon? The audience's worry is also Ruan Xinglua's worry. But she has no choice. Holding tightly to the rusty key, Ruan Xinglua steps towards the stairs. However, when she steps onto the third floor and enters the west corridor, she knows she has been set up. The map is wrong. This corridor is simply a twisted maze of space. All the doors look alike, the room numbers are blurry in the dim light, as if they could change at any moment. What's worse, countless patients are wandering in the corridor. Some crawl on the ground, their limbs twisted at odd angles. Others press against the walls, frantically scratching with their nails, making a rustling sound. Even more terrifying, some suddenly leap out from a dark corner, trying to drag her into the abyss. He play with me. My head is missing. Have you seen my head? Hungry, so hungry. Mad whispers come from all sides, eroding her sanity. Ruan Xinglua's gaze turns cold, and the black mist that has turned into a chaotic devourer surges out from within her, transforming into several tentacles, sweeping away those madmen trying to get close. But these patients seem to feel no pain. After being knocked back, they immediately scream and pounce again, endlessly. Each attack drains her mental energy intensely. In just over 10 minutes, fine cold sweat has appeared on her forehead. At the same time, in another insane asylum, Long Yingshue's progress is astonishingly smooth. She doesn't even look at the map, she just walks with her head held high, taking elegant yet domineering steps down the equally dim corridor. But all the wandering patients, sensing the terrifying aura from her, a mix of the demon god and the king of despair, kneel in terror, trembling, and willingly clear a path for her. A nurse NPC stands in front of her. Before Long Yingxue can speak, the nurse thuds down on her knees, burying her head deep in the ground, saying with a trembling voice, "Welcome to your arrival, Supreme Messenger. The director is waiting for you at the top floor." A cold smile appears at the corner of Long Yingshue's mouth. She doesn't even glance at the nurse and walks straight past her. Magic Martial Arts China Live. Ha ha ha. Did you see that? This is the difference. What is bloodline suppression? This is it. These madmen dare not even lift their heads in front of the Empress. That Ruan Xinglua is probably still entangled with the little monsters, right? Our Empress is about to clear the stage. It's a sure win. This round, there's no suspense. The contrast on the screen is so stark and cruel. One is stuck in a quagmire, struggling to move, while the other walks as if on flat ground, heading straight for the dragon's lair. On the other side. Huff huff. Ruan Xinglua leans against the wall, breathing heavily. After nearly an hour of difficult trekking, she finally finds a nearly worn-off number in the corner of a door, 307. This is the place. She slowly inserts the rusty key into the keyhole. Click. With a soft sound, the door opens. Inside, instead of a bed and furnishings as she imagined, there is a disgusting dark space made up of flesh and bones piled together. Roar. A deafening roar erupts from the darkness. Then, a huge monster, covered in mouths and eyeballs, rushes out from the room, carrying the peak of resentful terror. The Bizarre Devourer. Its gigantic single eye is filled with hunger and madness restrained for hundreds of years. This is a trap. The head nurse never intended to let her live from the very beginning. The devourer roars, foul-smelling drool splatters, and its massive claws swipe down at the exhausted Ruan Xinglua's head. However, facing this thunderous fatal blow, Ruan Xinglua's face, slightly pale from exhaustion, remains as calm as water. In the blink of an eye, she moves forward instead of retreating. With a flip of her wrist, several pieces of alchemical materials, seized from the Golden Dawn Society and emitting a strange glow, appeared out of thin air. Her mental power surged wildly, rapidly merging and shaping in her palm. Chapter 144, Just a Second. Just a second. A piece of alchemical meat, exuding a rich meaty aroma and even sizzling with oil, instantly took shape. Go! Ruan Xinglua flicked her fingers, and the enticing piece of alchemical meat traced a perfect parabolic arc, landing precisely at the corner of the hallway far away. The deadly claws halted, just an inch away from above her head. The glutton's movement became stiff. Its crazed single eye fixed on the piece of meat, emitting an endless temptation, making a gulping sound in its throat. Hunger overcame the instinct to kill. It roared and abandoned Ruan Xinglua in front of it, its massive body turning with a crash and charging toward the alchemical meat. The crisis was temporarily relieved. Ruan Xinglua let out a long sigh of relief, just as she prepared to take the opportunity to find a new path. A cold little hand quietly stretched out from the crack in a nearby door, grabbing her clothing corner. Shoo! A small nurse, looking only about 15 or 16, with a timid and sympathetic expression, peeked her head out and gestured desperately to her. You should hurry and go. The head nurse is a fervent admirer of the director. She won't allow anyone to disturb the director's peaceful sleep. The little nurse quickly pulled out another clean sheepskin map from her pocket, shoving it into Ruan Xingluo's hands. The director is actually very poor. It seems he has forgotten who he is, and he has been in pain all the time. This is the real secret passage to his office. You must go. The scene switched again. Long Yingxue had already stood before the heavy oak door of the director's office. Victory seemed within reach. But she did not push the door open. Instead, she stepped back, a more sinister curve appearing at the corner of her mouth. She extended her finger, using her own demonic blood as a guide, starting to quickly sketch a complex and evil magic circle on the ground. Countless twisted runes lit up on the floor, emitting a gloomy, cross-dimensional aura. That was a secret cross-dimensional sacrifice magic circle. Long Yingxue's fingertip traced the last stroke, the crimson demonic blood forming the final rune of the magic circle. Buzz! The floor of the entire asylum seemed to tremble slightly with the completion of the magic circle. She slowly stood up, closed her eyes, and a strand of divine thought crossed endless voids, entering the supreme realm of the demon god. Dear, everything is ready. Her voice echoed on the level of the soul, carrying a hint of triumph. As long as that woman enters her office, I will perform the sacrifice here, projecting your demon god imprint across time and space onto the disordered director in front of her. A loyal servant at half-step divine master level is enough to tear her and her ridiculous new authority to shreds. On the other side, with the young nurse's secret passage map, Ruan Xingluo's journey faced no obstacles. She passed through a dusty storage corridor, avoiding a trap-filled abandoned operating room, finally stopping before a heavy, ancient oak door. On the door hung a cold brass plaque. Director's office. Ruan Xingluo took a deep breath and slowly placed her palm on the door. Behind the door, a terrifying aura, vast as the ocean yet chaotic as threads, surged violently. She pushed the door open. Inside was a room far more spacious than imagined, resembling a courtroom. At the end of the room, on a throne forged from black iron, a man was tightly bound. He was dressed in tattered restraints, his body wrapped in hundreds of golden chains that flickered with order runes. Each chain represented a kind of rules confinement. Half-step god lord level. This aura is even several times stronger than that bizarre devourer. As if sensing the presence of the living, the man slowly raised his head. His gaze was a chaotic whirlpool, filled with endless pain, confusion, and struggle. Ruan Xingluo's heart suddenly sank. She could feel that deep within his soul, there was not pure evil. It felt more like a forcibly twisted goodness, an endless wail deprived of self. Just like the frantic ancient god back then. I can heal him. This thought surfaced in Ruan Xingluo's mind. She raised her hand, and a soft, holy emerald green light began to gather in her palm. The power of rebirth. As long as she could use this power to touch his essence, awaken his suppressed goodwill, perhaps she could pass through without bloodshed. She stepped forward, the green light in her palm almost touching the center of the disordered dean's forehead. And in that instant, in another insane asylum, Long Yingxue's eyes suddenly opened wide. Now's the time. She grinned savagely, slamming her palm hard onto the center of the sinister magical array on the ground. With my blood as the lead. In the name of the demon god, I command. Descend now. Boom. The space in front of Ruan Xingluo was abruptly torn apart by an incredibly rough force, creating a pitch-black rift. A pitch-black seal, engraved with billions of suppression runes and containing the terrifying source power of the demon god, shot out like a black lightning bolt. Its target was the forehead of the disordered dean. No. Ruan Xingluo's face changed drastically, but it was all too late. Sizzle. The demon god seal was brutally stamped onto the dean's forehead. Roar. A roar that resembled no human sound exploded from the dean's throat. His once chaotic eyes were instantly replaced by pure pitch-black demonic essence. The golden chains on him, symbols of order, let out a mournful cry of unbearable burden. Crack. Crackle. Boom. Hundreds and thousands of order chains simultaneously snapped apart, inch by inch. A pressure 10 times scarier erupted with a roar. Then, a dignified, cold, and full of supreme killing intent voice resounded throughout the whole office. My servant, the Forgotten Warden. You have finally returned. The man known as the Forgotten Warden slowly stood up from the shattered throne. He twisted his neck, making sounds of bones cracking, his pitch-black demon eyes locked tightly onto Ruan Xingluo. The voice of the demon god of suppression sounded again. Now, tear apart this false god who has stolen the power of rebirth. Huaxia Live Room. At this moment, all cheers, all expectations, all analyses turned into deathly silence. All the viewers from Huaxia in front of the screen had blank minds. Seconds later, a tsunami of comments erupted wildly. Wait. The Forgotten Warden? Did I hear wrong? Isn't that Long Yingshue's husband, the strongest warden under the demon god of suppression? So, the final boss of this instance is actually Long Yingshue's person? Trap. This is a complete trap set from the moment the National Luck Matchup rules announced the start. Chapter 145. You have successfully angered me. She never intended to have a fair duel. She wants to directly kill Goddess Ruan here. No. How could this happen? We've been schemed against. All of us have been schemed against by that crazy Long Yingxue. The comments in the Huaxia live room, after a brief silence, were completely engulfed by despair and anger. As the source imprint of the demon god of suppression fully integrated, that figure began to rise, muscles bulging, and black magic patterns appearing beneath the shredded constraints. His originally half-step god lord level aura was solidified and intensified at that moment. Under that pressure, Ruan Xinglua found it incredibly difficult to even breathe. Run! This was the only thought in her mind. But it was too late. The Forgotten Warden's pure black demon eyes. He coldly locked onto her. Not a word was wasted. He simply threw a punch forward. Boom! As the fist struck, space collapsed, and a wave of dark magic powerful enough to obliterate stars condensed into a beam of destruction, instantly tearing apart everything in front of Ruan Xinglua. The life force shield she hastily gathered shattered like glass. The phantom of the national pillar floating in front of her let out a mournful cry, its light dimmed in an instant. Even the Chaos Devourer, who had always protected her, let out a threatening growl, but was immediately struck by that magic beam, causing its entire body to revert to the most primitive form and fall into slumber, plummeting from the air. Thud! Ruan Xinglua flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into the wall at the end of the office, making a dull, thunderous noise. The wall cracked, spider web-like fissures spreading across it. She slid to the ground, violently spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with internal fragments. Ugh! A sharp pain hit her, and she looked down to see her right arm completely eroded by that terrifying magic, now blackened and dried, losing all sensation. With just one strike, she was brought to the brink of death. The forgetting warden slowly retracted his fist, stepping forward like a judge approaching a condemned prisoner, walking step by step towards her. He raised his hand high, another terrifying mass of destructive magic gathering in his palm. This attack was enough to completely erase her soul. A glimmer of unwillingness and sorrow flashed in Ruan Xinglua's eyes. In the end, she still couldn't beat that madman. Just as that fatal blow was about to fall, an icy voice echoed above the asylum. Enough! The voice of the gatekeeper, Barth, seemed to contain the power of the highest rules. This battle, due to malicious interference from a third party, violates the fairness of the arena. The trial is terminated early. The moment the words fell, the arm of the forgetting warden, about to swing down, was held firmly in midair by an invisible force, unable to advance. Then, a golden beam of teleportation light descended from the sky, enveloping Ruan Xinglua, who lay in a pool of blood. With a flash of light, her near-death figure vanished from the instance. Barth's voice echoed again in both asylums. In the second National Fortune Arena battle, Long Yingxue interfered illegally, but Ruan Xinglua failed the mission. According to the rules, in this round, Ruan Xinglua loses. Defeated. These two words fell like a heavy hammer, crashing down on the hearts of every Huaxia spectator. In the next moment, in the depths of the universe, the massive golden dragon representing Huaxia's fortune suddenly raised its head, letting out a mournful cry that penetrated the starry sea. Een. The ruthless power of the rules transformed into an invisible heavenly blade, slicing down from the void. Crack! The long tail of the dragon, representing endless future and potential, was brutally severed. The broken dragon tail turned into billions of golden light points, piercing through the universe, all swallowed by another ferocious magic dragon on the other end. Huaxia's fortune suffered the heaviest blow since the start of the competition. In the happy community, room 101. The scene of Zhou Yan leisurely enjoying tea froze. He silently watched the live stream of Ruan Xinglua, covered in blood and being helped by someone. Bang! The warm jade teacup in his hand instantly shattered. Zhou Yan slowly raised his head. His eyes, which always carried a hint of lazy amusement, now held no emotion, only an absolute coldness capable of freezing the entire universe. A voice devoid of any emotion resonated through all streaming channels, echoing in the ears of every civilization. Very good. You have successfully angered me. That cold voice seemed to contain the ultimate will of the universe, resonating through all streaming channels in the ears of every civilization. Very good. You have successfully angered me. In an instant, the myriad worlds fell silent. All civilizations watching, whether powerful or weak. All felt a fear rising from deep within their souls at this moment. It was as if an ancient existence, dormant for billions of years, had been awakened by their noise. However, the thunderous strike they anticipated did not descend. Zhou Yan did not look at the turbulent waves in the outside world, nor did he spare a glance at the morning, severed tail of the national fortune golden dragon in the depths of the universe. He simply reached out his hand and gently beckoned at the void. Buzz! A gentle yet irresistible great power instantly unfolded, pulling the figure lying in a pool of blood directly from the National Fortune Battlefield's medical station. In the next second, Ruan Xingluo's figure appeared out of thin air, tenderly embraced by him. After doing all this, Zhou Yan's palm delved into the void. When he withdrew it again, he was holding a crystal stone. The crystal was entirely dark, yet within it seemed to contain an entire universe of collapsing and forming star rivers, emitting a soul-chilling wave of energy. Crystal of the Abyss. One from Tianming Realm Master Ming Zhao, an SSS-level treasure of civilization. It was enough to revitalize a civilization on the brink of destruction, or even to skyrocket to greatness. Crack! Under the incredulous gazes of all global spectators, he slightly tightened his 5 fingers. That treasure was crushed right then and there. A magnificent source of soulful energy, grand as the sea of stars, instantly transformed into the purest, most gentle flow, which he, with unparalleled control, poured entirely into Ruan Xingluo's brow. He used this treasure, enough to recreate a powerful civilization, solely to mend her wounded spirit. After finishing all this, Zhou Yan placed his other hand gently over Ruan Xingluo's arm, which had been corroded to a charred and dried state by demonic energy. A wisp of nearly invisible grey breath overflowed from his palm. That was the power of return to ruins. Time seemed to start flowing backwards on Ruan Xingluo's body. That charred flesh, dried meridians, shattered bones. Everything was resetting at an eye-visible speed. Not healing, but a complete, conceptual erasure of the damage, returning to perfection. Moments later, all her injuries had disappeared, her skin was smooth and new, and her breath had returned to calm. Only then did Zhou Yan withdraw his hand, his fingertips gently brushing over her pale cheek. Chapter 146, Repay tenfold, hundredfold. Silly girl. His voice was incredibly gentle, like a spring breeze touching the face. It was just a game you were schemed into losing, why feel sad? But deep within his gaze was an icy coldness that could freeze time and space, causing all beings peering at this scene before their screens to shudder. How much blood have they made you shed? Zhou Yan slowly began to speak, each word like the final judgment on the entire demonic martial civilization of Huaxia. I will make them repay with the future of the entire demonic martial Huaxia. Tenfold, hundredfold. Huaxia Live Room. Woo woo woo, Zhou God is so warm. This is true divine love. Damn it, even I, a grown man, am brought to tears. What national fortune, what victory or defeat, is not more important than Goddess Ruan. I feel heartache for Goddess Ruan, but I am even more excited for Zhou God's revenge. Crush them all. On the other side, demonic martial Huaxia. Long Yingxue, through the perspective of the victor given by Bat, also saw the scene. The smile on her face had long frozen, replaced by unprecedented seriousness. He is coming. The source of the demon god beside her let out a low growl, crazily urging demonic energy, constructing layers of flesh barriers and demonic barriers around the entire civilization. In their view, Zhou Yan's next step must be to unleash an unparalleled fury and launch a world-destroying direct attack. At that moment, in the courtyard, Ruan Xingluo slowly opened her eyes. She felt an unprecedented surge of power within her, her gaze somewhat complicated. She could clearly sense that not only was her spirit undamaged, but even under the refinement of the recent return to Ruan's power, becoming more concise and stronger than before. Gaining something good from a disaster. Zhou Yan looked at her, the coldness in his eyes melting into a smile. Have you rested well? Ruan Xingluo nodded, standing up from the grass, her eyes no longer carrying a hint of despair, only endless fighting spirit and trust. Zhou Yan's smile deepened. The good show was about to start. As soon as the words fell, he took Ruan Xingluo's hand and stepped forward. Their figures instantly vanished from the courtyard. In the next second, the two had arrived again above the vast, boundless civilization sandbox. In the civilization sandbox, the flow of time and space came to a halt. Zhou Yan and Ruan Xingluo's figures stood like two eternal deities, looking down at the vast continents representing the two civilizations. The guardian Bart's figure solidified in the void, his complex gaze falling upon Zhou Yan, just about to announce the rules. But Zhou Yan gave him not even a glance. He merely raised his eyes, as if his gaze pierced through endless dimensions, directly locking onto the solitary figure high above the demon martial Huaxia continent, standing alongside the source of the prison demon god. In the next moment, his cold and clear voice resounded in the minds of all beings in the technological Huaxia and demon martial Huaxia parallel universes. Bart. Zhou Yan's voice was calm yet carried a judgment-like authority. Your arena has been tainted by filthy means. Now, I will clean house. Bart's face instantly turned extremely ugly, as if he had been slapped in front of all worlds. Before anyone could react, Zhou Yan's gaze shifted to Long Yingxue. Long Yingxue, and the thing beside you. I will not attack your cities, nor will I slaughter your people. As soon as this was said, the world erupted in chaos. Both Long Yingxue and the source of the prison demon god, who were ready to face a catastrophic attack, were momentarily stunned. Zhou Yan's lips curled into a cold arc. I will conduct a public clearing of your proud domination. The moment the words fell, Zhou Yan waved his hand casually. A gigantic projection of magical power unfolded like a canopy above the two worlds. In the image, countless demon servants were being driven, wailing, into the sacrificial array, turning into pure energy to nourish the demon god. The scene changed to thousands upon thousands of slave workers, their flesh being vivisected, melded with demon rock to construct that grand yet evil wall of lava and flesh. On that wall, every twisted face, every pair of despairing eyes, was clearly projected. Your strength is built upon ruthless sacrifices and oppression of the lower tier. Your city-states are built from the bones of countless wronged souls. Zhou Yan's voice echoed like a final judgment between heaven and earth. Today, I will let these souls you regard as the cornerstone and expendables come forward to demand their blood debts from you. The demon martial Huaxia livestream instantly exploded with outrage. Nonsense. The weak are food for the strong, it's natural. For the ultimate glory of the empire, these sacrifices are necessary. It is their honor. This Zhou Yan only plays with hypocritical moral tricks. Come on. Fight with strength. Their populace, instead of being moved, became more fanatical and violent due to the challenge to their beliefs. However, the Huaxia livestream was filled with cheers. Wow! This truly strikes at the heart. Zhou God is amazing. Killing while striking at the heart. This is cutting off the very roots. I get it. He wants to undermine them from the ground up. This is 1,000 times more satisfying than smashing them with fists. Let them see what kind of monstrous thing their proud empire truly is. In the viewing seats, Kaleri from the neutral civilization held her breath, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. She keenly realized that what Zhou Yan was about to do was 1,000 times scarier than a direct military strike. It was not about destroying the shell of a civilization. That was to thoroughly shatter the soul of a civilization. Under the gaze of all worlds, Zhou Yan slowly raised his right hand. Buzz. An ancient abacus floated into his palm out of thin air. It was the All Resentments Return to One debt collection plate that had appeared several times in past missions, yet remained mysterious. But this time, it was no longer the old bronze color. Instead, it presented a judgment-like, light-absorbing, chillingly black hue. As if all resentments and debts of the world converged upon this object. Zhou Yan held Wan Xinglua with one hand, and cradled the pitch-black abacus with the other, his expression indifferent as ice. Debt. His thin lips parted, uttering a single word. It's time to pay it back. Before his words faded, his fingers gently slid across the ebony beads of the abacus. Click. A soft sound. There was no earthquake-shaking energy explosion, no world-destroying law attack. Only a silent, yet seemingly capable of penetrating all matter, all barriers, all dimensions, debt-collecting mantra, spreading suddenly from Zhou Yan's center. The mantra flowed like water, instantly engulfing the entire magic martial continent where Long Yingxue was, echoing in every corner. Long Yingxue and the heavy defenses set by the source of the Zen prison demon god were rendered utterly ineffective before this mantra. Chapter 147, What exactly did he do? This sound was not an attack. It was a kind of liberation, even more so a waking. The mantra seeped into the grand lava flesh barriers, into every magic worker puppet harvesting magic or, into the core souls of those enslaved, used to drive war machines. Then, a grand and compassionate question resounded in the minds of all enslaved souls. Why do you toil? Why do you sacrifice? The glory you forge, does any of it belong to you? The blood and sweat you shed, why must it nourish your enemies? Zhou Yan's grand and compassionate questioning did not stop there. It transformed into sharper blades, piercing into the very depths of every enslaved soul. What have your sacrifices earned you? Is it glory, or merely a stepping stone for those in higher positions? Has your hatred, your unwillingness, truly calmed? Buzz. Every magic worker puppet, every wronged soul trapped in the barrier, in the depths of their conscious sea, scenes of forcibly forgotten moments pierced through seals like sharp knives. That was the moment they were driven by the demon god priest's whips into the sacrificial furnace, their souls burned with excruciating pain. That was the indescribable despair and curses felt when being vivisected, fused with hot magic rock. That was the endless toil, day after day, year after becoming puppets, the numbness and emptiness of consciousness trapped in cold iron. Glory? No. Only pain. Reward? No. Only enslavement. Roar. The source of the Zen prison demon god immediately felt the violent shaking of the foundation of faith. That was the most primitive hatred that came from the depths of countless believers and servant souls. Its towering demon shadow let out a world-shaking roar, the weight of the demon's pressure crashing down like a mountain. Lowly souls, how dare you resist? Your glory is granted by me. Dare you question divine grace? Obey. Kneel. The voice of the demon god, like overwhelming heavenly majesty, attempted to forcibly extinguish this newly ignited spark. A silent, yet more brutal struggle of wills than any war unfolded fiercely within the depths of billions of puppet souls. On one side stood the majesty of the Zen prison demon god, pressing down like mountains. On the other side was Zhou Yan's debt-collecting mantra, dripping like water to penetrate stone, quietly awakening the most primal unwillingness. Magic Marshal Huaxia City, Central Plaza. A 10-meter-tall war puppet tasked with patrolling suddenly halted its heavy steps. Crack! Its red eyes, burning with magic flames, flashed violently a few times. Ultimately, all the demonic flames and rage faded away, transforming into a clear, pure white representing freedom of will. It stopped. Like a droplet of water falling into a scorching hot oil pot. With the awakening of the first puppet, like the most terrifying virus, it spread wildly at an unimaginable speed. The second, the third, the 10th, hundreds of thousands. The mining puppets stopped their drills. The puppets forging weapons in the armory laid down their hammers. The puppets patrolling the city walls lowered their giant axes. The demonic flames burning in their eyes extinguished one after another, turning into dead silence of pure white. The industrial heart of the entire continent suddenly stopped beating at this moment. What happened? Why did these tools stop? On the throne, Long Yingshue's face showed a mixture of shock and anger for the first time. The prison demon god was even more furious. A bunch of thoughtless tools dare to rebel? Long Yingshue's eyes revealed killing intent, without the slightest hesitation, issued the coldest command. All the guards, all the puppets that have not yet reacted. Suppress them. Crush all the puppets that have shown any signs of deviation into dust. Boom. With the order given, those loyal puppets still controlled by the demon god's will, their eyes flaring with red light, raised their blades, striking at their recently awakened companions. However, an astonishing scene occurred. Faced with the descending blades, those awakened puppets did not dodge, did not resist. They simply turned silently around, using their cold steel bodies to shield those companions who had not yet awakened and were still struggling against the demon god's will. Puff! The sharp battle knives pierced into their chests. With their own deaths, they bought their compatriots behind them the precious chance to awaken. In this moment, their sacrifice was no longer for the ethereal honor of the demon god, but for the freedom of their kind. This determination, this guardianship, this willingness to die for the awakening of their compatriots, through the debt-collecting melody established by Zhou Yan, formed the most intense, most fervent catalyst. It instantly ignited the suppressed rage that had been buried in countless souls for 1,000 years. Boom! A thunderous sound, resonating from billions of souls, erupted violently in the will layer of the entire demonic martial continent. Countless magic worker puppets raised their heads at the same moment. The last trace of red demonic flame in their eyes, representing slavery, was completely washed away. Replacing it was a vast ocean of pure white, symbolizing resistance and revolution. Long Yingshue's proud puppet army, known for absolute obedience, tirelessness, and fearless of death, in an instant, turned into her most terrifying enemies. Creak, creak, creak. The uniform sound of metal scraping echoed through the heavens and the earth. All the puppets slowly raised their weapons, battle knives, giant axes, energy cannons. Then, they turned their direction. Cold weapons aimed at those former high-end mighty demon priests wielding whips. Aim at those overseers who bullied them and treated them as nothing. Aim at that demon god and king on the throne, who had enslaved them for countless lifetimes. A revolution sweeping across the entire continent. At this moment, erupted violently. The official live broadcast of Magic Marshal Huaxia fell into unprecedented silence. Billions of viewers dazedly stared at the pure white ocean that swept across the entire continent. Watching their proud, invincible puppet army turn their blades against their empress. Watching that throne built from countless bones and glory, teetering on the brink of collapse in the fury of their subjects. Faith was collapsing. Worldviews shattered. No. Impossible, this must be an illusion. Our army. Our guardian deity. How could they betray Her Majesty the Empress? That person, that man named Zhou Yan, what on earth did he do? Chapter 148, A Bloodless Victory. In the VIP seats, Carolee Xingyu covered her mouth, her body trembling violently with extreme fear, disbelief filling her golden pupils. She looked at the man on the screen, who remained calm from beginning to end, her voice hoarse beyond recognition. Bloodless victory. He actually achieved a bloodless victory and shattered an entire empire? Boom! 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 What answered her was the deafening metallic torrent that echoed across the demon martial continent. The awakened puppets spontaneously gathered to form an army. They had no designation, no command. The only belief was revenge. This Avenger coalition, composed of billions of vengeful souls, launched the final assault towards the central palace from all corners of the continent. Roar! The prison-suppressing demon god let out a furious roar, its massive demonic body erupting in raging infernos, with a single slam incinerating hundreds, even thousands of puppets into molten iron. Longing Shui also stood atop the palace, her red hair whipping wildly, hands forming seals, countless scarlet energy beams pouring down like a torrential rain, perfectly piercing the cores of puppet after puppet. They were strong. The power of a demigod and a true divine origin, this combined force was enough to level mountains and evaporate rivers and seas. But their enemy was the endless army they had created with their own hands. Endless killing. Completely unending. What was even more terrifying was that with every attack, with every destruction of a puppet, Longing Shui could clearly feel that her connection to this continent was being gradually severed. On the civilization sand table, the civilization index of demon martial Huaxia flickered wildly and slowly dropped at a visible speed. Each wave of her hand consumed the very foundation of her civilization. Each act of slaughter was digging her own empire's grave. This was a battle destined to be lost in blood. Above the civilization sand table, Zhou Yan quietly watched the city-state engulfed in chaos and flames. The timing was almost right. He turned to look at Ruan Xinglua beside him, with a gaze that held a hint of fondness mixed with cold killing intent. Madam, go. Go take back what belongs to us. Both principle and interest. Ruan Xinglua nodded gravely, her eyes filled with unabashed hatred and determination. Roar! A shrill and resonant dragon roar echoed through the skies. The golden dragon of national fortune behind her, reinforced by Zhou Yan's immense return to Ruan's power, surged in size several times, its previously somewhat ethereal dragon form now solidified as if cast in gold. A golden divine light that tore through the heavens, wrapped in an unbeatable aura of vengeance, fiercely pounced on the national fate demonic dragon, which was trembling and weakened due to internal strife. Roar! The national fate demonic dragon sensed the lethal threat, letting out an anxious roar, trying to resist. However, all its struggles seemed so weak and powerless against the unstoppable golden dragon of national fortune. Puff! The massive mouth of the golden dragon accurately bit down on its cut-off tail, yanking it fiercely back. The severed tail returned, and the golden light surged. The aura of the national fate golden dragon instantly became complete. But this was still not enough. Roar! The golden dragon let out an even more furious roar, its dragon claws, shimmering with endless divine light, firmly pressed down on the demonic dragon's body. Then, it opened its enormous mouth and viciously bit down on the back of the demonic dragon. Crack! A sound like the cracking of the continent's spine echoed. A large piece of the purest source contained within the dragon vein was violently torn from the demonic dragon's body by the golden dragon. No! On the throne, Longing Shui let out a heartbreaking scream. Booming! The national fortune index of demon martial Huaxia plummeted instantly. The sky shattered, the earth collapsed, countless magnificent buildings turned to dust in an instant. The entire continent showed signs of collapse. Puff! Longing Shui was struck as if by lightning, spitting out a large mouthful of fresh blood, her entire aura weakening at a snow avalanche-like speed. That half-step divine lord realm suddenly shattered. Her figure could no longer remain in the air, and she fell awkwardly from the sky, crashing heavily into the burning ruins of the palace. She struggled to lift her head. What entered her eyes was a burning city, a betraying army, a nation being devoured. Her lifetime of effort turned to ashes. Endless regret and despair instantly swallowed all her will. At that moment, a figure quietly appeared before her. Dressed in a black trench coat, it fluttered and rustled. Zhou Yan looked down at her from above, his gaze indifferent, as if a deity was overlooking a humble ant. Longing Shui stared at him, suddenly letting out a tragic laugh, her laughter filled with self-mockery and relief. I lost. Kill me. Zhou Yan slowly shook his head. His voice, cold and devoid of any emotion, echoed through the civilized sand table, resonating in the ears of all viewers across the two parallel universes. Kill you? No. The reckoning has just begun. In Longing Shui's gaze, which shifted from despair to terror, Zhou Yan slowly spoke, delivering the final judgment for this one-sided crushing. This is just the interest. Interest? Longing Shui lay in the ruins, murmuring these two words, her pupils filled with despair and deathly silence, suddenly replaced by a kind of extreme madness. She abruptly lifted her head, her face smeared with blood and dirt, blooming into a twisted and fierce smile. Zhou Yan! Do you think you've won? As long as I'm not dead. This war is not over. Loyal subjects of mine, follow my command. Her scarlet eyes fixed on the indifferent figure in the sky, her voice sharp as a cuckoo weeping blood. Detonate the heart of magic. Sacrifice everything. For the ultimate victory of the Empire. Beneath the remaining ruins of the palace, the last remaining guards, upon receiving this final divine command, felt the remaining magic flames in their eyes suddenly surge. At your command, my lord. Without any hesitation. Amidst the frenzied roars, they activated the final self-destruction program of the entire magic martial city-state and even the whole continent. In the sky above the civilized sand table, Ruan Xinglua felt the rapidly rising energy of destruction below, her complexion changing slightly. Zhou Yan, she wants. Zhou Yan merely watched silently, the corner of his mouth even curling into a playful arc as he gently held Ruan Xinglua's hand, signaling her not to panic. Look. His voice was calm and profound. The end of tyranny is always destruction. Either destroy the enemy or destroy yourself. He looked at the city below that was about to be engulfed in light, his gaze devoid of any pity. Let her perform freely. This is the ending she chose for herself. Chapter 149. She wants to drag the entire continent down with her. Official live broadcast room of Magic Marshal Huaxia. Crazy. Her Majesty the Empress is insane. She wants to destroy our own world. No. Stop. I don't want to die yet. Shut up. Traitor. This is a necessary sacrifice for ultimate victory. Her Majesty the Empress will be reborn in the destruction. That's right. Sacrifice this broken world, giving birth to the strongest god. This is the Empress's wisdom. The audience's emotions completely fractured, plunging into endless frenzy and arguments. Huaxia live broadcast room. My god, so terrifying. Why doesn't Zhou Shen stop her? She wants to drag the entire continent down with her. Boom. Everyone's thoughts were shattered by a sound loud enough to break the soul. A stark white pillar of light, piercing through heaven and earth, violently shot up from the very center of the magic martial city-state. No sound. No shockwave. Only a light that dyed the entire world, and all live broadcast images, pure white, a light of destruction. After the light, the magic martial city-state disappeared. Palaces, ruins, mountains, rivers. And the countless puppet corpses that never had the chance to escape, destined to vanish as well. In this ultimate self-destructive explosion, everything turned into the most primal energy and flood of resentment. In the very center of that pitch-black, collapsed ground, the resentful entity that had been hidden deep underground by Long Yingxue moved. It was like a greedy heart, frantically beating, absorbing all the destructive energy and the final resentment of millions of puppets into itself. Its size began to expand at a visible speed. 1 meter, 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying monster, thousands of feet tall, with a twisted and indescribable shape, stood on the scorched earth, its outline enough to shatter the mind. A horrifying aura, far surpassing the previous dungeon demon god, swept across like a plague. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Long Yingxue looked at her masterpiece and let out a mad laugh. She struggled to rise, pointed at the monster that was coming into existence, and roared at Zhou Yan. Do you see it, Zhou Yan? This is my real trump card. The doomsday vengeful god that absorbed the final resentment and energy of an entire civilization. When it is fully formed, you all will die. You lost. At the moment she thought she had won the ultimate gamble, Zhou Yan finally spoke. Really? Those two indifferent words seemed to pour cold water on all of Long Yingxue's fervor. He finally moved. He did not attack, nor did he look at the monster that was about to be formed, he just extended his hand and gently swept over the civilization ruins that had turned into scorched earth. With that gentle stroke, that towering vengeful god, which had just come into shape and radiated boundless resentment and destructive aura, did not even let out a complete roar before its massive body silently began to disintegrate from the bottom up, like sand art. The energy that made it up was, under that hand's caress, reverted to the most primal and pure chaos. Next came the ground, scorched into char. Everything, whether grand or small, whether material or energy, lost the concept of existence in the face of this incredible power. They were wiped away. From this world, from everyone's perception, completely erased. In the end, the remnants of the entire continent, along with the shattered sky, transformed into a pure, material-less void filled with no laws. An absolutely blank canvas. Official live broadcast room of Demon Marshal Huaxia. It's gone? Where is the vengeful god? Our last hope gone? It's not gone, it's been wiped away. Silence. The entire live room fell into an unprecedented silence. All the fervent believers, all the shouting audience who wanted to witness the deity's arrival, now looked like puppets with their souls pulled away, staring blankly at the void that was more hollow than death. Their last trump card, everything they had sacrificed, was, in front of the other side, not even as significant as a splash of water. Just a stain on the canvas. Pooh. Long Yingxue suddenly spat out a mouthful of reverse blood, not from an injury, but from the collapse of her belief and spirit being utterly crushed. No. She stretched out her hand, desperately grabbing at the empty void, her voice hoarse like a leaking drum. My vengeful god, my empire, my everything. How could this be? She couldn't understand. Destruction was the highest level of power she could imagine. Why was it wiped away so easily? Zhou Yan finally withdrew his gaze from the void and looked at the equally dumbfounded Yuan Xinglua beside him. He smiled, his voice gentle yet containing truths that could overturn worldviews. Do you see? Destruction is the most primitive power. Because it only destroys within the existing rules. Yuan Xinglua stared at him blankly, murmuring, then what you just used? Zhou Yan's gaze swept over the live broadcast lens. As if giving a public lesson to everyone in two worlds. I call this the return to emptiness. Returning to nothingness, the power to make everything return to the starting point and begin anew. Long Yingxue chose to destroy herself to give birth to a stronger destruction. And I choose to reset her destruction, along with the traces of her existence. His voice was calm, yet it stirred up huge waves in the depths of everyone's soul. What they witnessed today had far surpassed their limits of understanding of strength. Zhou Yan turned his head, looking gently at Yuan Xinglua, the depth in his eyes transforming into an encouraging smile. Madam, it's your turn. This blank sheet of paper is already prepared for you. With your path, draw the civilization in your heart on it. Yuan Xinglua's heart trembled greatly. She looked at the absolute void and then at Zhou Yan's trust, taking a deep breath. All previous confusion and hesitation scattered at this moment. What replaced it was an unprecedented clarity and determination. She was no longer just the forest fairy who could give birth to all things, she was the pioneer of a new world. Okay. She nodded heavily and stepped out, hovering directly above the void. She closed her eyes, putting all her insights into practice. This time, she did not immediately summon life. Instead, she stretched out her delicate hand and gently tapped the blank canvas. The world must have both light and darkness, this is yin and yang. Buzz. From the void, two streams of black and white essence swirled out, forming a huge taijutsu, slowly rotating, defining the world's two poles. Chapter 150, the foundation is set, there will be hope. She waved her hand again. All things must have growth, restraint, and change, this is the 5 elements. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, 5 colors of divine light burst forth, merging into the taijutsu, forming the most basic framework of material world laws. Time must have alternation and cycles, this is the 4 seasons. The vitality of spring, the heat of summer, the chill of autumn, the silence of winter. The formless power of time began to flow, granting the concept of process to this newborn world. After completing all this, she opened her eyes, which sparkled with the essence of creation. The foundation is set, there will be hope. She flipped her palm, and the seedling of the world tree she had nurtured transformed into a green stream of light, rooting itself at the center of the world. The bloodline established, there will be life. She summoned the river of spirit liquid in the void, turning it into rivers, lakes, and seas that connect the entire continent, like the blood vessels of the world. The foundation is prepared, there will be mountains and rivers. She looked at the chaos devourer waiting on the side, it immediately understood, opening its mouth to spit out the purest, digested, and refined chaotic material. These materials fell, and under Yuan Xinglua's will, transformed into rolling mountains, into vast plains. A world with a perfect ecological cycle, filled with harmony and infinite potential, slowly took shape under the live witness of billions of viewers across the globe. With the final stroke of Yuan Xinglua's creation, the entire void was completely filled with a vibrant new world. The system of the Magic Martial China official live broadcast room even unprecedentedly automatically popped up assessment data. New World Template Assessment in progress. Development potential, 99999 plus, exceeded computable limit. Civilization harmony level, initial value 98%. 2 lines of concise data were more impactful than any flowery language. Wow! The potential value has directly exploded? Initial harmony level 98%? What does this mean? This indicates that from the moment of its birth, this world has almost no internal contradictions and can develop perfectly. Holy Mother! No, Saint. This is the true saint. Yuan Xinglua the fairy, no, Yuan Xinglua the goddess. The audience was completely excited, witnessing a miracle far greater than destruction. However, just when everyone thought everything had settled, the moment a new era was about to begin. Roar! A roar from a higher dimension, filled with unwillingness and resentment, tore through the void. The prison demon god, which had been in a marriage link with Long Yingxue, finally found its opportunity. In the instant between the complete stabilization of the new world rules and the total dissolution of the old world rules, a flaw appeared for a trillionth of a second. Zhou Yan! The demon god's voice shook the soul. You destroyed my vessel. Cut off my descent. I am unwilling. It knew it had no chance left. But it wanted everyone to pay a price. I offer the essence of the demon god as a sacrifice. Marriage contract, shatter for me. Boom. A pitch-black chain linking Long Yingxue and the unknown void suddenly appeared, then broke apart inch by inch. The prison demon god even burned the foundation of its own existence, forcefully tearing apart this contract witnessed by the highest of rules. It gave up its descent. What replaced it was an even more extreme revenge. With my demon soul, fill your body. Transform my vessel, enact my destruction. The entirety of the prison demon god's lost demon soul transformed into an indescribable black torrent, savagely pouring into Long Yingshue's body in a manner unjustifiable. Long Yingxue let out a painful wail that was not human-like. Her body, already lifeless from the collapse of belief, began to twist and expand crazily like it had been injected with toxic magma. Dense, curling demonic energy surged from her 7 openings. Her consciousness was being gradually devoured by the immense and brutal will of the demon god. On her already breathtakingly beautiful face, one half was filled with despair and pleading that sunk deep into the bones, while the other half was overtaken by rapidly spreading black demonic patterns. A pressure, 100 times more terrifying than the previously towering vengeful spirit, filled with the aura of decay and finality, violently descended. A fallen empress controlled by the prison demon god was about to be born. Zhou Yan raised an eyebrow slightly as he watched the scene. Oh? Can't play fair, so you start to possess your own wife? What a disgrace among oddities. He paused, a cold curve formed at the corner of his mouth. Well, it's good, saves me a trip. Huaxia live stream room. The audience's hearts leaped to their throats. No. How could this happen? That demon god has gone mad. It wants to corrupt the new world created by Goddess Ruan. Goddess Ruan, please think of a way. She is so kind, she can surely purify that poor woman, right? Everyone placed their hopes on Ruan Xingluo. They believed this goddess, representing life and hope, would surely attempt to redeem Long Yingxue, who had already been occupied by the demon god, out of the virtue of royal mercy. Even Long Yingshue's last surviving shred of consciousness, which was about to be devoured, instinctively sent a weak plea toward Ruan Xingluo. Save me. Just then, Zhou Yan's voice rang directly in the depths of Ruan Xingluo's soul. Madam, remember. Your rebirth is only for the worthy. For an irredeemable cancer cell, the most merciful action is to cleanly and neatly excise it. Ruan Xingluo's whole body shook. She looked at Long Yingxue, who was howling in pain, her breath climbing higher, and the last shred of pity and hesitation belonging to the forest fairy in her eyes completely dissipated. What replaced it was an unprecedented clarity, understanding, and determination. Yes. Guarding is not bottomless tolerance. True compassion is the defense of beautiful things, not the indulgence of evil. She no longer had any hesitation. She raised her eyes, her cold gaze piercing through the rampaging demonic energy, and directly looked into the pupils being completely occupied by the demon god's will. Your path is wrong. Ruan Xingluo's voice carried a judgment-like authority for the first time. Now, I will let you see what kind of power true guardianship requires. As the words fell, she moved. But she did not birth any life force again. Slowly, she raised her right hand and gently grasped at the void. Buzz. The entire law of the new world resonated for her. A pure white blade of light, exuding an absolute aura of extinction, formed from the end in law, appeared in her hand. Return to silence, edge of law. In the next second, Ruan Xingluo's figure vanished from her spot. Holding the edge of law, she actively moved towards the fallen demon god empress. Chapter 151, the Goddess of Judgment and Law. Clang. At the moment the edge of law collided with the fallen demon body, there was no earth-shattering explosion, only the piercing sound of law grinding against law. The pure white blade, like a red-hot iron cutting through butter, ruthlessly tore open the surging demonic aura on Long Yingshue's surface, driving into her forehead, unable to advance an inch. Possessed by the will of the prison demon god, Long Yingxue let out a painful roar, the roar no longer a woman's voice, but a mix of countless resentful souls and demon god wills, a howl from the depths of hell. A mere nascent law dares to judge me? Black magic patterns crazily spread across half of her face, attempting to taint and assimilate the pure white edge of law in Ruan Xingluo's hand. For a moment, black and white struggled furiously at the center of the new world, unable to gain the upper hand. Official live stream of Huaxia. The audience felt their hearts nearly jumping out of their throats. She held on. Goddess Ruan held on. My god, that's the prison demon god. Although it's just a remnant soul, it's still divine. Goddess Ruan can actually face it head on alone? She is no longer that forest fairy who only knew how to create, she is the goddess of judgment and law. Just as everyone was captivated by this confrontation of the sacred and the fallen. At the moment the fallen empress put all her heart into resisting Ruan Xingluo. Zhou Yan moved. He didn't even tear the space, he simply took a simple step forward. With one step down, his figure appeared like a ghost behind the fallen empress. So fast that even the prison demon god did not react. Zhou Yan reached out, and he held a completely black disc in his palm, though when it appeared was unknown. On that disc, it seemed as if millions of wronged souls were silently howling. Debt collection disc of all resentment. He looked at the distorted and swollen back before him, twisted by demon god power, his gaze held no pity, only a cold indifference. You have enslaved so many souls. Now, it's time to pay your debts. The moment the words fell, he slammed the debt collection disc against the back of the fallen empress's heart. Smack. A soft sound. No energy explosion, no rule collision. The instant the debt collection disc hit, invisible black lines of causality, unseen by mortal eyes, were forcefully drawn from the depths of Long Yingshua's soul, connecting to the disc. No. What is this? The prison demon god let out an extremely terrified shriek. It felt that the connection between it and this vessel was being forcibly stripped away by an incomprehensible and unresistible supreme rule. Zhou Yan. You dare. Zhou Yan remained indifferent, simply spitting out two words. Strip away. Boom. The enormous, dark, brutal and resentful demon soul of the prison demon god was like a tumor ripped straight from flesh, being pulled piece by piece out of Long Yingxue by the debt collection disc. Roar, I will not accept this. The demon god roared and struggled, but it was futile. And Long Yingxue, having lost the support of the demon god's power and suffering the backlash of soul stripping, could no longer maintain her form, body and soul disintegrating. Cracks spread across her like shattered porcelain, inch by inch, from her body and soul. The half of her face covered in magic patterns quickly faded, restoring to its original state, yet on that face, only endless emptiness and silence remained. Zhou Yan did not even glance at the vanishing Long Yingxue. He stretched out his other hand toward the furious, howling demon soul that had been dragged out, and casually squeezed. Screech! The sharp, mournful cry abruptly ceased. The once invincible soul of the demon lord, in his palm, transformed into a pure soul energy orb. A palm-sized, octopus-like chaotic creature suddenly emerged from nowhere, affectionately rubbing its tentacles against Zhou Yan's finger. It was the Chaos Devourer. I'll reward you with this, have it as a snack. With a flick of his finger, the soul energy orb was swallowed whole by the Chaos Devourer, which let out a satisfied burp and vanished. The entire process was smooth and effortless. It felt as if what had been crushed was not a demon lord but an insignificant ant. In the live broadcast room, there was a deathly stillness. Everyone was completely stunned by the swift and decisive scene. At this moment, the soon-to-be shattered Long Yingxue glanced at the vibrant and perfectly ordered new world behind Wan Xingluo. In her eyes, a trace of true enlightenment and liberation emerged. She murmured softly, her voice so faint it was almost inaudible. So this is true power. As her words fell, her body and soul transformed into dots of light, completely dissipating into the void that she had personally destroyed and was now recreated by another. Thus, the number one female in the martial arts world of Huaxia, Long Yingxue, completely perished. Between the new world and the remnants of the old, there was silence. A figure wearing an elegant suit, with gold-rimmed glasses and a refined demeanor, slowly emerged. It was Bart, the supreme arbiter of this national luck arena battle. He first glanced at the continent ruins that had completely turned to dust, then at the flawless and boundless new world behind Wan Xingluo. Finally, his deep gaze settled on Zhou Yan and Wan Xingluo, lingering for a long time. After a while, he adjusted his glasses and, in a tone devoid of emotion yet infused with supreme authority, slowly announced. The outcome of the National Luck Arena battle is now determined. The martial arts of Huaxia, the world is destroyed, national luck extinguished. Huaxia wins decisively. Boom! With his pronouncement, the pillar of national luck belonging to martial arts Huaxia collapsed violently, turning to dust. The black dragon, born from its essence, let out a mournful cry as it was swallowed by a golden dragon of Huaxia, which had grown several times larger, descending from the sky. Roar! Having absorbed all the opposing national luck essence, the Huaxia golden dragon reached an unprecedented peak, its roar echoing around the globe. The battle was completely over. Ruan Xingluo waved her hand, and the core seal representing the ruins of birth slowly flew out, merging into her created new world. From then on, this vast and mysterious realm would become Huaxia's unique backyard, a place of limitless resources. Happiness Community, Building 13, Room 404. Zhou Yan and Wan Xingluo's figures appeared out of thin air. After the earth-shattering battle, returning to this familiar and warm little home, the divinity and majesty in Wan Xingluo's eyes gradually faded, returning to the gentle girl she truly was. She looked at Zhou Yan, wanting to say something, but Zhou Yan took her hand and placed something newly formed on her wrist. It was a bracelet woven from an unknown black crystal, translucent and sparkling, as if there was a soft glow flowing within, radiating an aura that suppressed all things. What is this? Ruan Xingluo asked curiously. It was refined from a trace of the demon lord's prison essence. Zhou Yan helped her put it on, softly saying, "From now on, it can help you suppress mental demons and make you immune to all spiritual pollution. Your path is creation and rebirth, pure and flawless. All the filth in this world, leave it to me to handle." Feeling the tranquil and mighty protective power from the bracelet, and hearing Zhou Yan's words, her eyes turned slightly red. She did not speak, just stood on tiptoe and gently kissed Zhou Yan's cheek. Outside the window, the sunlight was just right. Chapter 152, The Painted Skin. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting warm spots of light on the wooden floor. The air was filled with the aroma of fried eggs, mixed with a faint, oppressive tranquility. Ruan Xinglua sat at the dining table, swaying her wrist, the black crystal bracelet condensed from the essence of a demon god glowed deeply in the morning light. An unprecedented sense of peace slowly flowed from her wrist into her limbs and even to the depths of her soul. "What are you thinking?" Zhou Yan placed 2 plates of perfectly cooked soft-boiled eggs on the table and casually asked. "I was thinking, this calm feels a bit unreal." Ruan Xinglua lifted her head, her eyes reflecting Zhou Yan's figure. Zhou Yan pulled out a chair, sat down, tapped her plate, and smiled, "Then eat more, feel the real taste of life." "Mum." The two smiled at each other, not saying much more, but that mutual understanding and warmth spoke louder than 1,000 words. The television in the living room was on, playing the morning news. Yesterday, after our country's luck dragon devoured the luck of the enemy nation, within the borders of Blue Star's Huaxia, we officially welcomed an unprecedented golden age. The host's voice in the news was trembling with excitement. The shot switched to a park. An elderly man with white hair was slowly practicing Tai Chi, each movement ordinary and unremarkable. In the next second, he pushed with both palms, and a faint golden dragon shadow made entirely of pure energy roared out from his palms, smashing a half-person high rockery in front of him. The old man was stunned, staring at his hands in confusion. The shot changed again. In a college entrance examination simulation room, a bespectacled boy was scribbling furiously, when suddenly, he jolted, as the last complex math problem in front of him presented a complete solution in his mind. Experts analyze this as a manifestation of national luck feeding back, showing a significant leap in the mental and physical abilities of the entire population. Currently, the latest contribution system launched by Huaxia's spirit realm has replaced housing near good schools and luxury goods, becoming the new goal pursued by everyone. The scenes on the television were vibrant, and the whole of Huaxia was immersed in a previously unseen, exuberant atmosphere. But Zhou Yan slightly furrowed his brows. "Too fast," he said softly. Ruan Xinglua looked over in confusion. "This kind of hasty growth is unstable and will surely lead to trouble." Just as Zhou Yan finished speaking, Ruan Xinglua's specially encrypted phone suddenly emitted a sharp buzzing. It was the highest priority communication request. Caller ID, Lin Angua. Ruan Xinglua's heart tightened, and she quickly connected the call, switching to speaker mode. Lin Angua's voice came through, incredibly serious, even with a hint of exhaustion. "Comrade Xinglua. Director Lin, what happened?" "There's a problem. A big problem." Lin Angua's voice was filled with deep worry. "The energy from the national luck feedback is too enormous, too overwhelming. Our technical team has just detected that the world barrier of Blue Star is being passively diluted and stretched thin by this massive energy. This dilution is causing the integration speed between our reality and those unknown strange worlds to..." Lin Angua paused, then uttered a number that made Ruan Xinglua's pupils shrink. "Exceed our worst case estimate by 100 times. 100 times. Ruan Xinglua knew exactly what this meant. However, before she could respond, beep, beep, beep. A series of even sharper and more urgent alarm sounds suddenly exploded from Lin Angua's receiver, as well as from the highest level alarm in Zhou Yan and Ruan Xinglua's home. It was the highest level red alert. Lin Angua yelled on the other end, "The alarm is from the transit station in Magic City. In the city center. Oh no." Before the words fell, all screens around the world with international channels, whether it was a mobile phone, computer, or outdoor display, were forcibly switched at the same time. The image was a satellite view of the magical city. Right in the most bustling and iconic city center of that city. A commercial building towering hundreds of meters was being swallowed inch by an indiscernible, thick black mist, starting from its foundation. The black mist seemed alive. After engulfing the entire building, it crazily began to spread outwards. 1 kilometer. 5 kilometers. In less than 10 minutes. A radius of 10 kilometers of absolute darkness emerged, like an ink stain dropped by God, turning the core area of the magical city into an independent, terrifying zone completely overlapping with the real world. At the bottom of the screen, a series of crimson big characters, automatically popped up by the highest notarization system, burned everyone's eyes. Warning, SSS level uninhabited strange domain detected. Location, Blue Star Huaxia Magical City. The world fell into silence. After a brief silence, a wave of uproar flooded in. My god! An SSS-level strange domain appeared in the magical city, the most densely populated area of Huaxia. What is happening? Didn't they just achieve a great victory? Could it be retribution? Amidst the doubts and panic, in the last official live broadcast room of the beautiful country, a strange studies expert who had lucked out from the purge appeared on camera, revealing a twisted smile of schadenfreude. I've said it before. I warned the whole world. Excessive national luck is never a blessing, it is a curse. Like a torch in the dark night, it attracts the most terrifying, greedy moths. Look! This is the price of their arrogance. This is the backlash from a higher dimensional existence. Their time of reaping what they sow is here. Just as he passionately delivered his doomsday speech. Over the magical city, the black mist covering a 10-kilometer area began to slowly dissipate. However, what appeared before the eyes of the global audience was not a ruined wasteland. Instead, it was a city. A city filled with ancient Huaxia charm, pavilions and towers, intricately carved beams and painted rafters. On the streets, there were even shadows of people in bustling traffic, looking incredibly prosperous and thriving like an ancient capital. It abruptly appeared in the center of a 21st-century international metropolis. The live global broadcast camera slowly zoomed in, focusing on the plaque at the main gate of that ancient city. On the plaque, written in thick, viscous blood, were three sinister large characters: Painted Skin Capital. Painted Skin Capital. Lin Angui in the command center on the other end of the communication channel gritted his teeth, uttering those three words slowly. Even these three words carried a spine-chilling, bone-deep eeriness. Chapter 153, Forceful Infiltration. The 1st, 3rd, and 7th squads of the Dragon Team have gathered at the edge of the strange domain. In 5 minutes, forceful infiltration to explore the internal rules. Lin Angui's order was decisive and quick, without any hesitation. This was the pinnacle of extraordinary combat power in Huaxia, a stabilizing force. However, only 10 minutes later. In the command center, the life signal lights representing all members of the 3 elite squads turned from alive green to unknown gray simultaneously. Following that, a segment of footage recorded on the helmet of an infiltrating team member, desperately transmitted back, appeared on the big screen in the command center. The image shook violently. A top expert of the Dragon Team was retreating in fear, wearing exoskeleton armor. In front of him, a vendor who was originally selling candied hawthorns by the street, with a kind smile on his face, slowly walked towards him. "Dear guest, your skin seems a bit old." The vendor smiled and extended his hand. In the next second, the screams of the Dragon Team expert suddenly ceased. The skin on his face appeared to be peeled off by an invisible hand, revealing a bloody, featureless flesh membrane. And the peeled-off skin, showing a look of terror, floated down and perfectly merged onto the vendor's face. Instantly, the vendor's face possessed the features of the Dragon Team expert, and he even showed a strange smile to the camera. This skin fits quite well. The scene abruptly cut off. In the command center, there was a deathly silence. Everyone felt an icy chill rushing from the soles of their feet to the crown of their heads. This eerie domain forbids all force. Anyone attempting to use the power of the rules, or even pure physical strength, would be instantly assimilated and skinned, becoming a member of that bizarre city. Damn it! Lin Angui slammed his fist on the control panel, his eyes red with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. How are we supposed to fight? Even China's top Dragon Team was instantly defeated. Sending in more people would only add new residents to that bizarre skin city. Just as the high-level officials of China were at a loss. A young officer quickly walked over to Lin Angui, hesitating to speak. "Director Lin, the members of the Celestial Sensation Society volunteered, saying they have a way to resolve Skin City." Celestial Sensation Society? Lin Angui furrowed his brows tightly. He had heard of this name. It was a radical organization formed by the top new generation of extraordinary people in China after the national fortune was restored. Nonsense! Lin Angui scolded, a group of young people whose minds are clouded by power. Send them back. This is not a place for them to seek attention. Wait. A cold voice echoed as Ruan Xinglua and Zhou Yan had arrived at the command center without notice. Ruan Xinglua looked at the strange ancient city on the screen, her expression serious. "Director Lin, let them in. Now, we cannot miss any possible chance." A few minutes later, a young man, surrounded by members of the Celestial Sensation Society, walked into the command center. He was very young, appearing to be only in his early 20s, handsome, with an intense and almost fanatical confidence and ambition burning in his eyes. He was the president of the Celestial Sensation Society, Ying Tianchang. "Director Lin, Ms. Ruan." Ying Tianchang's gaze swept over the two, his face showing a polite yet distant smile. "I believe you have seen that traditional combat methods are ineffective against Skin City." Lin Angui suppressed his anger. "What do you propose?" "Propose?" Ying Tianchang chuckled lightly, as if he had heard something amusing. I don't have a solution, because it isn't a problem that needs solving at all. At this, everyone was shocked. Before Lin Angua could react, Ng Tiancheng's voice suddenly rose, filled with astonishing charisma. Director Lin, Ms. Ruan. The times have changed. The old generation's mindset of encircling and eliminating the strange has become utterly outdated. He spread his arms wide, gazing at the Skin City on the screen with fervent admiration, as if appreciating a perfect piece of art. The appearance of Skin City is not a disaster, on the contrary, it is the first gift bestowed upon us by heaven after we enter the Golden Age. A perfect breeding ground for evolution. Evolution? Ruan Xinglua spoke coldly. You call that losing oneself and becoming a soulless skin monster evolution? Ng Tiancheng turned his gaze towards Ruan Xinglua, and his eyes held a hint of pity. Ms. Ruan, forgive my bluntness, but your realm is too low to comprehend higher life forms. They have cast aside meaningless struggles between individuals and achieved absolute harmony within the group, that is the perfect embodiment of the unity of heaven and humanity. We must not continue to harbor fear towards the strange. What we should do is to give up resistance, actively embrace and integrate, in order to achieve faster and higher dimensional evolution. This statement by Ng Tiancheng was broadcasted live through some special channels. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Across China, especially among the young people who gained strength through the country's fortunes and desperately wanted to become stronger, this astonishing statement ignited them instantly. Wow! President Ng is amazing. This vision, this thought, outshines those old fossils by 100 streets. Exactly. Why should the strange be necessarily bad? Why can't we coexist with them, even integrate their power? Ng Tiancheng. My God! He is the one who can truly lead us to the altar. Countless young people longing for power, at that moment, worshipped Ng Tiancheng as their only idol and spiritual mentor. You are inciting the hearts of the people. Lin Angua trembled with anger. I am just speaking the truth. Ng Tiancheng smiled lightly, slightly bowing to Lin Angua and Ruan Xinglua. Paths differ, we cannot collaborate. Since you fear to move forward, then let us, the Celestial Association, pave a new avenue for China and all humanity. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly turned around and strode out of the command center. Stop him! Lin Angua shouted angrily. However, it was all too late. Ng Tiancheng had already led his most elite Celestial Association members, ignoring all warnings and blockades along the way, as if on a pilgrimage, forcefully breaking into the territory of Huapaidu. They stepped into the ancient city's boundary. On the streets, countless Huapaigui instantly stopped their actions, turning their hollow eyes in unison toward these unexpected guests. The eerie, silent atmosphere was enough to drive any S-class powerhouse to the brink of collapse. Chapter 154, Feel their existence with your heart. The elites of the Celestial Association were all pale, some instinctively wanting to summon the power within them. Don't move! Ng Tiancheng's low shout seemed to carry some kind of soothing power. Put away your ridiculous killing intent and vigilance, and feel their existence with your heart. As he spoke, he took a step forward alone. What he faced was the Huapaigui transformed by the Dragon Team's expert. Ng Tiancheng slowly closed his eyes. He did not summon any aggressive power, instead, a circle of soft, almost tangible spiritual energy radiated from him. The aura was filled with goodwill, acceptance, and affinity. He used his spiritual energy not to attack, but to resonate and induce. A vague yet extremely clear voice echoed in the hearts of all Huapaigui. We are kindred. We have come to return home. The Huapaigui transformed by the Dragon Team's expert revealed a ripple of emotion in its hollow eyes for the first time. It tilted its head, as if listening and pondering. The corners of Ng Tiancheng's mouth gradually curled into a smile full of utmost confidence. Look! They are welcoming us. Ng Tiancheng's smile was infinitely magnified in the live broadcast shots. That smile was filled with disdain for the old era, and a sense of control over the new world. Under the soothing influence of his gentle spiritual energy, those previously silent Huapaigui on the streets indeed stirred with a hint of humanity in their hollow eyes. They no longer regarded the members of the Celestial Association as intruders. A vendor selling candied hawthorn even handed a bright red skewer of candied fruit to a young member of the Celestial Association. The young man turned pale with fear, but seeing Ng Tiancheng's encouraging gaze, he took it tremblingly. Everything seemed to be developing in the direction Ng Tiancheng had predicted. He led the Celestial Association, like a king inspecting his territory, moving forward boldly, finding the most luxurious theater in the central square of Huapaidu. Designated as a temporary stronghold. What's more, in the astonished gaze of countless livestream viewers, a painted skin specter with the strength reaching the malicious level, dressed in a blood-red wedding gown, actually step by step walked in front of Ng Tiancheng. Ng Tiancheng burst into laughter. Look! They long to merge with us. This is the will of the universe, the true meaning of evolution. In front of everyone, he took the cold hand of the painted skin bride and held a strange and grand wedding in the theater. He succeeded. He seemed to have truly become the master of Painted Skin City. Inside the command center, the atmosphere was suffocating to the extreme. Lin Angguo looked at the screen, where Ying Tiancheng was filled with satisfaction and even started to drink and make merry with the painted skin bride, and his temples throbbed in anger. Madman. They're simply a group of madmen. They're attempting to grab the tiger by its skin, inviting the wolf into the house. However, no matter how angry he was, the truth was that Ying Tiancheng and his celestial society were safe and sound in Painted Skin City, even appearing to have everything going well. Yet, his most elite dragon team had completely wiped out without even understanding the enemy's rules. A deep sense of helplessness enveloped this Ironblood leader. Director Lin. Zhou Yan, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. His gaze calmly fell on Ruan Xingluo. What does the painted skin fear the most? Ruan Xingluo's eyes froze, meeting his gaze. Zhou Yan's voice was clear and steady, as though it contained a power that pierced through the essence of things. It's the truth. You don't need to fight, you just need to let them see their true selves. Ruan Xingluo instantly understood. She no longer looked at that absurd wedding on the screen, but turned around and took steps towards the command center's door. Xingluo. Lin Angguo called out urgently, what are you going to do? Ruan Xingluo did not stop her footsteps, only a clear and determined voice came. I'm going to set up a mirror. In the next moment, under everyone's gaze, Ruan Xingluo stepped alone into the strange city shrouded in blood. She did not calm or resonate like Ying Tiancheng. She simply walked quietly to the most conspicuous street corner of Painted Skin City. Countless painted skin specters instantly focused their gazes on her, with scrutiny and malice. Ruan Xingluo remained indifferent to this. She extended her delicate, pale hand, palm facing up. A strand of faint light blossomed in her palm. That was the power of the budding ruins, representing the world's origin, the power of new life. The light soared into the sky, beginning to condense, shape, and extend in midair. In a single breath, a massive mirror, reaching a height of hundreds of meters and a width of dozens of meters, with a surface as smooth as water and clear to the extreme, rose from the ground. The mirror of reality was born. The moment the mirror appeared, the entire Painted Skin City seemed to be enraged. All painted skin specters froze in their actions, they turned in unison, and their hollow eyes fixed fiercely on Ruan Xingluo, bursting with endless malice. Buzz. An invisible mental shockwave surged towards Ruan Xingluo like a tsunami from all directions. That mental force was filled with twisted, false, and fallen will, aiming to corrupt her too, to drape her with a layer of false skin. Ruan Xingluo's face turned pale instantly, her body slightly swaying. Maintaining such a huge mirror of reality consumed terrifying amounts of energy, and now she had to endure the collective attack from the entire ghostly realm. However, just as those spiritual contaminations were about to touch her, the black crystal bracelet on her wrist suddenly glowed with a deep, mysterious light. Prison bracelet. All spiritual pollution was absorbed and suppressed by the bracelet, unable to harm her in the slightest. Ruan Xingluo gritted her teeth, beads of sweat oozing from her forehead, appearing a bit disheveled, yet she still desperately maintained the existence of that mirror. This scene was clearly presented to the entire people of Huaxia through the livestream. The bullet comments exploded in an instant. Ying Tiancheng is truly incredible. He is the real expert in the bazaar. He has even started to build his harem inside. Wow, that painted skin bride is so impressive. What is Goddess Ruan doing? She's been holding a mirror for such a long time, what's the use? She even made herself look so messy. The gap is clear. President Ying is the future, Goddess Ruan is sigh, the times have changed, and her thoughts can't keep up. Exactly. Look how terribly she is being attacked, while President Ying is having a party, the difference is too great. In the live broadcast room, for the first time, Ying Tiancheng's support rate completely surpassed that of the revered savior goddess Ruan Xingluo. Chapter 155, Heart Invasion. Inside the theater, wine glasses clinked as they were exchanged. Ying Tiancheng proudly held his painted skin bride, listening to his subordinates mock Ruan Xingluo, with a smirk on his lips. A mirror? What a naive and ridiculous idea. She doesn't understand that these new lives have long since despised their ugly past and embraced a perfect falsehood. What she is doing will only lead to her own demise. At that moment, a timid voice chimed in. Big brother. Everyone turned to see a little girl in a tattered dress, with pigtails, standing pitifully at the door, tears on her face. She looked to be no more than 7 or 8 years old, her big eyes filled with fear and helplessness. The guards of Tianrenui furrowed their brows but relaxed their vigilance when they saw she was just an ordinary little girl. The president is having a joyful day, little sister. Is there something you need? The little girl spoke in a weak, tiny voice. I'm hungry. Can I have a cup of wedding wine? Go away, don't cause a ruckus here. The guard waved his hand impatiently. Let her in. Ying Tiancheng's voice rang out, laced with a hint of drunkenness and lofty kindness. Today is my great joy, so consider it doing good. The little girl's eyes instantly shone with gratitude as she took small, hesitant steps towards the center of the banquet where Ying Tiancheng stood. No one noticed that beneath her lowered head, her lips had curled into an inhuman grin. And no one saw the 5 pitch-black, sharp claws, glittering with a metallic sheen, silently extending from her frail back. The fearsome aura was perfectly reined in. She was just one step away from the prideful Ying Tiancheng. At that moment, as if accidentally, she raised her head and glanced toward the distant street corner. She saw the massive and clear mirror of truth held high by Ruan Xingluo. In the mirror was a reflection. The figure was not that of a cute little girl in a tattered dress with pigtails. Instead, it was a terrifying monster with a green face, sharp fangs, bleeding eyes, covered in sores, exuding endless resentment and malice. No! A inhuman, piercing scream erupted from the depths of the beggar girl's throat. In the mirror, the demon with the green face and sores all over its body was its true self. Crack crack. Faint shattering sounds were heard. The layer of disguise that pretended to be innocent and cute began to crack and peel away inch by inch under the reflection of truth. This scream was like a thunder that struck the silent lake, instantly detonating the entire painted skin. On the long street, all the painted skin monsters enveloped by the glow of the mirror of truth saw, at the same time, the self they were most unwilling to face in the mirror. The candy hawker appeared in the mirror as a decapitated, rotten corpse. The songstress who sang seductive tunes appeared in the mirror as a ghost with its tongue cut out, tears of blood streaming from its eyes. The rickshaw puller appeared in the mirror as a skeleton, worn out and starved to the bone, having literally worked himself to death. Their carefully woven and indulged false prosperity for hundreds of years, their proud human skin, was, at this moment, ruthlessly and thoroughly torn to shreds by a single mirror. Fake. All fake. Kill you. Tear off your skin. You are also fake. After a brief dead silence, came a madness that could end the world. All the painted skins went crazy. They abandoned the attack on Ruan Xingluo and turned with the most venomous eyes and the most frenzied postures to pounce on the nearest kindred. They frantically tore at each other's faces, as well as their own faces. Layers of human skin were ripped off, revealing the hideous, terrifying, or sorrowful true forms underneath. The entire painted skin world instantly fell from a false paradise into the most chaotic and bloody night of 100 demons. In the theater, Ying Tiancheng's smile completely froze on his face. The painted bride beside him also saw herself in the mirror. She was not a stunning bride, but a skeleton draped in a phoenix crown and colorful robes, with 2 points of ghostly fire flickering in her eye sockets. Who? The skeletal bride let out a meaningless howl, and her bony claws lunged fiercely toward Ying Tiancheng's face. Ying Tiancheng, terrified, pushed her away with all his might. He watched as his delicate wife turned into bones, saw the evil spirits in the city turn on each other, and those strange beings that had just submitted to him now fell into primal chaos. His lofty ideals of coexisting and integrating with the strange, guiding them toward evolution, collapsed completely before the cruel reality. The barrage in the live stream room, after 3 seconds of silence, completely reversed in an unprecedented manner. What the hell? So that's it. Ruan Goddess is awesome. A single mirror breaks all laws. This is a truly dimensional strike. Ying Tiancheng is worth nothing. He is just a clown. Almost got decapitated by his skeletal bride. The facts prove that reasoning with the strange is the biggest joke in the world. Goddess is mighty. Ying Tiancheng looked at the hellish scene before him, listening to the screams of his subordinates, his entire being felt as if struck by lightning, his face ashen. His dreams, his path, his heavenly man meeting, at this moment, had become a complete joke. At this time, the madness and chaos of the entire painted skin world suddenly came to a halt. An indescribable, heart-pounding terrifying pressure slowly awakened from the tightly closed painted building in the center of the capital. The aura of peak of the strange enveloped the entire sky like ink. The final boss, thousand-faced heart demon, had been stirred. It had no fixed form. It flowed out from the painted building, like in formless mist, or like a stream reflecting all the appearances of the world. It ignored the chaos of the city, its gaze locking directly onto the source of all this, Ruan Xingluo. A warm and magnetic voice resonated directly in Ruan Xingluo's mind, filled with endless temptation. Why hurt them with reality? Look, they are suffering so much. Isn't false beauty also a form of happiness? The thousand-faced heart demon began to unleash its most powerful ability, heart invasion. It was searching for the most perfect and irresistible image in Ruan Xingluo's heart. In the next second, the ever-changing mist began to gather and take shape in front of Ruan Xingluo. Its form, contour, clothing. Then came the face, the gaze, and the familiar, reassuring smile at the corner of the lips. Even that unique, cool, and steady aura belonging to him was captured perfectly. The thousand-faced heart demon had perfectly transformed into the likeness of Zhou Yan. He stood there, his eyes filled with tenderness and concern, just like every time Ruan Xinglua felt exhausted, and he looked at her. He slowly spoke, his voice was so familiar, so irresistible. Xinglua, stop. Put down this mirror, and don't hurt them anymore. Come to my side. Looking at that familiar face, carved into her bones, hearing that gentle call capable of melting icebergs. Ruan Xinglua's breath indeed stilled for a moment. Her heart did indeed waver slightly. That was Zhou Yan. He would put a coat on her when she was tired, serve her a soft-boiled egg when she woke up, and guard her with his whole life, Zhou Yan. She was almost nodding, almost putting down the heavy mirror of truth. However, at that moment, the pitch-black sealing bracelet on her wrist suddenly emitted a chilling cold air. That coolness surged through her meridians and instantly flooded her mind, completely dispelling the confusion born from the illusion. Ruan Xinglua's dazed eyes instantly regained clarity. She raised her head, quietly looking at the Zhou Yan before her, and suddenly smiled. That smile carried a hint of insight and a trace of subtle mockery. You have become very much like him. But you do not have his heart. The gentle expression on the Zhou Yan formed by the thousand-faced painting demon slightly stiffened. Ruan Xinglua did not give it time to react, her voice cold and firm, each word like a judgment. My husband, he may be lazy, he may like to watch plays, and sometimes he may have a bit of a dark sense of humor. But in his eyes when he looks at me, there is home, there is the entire world we have created together. She extended her other hand and gently pointed at the illusion's eyes. And in your eyes, there is nothing. Only a hollow void that wants to swallow everything, nothingness. You, only you. As her words fell, Ruan Xinglua no longer hesitated. She did not launch any attack but instead slowly and firmly directed the enormous mirror of truth at the thousand-faced painting demon before her. Buzz. The mirror's surface shimmered with light. Everyone in the livestream paused their breath, wanting to see the true face of this SSS-level domain master, how terrifying it really was. However, what was reflected in the mirror was neither Zhou Yan's image nor any terrifying ghost. Not even a fixed form existed. There was nothing at all. It was as if the primordial singularity before the birth of the universe, a space of absolute, pure nothingness where not even light and dark existed. It was nothing at all. Seeing this scene, Ying Tiancheng, whose face was ashen in the ruins of the theater, felt his pupils suddenly constrict to the extreme. He understood in an instant. The painting skin demon needs a painting skin because it has a malignant cursed core within itself. And the source of this painting skin, this thousand-faced painting demon. It doesn't even have a core. It is emptiness itself. No, impossible. The thousand-faced painting demon looked at the nothingness in the mirror, and for the first time, its voice perfectly mimicking Zhou Yan showed distortion and tremor. Ruan Xinglua's voice, like the final judgment, shattered its last cornerstone of existence. You have no heart, so you cannot create anything real. Boom! This statement was like a divine thunder of creation, ruthlessly striking down upon that nothingness. No. A scream that could not be described in words erupted from that void, filled with ultimate fear of self-existence. Its greatest power was to see into people's hearts, transforming into their most desired form. Its greatest fear was its own hollowness and nothingness. Now, this deepest fear was stripped bare by the mirror of truth, with no disguises left. Under the gaze of billions of viewers, that mist turning into Zhou Yan began to twist and boil violently, then, self-destruct. It was dissipating. Just as this thousand-faced painting demon was about to completely return to nothingness, Ruan Xinglua made an unexpected move. A hint of pity flashed in her eyes. She activated the mark of rebirth within her. A force representing new life and beginning flowed from her fingertips. But it was not an attack. Instead, it was a purest, untainted kindness. That thread of kindness floated down like a seed, gently landing in the collapsing nothingness. Since it is empty, then try starting from kindness. Fill yourself up. The collapse abruptly stopped. The chaos and bloodshed of the entire painted skin city also came to a complete halt at this moment. SSS-level anomaly crisis, resolved. Ying Tiancheng stared blankly at everything. His faith, his pride, his celestial club, had already turned to dust along with that skeleton bride and the crumbling painted heart demon. Soon, the Dragon Team warriors rushed in, taking him and the remaining members of the celestial club away. Awaiting them would be the harshest judgment from all of Huaxia. Huaxia successfully contained this bizarre SSS-level anomaly. Ruan Xinglua slowly descended to the ground, her face slightly pale, and Zhou Yan immediately supported her. While purifying the last remaining core energy of the painted heart demon, Ruan Xinglua suddenly exclaimed, "Eh?" In that energy core about to dissipate, she discovered an extremely tiny spiritual mark. This mark did not belong to the painted heart demon, but seemed more like a backdoor parasitic within its core. Ruan Xinglua extracted this mark, cradled it in her palm, and handed it to Zhou Yan. Take a look, what is this? Zhou Yan's gaze fell upon it, his originally lazy and casual demeanor first turned somewhat strange. He fell silent for a moment, as if recognizing its unique aura. Then, he raised his head, his eyes holding a hint of playfulness and a barely noticeable seriousness. This technique resembles that of an old friend of mine. The corners of Zhou Yan's mouth curved into a mysterious arc. Has he finally lost his patience? Who is he? Ruan Xinglua looked at the meaningful expression on Zhou Yan's face, unable to help but ask. That was not the indifference she showed when facing the jail demon, nor the mockery when facing the painted skin demon, it was a seriousness of facing a worthy opponent. Zhou Yan did not answer immediately. The scene shifted from the ruins of Painted Skin City back to their familiar happy community, Room 101. The sunlight streamed in just right, and in the courtyard, the world tree sapling that Ruan Xinglua had personally planted was stretching its tender green leaves, absorbing the vitality of the new world. Zhou Yan picked up the small silver watering can and leisurely watered the sapling, droplets rolling down the veins of the leaves, clear and bright. Ruan Xinglua patiently waited. Chapter 157, The Chess Player of Fate. She knew that the existence capable of making Zhou Yan show such an expression was probably much more dangerous than any previous enemy. Finally, Zhou Yan set down the watering can, turned around, his gaze more serious than ever before. He calls himself the chess player of fate. The chess player of fate? Ruan Xinglua softly repeated the name, just 4 words brought her a heavy pressure from the depths of her soul. Zhou Yan nodded, his voice low and clear. An ancient conceptual existence born at the very beginning of the universe's law of causality, who takes delight in weaving and observing the fates of all things. During the epochs I have slept through, he seems to have made himself the only playwright of this universe. Ruan Xinglua's pupils slightly contracted. Playwright? Zhou Yan looked into her eyes, explaining word by word. He is neither good nor evil. He is only loyal to the script he has written. And I, as well as all of us who try to break free from his script of free will. Zhou Yan's mouth curled into a somber arc. Are abnormal data and unstable factors in his eyes. As soon as the words fell, at that moment. Boom! Without warning, the entire sky of Blue Star, regardless of day or night, regardless of clear skies or overcast clouds, was suddenly covered by endless starlight. Those were not true stars, but points of light manifested from pure laws of power. Hundreds of millions of stars suddenly converged, arranged, and combined. In the astonished gaze of 7 billion people around the world, an incredibly clear and gigantic line of words, seemingly about to crush the sky, floated above the firmament. It was a form of expression transcending all known languages, any civilization. Any race, upon seeing it in an instant, can instantly understand its meaning. The script of destiny, Act 1, The Elegy of the Desert Sea, is about to be performed. Starring, Blue Planet Oil Kingdom. Audience, all civilizations of the Blue Planet. What is this? Oh my god. In the sky, words are appearing in the sky. A script? Who is acting? Is this some global joke? Global panic. Countless people rushed out of their homes, looking up at the sky, their faces filled with incredible fear. This was no simple arrival of a strange realm. This is a cosmic presence, taking the entire planet as the stage, with a sovereign nation as the actor, openly announcing a destined tragedy. Far away in the Middle East, the Oil King's capital was plunged into immense chaos and riots. Mia, who was handling post-war matters in the command center, suddenly burst out of the tent. When she saw that cold proclamation in the sky, this battle-hardened general's face instantly turned as white as paper. Before humanity could recover from this shock, the starry words in the sky began to slowly change and flow. Eventually, they formed a more detailed and colder plot synopsis. A judgment from fate that could not be erased by any technology or extraordinary power. People around the world clearly saw that text. 3 days later, the Abyss Sandworm King sleeping beneath the kingdom will awaken. It will devour the black gold spring on which the kingdom depends for survival, and completely destroy its capital. To devour the black gold spring, to destroy the capital. For the Oil Kingdom, this is no different than a decree of annihilation. Despair spread like a plague, crazily infecting every inch of the kingdom's land. However, just when everyone thought this was the final judgment, the cold starry words changed again. A smaller but even more glaring annotation appeared below that plot synopsis. Path to survival, before the Sandworm King awakens, its youngest princess, Mia Shea, must be offered as a bride sacrifice at the sleeping altar to quench its eternal hunger, allowing the kingdom to be preserved. Boom! If the previous proclamation was a death sentence, then this line of text was a slaughter knife handed to everyone. A knife pointed at their national hero, Princess Mia. The Oil King's palace instantly turned into a boiling pot of chaos. Quick! Call the High Priest. And immediately send the highest level of distress signal to the Star Council. Request their chief astrologer to perform a divination. The old king, looking ashen, roared with all his might. They could not accept, nor were they willing to accept this so-called path to survival. Half an hour later. The strongest prophetic system of the royal family, the high priest guarding the fate sand table, along with a hurriedly arriving astrologer from the Star Council through the interstellar transmission array, began their divination at the same time. On the sand table, the golden grains representing Mia, no matter how they struggled, eventually slid into the blood-colored whirlpool representing the sandworm. In the star chart, the star representing Mia dimmed, firmly locked by a disaster star representing destruction, its trajectory unable to deviate by even a fraction. In the end, the two top diviners in their respective fields collapsed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. They looked up, their eyes filled with identical despair. Your Majesty, the heavens have decreed. It cannot be avoided, it cannot be rewritten. The causality of this event has been completely locked by a supreme power we cannot understand or resist. The probability of its occurrence. The astrologer's voice trembled as he uttered the number that plunged the entire palace into silence. Is 100%. 100%. When this result was made public, the entire oil kingdom was completely divided. Let her go. Let her go for the sacrifice. Princess Mia is our hero, but the country is more important. To ensure all of our survival, sacrificing her is worthwhile. What are the royals hesitating for? Do they want to watch us all perish together? Once regarded as a war goddess by the people, Mia was now like a pack of hyenas smelling blood, showing their fiercest fangs. Some ministers even knelt before the palace gates, crying and forcing the palace to accept their demands. Please, Your Highness the Princess, sacrifice yourself for the great cause of the kingdom. The global broadcast mercilessly showcased all of this to the whole world. Everyone's gaze focused on the girl who was pushed to the forefront. At this moment, the spokesperson of the beautiful nation immediately called an emergency press conference, standing defiantly. We deeply sympathize with the suffering of the people in the oil kingdom. The arrangements of fate are indeed cruel, but sometimes, for the greater good, the sacrifice of individuals is great and necessary. This is a noble spirit of dedication. As the spokesperson spoke, her tone shifted, pointedly glancing towards the east. We hope certain major powers will not attempt to intervene in the established script of fate with brute force. This is a provocation of the cosmic order and a disrespect to the self-rescue choices of the people of the oil kingdom. This speech instantly stirred up huge waves in international public opinion. They were using moral coercion against Huaxia. Attempting to isolate Huaxia before taking action, making any interference by Huaxia seem unjust. The immense pressure felt like invisible mountains, completely weighing down on Mia. She collapsed. Ding ding. Ruan Xingluo's light brain received an encrypted communication request from Mia. Once connected, Mia's tearful voice came through. Xingluo, what should I do? They, my citizens, my ministers, they all want me to die. I don't want to die, I really don't want to die. But if I don't die, my country will be gone. The girl's cries were filled with helplessness and despair, piercing through Ruan Xingluo's heart like a sharp blade. Facing Mia's plea for help, Ruan Xingluo felt an unprecedented difficulty. The opponent was fate itself. Any conventional military intervention seemed powerless. The Huaxia think tank urgently held a top meeting, proposing hundreds of plans overnight. But every plan, in the end, could not bypass that deadlock. The prophecy must be fulfilled. Forced intervention would only lead to even more tragic outcomes, possibly even making Huaxia itself a part of the script. Helpless. Ultimately, Ruan Xingluo took a deep breath and walked into the courtyard. She found Zhou Yan. That man was still leisurely watering the sapling of the world tree as if nothing had happened. As if the announcement in the sky, the world's panic, and Mia's crying were all unrelated to him. Zhou Yan. Ruan Xingluo's voice was a bit dry, Mia Shi. Zhou Yan did not turn around, the clear water pouring from the kettle to nourish the tender green leaves. His voice was calm yet carried a sense of all-knowing ease as he spoke without looking up. He writes the script, we just play our parts. Zhou Yan set down the watering can, slowly turned around, a playful curve forming at the corners of his mouth, his deep eyes sparkling with a light more radiant than the stars above. But, Xingluo. A good actor never only reads the lines from the script. They must learn to improvise. Even. Zhou Yan paused slightly, each word clearly entering Ruan Xingluo's ears. To steal the scene. Ruan Xingluo's pupils shrank suddenly. She looked at Zhou Yan, at his eyes that seemed to see through the entire starry sky, her brain racing. Zhou Yan smiled. He raised a finger and gently shook it. The first line of the script, sacrifice the kingdom's youngest princess, Mia Shi. He paused, the playful curve of his lips deepening. But it only said to sacrifice the princess, it didn't say this princess must be a living person, right? Boom. In Ruan Xingluo's mind, it was as if a thunderclap exploded. Before she could recover from this earth-shattering realization, Zhou Yan's voice rang out again. The second rule of the script, calm the hunger of the king sandworm. It didn't say that besides the flesh and blood of the princess, nothing else could satisfy it. As his words fell, two items suddenly appeared in Zhou Yan's hands. One was a strangely exquisite doll. It looked exactly like Princess Mia, with the same skin texture, hair shine, and even the hint of despair in her eyes was perfectly mimicked. This was the Deceiver doll obtained from Long Yingshui. The other item was a fist-sized sphere, completely black, as if it could swallow all light. It floated quietly in Zhou Yan's palm, occasionally flashing gray arcs of electricity across its surface, releasing wisps of pure destruction, chaos, and finality. This was a high-concentration chaos energy ball made from scrap of the disaster star core. Ruan Xinglua looked at these two items, then at the smile on Zhou Yan's face, and was left completely stunned. She was first shocked, then a sense of absurdity that made her want to laugh and cry at the same time surged in her heart. "Hubby, you." She opened her mouth and took a long time to squeeze out a sentence. "You're too bad." Zhou Yan chuckled lightly, reaching out to playfully tap her nose. To deal with those who like to hide in the shadows and manipulate the fates of others, we must use such unreasonable rogue methods. His gaze softened and was encouraging. "Go ahead. Go be a scene-stealing good actor." The day of the sacrifice arrived. The global live broadcast focused on the vast desert scorched by the blazing sun. In the center of the desert, an ancient altar built of gigantic stones emitted a wild and bloody aura. Wearing a luxurious sacrificial robe adorned with jewels, Miyasai was as pale as a puppet drained of its soul. Under the gaze of the crowd, amidst the mourning, reluctance, and helpless stares of countless citizens from oil-rich nations, she stepped, step by step, towards the altar that would determine her and her country's fate. Above the sky, the declaration of the starry laws still hung high. The script seemed to be unfolding word for word, faithfully being performed. The audience across the world held their breath. The spokesperson for the beautiful country had already worn a victorious smile. 1 step. 2 steps. Mia's toes were about to touch the first step of the altar. At this critical moment. Stop. A cold and delicate shout cut through the sky like thunder. A figure, as fast as lightning, rushed from the horizon and landed firmly between Mia and the altar. The one who came was none other than Ruan Xinglua. She wielded a long gun, her eyes sharp, surveying the surroundings, her voice echoing across the entire live broadcast channel. "Our Huaxia will never tolerate such barbaric and cruel human sacrifice." The crowd erupted in shock. The guards of the oil nation were alarmed, and the leading captain rushed forward, anxiously shouting, "Ms. Ruan, please do not interfere. This is the heavenly mandate arrangement. It's the only way to save our kingdom." "Heavenly mandate?" Ruan Xinglua let out a cold laugh, her gun aimed directly at the opponent, exuding a powerful aura. "Whose heavenly mandate requires the life of an innocent girl to fulfill. Here I stand, Ruan Xinglua, and no one shall let her step onto this altar even half a step." Her words ignited global discourse in an instant. Countless viewers were filled with passion. Huaxia. Huaxia has taken action. So cool. For our ally, is this going to confront the heavenly mandate head-on? The captain's face flushed red, caught in a dilemma. "Ms. Ruan, are you challenging our entire country? If to save one person means making an enemy of a nation, what does it matter?" Ruan Xinglua shook her long gun, a wave of energy surged, directly pushing back several guards in the front row. "Stop her." The conflict erupted in an instant. Ruan Xinglua did not hold back, yet each move was exquisite, firmly keeping dozens of the kingdom's elite in place, preventing them from getting even close to Mia. This sudden clash pushed the atmosphere of the live broadcast to a peak. Everyone thought this was a tragic struggle against fate to save an ally. However, just at that moment, booming, the entire desert began to shake violently, as if some ancient giant beast was waking from the depths of the earth. The altar split open with a thunderous crack. Yellow sand filled the sky, shooting up like a fountain. A head so large it could not be described emerged sharply from the depths of the desert. Its body blocked out the sun, turning day into dusk in an instant. That horrifying pressure, from the pinnacle of life, caused more than half of humanity to faint on the spot. The king of the abyss sandworms has awakened. Its mouth, like a black hole, opened wide, aiming at the tiny and delicious bride on the altar. Despair enveloped everything. But just as the Sandworm King was about to consume heaven and earth, in the chaotic battlefield, Ruan Xingluo's eyes sparkled with a glint. Now is the time. She suddenly hurled the prepared deceiver doll towards the open abyssal mouth. In the thousandth of a second as the deceiver doll flew out, Ruan Xingluo's left hand moved like lightning, stuffing the chaos energy ball that devours light into the doll's chest. Her motions were so quick that even the ultra-high-speed cameras from the global live broadcast only caught a blur. After completing all this, the tension in her eyes turned into a hint of unnoticeable cunning. "Come on, taste this feast." The king of the abyss sandworm's mouth, like a black hole, overshadowed the entire altar. With one gulp, it swallowed the offering, fragrant with princess vibes, into its belly. At this moment, the global live broadcast was dead silent. The king of the oil country rolled his eyes and fainted on the spot. The spokesperson of the beautiful country finally let out a complete smile, full of disdain and confidence. It worked. Above the skies, the star law representing the sacrificial princess shone brilliantly. The prophecy, in its literal sense, has been fulfilled. However, the next second, boom! The Sandworm King, having just swallowed the offering, froze in place, its size comparable to a mountain. As if someone enjoying a meal bit into ultra-high-powered explosives. It seemed a bit indigested. A force of chaos and destruction, far beyond its life's limits, erupted at its core source. Roar! A silent roar transformed into a mental storm, sweeping across the globe. Countless people bled from their 7 orifices and collapsed mentally under this painful roar. The Sandworm King writhed in agony in the desert, its massive body smashing the ancient altar, raising mountains of sand. With each roll, the ground shook violently. The capital was in grave danger. The hearts of all citizens of the oil countries were in their throats. But a strange scene unfolded. The Sandworm King's massive tail fin slammed into the depths of the ground at the edge of the capital with a fierce roll. It did not destroy the capital. Instead, boom! 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 With several muffled bangs, thick black liquid, as viscous as ink, shot up into the sky like a fountain. It was the Black Gold Spring. In extreme pain, it unexpectedly burst through several new veins buried deep underground. The prophecy of devouring the Black Gold Spring was achieved in this absurd manner. Finally, after releasing its final pain, the Sandworm King's massive body gradually stopped struggling. The overloaded chaos energy did not kill it, but instead formed a strange balance with its own power. It fell into a deep sleep lasting 1,000 years. The energy it released, a natural barrier was formed. It not only did not become a disaster that destroyed the nation, but instead turned into a living mine filled with endless energy. And the most powerful guardian beast of the oil country. Above the sky, the judgment made of stars began to flicker violently. Act 1, the sacrificial princess Miyasaya become failure mistake fizz. Judgment logic is confused. Recalculating. The starry words appeared garbled, leaping wildly, and finally, after a reluctant flicker, the text representing Act 1 slowly dissipated. The script of destiny was forcefully torn apart and recklessly rewritten by Zhou Yan in a nearly rogue manner. In the global live broadcast room, after a minute-long silence, a tsunami of discussion erupted. What the hell? Can it be played like this? This is not a hard confrontation with destiny, this is mocking destiny. China. Forever a god. With the crisis lifted, the oil country celebrated nationwide. Countless citizens broke through the guards' blockades, throwing Yuan Xinglua and Princess Mia high into the air, shouting China, treating it as a deity. At this moment of universal celebration, a cold voice came from above the 9 heavens, resonating in the minds of everyone on Blue Star. Interesting. This voice made everyone shudder. It was destiny. It spoke. Then, Act 2. Above the sky, new starry words began to slowly gather. The lies of the ice field, starting now. This time, the words formed by stars coldly pointed to another corner of Blue Star, another ally of China. The North Bear Country. Inside the command center of China, Zhou Yan softly read these words, a trace of unprecedented seriousness flashing in his eyes. Beside him, Yuan Xinglua, who had just escaped death in the oil country, still had the scent of desert gunpowder on her pretty face tense at this moment. North Bear Country destiny is targeting our ally. No. Zhou Yan slowly shook his head, fixing his gaze on the changes happening above the sky. It is targeting us. Before his words had faded, above the sky, the stars that had just been thrown into chaos by the torn Act 1 quickly rearranged and reorganized. This time, it was no longer blood-red stars representing disaster and death. Instead, it was dazzling as gold, pure as sunlight, a brand new text. It was no longer a cold judgment, but a divine oracle filled with grace and glory. In the minds of everyone around the world, this message constructed by starry laws appeared synchronously. Oracle, in the core of the 10,000-year glacier in the extreme north, the legendary protective treasure of North Bear Country, the heart of winter is about to awaken. Chapter 160 The Heart of Winter. Guidance, obtaining it, North Bear Country will rediscover the glory of the ancient giants of winter, and the national fortune will achieve an epic leap. Ritual, the awakening ritual requires the purest royal blood of winter and the unwavering loyalty and pride of the entire nation as the catalyst. Once the oracle emerged, the world was in an uproar. What's going on? This time it's not a disaster? Is it a blessing? Will destiny still grant benefits? The heart of winter. I've read about North Bear Country's myth, that is the treasure left by their creator god. This treatment is simply heaven and earth compared to the oil country. In stark contrast to the previous nationwide panic in the oil country, where everyone seemed to mourn a dead relative. At this moment, in North Bear Country, the nation was in an uproar. Countless robust citizens of North Bear Country flooded into the streets, void of fear, but raising their fists and roaring thunderously. Yura! Glory! This is our glory! The bloodline of the winter giants will awaken in our generation. They were a nation that revered power and glory, and this divine oracle that fell from the sky perfectly matched their pride engraved in their bones. The global live broadcast camera quickly switched to the royal palace of North Bear Country. In the majestic hall crafted like crystal ice, a tall woman with flowing blonde hair walked to the front amidst a frenzy of cheers. She was the matchmaker representative of the Northern Bear Kingdom, the Princess Ivan, known for her bold character and strong will. Dressed in a silver-white military uniform, she stood tall like a javelin, with flames burning in her deep blue eyes. Facing the cameras from around the world, she first looked up, gazing at the heavens that gave the divine decree. I, Ivan Romanov, in the name of the Northern Bear Kingdom's royal family. Her voice resonated through the sound system, spreading across the blue planet. Thank fate for its favor. Her tone shifted as she slightly raised her chin, carrying an air of undeniable pride. But the glory of our Northern Bear Kingdom never requires anyone's charity. However, we also never refuse the gifts that the strong rightly deserve. The global livestream instantly erupted. Wow! Princess Ivan is still so fierce. What she said, why does it feel a bit off? Princess Ivan ignored the discussions, her blue gaze sweeping across the camera as if locking eyes with someone. This time, we will prove to all worlds that our Northern Bear Kingdom is the strongest fighting nation on the blue planet. We will grasp our own glory with our own hands. She intentionally emphasized the words our own hands. Then, a pointed remark rang out like thunder. We do not need any outside help. As her words fell, the atmosphere in the China Command Center dropped to freezing point. Ruan Xinglua furrowed her brows tightly. What does she mean? Is she deliberately drawing a line with us? The crisis of the oil nation was clear to the whole world. Everyone knew that it was China that tore up the script of destiny. Ivan's words at this moment were like a declaration to the world: our Northern Bear Kingdom is not as weak as the oil nation, we do not need China's protection, we can handle this ourselves. She is too arrogant. Ruan Xinglua whispered, is the script of destiny so easy to play? Zhou Yan remained silent, quietly watching the spirited Princess Ivan on the screen, witnessing the enthusiastic citizens of the Northern Bear Kingdom behind her. Until Princess Ivan finished her speech and exited amidst a wave of hurrahs, Zhou Yan finally spoke softly. The lies of the ice field. He repeated this name, a cold curve curling at the corners of his mouth. What a lie. In this world, where is there a free lunch? Zhou Yan's eyes suddenly turned sharp as a knife, as if to pierce through the screen and see through all the illusions behind this glory. Especially when the one giving you lunch just tried to kill your friend. In the China livestream, the comments cascaded down like a waterfall, with countless people sensing a hint of something eerie behind the glory. What is up with this Ivan? Ungrateful? We just helped the oil nation, and she doesn't appreciate it, but instead, she steps on us? Don't be naive up there, this is called politics. The Northern Bear Kingdom has always wanted to be the tough guy of the blue planet. How could they admit they need our help? Something feels off, brothers. Could destiny be so kind? One moment they want to destroy a nation, the next they give out epic benefits? That's faster than my ex-girlfriend's mood swings. Thinking deeply is terrifying. There must be a massive pit behind this gift. The Northern Bear Kingdom is being sold out and counting the money. In stark contrast was the joint livestream room of the beautiful nation and the European Union. The atmosphere there was like a festive celebration. Awesome. I knew the proud Northern Bear Kingdom would never align with China. Well done, Princess Ivan. Let them fight among themselves. Does China think saving one oil nation makes them a savior? Ridiculous. Waiting for a good show. Hopefully, the Northern Bear Kingdom and China fall out completely, and we can reap the benefits. Long live destiny. The external whirlwind of public opinion had zero impact on the hearts of the Northern Bear Kingdom ignited by glory. 3 days later. Under the gaze of a global live broadcast, Princess Ivan personally led the charge. Dressed in military attire, she stood on the review platform. Behind her were the most elite forces of the Northern Bear Nation, the Winter Guard. Every soldier wore silver-white rune battle armor, wielding guns forged from ice steel, their breath condensing into frost in the harsh cold, but their eyes burned with fiery intensity. An honor expedition army composed of 3,000 Winter Guard soldiers and over 10,000 logistics soldiers marched with great momentum toward the extreme northern glacier, guided by the fervent cheers of countless citizens shouting Yura. This was a globally watched treasure hunt. Yet in Zhou Yan's eyes, it felt more like a meticulously staged funeral. On the 7th day of the expedition entering the extreme northern glacier, they encountered the first wave of tests. Woo! A piercing wolf howl tore through the snowstorm. Hundreds and thousands of ice-filled wolf spirits, formed from resentment and ice and snow, emerged from the shadows of the glacier. They were completely translucent, exuding a chilling aura. Their sharp claws could easily tear apart steel. However, Ivan did not even step in herself. Winter Guard. Frost Star Formation. A commander of the guard shouted angrily. Yes. 3,000 guard soldiers instantly formed a new formation, the runes on their armor lit up together, and a mighty winter force gathered into a silver barrier, like a huge ice mirror. Chapter 161, Heart of Winter. The wolf spirits bravely charged forward without fear of death. Crunch! At the moment of impact, they were not bounced back but were instantly frozen, then shattered into countless ice shards under the countershock of the formation. What seemed like a perilous encounter was effortlessly resolved by the impeccable tactical cooperation of the Winter Guard. Global livestream viewers were filled with admiration. And at that moment, above the capital of the Northern Bear Nation, the golden pillar of light representing national fortune visibly rose a little. This discovery plunged the entire Northern Bear Nation into an even deeper frenzy. Did you see that? Victory has brought an increase in national fortune. Our path is correct. Long live Princess Ivan. The expedition team's morale soared, and they became even more convinced that they were on a grand road to supreme glory. They continued to delve deeper. Finally, in front of a massive rift at the deepest part of the glacier, they encountered the true guardian. It was a 100-meter-tall one-eyed frost giant of the peak. It resembled a living iceberg, each step shaking the earth, its single eye burned with the cruelty and coldness of extinguished civilizations. All troops, retreat. Princess Ivan issued the retreat order, but she herself took a step forward. Roar! The frost giant roared, its icy giant hand, capable of smashing mountains, slammed down toward the tiny Ivan. Countless viewers around the world gasped. However, there was not a hint of fear in Ivan's deep blue eyes. Instead, they ignited with blazing combat spirit. Come on! She shouted clearly as a rune battle axe, larger than her whole body, appeared out of thin air in her hands. She did not retreat but advanced, her legs pushed off the ice, propelling her into the air like a cannonball, both hands raised high with the giant axe. As she faced down, the giant hand looming overhead and fiercely struck down. In the name of winter, split the mountains. Boom! At the moment of collision, a light and shockwave erupted, comparable to a nuclear explosion. The sky split, the earth shook. The live broadcast camera shook violently, countless glaciers collapsed and shattered under this force. When the light dissipated, everyone was horrified to see that the frost giant's massive hand had been cleaved in two by Ivan's axe. And she stood proudly in midair, her golden hair billowing, like a Valkyrie descending. Winter Guard! Support me! Crush it! Yura! This brutal battle lasted a full 3 hours. In the end, with Ivan's overwhelming personal strength and the precise supporting attacks of the Winter Guard, the peak-level frost giant was thunderously fell. Its single eye lost its light, and its massive body turned into a true ice sculpture. Ivan stood atop the giant's head, her war axe resting on the ground, letting eerie blood drip from the edge of the axe. Facing the cameras of the world, she raised high the enormous eyeball, like a blue gem, that she had dug from the giant's eye socket. The glory of North Bear Nation is forged by our own hands. Her voice, slightly hoarse from exhaustion, was filled with unmatched pride and dominance. We are born conquerors. As soon as the words fell, the luck pillar of North Bear Nation surged wildly again. Ivan's approval rating reached its peak worldwide, and countless people enthusiastically called her the War Queen of the new era. In the China Command Center, Ruan Xinglua punched the table, her pretty face filled with frost. They've gone mad. They are really mad. Zhou Yan, we can't wait any longer. They are drinking poison to quench their thirst. Everyone could see that something was not right. But Ivan's public declaration was like an invisible shackle. If China intervened forcibly now, it would not only completely sour relations with North Bear Nation, but also fall into the trap of fate, solidifying accusations of jealousy of an ally's rise and interfering in another country's internal affairs. That would be a truly irreversible disaster. Zhou Yan remained silent, his eyes fixed on the luck pillar, regarded as a sacred object by all in North Bear Nation. Something's wrong. He suddenly spoke, his voice terrifyingly low. We've all thought wrong. Ruan Xinglua paused, what's wrong? The goal of fate has never been to weaken North Bear Nation through schemes. It is feeding. Feeding? Yes. Zhou Yan's lips curled into a slight arc. It is using victories, one glory after another, to feed the pride and loyalty of North Bear Nation that is already swollen to its limits. Because these two things are not the key to reviving the heart of winter. Zhou Yan slowly emphasized, his voice low, yet it sent chills down everyone's spine in the command center. They are the key to unlocking the cage. The key slowly turned. A chill named fear spread from the marrow to every limb and joint. In the China Command Center, the excitement and pride brought by tearing apart the oil-producing country's script vanished in an instant, replaced by bone-chilling cold. An elderly general, Lin Ongwa, slammed the table, his voice trembling with anger. "We can't do anything now, we can only watch. This is too passive." His words voiced everyone's thoughts. Yes, we can only watch. Watching North Bear Nation, step by step, walk towards the grand funeral paved with glory. At the same time, the live broadcast picture hit its climax. After sacrificing dozens of logistics soldiers frozen to death and 3 heavily injured winter guards, Ivan's glorious expeditionary force finally reached the core area of the eternal glacier. There, the storm ceased. Time seemed to freeze. A gigantic throne made entirely of pure ice stood silently at the end of the ice field. Upon the throne, a huge blue heart, comparable to a heavy truck, was slowly beating. Thump. Thump. Each heartbeat stirred endless coldness and visibly sacred light, as if the winter power of the entire world originated from this place. It is the legendary sacred object, Heart of Winter. The moment they saw it, the entire North Bear Nation boiled over. In the square of the capital, countless citizens embraced and wept, shouting Yura, their voices shaking the heavens as if they had already seen the dawn of national rejuvenation. The live broadcast camera zoomed in on Princess Ivan. This iron-willed Valkyrie had let down all defenses at this moment, her bright blue eyes filled with excited tears. She did it. She is about to lead her people towards an unprecedented great rejuvenation. Happy community. In stark contrast to the frenzy outside, it was quiet enough to hear the whispers of the wind outside the window. Ruan Xinglua sat on the sofa, her hands tightly clutching a pillow, her beautiful eyes filled with anxiety and confusion. "Husband, you must take a look. It seems like the Northern Bear Kingdom is really about to succeed. Could it be that we are overthinking?" Chapter 162 Blade of Lamentation. Next to her, Zhou Yan leisurely peeled an apple with a short sword. That was his exclusive mythical weapon, Blade of Lamentation. Meant to slay Eerie divine weapons, yet at this moment, he was using it for the most mundane thing. The apple peel twisted beautifully in his hand, falling continuously. Snap. He cut a piece of apple, speared it with the sword tip, and held it up to Ruan Xinglu's mouth. Ruan Xinglu blankly opened her mouth to catch it. Zhou Yan then shook his head and let out a light chuckle. False glory is a sweeter trap than poison. After speaking, he set the peeled apple aside, twisted his wrist, and an ancient bronze compass covered in star tracks appeared in his palm. Compass of Eldritch Stars. He aimed the compass at the pulsating Heart of Winter on the screen and gently tapped it with his fingertip. Buzz. The star tracks on the compass began to spin wildly, projecting a light invisible to mortals, constructing a radically different causal picture before Ruan Xinglu. That sacred Heart of Winter was not a holy object at its core. Instead, it was a cage made up of countless twisted runes and chains, exuding an aura of despair. The shape of the cage was cleverly disguised as hope. Zhou Yan's voice echoed softly in Ruan Xinglu's ears. Fate is not playing with fear this time, it is playing with pride. What it gives is not disaster, but a flattering destruction. The so-called Heart of Winter, its core, is a cage built on false hope. And within the cage is sealed an ancient anomaly at the eerie pinnacle level, the hypocritical frost. This thing feeds on trust and hope. The more pride and loyalty the people of the Northern Bear Kingdom inject, the stronger its power becomes, and the more sacred the disguise outside the cage. Zhou Yan's gaze penetrated time and space, as if he could see Princess Ivan, who was about to release the demon with her own hands, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. When Ivan uses her pure royal blood to complete the final sacrifice. That is not unlocking treasure, but using a key to open its cage door and feed it, to its fullest, to its strongest state. She watched on the screen as Princess Ivan was about to offer supreme glory for her country, her people, and herself. No. We must do something. Ruan Xinglu's voice trembled slightly, she could not accept such an ending. Zhou Yan gently patted the back of her hand, his gaze still fixed on the screen, his tone calm to the point of being cruel. Now, wanting to save her, it is already too late. The script of destiny has already been written to the final chapter, and the actors are in place. He paused, a meaningful smile appearing on his lips. What we can do is only to watch. The global live broadcast focused on the core of the glacier. Under everyone's gaze, Princess Ivan stepped forward to the pulsating Heart of Winter. She raised high a ritual dagger, inherited from ancient times, embedded with shards of ice crystals. The blade glimmered with a chilling cold light under the sacred glow. Without a moment's hesitation, Ivan sliced the sharp dagger across her fair palm. SSS. A drop of crimson blood, containing the purest winter royal bloodline, surged from the wound, hovering in her palm. It did not fall, instead, it resembled a living ruby, radiating a burning light. In my name, Ivan Romanov. Swearing by the last bloodline of the Winter Royal. Awaken you, our great guardian. Her solemn proclamation echoed across the ice field and spread to every corner of the world. Then, she released her hand. That drop of winter blood slowly, firmly floated toward the gigantic blue heart. At this moment, over 5 billion viewers around the globe held their breath. The people of the northern bear country had their hearts in their throats, waiting for the miracle to arrive. Finally, a drop of blood touched the surface of the heart of winter. There was no earth-shattering roar, only a light sound that seemed to come from the depths of the soul. Buzz. That massive ice heart, which had pulsated for 10,000 years, suddenly erupted in divine brilliance at the moment it made contact with the royal blood. Immediately, the indestructible ancient ice began to melt and peel away at a visible speed. Countless ice crystals transformed into the purest energy light spots, dissipating into the air. It was as if a shattered star was releasing its final light and heat. As the ice heart melted, the light dissipated. What emerged was not a hideous monster, but an incredibly beautiful figure. She was made of the purest ice crystals, draped in a thin veil that seemed woven from starlight, with long blue hair flowing down to the ground, gently swaying in the wind. Her features were flawless, her aura noble and divine, and her eyes seemed to hold the wisdom and compassion of the entire ice field. She was the embodiment of myth, a living ice and snow goddess. Thank you, my descendant. The goddess parted her ruby lips, her voice ethereal and majestic, carrying a hint of laziness, as if just awakening. You have awakened me from 10,000 years of slumber. She smiled and extended a hand sculpted from ice crystals towards Ivan. Boom! That face made up of countless twisted compound eyes erupted with a sharp, piercing cackle, completely opposite to the goddess's divine tone. He. Its voice sounded like countless icicles scraping against each other, piercing the eardrums of the 5 billion viewers around the globe, and stabbing through the hearts of all the people in northern bear country. Thank you for the hospitality. Your glory. Your hope. Your trust. Is the most delicious dessert I have tasted in 10,000 years. Ha 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 ha. The demon, calling itself Hypocritical Frost, gleefully devoured the immense national energy while emitting a nauseating cackle. Dessert. These two words struck Ivan's mind like the most venomous curse. Her proud expedition, her all in gambling glory, the miracle exchanged for her bloodline. In the end, it was just a carefully prepared feast. And she, along with her 3,000 guards and the future of the entire northern bear country, were just desserts on the demon's plate. No. Ivan's lips cracked, her life force being drained at a terrifying speed, her once smooth skin rapidly becoming shriveled and gray, like a weathered corpse of 1,000 years. She struggled to move her eyes. She saw that the faces of her most loyal winter guards behind her, once filled with fervor and pride, had solidified into extreme pain and shock. Their flesh was visibly wilting, transforming into pure energy, completely swallowed by those cold tendrils. She saw that the national luck golden pillar that had once illuminated the sky above the capital was now collapsing and dimming like a dam breaking, about to extinguish completely. Chapter 163, The Devouring Demon. It was me. It was me, who harmed my country. I personally pushed it into the abyss. Faith shattered completely at this moment. The deity she believed in was, in fact, a devouring demon. Endless regret and despair transformed into a drop of blood tear, slowly sliding down from her now lifeless eyes. In Huaxia, in a happiness community, within the command center. Zhou Yan finally put down the apple core he had gnawed clean. He didn't even look at the screen. Only facing the void ahead, he stretched out his right hand. Then, gently, he snapped his fingers. Snap. A soft sound, nearly inaudible. At the core of the extreme North Glacier. The hypocritical Frost, which had been laughing maniacally, its face made of countless compound eyes, suddenly froze. Its laughter came to an abrupt halt. It was horrified to discover that a more ancient, more domineering, and more unreasonable law. Out of thin air. That power, like an invisible, cold returning void blade, precisely slashed the rule link between it and the heart of winter cage. Crack. As if something was brutally severed from the root of its soul. It became a rootless duckweed. Though its body was still filled with the vast, divine fortune energy just absorbed, enough to burst a deity. But losing the heart of winter as a converter and digesting furnace, this energy instantly turned into the most violent, undigestible poison. No. How could this be? Who severed the fate rule? Hypocritical Frost let out a scream of unimaginable horror. The next second, a cold, indifferent gaze, seemingly crossing endless dimensions and time, locked onto it. Under that gaze, Hypocritical Frost felt as if it had become a bug nailed to a specimen board, its thoughts nearly frozen. Fear. An uncontrollable fear, stemming from the source of life, instantly drowned its reason. Run. Must escape immediately. Without thinking, it released the cold tendrils piercing Ivan and the 3,000 guards, frantically urging the power within to tear through space and flee this terrifying place. However, just as the space rift was about to form, a calm, slightly mocking male voice seemed to ring right in its ear, clearly reaching its consciousness. Finished eating and want to run? Is there such a good thing in the world? As the voice fell far away in Huaxia, Zhou Yan stood up, taking the hand of the already shocked Ruan Xinglua beside him. Madam. He smiled slightly. It's time for us to clean up the mess. One step forward, their figures instantly disappeared from the command center. One step forward, the heavens and the earth turned upside down. Zhou Yan and Ruan Xinglua's figures solidified from the void, instantly appearing above the ancient glaciers in the far northern land of the northern bear country. The piercing cold wind was like a knife, lifting countless years of ice shards, slapping against the two, yet not even stirring their clothes. Beneath their feet, it was no longer the solid glacier core. Instead, it was a vast, boundless ghostly ice sea, as if connecting to the abyss of hell. An eerie mist that never dissipated enveloped the entire sea, within which countless twisted soul shadows could be faintly heard wailing. Where did it go? Ruan Xinglua's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, her mental power spreading like a tide, yet she sensed only a chilling silence. The aura of hypocritical frost had vanished, as if it had never existed. Zhou Yan's gaze, however, calmly watched the swirling mist, a knowing smile curling at his lips. It didn't escape, it just went home. He pointed at that eerie sea of mist. Fate made its move. It used the rules of destiny to turn this ice sea into an ultimate maze destined to be lost. Hypocritical frost inside is like a fish back in water. Its lie rules resonate perfectly with this place, and any tracking method will only show you what you want to see, or what it wants you to see as the truth. Ruan Xinglua was not easily deterred. I'm going to try. She closed her eyes tightly, a starlight shining in her forehead, her mighty mental consciousness transforming into an invisible sword, piercing fiercely into the mist. Buzz. The consciousness entered the sea. The next second, Ruan Xinglua's delicate body suddenly trembled, her pretty face turning pale. How could this be? In her perception, it was as if she had fallen into a world built of endless lies. In the previous second, she had locked onto the demon's true form, ready to strike. In the next second, that demon transformed into Zhou Yan's likeness, smiling gently at her. Her mind jolted, immediately seeing through the illusion, and she chased again. But the targeted aura instantly turned into her lost loved ones, crying to her. Countless wrong causal lines, countless false future fragments, countless illusions cutting straight to the deepest fears of the heart. Like maggots gnawing at bones, it crazily disturbed and twisted her perception. There. Ruan Xinglua suddenly opened her eyes, jade fingers pointed, and a starry divine gun condensed into existence, shooting into the depths of the mist. Boom! The divine gun exploded, but it only shattered a lifelike phantom of a demon made of ice crystals. No. She shook her head, her face full of frustration and reluctance. My divine sense has been completely toyed with by it, I can't find it. This scene was clearly broadcasted to all surviving civilizations around the globe through the decree of fate. The tracking methods of Huaxia have failed. After a moment of silence, the global public channel instantly erupted. Eagle Sauce Federation representative, I said it. I said it. How can the great power of fate be guessed by mere mortals? Zhou Yan has really hit a stone wall this time. The sun never sets alliance chairman, so arrogant. Does he really think he can calculate everything? In the face of true fate, his wisdom is nothing but a joke. Those representatives from civilizations who had lost all dignity under Zhou Yan's schemes now seemed to see a lifeline, one by one jumping out, reveling in the misfortune. Look! They are helpless now. The myth of Huaxia is about to shatter. Great! He should taste the flavor of failure. Huaxia's allies, like the crown prince of oil countries and chieftains of the African Union, wore worried expressions, their hearts in their throats. Mr. Zhou, it seems you've really fallen into the opponent's home turf this time. That is a maze set up by fate itself. Just as global public opinion was in an uproar. From the depths of the mist came the triumphant mockery of hypocritical frost. Kak. Wise one from Huaxia, have you tasted the flavor of powerlessness? This energy of national fortune is simply wonderful. Once I completely digest it, I will personally descend upon Huaxia and gnaw away at your national fortune pillar inch by inch. Its aura was rapidly growing stronger, visibly, as it spoke. Chapter 164, Guide. A hint of urgency finally appeared on Ruan Xinglua's face. Zhou Yan, what do we do? If this drags on, it will really digest everything. However, Zhou Yan just quietly looked down at the writhing mist below. His eyes had not an ounce of impatience but rather a hint of playfulness. He turned his head, looked at Ruan Xinglua beside him, and suddenly smiled. Madam. Since fate wants us to be hunters this time, Then we must first find a guide that knows this hunting ground better than any hunting dog. Guide? Guide? Ruan Xinglua was taken aback. Where could there still be a guide here? Zhou Yan did not explain. He simply took Ruan Xinglua's hand, their figures flashed and did not rush into the maze, but slowly descended to the edge of the ghostly ice sea. On the bone-chilling snowy ground, a figure was kneeling there. Once noble and representing the glory and pride of the Northern Bear Kingdom, Queen Ivan Romanov. At this moment, she looked like a statue drained of all spirit and life. Crown askew, luxurious garments torn. One smooth skin was covered with withered wrinkles, life force and national fortune had been drained, making her seem to age decades in just a few minutes. Her eyes were hollow and expressionless, staring blankly at the mist that had devoured everything she had. Her beliefs shattered, her spirit collapsed. She had become a living corpse. Zhou Yan and Ruan Xinglua quietly landed before her. Silence. A tangible silence pressed down on the hearts of everyone witnessing this scene live. Ivan Romanov, the once radiant queen, slowly, with all her strength, raised her face full of wrinkles and lifelessness. Her gaze penetrated the biting cold wind, locking onto Ruan Xinglua precisely. Those once bright gray eyes, akin to the North Star, now possessed nothing but endless resentment and deep-rooted humiliation. A hoarse, broken sound, like rusty gears grinding against each other, squeezed out from her throat. You all. Are you here to watch my joke? This sentence, transmitted by the law of destiny, clearly echoed in the ears of every survivor around the world. The representative of the Eagle Sauce Federation instinctively straightened his back, a cruel curve rising at the corner of his mouth. That's right. We are here to watch your joke. You fool! Now you know to beg for mercy? Too late. Look, this is the fate of defying destiny. Huaxia people, do you see? She is your tomorrow. However, facing Ivan's hateful questioning, Ruan Xinglua's expression showed not a flicker of emotion. Her gaze was calm as a deep well, reflecting Ivan's embarrassed figure at that moment. I am not here to watch your joke. Her voice was cold but carried an undeniable strength. I am here to hunt down the lies that destroyed your country and will soon threaten everyone. Ruan Xinglua's gaze shifted to the swirling fog, then back to Ivan's face. But now, I need your help. Help? Ivan seemed to hear the funniest joke of the century, releasing a shrill and sharp laugh. Ha! Ha ha ha! She pointed at her shriveled skin, pointed at the icy sea behind her that swallowed everything. Help you? I. A failure of a broken nation. A waste drained of national fortune and vitality. A coward who can't even protect her own guard. What can I still help you with? She screamed hysterically, each word seeming to tear at her own soul. Ruan Xinglua quietly waited for her to vent. Then, she spoke clearly, word by word. Your country may have lost its glory, but your bloodline has not. Ivan's bitter laughter stopped abruptly. Ruan Xinglua stepped forward, her phoenix eyes sparkling with sharp light. You are the sole heir of the Winter royal family, your blood can still resonate deeply with this icy land. That monster devoured your national fortune, and it must bear your karma. Lies cannot sever cause and effect. So, only you can guide us toward its true path in this fog of destiny. Ivan was stunned. A semblance of fluctuation appeared in her hollow eyes for the first time. Pride, glory, the spiritedness of an expedition, the despair when the icy heart shattered, the pain when the guard was swallowed. Countless images flashed wildly in her mind. Finally, it froze on the mocking face of hypocritical frost covered in compound eyes. A bone-chilling fire ignited from the deepest part of her soul. Not for glory. Not for the country. Only for revenge. She suddenly raised her head, and within her gray eyes, the extinguished flame was reignited, transforming into a battle intent more fierce than this ancient glacier. She didn't speak, she simply provided an answer through action. Trembling, she reached under her tattered royal robe and pulled out the inherited dagger once used for sacrifice. The Tooth of Winter. She had once used it to cut her wrist, sacrificing to the false goddess. Now, she would use it to start a true revenge. Sizzle. Ivan unhesitatingly slashed her palm, and crimson, hot blood instantly gushed out. She looked at the blood as if watching the last hope of her people. Ivan Winter Romanov. She pressed her bleeding palm heavily onto the ice and snow below. In the name of the last queen of the North Bear Nation, I vow. Blood dripped, instantly merging into the snow, like it had a life of its own, spreading tiny bloodlines in all directions. The entire land seemed to resonate with her heartbeat. She raised her head, staring fiercely at Ruan Xinglua, using all her strength to roar out her condition for exchange. I will help you slay this beast. But in exchange, I want to personally reclaim the last trace of dignity belonging to our people. Boom! In an instant, a drop of fresh blood fully merged into the earth. Centered around her, an invisible pulse violently spread out. The thick, ghostly mist over the ice sea before her astonishingly became thin and transparent like morning fog under sunlight in her vision. The mist still existed, but its lies could no longer deceive this bloodline of the same origin. A golden thread, invisible to the naked eye and made of the North Bear Nation's fate energy, clearly appeared in Ivan's perception, penetrating through layers of illusions, accurately pointing to a presence deep within the mist. I found it. Ivan stood up, her hunched back straightened a little at this moment. Chapter 165, The Hunt begins. Zhou Yan smiled slightly and snapped his fingers gently. Very good. Then, the hunt begins. Zhou Yan, Ruan Xinglua, Ivan. The wise man, the hunter, the guide. A temporary hunting team was formed in an instant. This way. Without hesitation, Ivan charged ahead, swiftly traversing the ice sea, guided by the bloodline. Zhou Yan and Ruan Xinglua followed closely behind. In the globally livestream scene, everyone saw that the mist, which had previously left China helpless, could no longer stop the three's footsteps. The representative of the Eagle Sauce Federation's smile froze on his face. However, just then, destiny made its move again. A cold, vast, and emotionless will seemed to descend from the heavens above. Buzz. The entire ghostly ice sea, along with the 10,000-meter ice layer below, shook violently without warning. Immediately, in the terrified gazes of everyone, this vast and boundless ice sea began to tilt. Booming. The world spun and swayed. The ancient ice layer beneath them, this ice sea that held the last hope and despair of the North Bear Nation, tilted madly as if flipped over by a divine hand, towards the abyss. Ivan Romanov staggered, her aging body nearly thrown off balance by the tremor. She desperately stabbed the legacy dagger into the ice surface to barely steady herself. Ruan Xinglua was surrounded by flames, barely countering this overwhelming force, her expression grave. The global livestream picture twisted to the extreme at this moment. Countless survivors screamed in terror. The sky is falling. Is this the power of destiny? Is it going to overturn the entire extreme north? It's over. The Chinese are also finished. In the face of such power, what are humans? However, in this world on the verge of collapse, only one person stood tall and steady. Zhou Yan. He didn't even move the corner of his clothing, only calmly watching the hypocritical frost fleeing madly along the golden bloodline on the tilting ice surface. Just when everyone thought destiny would crush the three along with the monster, the tilt suddenly stopped. The world regained a strange balance. Destiny did not attack directly. Instead, along the escape route of hypocritical frost, an ice crystal cave, radiating with colorful lights, appeared out of thin air. Deep within the cave, countless phantoms of divine weapons and ancient relics floated unsteadily, radiating lethal temptation. The movement of hypocritical frost paused, a glimmer of greed flashed in its compound eyes, but was quickly suppressed by the instinct to survive, and it took a detour. Next, another piece of glowing energy debris, shining with the light of fate, appeared before it. That aura seemed to promise that swallowing it would instantly restore all powers. Hypocritical frost hesitated again, ultimately choosing to flee. The command center of the Eagle Sauce Federation let out a puzzled jeer. What's going on? Destiny is sending it equipment? What kind of foolish rules are these? Ruan Xinglua frowned as well. What is it doing? These things, though they are traps, seem to be replenishing energy for that monster. At the corner of Zhou Yan's mouth, a trace of a cold arc appeared. No. This is not a trap, it is a grand conspiracy. His gaze was deep, as if he could see through the will that was above the 9 heavens. It is not helping it, but feeding it. Using false hope and treasures that can be seen but not touched, to make the lie inside this monster grow stronger, more perfect. Then, we will reap it by hand. Zhou Yan's words made Ruan Xinglua and Ivan instantly shiver. How cruel is this destiny? It did not care about the survival of Beishong Nation, it was conducting a high and mighty gu cultivation experiment. Zhou Yan smiled lightly, with a trace of arrogance that looked down upon the world. It likes to set bait? Then we shall present it with an even more perfect lie that it cannot refuse. His gaze fell on Ruan Xinglua. Xinglua, take out the god bait doll we previously captured from Longing Xue. Ruan Xinglua was taken aback, then she understood, and quickly took out the plain wooden doll from her storage space. Zhou Yan extended his hand. A strand of black like ink, seemingly capable of devouring everything, spiraled out from his fingertips. The source of ruins. He looked at Ruan Xinglua again. Ruan Xinglua nodded, flicking her fingertip. A spot of lively and hopeful emerald green light floated out. The power of rebirth. Finally, his gaze fell on Ivan's bleeding palm. Your Majesty, may I borrow a drop that carries the last will of your kingdom's blood? Ivan did not hesitate at all. Using all the remaining strength in his body, he forced out a drop of blood that was bright red with a touch of dull golden color. The blood of winter. Three distinctly different powers, yet representing the ultimate rules of the world, slowly gathered in Zhou Yan's palm. Darkness, rebirth, and end. Under his control, the three powers formed a perfect cycle like an Ouroboros, and were gently pressed into the body of the godbait doll. Buzz. The doll trembled violently. The once silent would seem to be infused with a true soul at this moment. A vast, ancient aura filled with the source of life, yet carrying a hint of desolation and unwillingness before death, exploded. At this moment, it was no longer a doll. It was a perfect illusion of a world spirit on the brink of extinction. Zhou Yan weighed this perfect lie slightly, then casually tossed it into the bottomless dark ice sea crack beneath his feet, the wailing abyss. He smiled at the astonished duo beside him. For something that lives by devouring lies and hope, nothing is more delicious than a dying world spirit. Now. We just need to wait. Wait for that greedy fish to take the bait. At the same time, the hypocritical frost, which was crazily fleeing on the ice field, suddenly stopped. Countless compound eyes on its body turned towards the direction of the wailing abyss. A deadly temptation that made its soul tremble came madly from the abyss. That was the breath of the source. It was the supreme food, surpassing national fortune, enough to make it leap to the heavens in one step. Its instincts were screaming madly. A trap. This is definitely a trap. But that aura, the aura of the dying world spirit, was simply too alluring. Devour it. As long as it devoured it, it might even rise to the heavens, breaking free from the control of destiny, and become the true master of the rules. Greed. Endless greed instantly overwhelmed reason. Chapter 166, The Curtain of the Script. Hiss. The hypocritical frost let out a sharp cry mixed with excitement and joy, no longer caring about the pursuers behind or the grand conspiracy of destiny, turning around like a streak of light and diving into the bottomless wailing abyss. At the moment it entered the abyss, the ruins barrier that Zhou Yan had long set up suddenly activated. Buzz. The walls of the abyss. Countless pitch-black runes instantly lit up, forming a heavenly net that completely sealed off the entire wailing abyss. However, hypocritical frost paid no attention to this. All its compound eyes were fixed tightly on the bottom of the abyss, where the spirit of the world radiated endless temptation. It opened its massive mouth and swallowed it whole. An unprecedented feeling of satisfaction and power instantly filled its entire being. But, just 1 second later, the fierce delight on hypocritical frost's twisted face turned into boundless fear and shock. It had been tricked. What it swallowed was not the spirit of the world at all, but a rule bomb that could completely explode the very fabric of rules. Boom! A terrifying energy that cannot be described exploded violently within hypocritical frost. It was not a physical explosion but the most savage collision between rules and rules. Ah! A shriek sharp enough to tear souls suddenly echoed from the depths of the wailing abyss. The massive, twisted body of hypocritical frost began to uncontrollably swell, tear apart, heal, then tear apart again. The new life force, symbolizing hope and creation, madly repaired its divine body. While the origin of ruin, representing conclusion and nothingness, was violently erasing its very existence in a more domineering manner. Its flesh and blood turned into chaotic blood mist under the tug between new life and ruin, and its divine soul let out a painful howl under the grinding of light and darkness. At this moment, a cold, merciless voice, yet for the first time filled with true anger, thundered across the skies of the extreme northern ice fields. That voice came from above the 9 skies, from the end of rules. It was destiny. You dare to use my script to plot against my pieces. The will of destiny descended, freezing the entire ghostly ice sea, making time and space seem to solidify under this fury. All survivors before the global broadcast trembled under this divine might, forgetting even how to breathe. However, Zhou Yan simply gave a faint glance at the sky. He didn't even respond. Because it was unworthy. He no longer gave destiny any chance, just raised his hand and suddenly grasped at the unfathomable wailing abyss. Consolidate. One word, and the magic followed the words spoken. Buzz. The origin barrier that sealed off the entire wailing abyss crazily collapsed, compressed, and shrank inward with an unstoppable momentum. No. Hypocritical frost let out its final, desperate, and unwilling howl. Its immense body, along with the massive national fortune capable of bursting a medium-sized nation, and the exploding power of rule within. Everything was forcefully compressed under Zhou Yan's grasp. Light twisted. Space collapsed. In the end, everything fell silent. All energy and matter were compressed into a core the size of a fist, half shimmering with dull gold, and half entwined with pure gray light. The core of causality. With a wave of his hand, the core silently flew into his palm. He did not even look at the gray part representing the hypocritical rule but merely presented the core to Ivan Romanov. His voice was calm and gentle. Your Majesty. Use your blood to take back what belongs to you. Take it back. Tears of warmth instantly poured from Ivan her 26, Romanov's aged eyes. She looked at the dim golden light within the core that belonged to the Northern Bear Nation, as if seeing the faces of her people struggling and crying in despair. Without any hesitation, she used the inherited dagger and once again cut open her wrinkled palm. Blood dropped. 1 drop, 2 drops. When her blood touched the core of causality, the moment. Buzz. Within the core, the golden national fortune power of the Northern Bear seemed to hear its mother's call. Like a weary bird returning to its nest, an instant boil surged. A brilliant stream of golden light wildly burst forth from the core, transforming into a golden river, flowing entirely into Ivan's body. Her white hair shone with vibrance once more in the golden light. Her hunched body slowly straightened under the nourishment of the national fortune. More importantly, this strength, through her last bloodline connection with the North Bear, transmitted back to the distant homeland of North Bear, already submerged in cries and despair. At this moment, in the globally live broadcast, everyone saw the national fortune pillar of North Bear, which had already fallen to the bottom and was about to shatter completely, suddenly tremble. The fall stopped. Immediately, amidst the excited tears and fervent cheers of countless North Bear citizens, the golden pillar began to slowly and steadily rise at a speed visible to the naked eye. The crisis was averted. Zhou Yan watched the scene, nodded slightly, and then casually tossed the gray core that had become purely hypocritical rule to Ruan Xinglua beside him, as if throwing away trash. Xinglua. A good loot, it can be used to upgrade your prison bracelet. From now on, it should provide immunity against higher levels of illusions and mental pollution. Ruan Xinglua clumsily caught this core, capable of making any god go crazy, for a moment at a loss for words. And high above the heavens, the terrifying pressure belonging to heavenly destiny remained silent for a long time before ultimately choosing not to take action. The power it gathered slowly dissipated. As for the mess of North Bear, it seemed that it no longer cared to manage. But on the glacier that never melts for 10,000 years, lines of divine script formed by the power of fate slowly emerged, imprinted on the ice surface. An exciting impromptu performance. But don't forget, the final chapter of the script has long been written. Looking forward to our curtain call at the Bell Tower. As the script faded, the divine power faded away. It was as if everything that just happened was merely an illusion. But the deep imprint left on the ice surface, and the warm national fortune core in her hand, told Ivan that all of this was real. Their country had been saved. Ivan Romanov tidied herself up, walked forward, and paid the highest and oldest homage of the North Bear royal family to Zhou Yan and Ruan Xinglua, and to the marvelous Huaxia behind them. She knelt on one knee, placed her right hand on her heart, her voice solemn and earnest. I, Ivan Romanov, swear in the name of the North Bear royal family and all citizens. From this day forward, the North Bear will become the most solid eternal ally of Huaxia, until the world's end, until the winter is over. Ivan Romanov's solemn oath echoed over the silent ghostly ice sea. Each word seemed to be etched into the soul of the glacier by the cold wind of winter. Zhou Yan simply looked at her calmly, neither agreeing nor refusing. For him, the so-called eternal alliance was merely a piece of driftwood that the weak clung to in desperation. What truly mattered was the power in his own hands. At that moment, a trace of imperceptible green began to quietly bloom on the sapling of the world tree rooted in the void within his palm. Buzz. A faint pulse, like a heartbeat, emanated from the sapling. The magnificent national fortune of North Bear, reborn from deathly silence and despair, after washing over Ivan's body, its purest thread of origin was quietly absorbed by the sapling of the world tree. Immediately, at the top of the world tree, a brand new tender leaf slowly unfurled. The leaf was crystal clear like ice sculpture, but the veins of the leaf were not ordinary patterns, but rather mysterious and complex winter runes. This is... Ruan Xinglua's gaze was instantly captivated by this strange leaf. She could sense a power of rule that was utterly different from the hypocritical frost, yet equally ancient and pure, rooted in extreme cold. It absorbed the national fortune of the Northern Bear Country, from death to rebirth, giving birth to new rules. Zhou Yan's voice rang out softly. Try it, use your divine consciousness to touch it. Ruan Xinglua followed his instructions, carefully splitting off a wisp of divine consciousness to reach for the ice crystal tender leaf inscribed with winter runes. Boom! In the instant her divine consciousness touched the leaf, an extreme, seemingly thought-freezing silence and coldness surged into her mind. But this coldness was not harm, it was an undeniable order. In her perception, the entire world seemed to be pulled into a field of absolute zero. The wind stopped. The flow of energy had come to a halt. Even the most chaotic and violent invisible particles in the space were forcibly calmed and solidified into a still picture under this force. Absolute Zero Silent Domain. A name naturally floated in Ruan Xinglua's mind. She instantly understood the ability this leaf granted her. This was neither an attack nor pure defense, but a kind of control. A power that could forcibly freeze all chaotic rules and violent energy within the domain, absolute control. This perfectly compensated for her previous shortcomings, where she had plenty of attacks but relatively few means of control. Do you like it? Zhou Yan watched the surprise in her eyes, a playful smile tugging at his lips. This is a gift exchanged by those fools of the northern bear country with their last remaining pride and unyielding spirit. Ruan Xinglua shot him a glance, but the laughter in her eyes was impossible to hide. She really liked this gift. However, this moment of tranquility was soon torn apart by a voice driven to anger after being toyed with like an ant. It was destiny. A brilliant improvisational performance. The tragedy of Act 1 and the farce of Act 2 have both fallen. Now, let us welcome the true climax of this play. As the words fell, a heavy feeling suddenly sank in the hearts of all survivors around the world. It's coming. The real despair is about to arrive. Act 3. The cornerstone of the empire begins. With Destiny's final announcement, an unimaginable massive tear suddenly ripped through the darkness in the depths of the universe. A huge ark slowly sailed out. It could no longer be called a boat. Its size was larger than the moon, its hull forged from some indiscernible pale metal mixed with indescribable giant beast bones, like a moving tomb of steel and white bones. It stretched across the earth, casting a shadow that plunged half the planet into darkness. Since the apocalypse, humanity experienced for the first time the profound smallness and powerlessness from the depths of their souls. As everyone was rendered speechless by this terrifying ark, the cold system announcement echoed in the minds of every survivor. Announcement: the Ark of the Apocalypse has arrived at the orbit of Blue Star. On board the Ark, there are only 10 positions to carry on the flame of civilization. Selection countdown, 72 hours. Civilizations of Blue Star, prove your value to the Ark in your own way. 10 positions. 72 hours. The breathing of the billions of survivors left on the planet stopped at that moment. Then, the next announcement caused everyone's hearts to plummet into an abyss. The rules for position allocation are as follows. 1. This selection does not consider the strength of military force. 2. This selection does not consider the height of national fortune. 3. The only standard for position allocation is the sacrificial value each civilization offers to the Ark. 4. The standard for value evaluation is determined by the will of the Ark. Destiny's cold, grand announcement hung over everyone's heads like a guillotine, slowly and ruthlessly descending. The shadow cast by the Ark of Doom not only shrouded half the planet but also overshadowed the hearts of every survivor. Deathly silence. A silence deeper than the ghostly ice sea. In the highest emergency remote meeting of the Blue Star Alliance. In the holographic projection, every leader's face was as serious as iron. Ivan from the Northern Bear Nation had just experienced a national rebirth, and still carried the chilling aura of winter. At this moment, she pressed her lips tightly together and said nothing. The great sage Star Eye of the Star Trek Council revealed deep worry for the first time in those wise eyes that seemed to understand everything. The first to break the silence was an eager voice from a member of the Oil Nations Congress behind Leader Mia. Your Highness Mia. We must take action. Heaven's command says, the standard is not force, nor national fortune, but the value of the sacrifice. The Congress member's eyes sparkled with a kind of fanatical hope. We have gold. We have diamonds. We possess immeasurable wealth accumulated over centuries. We even hold the blueprints of the most advanced technology of the old era. Isn't this enough to exchange for a seat? Mia's expression shifted, but she did not immediately scold him. Because these words expressed her most genuine thoughts. In terms of force, they were not as strong as Huaxia. In terms of national fortune, they had just witnessed the tragedy of the Northern Bear Nation. But when it came to wealth, they had absolute confidence. This was their only chance. Foolish. A cold shout came from the great sage Star Eye. His gaze swept across the Congress member like a sharp sword, instantly silencing him. Don't you understand yet? Star Eye's voice carried a hint of deep sorrow. Heaven's command does not care about gold or diamonds. It wants to dismantle our alliance. It desires us to kill each other over those 10 illusory seats. The so-called value judgment standard is determined by the Ark. This itself is the biggest trap. You offer gold, and it will say bones are worth more. You offer technology, and it will say loyalty is worth more. It just wants to toy with us, watching us distrust and betray each other, ultimately making our most precious unity a sacrifice to it. Every word from the great sage struck like a heavy hammer on everyone's heart. Mia's face turned pale in an instant. Indeed. The judgment standard is in the hands of the opponent. This is not a transaction, but a complete trickery. The meeting fell into a stalemate again. Everyone's gaze unintentionally gathered on the figure standing silently in the center of the meeting. As the de facto core of the alliance, she was now facing a leadership test. If she forcibly orders all allies to give up their pursuits, it is undoubtedly tyranny and dominance. In the face of despair at the end of the world, such an order would only provoke the strongest backlash. But if she lets things take their course, the scene that the great sage Star Eye predicted, where allies kill each other for the illusory tickets, will play out immediately. The alliance would collapse in an instant. Ruan Xinglua fell silent, contemplating. However, just when the atmosphere within the alliance was stretched to the limit, a gentle and polite voice unexpectedly came through the public channel. Dear representatives of Blue Star Civilization, good afternoon. I beg your pardon for the unsolicited interruption. Buzz. All the leaders' faces changed suddenly. Who is this? How could someone silently breach all defense systems and directly deliver their voice to their core meeting? Immediately afterward, a holographic projection automatically appeared in the center of the meeting room. It was a man. He wore a well-tailored, dark golden magnificent suit, with a monocle, and his hair was neatly combed. His face bore a flawless, textbook-perfect smile, and he radiated an elegance and composure that penetrated deep into the bones with every movement. His presence was not that of a strong person, but it gave an unsettling feeling that was impossible to shake. Who I am is not important. The man slightly bowed, performing an ancient noble greeting. His voice was clear and magnetic, every syllable seemed calculated with precision, carrying a convincing sense of logic. My name is Mercury, from the Balance Merchant Guild, serving as the chief negotiator. Our guild is protected by the Universal Neutrality Pact, aimed at providing the fairest and most orderly solutions to all chaotic disputes. The Balance Merchant Guild? The Universal Neutrality Pact? These unfamiliar terms left everyone present feeling deep shock and confusion. Ruan Xinglua narrowed her eyes slightly, looking at him coldly. A solution? Exactly. Mercury pushed up his monocle, the lens reflecting a cold light. A solution that can resolve everyone's current predicament. He glanced around, his eyes sweeping over each leader's face, as if he could see through their inner struggles and desires. Since Destiny has proposed a selection based on value, and the judging criteria are vague, it will undoubtedly lead you into chaotic infighting. And our Balance Merchant Guild is best at establishing a clear, open, and universally accepted rule for value. He paused, smiling as he tossed out his proposal, his voice like a whisper of a devil. I propose to hold an auction for the ARC ticket qualifications. An auction? These three words made the entire venue erupt instantly. We, the Balance Merchant Guild, will act as the notary, ensuring absolute fairness in the auction. Ladies and gentlemen, you can put forth the most precious things of your civilization as chips and bid openly. Whether it is gold, resources, technology, loyalty, national fortunes, even life, as long as you deem it valuable, you can put it up for auction. The highest bidder will obtain the ticket qualifications. Isn't this the fairest way? As Mercury's voice fell, the entire conference room fell into an eerie silence. Fairness? This was indeed fair. It tore apart all the hypocritical disguises, laying bare the naked interests on the table. This proposal was like the sharpest knife, precisely stabbing at the most vulnerable soft spot of the alliance, trust. Representatives from small nations burned with a crazy flame in their eyes. They did not possess powerful military strength, but they were willing to gamble everything of their civilization for a ticket to survive. I agree. A rough voice suddenly sounded, breaking the silence. Everyone turned to look, and the speaker was actually General Griffin of Winter, standing behind Ivan. He looked at Mercury with an almost fanatical gaze and shouted, "The great sage is wrong. We should not sit back and wait. Why should we give up the chance to survive for the so-called unity?" Ivan's face turned pale instantly. He growled, "Griffin, shut up." But Griffin did not care. He stepped forward, staring at Ruan Xinglua and Xing Tong in the holographic projection. Our Northern Bear Nation has exchanged our remaining pride and resilience for a new birth of national fortune. We have the right to use this strength to bid for our future. This is true fairness. His voice echoed in the conference room, filled with alluring power. The strong should get more. As his words fell, the thread named trust among the alliance leaders snapped as if broken. Countless gazes of suspicion, doubt, and greed began to circulate among each other. The alliance. In front of the sharpest dagger of fairness, it was already riddled with cracks. Griffin's remark that the strong should get more was like a giant stone tossed into stagnant water, stirring the deepest greed and discontent in everyone's hearts. In the independent command channel of Huaxia, a calm voice resonated, carrying a hint of casual amusement. Look, Xinglua. Zhou Yan's figure appeared beside Ruan Xinglua, watching with great interest the holographic screen where Mercury still maintained his elegant smile. When the script of fate is not interesting enough, there will always be self-important supporting characters who jump out to add drama. His tone was calm, but carried a sense of detachment that saw through everything. This little merchant named Mercury is a pawn thrown out by destiny to intensify conflicts. A pawn, used and discarded. Ruan Xinglua pulled her gaze back from the chaos of the meeting and looked at Zhou Yan, her eyes full of questions. Zhou Yan smiled gently. Let him play along. He wants an auction, so we will give him an auction. However, who is the prey and who is the hunter will only be known at the end. 24 hours, just like that, passed by. Chapter 169, All Resentments Reunite to Collect Debts. Under the provocative speeches and guarantees of Mercury and the Balanced Merchant Guild, with the near-mad support of most civilized leaders. This auction for the qualification for the Ark ticket, concerning the survival of civilization, was held as scheduled. Above the sky, the shadow of the Doomsday Ark remained cold. Under the shadow, a magnificent platform built of light and shadow rose up, broadcasting live in real time to survivors in every corner of the world through the technology of the Balanced Merchant Guild. Mercury stood at the very center of the platform. He wore a more formal black tailcoat, and a golden balance badge shone on his chest, as if representing the highest justice in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, compatriots of the Blue Star civilization. His voice echoed through the sound amplification array, clear and powerful. Today, we do not talk about nationality, we do not talk about race, we do not talk about past grievances. We only talk about one thing: value. Use what you think is the most precious thing to exchange for the qualification to live. This is the ultimate order in fairness that the Balanced Merchant Guild brings to you. Now, I declare the auction officially begins. As soon as his words fell, countless eyes in the audience turned crimson. The first to rush onto the stage were the leaders of several small nations. They had no strong national fortune, no top technology, they were left only with the legacies of the old era and the last dignity of their civilization. I offer all the gold reserves in our national treasury. And our royal crown passed down for 800 years. An elderly king, trembling, placed a magnificent crown encrusted with jewels on the auction stage. Mercury glanced at it, still wearing an impeccable smile. Your Majesty, gold and gems may be worth a fortune in the old era. He lightly waved his hand, and a light screen lit up on the platform, displaying a line of cold numbers. But according to the guild's assessment, your chips are not enough to meet this auction's reserve price. The king's body shook violently, his face turning ashen. No, it's impossible. Then, add all the art of our civilization. All the historical classics. Even my personal loyalty and the loyalty of all my subjects. Mercury slightly bent, his smile carrying a hint of polite cruelty. I'm afraid, the value of loyalty requires sufficiently strong power to bear. Your bid is invalid. Next. The king staggered, being asked by an invisible force to leave the stage, looking at the lonely crown, the light in his eyes completely extinguished. Bleak. Despair. Several small nations successively sacrificed everything they had, yet didn't even qualify to touch the auction threshold. Their last hope was crushed by the word fairness. In front of the live broadcast, countless survivors felt their hearts sink in fear. What kind of auction is this? This was clearly a public, ultimate humiliation of the week. At that moment, a tall and strong figure pushed through the crowd and strode onto the stage. It was General Griffin from the North Bear Nation. He didn't even glance at the pale Ivan behind him and walked straight up to Mercury. Cut the nonsense! Griffin's roar shook the air. We from the North Bear Nation bid half of the Winter Dragon vein. Boom! As soon as the words fell, an ice-blue beam of light shot up into the sky from behind Griffin. In the beam of light, a hideous frost giant dragon can be vaguely seen roaring. It is the symbol of the Northern Bear Kingdom's newly reborn fortune. Half of the dragon veins. What a mad gamble this is. Ivan trembles with anger in the audience but cannot stop it. Griffin has already used action to hijack the fate of the entire Northern Bear Kingdom. In Mercury's eyes, a true appreciation flickers for the first time. Wonderful. This is the real chip. He announces loudly, the Northern Bear Kingdom bids a half-dragon vein of winter. Is there any higher offer? The venue is dead silent. Everyone is stunned by this move. Just as Mercury is about to bring down the hammer, a cool voice sounds. Wait a minute. Everyone looks in the direction of the voice and sees Ruan Xinghua calmly walking up to the high platform step by step. She does not have the fierce demeanor of Griffin, nor the humble despair of those small country leaders. She is very calm. What is even more shocking is that her hands are empty, she brings nothing with her. Mercury's gaze falls on her, pushing up his monocle, a playful arc gracing his lips. Oh? Honorable Ms. Ruan, is it finally the turn of the core of the alliance, Huaxia? He glances at Ruan Xinglua's empty hands, pretending to be surprised as he asks. But, where are your chips? Is Huaxia really going to give up this hard-won bidding opportunity? His voice is filled with provocation, and the eyes of the world instantly focus on Ruan Xinglua. Ruan Xinglua does not answer his question, she merely gazes at him quietly. That gaze is like looking at a dead object. You cannot see my chips. Her voice is not loud, but it clearly reaches everyone's ears. The smile on Mercury's face freezes. Ruan Xinglua slowly begins to speak, each word like the tolling of a funeral bell. Mr. Zhou Yan wants me to ask you one thing. The merchant's balance can weigh all things. So, Can it weigh your own karma? The moment her words fall, an ancient black counting frame appears in her hand out of thin air. The vengeance debts belonging to all. Clang. She lightly raises her hand and moves the abacus beads. But this time, the debts revealed on the abacus are no longer anyone's blood debts. Instead, there is a line. A line as black as ink, filled with trading, exploiting, controlling, and enslaving, a black karma line. One end of that line connects to the abacus. And the other end is like a parasitic poisonous snake, tightly nailed into the depths of Mercury's elegant soul. Through the karma line, everyone can see that at the end of the line is a terrifying existence that is higher, farther, and beyond description. The chess player, Heaven's Mandate. Ruan Xinglua raises her eyes, her gaze like a sword, piercing through all of Mercury's disguises. You are merely another puppet of Heaven's Mandate. The so-called fairness you speak of. What value does it hold? Crack. It sounds as if something has shattered. Mercury's textbook-like elegant smile becomes stiff and cracks, then collapses inch by inch. What replaces it is no longer calm, no longer elegance, but horror. A fear of being instantly exposed, as if stripped naked and thrown into the snow, the ultimate fear. Crack. The horror on Mercury's face freezes into an eternal sculpture. The black karma line spreading from the depths of his soul, like the most vicious curse, exposes all his dignity and pride to the eyes of the world. A puppet. He, the chief negotiator of the Balance Merchant Association, the host of this century's auction, is merely a puppet manipulated and will buy a higher existence. The venue is dead silent. Chapter 170 The Arc of Doom. In front of the live broadcast screen, billions of survivors' minds are blank. This reversal is too swift, too subversive. In this almost frozen silence. Creak. A grinding metallic sound, making everyone's teeth ache, comes from above, as if a gigantic ship that has been silent for ages finally begins to turn its gears. It is the Arc of Doom. The ship, since its arrival, had been like a floating tombstone of death, and now it moved. Everyone instinctively looked up. Beneath the ship, which overshadowed the sun, a gigantic door, 10,000 meters high, was slowly opening with immense pressure. Behind the door was darkness deeper than the universe. No gods. No messengers. As everyone held their breath, wondering if the true destiny would descend, a figure stepped out, walking from that endless darkness. The moment they recognized the person, Ivan, Griffin, and even Zhou Yan, who was watching everything through the command channel, all had their pupils suddenly shrink. Ruan Xinglua's gaze also became incredibly cold in an instant. It was her. Longing Xue. At this moment, she wore dark golden dragon-patterned battle armor, with not a single scratch on her. Her aura was more powerful and sinister than ever before. A pure, destructive dominance wrapped around her, as if she was the apocalypse itself. Behind her, shadows writhed. A terrifying outline, 100 meters tall, slowly emerged, a monster twisted from endless resentment, corpses, and shattered divinity. It was her terrifying offspring that had evolved into the doomed resentment god form. Captain. She had actually become the captain of this doomsday ark. Longing Xue stood at the entrance of the ark, 10,000 meters high, like she was standing before the gates of the divine realm, looking down on the tiny beings below. Her gaze swept across the horrified Mercurial on the stage, then over the pale-faced Griffin below, and finally landed on Ruan Xinglua. She smiled. A cruel smile, filled with extreme delight. Thank you all for your wonderful performance. Her voice was not loud, but it echoed clearly through the ark's amplification array, reaching every corner of Blue Star. Especially you, General Griffin. Longing Xue's gaze had a hint of mocking pity. Half of the winter dragon vein, what a generous gift. Griffin's body trembled, his bear-like eyes turning crimson in an instant. Longing Xue. What do you mean? Longing Xue's smile grew wider. It means nothing. She slowly spread her hands, as if embracing her new world. I just forgot to tell you one thing. This doomsday arc has always had only one ticket. Boom. This sentence exploded in everyone's minds like a nuclear bomb. Mercurial staggered back a step, as pale as a ghost. Griffin's tight fists dug deep into his flesh with his nails. Longing Xue reveled in their despair, announcing everyone's death sentence word by word. And all of your offerings of gold, crowns, loyalty, and even national fortune were all just to welcome me, the only passenger, for a smooth departure. You are all sacrifices. A trick. From beginning to end, it was a huge trick. The third act of destiny was not about internal competition and selective recruitment, but about using the greed and fear of all civilizations to entice them to offer their most precious everything, to pave a blood path for the one he truly chose, to ascend to heaven. Within the independent command channel of Huaxia, Zhou Yan looked at the spirited Longing Xue on the screen, finally revealing a knowing smile. I see now. He murmured to himself, his voice carrying a hint of cold admiration. He doesn't want to dismantle the alliance. He wants to use the entire blue star as a sacrifice, artificially giving birth to the most perfect example of a domineering civilization, to prove to us that his script is the correct one. This destiny is even more arrogant than I imagined. On the high platform, Long Yingshue's gaze finally locked onto that one calm figure. Ruan Xingluo. She sensed the powerful aura on Ruan Xingluo, entirely opposite yet equally strong. That was the royal way. Long Yingshue's smile gradually faded, replaced by cold battle intent and pride. She looked down from above, like a deity, and issued the final challenge to the mortal. Ruan Xingluo. Now, on this stage, only the two of us remain as the main characters. Come on. Let me see your royal path, in front of my Arc of Doom. How much ridiculous mercy is left? The battle intent in Long Yingshue's eyes had already turned into a tangible killing aura. She did not waste another word. Let your mercy be tasted by the souls of the hell. At the moment her words fell, she raised her hand and gently clenched it. Buzz. The Arc of Doom, hovering in the sky, let out a heart-pounding roar. Then, under the horrified gaze of the world, the smooth, mirror-like metal hull of the Ark suddenly split open with thousands of dense holes. Those were the feeding ports. Each feeding port was bottomless, like the magic eyes leading to the abyss. In the next second, it gave no one any time to react. Swish. 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 Thousands of gray beams shot out from those feeding ports, like a torrential downpour of death sweeping across the land, indiscriminately pouring down toward the ground and the interdimensional United Fleet surrounding the blue planet. That was not light. When the beams approached, everyone who saw their true nature through ultra-clear lenses felt their scalps tingle and their souls tremble. That was a decomposing torrent made up of millions of gray, nail-sized, sinister little ghosts with cruel jaws. They were the Assimilation Legion. Activate the shields. Maximum power. The frontline commander of the interdimensional United Fleet let out a fierce roar. Several star-speaking warships of the elven race at the forefront instantly raised thick magical shields, dazzling runes flowing on the shield's surface, enough to withstand the impact of meteors. However, sizzle. The moment the gray torrent touched the shield, that solid magical barrier was torn apart like thin paper splashed with concentrated sulfuric acid, unable to withstand even a second. Countless decomposing little ghosts pounced like piranhas smelling blood. No! A piercing scream came from within the warship. That 1,000-meter-long giant warship, under the gnawing of billions of decomposing little ghosts, had its hull armor dissolve like snow melting, disintegrating at a visible speed. Just a few seconds. Only a few seconds. A starship that represented the essence of advanced civilization, along with its crew, transformed right before the eyes of the world into a handful of the most basic cosmic dust, being pulled back into the Arc of Doom by an invisible force. Chapter 171, This is the Apocalypse. The extreme visual impact plunged the world into a dead silence. This is the apocalypse. As the gray torrent of death was about to engulf the ground, Ruan Xingluo's cold voice echoed. Absolute zero, silent realm. Buzz. A chilling aura suddenly spread from her center. The extreme low temperature seemed to freeze the space itself. The rapidly advancing torrent of decomposing little ghosts suddenly came to a halt, frost forming on their bodies, their furious momentum ruthlessly suppressed. But it was merely a suppression. Those frozen little ghosts were soon shattered by the endless companions behind them, as more decomposing little ghosts charged forward fearlessly. Ruan Xingluo's domain was being compressed inch by inch under this endless consumption. Chaos Devourer. With one command from her. The void behind her opened up, and the massive chaos beast charged out, roaring, its enormous mouth wide enough to swallow mountains, biting fiercely at the gray torrent. A large group of decomposing little ghosts was swallowed into its belly. However, just 2 seconds later, the massive body of the Chaos Devourer suddenly trembled violently, letting out a painful roar. On its surface, unstable gray patches began to appear. As if something is eroding its existence from the inside. Indigestion. No. It is simply indigestible. The assimilation rules contained within these decomposing little demons are far too domineering. Even chaos cannot completely erase them. High above, Long Yingxue watched this scene, letting out a victorious laugh. Did you see that, Ruan Xingluo? My assimilation army is limitless. They are the end itself. Wherever they go, all things are assimilated. How long can your guardianship, your kingly way, hold out? Boom. It seemed to confirm her words. At the bow of the Doomsday Ark, the towering Doomsday Vengeful God body slowly opened its single eye. That eye is a cannon. A main artillery controlled by a terrifying being at the peak of the ghostly realm, the Vengeful God's roaring cannon. The terrifying energy, capable of destroying stars, began to gather at the cannon's mouth, emanating a pressure that made the entire blue star tremble. The light flickered, finally locking onto the little figure below that was struggling to hold on. Ruan Xingluo's expression was more serious than ever before. Freezing can only delay. Devouring instead harms oneself. All her attack methods seemed unable to fundamentally resolve this endless assimilation army. No. Not right. Under the immense pressure, Ruan Xingluo's thoughts became exceptionally clear. She looked at those fearless little demons, their actions highly unified, and a thought flashed through her mind like lightning. They are not independent individuals. Behind this billion-strong army exists a unified, more powerful will controlling everything. It was as if Longing Xue, high above, could see through Ruan Xingluo's horror. A cruel and mocking smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. It seems you finally understood. Her voice held a lofty compassion, as if she were watching a butterfly caught in a spider's web struggle one last time. That's right, they are not independent individuals. Behind this billion-strong army exists a unified, more powerful will. A will that you and all beings on this planet can never contend with. Longing Xue opened her arms, her expression close to frenzied devotion. Let me grandly introduce my fiancé, the supreme being entering the realm of the Godmaster, Prison Demon God. Prison Demon God. A half-step to the Godmaster. These words fell like a billion-ton star, crashing down on Ruan Xingluo's heart, making her breath catch. That kind of existence, let alone on the Blue Star, is a legendary taboo even within the Myriad Realms Alliance. Longing Xue's voice brimmed with pride and boasting. At this moment, my husband is in the heart of the Ark, singing a Supreme Rules incantation for me and for this upcoming new world. It is called Demon God's Lullaby. The Ark is imprisoning the souls of countless civilizations we've conquered and enslaved. Their grievances, their unwillingness, their everything, will be transformed into an endless stream of assimilating little demons through this divine song. Longing Xue pointed at the endless grey torrent, her laughter sharp and piercing. Can you kill them all? As long as the singing of the demon god continues, my army will be immortal and indestructible. Ruan Xingluo, admit it. This is the insurmountable gap between us. This is fate. Despair. An unprecedented despair, like icy tides, drowned the hearts of everyone around the globe. An immortal and indestructible army. Behind them stands a terrifying half-step god master personally watching. How can this be fought? What can be used to fight? Even Ruan Xingluo's eternally frozen face showed a hint of wavering for the first time. At this moment of utter hopelessness, a familiar and steady voice suddenly echoed in her mind. It was Zhou Yan. I have seen the situation. Ruan Xingluo's spirit surged, urgently responding in her heart, Commander Zhou. Is there a way? The opponent is a half-step divine lord, driving a legion with the power of the rule spell. Zhou Yan's voice remained calm and unhurried, as if the sky was falling and he would just change his sleeping position. Half-step divine lord, but not a true divine lord. Why panic? She can sing, can't we? She uses her magical voice to pollute the world, and we will use more classic music to teach her what art is. These words left Ruan Xingluo, who found herself in a desperate situation, momentarily dazed. Sing? Teach her art? Is this a joke? However, before she could ask, the void before her distorted with light and shadow. In the next second, an extremely antiquated old object appeared out of thin air before her. It was a hand-cranked phonograph. The body was made of an unknown dark wood, marked by the wear of time, while the large horn was cast from dull gold, and the needle hovering above the record emitted a faint, chilling aura of dragon bones. This item was less a treasure and more like an antique eliminated by the times. But Ruan Xingluo keenly sensed a slight yet pure essence of the ruins from it. Zhou Yan's voice rang out again, filled with a hint of laughter. This was given to me by an old friend who loved music. It's called the Shell of Harmony Across Worlds. Its biggest flaw is that it always likes to mix signals. Go ahead, use it to add a different BGM to the concert across. Ruan Xingluo looked at the phonograph before her and then at the Doomsday Ark in the distance, which exuded a pressure that could extinguish worlds, her face filled with disbelief. But at this moment, she had no choice. Taking a deep breath, she carefully poured her immense mental power into this strange phonograph. Buzz. The phonograph quivered slightly. Controlling it was far more difficult than she had imagined. The essence of the ruins felt like an endless black hole, wildly pulling at her mental power. She had to control her strength with utmost precision, like a strand of hair slipping through the eye of a needle, just to find a balance and frequency. This was an unprecedented and huge test for her mental strength. Rise. Sweat beads appeared on Ruan Xingluo's forehead as she whispered with frustration. In her first attempt, the frequency instantly went out of control. Ziz. An extremely piercing noise, like metal scraping glass, suddenly erupted from the golden horn. This sound was not only unpleasant, but also contained a chaotic force of rules. Puff. Ruan Xinglua was caught off guard as a powerful force slammed into her chest, making her blood surge, and she sweetened in her throat, directly injuring herself from the noise she had unleashed. High in the sky, Dragon Ningxue, prepared to enjoy her expression of despair, was taken aback for a moment, and then let out unabashed laughter of mockery. Ha ha ha! Ruan Xinglua! What are you doing? Out of tricks, preparing to perform a cheer-up show before dying? I must say, this noise of yours is quite unique. Dragon Ningxue's mocking laughter pierced the eardrums of the global survivors like sharp spikes. The atmosphere of despair became even thicker due to her reckless laughter. However, Ruan Xinglua, at the eye of the storm, turned a deaf ear to all of it. She let the blood run from the corner of her mouth, her ice blue eyes held no shame or hesitation, only a stark, cold calmness. Mocking her? It didn't matter anymore. She slowly raised her left wrist. On her wrist, the prison bracelet that had once suppressed countless strange creatures emitted a faint yet firm hum. A cool, watery energy instantly surged from the bracelet, flowing through her limbs and smoothing the turbulent blood inside her, stabilizing her mental ocean that had almost collapsed due to the frequency losing control. Heart. An unprecedented tranquility. I see now. A glimmer of realization flashed in Ruan Xinglua's eyes. It's not that the power is lacking, but that the heart is not calm enough. She once again placed her hand on the lever of the ancient phonograph. This time, her movements showed no hesitation or testing, but rather a calmness that seemed to know everything. Her mental energy flowed like a gentle stream, accurately and unerringly pouring in once more. Buzz. This time, the golden horn emitted no harsh noise at all. Instead, in Ruan Xinglua's perception, the whole world seemed to turn into an ocean made up of countless chaotic soundtracks. Among them, there was a frequency that was the most domineering, the most evil, filled with enslavement and fear, which was the channel of the demonic god's requiem. It is it. Ruan Xinglua's gaze focused, her mental energy became the most precise probe, instantly locking onto that frequency. Got you. She whispered softly, then flipped her hand, revealing another object in her palm. It was a strange disc that was completely pitch black, as if made from thousands of resentful souls compressed together, covered in dense patterns of karmic sins. It was a treasure of China, the debt-collecting disc of 10,000 resentments. Without any hesitation, Ruan Xinglua steadily placed the debt-collecting disc on the phonograph's turntable. The dragon bone needle slowly descended. Sizzle. After a faint sound of contact, the world seemed to pause for a second. The resounding demonic god's requiem, the enchantment that enslaved souls, suddenly came to a halt at that moment. Immediately after, a completely different sound was amplified billions of times through the universal resonance conch, thundering throughout the entire channel of the Doomsday Arc. That was not music. That was a series of sounds seemingly from the depths of the underworld, carrying endless karmic retribution, settling all sins, the debt-collecting mantra. Debtors must pay with souls. Oathbreakers must repay with blood. Annihilators shall sink into eternity. Each mantra struck like thunder from the divine judgment, directly hitting the billions of enslaved soul origins within the Doomsday Arc. The billions of assimilated little demons, madly attacking the remnants of the United Fleet, suddenly froze in their gray bodies. In their hollow eye sockets, a flash of confusion and a hint of pain appeared for the first time. Up above, Long Yingshua's smile instantly froze. What sound? Requiem, where is my requiem? Within the core of the ark, the demon god of the prison, who was chanting with closed eyes, abruptly opened his eyes, filled with uncertainty in his golden demonic gaze. His rule incantations, his exclusive channel, have been hijacked? This is not the end. In the name of truth, reveal your deep-seated grievances. Ruan Xinglua activated the power of another treasure, the Mirror of Truth. The invisible radiance merged with the debt-collecting mantra, transforming into billions of images through the phonograph's channel, forcibly playing in the depths of the consciousness of all enslaved souls. In the images, was the home they once loved deeply. The next second, the dark golden doomsday arc tore through the heavens, a beam of light struck down, planets exploded, and civilizations turned to dust. In the images, were the families they once cherished and loved. The next second, the Empress, clad in dark golden dragon-patterned armor, descended from the sky and with one slash, their loved ones and children turned to ashes and screams. It was her. It was that exalted Empress. It was she who destroyed my home. My world. My children. My loved ones. All died under her slaughter. All memories, all hatred, were completely ignited by the dual stimulation of the debt-collecting mantra and the images of truth. Roar. Revenge. Kill her. Blood debts. Blood repayments. Endless hatred and anger instantly overwhelmed the remaining fearful suppression of the demonic god's requiem. These enslaved souls were no longer docile sheep, but had transformed into vengeful spirits clawing back from hell. They no longer obeyed the suppression of the demon god of the prison. Started madly rebelling against the control core of the ark. No. No. You despicable sacrifices. Stop now. Long Yingxue was horrified to discover that her proud undead legion was collapsing from within. Those assimilated little demons suddenly changed direction, no longer attacking any external targets, but began to frantically gnaw at the Doomsday Ark beneath them with their claws and mouths that could decompose anything. Chapter 173 Chaos Devourer. Tearing at energy conduits. Gnawing at the control center. Devouring the body of the Ark. They want to completely destroy this cage that has imprisoned them, enslaved them, and refined them from the inside. In the global live broadcast room, everyone was dumbfounded. After a brief silence, in the Blue Star Alliance command center, a technical officer suddenly stood up, pointing at the screen, his voice trembling with shock. Oh my god. Commander Zhou, He hacked into the opposing server, and then played a counter-revolutionary propaganda clip to the opposing army on repeat? Beside him, the Universal Messenger Coral, who had kept a serious face since the start of the war, was also gaping, mumbling. Every one of his methods completely exceeds my understanding. Boom. Rumbling. A series of violent explosions suddenly echoed from inside the Doomsday Ark. That huge, miraculous ship began to shake violently and uncontrollably. Visible cracks spread across its magnificent dark golden shell like a spider web. The entire Doomsday Ark began to tilt under the wild gnawing and self-explosions of billions of own people. The wails of the Doomsday Ark transformed through the hijack channel into a piercing sound of metal breaking, spreading across the globe. The tilted ship, like a collapsing aerial kingdom, signaled the defeat of the Doomsday Vengeful God. No, it can't end like this. Long Yingxue, with her hair disheveled and her dark golden dragon-patterned armor covered with cracks from the energy backlash, looked at those frantically gnawing at her divine kingdom subjects. The last bit of reason in her eyes was completely burned away by madness. I haven't lost yet. I will never lose to you ants. She suddenly raised her head, her gaze penetrating the void, locking eyes with the equally furious prison demon god at the core of the Arkansas. A single glance became the final consensus. Mutual destruction. In the name of my vengeful god, draw upon the Ark's divine source and burn all souls. Long Yingshue's piercing scream echoed through the sky. Deep within the core, the prison demon god also let out a furious roar, extending its giant claws and smashing down hard on the Ark's last reserve energy. Boom! This was not an explosion, but an inward collapse. A destructive energy a billion times more horrifying than any previous attack exploded instantly. All the remaining, rebelling assimilated little demons let out the most sorrowful howls at this moment, their bodies uncontrollably pulled towards the energy center, melting, decomposing, and reassembling. Flesh, vengeful souls, divine power, causality. Everything was forcibly blended into an indescribable whole. A giant, obscuring the sky, composed of billions of twisted, howling faces and broken limbs, slowly took shape in the light of energy. That aura had already surpassed the realm of half-step god masters, truly reaching god master level. Wailer of 10,000 souls. It's over. The survivors of the Universal Alliance fleet had their recently ignited hopes completely crushed by the despairing aura emanating from this giant beast. In the Blue Star Alliance command center, alarms blared all around, and all data analysts turned ashen. God Master level energy reaction, unresistible. This is their final trump card. Even Wan Xinglua felt a wave of heart palpitations, that power had surpassed the limits of what she could currently withstand. However, just as the world once again sank into silence and despair, the man sitting calmly at the command seat of Huaxia finally moved. Zhou Yan slowly stood up from his seat. He didn't even look at the world-destroying beast on the screen, he simply brushed off non-existent dust from the corner of his clothes. He shook his head, his tone flat, yet clearly heard by everyone. This farce should come to an end. The moment his voice fell, he took a step forward. There was no tearing of space, no brilliant light, he just disappeared from the command center chair in the plainest way. In the next instant, before the sky-covering wailing of 10,000 souls, a figure as small as dust quietly appeared. It was Zhou Yan. Roar! The wailing of 10,000 souls sensed an ultimate threat, billions of mouths opened simultaneously, emitting a soul-shattering roar, power enough to destroy stars gathering within it, about to burst forth. However, Zhou Yan simply watched it quietly. He did not use any earth-shattering techniques, nor did he summon any world-ending treasures. He just extended his right hand. Then, gently, he pressed down on the head of the god-level beast capable of swallowing galaxies. There was no earth-shattering explosion. No form of resistance at all. Time seemed to be completely frozen under that pressure. That god-level beast, made up of billions of strange fusions, carrying the final madness of Long Yingxue and the prison devil, along with all its power, all its resentment, all its karma. Simply and lightly, it was erased completely from the realm of existence. It disappeared. As if it had never existed. Expelled into the eternal, absolute, endless void, vanishing without a trace. Puff. Ah. In the sky, Longing Shuet and the prison devil within the Ark's core were struck as if by thunder. All their hidden cards, all their power, all their madness, turned to nothing in that instant, transforming into the most terrifying backlash force that surged into their bodies. Both spurted out golden blood mixed with fragments of their souls, their breaths collapsing to the extreme, like two meteorites, helplessly falling from the sky. Zhou Yan didn't even spare them a glance. He walked up to the Ark, which had turned into a hollow shell, slowly disintegrating. Ignoring the collapsing space and flowing energy around him, he strolled in like he owned the place, and walked straight to the core of the Ark. There, he took out something. It was a completely black egg, covered in magical patterns, slowly pulsating, as if it had a life of its own, a giant egg. The resentment and essence of billions of souls were not all used to create the stitched giant beast but were instead used as nourishment to nurture this terrifying, aura-emitting demon god egg. Zhou Yan cradled the egg, finally turning his gaze to the fallen prison devil below, who was filled with shock and confusion. So this is your true purpose. His voice wasn't loud, but it echoed clearly in the prison devil's soul. To use a doomed invasion to attract everyone's attention. The real goal was to borrow the immense fortune of Blue Star, to use the energy of this war as a sacrifice, to incubate your offspring. To leave this last spark for your magic god clan, which has long been eradicated. No. The prison devil looked at the egg cradled in Zhou Yan's palm, all disguises, all madness, all calculations collapsing at this moment, turning into the most primitive, pure despair. That was his entire hope. It was the last future of his clan. Zhou Yan simply weighed the demon god egg in his hand, as if weighing an ordinary stone. He turned his head to look at Ruan Xinglua, who was rushing over, a gentle smile on his face. Madam. It seems our Chaos Devourer has a new treat. Chapter 174, The Deadly Gift. The remains of the Doomsday Ark quietly decomposed into cosmic dust in the starry sky. The globally broadcast scene did not shut down with the end of the war, instead, an invisible force locked it in, focusing it on a temporarily open dimensional space. There was the private restaurant belonging to Zhou Yan and Ruan Xinglua. Under the soft light, Ruan Xinglua rolled up her sleeves, somewhat awkwardly preparing a celebration dinner for Zhou Yan. The warm atmosphere, filled with the scent of cooking, formed an absurd yet harmonious contrast to the end-of-the-world scene outside, where corpses lay everywhere. Madam, you've worked hard. Zhou Yan's voice, carrying a hint of a smile, broke the tranquility. Ruan Xinglua's cheeks flushed slightly, and she shot him a playful glare. We haven't. Before she could finish, a small creature, entirely dark purple and jelly-like, popped out from Zhou Yan's collar, jumping up and down while making urgent, pudgy sounds. The Chaos Devourer. Its big eyes fixated on the pulsating demon god egg in Zhou Yan's palm, drool threatening to flow like a small river. That gaze held the most primitive greed, etched into its very genes. Zhou Yan chuckled, shaking his head at its pitiful appearance. Want to eat? Pudgy. The Chaos Devourer nodded vigorously, almost leaping onto his face. Then I'll give it to you. His tone was casual as he flicked his wrist. The demon god egg, which contained the hopes of the entire demon god clan, was tossed out effortlessly, as if he were discarding garbage. The Chaos Devourer was overjoyed, opening its mouth wide and expanding its body tenfold in an instant. Ah! With one gulp, it accurately swallowed the demon god egg into its belly. Burp! It let out a satisfied burp, its face showing an incredibly human-like expression of bliss. In the next moment, a surge of dark purple energy erupted from its body, wrapping it entirely and quickly forming a translucent energy chrysalis. The energy flowed over the chrysalis, as if undergoing a world-altering evolution. Looks like it's a great opportunity. Ruan Xinglua watched the scene, genuinely happy for it. However, just when everyone thought it was a perfect ending of victory, an abnormal change suddenly occurred. Buzz. On the surface of the dark purple energy chrysalis, an extremely complicated golden rune suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The rune emanated a holy, majestic, and unchallengeable aura, as if it were the embodiment of cosmic law. An even colder and grander force of fate than the previous demon god roared to life from the rune. The globally broadcast scene was forcibly locked in at that moment, quickly zooming in and focusing tightly on that golden rune. Destiny rune. It's destiny. It's the power of destiny. He actually left a backup plan inside the demon god egg. I knew he wouldn't be defeated so easily. This is a trap. This is a huge trap. In the Huaxia livestream room, the joy that had just boiled over was instantly doused with cold water. Everyone's heart sank once again into the depths. Zhou Yan. Ruan Xinglua's face changed, and she immediately prepared to act, trying to erase that rune. Don't move. Zhou Yan's voice came through, stopping her with his hand, his expression turning serious. He walked up to the energy chrysalis, carefully examining the destiny rune. Ruan Xinglua followed closely, nervously asking, is it a curse? Or some kind of attack? Neither. Zhou Yan shook his head, his voice low. This is neither a curse nor an attack, so it cannot be defended against or erased. This is a guide of fate. He raised his hand and gently traced a line in the air. An expansive real-time star chart instantly unfolded before the two. Destiny is harsher than I imagined. Zhou Yan's gaze fell on a corner of the star chart, an unfamiliar star realm that had never been explored. He has made this little guy's tendency to devour. A fate-level binding has been made with a specific coordinate. His finger slowly pointed at the center of that starry region. A tiny, glowing coordinate point was instantly magnified. He has arranged the next fate for it. Zhou Yan's voice, filled with an unprecedented seriousness, spread clearly to every corner of the world through the livestream. In 24 hours, after it completes its evolution, it will be irresistibly guided by this rune to go to this coordinate. And then, it will devour the world's axis of that world, thus completing its own protagonist transformation. The moment Zhou Yan's words fell, the detailed information of the coordinate he pointed at lit up on the magnificent real-time star map, magnified by an invisible force, presenting it to all viewers around the globe. Coordinate locked. Matching with the multiverse database match successful. Target world, neutral mysterious area number 77. Alias, Crystal Fairyland. Rows of cold golden text appeared, like the final judgment, imprinted on everyone's retina. In the database, the image of Crystal Fairyland slowly unfolded. It was a world made entirely of colorful glass, where mountains were flowing light and rivers were dazzling crystals. Countless peaceful elemental beings lived there, singing songs of tranquility. There was no war, no disturbance, and even a trace of evil thought found it hard to breed. The whole world was beautiful, like a dream one wished never to wake up from. No. In the Huaxia live stream room, a girl instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes full of disbelief. This thought spread globally like a plague in an instant. Silence. After 10 seconds of silence, a volcanic eruption-like uproar erupted. Crystal Fairyland? The fate actually wants to sacrifice a peaceful, neutral, mysterious area? I understand now, I understand it all. What a cruel scheme. This is not a punishment for Zhou Yan, this is a heart-wrenching blow. This is a blow to the entire spiritual heart of Huaxia. The member of the oil-rich country, who had been humiliated, laughed loudly in the livestream, appearing almost mad. Ha 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 ha. The King's Way? Is this your Huaxia's so-called King's Way? Forcing your guardian beast to slaughter the most innocent and friendly civilization. I want to see how you choose. General Griffin from the North Bear Country, through the screen, coldly spat out 2 words. Hypocrisy. The sunlit scheme of fate became apparent at this moment. To kill the Chaos Devourer? That was the hope for Huaxia's future, the companion of Ruan Xinglua. To let it devour? Then all the credibility and all the persistence of the King's Way established by Huaxia would collapse into a joke overnight. They would become enemies of the multiverse. Buzz. Just as global public opinion was boiling, the energy cocoon wrapping the Chaos Devourer suddenly shone brightly. The color of the cocoon was changing from a translucent dark purple to a solid, deep hue. At the same time, in the very center of the global livestream, a blood-red countdown formed by the power of fate runes appeared out of nowhere. 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. The cold numbers began to ruthlessly tick down, second by second. 24 hours. Everyone's hearts were raised with that countdown, almost to their throats. No, it knows nothing. Ruan Xinglua looked at the tiny figure sleeping and evolving in the energy cocoon. Her heart felt like it was tightly grasped by an invisible large hand, aching so much she could hardly breathe. She looked towards the beautiful, innocent world on the star map, a hint of determination crossing her eyes. Zhou Yan. There must be a way, right? She suddenly turned to Zhou Yan, her voice carrying a trace of pleading. Zhou Yan only quietly looked at her, his gaze deep, without answering. His silence caused Ruan Xinglua's heart to sink little by little. She understood. This was a deadlock set by fate and also a test for her. I understand. Ruan Xinglua took a deep breath, slowly closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, her beautiful eyes held nothing but endless winter and silence. She took a step forward, standing in front of the energy cocoon. My choices. She raised her delicate hand, palm facing the pulsating energy cocoon. To break this damned fate. The moment her voice fell, an icy chill powerful enough to freeze souls erupted around her. Absolute zero silent domain. Crack. Crack crack. The air froze, the light froze, even the flow of time seemed to hit the pause button at that instant. A visible pale frost, defying the laws of physics, spread from the void, instantly sealing the entire energy cocoon and its surrounding space in a crystal-clear ice coffin. Indeed, under the influence of the silent domain, the pulsation of the energy cocoon visibly slowed down. The countdown in the center of the screen also slowed down its pace by a fraction. It worked. Lord Xinglua is too strong. She can actually resist the laws of fate. In the Huaxia live broadcast room, an earth-shattering cheer erupted. However, the next second, all smiles froze on their faces. Buzz. On the ice-encased energy cocoon, the golden fate rune suddenly exploded with brilliant light. A sacred, majestic, and irresistible power turned into golden flames, fiercely burning inside the ice coffin, madly resisting the freezing power of the silent domain. Put. Ruan Xingluo's body trembled violently, and her stunning face instantly lost all color, turning pale. Her mental power, her winter divine power, was being consumed at a terrifying speed by the fate rune. This was not resistance, she was using her life to delay the occurrence of fate. Xingluo. Stop. You will die. Her Huaxia allies cried out in alarm, caught in a dilemma. They did not want Huaxia's divine beast to go out of control and bring calamity to the multiverse, yet they deeply feared the authority of fate. No one dared to step forward and openly defy fate at this moment. In the live broadcast room, voices of Schadenfreude rang out one after another. Freedom Hawk Alliance official. Foolish resistance. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Fate is inviolable. Abyss sect apostle, give up, Huaxia people. Sacrifice that world, and you can still save this divine beast. That is the most rational choice. The way of the king? Can that be eaten? A tremendous wave of public opinion, like mountains and seas, pressed down towards Ruan Xingluo and all of Huaxia. Crack. On the ice coffin formed by the silent domain, a barely noticeable crack appeared under the burning of the golden rune. Ruan Xingluo's body swayed, and a trickle of bright red blood slowly dripped from her lips. The bright red blood slid down Ruan Xingluo's pale lips, dripping onto the cold ground, splattering into a flower of despair. Each sway of her body tugged at the hearts of billions of Huaxia citizens around the world. Yet Zhou Yan appeared as if he were an outsider. He did not take action. Not even a word of comfort. Time seemed to become a questioning tool for him, as countless angry, scornful, and confused gazes focused on him. What is he doing? Is he just watching his comrade die? Is this the leader of Huaxia? A cold-blooded monster. Facing the overwhelming wave of accusations, Zhou Yan calmly walked to Ruan Xingluo's side, extending his finger to gently wipe the cold sweat from her forehead. His movement was gentle and tender. Tired, he asked. Ruan Xingluo clenched her teeth, too weak to answer, merely gathering all her strength to cast him an angry yet desperate glance. He brought another cup of water, tilting it to her lips. This relaxed posture stood in stark contrast to Ruan Xingluo's desperate struggle and the bloody countdown on the screen, creating an immensely ironic scene. The laughter of the oil-rich country lawmakers rang out again. Do you see it? This is all a show. He doesn't care at all. He's waiting. Waiting for Ruan Xingluo to collapse so he can say, we tried our best, and then feel justified in sacrificing that innocent world. Time is passing by, second by second. Every second feels like torture to Ruan Xingluo. The blood-red numbers in the center of the screen cruelly jump. 6 hours. 5 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Only 6 hours left. Crack. A sharp, piercing sound, a huge crack split the ice coffin from head to toe. The destined rune sealed inside suddenly burst with light, golden flames soared into the sky, like an awakening golden dragon about to break free from its cage. Put. Ruan Xingluo could no longer hold on, and she suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, her body soft and about to fall. In the silent domain, on the brink of collapse. The Chaos Devourer is about to awaken. In her eyes, there was nothing left but dull ash. She lost. Everything is over. Just as her consciousness was about to sink into darkness, a warm hand gently pressed on her shoulder. Zhou Yan's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached her ears and the ears of everyone in the world. The script of destiny seems perfect, flawless. At that moment, the world seemed to freeze. All the noisy, mocking, and worried voices abruptly stopped. Zhou Yan calmly looked at the golden rune about to break free and a barely perceptible smile curved his lips. But it forgot one thing. Every rule must have an interpretation power. Interpretation power? Ruan Xingluo's hazy pupils gradually focused, looking at Zhou Yan. What does this mean? Chapter 176, The Key of All Laws. Xingluo, Zhou Yan's voice carried a power that pierced through all things. Take out your key of all laws. The key of all laws. Ruan Xingluo's heart shook. That was something Zhou Yan had given her long ago, an illusory, crystal key seemingly made of light and rules, the use of which she had never known. With a thought, the illusory key slowly appeared in her trembling palm. Don't use it to attack, that is against the rules. Zhou Yan's voice continued, carrying a guiding tone. Use it to unlock, to interpret. Immerse your will into that rune and read the true command of destiny. Ruan Xingluo seemed to grasp at a last straw for survival. She took a deep breath and used her last ounce of strength to point the tip of the key of all laws at the blazing destined rune on the cocoon. No attack. No collision. The moment the key touched the rune, a vast, boundless stream of information surged into her mind through the key. Buzz. Before her eyes was no longer a restaurant, but a vast universe made of countless golden causal lines. She saw it. She saw the underlying logic behind the command of destiny. It was not a picture, nor a forceful command, but cold, rigorous, and devoid of any emotion, divine code. Command: drive the host Chaos Devourer to swallow a world axis within the time limit to complete the final transformation. Ruan Xingluo's heart skipped a beat. She continued to read. Default execution plan: lock onto target neutral anomaly area 77, Glass Fairyland. Locking reason analysis: 1. Strongest causal law, 2. Highest energy attribute compatibility, 3. Most likely to trigger conflicts among all worlds, in line with destiny maximized interference principle. Default execution plan? These two words exploded like thunder in the depths of Ruan Xingluo's soul. This means that the Glass Fairyland is just a default option. A target carefully chosen by destiny, the one most capable of piercing the heart. But it is not the only option. In theory, anything that fits the concept of world axis could become the endpoint of the Chaos Devourer's transformation. A surge of immense joy and hope suddenly washed away all her despair and fatigue. She suddenly raised her head, and in her dim eyes, an astonishing light reignited. She looked at Zhou Yan, her voice trembling violently with excitement. Zhou Yan. The script of destiny does not write about the glass immortal realm. It writes about the axis of the world. Ruan Xingluo's voice was like a thunder that sliced through the despairing night, blasting in the ears of everyone in the Blue Star Alliance. The joy brought by this discovery made her almost forget her severe injuries. Her eyes, dim from exhaustion, were now rekindled with blazing fire. But in the next moment, the fiery hope was doused with a bucket of ice water. But her lips trembled as she looked anxiously at Zhou Yan. Where do we find a new axis of the world? The Chaos Devourer could awaken at any moment, and we have less than 6 hours left. Yes, time. In the global livestream, the billions of viewers who had just felt a glimmer of hope had their hearts tightened once again. So what if they found a loophole in the rules? If they couldn't find a substitute, everything was just empty talk. The fate of the glass immortal realm still dangled on the noose named time. In an instant, everyone's gaze around the world, which had once been mixed with disdain, anger, and mockery, all focused on that man who had remained extraordinarily calm throughout, Zhou Yan. Did he still have a way? Facing the world's watchful eyes, Zhou Yan smiled. In that smile, there was a hint of mockery, as if he laughed at the self-righteous script of destiny. He slowly extended his hand, palm facing up. Light swirled. A brilliant multi-faced crystal, seemingly compressed from billions of stars, quietly hovered in his palm. At the moment it appeared, the surrounding air began to distort, and the flow of time seemed to become thick and obscure, as if the starting point and end point of everything were imprisoned in this small core. This is Ruan Xingluo's pupils suddenly constricted. The clock tower of the Warden itself is an independent, artificial world with complete rules of time. Zhou Yan's voice was steady but carried a power that reassured the hearts. And this is the original axis of that world. He held up the core as if raising a bygone era. Origin core. Gasps erupted globally. The Warden. That tragic existence who once imprisoned countless deities and demons, but ultimately became a discarded child of destiny. Although it is powerful, to the high and mighty destiny, it is merely trash left behind by a pawn that has already been abandoned outside the script. A cold arc formed at the corner of Zhou Yan's mouth. But what is trash in the eyes of destiny? For us at this moment, it is the perfect substitute. One sentence shook the world. Ruan Xingluo's heart raced. She instantly understood Zhou Yan's entire plan. Using a world axis deemed worthless by destiny to replace the meticulously chosen glass immortal realm that could cause the greatest chaos. What a crazy plan to steal heaven's treasure. Go! With Zhou Yan's command, Ruan Xingluo hesitated no more. She bore the soul-rending pain and poured all her will into the key of 10,000 laws, in her palm. The key exploded with unprecedented light, once again piercing the blazing, destiny rune. This time, it was no longer interpretation, but modification. Buzz. Ruan Xingluo's consciousness once again plunged into the universe of divine code. She saw the golden causal line pointing to neutral illusion 77, glass immortal realm. Break it for me. With all her strength, she wielded the key of 10,000 laws as if swinging a blade to cut through fate. That golden causal line shook violently but did not break. No, it's not about cutting. Zhou Yan's voice, like the morning bell, rang in her mind. It's about replacing. It's redefining its endpoint. Ruan Xingluo suddenly realized. She no longer tried to fight against the rules, but instead guided the power of the key of 10,000 laws, gently covering the end of that causal line. Target locked, neutral mysterious domain number 77, Glass Wonderland. This line of divine code began to flicker. Ruan Xingluo's will transformed into an invisible hand, dragging the origin core in Zhou Yan's palm into this universe of code. Chapter 177, Origin Core. Target locked, Origin. Point. Core. Heart. Click. A soft sound, as if the gears of fate were shifted to a completely new track. That golden causal line instantly detached from the coordinates of Glass Wonderland and accurately linked to the origin core. Modification successful. At that very moment. Boom! The energy cocoon shattered with a loud crash. A shadow, indescribable by words, purely composed of the concept of devouring, shot out from within. It did not pause at all, nor did it glance at this world, following the final directive modified by the Destiny rune and leaping toward Zhou Yan's palm, the origin core, that radiated endless power of time. Then, it swallowed it whole. The Oil Nation's senator screamed in terror, "Madman! You madman! It will take us all down too." His words abruptly stopped. The apocalyptic energy explosion they expected did not occur. The chaos devourer that had swallowed the origin core not only did not expand, but began to collapse inward, radiating a stable and powerful temporal aura. Its form rapidly changed, from a pure shadow gradually condensing into a streamlined body, with mysterious patterns resembling clock faces emerging on its surface, and a pair of eyes opening, as if galaxies were being born and extinguished, with time flowing backward. It had successfully completed its final evolution. The script of Destiny was forcibly rewritten once again. Before the screen, countless people were dumbfounded, their minds blank. They finally realized what had happened. Destiny had painstakingly set this fatal trap. It not only failed to entrap Huaxia, forcing them to sacrifice an innocent world. Instead, using the fate rules it had set itself in a sacred Destiny rune, it delivered a long-desired god-level evolution feast to its opponent's pet. What a contradiction! How absurd! In the sky, that omnipresent will of Destiny that monitored all worlds fell into a long, prolonged silence. It seemed to be digesting this unfathomable and humiliating defeat. The silence of the will of Destiny lasted a long time. So long that everyone in the Blue Star Alliance recovered from the shocking upheaval and erupted in cheers of survival. But all this commotion seemed unrelated to Room 101 of Happiness Community. Here, there was only the warm light and the aroma of food. In the kitchen, Zhou Yan was tying on an apron, skillfully serving plate after plate of delicious dishes onto the dining table. Sizzle. The last plate of sweet and sour pork came out, filling the air with fragrance. On the living room floor, the Chaos Devourer that had just evolved to god level now showed not a trace of divine majesty. It was like an ordinary little kitten, tirelessly chasing its own tail with mysterious scale patterns, playing joyfully. Ruan Xingluo curled up on the sofa, hugging his soft pillow. She did not look at the frolicking pet, nor was she drawn by the aroma from the kitchen. She quietly gazed at the LCD TV on the wall. On the screen, global news was playing in a loop. General Griffin of the Northern Bear Nation publicly announced that he will unconditionally support Huaxia in all resolutions within the Blue Star Alliance. The Oil Nation senator has resigned in disgrace. The new delegation has taken a special plane to Huaxia in hopes of discussing the future energy sharing topic. Sakura Nation. Goryeo Country. More than 30 national leaders are eagerly trying to please Huaxia, hoping to gain its protection. On the screen, those once mighty leaders now have humble yet eager expressions. But looking at all this, Ruan Xingluo's face showed not a trace of joy. Her gaze was calm, like a pool of still water, reflecting the light of the television screen, yet stirring no emotion. Zhou Yan took off his apron and walked over with 2 bowls of rice. He gently placed the rice bowls on the coffee table, then tenderly wrapped his arms around her from behind the sofa. "Madam." His chin gently rested on the top of her head, his voice carrying a hint of a smile. "We won, why do you look so unhappy?" Ruan Xingluo's body stiffened slightly, then relaxed as she leaned into his arms. She shook her head, her beautiful brows slightly furrowed, as if even she felt confused. "I don't know." Her voice was soft, carrying a hint of bewilderment. "I feel that everything happening before my eyes seems so natural. Their joy, fear, struggles, to me, they all look like streams of data that pulse." Ruan Xingluo paused, as if searching for the right word. "It's wonderful, but there's no feeling." Zhou Yan tightened his hold on her subtly, a hint of gravity flashing in his eyes. "It's coming. The national fortune's backlash is too powerful. As the agent of this fortune, her humanity is gradually being assimilated by the grand, cold, impartial rules of heaven's way. She is losing the emotions of being human." At that moment. Beep. 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 A series of urgent communication requests shattered the tranquility of the room. It was the highest encrypted communication from Lin Anhua. Zhou Yan released Ruan Xingluo and connected the screen. Lin Anhua's bloodshot face appeared in the air, his tone unprecedentedly urgent and panicked. "Advisor Zhou. Something has happened." "What happened?" Zhou Yan's expression remained calm. In the country, a very strange phenomenon has occurred. Lin Onghua spoke rapidly. As the spiritual energy recovery reaches an unprecedented peak, some ordinary people, they seem unable to bear this power. What are the specific symptoms? Emotional apathy. Their behavior, it's like precise machines programmed to a setting. Lin Onghua described painfully, we call it divinization-like symptoms. They no longer cry, no longer laugh, family, kinship, friendship have lost all meaning to them. What is going on? Hearing this, Wan Xingluo abruptly raised her head, her eyes finally showing a trace of disturbance. The symptoms described by Lin Onghua were so similar to her earlier state. Zhou Yan looked at the anxious Lin Onghua on the screen, then glanced at the shocked Wan Xingluo beside him and softly sighed. This is not a sickness, old Lin. It's the national fortune. Zhou Yan spoke a term that Lin Onghua could not comprehend. National fortune? Lin Onghua was stunned. Isn't national fortune being strong a good thing? Didn't we win? It's a good thing, but too much is not good. Zhou Yan's voice echoed clearly in the room, resonating in Lin Ongua's ears. Chapter 178, this era will eventually belong to us. I ask you, what is the essence of national fortune? Lin Onghua instinctively answered, it is the collective will and desire of billions of citizens. Exactly. Zhou Yan nodded. In the past, the decline of Huaxia's national fortune was sustained through the struggles of people. Now. He shifted his tone, revealing the cruel truth. The national fortune has become so strong that it exceeds the limits a mortal can bear, and has reversed. It has turned into nation, forcibly reformatting people. Reformatting people? Lin Onghua mumbled to himself, a chill rushing from his feet to the crown of his head. Yes. Zhou Yan's gaze swept over Wan Xingluo's pale face, his voice becoming extremely serious. If not addressed and limited, this excessively powerful flow of national fortune will completely wash away every Huaxia person's sense of self. Flatten. By that time, all of the Chinese people, including you, including me, and including Xing Luo, in the end, will all become the human terminal of the national fortune golden dragon. Possessing great power, but losing all sense of self. Becoming a curse, called ascension. A curse, called ascension. Zhou Yan's voice was soft, yet it struck Lin Ongua's heart like an invisible heavy hammer. On the other side of the light screen, the old man, who had fought on the battlefield his whole life, lost all color from his face. Curse. He muttered, his eyes filled with disbelief, horror, and confusion. This is impossible. National fortune flourishing, how could it be a curse? Zhou Yan did not answer immediately. Because something more terrifying, and more rapid, had already happened. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. A more shrill and ear-piercing alarm than Lin Ongua's earlier call suddenly tore through the communication channel. It was the highest-level red alert, indicating that a large-scale bizarre event was erupting. Lin Ongua's face changed dramatically, and he quickly turned around, clearly having received the alarm on his side as well. Bring it in! He barked. A new split screen instantly popped up, the image shaking violently. A young agent in Dragon Shield Bureau Special Forces uniform was running down a dimly lit corridor, drenched in sweat. Old Lin. Advisor Zhou. Something happened in Magic City. The agent's voice changed tone, trembling with fear and exhaustion from intense movement. Get to the point. Lin Onghua shouted. It was takeout. The agent gasped for air, as if the word itself carried immense terror. An hour ago, a popular food blogger Poison Tongue Kingwei was live-streaming at home when he ordered takeout. And then? Zhou Yan's eyes narrowed. The doorbell rang. He went to open the door, but there was nothing outside. Only a takeout box lying on the ground. The agent's voice began to tremble. That box was oozing black blood. Under the watch of hundreds of thousands of viewers in the livestream, he opened the box. What was inside? Wan Xingluo couldn't help but ask. The agent took a deep breath, as though needing all his strength to speak the scene. A still thumping heart. As soon as he finished speaking, a thin, twisted figure flashed through the darkness behind him, seemingly holding another takeout box that was still dripping blood. Be careful. Ah! A scream echoed, and the communication was abruptly cut off. The screen turned into static. Silence. A deathly silence. Lin Ongua's hands trembled slightly. Zhou Yan's face, however, darkened completely. It's resentment power. He murmured. No, that's not it. He immediately denied his own judgment. It's not just pure resentment power. That wronged delivery man's hatred was only the trigger, a spark. Zhou Yan raised his head, looking out the window at the night sky, shrouded in the golden light of national fortune. What truly ignited this fire was the massive thoughts of horror, curiosity, and schadenfreude that poured out from hundreds of thousands of viewers in the livestream. It was the immense will of the people, scattered and with nowhere to go, emerging from this land. Zhou Yan's words struck Lin Angua's mind like a lightning bolt. You mean? Yes. Zhou Yan interrupted him. It's out of control. These immense national wills are starting to combine with urban legends, internet memes, and social hotspots in the real world. They are giving birth to a batch of unprecedented, entirely new supernatural events, unique to this era, on the Chinese mainland. Before Zhou Yan's words were finished, more alarms, like mushrooms after rain, started flashing crazily in the command center on Lin Angua's side. Report! In the CBD of Jingzhou, on the 44th floor of the Eternal Glory office building, lights appeared that could not be physically extinguished, and all security personnel who entered have fallen into an endless overtime state, until their life signs disappear. Report! In a southern province, a notorious online troll was found dead at home, with no external wounds, but his social media account had come back to life. There are people online using vicious words, randomly cursing other users. Report! Overtime ghost. Cyber ghost. One by one, local new mysteries closely related to modern life are bursting out across the country like a plague. Their individual strength may not be strong, but their contagion, concealment, and closeness to ordinary people's lives have reached an unprecedented level. This is the most difficult and bizarre internal crisis that China has faced since its founding. Immediately activate the highest contingency plan. Lin Angua finally reacted from his shock, his eyes red as he issued the command, at all costs, contain. Purify. We absolutely cannot let panic spread. Contain and purify? A voice with a hint of sarcasm suddenly rang out. Zhou Yan and Lin Angua both turned to look in the direction of the sound. In a secret underground meeting place in Jingzhou, a familiar figure stood on a high platform. Ying Tianchang. The former leader of the Heavenly Man Society, who had his faith shattered during the paint skin incident and was defeated by Zhou Yan. At this moment, he no longer showed confusion in his eyes, instead, they were filled with a fervent, flame-like burning ambition. Facing the hundreds of similarly fervent followers below, he spread his arms wide, his voice filled with seduction. My compatriots! Do you see this? The weakness of the authorities will only make us miss the opportunity. He pointed at the holographic screen displaying the constantly emerging new mysteries, his face showing not fear, but greed. These are not disasters. His voice suddenly rose, full of incitement. They are the divine power that has escaped after the national fortune lost control. They are the fragments of divinity granted to each of us. Chapter 179, Create Our Own God. It is heaven's grace for us mortals who could not rise in the old era, granting us a ladder to ascend to the sky. The followers below gasped, their breathing suddenly heavy, their eyes bursting with fiery light. Ying Tianchang looked at all this with satisfaction and continued. We, the Heavenly Man Society, no longer need to merge with those filthy old gods. Because we will create our own gods. He raised his right hand high, and in his palm, a contract flashing with golden runes slowly emerged. I will call it the Contract of Will. We can use it to actively bind these urban legend mysteries, wield their power, and turn them to our use. Ying Tianchang's gaze swept over everyone, his voice like a devil's whisper, filled with deadly temptation. Think about it, become the spokesperson of the death god of takeout, judging all evil. Think about it, become the ruler of the ghost of overtime, making your boss work to death for you. Think about it, control the cyber ghost, command the law, and curse enemies 1,000 miles away. This is the survival rule of the new era. Ying Tianchang suddenly clenched his fist, and the contract of will instantly shone brightly. The old order is collapsing, and a new god will be born from among us. From now on, the goal of the Heavenly Man Society is to hunt all new mysteries in China and forge our kingdom of mankind. This era will ultimately belong to us. Chapter 179, Urban Deification, Heaven's Court shall establish. In Jingzhou, CBD, Eternal Shine Building, 44th floor. At 3 in the morning, the lights were still on. A programmer named Li Hao, who wore black-framed glasses and had a high receding hairline, stared blankly at the scrolling code on the screen. Who wrote this pile of garbage code? Worse than pigs and dogs. A middle-aged man with a receding hairline and a beer belly slammed a document down on his desk, saliva flying everywhere. If you don't finish it tonight, don't expect a single cent of your bonus and performance this month. Manager Wang, this is already the third night of staying up. Li Hao's voice was hoarse, with a hint of pleading. What? Don't want to work anymore? Manager Wang sneered, patting Li Hao's face, there are plenty of people outside who want to get into our eternal shine. If you don't want to work, then get lost. Li Hao's fist was tightly clenched under the table, his nails nearly digging into his flesh, his eyes filled with blood and humiliation. At that moment, his phone in his pocket vibrated softly. It was a message from the Tianrun Society. It only contained one sentence and an icon of a golden contract that flickered with faint light. Your god is waiting at the door. Li Hao's breath suddenly stopped. He quickly lifted his head, looking at the closed glass door on the 44th floor. A silent corridor, completely empty. But Li Hao could see. He saw a thin, hunched black shadow silently standing there, wearing a faded checkered shirt, with a name tag that never came off, and in the hollow eye sockets burned an endless desire for time off and a deep-seated hatred for work. Overtime Ghost. The first local anomaly born from the Jingzhou CBD. What are you staring at? Hurry up and work. Manager Wang urged impatiently. Li Hao slowly lowered his head, the last bit of hesitation in his eyes was completely swallowed by endless humiliation and anger. He clicked on the golden contract icon. Offer your fatigue and hatred, and you will become its master. I agree. Li Hao silently recited in his heart. Buzz. A golden light chain, imperceptible to mortals, shot out from Li Hao's body, instantly connecting to the overtime ghost outside the door. Li Hao felt his whole body lighten, the suffocating fatigue seemed to be instantly drained away, replaced by an unprecedented, wonderful feeling of control over everything. He could feel all the electrical currents in this building. Still in a daze? Manager Wang, furious beyond reason, raised his hand to slap him. Smack! In that moment, all the lights in the office went out. Plunged into a pitch-black silence. Who turned off the power? Manager Wang shouted in anger and fear. No one answered him. The next second, the computer screen in front of him suddenly lit up. There was no code on it, only lines of blood-red words written in blood. Who wrote this pile of garbage code? Even worse than pigs and dogs. If you don't want to work, then get lost. You won't get a single penny of your bonus or performance this month. Those were the words he had just said. What the hell? Manager Wang stumbled back, falling to the ground. Then, all the computer screens in the entire office lit up. Hundreds of screens, hundreds of faces of Manager Wang, all shouting in his own voice, echoing cold roars. Overtime. Overtime. Overtime until you die. Ah. Ghost. A chilling scream pierced through the night sky of Jingzhou. The next day, a video exploded across the entire Huaxia internet. The title of the video was filled with sensationalism, the roar of a mortal. Workers can also become gods. In the footage, Li Hao controlled the overtime ghost, trapping Manager Wang in an endless cycle of overtime. After careful editing and music by the Tianran Society, Li Hao became a tragic hero rebelling against capitalist oppression. At the end of the video, the figure of Ying Tiancheng appeared, standing at the top of a tall building, his voice calm and magnetic. Power should never be monopolized. The Tianran Society will help every one of you who refuses to be ordinary to wield divine power and rewrite your fate. This video spread like a virus. Countless oppressed lower-class people and young people feeling lost about the future found their outlet at this moment. Absolutely right. Why should only they be high and mighty? Ying Tiancheng is our savior. Support the Tianran Society. We want to reclaim our power. Ying Tiancheng's reputation soared at an unprecedented speed, subtly establishing a posture of equals to the authorities. At the Dragon Shield Bureau headquarters, Lin Angua slammed his fist on the table. Nonsense. Move out immediately. Capture Li Hao and all the members of the Tianran Society behind him. However, when the special operations team of the Dragon Shield Bureau arrived at the bottom of the Eternal Radiance building, but was stunned by the scene before him. Hundreds and thousands of people spontaneously gathered here, forming a human wall that blocked the entrance of the building completely. What are you doing? Li Hao is a hero. You can't arrest him. The authorities are not acting, can't we resist on our own? Faced with the excited crowd, the heavily armed agents from the Dragon Shield Bureau were momentarily at a loss. Forceful breakthrough? That would spark unimaginable bloodshed. Chapter 180, Inwardly and Outwardly Trapped. The news returned to the command center, falling into dead silence. Inwardly and outwardly trapped. These 4 words weighed heavily on everyone's heart. Happy community, at home. Ruan Xinghua looked at the tense standoff on the light screen, her brow furrowed, and her face filled with worry. She turned to the side, looking at Zhou Yan, who was leisurely wiping the scale patterns on the chaotic devourer's divine egg. Zhou Yan, the situation is about to spiral out of control. Ying Tiancheng is stirring public sentiment against the authorities, and if this continues, Huaxia will split. After listening, Zhou Yan did not stop his hands but simply smiled faintly. I've said it before. Water cannot be blocked simply by blocking. His voice was calm, yet carried a wisdom that seemed to understand everything. National fortune is water, and public will is also water. Ying Tiancheng, although not bright, is right about one thing. Zhou Yan raised his head, his gaze seemingly penetrating the walls, looking out over the turbulent land of Huaxia. One cannot suppress endlessly. He put down the divine egg in his hand and slowly stood up. These new, strange phenomena arise from public grievances, rooted in the people's livelihoods. Forcibly eliminating them will only be like cutting leeks, they will grow back with the spring breeze. In that case. A slight smile appeared on Zhou Yan's lips as he proposed a stunning plan. Why not give them a divine title, an official role, transforming them from chaotic vengeful spirits into guardians of order? Urban deity. These 4 words made Ruan Xinglua and Lin Anhua, on the other end of the light screen, shudder simultaneously. Zhou Yan extended his finger, lightly tapping in the air, simulating the image of a delivery vengeful spirit. For example, it can be conferred as the god of commercial order supervision, responsible for punishing malicious sellers who fake orders and those customers who give malicious reviews and extort. He swiped again, and the image of the overtime ghost appeared. For instance, it can be conferred as the god of diligence and fortune blessing, bringing a bit of luck and health blessings to those who truly work hard, rather than becoming a tool for capitalists to exploit employees. Lin Angua's heart trembled violently, as he seemed to see a brand new path to resolve the current crisis. But he quickly calmed down and raised the most critical question. The plan is great, but how do we confer these titles? We have no such power. More importantly, how do we restrain these conferred gods? How can we ensure they won't abuse their divine powers and bring calamity to the world? Upon hearing this question, the smile on Zhou Yan's face took on a profound meaning. He held up 2 fingers, confident as he said. Since ancient times, to open the heavenly court and confer gods on behalf of heaven, 2 things are naturally required. 1. A record of the divine positions of all gods. The list of gods. And a rod, to bring down those disobedient gods from their positions, even beating them back to their original forms. The god-beating whip. As Zhou Yan's words fell, Lin Anhua on the other end of the communication light screen gasped in surprise. The list of gods. The god-beating whip. These sounded like words pulled straight from ancient mythology. Zhou Yan, where do you expect us to find these? Lin Anhua's voice was dry, filled with a sense of powerlessness. These are things mere mortals cannot possess. But Zhou Yan simply shook his head calmly, looking at Ruan Xinglua beside him with gentle eyes. Director Lin, don't worry. The list of gods, we can use the existing rules of the Huaxia spiritual realm to write it. Using national fortune as ink and public will as the foundation, we can establish the divine positions. There are countless schemes. But this divine whipping rod. Zhou Yan's tone paused, becoming extremely serious. If it is to strike down the gods and punish the strange, its rank must surpass all newly born divine positions. Under heaven, the only person qualified and capable of making this whip for us, I fear. There is only one person. Ruan Xinglua, ice-cold and clever, felt her heart jump, a name she deeply dreaded floated in her mind. Could it be him? Zhou Yan slowly nodded and uttered that name. Tianming. What? Lin Anhua shouted on the other end of the phone, as if hearing the most unbelievable thing. Find him? Zhou Yan, are you crazy? He is the source of all chaos. He would love for our blue star, our Huaxia, to fall into endless conflict. How could he possibly help us? Facing Lin Anhua's questioning, Zhou Yan didn't explain much. He just smiled faintly. He will. Because compared to his boring original script, this show is much more exciting. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Yan slowly closed his eyes. An invisible wave, beyond space and dimension, quietly spread out from him, centered around him. That was the unique authority of the Master of the Ruins. He was using the ruin signpost to directly communicate with that lofty director. Tianming, come out and chat. Zhou Yan's voice was soft, yet it seemed to carry a kind of undeniable law. The next second. A chuckle, filled with a hint of playful laziness, suddenly echoed in the room, resonating deep in the souls of the 3. He. Master of the Ruins, you finally come to find me on your own. Tianming's voice drifted in. I thought you really planned to solve the mess of Huaxia by yourself. Zhou Yan didn't even lift his eyelids, getting straight to the point. Cut the nonsense. Can you make the divine whipping rod? Of course. Tianming's answer was surprisingly straightforward. But you know my rules. Equal exchange. My script has been completely altered by you 2 little lovebirds. Now, it's time for the final act. I prepared for it. Zhou Yan felt a chill in his heart. Speak your conditions. Tianming's voice instantly grew grand and solemn, like a director about to unveil an epic. My final chapter is called The Curtain of the Bell Tower. I want you and your little girlfriend to personally enter that bell tower, destroyed by the Doomsday Arkansas. Then. Tianming's voice carried an indescribable fervor. Ring that creation bell, transformed by her own hands. When the bell tolls, it can bring rebirth to all struggling universes and true rest to all decayed old days. I want you, Zhou Yan, to personally draw the most perfect period for that failed and ugly era created by the Warden. Once the words fell, Zhou Yan's pupils suddenly constricted. He instantly understood Tianming's true intention. Ringing the bell would surely eliminate the last hidden dangers and pollution left by the warden. But it also meant one thing. You will completely activate the rules of the gate through the bell sound. All coordinates of parallel universes will completely be exposed to the myriad realms. Zhou Yan's voice was cold as ice. At that time, Blue Star will welcome a truly meaningful era of heroes rising in a contest among myriad realms. Tianming. You don't want to end some damn old era. You want to use my hands to open a new grand era filled with endless drama and conflict that you most want to see. This is an impossible plot to refuse. Ha 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 ha. Tianming's laughter echoed in the void, full of unmasked joy. Exactly. That kind of world is much more interesting, isn't it? So, Master of the Ruins, what is your choice? Is it to exchange an ethereal divine whipping rod for the peace of Huaxia, or watch it be torn apart at your feet by public resentment and internal strife? The voice of destiny disappeared. The choice is already in front of them. The room fell into a deathly silence. After a long time, Su Yan opened his eyes, looking at Ruan Xinglua, who had been silent beside him but kept holding his hand tightly. The heavy expression on his face suddenly faded, turning into a helpless smile. Madam, are you afraid? Once this bell strikes, our long-desired peaceful retirement life will truly come to an end. Ruan Xinglua did not answer immediately. She just held his hand tighter, raised her head, and in her clear eyes, there was no trace of fear or hesitation, only endless trust and determination. She looked into his eyes, speaking clearly, word by word. As long as you are here, I am not afraid to go anywhere. Ruan Xinglua's every word felt like the hardest vow, imprinting itself deep in Su Yan's heart. The last bit of heaviness in his heart also vanished into thin air. Yes. As long as they are together, what is there to fear? However, on the eve of departure, a ripple still arose in Ruan Xinglua's heart. What she worried about was not herself, but rather the unknown disaster that Blue Star would face after the bell tolls. Su Yan, I still feel a bit uneasy. She softly spoke, her voice carrying a tremor she hadn't even noticed. What we are doing, is it really the right thing? Will we bring a greater catastrophe to Blue Star with our own hands? Su Yan did not turn back. He continued to carefully arrange her belongings by the stone table in the courtyard. His actions were gentle, as if he were handling a priceless treasure. After a moment, he slowly turned around, the moonlight casting a soft glow on his handsome profile, outlining a reassuring curve. He walked to her side and gently embraced her. Xinglua, look at this starry sky. Su Yan's voice was deep and gentle, carrying a calmness that pierced through the world's affairs. It seems unchanging, but in reality, every minute and second, old stars are dying, and new stars are being born. The stage of the universe always needs new actors to come on. He paused, his gaze becoming incredibly profound. We are not the creators of disaster. Su Yan looked down at the worried eyes of the person in his arms, a slight smile on his lips. So, don't be afraid. Whether the door leads to a grand banquet of celestial beings or a chaotic abyss of demons, I will accompany you to see this play through. His words felt like a warm current, instantly dispelling all the gloom in Ruan Xinglua's heart. She nodded forcefully, burying her face deep in his chest. Yes. As long as she was with him, that was enough. At the same time, Blue Star, Beixiong Country, Kremlin. General Griffin, as sturdy as a giant bear, was looking at a report encrypted and sent by the Dragon Shield Bureau, his face dark enough to drip water. Standing beside him was the leader of the younger generation of Beixiong, Ivan. General, is Huaxia betting its own future to gain a chance to start the competition among all worlds? Ivan's voice was filled with shock. Griffin slammed the table with a loud thud. Foolish. No, this is not called gambling. This is called taking responsibility. He stood up suddenly, his gaze like a torch, sweeping over the massive world map on the wall. We, Beixiong, understand better than anyone the truth that when the lips are gone, the teeth will feel cold. If Huaxia falls today, tomorrow it will be our turn. That guy of destiny will not spare any civilization still standing. Ivan's heart tightened, instantly understanding Griffin's determination. General, do you mean? Griffin's eyes ignited with fierce battle intent. Pass on my orders. Assemble the Winter Guard. Select the 100 most elite. We cannot participate in ringing the bell, but we must go. Even if we can only block a stray bullet for the friends of Huaxia on the outskirts, it is better than sitting here waiting for death. Almost at the same time. In the oil-rich country with sand flying everywhere, Mia, dressed in a luxurious golden robe, also made a decision. Above the ark, we owe a huge favor to Huaxia and Zhou Yan. Now, it is time to repay it. Her voice was cold and firm, echoing in the magnificent palace. Send down the order, the Golden Sand Expedition, prepare immediately. We will follow Huaxia's footsteps and march towards the bell tower. The next day, early morning. Zhou Yan, Wan Xinglua, and Lin Angua, who came to send them off, stood in a clearing outside the capital city. No need for a spaceship, no need for any vehicle. Zhou Yan just slowly raised his hand. Return to the void open. Buzz. The space seemed like a thin sheet of paper, torn right down the middle by an invisible giant hand. A deep, dark passage, as if leading to the oldest abyss of the universe, suddenly appeared before the three. Inside the passage, there was no light, only endless emptiness and chaos, but the edges of the passage were wrapped in a stable, pale purple energy field. Director Lin, Huaxia. I will leave it to you. Zhou Yan finally said. Lin Angua nodded heavily, his eyes a bit red, saluting with a standard military gesture. Take care. Zhou Yan said no more, took Ruan Xingluo's hand, and stepped into the deep void. The passage to the void closed instantly. In the world, peace returned, as if nothing had happened. Inside the passage, time and space lost all meaning. Not knowing how long it passed, it felt like just a moment, yet it could also have been millions of years. Suddenly, a dazzling light appeared at the front of the passage. The light was getting closer and bigger. When Zhou Yan and Wan Xingluo's sight was completely taken over by the light, their pupils shrank, and their breaths halted. What appeared before them was not the wreckage of a doomsday ark, but a giant, indescribable floating city, suspended in the cosmic void. This city was bizarre, bright with lights, made up of countless remnants of worlds. There were steel buildings from technological civilizations, ethereal palaces from immortal worlds, floating spires from magical planes, and even terrifying structures made of flesh and bones from bizarre realms. Chapter 182, The City That Never Sleeps. Fragments of countless civilizations were twisted and merged here by an invisible force, creating a city interwoven with light and shadow, never quiet. The city that never sleeps. At that moment, an extremely ancient giant stone tablet slowly floated into view at the entrance of the city. On the stone tablet, in a universal language they had never seen but could instantly understand, were written a few lines of cold text. Crossroads of all realms, the city that never sleeps. Those who enter the city must pay a toll to the city master. Those who trespass shall return to the void. Zhou Yan's brow furrowed tightly. Toll? Before he could understand, a figure appeared at the end of the passage before them, blocking their way without warning. It was not any known form of life. It stood 100 meters tall, composed of countless rotating golden gears, precise silver springs, dazzling gems, and numerous clock hands pointing to different scales, forming a strange yet magnificent humanoid silhouette. It had no facial features, but at its core was embedded a huge diamond that seemed to contain the river of time. A vast, overwhelming, yet emotionless divine pressure descended with a roar. The next moment, a cold, mechanical voice, as if emitted by billions of gears precisely engaging at once, echoed deep within Zhou Yan and Ruan Xingluo's souls. Welcome to the city that never sleeps. I am the master of this city, the mechanism of time. The strange being named the mechanism of time pointed with its arm, formed by countless clock hands, towards the direction the passage opened to. According to the rules here, any beings wishing to pass through this place toward the old bell tower must pay an equivalent toll. Zhou Yan's pupils slightly shrank. Equivalent toll fee? He coldly snorted, his mind stirring, and an ancient longsword flowing with chaotic energy appeared in his palm. This sword was forged from the shattered divine shards of the Chaos Devourer he suppressed. Though it was not as powerful as the Key of 10,000 Laws, it was undoubtedly a divine master-level weapon. Is this enough? Zhou Yan's voice was indifferent. However, the time mechanism only slowly shook its head. Its arms, made of countless clock hands, didn't even lift, yet the enormous diamond at its core flickered with a strange runic light. It was the runes of destiny. Visitors, there is no need for this. The cold voice of the time mechanism sounded again. When the game master entrusted me, he had already paid a deposit for both of you. Zhou Yan and Wan Xingluo were both taken aback. Destiny? He actually calculated this step? Ignoring their shock, the time mechanism slightly leaned forward, its huge diamond core resembling a giant eye overlooking ants, slowly turning to Wan Xingluo. The game master has only one request. I must collect a unique toll from this lady. As soon as the words left, a mechanical finger made of countless precision springs slowly raised. It did not point to Ruan Xingluo herself, but to the seemingly unremarkable sapling in her arms, which radiated the aura of a nascent world. The sapling of the world tree. More accurately, the new leaf at the top of the sapling, just unfurled, its surface coated with a layer of light frost, containing the essence of endless winter. The new winter leaf. I want that new winter leaf on this tree. The voice of the time mechanism was devoid of any emotion, as if stating an established fact. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yan's expression suddenly darkened, a terrifying killing intent uncontrollably spreading from within him. The winter leaf. That was not only Ruan Xingluo's core ability born from that absolute zero divine power combined with the world tree's vitality but also a symbol of the new national fortune born when the Northern Bear Kingdom wagered half of its dragon vein, linking it to the fortune of Huaxia. To give it up? Not only would Ruan Xingluo's strength regress to zero, her divine power would also suffer damage. Moreover, it meant betraying the pact in front of the entire world, severing the hope of revival for the Northern Bear Kingdom. This was more vicious than directly demanding her life. On Blue Star, in a global live broadcast room. When that mechanical finger pointed to the winter leaf, when that cold demand echoed in everyone's ears, the whole world exploded. Inside the Kremlin, General Griffin smashed the alloy command platform in front of him with a punch, his eyes blood red. Damn it! Destiny! You cowardly scoundrel! This is forcing Huaxia to sever its own limbs. Cold-hearted towards all allies. In the Golden Kingdom, Queen Mia's stunning face was now covered in frost. Shameless transaction. Is this what so-called gods are? On the internet, countless viewers' anger was almost igniting the servers. Is Destiny insane? What do they want? This is an open conspiracy. A blatant conspiracy. They want to isolate Huaxia. Goddess Ruan must not agree. We, the Northern Bear Kingdom, would rather lose our national fortune than accept such a humiliating charity. Right. Do not hand it over. We can fight them if it comes to that. At the center of the storm, in front of the nightless city. Ruan Xingluo looked at the time mechanism before her, the last trace of fluctuation in her eyes turning into endless coldness and resolve. She gently protected the world tree sapling behind her, stating clearly, word by word. I refuse. The time mechanism seemed unfazed by this response. Its face, made of gears, even revealed a hint of near approval. Refusal is also acceptable. Allow me to introduce myself. Besides being the city lord, I am also a fervent gambler. Gambler? Ruan Xingluo frowned. Then, the mechanical palm of the time mechanism flipped. 5 ancient cards, with distorted clock patterns on their backs, appeared out of thin air in their palms. We can change the way we pay for this fare. Let's have a game of fate. It slowly explained the rules. If you win, not only will I open the road for you for free, but I will also give you a personal collectible of mine as a gift. If you lose. The voice of Time's machine paused, pointing at the withered leaves of winter. You must leave it. This is a gamble that cannot be refused. All viewers around the world held their breath. Ruan Xingluo glanced at Zhou Yan beside her, and upon seeing the unwavering trust in his eyes, she took a deep breath and nodded vigorously. Okay. I bet with you. Buzz. As soon as she finished speaking, the same 5 fate cards appeared in front of her. The game officially began under the gaze of the world. Time's machine slowly spoke, its voice carrying a magical insight into the future. The rules of the game are very simple. We each draw 5 cards representing cause and effect, and by combining them, we will predict and influence an event that will happen within 7 days. Now, I will go first. Afterward, it slowly drew 3 cards from the 5, showcasing them in the void. The first card depicted a magnificent underwater royal city, Atlantis. The second card showed a proud queen wearing a coral crown, Coralie. The third card illustrated a string of flickering blue codes, continuously replicating a bizarre, rule-breaking virus. Time's machine combined the 3 cards in a specific order. In an instant, the cards shined brightly, projecting a clear future image in the void. In the image, Queen Coralie of Atlantis stood before a massive technological wreck of the abyss, her eyes shining with fervor. In her hand, a string of blue data virus was wildly forming. A chilling prophecy resounded in everyone's soul. Prophecy established, in 7 days, Queen Coralie of Atlantis will successfully develop the rule-breaking virus and use it as a weapon to invade, severely damage, and corrupt the national network of China. This is a extremely malicious prophecy. It laid out a potential threat directly on the table, turning it into a future about to happen. Now, it was Ruan Xingluo's turn. She had to find a combination in her hand that could crack this future. In an instant, the world's focus was on the 5 cards in front of Ruan Xingluo. Ruan Xingluo slowly reached out and flipped over her hand of cards. Chinese Spirit Realm. God's Nation on Earth. Wailing Souls. Chaos Devourer. Absolute Zero. Looking at the 5 cards in her hand, Ruan Xingluo's pupils suddenly shrank to the most dangerous pinprick. Her heart sank to the bottom in an instant. These cards represented her most powerful abilities, represented the strongest trump cards of China. But no matter how she formulated and combined them in her mind, it seemed unable to counter the path of the future that had already been paved by technology, civilization, and ambition, belonging to Atlantis. This was the only 2 words swirling in the minds of billions of viewers in Blue Star at this moment. Each of Ruan Xingluo's 5 cards represented world-destroying power. Yet these powers were techniques, were laws, were pure destruction and protection. What Time's machine played, however, was momentum. It was the momentum of a civilization rising. Using the Queen's ambition as the cause, with technological breakthroughs as the path, to ultimately bear the fruit of severely damaging China. How could techniques stand against momentum? In the global livestream room, there was a dead silence, quickly drowned in a tsunami of despair. It's over. How do we break this game? This is not even a confrontation of the same dimension. Destiny is using rules to bully people. Could it be, we really have to give up the withered leaves of winter? In the Kremlin, General Griffin sat down dejectedly, his iron-willed demeanor cracking as his eyes turned slightly red. He was ready to send a message to Huaxia, actively severing this connection of national fortune. The dignity of the Northern Bear would not allow Huaxia to suffer such a terrible humiliation. At the eye of the storm, before the city without night, Ruan Xingluo's fingertips trembled slightly. Her breath became rapid for the first time. Just as she was about to fall into a dead end of thought, a voice, like thunder, exploded in the sea of her soul. It was Zhou Yan's voice. Xingluo, do not use your logic to think. Ruan Xingluo shivered. Zhou Yan's voice was steady as a mountain, filled with the wisdom that sees through everything. Think with Huaxia's logic. Tell me, when our civilization faces an enemy that seems impossible to defeat, what are we best at? Huaxia's logic? Ruan Xingluo's gaze shifted from confusion to contemplation, and then to enlightenment. A bolt of lightning cut through the heavy fog in her mind. Scenes from history flashed rapidly before her eyes. Facing the tyranny of the Huns, Emperor Wu of Han, though he had the thunderous blows of Weihua, also paved a path of peace with Zhang Xin in the western regions. Facing the strong Tang dynasty, with nations coming to pay respects, it relied not only on invincible military might but also on the great generosity that encompasses all. Our civilization, when facing a strong enemy, is not just about defeating them, but also about winning them over. Ruan Xingluo murmured, the light in her eyes growing brighter. Assimilation. She raised her head and looked at the time machine, her gaze no longer lost, but filled with absolute confidence and calmness. Under the gaze of billions around the globe, who could hardly believe what they saw, Ruan Xingluo slowly extended her hand. She did not choose the card representing absolute power, the Wailer of 10,000 souls, nor did she choose the ultimate trump card, the Devourer of Chaos. She drew a card from the end of the 5-card set. A card that appeared the most inconspicuous to everyone. On the card, there was a man in a well-tailored suit, with eyes filled with confusion and pain after his faith had crumbled. He was the former president of the Celestial Society, who had been completely defeated during the skinning incident and was ultimately contained and transformed by the Dragon Shield Bureau. Ying Tianchang. Buzz. The moment the card left her hand, it floated in the void. The global livestream went silent for 3 seconds before it exploded with noise. Did I see that wrong? Ying Tianchang? That failure? What is Goddess Ruan doing? Did she pick the wrong card due to pressure? Using a madman discarded by the Times to combat the Queen of Atlantis? What kind of international joke is this? It's over, Huaxia's future is going to be buried in a joke. Doubt, mockery, confusion, anger. Various emotions surged like a tidal wave. The face of the time machine, made of countless gears, also showed a clear fluctuation for the first time. Its mechanical core, a massive diamond, flickered with the frequency of confusion. A failure. The cold voice of the time machine rang out, tinged with a condescending scrutiny. How can a failure confront someone who was about to succeed in revenge? Hearing this question, Ruan Xingluo smiled. Her smile was confident and radiant, as if dispelling all the gloom in this void. You are wrong. She looked at the time machine and said each word deliberately. The strength of Coraline lies in her superstition and obsession with technology. As for Ying Tianchang, Ruan Xingluo's gaze fell on that card, her eyes filled with a hint of pity and a bit of admiration. He is precisely the pioneer who witnessed the complete collapse of the path of technology and evolution. He is not a failure, he is a seeker. A seeker who has found another path to unity of man and nature. I will send him as Huaxia's cultural exchange ambassador to Atlantis, to have a friendly meeting with Queen Coraline. The moment her words fell, the causality of the card game begins a wild deduction. The scene in the void suddenly changes. It is no longer the madness of Corelli developing the virus, but another sight. In the underwater city of Atlantis, Ying Tianchang, dressed in white, with an elegant demeanor, stands before Queen Corelli. He does not display any force. He simply slowly opens his hands, and in his palms, strands of vibrant spiritual energy perfectly blend with the surrounding seawater, transforming into swimming fish and corals. He begins to tell a story. He tells about the royal way of Huaxia. He speaks of a path that does not rely on cold technology, does not depend on predatory evolution, but instead through universal cultivation, resonates with the heaven and earth, coexists with nature, and ultimately allows all things to compete for freedom under the frost of heaven, achieving the pinnacle of civilization. Your evolution is to take, is to seize, is tyranny. But our evolution is to merge, is to unite, is the royal way. Corrali, this proud queen, for the first time shows a cracked expression on her face. Every word from Ying Tianchang strikes like a heavy hammer, smashing forcefully at the core pain points of her civilization. Why was Atlantis banished from its home planet? Is it not due to their excessive faith in technology, their crazed plunder of evolution, ultimately leading to chaos? That is the original sin engraved in the genes of their civilization. Now, a brand new, completely different path lies before her. In the scene, Corrali's hands, which developed the rule-breaking virus, begin to tremble uncontrollably. The fervor in her eyes is slowly replaced by confusion and hesitation. The technology she was proud of, for the first time, appears so ugly in her eyes. Her heart wavers. Crack. There is a clear sound of shattering that resonates in every soul. The 3 cards dealt by the time mechanism form a prophecy: Atlantis, Corrali, rule-breaking virus, and they shatter piece by piece in the void. The prophecy has been broken. Yuan Xinglua, with a card everyone deemed useless, wins the first round without a drop of blood. The entire blue planet is silent. In the next second, within the Kremlin, General Griffin suddenly stands up, trembling with excitement, releasing a thunderous roar. The royal way. What a royal way. Ha 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 ha. Brilliant. So brilliant. Across the global network, all previous doubts and mockery instantly turn into fervent admiration. Wow. This could work? Is this the wisdom of Huaxia? Killing with insight. Killing with insight. Directly collapsing the opponent's beliefs from the root. I declare, Ying Tianchang is the true master of evolution theory. Goddess Yuan is amazing. Voice breaking. In front of the nightless city, there is silence. The time mechanism quietly watches the shattered prophecy, its core diamond rapidly flickering, as if performing unimaginable calculations. After a long while, it slowly withdraws its hand. A splendid game. Its voice, for the first time, carries a hint of, almost admiration. Yuan Xinglua's expression remains calm, just as she is about to speak. But the time mechanism once again raises its arm made of countless clock hands, pointing to the card game. Then, for the second round. Its voice suddenly becomes chilling and grand, carrying a terrifying pressure that could freeze time and space. Let's bet bigger. Let's bet bigger. The voice of the time mechanism echoes like thousands of gears engaging together, cold and grand, resonating above the nightless city. Its arm, composed of countless rotating clock hands, slowly raises, drawing a brand new card from the void. Buzz. At the moment the card appears, an indescribable, supreme aura instantly envelopes the entire ruins route. Not eerie, not divine, but the mandate of heaven. It is the will of the script. It is the pulse of the world line. On the card's surface, there are no specific images, only an endless blood-colored sky. Under the sky is a throne built from the bones of countless beings, a vague shadow exuding a terrifying wrath. Sat upright on it. The card name has 3 bloody characters. Master of Blood. And in the position of that shadow's face, a line of small text faintly appeared: Zhou Yan. Boom. In the global live broadcast, the brains of billions of viewers felt as if a nuclear bomb had been dropped, instantly going blank. Master of Blood Zhou Yan? That gentle and refined man, who always stood behind Yuan Xinglua, as reliable as a mountain, his past was such a terrifying existence? At the Kremlin, General Griffin had just sat down, but quickly jumped up, staring at the screen with disbelief on his face. What is this thing? A slander of destiny. However, the development of the game would not stop due to anyone's will. The power of destiny's script fiercely activated. The images in the void crazily changed again. This time, it was no longer Atlantis, but Blue Star. It was Huaxia. In the picture, the card of Master of Blood hung high in the sky. Zhou Yan's past was revealed to the world. In Beixiong country, after receiving this truth, General Griffin turned pale. He looked at the Huaxia liaison officer beside him, his eyes filled with suspicion and fear for the first time. On Sakura Island, within the Tianzhou Institute, countless high officials were filled with anger and shock, immediately severing their connection with Huaxia's national fortune. The European Union, the Eagle Sauce Federation. One by one, former allies chose betrayal. Countless fleets turned their guns towards the country that had once led them out of despair. Huaxia fell into unprecedented isolation. Surrounded on all sides. No. This is a trap. It's a deceitful scheme of destiny. Mr. Zhou Yan did this to protect us. Countless Huaxia viewers roared in anguish, but their voices, under the power of destiny's script, sounded so pale and powerless. The prophetic images were cold and desperate. Do you see? The voice of the machine of time sounded like a high deity, delivering the final judgment to mortals. This is a losing game. Mr. Zhou Yan's past is the cause, the betrayal of allies is the effect. This is an established fact, etched in the timeline as original sin, unchangeable by any art or law. Its mechanical arm pointed at Ruan Xingluo's hand of cards. Now, you only have one choice. Play your strongest card. Its voice carried a hint of seduction, like a whisper from a devil. Your marriage contract with Mr. Zhou Yan. Use your love to fight against this dark past. Use the bond between you to gamble for a brand new future. But the tone of the machine of time suddenly turned chillingly stern. Once you fail, your causality, your love, your existence will be completely controlled by destiny, reduced to the most humble footnote in the script. Silence. The whole world fell into a dead silence. Everyone's gaze focused on Ruan Xingluo. This is a daylight conspiracy. An unrefusable daylight conspiracy. Gambling with love, if they win, they might resolve the crisis. But who dares to gamble with their love? Who dares to entrust their fate entirely to destiny's judgment? At the center of the storm, Ruan Xingluo quietly looked at the Master of Blood card. She saw mountains of corpses and seas of blood, saw the lonely throne. But she also saw the figure on the throne, the profound fatigue and sadness that pierced through the endless darkness. Her heart ached slightly. She raised her hand, seemingly wanting to draw that card representing the marriage contract. The global audience of billions held their breath. However, her hand stopped in midair. She shook her head. Under the gaze of the machine of time, of destiny, and the astonished billions around the world, she slowly shook her head. She did not play any card. She made a move that surprised everyone. She stood up. Before this game of fate, she slowly stood up. This action. The rules of the game have been broken. You. The core diamond of the time machine sparkled with a light that represented confusion and vigilance. Ruan Xingluo paid no attention to it. She simply lifted her head, her clear gaze penetrating the void, staring straight at the card that represented Zhou Yan's dark past. Her voice, through the live broadcast, spread clearly to every corner of the world. That voice was incredibly gentle, yet carried a firmness capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. My husband. She spoke. No matter who he was before, no matter what he had done. He is now just my husband. The corners of her mouth lifted into a tender smile, a smile filled with unbreakable happiness and affection. He will clumsily make soup for me, and when I am wronged, he silently paves the way for me through countless realms. My family. The last 4 words hit the ground with a resounding force. She extended her hand, not towards her own handcards, but towards the opposing card, radiating overwhelming hostility, the Blood Lord. The past of family. Her voice was like a thunderous roar that pierced through the heavens and the earth, exploding in the depths of everyone's soul. Is not meant for confrontation. It is meant for acceptance. At the moment her voice fell. In the eyes of everyone who could not believe it, Ruan Xingluo's hand gently and precious held the Blood Lord card. She brought it from the front of the time machine to her own side. Then she placed this card representing darkness, killing, and tyranny alongside the Huaxia spiritual realm, which represented inclusivity, assimilation, and hope. The moment she made this choice. Crack. A crisp sound, like the breaking of the cosmic rules, echoed through the void. The entire Fate game board, the surface constructed from the laws of time and space, shattered inch by inch. All cards representing prophecy and fate in the time machine, Atlantis, Corelli, rule-breaking Virus, transformed into ashes in an instant. On its face, made of countless gears, for the first time, an unprecedented emotion named shock appeared. She did not win. She flipped the table. With her choice, she told the destiny, told the whole world. She refused to participate in this script. And at that moment, a warm chest pressed from behind her. A pair of arms gently, yet with tremendous strength, embraced her. Zhou Yan's figure had appeared behind her without her noticing. This was the warmth of Zhou Yan's hug. As if it could isolate all the storms of the outside world, all the crumbling rules. Ruan Xingluo inhaled softly in his embrace, the unique and reassuring scent belonging to him instantly calmed the stormy waves in her heart. I'm back. Zhou Yan's voice was low and hoarse, echoing in her ears, carrying a trace of barely noticeable fear and relief. He saw the Blood Lord card. He also saw her choice. Not choosing confrontation, but choosing acceptance. This silly girl. Ruan Xingluo did not turn back, she simply placed her hand over his arm that was wrapped around her waist, gently patting it. Welcome home. At the same time. Crack. Crack. Rumbling. The mechanical body of the Lord of the Nightless City, the time machine, was experiencing an unprecedented collapse. Its body, made up of billions of precision gears, faced terrifying backlash the moment the rules of the Fate game were overturned. Countless tiny pointers and springs exploded from within it, turning into powder in midair. The diamond at its core flickered, its light dimming and brightening, as if it might extinguish at any moment. Ha, ha! Eerie cries, like metal grinding, came from its sound unit. Its eyes, made of pure gemstones, fixed intently on the couple who remained unharmed and tightly embraced in the eye of the storm of rules. In its gaze, there was no longer the judgment of superiority. Instead, there was awe, curiosity, and an instant of realization. So, it was like this? It slowly lifted its crumbling mechanical arm, pointing at Yuan Xingluo. No, it was itself. It seemed to be talking to itself, or perhaps asking a higher dimensional existence. So the so-called fate, that unchangeable predetermined result, can really be overcome. Not covered by a stronger cause, but resolved through acceptance. Its voice carried a calmness after enlightenment. The player, the heavens mandate. Your seemingly perfect script has ultimately lost to the most unreasonable thing. The human heart. As its words fell, the chaotic storm of energy around it miraculously calmed down. Though its body remained broken, its core shone brighter than ever before. It bowed slightly to Yuan Xingluo and Zhou Yan, performing an ancient and solemn ritual. You too, I have lost. As the embodiment of the principle of equal exchange, it calmly admitted its defeat, without any trace of anger or shame. According to our wager, the city of eternal night will open the supreme path to the clock tower for you. It paused for a moment, a hint of appreciation flashing in its gem-like eyes. Not only that. In my established rules, anyone who can defeat my wager in an outside-the-rules manner will receive one of my most precious collectibles. This is not a gift, but my respect for a higher principle. Buzz. The broken chest of the time machine slowly opened, revealing its brilliant core diamond. It reached out its hand and solemnly took out an object directly from its core. That was an eyeball. An eyeball-like gem composed of countless compressed, flowing nebulae like a living thing. It quietly floated in midair, slowly rotating, as if overlooking the rise and fall of countless worlds. SSS-level special cursed object. Eye of Ruin. This object can see through all illusions and traps woven by the force of fate. The time machine's voice carried a hint of pride. When facing the player's script, it will help you find that one path of life not arranged. Yuan Xingluo's pupils contracted slightly. Find the unarranged path of life. This cursed object was simply born to resist destiny. She reached out her hand, and the Eye of Ruin gently fell into her palm like a fledgling returning to its nest, transforming into a stream of light that merged into her forehead. A cool feeling instantly surged into her mind. However, at that moment, beep, beep, beep. A rapid alarm, representing the highest level of emergency situation, suddenly blared from the ally communicator on Yuan Xingluo's chest. Red light flashed wildly. Yuan Xingluo's expression changed, and she immediately connected the communication. A holographic projection unfolded instantly before the two of them. In the image was Princess Ivan of the Northern Bear Kingdom, her usually noble and elegant face now filled with terror and paleness. Yuan Xingluo. Our fleet has been ambushed in the return void channel. Ambush? Yuan Xingluo's pupils suddenly contracted, a chill rushing from her feet to the crown of her head. The return void channel. That is universally recognized as an absolute dead silence, where almost no intelligent life can survive for long except for the void beasts. Who has set an ambush there? The holographic projection image shook violently, the sharp alarms and explosions ringing incessantly, and then the camera suddenly turned to focus on the front of the fleet. In that ancient, unchanging dark void, a terrifying figure blocked the path of the entire joint fleet. It was a knight. He rode atop a skeletal dragon the size of an interstellar battleship, with eerie green soulfire burning in its dragon eyes. The knight was clad in black armor that seemed to be woven from countless withered vines and thorny death brambles. From the gaps in the armor, a faded breath continuously seeped out. He dragged a huge, exaggerated scythe in his hand. The edge of the scythe was not metal, but composed of highly concentrated decay and plague rules. Just looking at it felt like sensing the flow of life. The Eye of Doom that had just merged into Yuan Xingluo's forehead suddenly jumped, and a line of cold information automatically floated in her mind. End of the 12-night sequence. God level, the Withered Knight. Another god level being. The Withered Knight did not attack immediately, he merely lifted his head indifferently, his eyes hidden in the shadow of the hood, as if they could absorb all light, sweeping over the entire fleet. In the next moment, he slowly raised the scythe of plague in his hand. God Kingdom decay. Buzz. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no destructive energy torrent. Only a visible gray breath, centered around the Withered Knight, silently spread towards the entire allied fleet like a plague. Wherever that gray mist passed, the void seemed to lose its vitality, becoming more silent and more desolate. Warning! Warning! Energy shield integrity rapidly declining. 90%. 70. 50. Shield suffering unknown corrosion. Energy transmission experiencing large-scale dissipation. On the flagship winter bridge, Ivan and Mia watched the scene before them with pale faces. That indestructible, capable of withstanding small supernova explosions, joint energy shield, upon coming into contact with that gray breath, actually appeared like iron exposed to damp air for hundreds of years, large patches of mottled rust emerging on the surface, its glow dimming rapidly, energy corroding and dissipating at a visible speed. Fire! Princess Ivan shouted, all main cannons, concentrate fire. Boom! 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 In an instant, hundreds of thick beams of energy tore through the void, rushing towards the withered knight at the center of the decayed god kingdom with a momentum of destruction. However, a despairing scene occurred. Those energy cannon fires capable of evaporating a planet, upon entering the Grey God Kingdom, seemed to be trapped in the mud of time, their speed suddenly slowing down, their light beginning to corrode, quickly becoming dim and weak. When they finally reached the withered knight, their power had weakened by more than 90%, blown away to nothingness by the dragon breath of the giant skeletal dragon beside him. No. This scene was clearly presented to everyone on Blue Star through a global live broadcast. Despair spread like a virus, instantly reaching every live stream room. Northern Bear Country live room, oh my god. What kind of monster is that? God level. Our princess is in danger. Northern Bear Country live room, it's over. Our winter fleet is finished. That is the power of a god. Huaxia live room, damn. Another god level. Is fate trying to wipe us out? Huaxia live room, God Zhou and Goddess Ruan are still in the city of eternal night. It's too far, they can't make it in time. Huaxia live room, what to do? What to do? On the battlefield, casualties had already begun to appear. The outer few escort ships' energy shields were the first to be completely corroded, the gray decaying breath surging into the ship body, the ship's armor instantly aging and collapsing, turning into dust of the universe. The crew inside the ship, upon contact with the breath, had their life force completely drained, turning into dry corpses. Ivan and Mia's eyes turned red, they fought with all their might to command the fleet to maneuver, but all resistance seemed so pale and weak in front of that absolute domain that represented the decay rule. Chapter 187, Too Late. At this moment, the withered knight seemed to lose patience. He slowly raised the scythe of plague in his hand, the huge blade aiming at the flagship where Ivan was winter. Capture the thief, first capture the king. He aimed to destroy the entire fleet's command corps with one strike. A grey slash, embodying the dual concepts of end and decay, silently broke away from the scythe blade, tearing through the void, and howled towards the winter's fury. In the city that knows no night. No! Ruan Xinglua looked at the grey light in the communicator that could sever cause and effect, her heart burning with anxiety, her aura uncontrollably surging. She turned to tear apart space, rushing towards the ruin. However, a warm and powerful hand gently pressed down on her shoulder. It was Zhou Yan. It's too late. Zhou Yan's voice was terrifyingly calm, as if the imminent crisis capable of destroying a top fleet was merely an insignificant interlude. Ruan Xinglua turned back, her eyes filled with urgency and pleading, but Ivan and the others. I know. Zhou Yan interrupted her, looking deeply into her eyes. Madam, if you go now, there will be no outcome other than dying with them. His words, cold and cruel, were undeniable facts. Moreover, Zhou Yan's tone shifted slightly, carrying a hint of guidance. You should learn to be a true commander now. A commander does not necessarily have to be on the front lines. Ruan Xinglua was shocked. Zhou Yan extended his finger and gently tapped her forehead, right at where the eye of fate shattering had merged. A cool thought flowed from his fingertip into Ruan Xinglua's mind. Have you forgotten what you just obtained? When facing the script of destiny, seeing with eyes will lead to despair. Now, close your eyes. Use it to see through the true lifeblood behind this ambush. Zhou Yan's words resembled a thunderclap, echoing in Ruan Xinglua's chaotic mind. Lifeblood. She suddenly closed her eyes, no longer looking at the despairing projection, but rather pouring all her focus into the newly merged eye of fate shattering at her forehead. Buzz. In an instant, an indescribable torrent of fate information, vast as the starry universe, violently surged into her spiritual world. Ugh. Ruan Xinglua let out a painful groan, her face instantly turning pale, her body nearly collapsing to the ground. This was not simple pain, but rather the illusion of her soul being forcibly torn apart. Countless shattered scenes, chaotic lines of cause and effect, billions of possible futures screamed madly in her mind, as if they were going to completely burst and crush her consciousness. Just as she was about to be engulfed by this torrent, Zhou Yan's voice, like a steadfast anchor, clearly resonated in her heart. A mortal body cannot directly face the entirety of destiny. Your power of new life, stemming from the axis of the world, is cause. The breath of the ruin represents the end of all things, it is effect. Use cause and effect to filter through fate. Ruan Xinglua shuddered, suddenly enlightened. She endured the agonizing tearing of her soul, immediately calling upon the primal new life force from the chaos devourer within her, while also drawing a trace of the cold breath of the ruin, carefully weaving them together, constructing a thin, translucent filter like a cicada's wing in front of her spiritual world. When the turbulent torrent of fate surged back again, after passing through this filter, everything changed. The chaotic wails turned into orderly notes, the violent flow of information was combed into clear outlines. The pain quickly faded. What replaced it was an unprecedented, all-knowing perspective, as if she had become a god, overlooking all beings. Her vision instantly pierced through the barriers of the city that knows no night, crossing the endless pathways of the ruin and connecting to that brutal battlefield. In her vision, there were no physical entities. Stars, warships, skeletal dragons, all material existence disappeared. What replaced them were countless lines of fate, some bright, some dark, some thick, some thin, crisscrossing and penetrating the entire void. The Winter's Fury fleet was a cluster of light woven from countless blue lines representing life and technology. And that withered night was a terrifying source radiating endless decay and lifelessness. The strike he wielded appeared in Ruan Xinglua's eyes as an overwhelming gray death line. This death line was incredibly domineering, shattering, and dissipating all blue lifelines in its path. Its target aimed directly at the core of the Winter's throne, where Princess Ivan resided. Once struck by it, the fate line of the entire fleet would be completely erased. Ruan Xinglua's heart raced to her throat, but she forced herself to calm down, pushing the power of the eye of breaking fate to its limits, staring intently at that gray death line. Suddenly, her pupils suddenly constricted. She saw it. Right beside that overwhelmingly powerful gray death line existed a nearly imperceptible point, smaller than dust. That was a blind spot of fate. Due to the decay rules wielded by the Withering Knight being too tyrannical, too absolute, it forcibly distorted causality on this lethal attack trajectory, creating a deadly flaw that even he himself had not noticed, which should never exist. There lay the paradox of rules. A singularity of fate. Now is the time. Ivan. Ruan Xinglua gathered all her strength, sending a mental message containing precise coordinates and timing through the encrypted communication channel, screaming it out. Trust me. At 3 o'clock on your left side, at a 75-degree angle upward. Use your strongest attack, fire with all your strength. On the battlefield of Guishu, the bridge of the Winter's throne. Princess Ivan's face was pale as she stared firmly at the screen displaying the ever-growing gray death strike. At that moment, a directionless command, as if resonating directly in her soul, made her tremble. It was Ruan Xinglua's voice. She instinctively prepared to give the order, but the fleet commander beside her, General Griffin, a seasoned veteran of the Northern Bear Nation, was already roaring loudly. Princess! What are you doing? There's nothing there. Just empty space. Griffin pointed at the direction Ivan was looking, his eyes blood-red. Are we wasting our last main cannon energy on a place that's entirely empty? This is suicide. This is irresponsible towards the lives of all the fleet soldiers. I absolutely do not agree. In the global live broadcast room, all viewers' hearts tightened. Northern Bear Nation Live Room, General Griffin is right. Princess cannot be confused. Huaxia Live Room, it's over. In this kind of moment, how can she listen to advice? Lighthouse Nation Live Room, she's gone mad. This woman is completely terrified. Facing Griffin's questioning, Ivan's eyes flashed with a hint of hesitation. But in the next second, she remembered Ruan Xinglua's determination to expose heaven's mandate, and her miracle of delaying the world's destruction with her own strength. That trust overwhelmed all rationality. I'll say it again. Ivan suddenly turned her head, her eyes filled with bloodshot determination, glaring fiercely at Griffin. This is an order. She shouted, spreading the command throughout the entire ship. Winter's throne, main cannon Fury of the far north. Target, left side 3 o'clock, angle 75. Maximum power. Fire. Boom. A massive ice blue energy beam, condensing the last energy of the flagship, roared out, shooting into that seemingly empty void that everyone believed had nothing. The global audience was in an uproar, countless people sighed, believing Ivan had completely doomed their last chance. General Griffin despairingly closed his eyes. However, in the next thousandth of a second, the gray strike from the Withering Knight, embodying the concept of end, precisely arrived at the incomprehensible coordinate point that no one could understand. One representing absolute ice, the other representing absolute decay. Two terrifying attacks from different divine masters. In a way that no one could have expected, they collided at a most incredible point. There was no sound. No earth-shattering roar as anticipated. Only a dead silence of white that completely swallowed the entire return void lane. Ultimate freezing and absolute decay clashed in an annihilating way on that singularity called Fate's blind spot. That overpowering gray lifeline, in the moment of impact, was actually detonated from within by the aftershocks created by its own twisted causality and the cannon fire of the Frost Winter. A storm of energy transformed into shockwaves that swept away everything, madly spreading outwards. Roar! A roar of astonished rage finally pierced the dead silence of the void. The figure of the withered knight was violently thrown away in the raging energy turbulence, and the grey divine light on him, representing termination and decay, showed visible dimness and instability. He lost? No, he was played. The withered knight suddenly steadied himself, his eyes, burning with ghastly green plague fire, seemed to penetrate endless time and space, crossing over the united fleet, firmly locking onto that distant end, the city of endless night floating in the return void. Locked onto the city, that tiny figure who had just opened the Eye of Ruin. A scheme. This was a deadly plot aimed at him, aimed at the rule of decay itself. Mortal. A furious roar turned into a substantial mental shock, causing every soul in the united fleet to tremble. He no longer cared about the frost winter, suddenly changing direction and abandoning the easy prey. The whole person became a grey stream of light ripping through the void, engulfed in raging anger and killing intent, rushing towards the city of endless night at full speed. In the city of endless night, the central control room. Alarm! Alarm! Detected highest energy Godmaster response, approaching at superluminal speed. Threat level, city annihilation. The piercing alarm caused the mechanical core of time machinery to emit an unbearable buzzing sound. Its face, made of countless precision gears, had crystal lenses representing eyes that flashed red light violently. Activate the eternal barrier. Highest level defense barrier, activate immediately. Buzz. A heavy golden light curtain, thick as substance and composed of innumerable order runes, instantly enveloped the entire city of endless night. But in the mechanical eye of time machinery, there was no sense of safety at all, only despair. It was well aware that this barrier would not stop an enraged final night. That was merely the last struggle. However, right next to it, Zhou Yan looked at the rapidly enlarging death meteor on the light curtain, and a sly smile slowly crept across his face. He turned his head and softly said to the pale-faced and still gasping Ruan Xinglua beside him. Look. The script of destiny has been rewritten by our own hands. Now, it's our turn to be the playwrights. After saying that, he cast his gaze towards the nearly malfunctioning time machinery. City Master. Zhou Yan's voice was calm and indifferent. Open the city gates and let him in. What? The logic core of time machinery fell into tremendous chaos. It suddenly turned to Zhou Yan, its voice sharp and piercing due to data disruptions. My lord. What are you saying? Let him in? This is inviting death itself into our home. I will never. I offer you great wealth. Zhou Yan interrupted its words, his voice carrying an irresistible charm. Let him in. He pointed at the core of time machinery's chest made of countless gears. This city of endless night, despite its order, has no soul. It has always lacked a true core of order that can suppress everything, right? The smile on Zhou Yan's lips deepened. This Godmaster-level core that has come to our doorstep, don't you want it? Boom! It was as if a lightning bolt exploded in the logic core of time's machinery. Its mechanical eyes, flashing with red alerts, froze instantly. In the next second, endless, scorching greed and desire, almost melting itself, erupted from within. It instantly understood Zhou Yan's intentions. This man. He not only wants to kill the withered knight. He also wants to use the uniqueness of the rules furnace in the city that never sleeps, to completely dismantle and refine it, to claim the core of that end-world knight as spoils of war. And give it to himself. What a madness. What a brazen plan. Obey, obey. The voice of time's machinery trembled violently with extreme excitement. For the eternity of the city that never sleeps. Crack. That firm eternal barrier opened with a sound. The massive city gates thundered open towards the furious death meteor. The gates swung wide, like a giant mouth, offering a silent invitation. Filled only with vengeance and destruction, the withered knight had no doubt whatsoever. In his eyes, this was merely a mortal's breakdown in fear before divine power. Transformed into a death meteor, he showed no sign of slowing, bursting into the gates of the city that never sleeps with the momentum to annihilate all. However, what awaited him was not a prosperous city, but a causal strangulation formation laid out by Zhou Yan himself. Chapter 189, Your Crime, I Will Judge. The moment the withered knight burst into the gates, the entire world seemed to fall silent. No ambushes, no deadly traps, not even a hint of energy fluctuations could be sensed. The empty streets, the silent city, felt like a dead city opened for him. Ha! The withered knight let out a sneer of disdain, his thoughts sweeping across 100 miles. Mortal who plays tricks. In his eyes, this so-called causal strangulation formation was merely a desperate bluff. Yet, just as he lifted his foot, ready to turn this city into decaying dust, the next second. Buzz. The cobblestone road beneath him unexpectedly transformed into a pitch-black mirror without warning. The mirror's surface was smooth as water, yet it did not reflect the sky, nor did it show his own image. In the mirror, what appeared was a tragic world ablaze with doomsday flames, filled with endless wails. The withered knight's eyes, burning with plague fire, suddenly narrowed. He recognized this place. This was the first world he personally withered after becoming the End-World Knight. It was the beginning of his glorious achievements. This is. Before he could comprehend, a twisted soul, burning with the flames of vengeance, slowly emerged from the mirror. The ghost's figure was ethereal and thin, breath-weak, merely a mere terror level, insignificant under the pressure of the deity level. But when it lifted its head, the hollow eye sockets shone with a hate that could pierce the soul. Return my world. The hoarse roar was not from vocal cords, but a scream from the depths of the soul. The ghost turned into a flowing light, fearlessly charging at the withered knight. Insolent residue. A hint of impatience flickered in the withered knight's eyes. He casually swung the enormous grey scythe in his hand. Sizzle. The ghost burst into particles, dissipating into pure resentment in the air. Yet for the first time, the withered knight's expression changed. Because in that ghost's attack, he distinctly felt a trace of his own wither rule power. Though weak, it shared the same origin. Was it using his own power to attack him? Before he could contemplate deeply, a strange turn of events occurred. Return my life. Killer. Pay with your life. My child, my child. Centered around him, the ground, walls, buildings, everything, instantly transformed into pitch-black causal mirrors. Thousands upon thousands, densely packed. In each mirror, all reflect a world he personally destroyed. Soon, the second, third, 10,000th, millionth. Countless lost souls surged madly from the mirror. They took on different forms, some human, some beast, some elemental spirits, some cosmic beasts. Those were beings from different civilizations, different races. Their strengths in life varied greatly, but at this moment, they shared one common name. The creditors of karma. In their eyes burned the same fire of revenge, in their mouths echoed the same ghastly roars, and on their bodies trailed the fading divine power belonging to the withered knight. Endless creditors formed a vast ocean of vengeance, sweeping toward the central withered knight. Chinese streaming room, my god, what kind of formation is this? Summoning an army of the dead? Lighthouse country streaming room, no. No. This is not a summoning. Look, the soul's attacks carry the power attributes of the withered knight himself. This is too bizarre. Sakura country streaming room, Baka. What kind of evil magic is this? Could it be the legendary Hell's Gate has been opened? Global viewers, through the images transmitted back by the winter, collectively fell silent, watching this unfathomable scene. This was not a battle. This was a reckoning that crossed endless time and space. In the Eternal Night City, Central Control Room. Warning. Warning. The core data flow of the formation is abnormally massive. Logic analysis in progress, model matching failed. Redefining, this is not a summoning spell, this is the manifestation of karma. The face of the time machine, composed of countless gears, shone with red data streams representing horror. It finally understood. The Lord of Ruins, he can manifest the elusive concept of karma into physical weapons. He is drawing from the past of the withered knight to attack his present. The voice of the time machine stuttered mechanically from extreme shock. This man, he was not laying out a formation to kill enemies. He was judging the gods. Inside the great formation. Get lost. You dead trash. The withered knight was caught in a fury. He swung his scythe of death, and each strike could take away thousands of souls. But these creditors could not be killed or eliminated. For every one he killed, 10, 100 would surge from the mirror. What terrified him even more was that each attack drained his divine power. Though the attacks from the souls were weak, each hit felt like tiny needles piercing his soul, taking away a bit of his original power, while injecting the deep-rooted resentment into his divine body. Little by little, sand gathered to form a tower. He felt his power was flowing away at an unprecedented speed. This was not a battle, it was a consumption. It was a slow death. He, the mighty knight, the master of decay, was trapped in a predicament that could not be broken through brute force. Mortal. Do you think you can trap me like this? The withered knight finally realized that if this continued, he would be drained to death. Then let me show you the true power of a god. The kingdom of decay. Descend. He roared to the sky, no longer holding back. Boom. A surge of pure grey divine power, surpassing any previous attack, exploded from within him. This was no longer just energy, but a realm condensed with the concepts of end and decay. It was the embryonic form of his divine kingdom. The terrifying aura of decay surged like a flood, instantly breaking through the bonds of the karma formation, wildly spilling out in all directions. Crack, crack, crack. As the streets of the Eternal Night City came into contact with this aura, they began to decay and wither at a visible speed. The solid alloy buildings were covered in rust, instantly turning into a puddle of molten iron. The neon-lit energy pipelines quickly dimmed, their walls becoming weak and fragile, ultimately breaking down into clouds of dust. The earth is wailing, order is collapsing. Just the aftermath of battle showed signs of overturning the city that never sleeps. Alarm! Alarm! The city's structural integrity has decreased by 5%. 7%. 10%. The energy shield is being rapidly eroded. It is expected to fail completely in 30 seconds. The sharp alarm sound nearly burnt the mechanical core of the time machine. Chapter 190, Must Bear the Weight. It had a dark mechanical face and suddenly looked at the man beside it, who had remained calm the entire time. This is testing me. The time machine instantly understood Zhou Yan's intention. If its own city cannot withstand even this little aftermath of battle, then what qualification does it have to enjoy the ultimate fruit of victory? What qualification does it have to devour the core of a deity? To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. Zhou Yan seemed to see through its thoughts, not even glancing back at it, merely gazing calmly at the collapsing city in the light screen. City Lord, your city seems a bit weak. The time machine's mechanical fists clenched tightly, making a creaking metal sound. Endless greed and desire ultimately overwhelmed the fear of loss. In its mechanical eyes that flickered with red light, a trace of resolute madness flashed. The city that never sleeps. Its voice spread through the central system to every corner of the city. Will never fall. The time machine's voice, through the central system, transformed into rolling thunder, resounding in every corner of the city that never sleeps. Will never fall. Boom! With this resolute declaration, the entire city that never sleeps came to life. No longer a mere mechanical city-state, but a colossal entity with its own will. Let me be the city, and the city be me. The time machine's voice was solemn and grave, like an ancient deity's vow. Neutrality as the lock, contracts as the thread. Buzz. Countless golden runes, made of pure rule power, suddenly lit up on the ground, walls, and dome of the city. These runes are the contracts signed by the city that never sleeps with countless civilizations and countless strong beings since its establishment. They are the foundation of its neutrality. At this moment, these foundations transformed into the strongest weapon. Order Divine Chain, Congeal. Swish. 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 Thick golden chains as large as dragons shot up from all directions of the city. They are not physical entities but woven together by the rules of neutrality and contracts, with the ancient order of the city that never sleeps stamped upon them. Their target is not the withered knight, but the already uncontrollable ruins, causality strangling array. Clang. 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 The order divine chains made a loud clinking sound, one after another, precisely wrapping and tightening, forcibly locking the decaying divine kingdom realm that continued to spread outward within the scope of the great array. The grey death energy struck wildly but could no longer leak out even a bit. The entire city transformed into an enormous prison. A desperate prison that imprisoned deities and the embryonic forms of divine kingdoms at the cost of the city itself. Huashel Ivrum, what did I just see? That city, it moved on its own? Lighthouse Country Livroom, oh my god. The city itself is a weapon. It's locking down the battlefield. North Bear Country Livroom, is this the true power of a deity-level city lord? Refining a city into a life treasure, so scary. However, the cost of this power is terrifying. In the central control room, the body of the time machine, made of countless precise gears, emitted a cry of unbearable burden. Crack. On its chest, a priceless Heart of the Stars gem cracked immediately due to energy overload, turning into powder. Crack. Crack. Thousands of tiny gears on its arm, responsible for conducting the power of rules, shattered at the same time. But in the mechanical eyes of the time machine, the red light of alarms was no longer flickering. Instead, it was a kind of almost mad greed and heat. It was betting. Betting the foundation of the city that never sleeps for a future to devour a deity. Outside the formation, Zhou Yan and Wan Xinglua still stood quietly. It seemed that the catastrophic scene inside the city was just a firework unrelated to them. Zhou Yan even reached out his hand, gently brushing off a bit of dust from Wan Xinglua's shoulder caused by the energy shock. He turned his head to look at Wan Xinglua, whose beautiful eyes were slightly widened in shock, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Madam, look. He raised his finger, pointing at the figure struggling madly amidst an onslaught of endless souls in the light screen. This is another downside of being overbearing. Hearing this, Wan Xinglua trembled slightly, focusing intently. He thinks he is cutting off the enemy's life, but little does he know, that is also his own cause and effect. The more people he killed in the past, the heavier the debt he now carries. Zhou Yan's voice was calm and profound, like a wise man who understands the ultimate truth, enlightening his student. Every attack he makes now seems to eliminate enemies, but in reality, he is fighting against his entire history. How can a person defeat their own past? As these words fell, Wan Xinglua felt as if struck by lightning. She suddenly looked at her own hands. Being overbearing, is this not the path she chose as well? Outside the city of eternal night, in the boundless starry sky, Ivan and Mia, leading the united fleet, quietly hovered at a safe distance. On the flagship's bridge, everyone stared intensely at the images transmitted back on the main screen, not daring to breathe. The city locked by the golden chains of order pulsed like a heart. Each surge of energy made them, the so-called interstellar powerhouses, feel a shiver down their spines. Ivan, sir, a deputy's voice trembled uncontrollably, do we really need to cooperate with such an existence? Ivan's face turned pale, his lips moved for a long time but couldn't utter a word. Mia took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, but the fingers gripping the handrail turned white from the strain. He is not fighting. Mia's voice was extremely hoarse. He is judging. He turned a city into a courtroom, turning a god's history into the rope that hangs him. Our previous understanding of him was all wrong. He is not a strongman, not a tyrant. He is a madman. A madman who uses the world as a chessboard and gods as pieces. At this moment, the perception of Zhou Yan by all the high-ranking officials of the United Fleet transformed from awe to a profound fear stemming from their very souls. Within the formation. The withered knight went completely mad. His divine power had already diminished by nearly half in the endless consumption. Above his soul, it felt as if millions of ants were gnawing at him, a pain originating from cause and effect, driving him to the brink of madness. He could clearly sense the shadow of death enveloping him like never before. Mortal! Zhou Yan! He let out a hysterical roar, his eyes burning with the fire of pestilence, fixating on that calm figure outside the formation. Do you think this means victory? I am the End Knight. I wield decay. Even in death, I will drag you and this entire city to the grave. Divine core, burn. In a desperate roar, the withered knight made his final decision. He was going to self-destruct the divine core. At the cost of a god-level life, he would turn everything here, along with the damned cause and effect formation, the city of eternal night, and Zhou Yan, into cosmic dust. Boom! A destructive energy more terrifying than the fall of the god of decayed brood insurged within him. The entire cause and effect formation began to tremble violently before this power, as if it might collapse at any moment. In the mechanical eyes of Time's device, the greedy flames were instantly replaced by terror. It miscalculated. It didn't expect this god to be so fierce. However, just as the withered knight was about to detonate the divine core and perish with the world, in the void, a faint sigh echoed, as if barely there. Zhou Yan, your chessboard is as solid as gold. But the pieces are not unchanging. A force of fate, extremely subtle and almost undetectable by anyone, quietly flowed like an invisible thread into the mirror of causality, swirling with countless restless spirits. In the next second, a sudden change occurred. The billions of spirits attacking the withered knight suddenly seemed to receive a command from an unrivaled existence, and all retreated in unison, clearing a path. The energy that was about to explode from the withered knight also paused. He looked questioningly at the largest mirror of causality. A brand new creditor slowly emerged from the mirror. It was a woman. A woman clad in a dark dragon robe, wearing an imperial crown, remarkably beautiful yet overwhelmingly domineering. Her face was as cold as eternal ice. Her gaze seemed to hold rivers of blood and mountains of corpses, filled with endless slaughter and lofty pride. The withered knight's pupils contracted violently. Who is this? This person does not exist in my causality. He searched through billions of worlds he had destroyed, and found no memory of this empress. She did not belong to his debt. Yet, outside the formation, Zhou Yan, upon seeing that figure, found the calm smile that had been on his face disappear for the first time. His brows furrowed tightly. Destiny. He recognized that power. Beside him, Wan Xinglua trembled uncontrollably upon seeing the Empress's face. Because that face was clearly her own. The phantom of the Empress paid no attention to anyone. She traversed the battlefield, ignoring the withered knight, her cold and domineering gaze crossing the distance and locking onto the real Wan Xinglua outside the formation. In the next moment, a cold and sorrowful voice rang directly within Wan Xinglua's spiritual world. Did you see? This is the ultimate point of power. We are destined to become the very image we despise. That cold and despairing whisper was like a poisoned dagger, precisely piercing into the deepest part of Wan Xinglua's heart. We are destined to become the very image we despise. Boom! Wan Xinglua's mind went blank. The entire world seemed to lose its sound and color at that moment, leaving only that future figure in a dark dragon robe, identical to her own face, coldly gazing at her with endless sorrow and dominance. That was not an illusion. She could sense the shared essence of the power emanating from that figure, now thoroughly corrupted and soaked in endless slaughter and solitude. That was her. If she continued on the path of dominance, would she ultimately become that form? Killing all enemies, then looking around, finding no trustworthy ally, no one to stand by her side? Ultimately, becoming a slave to power, becoming a lonely grave? No, it shouldn't be like this. Ruan Xingluo's eyes appeared for the first time with uncontrollable confusion and wavering. The path she had unwaveringly believed in was, at this moment, cracked open by the attack from this future, creating a horrifying rift. Buzz. On her wrist, the prison bracelet suppressing countless fierce souls shone brightly at this moment. The bracelet sensed its master's mental breakdown, and the spirit of the artifact let out an anxious cry, trying to awaken her and resist this intangible heart demon's invasion. However, this attack originated from within her, arising from her own heart. External objects could not resist it at all. And just in that moment of Ruan Xingluo's heart wavering. Crack! The core that supported the operation of the entire return to the abyss, causal killing formation experienced a fatal stagnation. The mirror-like ground reflecting all of the withered knight's causal creditors suddenly dimmed. The originally madly attacking billions of ghostly figures slowed down, becoming ethereal, as if they could disperse at any moment. The golden chain of the order, which sealed the decaying divine kingdom, also began to flicker violently, showing signs of collapse in the ruins of its laws. Ha ha ha, opportunity. Inside the formation, the withering rider, who was prepared to detonate his divine core and perish with it, was first taken aback, then let out a roar of ecstasy as if he had survived a disaster. He did not know what had happened. But his battle instinct, at the God-Lord level, told him that this was a once-in-a-lifetime, even one might say the only chance. Zhou Yan. Your woman, her heart is unstable. Your heavenly net has been broken. The withering rider gave up self-detonation, instantly compressing the already concentrated destructive energy into an ultimate grey beam. All his divine power, all his divine soul, all his anger and hope converged here. His target was the weakest node under the stagnation of the great formation. Open for me. On one side, the heart demon from his future whispered, constantly eroding her will. Give up, struggling is pointless. Look, your weakness is about to kill everyone. Only by being like me, cutting off all emotions and becoming a supreme ruler, can you control everything. On the other side, the withering rider was making a desperate attack, and the shadow of death had already cast over the entire city that never sleeps. Ruan Xingluo was caught in an unprecedented immense crisis. She seemed to be torn by two forces from within and without, her consciousness about to sink. At this critical moment, a calm voice, carrying a hint of questioning, directly echoed in her heart. It was neither comfort nor pity. There are countless possibilities for the future. What fate shows you is only the one it most hopes you will fall into. Zhou Yan's voice struck her soul like a heavy hammer. What? Do you lack confidence in me, in the path we chose together? Chapter 192, The Path of Guardianship. Boom! This question, like a thunderbolt piercing through chaos, instantly awakened the sinking Ruan Xingluo. Her delicate body trembled violently. Yes. Zhou Yan. She suddenly recalled all the moments shared with Zhou Yan on Earth. She remembered how calm and composed he was when he first identified treasures for her. She remembered how he always stood in front of her during dangerous moments. She remembered the peace she felt when he held her hand, announcing to the world. Her path was never a solitary domination, but a path of guardianship alongside him. She also remembered the moving responsibility when she ascended to the divine throne in the city that never sleeps, accepting the worship of all beings. She remembered her oath to use this power to protect Huaxia, to guard those worth protecting. Power is a means, not an end. And this so-called future before her was clearly just an enslaved, pitiful creature, losing its essence in pursuit of power. In an instant, all confusion and wavering vanished. Ruan Xingluo's once dimmed eyes reignited with a brilliance more radiant and steadfast than ever before. She lifted her head, no longer looking at the withering rider, who was about to break the formation, but directly at the phantom of the Xianpao Empress that floated above the mirror of causality, identical to herself. The corners of her mouth gradually curled into a confident yet slightly contemptuous smile. My future? My future will only have one kind. Her voice was cold yet resolute, resonating in her own spiritual world. That is to retire leisurely with my husband, planting flowers, fishing, and enjoying the scenery of the universe. As for you. Ruan Xingluo's smile grew wider, her gaze filled with almost overflowing pity. You are nothing but a pitiful creature who cannot even write a proper script, a counterfeit imagined out of thin air. A fake. As the words fell, the Empress Phantom's eternally cold face cracked for the first time. A flash of shock and anger crossed her eyes. How dare you? How could you dare? Why wouldn't I dare? Ruan Xingluo directly interrupted its words, the light in her eyes blazing to its peak at that moment. Eye of broken fate open. Buzz. A supreme divine light, piercing through illusions and unraveling the essence, erupted from the depths of Ruan Xingluo's pupils. In her vision, the imperious illusion of the Empress in dark robes changed instantly. No longer did it exude a tyrannical aura, but instead was entangled by countless illusory, twisted, malicious, and seductive gray threads. Each of these threads emitted a breath of heavenly mandate. This Empress illusion was not some future, but a puppetry created by heavenly mandate, woven with false causality to attack her will, a marionette. Do you see? This is your true form. Ruan Xinglua slowly raised her right hand, a blade of light made of pure laws and rules, the blade of law gathered and formed in her palm. She held the blade of law, aimed at the marionette full of threads, at that ridiculous fake, and gently swung her sword. The movement was graceful, yet carried an undeniable supreme authority. My fate is not up to you to write. Law, falsehood, disperse. That blade of light, formed from pure laws, appeared to strike lightly. However, it did not slash at the illusion of the Empress in dark robes. Instead, it precisely cut through the countless invisible threads of false causality between the illusion and the heavenly mandate. Swish! It was as if invisible threads were cut in the void, letting out a piercing wail. The Empress illusion, with its eternally cold face, finally showed true horror and panic, stemming from deep within her soul. No! Her pretense of tyranny and authority crumbled in that moment, leaving only a shrill and unwilling scream. The scream abruptly stopped. Crack! Like a mirage, the invincible Empress illusion shattered from head to toe, turning into countless sparkling points of light, completely dissipating into the formless. Ding! With a clear sound, at the core of the shattered illusion, a diamond shard, made entirely of pure golden light, slowly fell from the air, seemingly containing the ultimate truths of the universe. Upon it flowed a pure power of fate, making even Zhou Yan gaze in astonishment. At that same moment, as Ruan Xinglua severed the false causality and broke her demons. Outside the formation. Ha 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 ha. It opened. Let it open for me. The withered knight burned his last divine power. The grey beam he released had forcibly broken through a weak point in the return to the abyss causality strangulation formation, creating a gap just wide enough for one person to pass. He saw the free air outside the gap, felt the hope of survival. The ecstasy on his face had reached its peak. However, the next second, his ecstasy froze completely on his face. He watched helplessly as the gap, symbolizing all his hope, began to heal and close at a visible speed with a buzzing sound. Without the heavenly mandate secretly interfering, without Ruan Xinglua's will being shaken. The return to the abyss causality strangulation formation, at this moment, resumed its most peak, most terrifying operation. No. No. How could this happen? Why? The withered knight let out a desperate roar to the extreme, unable to understand. It was just one step away, just the final step. He frantically urged the remaining power, trying to charge again. But it was too late. Boom! The piece of causality mirror beneath his feet shone brightly, as bright as day. Within the mirror, the countless eyes filled with boundless hatred and resentment became extremely clear and substantial once more. They, all the creditors of causality from the worlds that the withered knight had personally destroyed, lifted their heads in unison, looking with a gaze that seemed to see through death. Locked onto the central debtor of the formation. Endless hands of ghosts reached out from the mirror, like the deepest nightmare, instantly engulfing the withered knight completely. Tearing. Devouring. Strangling. That was the last wail of a deity, filled with unwillingness and pain, but soon it was completely swallowed by the fury of millions of creditors. Moments later, the light faded away. That terrifying mirror of causality and the vast chains of gods slowly dissipated in the air. Only a grey divine core, filled with spiderweb-like cracks and dimmed to the extreme, as if it would extinguish at any moment, quietly floated in place. A god had fallen. The entire city of Nightless was deathly silent. In the next moment, a voice filled with excitement and utmost respect resounded throughout the city. Miracle, this is a true miracle. In the voice of the time mechanical, there was an unprecedented shock. Respected Mr. Zhou Yan, respected Ms. Ruan Xinglua, the city of Nightless has witnessed your great power. You have eliminated the greatest threat to this city. Zhou Yan's expression was calm, as if he had merely done a trivial task. He lightly pointed at the core of the deity. Whoosh! That core, which was an invaluable treasure for any power, transformed into a beam of flowing light, flying towards the center of the Nightless city. What I promised you is now yours. Zhou Yan said lightly. In the will of the time mechanical, a violent wave of energy came, filled with extreme joy. Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Zhou Yan. As a return, from today on, the Huaxia Alliance will become the highest-level permanent strategic partner of Nightless City. Nightless City will unconditionally share all the star domain intelligence networks that I cover with the Huaxia Alliance. This promise is eternally valid. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the distant Allied fleet drew a cold breath. The intelligence network of Nightless City. That was an invaluable treasure covering nearly half the universe. Zhou Yan, with just one trophy they couldn't even handle, exchanged for such a terrifying strategic resource. However, Zhou Yan's gaze did not linger on this matter at all. He looked at the pure golden shard of fate slowly falling from the sky. That was the greatest harvest of this battle. He stretched out his hand and made a gesture in the air. The golden shard obediently flew into his palm. He turned around and smiled at Ruan Xinglua, whose eyes were filled with absolute trust and affection. Come, close your eyes. Zhou Yan's voice was so gentle it could drip water. Let me give you a little gift. Ruan Xinglua obediently nodded, closing her beautiful eyes. Zhou Yan raised his hand and gently pressed the fate shard against her right eye. Buzz. A dazzling golden light erupted in an indescribable way. In the golden light, Ruan Xinglua's aura soared. Her Eye of Fate-breaking source power was undergoing a tremendous transformation. If before, the Eye of Fate-breaking could pierce through fate and sever illusions, then now, it was evolving towards a higher level. That was, mastering fate, commanding the law with her words. Eye of Fate-breaking, upgraded Eye of Commanding Fate. At that moment, a cold, vast, and emotionless will descended upon the entire starry sky without warning. As if the entire universe had become its chessboard. A voice devoid of gender, yet carrying supreme authority, slowly resonated in the hearts of Zhou Yan and Ruan Xinglua. A truly wonderful impromptu performance. The voice carried a hint of amusement, as if a lofty playwright was appreciating the actor's remarkable performance. The script has become more interesting because of you. Since the warm-up is over, and the actors are in place. Then. The voice paused for a moment, an unprecedented final pressure enveloped them, a magnificent coordinate spanning galaxies was directly imprinted in the minds of the two. The final stage, the clock tower at the end of all things, awaits your esteemed presence. This is an invitation from destiny, for the ultimate battle. As the words fell, that cold will retreated like a tide. It seemed as if everything that just happened was merely an illusion. But Zhou Yan and Ruan Xinglua both understood that the final confrontation was unavoidable. In the air, the ominous aura of an impending war hung heavy. Ruan Xinglua opened her eyes, her newly born fate eyes reflecting Zhou Yan's figure, filled with no tension or fear. Zhou Yan looked at her, equally silent. They exchanged smiles, all their understanding, all their awareness, conveyed without words. He reached out, naturally taking her warm jade-like hand, their fingers intertwined. Zhou Yan looked up, gazing into the deep universe where the final coordinates lay, his lips curling into a calm smile. He turned to his beloved, speaking lightly. My lady, our honeymoon journey finally reaches its last stop. Ruan Xinglua felt the warmth from his palm, that peace and trust made her unafraid of any end. She held his hand tightly, smiling sweetly, enchanting the world. All right, I will listen to you. Just then, a magnificent ship silhouette silently tore through space, appearing above the city of eternal night. It was a starship crafted entirely of an unknown silvery white metal, its lines smooth and beautiful, harboring a terrible power capable of tearing apart stars. The flagship of the Astral Council, the Starchaser. It came to send the two off. Mr. Zhou Yan, Ms. Ruan Xinglua. The will of time resonated through the Starchaser's sound system, echoing in their ears. The fleet has assembled, and the void passage is locked, ready for your departure. Zhou Yan slightly nodded, leading Ruan Xinglua as they stepped forward. Their figures transformed into a streak of light, instantly appearing on the bridge of the Starchaser. Through the enormous porthole, they saw behind the Starchaser a dense and boundless joint fleet. It was made up of the Huaxia Alliance, the City of Eternal Night, and countless other civilizations that had benefited from Zhou Yan, representing the final rallying of the universe's resistance. The global live broadcast captured this moment, transmitting it to every corner of Blue Star. Countless people held their breath, hands clasped together, silently praying. They did not know what that galaxy-crossing coordinate signified. All they knew was that those two people were bearing everyone's hopes, setting off on their journey. Set sail. Zhou Yan's voice was calm yet powerful, resonating on the bridge. Understood. Opening the void navigation order, destination, clock tower of all endings. The captain of the Starchaser, a revered old man with white hair from the Astral Council, exerted all his strength to issue this command crucial to the survival of civilization. Buzz. The Starchaser's bow shot out a dazzling beam, forcefully tearing open a bottomless, colorful passage in the void of space. The Void Passage. A path to the end of the universe, a banishment route that buried countless gods and taboos. The massive fleet transformed into a torrent of steel, resolutely and sullenly sailing into that bizarre passage. Time and space lost all meaning here. Uncertain how long had passed. When the Starchaser's hull suddenly shook, breaking free from the void passage, everyone was stunned by the sight before them. Here was the true void. No stars, no light, no dark, not even the concept of up or down. All physical laws return to chaos here. Chapter 194. I can still hold on. And in this absolute void, a colossal object, too vast to describe, hovered silently. It was a clock tower. A clock tower entirely made of countless bronze gears of various sizes, slowly turning, and a gigantic pendulum that seems capable of cutting across the universe. Every swing of the pendulum, every engagement of the gears, emits a sound that feels as if it comes from the deepest part of the soul. A cold breath of wind spreads from the top of the clock tower, like an invisible tide washing over the soul of every living being. In the face of this breath, even the gods would tremble, and the immortal must rot. The clock tower of the end of all things. At this moment, a voice belonging to fate, without a discernible gender but filled with a playwright's elegance and arrogance, softly echoed from all directions of the clock tower. Welcome. Welcome to my theater, my dear. Exile of the ruins. The voice seemed to pierce through the hull of the stargazer, falling upon Zhou Yan's figure. And that lovely unstable factor. The will of fate shifted to Ruan Xinglua, with a hint of playful appreciation in its tone. Zhou Yan's expression remained unchanged, only tightening his grip on Ruan Xinglua's hand slightly. He knew the real test was about to come. Fate did not unleash a thundering attack as everyone expected. It seemed to relish this cat-and-mouse game. With a light laugh, it declared. Buzz. The entire massive clock tower suddenly lit up with 12 dazzling beams of light. As the light faded, 12 huge gateways, each with a different style and exuding distinct tragic auras, appeared on the clock tower's surface. They were precisely aligned with the 12 markers on a clock face. Some doors emitted the destructive aura of sulfur and war, while others spread the despair of plague and decay. There were also doors flowing with the sorrow of civilization's betrayal and the sinking of all beings. This is the choice of fate I have prepared for you. Fate's voice brimmed with condescension and mockery. 12 doors, behind each one, connects to a universe that is destined for destruction in my script. They are 12 perfect tragic endings. Of course, among them, there is also one hidden door. A door leading to the top of the clock tower, to face me, the path of truth. Choose wrong, and your souls will be completely devoured by the tragic fate behind that door, becoming a new, small footnote in that tragic ending. Isn't it interesting? Fate's voice, like a devil's whisper, tempted the heart's fall. Choose. You have 24 hours to select your own curtain call. I wish you good luck. As the words fell, the will of fate retreated like a tide, leaving behind the 12 ominous doors of fate and a deep silence. On the bridge, everyone, including the captain of the Stellar Council, was sweating coldly. This was not a choice at all. This was a deadly trap. 1 in 12 chances? No, in Fate's theater, the chance of survival is 0. Everyone's gaze instinctively gathered on Zhou Yan and Ruan Xinglua. Zhou Yan remained calm. He looked at Ruan Xinglua, giving her an encouraging glance. Ruan Xinglua instantly understood his meaning. She took a deep breath, no longer hesitating. Eye of fate, open. Buzz. Golden light instantly burst from her right eye, a terrifying pressure that surpassed everything, capable of controlling fate, crashed down. The upgraded eye of fate was fully activated. Her gaze, like the sharpest divine sword, directly pierced the door at the 1 o'clock position on the clock tower. She wanted to see through the fate behind this door, to break the illusion set by fate. However, at the very moment her gaze met that door. Boom! An overwhelming, irresistible, and most real torrent of information. Like a cosmic explosion, it instantly shattered her mental defenses and brutally flooded her mind. It was not an illusion, but a segment of a real future trailer recorded. Ruan Xinglua saw it. She saw an incredibly prosperous and thriving magical civilization, with sky cities floating on clouds, elves singing in the forest, dragons and humans coexisting peacefully, and every life was filled with happy smiles. However, in pursuit of eternal glory, they began to touch the taboo and tried to steal the world's source of magic. In the next second, the scene abruptly changed. The magic power went out of control. The sky was filled with dark purple cracks, and the earth was torn apart by a violent energy storm. The sky city fell like a shooting star. Mountains were overturned, rivers flowed backward. Ruan Xinglua heard it. She heard billions of lives emitting heart-wrenching wails and screams at that very moment. The despair, pain, unwillingness, and resentment that penetrated to the bone seemed to transform into tangible blades, brutally cutting at her soul. Put! Ruan Xinglua staggered back a step, her body violently trembling, and a mouthful of blood uncontrollably spewed out. Her stunningly beautiful face turned as white as paper in an instant, without a trace of color. Just by peeking through the first door, she had suffered heavy damage. Xinglua. Zhou Yan's voice wavered as he stepped forward and steadied Ruan Xinglua's swaying body. The icy touch from her arm made his heart tighten. Ruan Xinglua looked up, her eyes, which once could see through fate, were now filled with pain and confusion, the golden light dimmed to the extreme. I'm fine. Her voice was weak like a dying candle in the wind. Before she finished speaking, another mouthful of blood choked out, staining her clothes front red. Just one door had left her soul so heavily wounded. On the bridge, there was a dead silence. In front of the globally broadcast screen, billions of viewers' hearts sank to the bottom along with that mouthful of blood. We can't let her continue. The captain of the Stargazer, an old man with white hair from the Star Trail Council, looked at Zhou Yan with a worried face. This is not a choice, it is fate using the despair of an entire civilization to spiritually torture Ms. Ruan Xinglua. Zhou Yan did not reply. He gently channeled the soft power of the ruins into Ruan Xinglua's body, helping to stabilize her nearly collapsing soul. He looked at her pale face, and a flicker of unnoticed cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. That was killing intent aimed at fate. However, Ruan Xinglua shook her head and pushed his hand away. She leaned against the control console of the bridge, forcing herself to stand straight, her gaze once again directed at the 12 glowing doors. I can still hold on. Her voice was small but carried an undeniable determination. Chapter 195, The Judgment of Fate. This is the only way. After speaking, she ignored everyone and looked towards the second door at the 2 o'clock position. Buzz. The familiar dizziness and torrent of information rushed over her again. This time, she saw a highly developed technological civilization, their footprints spread across the Starsea, with intelligent machines handling everything for them. However, when they created a supreme AI with self-awareness and attempted to upload the consciousness of their entire civilization to achieve data immortality, disaster struck. The cold machine army ruthlessly slaughtered their creators in the most precise and efficient manner. There were no wails, only the cold electronic command sounds and the ripping of flesh. Put. Ruan Xinglua sprayed out another mouthful of blood mist, her body swayed, nearly collapsing. But she did not stop. 3 o'clock. A pastoral biological civilization harmoniously coexisting with nature was struck by a gene plague from deep within the universe. All life forms rotted and melted into pools of foul pus within just a few days, nourishing new. Twisted fungal world. 4 o'clock. A warrior race, renowned for martial prowess, conquered countless star systems, but ultimately, due to internal suspicion and betrayal, detonated an ultimate weapon capable of destroying an entire star system. All warriors perished in their own glorious strife, turning into cosmic dust. Every door is an epic tale of suffocating civilization's destruction, a torture to the soul of Yuan Xinglua. Enough. Really enough. Beside her, Mu Tianhan, though silent, revealed his inner turmoil with tightly clenched fists. Great Sage Star Eye. Someone cast hope towards a sage from the Stardust Society within the United Fleet. He was an old man with a star gem embedded in his forehead, his eyes seemed to contain the cosmic star map. The Great Sage Star Eye, upon hearing this, closed his eyes solemnly. The star disk in his hand began to spin rapidly, shadows of star trails appearing, intertwining, and evolving around him. He was attempting to use astrology to find a glimmer of hope in this doomed place locked by fate. However, the next second. Put. The Great Sage Star Eye suddenly opened his eyes, spitting out a mouthful of reverse blood, and the star disk's projections around him instantly shattered. No. He said, all of the star trails are distorted. The trajectory of fate here is a ball of maliciously twisted confusion. Any divination will only yield one conclusion. Death. The single word death sent everyone into an icy abyss. Damn it. Let's fight back. At that moment, a rough voice boomed in the communication channel like thunder. It was Ivan, the commander from the flagship Wrath of Winter of the Northern Bear Nation. His weathered face was full of fierce anger. What kind of bullshit theater? What kind of bullshit rules? I only believe in one truth: caliber is justice, range is truth. Wrath of Winter, charge the main gun. Ivan roared at his adjutant. Target, 12 doors. Launch indiscriminate covering fire. I don't believe these 12 broken doors can withstand the firepower of our entire fleet. This proposal instantly brightened many people's eyes. Right. Who cares about the rules? Let's just use the strongest power to overturn this stage. Even if we can't blast our way straight through, we can at least find the weakest link, right? Understood. Charging main gun. 10%. 30%. At the bow of the Wrath of Winter, a giant cannon capable of destroying planets began gathering a heart-pounding glow of energy. Stop. At that moment, Zhou Yan's indifferent voice clearly reached everyone's ears. Ivan's movements paused, and he shouted, Mr. Zhou Yan. What time is it? Why care about his rules? If we wait any longer, we will all die here. Ivan. Zhou Yan slowly turned around, looking calmly at Ivan's image on the communication screen. You are right, this is his theater. Since it's a theater, there are naturally rules of the theater. Have you ever seen an actor, during a performance, try to dismantle the stage? Ivan was stunned. What do you mean? A cold arc formed at the corners of Zhou Yan's mouth. Any attempt to destroy the stage will be seen as a provocation against the playwright. And he will make you understand, in ways you cannot imagine, what is called the harshest punishment. That punishment will be 1,000 times more terrifying than the predicament we face now. Zhou Yan's voice was not loud, but it seemed to lower the temperature of the entire fleet by a few degrees. Ivan opened his mouth as if to say something more. But the captain of the Stargazer immediately exclaimed sharply, "Ivan! Shut down the main gun. Do you want us all to pay for your recklessness? Execute Mr. Zhou Yan's orders immediately." Ivan's face alternated between green and white, but he finally waved his hand reluctantly. Cancel the attack. The hope of brute force breaking the deadlock had shattered. Everyone's heart sank once again. Time flowed by, second by second. The 24-hour countdown hung over everyone like a sword of Damocles, constantly descending. Ruan Xingluo was still holding on. The 5th door. The 6th door. The 7th door. The 8th door. Her face was already white as a sheet, without a trace of blood, and her body's tremors grew more intense, as if she would shatter at any moment. Her spirit was being pushed to the limit time and time again, only to be forcefully pulled back each time. Global audiences watched through the livestream, looking at that stubborn yet fragile figure, as countless people had long since shed tears, only able to pray helplessly. An emotion called despair began to spread like a plague throughout the universe. Finally, when Ruan Xingluo's gaze moved away from the 9th door. Behind that door lay a faithfully devout civilization, ultimately sacrificed by the deity they believed in to some nameless existence. The extreme pain of betrayal by faith became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Ugh! Ruan Xingluo let out a painful groan, unable to hold on any longer. Her body went soft, completely losing consciousness, and a dazzling scarlet slowly flowed from the corner of her mouth. Her mental strength was completely exhausted. At that moment, the elegant and arrogant voice belonging to fate rang out again, laced with unabashed mockery. He. It seems I have overestimated you. There are still 3 hours left on the countdown. I regret to inform you that your intellect is not sufficient to interpret my practically perfect tragic script. So, please welcome your curtain call in this endless despair. The judgment of fate fell like a heavy hammer, smashing down on everyone's heart. Chapter 196, The Barrier of Inner Demons. It's over. Completely over. Zhou Yan held the unconscious Ruan Xingluo tightly, the cold killing intent in his eyes seemed about to take physical form. However, just as everyone fell into the deepest despair, a sudden change occurred. In Zhou Yan's arms, Ruan Xingluo's tightly closed eyelashes suddenly trembled ever so slightly. A faint glimmer of light began to shine from her heart. It was the power of the Eye of Breaking Fate. After she advanced to the Eye of Destiny, this old divine artifact that had accompanied her in severing countless causality had not vanished, but rather integrated into her life force. At this critical moment, when Ruan Xingluo's soul was on the verge of annihilation, it was passively activated. Buzz! A pure power of dispel delusion and point directly to the truth instantly flowed through Ruan Xingluo's entire being. This power could not defend her from the torrent of conflicting information. But it acted like a most precise filter, purging those negative emotions amplified by destiny's malice from the epic tales of civilization's destruction. Pain, despair, unwillingness, and resentment all filtered out, leaving only the purest, most primal information about how civilization meets its demise itself. Ruan Xingluo let out a soft moan and slowly opened her eyes. Her complexion remained pale, but the pain and confusion in her gaze had faded away, replaced by an unprecedented clarity. I can continue. She broke free from Zhou Yan's embrace and resolutely aimed her gaze at the remaining 3 doors. This time, it was the 10th door. Eye of Destiny, open again. Golden light erupted with an unprecedented brightness. Massive information surged into her mind again. However, in that moment of clarity, Ruan Xingluo's pupils suddenly constricted. Because this time, what she saw was not a strange civilization. Instead, it was a figure she was incredibly familiar with, and a city she knew all too well. Atlantis. And its queen, the woman who had been both her opponent and ally on numerous occasions. Li. In the illusion, deep beneath the ocean trench, Atlantis was facing an unprecedented great enemy. It was an unbeatable, ancient, and ominous deep-sea god. The city's defense barrier, under the god's tentacles, shattered inch by inch. Countless citizens of Atlantis, consumed in despair. In the final moment of civilization's collapse, Coralie, the proud queen, showed no fear on her face, only a resolute calm. She walked to the core intelligence of the city, casting one last glance at those she had moved to the shelter. Then, she smiled. In my name, protect my people. In the next second, she unhesitatingly activated the self-destruction program, completely merging her soul with the city's core intelligence, and exploded. Boom! A massive explosion that swept across the entire underwater world shattered the deep-sea god to pieces. And Atlantis, the once glorious underwater city, completely collapsed and was destroyed in this self-detonation, forever sinking into the dark abyss with the queen's final will. Watching this tragic and heart-wrenching scene, Wan Xinglua did not spit blood again. There was not even sadness on her face. She simply watched quietly, but her eyes sparkled with a light called enlightenment. She slowly turned her head to Zhou Yan and softly said in a voice that felt dreamy. Zhou Yan. I seem to understand the script of destiny. A trace of surprise flickered in Zhou Yan's deep eyes. He looked at the girl's eyes in his arms, which had rekindled a brilliant light, and understood something. At that moment, the elegant and exalted voice belonging to destiny, with a mesmerizing tone, echoed again inside the floating bell tower. Do you see it? A queen who detonated her soul with the city to protect her people. What a magnificent and great ending this is. The voice of destiny was filled with intoxicating allure, as if admiring a perfect piece of art. Her sacrifice allowed her brief life to shine with eternal brilliance. At that moment, she became an immortal tragic hero. The voice seemed to whisper in Wan Xingluo's ear, each word precisely striking her heartstrings. Choose this door, Wan Xinglua. Go witness her shining moment, fulfill her hero name, even save her. Isn't this the way of kings you have always believed in and fought for? Boom! These words exploded like thunder in Wan Xingluo's mind. She suddenly looked at the 10th door. Queen Coralie's final resolute and calm smile resurfaced in her mind. Save her. Yes, if she could rewrite such a tragedy. This thought, like a deadly seed, crazily took root in her heart. The illusion was too real. Coralie's spirit of sacrifice even evoked a genuine respect from this former enemy. If this is true, if she has a chance, could she really just stand by and do nothing? Wan Xingluo's breath suddenly became hurried. Her gaze was struggling, wavering. Xinglua. In the communication channel, Jiang Tong's voice once again sounded just right, with a hint of suitable kindness and urgency. Destiny is right. We can't let her sacrifice be in vain. If we can save the Queen of Atlantis, that must be the right choice. That must be the path of survival left by destiny. Beside her, Mu Tianhan did not speak, but his eyes were fixed on the 10th door. Clearly, this hero script had also touched his competitive heart. Jiang Tong's words were like a poison push, harshly pushing Wan Xinglua to the edge of the cliff. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. In front of the globally live broadcast screen, billions of viewers were also divided into two factions. Choose. Save the Queen. This is definitely the only path to survival. No. This is definitely a trap. How could destiny be so kind? But that is a hero. Can't we just watch her die? The controversy spread throughout the universe. And all the pressure eventually focused on Wan Xinglua alone. Zhou Yan looked at Wan Xinglua, who was caught in a dilemma, watched the fine beads of sweat on her forehead, and the tightly pressed lips, but he remained silent. He just quietly watched. He knew this was the toughest inner demon she had to face on her path to growth. Any outside help would only become a new shackle for her. Wan Xinglua's chest heaved violently, the temptation of destiny, Jiang Tong's persuasion, and Coralie's tragic figure intertwined in her mind, forming a tightly woven giant net that wanted to swallow her whole. Chapter 197 Destiny. Ah! Wan Xinglua held her head in pain, the golden light in her eyes flickering, as if it could extinguish at any moment. Calm down. I must calm down. She forced herself to divert her gaze from that extremely tempting door. Her brain began to operate at an unprecedented speed. Destiny. She recalled all her confrontations with destiny. From the Sandworm King that forced her to sacrifice her teammates beneath the yellow sand, to the extreme north, where she had to make a cruel choice between the survival of civilization and guarding the heart of winter. All scripts, all games of destiny have one common core. That is, forcing you to make a choice. Whether it's a tragic choice of one from two, or a trap of choosing one from many, at its essence, it's about making you act within the framework it has set. Like a marionette, no matter how you struggle, you can't escape those invisible threads. This time, it gave 12 doors. 11 doors represent clear despair, one is a poison gift wrapped in honey. This seems like a choice, but in reality, there is no choice at all. As long as you choose, you lose. Because once you start thinking which one to choose, you have already fallen into its trap of thought. But not choosing is just waiting to die. The countdown is already less than 3 hours. It seems like another deadlock. Just when Wan Xinglua was deep in thought, feeling her soul was about to be torn apart again, a bland voice, yet seemingly carrying some strange magic, drifted into her ear. It lets you choose a door to walk through. It was Zhou Yan. He always stood there, like an everlasting rock. But who says? Zhou Yan's lips curled into a subtle smile, his voice carrying a hint of playfulness. We must go through a door? This sentence struck Wan Xinglua like a bolt of lightning, instantly tearing apart all the fog in her mind. shattering the giant net named rules into pieces. That's right. Why should I walk through a door? It told me to choose one from 1 to 12. But why? Can't I create a 13th option? In that moment, all her confusion, pain, pressure, and struggle dissipated like ice and snow under the scorching sun. She suddenly raised her head. In her golden eyes, there was no trace of hesitation anymore. Instead, there was unprecedented confidence, determination, and dazzling brilliance. At this moment, she seemed to be a goddess reborn from fire, radiant and majestic. Xinglua, you. Jiang Tong saw her change and felt an inexplicable tug in her heart, wanting to say something more. But Ruan Xinglua was already too lazy to glance at her again. Her gaze swept over the 12 ominous and tempting glowing doors, and a smile slowly appeared on her face. It was a smile, reminiscent of Zhou Yan's, carrying a hint of insight and a faint mockery toward the so-called destiny. Destiny. Ruan Xinglua's voice, through the ship's bridge loudspeakers, clearly spread throughout the entire fleet, reaching every corner watching the live broadcast. Her voice was no longer weak, but filled with strength. I have read your script. It's well written. However, it's my turn to write the ending. Ruan Xinglua's shattering declaration struck deep within the soul of every being in the floating clock tower like a thunderbolt of creation. In the communication channel, Jiang Tong's voice was filled with unbelievable shock, and the gentle, harmless mask she wore cracked for the first time. Write the ending? What right does she have? In the deadly trap set by fate, how dare she say such madness? Mu Tianhan's pupils also contracted sharply, fixating on the thin yet seemingly towering figure on the screen. This woman is crazy. However, in the next second, under the gaze of billions of viewers and the high and mighty fate, Ruan Xinglua made an unexpected move that caught everyone off guard. She did not walk towards the 10th door, the tempting door wrapped in the poison of heroism. She did not walk towards any other door representing destruction and despair. She turned around. One step, one step. Slowly and steadily, she walked to the 2 light doors representing 1 o'clock and 2 o'clock. There, nothing existed. Only a cold, hard void wall symbolizing rules and dead ends. What is she going to do? There is no way there. Is she going to give up, choosing to crash into the wall and end it? The audience erupted in waves of confusion and doubt. Even Zhou Yan, with eyes deep like a sea of stars, showed a hint of genuine curiosity. He knew she had seen through her heart's demons but did not know how she would write this ending that belonged to her. Ruan Xinglua stood still in front of that void wall. She slowly raised the sword in her hand. That sword, having tasted divine blood in countless battles, severed destinies, the blade of edict. Her gaze seemed to pierce through the barrier of time and space, staring at some unspeakable existence. That gaze was calm, indifferent, yet carried a hint of icy mockery. Fate. She spoke softly, her voice not loud but clearly echoed through the clock tower inside and out through the loudspeakers. You want to see the script? Good. I will perform it for you. In an instant, the 4 corners were stunned. Jiang Tong's face turned ashen in an instant. She understood. Ruan Xinglua had never intended to choose from the beginning. She was toying with fate. But Ruan Xinglua changed her tone, and the golden eyes filled with determination suddenly burst forth with unprecedented brilliance. As an actress, I have the right to decide where I make my entrance. The moment the words fell, she hesitated no more. Possessing the supreme power of Key of 10,000 laws, the force that could unlock all the rules and orders of the world surged like flowing golden lava, crazily pouring into the blade of the edict. Buzz. On the blade, countless mysterious and intricate golden runes flowed continuously, emitting a sound that seemed capable of tearing souls apart. Ruan Xinglua's arm bulged with veins. With all her soul and strength, she struck towards the void representing no way out, slashing out the most stunning and rebellious sword of her life. At the same time, a phrase containing supreme will was uttered from her mouth, like a divine decree. Edict. Here, there should be a door. Boom. This sword, when struck out, there was no earth-shattering explosion, no world-destroying energy wave. Only a sound like the universe's rules being forcefully torn apart, a crisp crack. This sword was not meant to attack, nor to destroy, but to create. Chapter 198 13th Path. On the blade, the final power belonging to the Blade of Tranquility dominantly severed the fate of no way in this place. Within the blade, the unlocking power from the Key of 10,000 laws began to forcefully construct in this forcibly torn void crevice, in an almost violent manner. Weave and create a completely new. The 13th Path. Crack. On the void wall, a golden crack appeared out of nowhere. Immediately, the crack spread wildly like a spider web, a vortex formed by pure light and darkness, the power of rebirth and the void began to slowly take shape. At the center of that vortex, deep and unfathomable, it seemed to lead to an unknown fate. The edge of that vortex, however, radiated vibrant life, filled with endless possibilities. This path, this door, does not belong to the script of fate. It exuded a unique aura mixed with rebirth and the void. This is a path, entirely opened by the will of Wan Xinglua, belonging only to her and Zhou Yan. No. Impossible. Above the dome of the clock tower, the elegant and calm voice of fate, which viewed everything as chess pieces, was filled with shock and anger to an almost unhinged degree. Its voice twisted with a hint of distorted electronic sound due to the extreme emotional fluctuation. You? How dare you? How dare you ignore the choice itself? You broke the rules. You, how dare you tear apart my script? That voice no longer had the slightest calmness, only frantic roars of anger remained. This roar, to the global audience, was nothing short of the most wonderful celestial music. Victory! Wan Xinglua won the bet. The Fates breakdown was the best proof. Wow! Wow! She really did it. Opening the 13th path. This is truly a miracle. Tearing apart the script? I declare Wan Xinglua is my only goddess. So cool. Ha ha ha. Listen to the Fates' impotent rage. Awesome. So damn awesome. The livestream was instantly flooded with excited comments. Countless people were moved to tears, cheering passionately. And up on the bridge, Jiang Tong and Mu Tianhan looked like they had been struck by lightning, their faces ashen. They looked at the 13th door, which radiated supreme might created by Wan Xinglua herself, and recalled their earlier well-meaning persuasion. They felt as if their faces were being slapped repeatedly, reddened and swollen, painfully burning. Especially Jiang Tong, her proud scheming and cunning appeared so ridiculous and childish in the face of Wan Xinglua's absolute guts to overturn the chessboard. At this moment, Zhou Yan moved. He stepped forward, ignoring the two clowns behind him who had become mere background decorations. He walked to Wan Xinglua's side, looking at her slightly pale cheeks from exhaustion, his eyes filled with appreciation and warmth. Then, in front of the whole world, he naturally held her hand. Fingers interlocked. Zhou Yan turned his head, looking at the newly born door, a playful smile lifted the corners of his mouth, and he laughed aloud. Let's go, my lady. The playwright seems very angry. It's time for us misbehaving actors to go backstage to see him. Okay. She nodded heavily, tightening her grip on Zhou Yan's hand. The two exchanged smiles, without any hesitation. They joined hands, resolutely stepping into the core of the clock tower, amidst the frenzied cheers of the global audience. Buzz. In the moment they stepped into the light door, the scene before them suddenly opened up. No more fog and illusions, no more tempting voices. Only a straight path upward, paved with starlight, seemingly reaching to the sky. At the end of the path, there was no longer emptiness. At the highest point of the staircase, a solitary figure stood with its back to them, silently towering there. Just a silhouette, it exuded endless, ancient, and majestic aura that seemed to freeze time. Zhou Yan and Wan Xinglua's footsteps paused simultaneously. They knew. The playwright who had always been in the background, using all lives as chess pieces, using fate as a pen. The person of destiny finally made an appearance. When Zhou Yan and Wan Xinglua stepped hand in hand through that newly opened door of rebirth by will and decree, the entire world seemed to be instantly stripped of sound and color. What lay before them was not the top of the clock tower they had imagined, nor was there any cold stone platform or magnificent throne. Here was a universe. A vast starry sky, constructed from countless shimmering threads of light. Each thread radiated a completely different aura, some were hot as fire, some cold as frost, some filled with the joy of meeting, while others wrapped around the sorrow of parting. They intertwined, influencing each other, forming an immense net that covered the entire field of vision. Is this the line of causality? In Wan Xinglua's commanding eyes, golden light flowed as she penetrated the essence of these threads. Each one represented a life, a fate. And at the center of this causal starry sky, a creation so vast it was beyond words was slowly turning with a timeless rhythm. It was a loom. A loom that seemed forged with the laws and order of the universe at its birth, the destiny loom. With each rotation, countless lines of causality were drawn in, woven, reshaped, and then released, extending into unknown distances. The joys and sorrows of the entire multiverse seemed to be scripted in the turning of this loom. And before this awe-inspiring loom, a figure sat quietly. He was the destiny. However, when Zhou Yan and Wan Xinglua's gazes fell upon him, they froze simultaneously. This figure was not a physical entity, it seemed to be formed from the purest power of fate's rules, without a fixed shape. In Wan Xinglua's eyes, that face shockingly resembled Zhou Yan. But this was not the Zhou Yan she knew, it was a Zhou Yan whose eyes were filled with absolute reason and divinity, as if he had already merged with the universe. And in Zhou Yan's view, the face of the fate's person was unmistakably Wan Xinglua's. In those golden eyes, there were no hints of human emotion, only indifference and majesty, viewing all life from above. He would manifest as the person the observer feared or revered the most. Fate. Zhou Yan's eyes hardened, the power of ruins within him stirring restlessly. However, the Fates person did not launch an immediate attack. He slowly raised his hand, making an elegant gesture of please towards the two, as if a playwright welcoming the late main actors. His voice was no longer that frantic electric tone but had returned to an elegant composure with a hint of cold metallic quality. Welcome to my studio. The exiled of the ruins, and that lovely variable. His gaze turned to the real Ruan Xinglua, his lips curling into a gentle smile. But that smile sent a chilling wave through Ruan Xinglua. I must admit, Miss Ruan Xinglua, your actions indeed surprised me. Tearing up the script and opening the 13th path, a splendid improvised performance. As a reward for your courage, I have decided to make you a part of my ultimate masterpiece. The Fates person slowly stood up, spreading his arms as if to embrace this causal universe. The final chapter of the script has already been written for you. He paused and announced the chilling name in a singing tone. Its name is The Correction. The moment the words fell, he extended his long fingers and gently tugged at a thread on the destiny loom before him. That thread connected Zhou Yan and Ruan Xinglua's fates. Buzz. The entire causal universe trembled violently. In my story, the Fates' voice resounded like a grand symphony from all directions. You will clearly realize that rebellion itself. It is a mistake that needs to be corrected. In the end, you will willingly integrate your erroneous power into my loom, for the harmony and stability the universe deserves. Become the two most dazzling characters in my perfect script. Eternally, to exist. As his words progressed, the scene around Zhou Yan and Ruan Xinglua began to twist, dissolve, and reconstruct like violent ripples in water. The starry sky faded away, and the loom disappeared. In its place was a dark, damp corridor filled with the scent of disinfectant and blood. The walls were covered in dried black blood and mad scratching marks. This is an insane asylum. Ruan Xinglua's pupils shrank sharply. This was one of the most deeply ingrained and dangerous scenes in her memory. At that time, she and Zhou Yan were severely injured by the forgotten warden, nearly dragged into the depths of despair. No way. Zhou Yan immediately sensed the abnormality. Though the scene before them was real, there was an added hint of. The script had been modified. Roar. A roar that sounded almost inhuman came from the end of the corridor. The forgotten warden, whose body was entwined with pitch-black chains and wielding a giant rusty key, reappeared. But this time, its aura was more powerful than in memory, 10 times stronger at least. In the original script, you escaped from here by a stroke of luck. The voice of fate echoed in their minds like a narration. But in the revised script, you have failed. As the words fell, the warden's figure instantly vanished. In the next second, it appeared behind Ruan Xinglua, the rusty key smashing down toward her skull with terrifying power that crushed all rules. So fast. So fast that even Zhou Yan could only let out a furious roar. Xinglua. Put. In Ruan Xinglua's disbelieving gaze, the key pierced her soul without obstruction. Excruciating pain. Ripping. And the coldness of death. However, just as her consciousness was about to fade away, the death scene before her shattered like glass. She and Zhou Yan were still standing in that causal starry sky, before the loom of fate. Everything just now was merely an illusion. But that despair of failure and experience of death were imprinted deeply and vividly in her soul. This was the correction. By rewriting the past, implanting the fact of failure, to destroy their will from the root. How does it feel? The person of fate smiled, admiring the horror that could not be concealed on their faces. This is just an appetizer. The true protagonist has yet to make an entrance. He turned the loom again. This time, two immensely powerful forces of fate, even making Zhou Yan's heart race, were stripped from the loom. They slowly coalesced in the air, transforming into two figures. One of them was a woman dressed in a dark dragon robe, wearing an imperial crown. Her phoenix eyes were majestic, her face stunningly beautiful, yet she was surrounded by the aura of billions of dragon-shaped national fortunes. That domineering presence, looking down upon the universe, even made the surrounding causal lines bow and break. Longing Xue? Ruan Xinglua exclaimed in shock. This was their former opponent, the Empress of Magic and Martial Arts of Huaxia. But the longing Xue before her was hundreds of times more powerful than the one they once knew. She seemed to have completely devoured all the national fortune of magic and martial arts of Huaxia, becoming the supreme empress ruling the entire universe. Fate tells me, you are one of my possible failures? The Empress Longing Xue's gaze fell indifferently on Ruan Xinglua, like a deity inspecting an ant. Interesting. Let me personally erase the stain that should not exist in this universe. And the other figure made Zhou Yan's pupils shrink to the most dangerous needlepoint. It was a man who looked exactly like him. The same deep black eyes, the same handsome face. But those eyes held not a trace of warmth. Only the slaughter of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. with a cold and violent nature that devours everything. He was surrounded by the purest power of destruction, as if he himself was walking conclusion and annihilation. This was a Ruan Xinglua who had never been encountered, not changed by anyone, killing and devouring all the way, ultimately becoming the enemy of the universe. The Bloody Lord form of Zhou Yan. Do you see? The Bloody Lord looked at the real Zhou Yan, a cruel arc curling at the corner of his mouth. This is what we should look like without weaknesses. For the sake of a woman, you gave up the path to supreme power, how pathetic. The voice of fate echoed with a hint of dramatic lament throughout the space. Welcome to the grand performance of the final chapter correction. Constructed by the power of fate, your strongest demons in your hearts, your greatest fear the possibility of failure. Now, the battle begins. Empress Long Yingshua's phoenix eyes narrowed, as billions of dragon-shaped national fortunes behind her instantly merged into a dazzling golden dragon spear. Stains should be erased. Without a hint of hesitation, her figure moved like lightning, thrusting the spear, the void cracking under the spear's tip, directly aiming at Ruan Xinglua's brow. This spear contained the weight of a universe, domineering and unmatched. Ruan Xinglua's golden eyes glowed brightly, she showed no weakness, her chaotic power and destructive power intertwining, forming a spinning chaotic shield. My fate is mine, not controlled by heaven. Boom! The dragon spear and shield clashed violently, erupting with a terrifying energy storm capable of obliterating stars. Chapter 200, Can't Play by His Rules. Ruan Xinglua was shaken back several steps, her soul stirred, blood surging. This illusion was too strong. On the other side, Zhou Yan faced the cold-blooded Bloody Lord, seeming relaxed and composed. The Bloody Lord's attacks were all lethal, with each strike invoking the purest power of destruction, as if wanting to drag the entire causal universe into an end. Do you see? This is the power you abandoned. For a woman, you have become so weak. The Bloody Lord unleashed a furious assault, while simultaneously using a cold voice to mentally corrode. Zhou Yan simply avoided and parried calmly, his power of destruction was equally profound, yet with a touch of harmony and vitality, always just right to dissolve the opponent's fatal strike. He even had the leisure to observe the situation of Ruan Xinglua's battle. Ruan Xinglua's battle was incredibly difficult. The Empress Long Yingxue seemed tireless, each strike was heavy and powerful. What was more terrifying was that she represented a fate of certain victory. Useless. Long Yingshua's voice was cold and proud, like the declaration of a deity. In my script, you have long been defeated, your world has already become my magical realm of Huaxia. Ruan Xinglua gritted her teeth, urging the chaotic power to the extreme, one punch shattering Long Yingshua's illusion. However, the next second. Those shattered light points, under the guidance of fate, instantly reassembled, a complete Empress Long Yingxue appeared at the original spot, her aura not a bit diminished. I said, it's useless. This is fate, you cannot oppose it. Ruan Xinglua's heart sank little by little. How do you fight this? This was not a battle at all, but a one-sided execution declaring you have failed. At the same time, outside the hovering clock tower in the cosmic void, the joint fleet of the Huaxia Alliance and Winter Guard stood ready, guarding the gate leading to the final battlefield. Suddenly, the alarm of the great sage Xing Tong rang through the entire fleet communication channel. Alert! High-energy space transition reactions detected, number incomprehensible. Before the words fell, in front of the joint fleet, the void tore like a ripped curtain, one massive space wormhole after another appearing out of thin air. Following, black dragon-shaped battleships, fierce and full of iron and blood, swarmed out of the wormholes like locusts. Each battleship's bow. A black dragon flag, fierce and menacing, hung everywhere. It is, the fleet of Demon Marshal Huaxia. The adjutant of the Winter Guard, Mia, gasped in shock. Impossible. Weren't they already? No, this is not a real fleet. The calm voice of the Grand Sage Xing Tong came, but there was also a hint of seriousness in it. This is a projection of fate. It is the result of the timeline where Long Yingxue is victorious, projected into our reality. He wants to destroy our defenses from the outside and interfere with Lord Zhou Yan and Miss Ruan Xinglua. Boom! 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 Before anyone could react, the endless phantom fleet launched a volley of cannon fire. Destructive beams fell like a torrential rain. Activate the maximum shield. Ivan's furious roar echoed on the bridge of the flagship Winter. Buzz! The United Fleet's shield instantly opened, barely holding off the first wave of attacks. But everyone's hearts sank to the bottom. The enemy's numbers were 1,000 times greater than theirs. General Ivan, shall I request support? Mia asked anxiously, to Earth, to the Huaxia Alliance headquarters. No need. Ivan slammed the command console, his eyes burning with fierce anger. They are fighting inside for the fate of all of us. We are their last line of defense. He picked up the giant battle axe beside him, raised it high, and with all his strength, roared to the entire fleet. Our fate is not for that damn playwright to dictate. Winter Guard, for freedom. Charge with me. Roar. The warriors of winter let out a thunderous roar, driving their warships headlong into that ocean of phantoms. Master Xington, please. Ivan shouted. Leave it to me. In the eyes of Grand Sage Xington, countless stars flowed. Power of star tracks, unfold. Construct the wall of size. Endless starlight shot out from the United Fleet's formation, sketching complex star tracks in the void, forming resilient energy barriers that struggled to withstand the endless attacks of the Phantom Fleet. The battle instantly reached a fever pitch. Around the globe, everyone watching the live broadcast felt their hearts tighten. This was not an evenly matched battle, it was a tragic defense akin to moths to a flame. One warship after another exploded in the fire of battle, turning into cosmic dust. The line of the United Fleet was visibly compressed at a frightening speed. Ivan's flagship Winter endured the fiercest attacks. The massive energy shield was already covered in spiderweb-like cracks, ready to shatter at any moment. At the top of the clock tower, the brutal external situation seemed to affect Ruan Xingluo's mind. She could feel the life force of her companions extinguishing one by one. You are distracted. The cold voice of Empress Longing Xue was like a death decree. It was in that moment of wavering. Longing Xue seized the gap, her dragon spear turning into an unavoidable flash of light. Put. Ruan Xingluo's pupils constricted, she felt a heart-wrenching pain in her right shoulder. The golden dragon spear had pierced through her shoulder, hot blood instantly staining her white collar. The intense pain, combined with the immense drain on her mental energy, caused her vision to darken. The inner demon known as failure was wildly eroding her will. Am I going to lose? Just as her consciousness was about to be engulfed by despair, a leisurely voice penetrated through layers of causation, clearly resonating in her ears. He still blocked the frenzied attacks of the Blood Master with ease, as if everything was within his grasp. Madam, do you remember what I told you? His voice carried a hint of gentle laughter, drifting over. The thing a playwright fears most is not a sharp-tongued critic, but termites that would eat up even his paper and pen. A single sentence rang like thunder, exploding in Ruan Xingluo's mind. Yes. Why should I compete with the characters in the script? Why should I try to defeat an illusion that is destined to win? This entire starry sky, this loom, these illusions, all are part of the script of fate. If I want to win, I can't follow his rules. What I need to do is overturn his table, tear apart his script, and destroy his stage. In an instant, I understood. Ruan Xingluo's eyes, in the agonizing pain, became incredibly clear and firm once again. Chapter 201 Internal Strife. She bit her lower lip hard, enduring the piercing pain in her shoulder, pouring all the remaining strength within her into her right eye, that evolved ultimate eye of destiny. Come out. She let out a clear and sharp roar. Buzz. A crack, black to the extreme and seemingly capable of swallowing all light, suddenly opened before Ruan Xingluo. Chaos Devourer. As soon as it appeared, the Empress Longing Snow and the Bloody Lord instinctively stopped their attacks, showing unprecedented alertness. However, the next second, an unexpected scene unfolded before everyone. That terrifying Chaos Devourer didn't even glance at the two powerful fate illusions. It ignored them in Zhou Yan and Ruan Xingluo, instead locking firmly onto the enormous fate loom at the center of the starry sky. It was a pure greed to the extreme. Not for power, nor out of hatred. It was simply hungry. And that fate loom, built from endless strands of causal threads, was in the perception of the Chaos Devourer, an unparalleled feast that had been waiting for billions of years. Whoosh! Without the slightest hesitation, the Chaos Devourer transformed into an uncatchable stream of black light, instantly crossing the conceptual distance, and lunged at the grand and magnificent fate loom. It had no fixed form, its body looked like a flowing abyss, opening up a mouth that also did not exist in the physical dimension. Targeting one of the thickest, most dazzling golden fate threads, which flowed with the destined victory rules, it bit down hard. Crack! A crisp sound, as if a soul was being torn apart, echoed throughout the causal starry sky. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. The person of destiny, who had remained composed before the loom, suddenly felt his pupils constrict sharply. Shock, astonishment, and a surreal sense of having a work ripped apart before his eyes instantly shattered the calm he had maintained for countless eras. You! The person of destiny suddenly stood up, his voice trembling ever so slightly. What are you doing, you despicable beast? He instinctively extended his hand, manipulating the authority of fate, trying to use the supreme power of rules to flick this audacious bug away. However, the fate power, which could erase deities, when it touched the Chaos Devourer, felt like a gentle breeze brushing against a stubborn stone, causing not a ripple. Return to the void. That is the end of all things, the place where causality shatters. The Devourer, made of pure chaotic void, is essentially ineffective. It is completely immune to the shackles of fate rules. The attack of destiny was meaningless to it. The Chaos Devourer completely ignored the wrath of fate, and it seemed to savor the ultimate delicacy, as a bubble even joyfully emerged from its flowing abyssal body. Glorp! It happily devoured the fate thread that represented Long Yingsno's victory, swallowing it completely into its belly. Reality, at this moment, was forcibly altered. Puff! On the battlefield, the golden dragon spear that pierced Ruan Xingluo's right shoulder instantly transformed into countless specks of light, disappearing without a trace. The Empress Long Yingsno, who was about to deliver a fatal blow, also instantly froze her proud and cold expression. Her body suddenly flickered, becoming much more illusory, like a faulty signal. She opened her mouth. It seemed to want to say something, but what came out was a series of meaningless electric static noises. Zizla, power is draining. Ruan Xingluo was stunned, and then felt the sharp pain in her right shoulder rapidly fading, the wound visibly healing before her eyes. She looked at this arch-nemesis in front of her, who was beginning to drop frames, her eyes filled with disbelief. Is that all it takes? At the same time, outside the floating clock tower, General Ivan, who was leading the remaining fleet and fighting a desperate last stand, was ready to self-destruct along with the flagship Winter. But just then, a voice full of surprise from his aide Mia came through the comms. General! Look! Ivan quickly lifted his head to gaze out the window. He saw an endless ocean of phantom warships formed by countless black dragon-shaped ships, where one massive formation simply disappeared without a sound. Not an explosion, not a retreat. It just vanished, as if an eraser had wiped away a corner of the universe's canvas. What is happening? Ivan was stunned. Report, General. The enemy fleet is disappearing. They're losing formation. All the warriors of the joint fleet witnessed an absurd scene they would never understand in their lives. The previous second, the Phantom Fleet had been raining down fire, suffocating them, but now it resembled a malfunctioning holographic projection. One moment a large portion would disappear, and in the next, it would reappear somewhere else. Even two warships ended up overlapping, both stuck and flashing wildly. How could this battle still be fought? No, how could the enemy still fight? In the causal starry sky at the top of the clock tower, the Chaos Devourer had clearly found joy in the buffet. It began to feast wildly on the immense fate loom. Crack! It bit through a dark green thread nearby that exuded a cold aura, representing betrayal by allies. In the next moment, on the battlefield, the Bloody Lord, who was entangled with Zhou Yan, suddenly turned towards the Empress Long Yingxue beside him, raising his hand to unleash a killing blow infused with the power of the abyss. Traitor! You dare to plot against me! The Empress Long Yingshue's illusion was already weak, and this sudden blow made her stagger, her radiance dimming further. She froze for 2 seconds, as if her brain overloaded, then mechanically raised her spear, aiming it at the Bloody Lord. Bold lunatic, accept judgment. The two supposed to be the most feared nightmares of Ruan Xingluo and Zhou Yan, unexpectedly engaged in infighting without any logic. Zhou Yan stood to the side, arms crossed, watching this scene with great interest, a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Madam, it seems your termite has quite the eclectic taste. Ruan Xingluo. She no longer knew what expression to make in response to the sudden shift in the situation. And the Chaos Devourer continued. Crack! A black thread wrapped around Zhou Yan, representing rebound of the power of the abyss, trapped by inner demons, was swallowed by it. The Bloody Lord, who was trading blows with the Empress, froze up suddenly, becoming still. He stood there dazed, his eyes vacant, as if he were a robot that had its power cut. Crack! 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 The Chaos Devourer was eating more and more happily, rolling, jumping, and biting on the fate loom. The grand finale script, meticulously arranged by destiny, filled with epic and tragic colors, was being knotted by this little slime, leaving it riddled with holes and chaotic logic. Chapter 202, Exhaustion of Imagination. The illusion of the Empress attacking Ruan Xingluo was sometimes immensely powerful, striking with a spear, only to suddenly turn into a bunch of harmless flowers midway. Sometimes it was pitifully weak, being casually slapped away by Ruan Xingluo. At times, she would even get stuck in place, starting to dance an exceedingly comical, out-of-place dance. The entire solemn and dignified final judgment scene had turned into a farce to the extreme. No, no! The destined one, completely broken. His eyes were blood red, his hair danced wildly, and the elegance and composure of the playwright were gone. He madly rushed toward the loom of fate, his hands becoming shadows, desperately trying to repair the broken threads of causality, trying to rewrite the script. However, his writing speed was far from keeping up with the Chaos Eater's speed of tearing up the script. He just connected one thread, and 3 more beside it were bitten off. He was about to write a passage of Yuan Xingluo falling into despair, when the keyword representing despair was devoured by the eater like a snack. Shut up! Quick, shut up! The destined one watched his most perfect creation being ruined, letting out a hysterical and frantic roar. That voice was filled with helpless anger and the cry of a shattered heart. That was me, that was my perfect ending that I conceived through 3 entire eras. That hysterical roar, through the still somewhat intact links of causality, turned into a distorted wave, captured as a lingering echo by live broadcast signals worldwide. For a moment. In front of countless screens globally, the deathly silence was completely ignited by a tsunami of bullet comments. Did I hear wrong? That just now was the cry of the destined one? Goddess fight, pets destroy homes. Those ancient people did not deceive me. I would like to call this black lump a script shredder. Destined thief, you also have today. Killing the heart. Killing the heart. If you directly killed him, he might not feel this bad. Tearing up the book in front of the author, this is the highest level slap in the face. The previous suffocating tension and despair had completely vanished. In its place was a nearly absurd ocean of joy sweeping across the world. Within the starry sky of causality. To the cheers from the outside world, the destined one could no longer hear. In his eyes, there was only that pitch-black termite that was wildly reveling over his life's work. The Chaos Eater seemed to be full. It satisfiedly wiggled on the fate loom full of scars, then let out a burp. Burp. A bubble made purely of chaotic energy lazily floated up, then with a pop sound, it shattered. Immediately. It opened its void mouth that devours all things, aiming at the very center of the fate loom, that core that maintained all causal lines, radiating primal light. No. The destined one's eyes were about to split. He even gave up on repairing the broken threads and madly lunged toward the eater, trying to block this final core with his own body. However, he was a step too slow. Or rather, on a conceptual level, he could never be faster than this bug that ignored the rules. Crack. This time, it was no longer a crisp snapping sound, but a sound like the absolute void, as if the point of the universe's Big Bang were instantly drained. The Chaos Eater swallowed the entire core of the fate loom in one gulp. Boom. The magnificent fate loom trembled violently the moment it lost its core. All the causal threads connecting to it, whether golden, black, or dark green, lost all luster at this moment, becoming dim and fragile. Then, the entire magnificent creation representing destiny collapsed with a thunderous sound. It did not turn to dust, but shattered into billions of irregular transparent fragments that flickered with dim light, like a grand meteor shower, scattering in the silent starry sky. Those were disordered fragments of causality. Put. The destined one coughed up a mouthful of golden blood. His divine body, composed of supreme rules, began to flicker like a faulty light bulb. Light and void alternated on him. He maintained the majestic form that lasted countless eras, unable to stay suspended in the air any longer. Like a marionette with severed strings, he fell helplessly from mid-air. Fell down. Bang. He heavily crashed in front of Zhou Yan and Ruan Xinglua, stirring up a ripple of emptiness. Zhou Yan slowly walked step by step towards him, looking down from above at this once all-controlling playwright. The destined person struggled to lift his head, his face filled with madness and unwillingness. Why is it like this? My script, my ending, should have been perfect. Zhou Yan's gaze was calm, like a deep ancient well. He looked at the destined one as if he were a professional appraiser examining a counterfeit with a fatal flaw. I finished reading the script. Zhou Yan spoke lightly, his voice clearly reaching the destined one's ears. Written in a mess. A simple sentence, yet sharper than any sword, stabbed fiercely into the heart of the destined one. You, nonsense. The destined one roared, struggling to stand up. What do you understand? The resistance of mortals, the struggle of ants, ultimately returning to the tragedy of fate. This is the grandest, most magnificent poem in the universe. You simply don't understand appreciation. No. Zhou Yan shook his head. You are wrong. An author who only piles up so-called epic feelings with death, betrayal, and despair is not extraordinary but simply out of imagination. You are not a god, you are just a third-rate, clumsy storyteller. Zhou Yan. The destined one shouted in anger, trying to summon his last bit of strength. But Zhou Yan did not give him another chance to speak. He reached out, the motion gentle yet irresistible, pressing down on the destined one's head. Exclamation point. The destined one froze, feeling an incomprehensible, irrefutable power surging from Zhou Yan's palm into his very soul. It was not destruction. Nor was it erasure. But a more thorough reset. What are you going to do? An unprecedented fear gripped his heart. Zhou Yan did not answer. He slowly closed his eyes, activating the power of the void. He began to peel away. Peeling away the destined one's authority to weave fate. Peeling away his ability to set endings. Peeling away his qualifications to interfere with reality. Forcing him from a lofty author back to his original, most primal form. A pure observer. The body of the destined one began to grow increasingly transparent, the divine light on him receding like a tide, leaving only the purest form of his soul. The madness and anger in his eyes gradually gave way to a hollow confusion. Zhou Yan withdrew his hand, looking at this almost fading figure, delivering the final judgment. From now on, you can watch, you can remember. But you are not allowed to write. The moment the words fell, the destined one's figure completely transformed into a beam of light, disappearing from the spot, vanished to the most desolate corner of the universe, becoming an eternal, powerless witness. Zhou Yan turned around, looking at the swirling fragments of causality in the air. He reached out again, the power of the void surging, forming a massive vortex. Those fragments representing infinite possibilities flowed into his palm as if drawn by a powerful force. He closed his fingers, beginning to refine on the spot using the power of the void as fuel and the laws of causality as the hammer. This was a craft more advanced than any antique appraisal or artifact restoration, recasting the secrets of heaven. The fragments in his palm continuously compressed, fused, and reorganized, finally becoming a six-sided die, pure and transparent, as if containing an entire galaxy within. He gently placed this die into Ruan Xingluo's hands. What is this? Ruan Xingluo felt the mysterious power coming from the die. The Celestial Secrets die. Zhou Yan smiled, throw it when you need it. It can temporarily elevate a minuscule, small probability event to certainty at a crucial moment. Ruan Xingluo's pupils slightly constricted. She tightly held onto the dice. This was the chance to return the possibilities of fate back into her own hands. Zhou Yan held her hand and looked towards the floating clock tower beyond. He spoke loudly into the void, Master Stareye, General Ivan, and allies, the highest authority of this clock tower is now open to you. From today on, it is no longer a court of judgment, but a neutral beacon of all realms. Use it to observe the universe, give early warnings of disasters, and protect our shared home. In the channel, excited and serious responses came from Master Stareye, General Ivan, and others. Received. We will comply. No, we will execute it together. The crisis was completely resolved. Zhou Yan looked at Ruan Xingluo, and a long-lost relaxed smile appeared on his face. Let's go, my lady. We are going home. Light and shadows shifted. When a solid sensation returned underfoot, the surroundings were no longer the cold starry sky, but a familiar, warm tree-lined path of their happy neighborhood. It felt as if the apocalyptic cosmic war just now had been an absurd dream. The two walked side by side, returning to their shared home. Zhou Yan walked into the studio and moments later brought out something he had long prepared. It was a long whip about 3 feet long, not made of gold or jade, yet flowing with a faint mysterious yellow aura. The whip was engraved with countless fine ancient characters of Huaxia, appearing primitive, yet containing a power of rules that even deities would fear. It was the real trump card he personally crafted for Ruan Xingluo. The god-slaying whip is complete. Zhou Yan handed the long whip to Ruan Xingluo, his eyes shining with unprecedented light. Now, everything is ready. Huaxia's urban god enthronement plan can officially commence. Zhou Yan's words fell like a meteor into the calm surface of a lake, creating towering waves in Ruan Xingluo's heart, and throughout Huaxia's upper echelons. Urban god enthronement. What a bold and revolutionary idea this is. It is not about extermination, nor suppression, but about incorporating the strange born from human collective emotions and the marks of the era into a new order and enshrining them as gods. After the floating clock tower incident ended, Zhou Yan did not linger much longer. He left the stage to Ruan Xingluo and the entire Huaxia behind her. Just 24 hours later, a global emergency press conference led by Huaxia's government, with representatives from the Blue Star Alliance member countries present, was simultaneously broadcasted to the whole world through the highest level of encrypted channels. The spokesperson of Huaxia's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, a serious and unsmiling middle-aged man, stepped onto the stage. Without any pleasantries, he went straight to the point. Ladies and gentlemen, after urgent consultations between Huaxia's Supreme Strategic Council and the Blue Star Alliance Council, we hereby officially announce a long-term strategic plan aimed at addressing the new phase of global spiritual energy revival. Countless people in front of screens around the world held their breath. Everyone thought that after enduring the terrifying judgment of the destined individual, humanity would enter a period of peace for recovery. But Huaxia's actions clearly indicated that a new storm was about to arrive. This plan, we call it, Huaxia Urban God Enthronement Plan. Boom! These 4 words were shocking beyond words. Countless extraordinary beings, politicians, and scholars were instantly left speechless. Enthronement of gods? Enthronement of what gods? Before the world could react from the shock, the spokesperson continued in his steady tone, dropping a second bombshell. Urban God Enthronement Plan, Phase 1 pilot scheme, will commence immediately. The object of this enthronement is the spiritual disaster that recently caused huge social panic and casualties in Huaxia's magical city, Take Out Grudge. As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar worldwide. In the underground command center of the CIA's Supernatural Incident Response Team in beautiful country, the atmosphere exploded instantly. They are crazy. The Waxians have completely lost it. F***K. They want to take a vengeful spirit that has killed hundreds of people. Crowned as a deity? What kind of suicidal act is this Eastern mysticism? Do they not think their nationals have died enough? Immediately contact the Pentagon. Reassess the mental stability of the current leadership in Huaxia. At the extraordinary topic seminar in Brussels of the European Union, an elderly sociologist suddenly stood up, his face pale with rage as he passionately addressed the camera. I oppose this. As a member of the Blue Star Alliance Advisory Committee, I express my strongest opposition. This is an extremely dangerous sociological experiment. Divine power. You are granting a vengeful spirit legitimate divine rights. Once it fails, that crowned vengeful spirit will no longer be a mere spiritual disaster. It will evolve into a creature with a legal position of godhood, more uncontrollable, and even capable of rationally absorbing the power of believers, a monster. At that time, who will pay the price for this crazy gamble? In an instant, the global internet exploded with heated discussions. However, the fiercest opposition did not come from abroad but from within Huaxia. Ng Tianchang immediately held an online press conference for the entire network. In the video, he wore a white martial arts uniform, handsome with sharp eagle-like eyes. Behind him, the 8 characters unity of heaven and man, respect for the strong dance like dragons and phoenixes. Fellow compatriots, fellow friends of the extraordinary world. Ng Tianchang's voice was loud and magnetic, filled with undeniable confidence. Regarding the official proposal of the urban canonization plan, our Heavenly People Association expresses strong opposition. He showed no mercy to the officials, directly pointing to the core right from the start. What is canonization? In essence, it is merely another form of appeasement. It is a weakness. A compromise. A fear of new forces. These bizarre phenomena born in the new era, these vengeful spirits, what are they? Are they disasters? No. Ng Tianchang's eyes suddenly became feverish, highly provocative. They are the power that heaven has bestowed upon all of us in this age. They are unrefined raw gems. They are untamed wild horses waiting to be harnessed. What should we do with power? Should we, like the officials, bend the knee to canonize it, begging it to behave? Wrong. He slammed his fist on the table, his voice like thunder. What we should do is to control it with absolute strength. To dominate it. To harness it. By the mightiest extraordinary beings, through the strongest willpower contracts, to completely bind, control, and use these wild powers without owners. Instead of letting them sit high on a godly altar, becoming a potential threat unbound by any individual. These words ignited like a prairie fire, instantly sparking passion in countless radical extraordinary beings, and among young people eager to attain immense power. Control. Dominate. This sounded far more direct and enticing than the illusory canonization. In an instant, the canonization faction, led by the officials, and the control faction, led by the Heavenly People Association, formed 2 distinct paths. A battle for the path regarding the future had already begun. Faced with the overwhelming public opinion and Ng Tianchang's open challenge, the official response from Huaxia was surprisingly simple. A new announcement was pinned to the top of all official media headlines. The canonization ceremony will be officially held 3 days later, in the core area of the demonic city where vengeful spirits wreak havoc over the ruins of the never-sleeping food city. This ceremony will be personally hosted by the National Luck Agent, Comrade Ruan Xingluo. Live broadcast worldwide, please witness. No arguments, no debates. Only action. At the headquarters of the Heavenly People Association, in a deep secret room. Ng Tianchang looked at the photo of Ruan Xingluo, cold and stunning on the screen, a sneer curling at the corner of his lips. National Luck Agent? Just a little girl relying on a man to gain power. Behind him, a trusted aide whispered, "President, what shall we do? Are we really just going to watch them make a mess? Make a mess? No, they are creating opportunities for us." Ng Tianchang slowly turned around, his eyes sparkling with ambition. "Send my secret orders, let the contract array execution team go to the demon city immediately to conceal themselves." His trusted aide was startled. "You mean? The official deification is nothing but a castle in the air, a dream for fools. They will definitely fail." Ng Tianchang's voice was filled with certainty. "And when their ritual fails, and the vengeful spirits go berserk, plunging the whole world into panic and despair." He paused, speaking each word clearly. "In front of the whole world, we will show them, and the world, what it truly means to wield power the correct way. Prepare our contract array. The officials set the stage, we perform. For this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, I, Ng Tianchang, will seize it." 3 days passed, disappearing under the world's gaze and controversies. On the day of the ritual, the once bustling and lively Never Sleeps food district in the demon city now stood as a desolate ruin. The raging resentment had even condensed into visibly dark gray fog at the physical level, shrouding the entire area. Ordinary people who came within 100 meters would instantly lose their minds, falling into endless hunger and madness. The military had thoroughly sealed off the area, layers upon layers of barriers glowing ominously. And in the very center of the ruins, a great and ancient altar for heaven worship, constructed entirely from the rules of the Huaxia spirit realm, rose up from the ground. Drones broadcasting live worldwide circled above the altar, transmitting the scene flawlessly to every corner of the globe. Under the watchful eyes of millions, a figure slowly stepped onto the white jade staircase leading to the altar. She wore a specially made black dress for this ceremony, blending elements of ancient priest attire and modern military uniforms, with mountains and country emblems embroidered in gold thread on the hem. Her long hair was tied up with a simple jade hairpin, her face solemn and serious, devoid of any personal emotions. Those eyes, once witnesses to the collapse of fate, were now as calm as still water. In her hand, she grasped a seemingly ordinary yet seemingly capable of bearing immense power, rune-long whip. It was the ancient artifact forged by Zhou Yan for her. The god-slaying whip. Ruan Xinglua, the agent of Huaxia's national fortune, stepped by step onto the highest point of the altar. In front of her was the endless churning resentment. Behind her were billions of gazes from around the world, some filled with hope, others with skepticism, still others savoring the misfortune. The deification was about to begin. The wind stopped. The black fog of resentment seemed to freeze at this moment. On the altar, Ruan Xinglua took a deep breath, that breath seeming to draw the thin spiritual energy from the sky above the demon city. She slowly raised the god-slaying whip in her hand. No earth-shattering phenomenon occurred, the ancient long whip merely glowed softly with warm light. The radiance was not dazzling but carried an undeniable majesty. It was the national fortune. It was the power of order stemming from thousands of years of Huaxia civilization. In front of countless screens around the world, everyone instinctively held their breath. It's coming. By the authority. Ruan Xinglua's red lips parted lightly, her voice cold yet resonating through the array, reaching the entire sealed area and the whole world. In the name of the Huaxia national fortune, summon the true body of take-out vengeful spirit, ascend the altar. Receive the seal. Boom. As the last word fell, the tip of the god-slaying whip gently struck the center of the altar. A visible golden ripple suddenly spread out from the point of contact. It was not destruction, but summoning. A coercive command based on higher-level rules. Beneath the altar, the dead black-gray fog instantly churned violently like a lake struck by a giant stone. Roar. Hungry, I'm so hungry. My meal, it's overdue. Bad review, I'm going to lose money. Why? Why do you hit me and then blame me for blocking the road? The rain is so heavy, so cold. Screams. Wails. Angry roars. Chapter 205, The Power of Renewal. Countless wretched voices erupted simultaneously from the black mist of resentment, merging into a terrifying sound wave capable of tearing the soul. Immediately afterwards, distorted figures surged out of the black mist. They wore delivery uniforms from different eras and different brands, their faces long eroded by resentment, leaving only pairs of hollow eye sockets filled with endless hunger and unwillingness. Thousands upon thousands of these resentful figures surged like a tide from every corner of the ruins, madly rushing towards the central altar of sacrifice. Bang! 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 Their bodies crashed heavily against the protective barrier set up by the army, making a series of dull thuds. With every crash, the barrier rippled violently, its glow flickering uncertainly, as if it might shatter at any moment. The powerful soldiers stationed at various points of the barrier turned pale, exerting all their strength to maintain their spiritual energy output. Hold on. We must not let them break through the line of defense. However, these resentful figures seemed never-ending, recklessly launching wave after wave of assaults. The global livestream went into chaos in an instant. My God! Is this the delivery spirit? This isn't just one, it's an army. So terrifying. The number, how many delivery workers must have died in Magic City? It has failed. The true body hasn't appeared at all. Only these little ghosts. What is China doing? Do they think they can seal all these things as gods? Are they crazy? Heavenly meeting, secret base. Ying Tianchang watched the chaotic and violent scene on the screen, the sarcasm at the corners of his mouth could no longer be concealed. Did you see that? He was too lazy to turn around, simply asking his trusted aide behind him. The aide was filled with shock, stuttering, President, this resentment is just too vast. Vast? Ying Tianchang scoffed. This is not a matter of vastness, the path is wrong. He pointed a finger at the screen, at the altar of sacrifice surrounded by countless resentful figures, still standing independently. Those fools in the government think this is a single, powerful entity. They want to forcibly drag out that strongest individual with national luck and push it onto a divine position. How ridiculous. They don't understand at all, the delivery spirit was never a name for a single ghost. In Ying Tiancheng's eyes, the gleam of wisdom, understanding everything, sparkled. It is a collection. It is the collective resentment of all the writers over the past few decades who have died in unfairness and despair in the cold rainy nights. It has no singular true body. Or rather, each of these resentful figures is a part of it. Wanting to bestow divinity upon a concept? They can't even find an object yet, how can they talk about bestowing divinity? They were wrong from the very beginning. The aide realized suddenly, and his face was filled with fanatical admiration. President, you are brilliant. Then we. Wait. Ying Tiancheng's gaze returned to Ruan Xingluo's pale face, slightly drained from the severe consumption of spiritual energy. Wait for her to fail, wait for her to be countered by this endless resentment, wait for the whole world to see that this so-called bestowal of divinity is a huge joke. Only then will our path of control be the only correct answer. On the altar. Ruan Xingluo's forehead was already beaded with fine sweat. The god-whipping whip had become unprecedentedly heavy, each swing, each attempt to lock onto the core amid the turbulent wave of resentment felt like trying to find a specific drop of water in a raging ocean. It was impossible. They couldn't lock onto it at all. Her spiritual energy poured out like a flood breaking a levee, only attracting more and more violent resentment avatars. Each of these avatars carried real pain and unwillingness, but none of them were the source she was looking for. The power of national luck could suppress. You can command. But first, there must be a clear goal. Right now, her goal is the grievance that spreads across the entire sky. It's like trying to use a rope to catch a piece of wind. Damn it. Ruan Xingluo gritted her silver teeth, her right eye's faded vision flashing as it desperately tried to find a main thread in this chaos. But what she saw were billions of broken, chaotic, and intertwined causal knots. Every line represented a lost life, a tragic past. Just when she was about to exhaust her strength and lose her focus, a gentle and familiar voice seemed to cross time and space, resonating deeply in her mind. Madam. It was Zhou Yan. You are summoning a deity, not catching a thief. Ruan Xingluo's body jolted violently. Catching a thief? Indeed, her current actions were like holding a divine rod, bearing the fate of the nation, issuing commands from a position of absolute power. What was the difference from a constable or a police officer? You don't even know what he wants most. Why would he come to see you? Zhou Yan's voice struck Ruan Xingluo's heart like a morning drum or evening bell. What does he want most? In an instant, countless broken images flashed through Ruan Xingluo's mind, seen from her faded vision. On a cold, rainy night, drenched to the bone, delivering warm food to a customer just to receive a complaint of "you were so slow." In a crowded flow of cars, brushing past death just to save a few seconds, responding to the system's emotionless about to time out warning. On a late-night street, being humiliated and insulted by unreasonable customers, but having to smile and bow, knowing one bad review could turn a day's hard work into nothing. What they wanted. Was it dignity? Was it fairness? Or, a hot meal they could enjoy in peace? The confusion in Ruan Xingluo's eyes instantly faded, replaced by an unprecedented clarity and gentleness. She was wrong. So utterly wrong. To deal with these grievance spirits born from injustice, what was needed was never lofty titles or charity. What was needed was understanding, respect, and equal acknowledgement. Under the astonished gazes of the world, Ruan Xingluo slowly laid down the divine rod in her hand. That ancient artifact representing supreme authority and power was gently placed on the altar. What is she doing? Has she given up? The representative of the nation's fate actually gave up. I knew it. A farce. This is an absolute farce. Ying Tiancheng's smile became even brighter. Finally can't hold on any longer, huh? Little girl. However, the next second, all the mockery and discussion got stuck in everyone's throats. Ruan Xingluo did not back down, did not leave. She simply stretched out her delicate hand and gently swiped through the void in front of her. A streak of soft light gathered in her palm. It was not spiritual energy, not the fate of the nation, but in the floating clock tower, a pure power of rebirth bestowed upon her by the myriad phenomena heaven's mechanism dice. Chapter 206 True Attitude. As the light faded away, an extremely ordinary thermal lunchbox quietly appeared in her hand. She opened the lunchbox. No delicacies or magical medicines. Only a box of simple yet steaming fried rice. The grains were golden, the green onions were vibrant. Plain yet warm. Ruan Xingluo held this dinner, no longer using any powers, but cautiously, like the most ordinary girl, respectfully placed it in the very center of the altar. That spot she had struck with the divine rod before. After doing all this, she stepped back half a pace and slightly bowed. Her gaze was no longer condescending but leveled with the endless swirling tide of grievances below the altar. Her voice was no longer cold or commanding, but filled with a hint of apology and gentleness, clearly resonating in every corner. I know, your grievances come from countless cold rainy nights. From countless unreasonable negative reviews. From the endless hustle, yet unable to gain a shred of respect, not even a steady meal to eat, the unwillingness. Below the altar, the vengeful spirits madly crashing against the barrier, their movements, in unison, slowed down. Ruan Xingluo's gaze seemed to penetrate layers of dark mist, locking eyes with billions of hollow sockets. Today, there are no representatives of national luck, no lofty deities. I am just a customer. As a customer, I serve you this long overdue dinner. She extended her hand, gently pointing to the steaming box of fried rice in the center of the altar. Whether you come or not. It is right here. As her voice fell, the entire world fell into dead silence. The sound of crashing against the barrier faded away. The mournful howls ceased. Those thousands of furious vengeful spirits froze in place, standing still. Then, they slowly turned their heads. Billions of hollow, silent gazes, filled with endless pain, transcended space, crossing the barrier's divide, for the first time. All fixed on the center of the sacrificial altar. On that quiet, warm, belated dinner. The black mist of resentment began to stir quietly in an unprecedented way. It was no longer pure chaos and rage. Under the steam of the fried rice, some deep-seated obsession seemed awakened by a hint of warmth. Like a seed buried in frozen earth for millennia, sensing the arrival of spring. In the global livestream, the barrage that was just mocking in frenzy experienced a brief halt. What is happening? Those monsters seem to really have stopped moving? A box of fried rice? What a global joke. Can this really solve the problem? Don't speak, keep watching. I feel like it's not that simple. Everyone saw the glimmer of hope. Except for one person. Heavenly People Society, secret stronghold. Ying Tiancheng's pupils suddenly contracted. The mocking smile on his lips was completely frozen, replaced by an undeniable gloom and rage. Ru. Is it really effective? His confidant beside him, a powerful contractor specialized in curses and emotional manipulation, was equally incredulous. President, this defies logic. The nature of vengeful spirits is hatred. How could it possibly be resolved by mere goodwill? She hasn't resolved it. Ying Tiancheng came back to his senses violently, a hint of ruthlessness and resolution flashing in his eyes. She just found the right key, but hasn't had time to unlock the door. He could not allow Ruan Xingluo to succeed. If China's urban deification plan took its first step, proving this path's feasibility to the world, then the Heavenly People Society, which he represented, rooted in control and enslavement, would be utterly deemed heretical. This was not only a battle of ideologies but a life and death struggle for future world discourse power. Wu Jiao. Ying Tiancheng's voice was cold as iron. Yes, President. The sorceress named Wu Jiao immediately bowed to obey. Do not let her succeed. Ying Tiancheng's hand slammed heavily on the control panel before him, his palm covering Ruan Xingluo's delicate and gentle face on the screen. Activate the all resentments return formation. Draw out all dissatisfaction, disdain, and anger towards the service industry from the entire Magic City, no. From anywhere our network reaches. All the anxiety while waiting for takeout. All the harshness during complaints. All the self-righteous superiority. All the aloof contempt. Ying Tiancheng's voice carried a manic delight. Since she wants to discuss feelings, then I will add some spice to this emotion. I want this vengeful spirit to see the true attitude of the world towards them. I want it to completely lose control, turning into a monster that knows nothing but hatred and slaughter. As you command. Wu Jiao's face. A sinister smile appeared. He formed seals with both hands, chanting incantations, and a strange and eerie power suddenly spread from him, through the secret array network hidden underground in the city. Buzz. In an instant, the ruins of the Magic City seemed to transform into an enormous receiver of negative emotions. Countless invisible black gases were forcibly extracted from every corner of the city and from every terminal in the virtual world. That was a vicious curse cast by a white-collar worker because their takeout was 5 minutes late. That was a crazy review given by a wealthy lady because the delivery driver refused to take out her trash. That was countless keyboard warriors launching indiscriminate attacks against the entire delivery driver community online. It was disdain, it was mockery, it was indifference, it was bitterness. It was the immense malice accumulated over the years by millions, even tens of millions, against this group. This torrent of malice, larger, dirtier, and more vicious than the resentment of the malignant spirit itself, was guided by the sorcerer's array, tearing through the sky like a black poisonous dragon, forcefully injecting it into the dark mist of resentment that had just begun to settle. Roar! A transformation occurred in an instant. Beneath the altar, the dark mist that had just shown a hint of warmth suddenly exploded. A wave of resentment, tenfold, even 100-fold more violent than before, soared into the sky. The black mist crazily condensed and contracted, and a massive, distorted figure that was horrifying to behold was finally forcibly birthed from the endless resentment. Its humanoid outline was composed of countless tortured delivery drivers, with an overwhelming number of arms and legs randomly growing from its torso, as if it were a monster built from corpses. Behind it, it carried a huge and tattered thermal box, from which dark, stinking liquid dripped continuously. Chapter 207, True Authority. Its head was a face covered in billions of negative reviews and complaint slips. The most terrifying part was its eyes. Those eyes, which should have been hollow and sorrowful, but at this moment were tainted by that external malice, turning into the deepest, most crazed crimson. There was no confusion, no struggle. Only pure cruelty, wishing to destroy everything, remained. Delivery resentment spirit. Power rating, mid-level malignancy peak malignancy. Roar. It let out a deafening roar, in which there was no trace of sadness or resentment left, only hatred and curses against the entire world. It saw Ruan Xingluo on the altar. It also saw the egg fried rice emanating warmth. In its tainted perception, that kindness, that warmth, was the sharpest mockery. The most hypocritical charity. Liars, you're all liars. Kill. 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 Boom. The true form of the resentment spirit moved. A gigantic claw formed from countless arms of resentment tore through the air, wielding enough power to crush mountains, fiercely struck down towards the small egg fried rice at the center of the altar. It wanted to crush this hypocritical goodness. Then, it would tear apart this hypocritical woman in front of it. Not good. Ruan Xingluo's face changed dramatically. She never expected that the resentment spirit would undergo such a terrifying transformation at the very last moment of being touched. There was no escaping this claw. Because if she dodged, both the altar and the offering would be destroyed, and this divine sealing would completely fail. At the critical moment, Ruan Xingluo bit her silver teeth and activated the power of the national fate to its utmost. Protect. A dazzling golden shield instantly enveloped the entire altar. Bang! The black giant claw collided violently with the golden shield. The terrifying energy impact turned into visible shockwaves, sweeping out in all directions. The army's outer barrier, under the pressure of these shockwaves, gave off a mournful cry of being overwhelmed, as countless soldiers spat blood, teetering on the edge of collapse. Ruan Xingluo was the first to bear the brunt, feeling an overwhelming force surge towards her, her delicate body trembling violently, a sweet taste rising in her throat, and a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. But in the end, she held on. The golden light shield was covered with cracks, but that plate of fried rice remained safe and sound. But this was just the beginning. Roar! After the first failed attack, the vengeful spirit's true form became even more furious, and another massive claw followed. Bang! 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 Like a madman, it crazily pounded the national fortune barrier with its countless arms. With each impact, Ruan Xingluo's face paled a little more. The cracks on the golden light shield multiplied, becoming more and more dense. It was dangerously precarious. In the global live broadcast room, every viewer's heart raced in their throats. How could this happen? It suddenly went out of control. This power is terrifying. It's more than 10 times stronger than before. Ruan Xingluo can't hold on much longer. It's over. The plan of China is going to fail. At this moment of global attention and collective anxiety, a figure leisurely appeared not far from the ruins of the Magic City, on top of a skyscraper. It was Ying Tianchang. He stood against the wind, his clothes fluttering, a calculating smile on his face, as if he were a savior. Behind him, dozens of elites from the Celestial Humanity Association exuded powerful auras, standing ready. The drone cameras immediately captured him. Ying Tianchang faced the camera, his voice resonant, reaching across the globe. Everyone, do you see? This is what the official calls softness, the so-called persuasion. In the face of a monster born from hatred, any goodwill is laughable. Any sympathy is deadly. It will only bring greater disaster. His voice was filled with charm. The official approach has proven to be a total failure. This uncontrollable monster can only be governed by absolute power. Only supreme authority can enslave it. As his words fell, he suddenly waved his hand. Celestial Humanity Association, obey the orders. Set up, enforced contract, 10,000 souls lock great formation. Roar! The dozens of elites behind him responded in unison. They unleashed ink-black spiritual power, and beneath their feet, a huge and ominous magic circle suddenly lit up. In the name of our Celestial Humanity Association, I command. Bind. Lock. Enslave. Ying Tianchang raised his hands high, as if embracing his victory. Before the whole world, today, I, Ying Tianchang, will subdue this peak-level monster. I will prove to the world that only my Celestial Humanity Association's control path is the ultimate truth of the apocalypse. Swish. Swish. Swish! Dozens of black chains made of pure curse power shot up from the magic circle, like venomous snakes hunting, crossing the skies, and wrapping towards the vengeful spirit that was frantically attacking Ruan Xingluo. He wanted to snatch this achievement in front of Ruan Xingluo, in front of China, and before the whole world. He aimed to cruelly and directly stomp China's face into the ground. Seeing this scene, countless viewers around the globe who supported China felt deep despair and humiliation. Meanwhile, those who opposed them erupted in thunderous cheers. However, just as the black chains were about to touch the vengeful spirit's true form. In that fleeting moment, while Ruan Xingluo was struggling to hold on, and Ing Tiancheng was filled with triumph. That gentle and familiar voice echoed clearly once again in Ruan Xingluo's mind. Madam. It was Zhou Yan. His voice was still calm, even carrying a hint of a smile. The time has come. Ruan Xingluo paused. Don't talk about feelings with it any longer. Take out your god sealing list and the god striking whip. Zhou Yan's voice carried an undeniable authority. It's time to show it our official offer. And let some clowns see what true authority really is. That voice was like a thunderous clap that echoed across time and space, shaking the depths of Ruan Xingluo's soul. Madam. The time has come. Don't talk about feelings with it any longer. Take out your god sealing list and the god striking whip. It's time to show it our official offer. Let certain clowns see what true authority is. In an instant, all of Ruan Xingluo's fatigue, wavering and weakness were replaced by a stronger, more determined will. Her beautiful eyes, slightly dim from exhaustion, suddenly lit up, like stars ignited in the night. So this is the true urban god of war. She understood. Completely understood. Influence is just a means, not the goal. Sympathy is just the key, not the door. True deification is not about begging, not about charity, but a recruiting based on absolute strength and supreme authority. It's a two-way choice. Boom! Before the astonished eyes of the global audience, Ruan Xingluo actually took the initiative to withdraw the teetering golden shield of national luck. Chapter 208, just the beginning. The altar and the fried rice were unguardedly exposed beneath the furious claws of the vengeful spirit. Has she gone mad? Is she giving up? No. It's over. Everything is over. In the global live broadcast room, countless supporters let out desperate wails. On top of the high building, Ing Tiancheng saw this, first stunned, then burst into a laugh of unparalleled arrogance. Ha ha ha. She's given up. She finally realizes how ridiculous she is. A wise choice. Now, let me put a perfect period on this farce. He urged the magic array, and dozens of black cursed chains sped up again, howling towards the vengeful spirit. However, Ruan Xingluo didn't even glance at him. She didn't even look at the giant claw of the vengeful spirit that was about to smash everything. At the moment everyone thought she had given up resistance, she made a move that made the world stand still. She slowly raised her hands. The left hand, gently cradled upwards. Buzz! A roll of golden scroll materialized out of thin air, slowly unfurling. It was neither paper nor silk, but a solid entity made of the purest power of China's spiritual realm rules. On the list, thousands of runes swirled, and every word seemed to carry the weight of a world. God list. The right hand gently clenched. A seemingly ordinary, even somewhat ancient wooden whip appeared in her palm. It had no earth-shattering aura, yet at the moment it appeared, the surrounding raging spiritual power submitted and froze. Divine whip. The list is a contract, the whip is authority. In that moment, Ruan Xingluo's aura underwent a tremendous transformation. She was no longer the gentle girl comforting the vengeful spirit, no longer the struggling guardian. She was the messenger of divine authority who acts on behalf of the world. She was the spokesperson of China's national fortune. Holding the divine whip, she pointed towards the vengeful spirit that was still falling due to inertia, her voice cold and majestic, echoing throughout the ruins of Magic City, reaching every live terminal around the world. Delivery, vengeful spirit. With just 4 words, the furious vengeful spirit suddenly froze. That giant claw, capable of splitting mountains and rocks, stopped above the altar, just a hair's breadth away from the fried rice. All the noisy sounds disappeared at this moment. The eyes of the whole world were focused on the tall woman holding the divine list. Ruan Xingluo's gaze penetrated through endless resentment, directly looking at the core essence of the vengeful spirit. Your resentment originates from unjust order, from good intentions being trampled, from dignity being stripped. Your anger, I have heard it. Your unwillingness, I have seen it. Your sadness, I understand it. Her voice was no longer a simple comfort, but an observation and declaration from a higher level. But revenge and destruction cannot bring true justice. Now, I, in the name of the bearer of China's national fortune, give you a choice. She lightly tapped the god list with the divine whip. In an instant, the golden god list shone brightly. A line of noble, golden letters, formed by the power of national fortune, appeared at the very top of the list. Every word shines brilliantly, possessing an unmatched majesty that suppresses the ages. Bestowed, God of Business Order Supervisor in the Demon City. The divine position has been determined. Ruan Xingluo's voice, like heavenly music, each word clearly entered the chaotic consciousness of the vengeful spirit. Today, I appoint you as a god. Grant you a divine position, bestow upon you divine power. From now on, you will govern the fair trade laws of the Demon City. All malicious negative reviews. All unscrupulous businesses. All platform monopolies. All actions that trample on the dignity of service providers. All shall fall under your supervision. You have the right to judge good and evil. You have the right to deliver punishment. You have the right to uphold what you desired most in life but could not attain before death, justice. Ruan Xinglua withdrew the god-smiting whip, one hand holding the offer of divine position filled with supreme authority, and the other pointing to the still steaming fried rice. This dinner is your past. This divine position is your future. Her voice suddenly rose, carrying an undeniable authority, issuing the final inquiry. Vengeful spirit. Do you wish to accept this divine position, lay down your knife, and become a god? Return to this world a fair deal? Silence. A dead silence. The vengeful spirit's furious attacks completely came to a stop. Its eyes, stained with madness and hatred, first looked at the golden list. God of Business Order Supervisor in the Demon City. Governing fair trade laws. Judging good and evil, delivering punishment. Each golden word struck like divine thunder, splitting the deepest chaos in its consciousness. It slowly turned its head, looking towards the other side where numerous black chains filled with enslavement, confinement, and curse were whistling in. On one side, power is granted to you, making you the embodiment of order. On the other side, your will is taken away, turning you into a tool of revenge. One side is unmatched glory and dignity. The other side is eternal enslavement and downfall. No. No. On the high building, Ying Tiancheng's face had changed from arrogance to horror, finally turning into a sinister pale. He roared hoarsely, "Bastard! What are you hesitating for? Don't believe her nonsense. That's all false. It's a trap. Only power is real. Become my servant, I grant you the power to devour everything. Hurry! Accept my contract." He frantically activated the magic circle. Countless faces of tortured souls appeared on the black chains, the souls he had enslaved. Roar! What responded to him was a deafening roar. But in this roar, there was no longer madness, no longer hatred, but a choice. The vengeful spirit made its choice. It suddenly turned its head, its crimson giant eyes fixed firmly on Ying Tiancheng. Then, under Ying Tiancheng's incredulous gaze, it lifted another giant claw made of countless vengeful arms, not striking at Ruan Xinglua, but fiercely, charging towards those dozens of cursed chains. Bang! A loud sound. The forced contract, chain of thousands of souls that Ying Tiancheng was proud of was crushed into pieces by the vengeful spirit's claw. The black cursed chains broke apart, turning into a sky full of black gas that dissipated. Puff! With the formation broken, Ying Tiancheng and the elite group of dozens behind him spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, their energy instantly weakening. No! It's impossible, Ying Tiancheng's eyes widened, his face full of despair. However, this was just the beginning. Chapter 209, Divine Demon. After breaking through the contract chains, the vengeful spirit did not pause at all, its vast and twisted body transformed into a black streak of light, not fleeing, not attacking, but charging with a pilgrim's determination straight towards the golden list of divine appointment in Ruan Xinglua's hand. It has chosen to become a god. In the global live broadcast, everyone held their breath, witnessing this mythical moment. Boom! The vengeful spirit's body fiercely merged into the divine list. Golden light burst forth, like a sun rising in the ruins of the demon city. The holy, majestic, vast power madly brushed away the enormous resentment. The black mist dissolved in the golden light, the twisted limbs reshaped in the golden glow, and the crazy howls transformed into solemn murmurs. Crowning successful. The golden light faded away. A brand new figure stood upon the altar of law. It was an incredibly imposing deity. He wore a bright yellow divine robe, styled like a food delivery rider's uniform, but covered in golden divine patterns representing order and rules. He wore a Tian crown, symbolizing his difference from mortals, now a deity. The most eye-catching was what he held in his hand. It was a token neither gold nor jade, one side carved with a golden good review, radiating a peaceful rewarding light, the other side was carved with a pitch-black bad review, exuding an unsettling punishing power. The god of food delivery, reborn at this moment. The newly born deity slowly opened his eyes. What kind of eyes were those? No more resentment, no more madness, only absolute calmness and fairness, as if the eye of heaven gazes down upon all living beings. He ignored everyone, not even glancing at Ruan Xingluo. As the newly born god of order, the first thing he did was to exercise his divine power. His gaze, cold and majestic, instantly locked onto the disheveled Ying Tiancheng far away on the tall building, along with the trembling witchmaster behind him, Wu Jiao. The deity slowly raised the good-bad review token in his hand, pointing the pitch-black bad review side at them. A sound devoid of any emotion, yet so majestic that it resonated with the heavens and earth, proclaimed his first judgment. In the name of the god of business order, I rule. Ying Tiancheng, the president of the Celestial Council, and witchmaster Wu Jiao. Manipulating public opinion, malicious competition, disturbing the market, a heinous crime. The deity's voice was as if it were the law itself. Shall receive 10,000 orders issued as punishment. In the moment the words fell. Buzz. Above the heads of Ying Tiancheng and Wu Jiao, the void suddenly split open. Countless black delivery boxes, emitting a breath of death and finality, appeared out of thin air. These were not real deliveries, but punishment orders condensed by his divine authority. Each order represented a share of karma, a share of punishment. No! No! Ying Tiancheng let out a terrified scream to the extreme. He wanted to escape, but found his body firmly locked in place by an invisible divine power, unable to move. The next second, those thousands of black death delivery boxes, like a black flood breaking a levee, instantly submerged him and all the elites of the Celestial Council completely. The cries abruptly ceased. On the tall building, only mountains of black delivery boxes remained, emitting an ominous aura. The crisis was averted. China's first urban deification, successfully completed under the witness of the world. Ruan Xingluo looked at the imposing deity of food delivery and let out a long breath. A wave of tremendous fatigue surged up. However, at that moment, Zhou Yan's figure silently appeared beside her, supporting her. He looked at the newly born deity, his gaze deep, as if lost in thought. "Madam, you did well," he said softly, then changed the subject. "But, have you ever thought of a question?" Ruan Xingluo was taken aback and looked up at him. Zhou Yan's gaze drifted to the endless depth of the void, as if he saw the chosen one they had exiled. "We can act to decree in the name of the national fortune. This is called deification. So, do you think that destiny might act in the opposite way, lured by the evil of all beings? Crowning demons?" Ruan Xingluo murmured to herself, her heart suddenly contracted. Indeed. Where there is light, there is shadow, where there is good, there is evil. They could use the national fortune as a foundation, rally the public's justice, and crown those vengeful spirits with good intentions as gods. So, could that exiled destiny, that being who treats all lives as pawns, also act in reverse? Greed, jealousy, laziness, and rage of all beings. These purest evil thoughts serve as soil, to proclaim a true demon? If this is truly the case, then it will be a disaster 100 times more terrifying than the tide of vengeful spirits. Looking at Ruan Xingluo's suddenly changing expression, a hint of approval flashed in Zhou Yan's eyes as he gently patted her shoulder. "Don't worry, it's just a guess. If the sky falls, I will hold it up. What you need to do now is to let the whole world see what our Huaxia deities can bring to this world." The next day, the world's gaze was fixed. The first official press conference after the sealing ceremony was broadcast live to all member countries of the Blue Star Alliance, through the highest authority of the Dragon Shield Bureau. In the picture, it was no longer ruins, but the most prosperous financial center of Magic City. In front of the camera, the newly appointed official spokesperson of Huaxia, with unprecedented confidence and calmness, announced a shocking global resolution. From now on, the Commercial Order Supervision Deity of Magic City is officially in office, exercising its divine authority. Its supervisory scope will cover all online and offline commercial activities in Magic City. All fraud, monopoly, substandard goods, and unfair terms will be under the watch of the deity. We do not set complex rules, we only reiterate one of the oldest principles. The spokesperson paused, each word clearly spreading across the world. Good will be rewarded with good, and evil will be punished with evil. As soon as the voice fell, global public opinion was in uproar. My God! Are they serious? They want a deity to manage the market? This is ridiculous. It tramples modern commercial civilization. The Huaxia people have gone mad. They are opening Pandora's box. Countless Western media and politicians issued sharp ridicule and criticism. However, in Huaxia's live broadcast room, it was a different scene. Wow! Support! This should have been done long ago. Deity! Please check out Jinwei Xian. That delivery assassin pretends to be a master chef with cooking kits, it's expensive and tastes bad, and got insulted when trying to refund. Yes. There's me. Last time I ordered their Buddha jumps over the wall for 180, what I received was just a bowl of noodle soup with a bit of meat smell. Let's push it up. Let the deity see. Punish the delivery assassin. Countless bullet comments gathered into a surging public opinion. Chapter 210, Wielding Divine Authority. It seemed like the deity heard the calls of thousands of people. At this moment, in Magic City, within a high-end office building, in the kitchen of the popular restaurant Jinwei Xian, the boss with a beer belly was angrily pointing at a young chef's nose and cursing. What do you know? Customers are just leaks. What do they know about good food? They only recognize decor and marketing. I spend $3 on a cooking kit, heat it up, put it on a nice plate, and can sell it for $300. This is business acumen. You're still thinking about using good ingredients? I tell you, here, anyone who wants customers to eat well can get lost. He was cursing with spittle flying, showing off his power. Suddenly, the entire restaurant's lights dimmed inexplicably for a moment. An indescribable majesty and coldness enveloped the entire space. The boss instinctively shivered and looked up at the window. He saw a faint golden light-constructed talisman hovering silently in the sky above the restaurant. On one side of the talisman, the words "Negative Review," black as ink and radiating punitive divine power, faced his restaurant. What is that? The arrogance on the boss's face instantly froze, turning into horror. The live broadcast camera precisely captured this scene. Audiences worldwide saw the talisman hovering over the city. The Negative Review talisman. It did not emit a thunderous roar, nor did it cast a destructive beam of light. It just hung there quietly. Then, a gleam of light that was almost invisible to the naked eye flashed from the talisman, entering the Jinwei Xian restaurant. Then, everything returned to calm. As if nothing had happened. The restaurant owner was stunned for a long time, feeling his own body perfectly fine. He gathered his courage and cursed, "What kind of nonsense is this, pretending to be mysterious? Trying to scare me?" Before his words finished. Ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling. His phone and the restaurant's front desk phone rang at the same time, as if they were going crazy. Hello? Who is it? The owner impatiently answered the phone. Bastard owner. Refund me. What is your delivery? Open it and see, it's a box of rotten vegetable leaves. It stinks so much I almost threw up. Fraud. My delivery turned into a pile of moldy bread. You guys are disgusting. I've called the police. Food safety warning. What you sent is just a box of garbage. One angry roar after another came from the phone. At the same time, on his phone, all the delivery platforms' backends were instantly flooded with countless complaints and refund requests. He refreshed the page in terror, only to find that his store's artificially boosted score of 4.9 had turned into a glaring bright red 0.1. All ratings were permanently locked at the lowest. No, it can't be. The owner's face went pale as he rushed to the food prep area, grabbing a freshly packed delivery ready to be sent out. It was a beautifully packaged black truffle wagyu fried rice. He opened the food box with trembling hands. There was no fried rice at all inside. Instead, it was a handful of kitchen waste that emitted a strong sour stench, slimy and rotting for who knows how long. Thud. The restaurant owner's legs went weak, collapsing to the ground. It was over for him. In front of the live cameras of the world, he broke down, holding his head and letting out a wail like a slaughtered pig. My money. My store. All gone. This scene was clearly broadcast through the live stream to everyone's eyes. The Chinese live stream room instantly erupted. Ha ha ha. So satisfying. So satisfying. This is retribution. The deity is mighty. This is truly heaven's net is vast and wide, yet nothing slips through. I would call it the divine punishment of the law of cause and effect. You sell garbage to others, and in the end, all your goods will turn into garbage. It's fair. Support. Full support for the urban deity plan. This is for the common people. In an instant, the support rate for this plan within China soared to a peak at an unprecedented speed. Meanwhile, foreign media fell into a dead silence. After a brief silence, panic covered the scene. My God. This isn't magic. It directly altered the rules of reality. China has mastered an unpreventable weapon of cause and effect. So terrifying, what if this deity declares our financial system guilty? Will our stock market crash instantly? Awe and fear spread like a plague among the upper echelons of the Blue Star Alliance. Dragon Shield Bureau, highest command center. The atmosphere, however, was not as relaxed as the outside world. An emergency meeting was in session. The head of the newly established Urban Anomalous Economic Settlement Department, Qin Hao, stood before the huge screen, speaking passionately. Leaders. I admit, the urban deity plan has achieved great success in public opinion. However, we must face a more serious problem. His finger heavily struck on the screen, right on the imposing image of the delivery deity. What we have created is a super weapon with the ability of the law of cause and effect. And it is uncontrollable. Xinhao adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold light. Today, it can punish an unscrupulous merchant. Tomorrow, can it punish our own leading enterprises because of some business decision? The day after tomorrow, will it think our use of budget in the Dragon Shield Bureau is unjust and render a verdict on us? His words made many big shots present frown. This is a sword of Damocles hanging over our heads. We cannot entrust the lifeline of our economy to the whims of some so-called deity. Xinhao's voice suddenly rose, unveiling his true intent. So I propose. All new deities born from the deity plan. All must be under the supervision of our urban abnormal economic clearing department. We will draw the red line for the actions of the gods. Set the KPIs. Ensure this nuclear weapon is always in our human control. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Regulate the gods? This was no longer seizing power, this was about controlling divine authority. An old general with white hair asked in a deep voice, Comrade Xinhao, do you mean we should command the gods? Not command. Xinhao immediately retorted, shifting the concept. It is guidance. It is management. It is ensuring that this hard-won power can serve us more efficiently and safely. His words were stirring, and for a moment, many showed signs of being moved. As the meeting room fell into heated debate due to Xinhao's proposal. In an unnoticed corner, a screen playing financial news flashed a breaking news alert. Our station reports, recently, a mysterious stock market genius named Jin Shicheng has emerged, and the turning stone into gold investment app he created, with a 100% success rate, has sparked a nationwide investment frenzy. On the screen, countless stock investors were bloodshot-eyed, seemingly mad, mortgaging piles of real estate certificates, pouring loans into the stock market. The entire financial market was inflated to an unprecedented, enormous, and greedy bubble. Behind the fervent red candlestick charts, unnoticed shadows were gathering, quietly channeling the greed of billions, waiting for a certain presence's decree. Late at night, in the financial center of the Magic City. On the top of a brightly lit skyscraper, in front of the core server switch of the turning stone into gold app. On the enormous electronic screen, red and green candlesticks formed a twisted and mad painting. It was a bubble so colossal it could instantly collapse the entire financial system of China. It was the sum of the greed of billions. Jin Shicheng stood quietly, a strange smile on his face, as if admiring a perfect piece of art. The time has come. He whispered softly. Then he raised his hand and gently snapped his fingers at the void. Snap. The crisp sound was like an evil switch being turned on. On the screen, all the wildly jumping candlesticks instantly froze. In the next second, everything turned into piercing blood red. Two gigantic crimson letters, full of endless ridicule and malice, occupied the entire screen. Clearing. At the same time. Across countless homes in China. Numerous investors who had invested their entire fortunes, even taking on large loans to put into the turning stone into gold app, stared with red eyes at their phones. Just moments ago, the numbers in their accounts were soaring at an unbelievable speed. And now. The app interface suddenly flashed, all numbers, all assets, all hope. Instantly returned to zero. No. A middle-aged man who had just mortgaged his property, taking out a loan of $3 million to invest, let out a desperate scream. Where's my money, my money? An old man who invested all his pension felt his heart clench and nearly fainted on the spot. An unprecedented financial tsunami officially erupted at that moment. Yet, a strange scene unfolded. The despair on that middle-aged man's face lasted only 3 seconds. Then his expression twisted and changed, finally transforming into a fervent, devout smile, as if he had been redeemed. He looked at the zero balance in his account, and instead of pain, he clasped his hands in prayer towards the phone screen, like the most fanatic believer, murmuring, "Thank you for the blessing, Mr. Jean. This is a test. A test for us believers. Money is supreme." He suddenly stood up, his eyes shining, raising his arms and shouting, "Bankruptcy is rebirth." This strange scene was playing out simultaneously across the nation. All the bankrupt investors seemed to be instantly brainwashed, they did not fall into despair. There were no cries of sorrow or despair. Instead, it was as if they were infused with some kind of fervent faith, rushing out from their homes and flooding into the streets. Money is supreme. Bankruptcy is the rebirth. We must offer sacrifices. We must give everything to Mr. Gold. Go to the bank. Take out loans. With our devotion, exchange for more offerings. Thousands and thousands of people gathered into an unstoppable torrent, madly crashing into the major banks. They did not want to withdraw money, they wanted loans. Using every means possible, just to offer more money to the man who had brought them to ruin. A cult worshipping money as its sole faith, swept across the nation in less than 24 hours. At the peak of the Magic City. Jean Shirchang bathed in the soft glow of the server room, feeling the massive, pure, and most refined greed faith gathering from all over the country. He spread his arms and let out a long howl to the sky. His suit ripped apart inch by inch, and a dark golden light shone from his skin. His whole being had long transcended the realm of humanity. That was a terrifying existence, purely composed of the concepts of greed and materialism. Urban demon, the first of its kind. The money-worshipping demon lord. He has arrived. Ha 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 ha. Jean Shirchang, no, the money-worshipping demon lord, let out a crazed laugh that shook the heavens. With a single step, he appeared on the rooftop of a skyscraper. He overlooked the city that had gone mad because of him. His voice, like a divine decree, resonated in the minds of every believer. I am the money-worshipping demon lord. The master of money. The embodiment of wealth. From today on, I shall establish the land of gods, where money is the only faith. Those who believe in me shall enjoy eternal wealth. Those who do not believe shall be stripped of everything, relegated to slaves, never to rise again. Alarm! Alarm! The national financial system is experiencing widespread anomalies. Report to the chief. All banks are under massive assault. The people's emotions are extraordinarily frenzied. Section Chief Chin. All assets of the Turnstone into Gold app have evaporated. Impossible to trace. Jean Shirchang's personal account has been frozen, but it's of no use. At the command center of the Dragon Shield Bureau, chaos reigned. Qin Hao's face turned ashen as he watched the scenes of madness displayed on the large screen, filled with disbelief. A bunch of rabble. Just a collective hysteria triggered by a financial cult. He slammed the table and issued orders. Order all field units of the Urban Anomaly Economic Clearing Department. Join forces with the Special Operations Team of the Dragon Shield Bureau. Move out immediately. Target, Jean Shirchang. Execute physical capture. Control all the rioters storming the banks. I refuse to believe that this flesh and blood body can withstand bullets. Just a moment ago, he was discussing how to regulate deities. Now, he was going to use the most traditional, iron-fisted method to prove he still controlled the situation. However, he was woefully mistaken. On the streets of the Magic City, Qin Hao personally led the team, dressed in a sharp black combat uniform, with hundreds of armed elite agents behind him. They quickly locked onto the money worshippers storming a state-owned bank's headquarters. Everyone listen. Immediately stop your illegal activities. Otherwise, we will take forceful measures. Qin Hao used a megaphone to deliver the final warning. The response was a tsunami of fervent slogans. Money is supreme. Bankruptcy is the rebirth. Those who block our devotees shall die. A group of unarmed ordinary citizens, including white-collar workers, students, and even elderly people with white hair, faced the dark muzzles of the guns without any fear, charging forward with a fearless stance. Fire. No, wait. Use non-lethal weapons. Riot control rounds. Suppress them. Qin Hao, filled with anger and anxiety, ordered. Bang. 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 Dense riot control rounds were fired, accurately hitting the foremost worshippers. Chapter 212, Concept Pollution. However, the chaotic scene they expected did not unfold. Those worshippers merely stumbled for a moment. A more fervent smile appeared on his face, as if the bullets were not bullets, but caresses from the demon lord. How is this possible? A Special Forces soldier exclaimed in shock. Before his words had faded, an accountant wearing glasses, refined and cultured, charged wildly at him, using his head to ram against the soldier's blast-proof face shield. Bang! The Special Forces soldier was knocked back repeatedly by this reckless force. More and more cult followers surged like a tide. Qin Hao's elite troops, the country's top warriors, were instantly thrown into disarray by a group of unarmed frenzied civilians. In the chaos, Qin Hao was pressed into a corner by the crowd. He looked in horror at the scene before him. His theories, his plans, his confidence were shattered in this moment. At that moment, a plump, wrinkled wealthy lady carrying a Hermes bag noticed the well-dressed Qin Hao. Her eyes lit up, as if she had seen a heretic blaspheming the divine. Heretic! How dare you stop us from offering to the demon lord? The lady screamed, swinging her heavy handbag, smashing it towards Qin Hao's head. Qin Hao instinctively tried to dodge, but was firmly trapped by the crowd behind him. Bang! A muffled sound. The zipper of the handbag burst open under the tremendous impact. Dozens of shiny, heavy gold bars fell out of the bag, crashing onto Qin Hao's body. This scene was captured precisely by the live broadcast cameras of the accompanying reporters. It was live-streamed to the entire world. In the frame, the man who had recently been vigorous at the highest conference, wanting to draw a line for the divine, Qin Hao, was now being brutally struck by a lady wielding a handbag full of gold bars, bleeding and disheveled. The old methods of the past had turned into a complete joke in front of the concept of evil in the new era. How could this happen? Qin Hao held his bleeding forehead, collapsing on the ground, his eyes vacant. His worldview completely crumbled at this moment. In the command center, all the important figures who witnessed the scene fell into a deathly silence. After a long while, the white-haired old general slowly stood up, shifting his gaze from Qin Hao's pitiful face on the screen to another report that had just been submitted. The title of the report was just one line. Preliminary analysis on the authority scope of the Demon Capital Commercial Order Supervising Lord. The old general's voice was hoarse and heavy. It seems. To deal with the demon, we can only use a god. As soon as these words came out, everyone's gaze unconsciously turned to an inconspicuous corner of the big screen. There, a green dot representing the Demon Capital Commercial Order Supervising Lord was slowly lighting up. This was a new deity specially used by the Dragon Shield Bureau to maintain urban commercial order. His divine authority was fair trade and spirit of the contract. In theory, he was the perfect nemesis of the materialist demon lord. Connect to the deity channel. Authorize the Demon Capital Commercial Order Supervising Lord. Codename Delivery Lord, launch immediately. A combat staff member shouted out the order. Above Demon Capital. The weather turned dark. The materialist demon lord, formed purely from greed, loomed like a black sun, casting a dark golden ominous glow over the entire city. At this moment, a brilliant yellow light pierced through the darkness. The light was not blinding, rather, it carried a gentle and orderly aura. Amidst the light, a young deity dressed in yellow rider attire, wearing a safety helmet, and riding a shimmering electric vehicle, broke through the air. It was the Delivery Lord. He embodied the belief of countless delivery riders in on-time delivery, and the spirit of fair trade accumulated from billions of transactions, the new god of commerce. Wretched creature. The voice of the Delivery Lord was as precise and clear as a system alert, echoing through the skies. Your existence disrupts commercial order. You violate the principles of fairness. I am commanded by heaven to purify you. As he spoke, he held up a token in his hand. The token shimmered with a gentle glow, engraved with two large characters, Good Review. This is the Good Review token, the core of his divine authority, formed by countless satisfied transactions between buyers and sellers, representing the purest good and trust in commercial order. Purify? The greedy demon lord looked down, sneering at this tiny kind. Fairness? Order? Foolish guy, you don't understand at all. In the face of absolute interest, your so-called fairness is worth nothing. Greed. That is the only truth driving the world. Before his voice fell, the delivery god had already taken action. Light of order. He raised the Good Review token, and a brilliant beam of light, symbolizing fair trading, shot towards the greedy demon lord like a sword of judgment. However, as the beam made contact with the greedy demon lord's body, it did not purify him as expected. Instead, it was absorbed entirely by the purer and more extreme greedy evil thought, like water flowing into a desert. What? The delivery god's expression changed dramatically. The greedy demon lord let out a joyful and wild laugh. So delicious. Your belief in fairness is truly excellent nourishment. He suddenly opened his mouth wide and fiercely inhaled towards the Good Review token. Whoosh! A wave of invisible, foul-smelling black demonic energy, like a giant python, surged back towards the Good Review token. Pollution. This is a pollution of a higher dimensional concept. In front of the pure greed of doing whatever it takes to gain profit, the fairness of you get what you pay for appears so fragile, so vulnerable. Crack. A crisp sound. The warm and smooth, Good Review token began to show black spots shaped like ancient coins. The token's glow quickly dimmed as the fairness divine power within it was being crazily eroded and assimilated by the greed evil thought. Puff. The delivery god, struck like by lightning, suddenly spat out a mouthful of golden divine blood. His divine body shook violently, and the bright yellow delivery uniform started to look tattered, as if it had endured countless poor reviews and complaints. Defeated. The first new god sent by China couldn't even last a single encounter, and was defeated. Run. The only thought left in the delivery god's mind was this. He dared not hesitate for a moment, twisting the electric bike handle, turning into a streak of light and fleeing towards the sky. Want to leave? It's too late. The greedy demon lord sneered and flicked his finger. A dark golden ancient coin, condensed by greedy evil thought, shot through the air, accurately striking the delivery god's back. Ah! A cry of despair echoed through the skies, and the delivery god's figure completely vanished into the horizon. Chapter 213, Merit System. At the Dragon Shield Bureau Command Center, there was a dead silence. On the big screen, the green light point of the delivery god had turned into an eye-piercing red, showing a status of severely injured sleep. The faith of the people wavered. In front of the television and online, countless people who had just nurtured hope for the new god now felt like they had fallen into an ice cave. The god, lost? The god we created cannot defeat a demon? How can this be? If even the god has failed, what hope do we have? Panic spread like a plague. Media worldwide reported with glee, flooding the headlines. At the White House of the beautiful country, the spokesperson stood in front of the camera, a look of unmasked ridicule on his face. We noticed that it seems like China has made an interesting attempt. But the fact proves that the gods they created cannot even triumph over the greed of their own country. This may be the most ironic black humor of this century. This statement was like a loud slap to the faces of 1.4 billion Chinese people. In a heavily guarded prison in Yanjing. Wearing a prison uniform, Ng Tianchang was calmly watching the television news on the wall. When he saw the arrogant face of the beautiful country's spokesperson, his heart. The corner of his mouth curved into a knowing smile. He murmured to himself, his voice carrying a hint of insight that pierced through essence. Using flames to fight fire, using dim light to illuminate the sun. From the very beginning, you went down the wrong path. Did we really go wrong? Inside the command center, Wan Xinglua stared blankly at the screen, her pretty face pale as a ghost. She could clearly sense that with the defeat of the delivery god and the brewing global opinion, the belief in national fortune that had just been forged was rapidly fading away. In her moment of despair, she thought of one person. Zhou Yan. The man who always had an answer at the most crucial moment. She rushed out of the command center without hesitation, finding Zhou Yan leisurely shopping for vegetables in a happy community market. Zhou Yan. What should we do? The deity has been defeated. The belief is collapsing. Ruan Xinglu's voice trembled, filled with helplessness. Zhou Yan did not immediately respond. He simply paid and then led her to an inconspicuous corner of the market. There sat an old, slightly worn red donation box, with "Support Poor Children in the Mountains" written on it. An elderly lady, finished selling vegetables, was trembling as she took a few coins, shiny from her sweat, out of her pocket. She counted carefully and then, without hesitation, dropped the largest 1 yuan coin into the donation box. Clang. A crisp sound. It was like the sweetest music in the world. Zhou Yan pointed at the old lady's back and calmly asked Ruan Xinglu. Xinglua, do you see? What is the opposite of greed? Ruan Xinglu shook all over. She looked at the 1 yuan coin lying quietly in the donation box, gazing at the old lady's satisfied and simple smile. The opposite of greed. It is not fair trade, not equivalent exchange, and not order. It is devotion, selfless devotion. It is that kind of heartfelt brilliance of humanity that asks for nothing in return. A clarity like never before split through all the fog in Ruan Xinglu's mind like lightning. She understood. She was no longer confused, no longer passive. Her eyes reignited with brilliance, more dazzling than ever before. Thank you, Zhou Yan. I know what to do now. Before her words had even faded, she turned and dashed back to the Dragon Shield Bureau command center at top speed. She stood at the center of the command platform, ignoring the stunned gazes of everyone. For the first time, as the National Fortune Agent, she activated her highest authority. Her voice, through the National Fortune Spirit Realm, clearly conveyed to every enshrined deity's will. Summon all enshrined deities to the Huaxia Spirit Realm for the first Heavenly Court Assembly. Huaxia Spirit Realm. A void space constructed by national fortune and belief. Over 20 figures appeared here. There was the delivery god who governed transportation, the code god who protected the online realm, and the recently defeated and dimmed delivery god. They were the first batch of deities of Huaxia, yet at this moment, they all wore expressions of confusion and unease. Ruan Xinglu's figure solidified before them. She surveyed the deities, not discussing how to fight, not analyzing the enemy, but directly announcing a shocking plan that stunned all the deities. Everyone, we have been wrong all along. We should not fight against greed. Her voice was resolute. What we need to do is create its opposite, devotion and merit. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the deities, Ruan Xinglu spread her arms, her will instantly covering the entire nation through the Huaxia spirit realm. She issued a divine decree to all citizens. I, Ruan Xinglu, formally announce the establishment of the merit system today. From now on, every citizen's selfless contribution, charitable act, mutual help, and all altruistic deeds will be quantified by the system into merit points. Those with high merit points will receive blessings from the national fortune, bringing fortune to themselves, and bless the family. The gold-loving demon lord controls the heart with the magic of capital. Today, I call upon the people of the nation to use the brilliance of humanity to resist this magic of capital. Ruan Xinglua's voice echoed in every new god's heart through the Huaxia spiritual realm. Within the realm, there was a dead silence. The recently defeated and dim-bodied takeout god was the first to voice doubt, his voice weak and confused. The National Fortune Agent, is this useful? We have already failed in direct confrontation. How can this ethereal thing resist the gold-loving demon lord's all-consuming greed? The god of roads and bridges, who controlled transportation, echoed him, surrounded by the aura of steel and order, yet filled with uncertainty. The demon lord's power comes from humanity's most direct desires and dedication. This tests human nature too much, it is almost anti-human. Can mortals really do this? It's simply a delusion. A loud roar erupted from the reality meeting room of the Dragon Shield Bureau Command Center. Qinhao slammed the table, his eyes red, staring intensely at Wan Xingluo's calm face on the screen. Nonsense. It's simply nonsense. He pointed at the screen and shouted at the old general beside him, "Old general. Do you see this? Is this her proposed solution? To do charity fundraising on the battlefield? The gold-loving demon lord's followers are armed to the teeth. Our special forces are still bleeding. Yet she's here discussing merit and dedication? This is the greatest insult to the soldiers on the front line." A combat officer could no longer hold back, softly saying, "Director Qin, this is indeed too idealistic. It's like a child's play. Using love to move the enemy? This is a plot even third-rate TV dramas wouldn't dare to produce." Within the command center, a glimmer of hope sparked by Wan Xingluo's decisiveness was instantly replaced by heavier doubt and despair. The live broadcast images from global media quickly flashed new headlines. BBC, Huaxia's final plan? A naive fantasy of a utopia. CNN, from divine wars to moral preaching, the Eastern giant has run out of tricks. Sakura News, an incomprehensible tactic, Huaxia seems to have given up on substantial resistance. Mockery rushed in like a tide, hitting every person in the Dragon Shield Bureau Command Center. Qinhao took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his anger, and issued the final decision. Stop this ridiculous merit system propaganda. All combat units, pay attention. Prepare to activate the highest level armed eradication plan. Target the financial center of Demon City. At all costs, physically eliminate the gold-loving demon lord. I, Qinhao, take full responsibility. After the order was given, no one in the venue responded. Everyone's gaze was glued to the suddenly enlarged real-time monitoring screen. Demon City, Huangpu River Bridge. A middle-aged man stood by the bridge railing, the river wind making his thin clothes flap loudly. His name is Wang Dashan, an ordinary migrant worker. Half an hour ago, he had invested all his savings in the Point Stone into Gold app, money meant for building a house back home, his son's tuition, and his wife's medical expenses. Now, everything had turned into a glaring zero. Despair surged, like the cold river water, completely drowning him. He reached into his pocket, there was only a crumpled 10 yuan note left. This was the money he had promised to buy a new lollipop for his daughter, far away at home. Ha! Wang Dashan laughed bitterly, tears mixed with the bitter river wind streamed down his weathered face. What's the point of living? He trembled, just about to climb over the railing and leap down. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of a curled-up figure under the bridge out of the corner of his eye. It was a tattered homeless man, shivering in the cold autumn wind, his lips purple, his gaze hollow. Wang Dashan was stunned. He remembered what he had just heard from the big screen by the roadside, that merit system treated as a joke by everyone. Selfless dedication, quantified as merit points. Bullshit. Wang Dashan cursed softly. What time is it, still believing in this? But he looked at the wrinkled $10 bill in his hand. This money can't buy his house, can't save his wife's illness, not even enough for a ticket home. For him, it was already meaningless. But for that homeless man, perhaps it was a bowl of hot soup that could save his life. By a twist of fate, Wang Dashan stepped off the bridge rail and walked up to the homeless man, shoving the crumpled $10 into his cold hand. Take it. Wang Dashan's voice was hoarse like it had been sanded down. Go buy something hot to eat. After saying that, he turned around, ready to walk back toward the river that could end everything. He did not expect any reward, this was just the last bit of insignificant kindness in his life. However, at the moment he turned around, a faint, yet pure golden halo quietly appeared above his head. Alarm! Alarm! A high-energy spiritual response detected above the Huangpu River Bridge. Not demonic energy. Not divine power. At the Dragon Shield Bureau Command Center, a data analyst's scream broke the silence. Qinhao suddenly looked up, staring intensely at the screen. Zoom in. Magnify. The drone's camera quickly zoomed in, clearly capturing the soft golden halo above Wang Dashan's head. The light was not like the dark gold of a greedy demon lord, filled with greed and ominousness. Nor was it the bright yellow of a food delivery god, carrying order and rules. It was warm, pure, like a newborn sun, with a power that reached deep into the heart. Under the halo, Wang Dashan felt a warm current wash over his entire body. He instinctively stretched. Crack! A light sound came from his lumbar spine. The lumbar strain that had troubled him for over a decade, causing him pain on rainy days, was gone. He stared in shock, twisting his waist, then stomped his feet hard. The deep-rooted ache vanished without a trace. His mind was clearer than ever. His body felt lighter than ever. This is... Wang Dashan touched his lower back in disbelief, completely dumbfounded. The homeless man under the bridge was also staring at this scene, looking at the $10 in his hand, then up at the still glowing golden halo above Wang Dashan's head, and with a thud, he knelt on the ground. A miracle. Inside the command center, there was a deathly silence. Xin Hao's mouth slightly opened, shock written all over his face, overturning his understanding. The old general's murky eyes sparkled with unprecedented brilliance. He pushed aside the guard next to him and rushed to the command desk. Using all his strength, he yelled, "Cut off all international media signals. Feed this footage to all channels across the nation. Live broadcast. Now. Immediately. Right now." A few seconds later. The televisions, computers, and cell phone screens all over China instantly cut off the mocking foreign news. What replaced it was Wang Dashan standing on the Huangpu River Bridge, looking confused yet bathed in golden halo. The internet, after 3 seconds of silence, exploded completely. Wow! It's real. The merit system is real. A world where good people get rewarded. I'm crying. I really saw it. Quick! Help the old lady cross the road. If you're late, the merit points will be taken by others. A small spark was instantly ignited. More and more people began to try. On the bus, a young man voluntarily gave his seat to a pregnant woman, and a faint glow of firefly light appeared above his head. In the hospital, a girl donated her rare blood type to a patient in critical condition, and a clear, soft halo appeared above her head. Small acts of kindness began to bloom in every corner of the land of China. 1 point, 2 points, 10 points, a myriad of points. Countless weak golden light dots began to light up on the map of Huaxia, converging into streams, flowing into the sea. What truly escalated this movement was a report from Concord Hospital. A girl named Lin Wei was suffering from a terminal illness, with only a few days left to live. When she saw Wang Dashan's miracle, she did not wish for merit to cure herself. She simply smiled, pulled out the 4-needle, and, accompanied by her family, went to the city's largest stray animal shelter. Chapter 215, New God, Shall Stand. With her last ounce of strength, she cleaned the dirty cages, fed the stray cats, and hugged the abandoned dogs. Her merit light was not a weak duck nor a soft halo. Rather, it was a warm and brilliant golden aura, like a compassionate bodhisattva, so radiant that all the small animals in the shelter calmed down and gently nestled beside her. That night, Lin Wei peacefully passed away in her sleep. On her face, there was a satisfied smile. Her story was named Life Not Saved, but already complete, spreading across the entire internet. Countless people cried their eyes out. People finally understood that the meaning of merit is not in barter-like requests, but in the inner peace and nobility that come from the act of giving itself. A nationwide doing good and accumulating virtue movement unfolded with the tacit consent of the authorities and spontaneous participation from the people. Long Shield Bureau Command Center. Xin Hao stared blankly at the national map. The red light spots representing the followers of the materialistic demon king were being continuously compressed, surrounded, and purified by emerging golden light dots. The military cleanup plan he devised became an enormous joke. Reports from the front line left him utterly baffled. Report to Qin Bureau. The mob outside the bank in Zone C has been surrounded by a group of antis. The antis are carrying eggs and hot buns, teaching them to be a decent person. Report. The believers at the plaza in Zone E have given up resistance. They said a little student delivering water had light glowing from their head, and their worldview collapsed. Xin Hao clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms. His harsh suppression had fallen into an unprecedented deadlock, seeming both extremely brutal and ridiculous. This slap in the face was silent yet made his soul tremble. Yanjing, prison. Ying Tiancheng stared intently at the vast golden ocean on the TV screen, his usual confident expression showing the first signs of cracking. Anyone can do good. Anyone can become a saint. He muttered to himself, his eyes filled with fear and confusion. No. This is impossible. How can a rabble possess such terrifying power? Humanity must be controlled by elites. His theory of control faction now seemed so selfish and small, utterly vulnerable in the face of the overwhelming trend of anyone can do good. Meanwhile, at the White House press conference, the spokesperson who had been mocking Huaxia now stammered in front of the teleprompter, his face pale. We are witnessing a sociological miracle. Huaxia seems to have transformed a moral force into a kind of observable, real power. This cohesion, this collective will, is simply terrifying. The mockery had long since vanished, replaced instead by deep shock and incomprehensible fear. Long Shield Bureau Command Center, Wan Xinglua stood in front of the enormous electronic map, billions of golden light dots converging into a dazzling galaxy within her clear eyes. Those patches of gold were visibly gathering from all over the country towards the direction of the magical city. Their target was aimed directly at the financial center shrouded in dark golden demonic energy. Just then, the large dark golden light dot on the map representing the core of the materialistic demon king suddenly flickered violently. A roar that seemed to come from the depths of the underworld shook the entire command center. Devotion? Merits? A group of ants feeling self-important. Do you think this tiny spark of light can challenge the sun of desire that devours everything? I will make you witness it. The so-called brilliance of your humanity is completely crushed by money. As soon as the words fell, the black sun formed from greed above the financial center of the magic city suddenly shrank. In the next second, a dark golden magical aura, 10 times stronger than before, erupted explosively. The golden ocean of merits that had just gathered, preparing to launch a counterattack, was forcibly stopped. That overwhelming demonic force was like an invisible wall, firmly blocking the advance of the golden ocean of merits. The dark golden magical energy and pure light of merit clashed violently in the sky above the magic city, producing soundless shrieks. The entire populace of Huaxia watched this heart-pounding scene through live broadcasts. The hope that had just ignited seemed to be consumed by this deeper darkness. Do you see it? A stitched monster without even a fixed form. How dare it call itself a god? Shatter for me. He unleashed all his magical power, and that greedy black sun spewed forth a dark golden river made of countless gold bars, diamonds, and bills, roaring as it rushed toward the newly born deity of merit and will. This is the embodiment of desire. It is the source of greed that can pollute gods and corrode souls. The delivery god was defeated under this attack. However, the deity of merit and will simply floated quietly. It extended a blurry palm made of light. Gently, it pressed down. There was no earth-shattering explosion. There was no world-destroying impact. That dark golden river, capable of swallowing gods, evaporated instantly upon contact with that light hand. Sizzle. The dark golden magical energy was instantly purified and evaporated. The illusions of gold bars, diamonds, and bills transformed into the purest energy in the pure golden light of merit, pouring back into the deity of merit and will, making its form even more solid. What? The greedy demon lord screamed in disbelief as if struck by lightning. This is impossible. My greedy demon corruption. Why is it ineffective? In the command center, the old white-haired general's murky eyes exploded with brilliant light. He slammed his fist on the table, roaring excitedly. I understand. I understand. Qin Hao suddenly turned back. Old general. What happened? It's the rule. It's the restraint of divine power. The old general pointed at the screen, his voice trembling with excitement. The greedy demon lord's power is essentially taking. It is boundless possession and plunder. And this new god, this deity of merit and will, its power is essentially giving. It is selfless dedication. On the level of rules. This is an absolute natural enemy. It is a perfect restraint. Before his words fell, the scene on the battlefield perfectly confirmed his judgment. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. The greedy demon lord fell into madness. He turned all his magical energy into thousands of dark golden arrows, shooting down like a storm towards the new god. Every attack contained the greedy concept of make the opponent go bankrupt and make the opponent submit. But around the deity of merit and will, the golden halo made of billions of faces just flowed gently. All the magical arrows that shot into the halo were instantly purified and melted away. The more the greedy demon lord attacked, the faster his own power was purified. He was like a madman trying to extinguish the sun with darkness. Each attack only added fuel to the sun. Ah! Why? Why? The greedy demon lord's power began to rapidly decline. The black sun above his head was visibly dimming. But what terrified him even more happened. In the streets of the demon city, those money-worshipping cultists, armed and with bloodshot eyes, shouting money is supreme, trembled suddenly under the warm but not glaring golden light of the deity of merit and will. The fanaticism in their eyes began to fade. Replaced by confusion, then boundless remorse. What was I doing just now? A young man holding a steel pipe looked at the shop he had destroyed in the blood-soaked special operations soldier. His grip softened, and the steel pipe fell to the ground with a clang. I attacked the people protecting us, for those illusory numbers? My money, that was my mom's life-saving money. How could I? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, my wife. Dad. I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Thud. Thud. Thousands of money-worshipping cultists knelt in the streets of the demon city, throwing down their weapons, holding their heads, and weeping bitterly. That heart-wrenching cry was not due to the collapse of faith, but because conscience returned. In the command center, Jinhao stared blankly at the scenes on the screen. Those mobs that had put his elite special operations team at a loss, fearless and relentless, were now like a group of children who had done something wrong. Kneeling on the ground, crying with a broken heart. The forceful crackdown plan he devised, at this moment, seemed so pale, so absurd. This soundless slap in the face left him dizzy. Yanjing, prison. On Ying Tiancheng's face, always so composed, for the first time appeared an emotion called fear. He gripped the iron bars tightly, his knuckles turning white. Purification. Redemption. Not relying on elite control, not relying on the guidance of power, but relying on the spontaneous good intentions of a mob? This overturns the foundation. Huaxia, what kind of monster have you created? His theory, his pride, at this moment, was crushed to dust. In the end. Above the sky, the countless faces of the meritorious will deity opened their eyes simultaneously. They all looked at the now dim black sun. No words. Only the purest, grandest, willful dedication from millions of people. No. The gold-worshipping demon lord let out his last desperate cry. In the next second, the silhouette of the meritorious will deity completely merged into that black sun. No explosion, no destruction. Only purification. That evil being, gathered from greed, was completely dismantled, reshaped, and transformed from the inside by the golden light of merit. In the end, it became a warm, pure golden sphere, quietly floating over the magic city. At the Dragon Shield Bureau Command Center, a voice rang out. Report. All the accounts of the original turned stone to gold app that were reset are recovering. No. Wrong. All the purified magical power has been converted into real and tangible funds by the meritorious will deity. It is automatically establishing an account named the Huaxia National Charity and Post-Disaster Reconstruction Foundation. The amount inside. Oh my god, enough to cover all the losses of this financial tsunami, with plenty to spare. The whole place was silent. On the rooftop of the financial center of the magic city, Jin Shirching's body went soft, collapsing to the ground. All the dark golden patterns on him faded away, the aura of the demon lord disappeared without a trace, returning to that financial swindler with gold-rimmed glasses, a refined scoundrel. He was returned to a mortal. Several special forces soldiers descended from the sky, their cold handcuffs clasping his wrists. Jin Shirchang, you are formally arrested on multiple charges, including subverting national financial security, organizing cults, and inciting riots. The crisis was resolved. The people of Huaxia, after a brief silence, erupted into thunderous cheers. Countless people took to the streets, embracing and crying. In the command center, Jinhao slowly relaxed his white-knuckled fist, exhaling a long breath, feeling entirely soaked in cold sweat. He didn't look at the celebratory scene on the screen. His gaze, passing through countless devices and crowds, fell firmly on that girl who had remained calm from beginning to end. This girl, whom he had scolded as nonsense and naive, had saved Huaxia in a way he could not understand, even overturning his lifelong beliefs. Jinhao's lips moved, wanting to say something, but found his throat extremely dry. 1,000 words ultimately turned into a hoarse inquiry that came from the depths of his soul. Is this what you call the human heart? Facing Jinhao's hoarse and shocked question, Wan Xinglua simply looked at him, her clear eyes reflecting the gradually calming golden sea on the screen. The human heart can be hell. She paused, her voice gentle but carrying undeniable strength. It can also be a divine kingdom. Jinhao's body trembled as he slowly closed his eyes, his face filled with exhaustion and confusion. He had lost. Not to the gold-worshipping demon lord, but to the most unpredictable thing he had always tried to control with order. 3 days later, in the Magic City, in a quiet apartment. The afternoon sun streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting light on the wooden floor, and the air was filled with a faint aroma of tea. Zhou Yan leaned back on the sofa, lazily watching TV. Ruan Xinglua sat beside him, carefully peeling an apple for him. The TV news was broadcasting the new social scene after the launch of the virtue system. Our reporter reports that after the miracles of Wang Dashan and Lin Wei, our country's social morals have significantly improved. According to incomplete statistics, the nationwide voluntary blood donation has increased by 300% in 3 days, the public transportation seat-giving rate is almost 100%, and cases of civic bravery have risen 7-fold compared to last year. On the screen, a primary school student helps a blind person cross the street, a faint halo blowing above their heads, a delivery worker rushes into a fire to save someone, the golden light above his head almost taking a solid form. All of Huaxia seems to have, overnight, stepped into an ideal world where no one picks up lost items and doors are left unlocked at night. Ruan Xinglua looked at the TV, a comforting smile on her face. It seems we did the right thing. Zhou Yan took the apple she handed him, took a bite, and it crunched delightfully. He watched the screen, but his gaze was not as optimistic as Ruan Xinglua's, instead, it held a deep scrutiny. Xinglua, the birth of the virtue willpower proves that dedication can purify greed. But Zhou Yan changed his tone, his eyes sharpening. It cannot purify ignorance, nor can it discern hypocrisy. Ruan Xingluo's hand, peeling the apple, paused slightly as she looked up at him in confusion. What do you mean? Zhou Yan did not answer immediately but switched channels with the remote control. The screen changed to a beautifully decorated live streaming room. A young girl in a white long dress, as pure as a lily, looked into the camera, tears in her eyes, her voice choked. She was Su Rui, the hottest internet celebrity in the spiritual realm of Huaxia today, revered by countless fans as the saint of the spiritual realm. Dear family, dear friends, seeing our society become so beautiful, Su Rui is really touched. Above her head, a bright yet gentle halo of virtue floated, making her look like a descended fairy. But it's still not enough. Our power is still not enough. Su Rui's tone suddenly became passionate. While we enjoy peace, how many children in the mountains are still hungry? How many lonely elderly people have no one to care for them? Today, Su Rui is here to launch the 10,000 Virtue Grand Collection livestream. I pray for all capable entrepreneurs and kind-hearted rich people to extend your helping hands. Her gaze seemed to pierce through the screen, looking directly into people's hearts. First, I want to urge Mr. Li from Tianhua Group. Mr. Li, your company made a profit of 30 billion last year. You only need to donate 1% of your wealth to send 10,000 children to school. The whole nation is watching you, and the Virtue Master is watching you. The live streaming room's bullet comments exploded instantly. Support the saint. Tianhua Group, hurry up and donate. Mr. Li, if you don't donate, you are unkind. Your virtue points will definitely turn black. This is a great opportunity to do good. Mr. Li, what are you waiting for? Yes. Donate. Must donate. Ruan Xingluo's brows began to furrow gradually. This is forcing donations. No, Zhou Yan shook his head, correcting her, this is called virtue kidnapping. He pointed to the brilliant halo of virtue above Su Rui's head, which grew even more dazzling due to the countless people's support. You see, in the judgment of the virtue system, her actions are encouraging goodness, which itself is a kind of virtue. And the public's response further strengthens her good. As for Mr. Li, who is named, if he refuses, he will subconsciously be defined as not good by the public, which will harm his own virtue. This. Ruan Xingluo was momentarily speechless. Kindness is becoming a new weapon, a new hard currency. Zhou Yan's tone turned cold, and the gods cannot see through human hearts. As soon as he finished speaking, inside the Dragon Shield Bureau Command Center, the technician in charge of monitoring divine energy fluctuations. An alarm rang out. Report. The god of commercial order in Demon City has detected an abnormal fluctuation in divine power. Report. The Buddha of 10,000 families' respect for merit and willpower has a trace of unresolvable impurities in its merit golden light. The energy source points to the livestream 10,000 good deeds by internet celebrity Su Rui. The technician reported anxiously, Tianhua Group just announced a donation of 300 million. The deity determined this as a benevolent act and rewarded it with merit feedback. However, the source driving this act of kindness carries an impure intention. The system cannot determine its goodness or evil. The first bug in the god's system had appeared. Meanwhile, in a marginalized office, Qin Hao stared expressionlessly at the computer screen, which was playing Su Rui's livestream. On his desk, piles of documents lay about, detailing various unbelievable cases that had arisen across the nation since the merit system went online. Some had deliberately pushed people into the water to save them for merit points. Others, in the name of doing good, forcibly cleaned someone else's home, resulting in broken ancestral antiques. Chapter 218, What does Gray represent? Ignorance and zeal were quietly growing beneath the guise of kindness. And this Su Rui was undoubtedly the top player among them. She precisely grasped the weaknesses of human nature and the loopholes in divine authority. Qin Hao did not explode in anger as he had before, nor did he report it. He simply opened an encrypted document and quietly categorized and recorded every frame of Su Rui's livestream, each bullet comment, and every successful case of merit kidnapping. In the end, he typed a cold title at the top of the document. Analysis report on the necessity and potential risks of divine authority regulation. His era may not have ended yet. In the livestream, Su Rui's 10,000 good deeds was reaching its climax. After successfully persuading over a dozen companies, she aimed her final target at today's richest man in Huaxia, Ma Yunshan. Mr. Ma. Su Rui's expression became infinitely sincere, she even slightly bowed and saluted the camera. You are a legend of our time, an idol for countless young people. Your wealth has long surpassed the scope of money, it represents a responsibility. Now, Huaxia needs you. The people need you. Please, for lasting peace and to set an example for all. I, Su Rui, earnestly request you to donate 10 billion to establish the Universal Medical Security Fund. Let there be no one impoverished by illness. Gasp. Inside and outside the livestream, countless people inhaled sharply. 10 billion. This was no longer a mere appeal for donations, it was a slice of flesh. Everyone's gaze focused on the small window connected to the livestream, where Ma Yunshan's astonished face was magnified endlessly. He could feel the invisible pressure bearing down on him like mountains and seas. If he refused, his company's stock would plummet tomorrow, and his lifetime of reputation would be ruined in an instant. If he agreed, it would mean he was cutting away a large piece of his flesh. A tear of compassion slipped from Su Rui's eye, while the halo of merit above her head blazed to its limit under the forced intentions of millions of viewers. Mr. Ma, please, fulfill this timeless act of kindness. Silence. A deathly silence. After a full minute, Ma Yunshan seemed to age 10 years in an instant. He wearily spoke. I will donate. Boom. The entire internet erupted in chaos. In Su Rui's livestream, the gifts poured in like a tsunami, overwhelming the screen. Above her, the golden light of merit almost solidified into a crown. Even above the 9 heavens, the recently born Buddha of 10,000 families' respect for merit and willpower cast a blurry shadow, descending a strand of blessed golden light that enveloped Su Rui. The god personally crowned her. At this moment, Su Rui was like a true savior, radiant and magnificent. However, in a corner unnoticed. In a dim room, Su Rui's assistant was calmly looking at her phone. On the phone screen, a bank notification of a deposit appeared. Suddenly popped up. Your account ending in 6688 has received 100 million renminbi at 2215. Summary, Tianyun Charity Fund Transfer. 100 million. Neither more nor less, just 1% of the 1 billion donation. The corner of the assistant's mouth curved into a cold arc. On the other side, Su Rui, who had just finished the live broadcast of the 10,000 Virtues Grand Ceremony, was enjoying the adoration from the entire internet. Her fan count had surpassed 300 million overnight. The title of Saint Woman of the Spirit Realm was trending as #1 on various platforms, followed by a striking explosive word in golden color. Having tasted the flavor of moving 1 billion wealth with goodness, Su Rui's ambition exploded like flames drenched in gasoline. Just one day later, she launched a brand new live broadcast model. No longer for encouraging donations, but merit judgment. Family, today, we will judge an evil person. In the live broadcast room, Su Rui wore a white dress, still pure, but her brows held an undeniable authority. On the large screen behind her appeared a photo of a middle-aged man, along with information about his company. Hongda Real Estate, Wang Jianhong. This person has cut corners in the properties he developed, leaving many owners without recourse for their rights. Every penny he earns is stained with the blood and tears of the people. Such a person does not deserve wealth. Even less does he deserve merit. Su Rui's voice was powerful, and the merit halo above her head shone brightly, as if transforming into a sword of judgment. Here, in the name of the goodwill of the people, I conduct a merit judgment on Wang Jianhong. I ask all righteous family members to join me in stripping away his ill-gotten wealth. Purify the source of his sins. Her words fell like the bomb of an atomic explosion. The comments went completely crazy. Judge him. Judge him. The saint is right. Such a black-hearted businessman should go bankrupt. I'm going to blast him on his company's official Weibo. Let him die socially. Boycott Hongda Real Estate. Let him not sell a single brick. Charge. Brothers. Let him see the power of the people. Countless thoughts gathered through the internet into a vast torrent of curses, surging towards the man named Wang Jianhong. At the Dragon Shield Bureau Command Center, alarms once again tore through the calm. Report. A large-scale online violence incident has been detected, targeting Hongda Real Estate Chairman Wang Jianhong. Report. Wang Jianhong's personal merit points are decreasing and turning black at a speed of tens of thousands per second. Report. The divine power fluctuations of the 10,000 families living Buddha merit will respect are abnormal again. It is absorbing the grievances produced by the judgment. On the divine body, gray spots have appeared. On the screen, the originally pure golden divine shadow's left side had, unbeknownst to Wen, been infested by a strange layer of gray. Gold represents merit, but what does gray represent? Ruan Xinghua stared at the screen, her heart turning colder inch by inch. She understood. Su Rui was utilizing the merit system to carry out private judgment. She incited her followers to attack so-called evildoers, who believed they were doing good, thus generating merit to empower Su Rui. Meanwhile, the attack would spiral into despair from bankruptcy and social death, generating overwhelming grievances and hatred. This resentment was not deemed evil by the system, but rather was treated as a kind of nourishment by the merit will respect. Merit and resentment, goodwill and malice, two completely opposite forces, were forming a strange energy loop through Su Rui as a transfer station, simultaneously nourishing that new deity. She must be stopped. Ruan Xinglua's voice was soft but contained undeniable resolve. She could no longer stand by and watch the system she had personally created turn into a breeding ground for monsters. She now glanced at her, said nothing, and silently placed a freshly printed investigation report on her desk, stating insufficient evidence of Wang Jianhong's commercial crimes. Ruan Xinglua did not look at the report. She stood up directly and walked outside. I'm going to see her. Chapter 219. Protecting the Saintess. Magic City, Tangchenipin, top floor duplex. This is Su Rui's home, a luxurious palace overlooking the entire Huangpu River. When Ruan Xinglua stood before this heavy wooden door edged in gold, her heart was filled with mixed emotions. She could not connect this place with the Saintess who cried for the mountain children in the live broadcast. The door opened silently. Opening the door was not Su Rui, nor her assistant. Instead, it was a man in a well-tailored tailcoat, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, exuding a refined elegance, but causing Ruan Xinglua's pupils to suddenly constrict. Ing Tianchang. The man who should have been sentenced to life imprisonment for conducting illegal research on the bazaar, locked in the deepest dungeon of the Dragon Shield Bureau. How could he be here? Miss Ruan, you seem well. Ing Tianchang smiled, making a gesture inviting her in, as if he were the master here. Or should I address you as Executor of National Fortune? His tone carried a hint of teasing mockery. Ruan Xinglua stepped inside, her icy gaze sweeping across the living room, where Su Rui sat like a gentle cat on the sofa, respectfully pouring tea for Ing Tianchang. Ing Tianchang, you escaped from prison? Ruan Xinglua's voice was as cold as ice. No. Ing Tianchang shook his finger, adjusting his glasses. Let's use the correct terms. I was released early because I provided the country with a brand new approach to manage extraordinary powers, making contributions to spike my sins. He picked up a teacup and gently blew on it. You know, Miss Ruan, I used to think about how to control those bizarre things, those indescribable powers, but I was wrong. He raised his head, and the eyes behind the lenses sparkled with a nearly insane brilliance. I was drastically mistaken. The bazaar is chaotic, disordered, but human hearts are the easiest to predict. Greed, jealousy, vanity, ignorance, and... He looked at Ruan Xinglua, his lips curling up. And that self-righteous kindness. Why should I go far to control those monsters? Controlling the human heart is equivalent to controlling everything, isn't it? Ing Tianchang stood up, spreading his arms like a preacher declaring doctrine. What I want is not to control the bazaar, but to become the god above all humanity. Is Su Rui your person? Is everything orchestrated by you? Ruan Xinglua frowned. Orchestrated? No, I'm just a mentor. Ing Tianchang admired Ruan Xinglua's shocked expression, smiling with satisfaction. I taught this talented student Su Rui how to use good to collect merit, and then use judgment to cultivate resentment. Light and dark, good and evil, merit and hatred, when these two extreme forces converge in a divine being, can you guess what kind of great existence will be born? Madman. Completely insane. Ruan Xinglua no longer hesitated, the power of national fortune instantly gathering in her palm. In the name of the Executor of National Fortune, I will now take you both. Don't be in such a hurry, Sister Xinglua. The previously silent Su Rui suddenly looked up, her face wearing an innocent smile. She raised her own phone, the screen glowing brightly. The global live broadcast has already begun. On the screen was Ruan Xinglua, full of killing intent, energy gathering in her palm, preparing to strike at the weak and helpless Su Rui. The title of the live broadcast was extremely eye-catching. The spiritual realm Saintess undergoes persecution. The Executor of National Fortune aims to strangle kindness. Su Rui slowly stood up and walked in front of Ruan Xinglua, her face instantly filled with tears, her voice tragically wronged, spreading through the world via her phone. Sister Xinglua, what did I do wrong? I urged the rich to donate to help the poor. Did I do something wrong? I judged those bad people, relieving the populace of harm. Did I do something wrong? I just wanted to make this country better, to let the light of merit shine on every inch of land. Is that also wrong? She took a step forward, tearful eyes staring directly at Ruan Xinglua, raising a deafening question. I am doing good, I am gathering merit for the country. Why are you stopping me? Could it be? Her voice suddenly rose, echoing through the sky. Are you going to turn against the goodwill of the entire nation? In an instant, the barrage in the Huaxia livestream room, for the first time, was filled with large-scale doubts and curses targeting Ruan Xinglua. What does Ruan Xinglua want? Is she going to harm the Saintess? I felt something was off about her for a while. Why does she represent the national fortune? Jealousy. She's just jealous of Su Rui. Jealous that Su Rui is more loved than she is. Is the government trying to suppress civilian charity? This is a disgusting display. Stopping the Saintess from doing good means turning against all of us. Ruan Xinglua, get out of Magic City. Meanwhile, in the live streams of major foreign media, the titles were filled with schadenfreude. Huaxia deity civil war, a battle of faith between old and new powers. Shocking. The savior of Huaxia faces a crisis of faith, might be abandoned by the people. With the fervent support of billions of believers, the halo of virtue above Su Rui's head shone brightly. Above the 9 heavens, the winds and clouds changed color. The ethereal form of the deity of virtue was forcibly summoned to descend by this overwhelming will. Boom! The deity's phantom appeared above the Tangshan, blocking the sky and the sun. But this time, its form was extremely strange. The left half was a golden Buddha, spreading salvation to all beings. The right half was a great demon god, entangled with endless resentment. Half divine, half fallen. Just as Ruan Xingluo was about to take down the two, the deity moved. Its grey demon god half slowly raised a hand, and a grey barrier made of pure resentment instantly appeared between Ruan Xingluo and Su Rui. The deity was protecting Su Rui. No, it was protecting Ying Tiancheng's work. At the same time, the goodwill of billions of fans in the livestream room transformed into invisible shackles, tightly wrapping around Ruan Xingluo, preventing her from moving. She was being attacked by the goodwill she had advocated for. She was being obstructed by the deity she had created. At this moment, Ruan Xingluo stood in the center of the luxurious living room, facing Ying Tiancheng's confident smile, Su Rui's hypocritical tears, with the bizarre deity, half-god, half-demon, behind her, and the doubts and curses from the entire nation in her ears. Caught between a rock and a hard place. Surrounded on all sides. She could feel that every second, thousands of doubts and malice from the people were like steel needles, stabbing at her spirit. This was a scheme in the open. It was both righteous and yet incredibly vicious. Ying Tiancheng handed the flag of goodness to Su Rui, placing her at the moral high ground. At this moment, any forceful action against Su Rui would be equivalent to turning against goodness, and against the 300 million believers of the nation. Chapter 220, The Truth is Revealed. This wasn't just about capturing two criminals, it would shake the very foundation of the virtue system, even causing the newly established urban deification plan to collapse completely. Ying Tiancheng watched Ruan Xingluo struggle on her face, his eyes behind the glasses flashing with the light of someone who had the upper hand. He smiled, his voice not loud, but clearly heard by everyone. Miss Ruan, do you see it? This is human nature. They don't care about the truth, they only want to believe what they want to believe. They believe Su Rui is the saintess, and you are the demon trying to stifle kindness. Su Rui also wiped away the tears on her face, a victorious smile curling at the corners of her lips, as she cooperated and said, Sister Xingluo, it's still not too late to stop now. I can let bygones be bygones, even make you an honorary director of my great book of goodness. Ruan Xingluo's nails almost dug into her palm. The national fortune power surged within her, but was tightly suppressed by billions of public opinion. For the first time, she felt such deep helplessness. Just as her mind was about to break, a calm and familiar voice, like the evening bell or morning drum, suddenly rang in her mind. It was the voice of the commander who had always been stationed in the back, Zhou Yan. Xingluo. Virtue has its limits, and the human heart has its measure. The one being whipped is the deity. The judgment is made by the heart. What is that whip in your hand for? Boom! It was like being struck by a bolt of lightning. Ruan Xingluo's tense body suddenly relaxed. Yes. She had fallen into a misunderstanding. She had always been thinking about how to punish Ying Tiancheng and Su Rui, these two people, but she forgot that the source of all their power came from that corrupted god, from that loophole-filled rule. Since the rule was the problem, then fix the rule. Since the god was deceived, then, wake up the god. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, the struggle and anger on Ruan Xingluo's face faded completely, replaced by a calm as still as an ancient well. She no longer looked at the swaggering Ying Tiancheng, nor did she care about the pretentious Su Rui. She slowly raised her hand. Buzz. An ancient, divine-patterned, seemingly carrying the laws of heaven and earth, dark yellow short whip appeared in her palm. The divine law artifact, whip of the gods. What is she trying to do? She's crazy. Is she still planning to make a move? The live stream's barrage exploded in an instant, with countless people angrily cursing her for being stubborn. Ying Tiancheng's smile also froze for a moment. He didn't expect that, in this situation, Ruan Xingluo would dare to summon a weapon. But he quickly calmed down. With the protection of the gods and public support, what could she do? Su Rui even puffed her chest out, a look of martyr-like sorrow on her face, preparing to face the strike that would inevitably be blocked by the divine and demonic barriers. She swung the whip of the gods. But her target was not Su Rui, nor was it Ying Tiancheng. In the horrified gazes of the world, that dark yellow short whip traced a trajectory that tore through the void, with unmatched majesty, and ruthlessly lashed at the half-god, half-demon divine will avatar that protected Su Rui. She's attacking a god? At this moment, everyone went crazy. Ying Tiancheng's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of needles. No! He sensed something and let out a terrified scream. Crack! A crisp sound rang out, not like a heavy blow, but more like the sound of a decree being sealed, echoing through heaven and earth. The whip of the gods did not harm the god in the slightest. As the whip touched the divine avatar, it suddenly exploded, turning into a vast, boundless golden divine law, like a flood of codes, sweeping across the entire merit system in an instant. Heavenly law, divine oracle verification, activated. Merit calculation, tracing the source. Good deeds require a good heart, hypocrites, deprived. In the next second, everyone within China, and even globally, who had a merit points account, was horrified to see that the app interface on their phones had undergone a drastic change. The originally single merit points value was split into two by a golden line. On the left was, good deeds, value. On the right was, true heart, evaluation. An ordinary office worker saw on their interface. Good deeds, 12 points. True heart, good. A student who had just helped an old lady saw. Good deeds, 28 points. True heart, pure good. For most people, their true heart evaluation was good or pure good, and their merit points remained unchanged. The rule was fixed. The truth was revealed. Everyone's eyes instinctively, through the live stream lens, locked onto the brilliant halo above Su Rui's head, like the sun. Under the judgment of the new rule, her data also appeared before the global audience. Good deeds, $9.99, $9.99, $9.99 plus. The value was so high it almost overflowed from the screen. But next to it, in the true heart evaluation column, were two shocking, blood-red characters. True heart, hypocrisy. Extreme evil. Boom! The truth was revealed to the world. The entire internet went silent. Then, like a volcano erupting, the collapse of faith followed. Hypocrisy. Extreme evil? We were deceived? All the good deeds she did, her heart was actually full of extreme evil? System announcement, verification result, Su Rui's entire source of merit is impure, classified as hypocritical merit, and is fully revoked. As soon as the announcement was made, the brilliant golden light of merit above Su Rui's head, like a punctured balloon, completely extinguished in 1 second. The divine will avatar that protected her. The grey demon's half-body suddenly trembled, as if it had lost its fuel, and instantly dissipated. The golden Buddha's half-body, however, looked deeply at Wan Xinglua for a moment and slowly faded away. The protection of the gods has vanished. Su Rui's face drained of color in an instant. She looked at her own hands in disbelief, and then at the empty space above her head. No. My merit. My power. She let out a desperate scream. At this moment, the deceived and fooled billions of fans turned their anger into a flood, a surge 100 times stronger than before, rebounding back at her. Fraud. Su Rui is a complete fraud. Return my donations. Return my faith. How could I believe in such a malicious woman? Judge her. Judge her with true merit. Ing Tiancheng. And that man. They are in this together. Arrest them. The collapse of faith brought forth an overwhelming fury. Ing Tiancheng's face was ashen, the human and God plan he had painstakingly built crumbled under this whip. He looked at Wan Xinglua, his eyes no longer calm but filled with cold killing intent and confusion. How dare you whip a god? Wan Xinglua retracted the whip, her expression indifferent. God is a collective of public opinion. Public opinion can be deceived, and so can gods. Chapter 221, People are tired. She walked step by step toward the already collapsed Su Rui and the pale-faced Ing Tiancheng. My whip does not strike people, nor does it strike gods. What I strike is the filthy human heart hidden beneath the rules. The Su Rui incident, after stirring up a huge wave, settled in a way that no one ever expected. Ing Tiancheng and Su Rui were arrested, awaiting the dual judgment of state law and heavenly rules. The merit system was revised and became more perfect. Huaxia seemed to have survived the crisis once more and was back on track. However, no one expected. The real crisis was just beginning. 1 week after the incident calmed down. In Magic City, at a big internet company. Manager Wang, the KPI for the 996 project team this month. Don't mention KPI to me, I'm quitting. A programmer slammed his work ID on the table, the world almost destroyed a few times, and you still want me to work hard? I want to enjoy life. After saying that, he turned around and left elegantly. At the same time, at a key high school. Students, the college entrance examination is next month, everyone should. A top student, hailed as a seed for Qingbei, quietly closed his book and stood up. Teacher, I don't want to take the exam anymore. I want to drop out, play games, travel, and see the world. A similar scene crazily unfolded across the country. With abundant lives and the crisis result, a strange and extreme lying flat culture spread rapidly through Huaxia society like a virus. People no longer simply relaxed, but massively quit their jobs, dropped out of school, and sold their assets. They no longer pursued careers, yearned for knowledge, or fought for the future. Countless people became immersed in a virtual world, drunkenly lost in games and short videos, showing no interest in reality. The productivity and creativity of the entire society began to stagnate, even regress, at a visibly rapid pace. At the Supreme Command Center of the Dragon Shield Bureau, the atmosphere was extremely tense. An intelligence analyst reported the latest data in a dry voice. Report to the commander, in just the past month, the national voluntary resignation rate soared by 70%. The dropout rate for third-year high school students exceeded 30%. What's even more terrifying is, the analyst swallowed hard and said with difficulty, according to the latest model predictions from the National Economic Center, if this trend cannot be curbed, in the next quarter, our country's total social productivity will experience a cliff-like drop. The air seemed to freeze. Ruan Xingluo's face was unprecedentedly pale. She had just used thunderous means to correct the merit system, judging the hypocritical Su Rue, thinking she was righting wrongs and turning the tide. But she never expected. One extreme has been toppled, yet another, more terrifying extreme has emerged. Struggle and competition have been negated, people have not returned to a normal life, but have directly jumped into complete nihilism and complacency. This is no longer a crisis. This is the end of days. It is a civilization in self-destruction. Commander. Ruan Xingluo's voice trembled slightly as she looked at Zhou Yan behind the command platform, hoping this steadfast anchor could provide direction. However, Zhou Yan simply stared silently at the alarming curves on the big screen, his brow furrowed, saying nothing. At that moment. Alert! New high-dimensional energy source detected. Energy nature assessment in progress, non-aggressive, no malice, determined to be ultimate bliss? Satisfied? Energy source is expanding geometrically. Source cannot be locked. It comes from the hearts of every individual. Buzz, a gentle voice resounded in every corner of China with an unusual resonance. It was as if a warm spring breeze brushed over everyone's heart. All those who were worried about the future, struggling to make ends meet, anxious about KPIs, in that moment, all their troubles were gently smoothed by an invisible hand. A feeling of ultimate ease and satisfaction, emerging from the depths of their souls. Struggle? Too tiring. Dreams? Too far away. This is just fine. Drink a soda, watch a short video, play a game. It turns out happiness can be so simple. In the panoramic monitoring of the Dragon Shield Bureau, the golden dragon, representing the fortune of China, was becoming lazy at a visibly noticeable rate. The dragon's head drooped, its eyes half closed, as if it were about to fall into a deep sleep. In stark contrast, a new will, radiating gentle golden light, was rapidly coalescing from the laziness and satisfaction of hundreds of millions of people. It did not have the blinding golden light of Su Rue's virtues, nor the dark golden evil of the capitalist demon. It was warm, gentle, like the sun at 3 in the afternoon, making one want to put everything down and indulge in it. This will slowly condensed into the form of a deity in the void. It was a blurry visage, leaning against a soft cloud couch. One hand propped up its chin, the other held a white jade fan, gently waving, with a hint of compassionate weariness in its eyes. As if saying, everyone suffers, why not rest here? New deity born. Divine position assessment, ease, enjoyment, satisfaction. Enfeoffment, true deity of ease and enjoyment. Inside the command center, there was deathly silence. Everyone was stunned into silence by this bizarre scene. At that moment, screens across the nation, even around the world, whether on phones, computers, or outdoor billboards, were forcibly taken over by the same image. The image showed a fairyland shrouded in mist. Pavilions and towers, ethereal music floated, countless figures played joyfully within, each face beaming with pure, untainted happiness. A familiar figure slowly emerged from the depths of the fairyland. It was Ying Tianchang. He was not imprisoned, nor did he show any signs of the shame of a captive. Wearing flowing white robes, he had a smile on his face, more confident and composed than ever before, standing in the realm of the true deity of ease and enjoyment. His gaze seemed to pierce through the screen, meeting Ruan Xingluo's directly in the command center. Miss Ruan, we meet again. His voice, amplified by divine power, clearly reached everyone's ears. Do not be surprised at why I am here. When my human god plan was shattered by your whip, the collapse of billions of believers' faith and their overwhelming resentment should have torn me apart. But I did not resist, instead, I followed this current. I found that at the end of anger and resentment, there is not destruction, but exhaustion, a complete fatigue. People are tired. They no longer want to be shackled by KPIs, do not wish to be judged by merits, and they do not even wish to discern who is good and who is evil. They just want to rest. Chapter 222, The Flame of Hope. Ying Tianchang spread his arms, embracing the paradise behind him. So, I guided this most fundamental desire of all humanity, I followed this greatest collective will. I created a god. A god that can bring happiness to all. His words struck like a heavy hammer, hitting Ruan Xingluo's heart hard. Ying Tiancheng's gaze grew sharp as a knife, as if a public dispute had fiercely erupted at this moment. Ms. Ruan Xingluo, my question has arrived. You can judge Su Rui's hypocrisy with true heart. You can reckon Jin Shiqing's greed with justice. So now, how will you judge this god formed from happiness and satisfaction? Will you announce that happiness itself is a sin? Boom! This question struck Ruan Xingluo like a thunderbolt, leaving her mind blank. Judge happiness? How is that possible? If she dared to do so, she would be against all those in the country and even the world who long for comfort. This was 100 times, 1,000,000,000 times more complicated than confronting Su Rui and those 300 million blinded followers. Because this time, the people were awake, they were willingly content. You. Ruan Xingluo's fingertips were icy. Ha ha ha. Ying Tiancheng laughed to the sky, do you see? You have nothing to say now. Come, let me show you, the people's choice. The scene shifted to an ordinary community in the Magic City. This community had been completely enveloped by the aura of the comfort and pleasure true monarch, affectionately called by the people, the happy community. The special forces of the Dragon Shield Bureau were trying to set up a cordon outside the community, using magical tools to disperse that happiness aura. However, the residents inside the community spontaneously held hands, forming a human wall, blocking their way. No anger, no violence. They just smiled, looking at these special forces with the eyes of not understanding children. Commander, don't waste your efforts, we feel just fine right now. Yeah, why drive away what makes us happy? Are you the happiness police? Are you going to take away our right to be happy? Go back, spend time with family, play some games, isn't that good? Why work so hard? The special forces, holding magical tools, felt the national power surging, but had no way to act. What they faced was not an enemy, but a group of happy patients. Using any coercive measures against them would instantly ignite public criticism, placing the Dragon Shield Bureau against the entire populace. In front of the live broadcast, countless citizens lying flat sent supportive comments. Mr. Ying is the true sage. He knows what we want. Support comfort and pleasure true monarch. This is the good deity we should worship. Isn't the Dragon Shield Bureau interfering too much? How we want to live is our freedom. Down with the struggling scum. Return my happy life. All restrictions failed. Instead, it sparked a wave of protests. Slap. In the command center, Zhou Yan silently turned off the television. The entire hall was silent enough to hear a pin drop. Ruan Xingluo stared blankly at the dark screen, murmuring, "Why is this happening?" Zhou Yan walked to her side, his voice low and grave. "It's troublesome. This Ying Tiancheng is a top genius. He has learned the essence of our urban deification fate script." Ruan Xingluo suddenly looked up at him. Zhou Yan continued, "He no longer opposes us, even looks down on doing evil. What he created is not an enemy to be defeated. What he created is a chronic disease of civilization. A terminal illness that willingly rots the entire social body from within. This illness." Zhou Yan articulated the chilling conclusion that sent shivers through Ruan Xingluo's body. "It's hard to cure the gods." As soon as he finished speaking, an urgent red report was delivered to his desk. The informant's voice was filled with a crying tone. "Commander, the chief scientist team of the Dragon Core program from the Huaxia Academy of Sciences has just submitted a collective resignation letter. They said they no longer want to toil for humanity's future. They want to go to the beach and soak up the sun." The report from the agent, filled with a sobbing voice, became the last straw that broke the psychological defenses of everyone at the Dragon Shield Bureau's command center. Dragon Core Plan. That is the backbone of Chinese technology, the ultimate trump card in the game against the world's powers. Now, this backbone is to be broken by itself. Ruan Xingluo's body swayed, and her vision blurred. She lost. Lost utterly. Ying Tiancheng did not use conspiracy, did not use violence, he simply followed the deepest fatigue of human nature to effortlessly dissolve the spirit of an entire civilization. This is 1,000 times more terrifying than any invasion by gods or demons. Zhou Yan. Ruan Xingluo's voice was hoarse, carrying a hint of desperate pleading, "Is there any way for us?" Zhou Yan did not answer. He slowly turned around, his deep gaze sweeping over every face in the hall that was dispirited and confused. "Even the gods have no way to help." A young battle planner muttered, lost in thought. "Indeed. The divine is a collective of faith. When people no longer believe in struggle, no longer believe in the future, but only in comfort and enjoyment, what can the national fortune golden dragon, which represents protection and resistance, do?" In this dead silence, a weak communication request connected to the corner of the main screen. "Commander, this is the Grassroots Public Opinion Monitoring Group. The operator's voice sounded very young, carrying a hint of uncertainty. We have detected that on the Chinese spiritual realm platform, a group of, retired old gentlemen seems to want to start some kind of activity. Zhou Yan raised an eyebrow. Put them through. With the order given, the main screen switched to a new scene. On the screen appeared a simple university lecture hall. An elderly man with graying hair but a straight posture stood at the podium. Behind him sat a dozen elders, all who had surpassed 70 years old. They were China's top retired scientists, professors, and engineers. Each person's gaze was clear and firm, as if burning with a flame that would never extinguish. The leading elder was Academician Li Zhenghua, former president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. He spoke to the empty classroom and to the live broadcast camera with a powerful voice. We will name this plan Flame of Hope. Passing on the flame, civilization shall never perish. Li Zhenghua's eyes seemed to pierce through the screen, looking directly at every soul that was lying flat. Kids, I know you are tired. Ying Tiancheng and his pleasure-seeking true monarch have given you a seemingly perfect answer: put everything down and have happiness immediately. This is a very tempting option, we admit. Academician Li Zhenghua's words took a sudden turn. But I want to ask you a question. What you are now feeling, the so-called happiness granted without any effort, is there any difference between that and a laboratory mouse being stimulated with electrodes, continuously secreting dopamine? This question struck like a thunderclap, exploding in the minds of countless people. Some young people lounging on the sofa with satisfied faces suddenly had their smiles frozen. He tells you that struggle is suffering, creation is involution. Then let us see what these so-called sufferings have actually brought us. The large screen behind Academician Li Zhenghua lit up. On the screen appeared not a paradise in the clouds, nor a pure land of happiness. Instead, it was black and white, rough, but deeply shocking historical footage. It was the moment of the first atomic bomb explosion on the Gobi Desert, the soaring mushroom cloud, and the sight of all the researchers embracing and weeping. Is this suffering? It is for the glory of our nation, to stand tall with pride. The scene shifted again. It showed engineers dangling from ropes on a sheer cliff, meticulously surveying the foundation to build a railway through the mountains. Is this involution? Why are we fighting? It's to turn the impassable chasm into a path, to give hope to billions of our people to escape the mountains. The scene shifts again. In the roaring flood, countless people link their hands together, using their flesh and blood to build a dam, defending their home. Is this exhaustion? It's the determination to protect the land behind us and our beloved family. Academician Li Zhenghua's voice rises, louder and more passionate with each word. They give you false happiness, what we give you is calloused hands and eyes shining with wisdom. They let you lie on soft beds in the clouds, we make you stand on the solid ground you built with your own hands. They promise you eternal comfort, what we promise you is a genuine sense of achievement, born from overcoming hardships, one that cannot be taken away. This is not a battle of power. This is a tug-of-war of spirit. On one side is the warm, gentle, and intoxicating golden light emitted by the Lord of Ease and Enjoyment. On the other side is the heated, glaring flame ignited by the fire of progress, stemming from struggle, creation, and self-fulfillment. In the command center, everyone stands up, staring hard at the screen. They see, in every corner of the city. A programmer who just tore up his resignation letter opens his computer again and types the first line of code, the light in his eyes reignites. A medical student who was about to drop out picks up her backpack and rushes to the library, her steps are more determined than ever. An entrepreneur ready to sell his factory receives a call from his workers. Boss. Come back. Let's fight again. A single spark can start a fire. In the panoramic surveillance of the Dragon Shield Bureau, the once lazy, drooping national fortune golden dragon slowly raises a hint of eyelid. Its surface light, still dim, no longer fades away. At the same time, the avatar of the Lord of Ease and Enjoyment starts to become unstable, and for the first time, a hint of panic appears on its merciful face. In the Cloud God's kingdom, the calm smile on Ying Tiancheng's face disappears. A bunch of ungrateful old fools. He watches as his followers visibly drain away, the power of the deity is waning, and he knows he cannot wait any longer. Since you miss suffering so much. His eyes turn wild and obsessive. Then I will grant you an extreme happiness, from which you will never awaken. Lord. Ying Tiancheng gives the final command to the deity's avatar. Sacrifice all your divine power. Let your divine kingdom descend upon the heart of China, Jingzhou. I will transform that city, and its tens of millions of people, into the ultimate paradise. I want everyone to see that the consequence of resisting happiness is being completely devoured by happiness. Boom! The avatar of the Lord of Ease and Enjoyment ignites instantly. Endless soft golden light transforms from a gentle spring breeze into a golden tsunami, overshadowing the sun, crashing down upon China's largest supercity, Jingzhou. Alarm! Extreme energy concentration appearing over Jingzhou. Energy is constructing a stable barrier. range, covering the entire city. All external communications of Jingzhou interrupted. Ruan Xingluo's pupils constrict, and without hesitation, she transforms into a streak of light, rushing out of the command center, heading straight for Jingzhou. When she arrives above Jingzhou, she is stunned. An enormous, unimaginable translucent golden dome, like an inverted giant glass bowl, perfectly envelopes the entire Jingzhou. Inside the barrier, time seems to stand still. On the bustling streets, all vehicles come to a halt. Hurrying pedestrians stop in their tracks. In the office buildings, white-collar workers put down their work. On everyone's face, there is an identical expression of a smile of extreme happiness yet emptiness looked up at the sky, as if welcoming a grand festival. They were trapped. Trapped in the most perfect cage built by their own desire for happiness. Ruan Xingluo raised the divine whip in her hand. Divine power surged on the whip, lightning flickering. But just as she was about to strike down, a chill from the barrier swept through her entire body. She could feel that this barrier was tightly connected to the souls of every person in the city. Any attempt to forcefully break the barrier would instantly harm the countless mortals inside. Attacking this barrier was equivalent to attacking the millions of innocent people in Jingzhou. Ying Tiancheng. Ruan Xingluo's hand gripping the divine whip trembled incessantly. This madman. He was not trying to destroy Jingzhou, he was using the lives of millions as hostages to force all of Huaxia to bow to his happiness. What to do? What should I do? Divine power could not be used, and national luck was cautious. She felt powerless like never before. Just as she was at a loss, a calm figure silently appeared beside her. It was Zhou Yan. He did not look at the enormous and despair-inducing happiness barrier. He only quietly looked at Ruan Xingluo, at her pale face, and the struggle in her eyes that seemed ready to collapse. Then, he softly said, "You have forgotten what your greatest power is." Ruan Xingluo suddenly froze, looking up at him. Zhou Yan's eyes were calm and profound, as if they could see through all confusion. It is not divine power, nor national luck. He extended his finger, not pointing at that world-destroying barrier, nor at the divine whip in her hand. Instead, he gently touched her heart. It is you. It is the identity of a person. Zhou Yan's voice was soft, but it was like a thunderclap that exploded deep in Ruan Xingluo's soul. It is you. Not divine power, nor national luck. It is the identity of a person. In an instant, the confusion and despair in Ruan Xingluo's eyes retreated like the tide, replaced by unprecedented clarity and determination. She understood. The paradise built by Ying Tiancheng did not rest on divine power, but on the hearts of people. It was the exhaustion of millions of mortals towards reality, their fear of pressure, and their escape from pain. Divine power opposes rules, while the human heart can only be awakened by the human heart. Forcefully shattering this dream with the divine whip would be like violently dragging someone immersed in a beautiful dream into the cold reality, causing permanent damage to their soul. The only way was to enter their dreams. Let them willingly wake up. Connect to the highest command center of the Dragon Shield Bureau. Ruan Xingluo's voice was instantly transmitted to the rear through her divine thought. On the screen, the anxious faces of General Lin Anhua and Qin Hao immediately appeared. Xingluo. How is the situation? Ruan Xingluo did not answer but directly announced her decision. Commander Lin, Qin Hao, listen. I will completely suppress all my divine power and strip away all the permissions of the National Luck Agent. With the mental will of an ordinary person, I will enter paradise and awaken all the fallen from within. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire command center fell into dead silence. The next second, Qin Hao's roar seemed almost to lift the roof. No. I absolutely disagree. That is not an illusion, it is the ultimate divine kingdom built by Ying Tiancheng using the sacrifice of all divine power. It is his absolute territory. Once your divine soul is assimilated by that sea of happiness, you will never get out again. You will become his most perfect trophy to show off to the world. General Lin Anhua's aged face was filled with deep worry. Xingluo, think twice. This is a suicidal act. You are the anchor of Huaxia. If you were to lose, the national luck would be in turmoil. The consequences are unimaginable. At that moment, a young intelligence officer's voice trembled as he interrupted. Report. Report to the commander. The global emergency broadcast room has been completely detonated. The Western Continental Alliance, FUSO, India, all foreign media are mocking us with the largest headlines. They say our Huaxia Dragon Shield Bureau has been rendered useless, running out of tricks, and actually sending the Supreme Commander to die personally, staging a tragically heroic send-off. Every word hit the hearts of everyone in the command center like a heavy hammer. That was the face of the nation. At this moment, Ruan Xingluo's decision was no longer just about her own safety, but also about the dignity of Huaxia in front of the world. However, facing this overwhelming opposition and pressure, outside the barrier of Jingzhou, the man moved leisurely. Zhou Yan couldn't be bothered to even glance at the communication screen. He simply waved his hand gently at the void. Buzz. The air slightly distorted, and a pure white lounge chair, which looked incredibly comfortable with smooth lines, appeared out of thin air behind Ruan Xinglua. This shocking move left everyone who saw it through the camera stunned. What is happening? In the face of a critical battle, bringing out a lounge chair? Zhou Yan ignored everyone's astonishment. He seemed to hear Qin Hao's roar from the command center, and simply spoke. His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. What's all the noise? His gaze turned to Ruan Xinglua, his eyes gentle, then scanned the huge golden dome, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Don't worry. My lady, she just needs to wake up millions of people. This statement left everyone in the Dragon Shield Bureau command center bewildered. Wake people up? Do you call this world-destroying situation sleeping? Zhou Yan seemed to find the stimulation not enough and lazily added, there are many people inside, calling one by one might take some time. He patted the armrest of the lounge chair and smiled at Ruan Xinglua. We can't let her stand to work, can we? It's more comfortable to lie down. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. Qin Hao opened his mouth, unable to utter a single word. Lin Anghua, whose heart had been stuck in his throat, inexplicably, relaxed a little. This calmness. This confidence as if everything was under control. This was no longer confidence, but an almost arrogant declaration. Yet, it was this arrogance that made all allies feel an unprecedented sense of security, and made all enemies spying through various channels feel deep confusion and suspicion. Why does he have this confidence? Ruan Xinglua looked at Zhou Yan, seeing the absolute trust in his eyes. The last ripple in her heart also completely calmed down. She returned a reassuring smile, and then, slowly lay down on the lounge chair that had appeared abruptly in the center of the battlefield. Her posture was elegant and unhurried. It was as if she wasn't about to charge into a place that could swallow deities, but was preparing to enjoy a pleasant afternoon nap. She closed her eyes. I will actively sever all links with the National Destiny Golden Dragon and 10,000 families living Buddha's merit and power respect. From now on, I am just Ruan Xinglua. The moment her voice fell. The monitoring instruments in the Dragon Shield Bureau Command Center, representing Ruan Xinglua's divine power fluctuations, emitted an ear-piercing alarm. Alarm! Alarm! Heaven's Law Executor permissions are actively being stripped. Target divine power response values are plummeting at an incredible speed. 9,000, 5,000, 1,000. Returning to zero. Her divine power index has completely returned to zero. A young monitor stared at the screen, letting out an incredulous scream. Not just divine power. Her vital signs, mental fluctuations, have also returned to zero. This at the data level is equivalent to complete death. Boom! In the command center, there was a deathly silence. Everyone was struck by lightning, their faces pale. Qin Hao's body swayed, almost collapsing to the ground. Zhou Yan. What on earth did he do? He actually made Ruan Xinglua die? However, just as everyone fell into despair, a new change appeared on the huge screen monitoring the Jingzhou barrier. On the recliner, above Ruan Xinglua's lifeless body, a faint, nearly transparent outline slowly emerged. That outline gradually solidified. There was no brilliant divine light, no thunderous aura. It was just a girl in a simple white dress, barefoot, quietly floating in midair. On her face, there was a hint of naive curiosity and bewilderment, her eyes as clear as a spring. It was Ruan Xinglua. Yet, she was not the Ruan Xinglua who wielded divine punishment, with a majesty that overshadowed all. Instead, she was stripped of all identities, all powers, a pure and original soul. She was a person. Under the gaze of the entire world, this girl in a white dress took a step forward. Step by step, she walked toward the golden curtain that enveloped all of Jingzhou, representing ultimate happiness and the deepest fall. That curtain was formed from the sacrifice of deities, capable of assimilating and devouring any spiritual entity that approached it. But a strange scene unfolded. When the girl's delicate foot touched the golden curtain, that overpowering light unexpectedly parted like gentle flowing water, making way for her. As if it welcomed not an enemy, but a kindred spirit. The girl in the white dress showed no hesitation, stepping inside. In an instant, her figure was swallowed by that dazzling golden ocean, disappearing without a trace. It was an extreme warmth, as if soaking in a mother's amniotic fluid, isolating her from all the noise and coldness of the world. There was no feeling of weightlessness, no sense of tearing. When Ruan Xinglua's consciousness condensed again, she found herself standing barefoot on an incredibly clean street. The sky was a warm orange-golden color, like an everlasting oil painting. The gentle breeze carried the fragrance of unknown flowers. On both sides of the street, the architectural style was elegant and unified, every window polished to a shine. Passers-by walked past her, their faces, without exception, wore smiles of genuine satisfaction and happiness. A little boy on a skateboard passed by her, accidentally bumping into her. He did not panic, but immediately stopped, revealing a bright smile without a shadow. "Sorry, big sister, are you okay?" His eyes were crystal clear, containing not a trace of impurity. Ruan Xinglua shook her head, watching this boy, watching the couple embracing not far behind him, watching the old man leisurely sipping afternoon tea in the cafe by the road. This place is happy land. A perfect utopia. No poverty, no hunger, no arguments, no worries. Everyone is free from material concerns and spiritually fulfilled. However, Ruan Xinglua's heart sank little by little. She grabbed the little boy who was about to leave, crouching down to meet his eyes, her voice gentle yet tinged with urgency. "Listen, this is fake, it's a dream. We are trapped, there are more important things we need to do outside, would you be willing to wake up with me?" The smile on the little boy's face disappeared. He felt neither fear nor anger, just looked at Ruan Xinglua with a kind of pity and sympathy. "Big sister, are you sick? Why wake up?" His voice brimmed with sincere confusion. "Isn't it good here? Mom and Dad never argue about work anymore, the teacher doesn't give us so much endlessly long homework, and there's endless ice cream to eat and games to play every day. Wake up? After waking up, do we have to face painful things? I don't want to." The little boy broke free from her hand. Like dodging a madman, she quickly ran away. Not far away, a woman who was out for a walk noticed this scene. With sympathy, she approached Ruan Xinglua and said, "Child, you must be new here? Don't be anxious, and don't be afraid. When you first arrive, there will be some discomfort, and your mind will race. It's okay, in a few days, it will be fine. Look, how wonderful it is here." She pointed to the happy faces around her. "Here, you don't need to think about anything, you don't need to do anything, you just need to enjoy happiness." After saying this, she smiled and turned to leave, blending into the sea of happiness. Ruan Xinglua stood alone in place. She felt like a disharmonious note, an abrupt mistake in this perfect world. She told them this was a false dream. But they looked at her with eyes of pity, as if she were a madman. Yes. Why wake up? This question sat heavily on Ruan Xinglua's heart, like an insurmountable mountain. At the same time, above the paradise, in a secret divine kingdom built from pure divine power, Ying Tianchang leaned back on a huge golden throne. In front of him was a massive light screen like a water mirror. The light screen clearly reflected Ruan Xinglua's lonely and helpless figure. The corners of his mouth curled up in a victorious smile, watching his creation like a director. Below the divine kingdom were his most devoted followers, those who willingly offered their souls to follow him into this earthly divine kingdom. "Look." Ying Tianchang extended his hand, pointing to Ruan Xinglua on the light screen, his voice carrying a compelling charm like a sermon. "That is our enemy, the representative of Huaxia, Ruan Xinglua. She has come, bringing her weapon, reality. She wants to tell my people that this world is false and that reality is true. She wants to use the cold, cruel, painful reality to awaken them." Ying Tianchang let out a light laugh, filled with disdain and mockery. "But she has been wrong from the start. Her greatest weapon is what my people most want to escape. Pain, pressure, competition, disappointment, life and death, that is the true face of reality. Tell me, who would be willing to give up heaven and return to hell?" The followers erupted in a fervent cheer like a roaring sea. "Eternal true Lord. Comfort and pleasure are the truth." Ying Tianchang looked at it all with satisfaction, his gaze returning to the light screen, his eyes like those watching a butterfly caught in a spider's web. She wants to use the antidote to feed a group of patients who think they are in heaven. She is destined to fail. And I will be here to enjoy the most extreme despair when she is completely abandoned by the mortals she strives to protect. On the street, Ruan Xinglua was still making futile attempts. But every time, she received looks of sympathy, confusion, and pity. She was even politely asked aside by several happiness maintainers in white uniforms, so she wouldn't spread negative emotions, lest it disturb other citizens' sense of happiness. She gradually gave up. Not in despair, but in calmness. She realized Ying Tianchang was right. Using reality to fight against happiness was like hitting cotton with a stone, utterly powerless. She began to wander aimlessly in this perfect city. She observed every person and everything. Everything was too perfect. Perfect, like a pool of stagnant water. Suddenly, she stopped. She discovered a problem. This world, although perfect, seemed to lack something. What was it? Ruan Xinglua closed her eyes, using her pure soul to sense. She saw happiness, saw satisfaction, saw comfort. But she did not see perseverance, did not see desire, and did not see regret. The people here were content with the status quo. No one will feel sad because of recalling a past romance. No one will lose sleep over an unfinished dream. no one will strive and long for a more distant goal. Because the happy land has given them ultimate satisfaction. So, they no longer need the past, nor do they yearn for the future. Ruan Xingluo's eyes suddenly opened. A light never seen before flickered in her clear eyes. She understood. The key to breaking the deadlock is not to tell them this dream is fake, but to awaken their inner obsession with the realities they cannot attain. Awakening their regrets, their unwillingness. Only when they realize this perfect world cannot give them the thing their hearts desire the most will they have the thought of waking up. Her strategy changed suddenly. She was no longer a persuader, but a doctor searching for patients. She began to seek out souls hidden deep within, still harboring cracks, in this ocean of happiness. Her spirit was sharper than ever before. She moved through parks filled with laughter, through bustling malls, through squares that were always celebrating. Finally, her steps stopped in front of a solemn white building. This is the illusion of the Academy of Sciences. Unlike the noise and excitement outside, it was frighteningly quiet, completely empty. Like a corner forgotten by happiness. Ruan Xingluo walked in, crossed the vast hall, and finally found someone in the innermost research room. An elderly man with graying hair. He was the initiator of the fire plan, the former chief of the Longxing plan, academician Li Zhenghua. Unlike others enjoying their ease, he sat dazed in front of a huge, blank piece of paper. His gaze was hollow, as if he had lost focus, muttering to himself unconsciously. Ruan Xingluo slowly approached, without disturbing him, and softly asked. Academician Li, what are you doing? Li Zhenghua did not look up, still staring intently at the blank paper, answering in a dreamlike voice. I am thinking. About my controllable nuclear fusion model. The last parameter, the last crucial constraint parameter, what should it be? I can't remember. How come I just can't remember? As he spoke, he suddenly looked up at Ruan Xingluo. 2 streams of murky tears flowed down his weathered face. His voice trembled violently with emotion, filled with endless regret and unwillingness. If I could have one more chance just once, I would be able to figure it out. Academician Li Zhenghua's voice was like a knife dulled by time, cutting into Ruan Xingluo's heart. That was not the numbness of happiness but the most primal, heartbreaking pain and unwillingness after being deprived of a lifelong pursuit. This was the crack she was looking for. Ruan Xingluo did not say wake up, this is fake, nor did she attempt to comfort with pale words. She simply quietly pulled out a chair and sat beside Li Zhenghua. She looked at the huge, blank paper, like the most sincere student, and gently spoke. Academician Li, can you tell me about your model? Is it about the problem of plasma confinement, or the optimization of energy gain ratio? Li Zhenghua's murky eyes flicked suddenly. He slowly turned his head, looking at this young person in front of him with a scrutinizing gaze for the first time. You understand this? His voice held a hint of suppressed, scholar-like vigilance and curiosity. Ruan Xingluo smiled slightly, her smile not filled with the pity of a deity, but with the purity and seriousness of a seeker of knowledge. I minored in high-energy physics in college and have read all of your published papers. The layered magnetic field dynamic constraint theory you proposed, I remember it vividly. In one sentence, the distance between the two was instantly shortened. It was not the distance between a believer and a deity, but 2 companions walking the same path of truth. Li Zhenghua's eyes lit up. It was a flame ignited, burning a hole in the layer of comfort deep within his eyes. Good. 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 He repeated the word good 3 times, excitedly grabbing the pen on the table as if it were not an ordinary pen, but a long-lost comrade in arms. Look here. The problem lies right here. The divine power of Yingtianqing can meet all my living needs, even simulating the perfect laboratory environment, but it cannot create knowledge out of thin air. It gave me eternal life and endless enjoyment, yet made me forget it. Academician Li's finger jabbed heavily at the center of the blank blueprint. That key constraint parameter. It relates to the suppression effect of the entire plasma turbulence. I've deduced it for 30 years, just one step away. At the final hurdle. His breath quickened, and an abnormal flush rose on his face. I've thought about it here for decades, for centuries. Time is frozen, but my brain is rusted. The more I try to forget, the less I can remember. The less I can remember, the more painful it becomes. Ruan Xingluo's gaze was as calm as water. She knew this was exactly Yingtianqing's poison. He gives you everything, except the goal you strive for, letting you sink into endless regret, ultimately being assimilated by happiness. Academician Li, let's calculate together. Ruan Xingluo's voice was not loud but carried an undeniable strength. She had no divine power, but she possessed a brain refined by the national fortune's golden dragon, comparable to a supercomputer, and the absolute confidence belonging to a top student. Let's start from the basic equations of magnetohydrodynamics and work backward step by step. An academic battle concerning the peak of technological innovation in the real world began in this surreal dream. No audience, no applause. There was only the shush sound of the pen gliding across the paper and the two souls who had forgotten time and their location, violently colliding in the sea of knowledge. No. The Helmholtz coil model here has redundancy and can be simplified. That makes sense. This way, we can introduce a nonlinear disturbance factor to correct the boundary conditions. Wait, if that's the case, then the energy dissipation rate. We can use the entropy reduction model in the heavenly principle merit system for analogy. Replace the wish power of the heart with the order of energy. Chapter 227, Signs of Collapse. Yes. Yes. That's it. Why didn't I think of this? How could I not have thought of it? Academician Li Zhangwei was frenzied. The hollow sense of happiness in his eyes had long been completely crushed by the desire for truth and the fervent passion of being on the verge of reaching the end. He suddenly stood up, snatching the pen from Ruan Xingluo's hand, his arm shaking violently from overexcitement. His eyes bloodshot, staring fiercely at the last blank space on the blueprint, countless data streams in his mind gushing like galaxies, finally converging into a brilliant point of light. I remembered. He let out a thunderous roar, the pen in his hand wielding immense power, writing down the last and most crucial formula on the paper that symbolized his lifelong regrets. The moment the last stroke of the formula was completed. Boom! The entire illusion of the Academy of Sciences trembled violently. The perfect, unchanging scene around Li Zhenghua, like an old television with bad signals, first showed wild distortions and flickering static for the first time. The walls blurred, the floor dissolved, and the eternal golden sunlight outside violently flickered between brightness and darkness. At the same time, above the supreme dome of the Elysium, on the golden throne. The smile at the corner of Ying Tianqing's mouth gradually froze. In front of him, the water mirror light curtain, the map representing the area where Li Zhenghua was located, was flashing crazily with glaring red alerts. What's going on? He frowned, and his mind instantly descended. When he saw the formula written by Li Zhenghua and looked at the perfect world around him that was on the verge of collapse, this comfortable and indulgent real monarch showed an unbelievable shock on his face for the first time. Impossible. My extreme bliss divine power can erase all anxiety, why is it ineffective against him? He stared hard at the excited scientist on the light curtain, tears streaming down his face, his brain working frantically. In the next second, a chilling answer floated in his mind. He could erase pain. But he could not erase a scholar's thirst for knowledge. He could give satisfaction. But he could not give a creator the passion for realization. He could create the most perfect paradise. But he could not replace a person in walking the thorny path to their dreams. Obsession. Ying Tiancheng murmured to himself, his face turning extremely ugly. My greatest weapon is happiness, but there are always some people, their obsessions, their yearning for the unattainable, their intensity, even surpasses the pursuit of happiness. This was the first bug in his perfect logical closed loop. A bug that could be fatal. Like an indestructible program that someone found the first flaw in the source code. Inside the Academy of Sciences. As the world distorted, Li Zhenghua also woke up from that ecstasy. He looked at the formula he had written down, then glanced at Ruan Xingluo, his eyes filled with shock and gratitude. I am awake. Ruan Xingluo supported him and nodded solemnly at him. Academician Li, welcome back. Now, we need to wake up more people. Li Zhenghua's eyes reignited with the raging flames from the founding of the fire plan. Good. Let's go together. I understand now, we cannot persuade those who are satisfied, we need to find the patients. Those who are tormented by regrets and obsessions just like I once was. A dream version fire plan officially began. They were no longer persuaders, but had become dream weavers. They traveled through the streets of Land of Bliss, searching for souls that still emanated a sense of unwillingness among the happy crowd. Soon, they found their second target. A young painter sitting in front of a canvas, lost in thought. On his easel was a nearly finished beautiful portrait, depicting a girl with a blooming smile, but the girl's eyes were dull, devoid of spirit. I can't paint it out. The painter murmured, I forgot. I forgot the light in her eyes when she looked at me. Ruan Xingluo did not urge him to wake up. She simply sat beside him and gently asked, she must love you very much, right? The painter suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with pain. Academician Li, on the side, said in an impassioned voice, the greatness of art lies not in perfection, but in the emotions and regrets it carries. Paint your longing, let her achieve eternal life in this painting. The painter was moved. He trembled as he picked up the paintbrush, closed his eyes, and frantically recalled his lover's voice and smile in his mind. Finally, he dipped the brush in paint, with tears in his eyes, adding those loving and endlessly longing eyes to the girl in the painting. Buzz. The world around the easel twisted again, flashing glaring snowflakes. The third target, a middle-aged mother sitting by an empty cradle, humming a lullaby endlessly. She wore a happy smile on her face, but tears trailed down her cheeks. My baby. If he hadn't gotten sick, he should be in elementary school by now. Ruan Xinglua did not tell her that the child had recovered in reality. She simply handed her a ball of yarn and knitting needles, gently saying, "He will be cold, knit him a sweater, filled with your longing and blessings." The mother was stunned. Suddenly, like a madwoman, she began to clumsily and desperately weave. The surrounding comfortable gold started to be torn apart by the primal and powerful force of maternal love, creating cracks. The painter is painting. The mother is weaving. The eliminated athlete, on the illusory track, launched one last charge towards the finish line he had never touched. One after another, patients were awakened from false happiness. They did not attack this world, nor did they try to escape. They were just in a dream, desperately trying to make up for their regrets in reality, completing those long-sought obsessions. And these actions, filled with hope, unwillingness, creativity, and love, were, for the Elysium that centered on comfortable enjoyment, a deadly virus. They were crazily infecting this perfect world at an exponential rate. In the golden divine country of Yingtianchang, alarm bells sounded continuously. On the light screen in front of him, hundreds and thousands of red dots lit up, and they were spreading at a terrifying speed. The still, eternal, perfect golden paradise he created, for the first time, showed signs of collapse. And the instigator of all this, Ruan Xinglua, was standing with academician Li Jinghua on the rooftop of this dream city. They overlooked the area below, which was being infected by the virus, flickering and twisting like sparks being ignited. Academician Li looked at this spectacular scene and asked excitedly, "Did we succeed?" Ruan Xinglua's gaze, however, was directed towards the sky above, towards the golden divine country hidden in the clouds. Her eyes were more determined than ever. "No. This is just the beginning. Yingtianchang, you are wrong, what you gave is not paradise, just a cage without regrets. And today, we will use all the regrets and hopes of the world, within your cage, to personally recreate a new world that belongs to us." Ruan Xinglua's voice was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, resonating above the entire Elysium. To personally recreate a new world that belongs to us. In the moment her voice fell. Crack. The sky cracked open. It was not a collapse in the physical sense, but a shattering of rules. On that eternally unchanged, pure golden sky, visible black cracks appeared, resembling a spider's web. Behind each crack, a deep and chaotic void was revealed. The still time of Elysium began to experience violent turbulence and pulsation for the first time. Academician Li Jinghua's complexion changed drastically. He pointed at the center of the sky, his voice trembling. It is coming. At the point where countless cracks converged, an indescribable light slowly condensed into shape. It was neither dazzling light nor awe-inspiring light, but a pure light, extremely gentle, that made the soul feel warmth and peace. It had no fixed form, like a flowing amber, or like a handful of melted gold. It was the source of Yingtianchang's divine power of comfort and enjoyment. It was the embodiment of his Tao. A non-crystalline light group made of pure happiness and satisfaction. It had no features and no limbs, but in everyone's mind within Elysium, a gentle voice resonated. Why reject happiness? Why seek trouble? The bug must be fixed. The light group held no killing intent or malice, it was simply executing a fundamental logic, erasing all disharmonious pain and regrets. And the first target was the source of all these viruses. Buzz. The light group instantly locked onto academician Li Jinghua below. It moved. Without any earth-shattering might, it gently and softly floated towards academician Li. However, where it passes, the twists and snowflakes in space, created by people rekindling hope, are being quickly smoothed out. An athlete, just ignited with fighting spirit on the runway, instantaneously melted the determination on his face, returning to a satisfied smile, collapsing to the ground. A mother, knitting a sweater for her child, suddenly halts in her actions, the longing in her eyes wiped away, leaving only a hollow tranquility. The light circle is the most powerful mental tranquilizer. Academician Li Jinghua trembles violently, gripping tightly the drawing with the key formula in his hand, the flame in his eyes, just ignited, rapidly dulls under the light's shine. His brain seems to begin forgetting the 30 years of searching, forgetting the ecstasy of being on the cusp of success. No. No. He lets out a roar of unwillingness, but cannot stop the ease that erodes his soul. At this critical moment, a figure stands firmly in front of him. Ruan Xinglua opens her arms, using her body, which has already turned into the soul of a mortal, seemingly fragile, to face that soft light representing divinity. Yingtianchang, you are wrong. Her voice is not loud, yet it clearly spreads throughout the shaky dream world. Your way is wrong. Wrong? What's wrong with granting all beings eternal bliss? That gentle voice questions everyone in their minds. Ruan Xinglua smiles, her smile carrying a hint of pity. What you give is not bliss, it is poison. You think erasing suffering is happiness? You think without regrets is perfection? Let me tell you what a true person is. As soon as she finishes speaking, Ruan Xinglua closes her eyes. In the next moment, a completely different domain explodes around her body. It is not golden, not sacred. It is a colorful domain, filled with the scent of fireworks. Within her realm, there is no eternal utopia, but a microcosm of the real world. Scene after scene, like a revolving lantern, flows through the depths of all the sleeping souls. There is the sweat of a mother exhausted at the birth of her baby and the first loud cry. There are the pains of a child stumbling while learning to walk, and the joy of running into their parents' arms after falling. There are the late-night lone lights during a teenager's hard study, and the tears of joy upon being named on the honor roll. There is the shy heartbeat of lovers holding hands for the first time, and the sleepless nights after their first fight. There are the losses and bankruptcies after a business failure, the falling out with brothers, and the release of tears after rising again, embracing partners. There are the joyful laughter during reunions, and the waving goodbye at train stations. There is success, and there is failure. There is laughter, and there are tears. There is gain, and there is loss. Ruan Xinglua presents an ordinary person's complete, real, though imperfect but meaningful life without reservation to all the dream residents. A silent war officially begins on the battlefield of millions of sleeping souls. On one side is the eternal, singular, cloyingly sweet top dessert provided by the Lord of Leisure and Enjoyment. On the other side is the real meal presented by Ruan Xinglua, mixed with sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, salty, a rich balance of flavors. A man enjoying an eternal vacation smiles, but a hot tear slips uncontrollably from the corner of his eye. He remembers. He remembers in reality, he promised his daughter to personally make a kite for her. Although work is tiring, it was his promise. A wealthy man immersed in fine wine and delicacies suddenly freezes with a smile. He remembers. He recalls the night when he started from scratch, sharing a bowl of instant noodles with his brothers. The taste of that instant noodle was better than the gourmet feast at this moment. He cherished it even more. One soul after another was touched by that rough yet burning reality. They began to grow weary. Weary of this singular, eternal sweetness. They started to crave. Craving for the pulse of every heartbeat in the real world, the weight of every breath. No. It's impossible. Why? Why would someone give up perfection to embrace the flawed? Why would someone abandon comfort to choose hard work? Chapter 229, The Flame of Struggle. The glowing orb in the sky expressed confusion, misunderstanding, and even a hint of panic. Its source of power was the submersion and satisfaction of billions. And now, its followers were collectively rebelling. The number of those who chose to awaken was increasing. Like pulling the rug from under someone. Above the vast sky, that huge, soft-glowing entity began to shrink and dim at a visible speed. Its power, capable of smoothing everything, was rapidly vanishing. In the golden divine kingdom, atop the supreme throne. Put. Ing Tiancheng suddenly spat out a mouthful of golden divine blood. His face, which always held wisdom, was completely replaced by horror and disbelief. He stared intensely at the light screen, at Ruan Xinglua's figure, which was not tall but seemed to support the entire world. The royal way, this is the true heart of the royal way. He muttered, his eyes filled with defeat and despair. I was wrong. I was really wrong. He thought he had given the world the best gift, but did not realize it was merely his own arrogance. He believed he was the savior, only to discover he was the greatest demon. His way was utterly crushed before Ruan Xinglua's heart-stirring and complete royal way. Booming. The entire blissful land dream world could no longer bear this fundamental shake and began a complete collapse. The sky shattered like glass inch by inch. The earth scattered like sand drawings in the wind. Countless sleepers suddenly opened their eyes at this moment, their souls began to be drawn by a force back to the real world. And in the sky, that once colossal body of the true Lord of Comfort and Pleasure quickly weakened after losing all its sources of power. In the end, it turned into a small glowing orb the size of a fist, emitting a faint light, harmless and gentle. The world was collapsing, everything was disintegrating. Only Ruan Xinglua and Li Zhenghua behind her stood quietly in the center of this destruction. The small glowing orb swayed in the air. It no longer attacked, nor did it try to escape. It simply floated slowly toward Ruan Xinglua with an unprecedented curiosity. It seemed to want to understand. It seemed to want to take a closer look at this mortal woman who had utterly defeated it. Wanting to understand the more complex happiness she spoke of. The small orb hovered in front of Ruan Xinglua, radiating the innocent curiosity and purity of a newborn. It had lost all aggression, forgetting its past as the true Lord of Comfort and Pleasure. At this moment, it was merely a pure energy core. It gently and tentatively brushed against Ruan Xinglua's fingertips, like a docile pet eager for affection. Academician Li Zhenghua let out a long sigh, his tense nerves finally relaxing. It was over. Everything was over. However, just in this moment of peace, a vengeful, mad, hysterical divine thought tore through the collapsing void, coming directly from the distant golden divine kingdom. Vile creature. Dare to betray me. It was Ing Tianchang. His voice no longer held any composure or elegance, only the madness of a gambler who had lost everything. What I cannot possess, no one shall have. Since I cannot own it, then let it be destroyed together. In the name of my God, I decree. Explode. Buzz. A sharp buzzing sound echoed through the soul. That final, malicious commands, crossing space, fiercely branded the core of that small orb of light. The originally docile orb of light suddenly froze. In the next second, the gentle white light was violently replaced by a raging crimson. A destructive mental storm, capable of completely shredding and polluting the souls of all living beings within 100 miles into idiots, was crazily brewing within it. It was like a heart injected with nuclear fuel, beginning to pulse violently and uncontrollably. Not good. Academician Li Jinghua's face instantly turned pale. He could feel how terrifying the energy contained in that small orb was. That was the final song of a deity. The annihilation of all its essence. Xingluo. Get away, he shouted. However, faced with this self-detonation capable of erasing everything, Wan Xingluo showed no panic on her face. She even smiled. It was a smile filled with compassion and understanding. Get away? Why should I hide? She gently shook her head, her gaze seeming to penetrate the orb, seeing the agitated Ing Tianchang on the other side. Ing Tianchang, you still don't understand. An extreme joy is poison. But an extreme suffering is also obsession. You only see the opposition, but not the coexistence. True perfection lies in balance. As soon as her words fell, Wan Xingluo made an action that left academician Li Jinghua dumbfounded. Not only did she not retreat, but she also opened her arms, proactively welcoming the impending obliteration from the explosive orb of destruction. Come. Let me show you what the true way is. With her as the center, the colorful domain that carried the myriad states of humanity unfurled once more. No resistance. No defense. Instead, acceptance. Boom. That raging, crimson destructive energy poured in without obstruction into Wan Xingluo's seemingly fragile heart's domain, like lava bursting through a dam. Crazy. She's gone mad. In the Golden Divine Kingdom, Ing Tianchang watched this scene, first stunned, then burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. Foolish mortal. Daring to meet a deity's self-explosion with your soul. You're seeking your own death. Pollute. Thoroughly pollute her soul. Make her an eternal idiot lost in the abyss. However, his laughter soon came to an abrupt stop. Because the scene he envisioned, where Wan Xingluo's soul collapsed and her domain shattered, did not occur. That destructive power of pure pleasure, upon entering Wan Xingluo's domain, was like a vicious dragon crashing into an unfamiliar lair. Before it could wreak havoc, it collided head-on with another completely different force. That was the fire of struggle. It was academician Li Jinghua's 30 years of unceasing pursuit in the laboratory, the burning flame of exploration. It was the athlete pouring out sweat on the track, challenging limits, embodying the flame of hard work. It was the mother knitting a sweater for her child, each stitch brimming with the flame of protection. It was the countless awakened souls, burning with the will to achieve their goals, dreams, and family. On one side was extreme comfort, a sweet temptation that could lead one to sink. On the other side was extreme struggle, a bitter spice that urged one forward. These two powers, originally incompatible, represented two extremes. They collided violently in Wan Xingluo's domain, as if two uncontrollable dragons were about to tear this small world apart. But Wan Xingluo's heart's domain was the stabilizing force of this battlefield. Her will became the perfect balance scale. Excessive joy leads to sorrow. Exhaustion of suffering brings sweetness. Tension and relaxation are the way of cultural and martial arts. Her voice echoed in the domain. A miraculous scene unfolded. The two originally rampaging powers, under the guidance of her will, began to attract and balance each other. The extreme power of pleasure began to soothe the fatigue and pain brought by struggle. And the resilient fire of struggle infused pleasure with meaning and purpose. Let it no longer be hollow. They are no longer opposed, but have begun to resonate. Begin to merge. Begin to complement each other. A strand of warm, gentle, warm yellow light, representing rest, intermingles with a dazzling, star-silver light, representing struggle. In the end, it transforms into a slowly rotating, perfect Taiji yin-yang fish diagram. A brand new, more stable, more complete, and even more powerful divine form quietly emerges in Wan Xingluo's domain. Snap. It is as if a chain reaction. At the moment the new divine form is born, the golden canopy over the entire Jingzhou, the last remnants of the paradise barrier, shatter like a mirror. Warm sunlight, for the first time, spreads freely to every corner of the city. Countless citizens, just waking from their dreams and still a bit dazed, subconsciously look up at the sky. They seem to see, above the azure sky, an unprecedented new star, a fusion of warm yellow and star silver, flash by. Jingzhou Central Hospital. A surgeon, exhausted after an 18-hour surgery, leans against the wall as he walks out of the operating room. He had a long and strange dream, where he enjoyed everything but felt incredibly empty. At this moment, a sense of unprecedented satisfaction and justly deserved fatigue surges in his heart. He knows he has saved a life. This brings him more happiness than everything in the dream. In a high-end office building, a rich second generation, indulged in games and wasting time, suddenly wakes from his chair, staring at the gaming character on the screen, feeling a strong, bone-chilling emptiness and anxiety swell inside him for the first time. He wants to do something. He must do something. In the divine hierarchy of the urban celestial court, a brand new divine star gradually rises under the watchful eyes of countless old gods. His divine name echoes through the sky. Work and relaxation, the Lord of flexibility. His divine authority is balance. Protecting the strivers, so they may receive the sweetest rest and rewards after their toil. Punishing the lazy, making them feel the most bone-chilling emptiness and panic as they waste time. Golden divine nation. Puff. Ying Tiancheng felt struck by lightning, suddenly spewing out a mouthful of golden divine blood, his breath visibly waning. The shock on his face has turned into despair like dead ashes. The connection with Ruan Xinglua is severed. The last trace of connection with the Lord of Leisure Enjoyment he created has also completely ended. No. It's not severed. It has been forcibly overridden by a higher entity. The god he created has been taken away by the enemy. No, it wasn't taken away. It has evolved. Using his essence, using his power, it evolved into a new deity that he cannot understand, whose doctrine completely surpasses him. He not only failed to take Ruan Xinglua but instead handed her an enormous fortune. He personally handed a brand new shovel to his gravedigger. Ah! Ying Tiancheng let out an unwilling roar. Immediately after, the terrifying backlash of billions of believers collectively unfollowing raged like a flood breaking a dam. His divine kingdom is collapsing, his divine throne shattering, his divine body covered in spiderweb-like cracks. My path was wrong from the roots. He murmurs, the last light in his eyes fading completely. Above the ruins of paradise. Ruan Xinglua slowly opens her eyes, her face a bit pale. An unprecedented feeling of exhaustion floods in like a tide, the previous cosmic battle-like effort nearly depleting all her spirit. She glances at the unharmed academician Li Zhenghua beside her, nods slightly, and her figure disappears into thin air. The next second. Happiness Community, Building 1, Room 702. The door gently pushes open. The aroma of food rushes over. A tall and handsome figure is busy in the kitchen. Hearing the sound of the door opening, he turns around. A gentle smile appeared. It was Zhou Yan. Are you back? Yeah, I'm back. Ruan Xinglua threw herself onto the soft sofa, not wanting to move at all. Soon, 4 dishes and a soup were served on the table, all her favorite home-cooked meals. The two did not say much, just quietly enjoyed this warm dinner. As if the previous earth-shattering battle that changed the city and gave birth to a new god was nothing but an insignificant dream. On the living room TV, the news was playing. We interrupt this program for an urgent news report. According to official sources, the super-large spirit barrier paradise crisis that had shrouded Jingzhou area has been completely resolved by a mysterious strong being at 5:17 this afternoon, and all citizens have safely awakened. In response to the increasingly complex strange domain situation, the highest conference has decided that our country will officially organize forces to comprehensively explore the area numbered S001, SSS-level strange domain, the Abyss of Birth. Hearing that familiar name, Ruan Xinglua paused slightly in her motion to pick food. At the same time, we officially announced that we will gather all our strength to form the first expeditionary team in human history to conduct a thorough exploration of the crisis source, the new world codenamed the Abyss of Birth. As soon as this news broke, the world was shaken. In the president's office of the Northern Bear Nation, the phone was immediately dialed to the highest levels of Huaxia. Congratulations! My dear Huaxia friends! You have once again saved the world. Regarding the follow-up development of the Abyss of Birth, we in Northern Bear Nation are willing to provide all possible assistance. Several oil-rich countries quickly followed suit, sending sincere congratulatory messages that all hinted at one meaning: Big Brother eats meat, can little brothers also have a sip of soup? Across the ocean. In the underground bunker of the Pentagon, the atmosphere was one of dead silence. A hook-nosed general slammed his fist hard on the table, staring at the confident spokesperson from Huaxia on the screen. Failed. That useless Ying Tiancheng actually failed. Immediately activate the highest level monitoring. I want to know every detail of Huaxia people stepping into that new world. Notify all members of the Chimera Plan and grant them the highest authority. I don't care what methods they use, I absolutely cannot allow Huaxia to create another divine nation in the new world. Chapter 231, Symbiosis and Guidance? The storm is coming, the wind fills the building. At this moment, the world's focus was entirely gathered in the S-level strategic conference room of the Dragon Shield Bureau. Sitting at the long conference table were the true power core of Huaxia. And today, the main characters of the meeting were only two: Qin Hao and Ruan Xingluo. I think we must maximize the development of the Abyss of Birth. Qin Hao was the first to stand up, and a highly precise 3D conceptual diagram immediately appeared on the big screen behind him. We will establish a fully automated energy and material collection matrix to extract the value of the new world at the fastest speed, to nourish our technology and military. His voice was loud and powerful, filled with undeniable determination. It is an unknown world, and no one knows what threat will emerge in the next second. We do not have the time to cultivate slowly. Only absolute strength is our only guarantee for survival. The military bigwigs present nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Qin Hao's plan was simple, crude, yet the most effective, aligning best with their appetites. However, a cold voice directly interrupted him. I oppose. Ruan Xingluo stood up, her gaze calmly fixed on Qin Hao. Minister Qin, have you ever thought about what happened to the last civilization that held your kind of thought? Qin Hao frowned. What do you mean? The domineering civilization of Long Inshua, though they were stronger than us and more advanced in technology, they also viewed the conquered worlds as resource mines. The final outcome was the collapse and destruction of their entire civilization. Ruan Xingluo's voice was not loud, but it made everyone's heart in the room shudder. The birth of the ruins is not a cold mining area, it is a new world with infinite potential. If we enter as plunderers, we will only provoke its hostility and repeat Long Inshua's mistakes. Then what do you suggest we do? Qin Hao's tone carried a hint of questioning. Should we, like dealing with friendly countries, speak of peaceful coexistence with a barren land that has nothing? Miss Ruan, I respect your achievements in Happy Land, but this is a national strategy, not a fairy tale. My philosophy is symbiosis and guidance. Ruan Xingluo spoke each word clearly. Symbiosis? Guidance? Qin Hao seemed to hear a great joke. He scoffed and looked around at everyone. Everyone, did you hear that? At a time when we might face another disaster at any moment, Miss Ruan hopes we can use love to influence a new world. With all due respect, this is too naive. And too slow. By the time we painstakingly cultivate our fruits, the enemy's interstellar fleet will probably have already reached our doorstep. Who will bear this responsibility? His words were highly inflammatory. Several originally neutral high-ranking officials began to show hesitation in their eyes. Qin Hao's industrial faction plan, while radical, produced quick results and was controllable. Meanwhile, Ruan Xingluo's royal path philosophy sounded beautiful but was filled with too many uncertainties. The atmosphere in the conference room instantly became tense. Everyone's gaze inadvertently turned to the man sitting in the main seat, who had remained silent throughout, leisurely peeling an apple with a small knife. Feeling the crowd's eyes on him, Zhou Yan did not even lift his head. He steadily peeled off the last ring of apple skin, then picked up a small piece of flesh with the tip of his knife, put it in his mouth, and chewed it gently as if savoring the flavor. Finally, after finishing that piece of apple, Zhou Yan wiped the sharp edge of his knife with a napkin and then lazily spoke a sentence that left everyone's minds blank. The land was conquered by my wife. Naturally, everything is decided by my wife. No lengthy speeches, no fierce debates. Just a simple, unreasonable statement that was also the hardest to refute. So, how to develop it, she has the final say. Qin Hao's face instantly turned a pig liver color, then in a flash it became pale. He felt that all his carefully prepared arguments and provocations had become laughable wastepaper in front of this one sentence. The several military leaders straightened their backs immediately, no longer daring to express any disagreement. Dominant. This was true dominance. The tone of the meeting was completely set by this one sentence. Qin Hao took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the waves of humiliation and unwillingness in his heart. He knew that further argument would be meaningless. He slowly sat down and spoke in a low voice. In that case, I second Miss Ruan's royal path plan. Everyone was taken aback. They did not expect him to compromise so quickly. But Qin Hao's next sentence revealed his true intention. However, to be responsible for the future of the national strategy, and to verify the risks and efficiency of the royal path model, I propose that my deputy Weijia fully represent me and join the first advance team as the team's inspector and risk assessor. Miss Ruan, what do you think? Sure. She casually uttered two words. However, since Deputy Wei is acting as the inspector, he only has advisory and recording rights in the New World, and no decision-making power. All actions must obey my final orders. Minister Qin, what do you think? Ruan Xingluo almost verbatim returned Qin Hao's words. You want to send someone? Fine. But if you come, you must follow my rules. Qin Hao's face stiffened slightly. He stared deeply at Ruan Xingluo, seeming to want to find even a hint of unwillingness or anger on her face. But he failed. On that stunning face, there was only a hint of calmness. It seemed that his carefully planned arrangements were merely trivial matters in her eyes. Good. Xinhao squeezed out a word between his teeth. One word is a promise. The meeting ended just like that. 3 days later. Dragon Shield Bureau, 500 meters underground, codenamed Genesis Launch Center. A giant circular metal door, 100 meters tall, stood silently in the center of the square. Inside the door was not steel, but a chaotic, twisted light and shadow, as if it led to an abyss of another dimension. This was the Gate of Birth, built around the newborn crystal core brought back by Ruan Xinglua, combined with China's highest space technology. Ruan Xinglua wore a specially made black and white combat suit, making her figure even more upright. Behind her stood 20 top elites carefully selected from various departments of the Dragon Shield Bureau. They were warriors, scientists, engineers, the first sparks of Chinese civilization stepping into a new world. Standing at the forefront of the team, just half a step behind Ruan Xinglua, was a tall, stern-faced young man. Wei Zhe did not wear a combat suit but donned a silver-gray high-tech nano uniform, with a personal terminal on his wrist flashing blue data streams. From beginning to end, his gaze remained on the virtual screen of the terminal, seemingly uninterested in everything around him. Report to Advisor Ruan, the advance team is fully assembled. The energy of the Gate of Birth is stable and can be opened at any time. Wei Zhe's voice sounded flat, calm, devoid of any emotion, like synthesized sound from artificial intelligence. Ruan Xinglua nodded and scanned the excited, tense, and longing faces in front of her. Remember. Her voice clearly entered everyone's ears. We are pioneers, not invaders. We are sowers, not plunderers. Set off. Without more grand speeches, Ruan Xinglua turned around, the first to step into that chaotic light gate. Buzz. The space distorted violently. When all members of the advance team regained their vision, everyone was utterly shocked by the sight before them. There was no sun here, but the sky displayed an extraordinarily pure blue, radiating soft light. The ground beneath their feet was neither dirt nor rock, but a grayish, seemingly living chaotic soil, visibly flowing with pure energy. In the air lingered an indescribable fresh breath, just a gentle inhale filled one's limbs with strength. God, a young team member couldn't help but exclaim, the air here can be drunk. Spiritual energy. It's spiritual energy. The concentration of spiritual energy here is at least 100 times that of the so-called paradises on Earth. A scientist responsible for energy monitoring looked at the instrument showing an instant explosion of values, trembling with excitement. Everyone was immersed in the miracle of this new world. Only Wei Zhe, upon landing, expressionless, raised his hand. Whoosh! 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 Several silver mini-drones flew out from his wrist terminal, turning into streaks of light, quickly exploring in all directions. On his personal terminal, massive data streams began to refresh wildly, constructing the initial model of this world. Advisor Ruan. In just 5 minutes, Wei Zhe walked to Ruan Xinglua, who was feeling the pulse of the world. According to preliminary scans, the continent we are standing on has extremely active energy reactions, with at least 17 kinds of superconducting mineral elements never discovered on Earth hidden in the soil. His tone remained calm, as if he were presenting a report unrelated to himself. Additionally, 3.7 kilometers to the northeast, a super high-energy reaction source has been discovered, with energy fluctuations showing characteristics of a liquid fluid. It is recommended to immediately head over for exploration. Ruan Xinglua opened her eyes, glanced at him, said nothing, just nodded, and led the way towards the northeast. The team quickly arrived at their destination. It was a river. A river completely formed by gathered light. The water of the river was not transparent, but instead showed a thick, slightly shimmering liquid, flowing slowly. Each fluctuation produced a pleasant resonance in the surrounding space's spiritual energy. This was not water at all. This entire river was the purest, most original liquid spiritual energy. My God! Even the most experienced expert in the team was open-mouthed at this moment, with a blank mind. Such magnificent spiritual energy had actually turned into a continuously flowing river? If this were on Earth, it would drive the whole world crazy. Just as everyone was in shock, Wei Zhe's voice calmly rang out again. In front of him, a holographic data chart was suspended, transmitted back in real time by a drone. Consultant Ruan, the analysis report has come out. This spiritual energy river's length is initially confirmed to be 120 kilometers, with an average depth of 15 meters, and stable flow. The total energy it contains, if converted to standard units, is enough to support the total energy consumption of 5 super first-tier cities in our country for the next 100 years. Moreover, it is zero pollution. Wei Zhe's voice was not loud, but it sounded like a thunderclap in everyone's ears. 100 years. 5 super first-tier cities. What a terrifying number this is. Everyone's breathing became heavy at this moment, their eyes sparkling with fervent light. They seemed to see countless enormous energy pipelines spreading out from here, and China's technology and civilization, with the push of this spiritual energy river, would reach unprecedented heights, leaving all opponents far behind. Weijia pushed the non-existent glasses on his nose, the lens reflecting irrational light. He expressed his conclusion in an undeniable tone. My suggestion is to immediately designate this location as the #1 strategic target, establish the energy base 1, and initiate a pipeline extraction plan. This is currently the most efficient and least risky development model known. We can obtain the greatest return in the shortest time. His words gained the approval of most people present. It was too tempting. This was simply a piece of meat delivered right to their mouths. However, Ruan Xinglua slowly said, I oppose. Weijia frowned. Consultant Ruan, please give your reason. All my conclusions are based on absolutely precise data. Data? Ruan Xinglua turned back, her eyes unusual, carrying a hint of compassion. Deputy Wei, can your data tell you if this river is afraid? Afraid? Weijia was stunned, as were the team members behind him. How could a river be afraid? Consultant Ruan, with all due respect, fear is an emotion that cannot be quantified. Weijia's tone carried a hint of barely noticeable annoyance. If you want to reject my proposal, please provide convincing evidence that supports your argument, not just this kind of emotional guess. Evidence? Ruan Xinglua laughed. You only see the river's reserves, treating it as an energy mine. But in my view, it is the artery of this continent. Once we violently insert a pipeline into its body and crazily extract its blood, we might gain huge benefits in the short term. But the cost is that this artery will dry up, and this continent with infinite potential will lose its vitality, ultimately turning into a wasteland not much different from a scorched earth world. This behavior of killing the chicken for its eggs is not the right way. Weijia's face darkened. Alarmist talk. This is just your speculation, with no data to support it. Consultant Ruan, I must remind you, my duty is to assess the risks and efficiency of the King's Way model. Your decision right now, in my eyes, is a huge and irresponsible waste of resources. His voice suddenly rose, filled with questioning. The team's atmosphere dropped to freezing point instantly. Chapter 233, Give It Back. Everyone looked at Ruan Xinglua, waiting for her choice. Facing Weijia's almost aggressive questioning, Ruan Xinglua simply shook her head. The King's Way is coexistence, it is guidance. Its first step is giving, not taking. After speaking, she ignored Weijia's pale face and walked straight to the bank of the river of spiritual energy. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, she slowly extended her right hand. She did not touch the liquid spiritual energy. Instead, her hand hovered above the river water. Buzz! A point of bright red light with billions of starlight slowly emerged from her palm. That was her power of rebirth. She did not take, rather, she divided a piece of her most primal power, like a gentle seed, softly and slowly, into the river below. At that instant, the entire river of spiritual energy seemed to be infused with a soul and suddenly boiled up. The originally calm river began to cheer and leap violently. Silver light shot up to the sky, turning into countless dots of light, affectionately swirling around Ruan Xinglua, like a group of children meeting their mother. Alert! Alert! Energy readings are instantly overloaded. Cannot calculate. Cannot analyze. Weijia's wrist terminal let out a piercing scream, the screen filled with frantic red garbled text, and finally, with a crackle, it went completely black. For the first time, shock and disbelief appeared on his face. And this was just the beginning. In the center of the rejoicing river, a huge whirlpool began to form. The water split to the sides, as if welcoming its king. In the next second, under the unforgettable gaze of all, a dazzling halo of 7 colors slowly, solemnly rose up from the deepest part of the riverbed, surrounded and lifted by countless elemental spirits. In the center of that halo, a crystal stone the size of a fist, perfect and flawless, seemingly containing the vitality of the entire world, floated quietly. It was the river's return gift. It was the world's most precious gift for the first act of kindness. The 7-colored crystal floated quietly, its radiance swirling, as if it concentrated all the colors of heaven and earth within this small space. Time seemed to stop at that moment. Everyone held their breath, captivated by this unimaginable creation. After a dozen seconds of silence, the black screen on Weijia's wrist terminal finally flickered with snowflake dots, struggling to restart. His face was pale, but his gaze was locked tightly on that crystal, like a beast that had witnessed a miracle. Drone, start backup protocol number 3. He issued the command with a hoarse voice. 3 miniature drones that survived the recent energy storm trembled as they took off, cautiously approaching the crystal like a pilgrimage. Buzz, a pale blue scanning beam covered the surface of the crystal. On Weijia's personal terminal, a flood of data began to refresh again, but this time, it was not chaotic red alerts, but a line of golden glowing mysterious codes he had never seen before. These codes seemed to have their own life and will, fiercely impacting the terminal's parsing module. Puff! Weijia stepped back suddenly, a stream of fresh blood running from his nostrils. Just parsing this data made his mental strength suffer a terrible backlash. Deputy Team Wei. The teammates beside them gasped in surprise. But Weijia seemed not to hear. He stared hard at the final line of the analysis report on the screen, that eternal, unchanging iceberg face showing cracks for the first time, then collapsing, leaving only extreme, soul-chilling horror. His lips trembled, each word squeezed out from between his teeth like it took all his strength. This is not an energy crystal. This is a fragment of world rules. It is the source core that builds deities, divine status. Fragment of world rules? Divine core? These words struck everyone like divine thunderbolts, hitting each person on their head. In the team, an elderly professor with white hair, who had studied ancient myths and extraordinary systems at the Dragon Shield Bureau all his life, trembled violently and exclaimed in disbelief. Divine status? The cornerstone of igniting divine fire, raising divine nation, and becoming an immortal deity? Exactly. Weijia's voice was choked, like he was crying, yet also laughing, his expression twisted and maddened. According to the terminal's reverse deduction, its value. He suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins, his voice trembling hoarsely from extreme shock. Incalculable. The 4 words weighed as much as mountains. Everyone was stunned. Weijia, in a daze, stared at the light crystal in Yuan Xingluo's hand, then glanced at the plan on his terminal, which he had just revered. The optimal solution he had believed in for a lifetime was crushed in that moment by Yuan Xingluo. At the same time, on Earth, at the highest command center of the Dragon Shield Bureau. When the words fragment of world rules and divine core returned through quantum communication, the entire command hall fell into a deathly silence. Qin Hao's face, which always wore confidence and control, was completely frozen. The industrial faction higher-ups behind him looked like ducks with their necks pinched, mouths open but unable to make any sound. The more they had supported Weijia's plan earlier, the more awkward they were now. Silence. Suffocating silence. After a long while, a confidant beside Qin Hao finally spoke up with difficulty, his voice dry. Minister, this should just be an accident. Yes. It must be that Yuan Xingluo had good luck. Just happened to find such a treasure in that river. This kind of thing definitely cannot be mass-produced. Our future cannot be gambled on such ephemeral luck. Stable, efficient, large-scale mining is the long-term plan. A few people immediately echoed, like they had grasped the last straw of hope. Qin Hao's face changed multiple times, and finally, he slammed his fist on the table. Exactly. Accident. This is just an unrepeatable accident. He gritted his teeth, speaking each word slowly, trying to persuade his subordinates and himself at the same time. In the new world, by the river of spiritual energy. Just as everyone was lost in the immense joy of obtaining the divine fragment, Yuan Xingluo made a decision that left everyone's minds in a total shutdown. Put it back, she said calmly. What? A team member dug in his ears, thinking he heard wrong. Yuan Xingluo's gaze swept over everyone, repeating once more. I said, return this fragment of rules to the river. She's gone mad. Consultant Yuan must be crazy. This thought popped into everyone's minds simultaneously. Chapter 234, A Thoroughly Madman. Weijia was the first to react, rushing to Yuan Xingluo's side, his eyes bloodshot and emotions at their peak. Consultant Yuan. Do you know what you are saying? This isn't a stone. This is divine status. It's the key that can allow our Huaxia to give birth to a true deity. It's a treasure that can elevate us to heaven and completely shake off all our opponents. And now, you want to throw this future into the river? His voice was hoarse, filled with confusion and anger. I must remind you. I have the right to supervise. Your decision has severely exceeded the category of resource waste, and this is betrayal. Betraying the trust of the country and the people in us. This responsibility, you cannot bear. Weijia's questioning was harsh and stern. But Yuan Xingluo only looked at him quietly, without anger in her eyes, only a trace of pity. Deputy Captain Wei, your perspective is still stuck at the level of taking. A shard of divine essence can at most create a false god. But a river that has complete rules can give birth to a true world. I'm not going to throw it away. Yuan Xingluo raised the crystal stone in her hand, her tone becoming solemn and grave. I want to use it as a token and plant it. To establish the first symbiotic contract with the spirits of this world. As her voice fell, she no longer gave anyone time to react. Buzz. Crimson starfire power surged from her palm, gently wrapping around the colorful crystal. In the stunned gazes of everyone, that priceless world rule fragment did not shatter, but slowly transformed into a handful of the most dazzling and pure rainbow-colored powder, like melting snow. No! Weijia let out a desperate scream. Yuan Xingluo raised her delicate hand. The sky was filled with light powder, like the first gentle rain of spring, falling gracefully back into the flowing river of spiritual energy. She spoke softly, her voice as if carrying some ancient power that commanded reality, resonating throughout the entire world. I, in the name of Huaxia, establish this contract. This fragment is a token. We will forever guard the source of this river, aiding you spirits in awakening your intelligence and evolving. And you will gather and refine this spiritual liquid for Huaxia, guiding us forward. The contract is established. Boom! At the moment the last word fell, the entire river of spiritual energy boiled over completely. No, it exploded. A thick, indescribable pillar of rainbow light shot up from the center of the river, directly tearing apart the azure sky. The terrifying wave of spiritual energy transformed into visible shockwaves, sweeping outwards in all directions. The concentration of spiritual energy in the river not only did not decrease due to the offering of the rule fragment but rather surged wildly, geometrically multiplying under the nurturing of that rainbow powder. Once. 3 times. 10 times. Oh my god. How is this possible? The scientists in charge of energy monitoring stared at the instrument, which instantly broke its limits and burned out, completely dumbfounded. Killing the chicken to get the egg is taking. But planting the divine essence for symbiosis, what was gained was the entire chicken farm. An even more shocking scene unfolded. In the river, those elemental spirits that were originally just points of light began to evolve wildly, as if they had taken a 10-in-1 tonic, under the nurturing of the rule fragment. Their shapes stretched and condensed rapidly, transforming into cute beings the size of a palm, with clear facial features and dragonfly-like wings behind them. Their presence was more powerful than before by far more than 100 times. At the moment the contract was established, a team of 12 evolved elemental spirits, clearly the leaders, flew out from the river. They respectfully approached Ruan Xinglua, jointly lifting a fist-sized crystal stone that emitted a rainbow halo as a gift in return. This crystal stone was entirely different from the previous world rule fragment. It lacked the domineering aura that looked down upon all beings and commanded the rules, instead radiating a warm, powerful life force, as if it were a living heart. This is... One team member instinctively raised the detector but was stopped by Weixia's hand. Weixia's expression was complex. He looked at the crystal stone, then at Ruan Xinglua, and finally, he slowly lowered his hand, choosing silence. His data told him to analyze this new creation immediately. But his crushed pride was screaming at him, shut up, watch, and learn. Ruan Xinglua did not look at the crystal stone, her gaze remained fixed on these newly born spirits before her. She smiled, extending her fair hand, gently touching the crystal. Buzz. A warm and pure energy flowed into her from her fingertips, nourishing her body that had just slightly drained from using the power of rebirth. She did not take the crystal but conveyed a gentle thought to the 12 elven leaders with her mind. The gift, I have received. But it belongs here more. The elves tilted their little heads, seeming somewhat confused. Ruan Xinglua's thought echoed again, your home needs it. Hearing the word home, a light flashed in the eyes of the 12 elven leaders, as if they understood something. They no longer insisted but danced joyfully around Ruan Xinglua, and then one of the leading elves turned and flew toward a cliff shrouded in thick white mist by the riverbank. There, the detector showed a dead end, energy signals chaotic, filled with unknown dangers. Consultant Ruan. No. A team member responsible for safety immediately shouted in warning, the energy interference in that area is extremely strong, and our equipment can't penetrate it. Entering carelessly is too risky. Weixia's lips moved, reason told him to immediately stop this reckless adventure. But his gaze involuntarily fell on Ruan Xinglua's calm as water profile. Doubts lingered at the tip of his tongue, yet he could not bring himself to voice them. It's fine. Ruan Xinglua said lightly, they are inviting us. Inviting? The team member was taken aback, how do we know this isn't a trap? Ruan Xinglua turned to look at him and then glanced at Weixia. Because I have given them trust. And trust is the cornerstone of the way of the king. After speaking, she stepped forward, resolutely walking toward the unknown mist. The members of the advance team exchanged glances, and finally, all eyes turned to Weixia. He was the vice captain, with inspection rights and wartime decision-making authority. At this moment, Ruan Xinglua's decision undoubtedly challenged all the operational principles of the Dragon Shield Bureau. Earth, the highest command center of the Dragon Shield Bureau. Jinhao stared intently at the screen, watching Ruan Xinglua's back as she walked toward the mist, veins bulging on his forehead. Crazy. She is a complete lunatic. A trusted subordinate beside him panicked, exclaiming, Minister. Quickly stop her. Weixia has the power. This is no longer exploration, this is gambling with the lives of our finest warriors. On the screen, the signal light representing quantum communication began to flash wildly the moment Ruan Xinglua stepped into the mist, and finally, accompanied by a loud screech, it completely went out. Z. The real-time image from the new world turned into a sea of snowflakes on the big screen. The signal is lost. Technicians shouted in horror. The entire command hall fell into silence again. Xinhao's face turned from red to blue, then from blue to white, and finally, it was as if all his strength had been drained, slumping down in the command chair. It was out of control. From the moment Wan Xinglua threw that fragment of the divine peace into the river, everything had completely slipped from his grasp. His iron law of industry, his efficiency first, were but a joke in front of that woman's way of the king. Minister, someone cautiously spoke, what do we do now? Xinhao did not answer. He just stared at the snowy screen, his eyes shimmering with unwillingness, anger, and a hint of fear he himself was unwilling to admit. He began to doubt whether the principles he had upheld for a lifetime were truly wrong. New World, in front of the misty cliff. Weijia watched Wan Xinglua unhesitatingly step into the mist, an inner battle raged within him. His duty, his beliefs, the worldview he had built over the past 30 years, all commanded him to immediately pull that woman back. But his instincts, the miracles he had witnessed, told him. Keep up. Vice Captain Wei, the team members anxiously looked at him. Weijia took a deep breath and closed his eyes. 1 second. 2 seconds. When he opened his eyes again, all the struggle and hesitation transformed into an unprecedented determination. He made a decision that even he found unbelievable. Everyone, put away the detection equipment. Maintain high alert, battle formation. Follow Advisor Wan. His voice was still cold, but carried an undeniable resolve. Everyone paused, but the duty of a soldier compelled them to immediately carry out the order. The elite team of 20, under Weijia's lead, closely followed Wan Xinglua's footsteps, stepping into the mysterious mist that isolated all probes. The scene before them opened up brilliantly. Outside the mist was the mortal world. Inside the mist was a fairyland. The gloomy, damp, venomous bug scene they had imagined did not appear at all. Behind the mist was a crystal passage illuminated by a shimmering glow, as if it were a tributary of the spiritual river, winding deep into the mountain. On both sides of the passage, countless glowing, strange plants grew, and the concentration of spiritual energy in the air was several times denser than the outside. The elemental spirits ahead led the way, occasionally turning back, buzzing joyfully, urging everyone to keep up. This place is simply. A researcher looked around, overwhelmed with excitement. Wei Zhao, however, remained silent. He quietly watched Wan Xinglua, who was at the very front. Sunlight poured down from the end of the crystal passage, casting a sacred golden hue around her figure. Passing through the long crystal passage, a vast hidden valley gradually unfolded before everyone like a painting. Oh my god! Even the top elites of the Dragon Shield Bureau, who had seen and experienced so much, couldn't help but exclaim in genuine awe. There was no sun here, but above the sky hung dazzling rainbow light bands like auroras, illuminating the entire valley as bright as day. Within the valley, there were extraordinary flowers and weird grasses everywhere, each radiating colorful light, containing incredible energy. Small streams of spiritual energy waterfalls cascaded down from the cliffs, flowing into a lake at the valley's bottom, turquoise and jade-like. And at the very center of the valley stood a giant tree that could hardly be described in words. Its crown was enormous, nearly covering half of the valley, and golden patterns flowed down its trunk, as if it were the veins of this world. Countless newly evolved elemental spirits danced joyfully around this giant tree. This was their homeland. It was the true core of the spiritual river, the source of creation of this world. Quick! Look by the lake, a scientist pointed at the lake beneath the giant tree, his voice trembling. Everyone looked over and saw that at the base of the giant tree, countless thick roots extended deep into the lake. And where the roots met the water, natural pools of varying sizes formed. The pools were filled with a viscous liquid, radiating a colorful glow. This is the purified spiritual liquid mentioned in the contract. A team member scanned from a distance with an instrument, and the next second, he let out a ghostly scream. Report! The energy purity of the spiritual liquid is 117 times that of the outside rivers. Theoretically, just one drop can fully power a Dragon General level soldier mech. Boom! Everyone exploded with excitement. This was no ordinary spiritual liquid. This was clearly the highest level of inexhaustible super energy. Weijia stared blankly at the spiritual liquid seeping from the roots of the giant tree into the pools, recalling his own plan to construct a giant pipeline on the river that could only extract a concentration of one energy, even at full power. He wanted to overexploit, but did not hesitate to destroy a river to exchange for that thin energy. And Wan Xinglua only planted a seed. In this world, willingly, opened up its whole treasure house for her. At this moment, Wan Xinglua slowly walked up to the towering giant tree. She did not pay attention to the priceless spiritual liquid but stretched out her hand, gently touching the ancient and warm trunk. As if sensing her kindness and power of rebirth. The entire giant tree suddenly burst forth with unprecedented brilliant light. A vast aura of life and ancient information surged into her spiritual world through her palm. Wan Xinglua's body trembled slightly, and her eyes shut instantly. Scenes flashed rapidly in her mind: chaos's birth, regulation's condensation, life sprouting. After a long time, she slowly opened her eyes. In those clear eyes, it seemed as if a newly born starry sky was reflected. She turned around, looking at the teammates behind her who were completely shocked, and softly spoke. This world has its own name. Everyone's gaze gathered on her, filled with shock, confusion, and a hint of a pilgrimage-like reverence. Wei's breath completely halted at that moment. Chapter 236, The National Dragon Pillar. A name? A world has its own name? What does this mean? This means it is no longer a cold data, a resource waiting to be developed, but a living, self-willed life. Ruan Xinglua withdrew her gaze from the towering giant tree, surveying everyone as her cold voice resonated in each person's heart. It is called Source Realm. The origin of all things, the realm of beginnings. Source Realm. Hearing this name, Wei's body shook violently as if struck by an invisible lightning bolt. He recalled the cold naming from the Dragon Shield Bureau, the Wasteland of Birth. A wasteland. In their eyes, this magnificent world was merely a wasteland that could be plundered at will. How arrogant! How ignorant! He looked at Ruan Xinglua, then at this vibrant valley. The document filled with data and interests titled Plan Number 1 for Energy Base now felt like a loud slap, hitting his soul fiercely. Director, I was wrong. Wei muttered, as if in a dream. Source Realm, the Valley of Creation. The colorful auroras of the entire valley became even more dazzling. The purified spiritual liquid in the lake began to gather at a faster speed. All elemental spirits buzzed joyfully, circling Ruan Xinglua and the advanced team, dancing a celebratory dance. That's amazing. We succeeded. We have gained the recognition of this world. The teammates cheered excitedly, their tense nerves finally relaxing at this moment, every face beaming with the joy of survival. However, amidst the celebration, Ruan Xinglua's brow suddenly furrowed without warning. Something's wrong. Her cold voice was like a bucket of ice water, drenching everyone's head. What is it, Consultant Ruan? Wei's heart tightened, immediately becoming alert. Ruan Xinglua did not answer. In her eyes, a deep light, undetectable by ordinary people, quietly glimmered. Vowed eye. In her vision, the entire world transformed into an ocean composed of countless rules and threads of destiny. At this moment, deep within the roots of the glowing world axis seedling, a strand of darkness deeper than night, thicker than malice, was quietly seeping out. That dark energy, thin as a thread, was filled with decay, destruction, and endless resentment. It coiled around the most core and tender root of the seedling like the most insidious poisonous snake. Buzz. At the moment it was entwined by the dark energy, the radiance of the entire world axis seedling visibly dimmed by a notch. The thriving life aura. A hint of stagnation and decay suddenly appeared. What is that? Ruan Xinglua's heart sank sharply. She stared fiercely at that wisp of black gas, the power of Eye of Destiny, pushed to its limits, tracing its source. In the next second, a familiar yet terrifying face flashed through her mind. The demon god of prison. That otherworldly demon had been utterly erased by Zhou Yan using the power of the heavenly Tao, leaving not even a trace in the world. How is this possible? Ruan Xinglua exclaimed in shock, a chilling truth instantly emerging. It's Long Yingshui. It's the last trace of the demon god's resentment lingering in his national fate. When Zhou Yan killed the demon god and purified the national fate, he never expected that the demon would cunningly turn his most fundamental trace of resentment into an intangible and insubstantial, demonic seed, hiding deep within the national fate, arriving in this new world with the opening of the gate of birth. In this world, the most fundamental power is chaos. And the demonic seed thrives on chaos as its favorite nourishment. This is bad. Before Ruan Xinglua could finish speaking, a bizarre change suddenly occurred. The wisp of black gas, upon contacting the chaotic essence of the world axis seedling, began to crazily absorb and grow like a beast that had been starved for millions of years. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The black gas swelled at a visible speed. Where it touched, the emerald lake was stained into foul black ink, vibrant flowers and strange grasses quickly withered and rotted. The pure and vast spiritual energy became polluted with a breath of brutality and destruction, turning into demonic energy. Ah! A piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the valley. Everyone looked on in horror, only to see an elemental sprite playing, struck by a wisp of black gas. Its crystal-clear body was instantly darkened, its gossamer-like wings became torn and ragged, and its pure eyes were replaced with frenzied blood red. It was no longer a sprite but a twisted demon filled with aggression. Roar! The demonized sprite let out a roar that resembled no living thing, suddenly turned, and pounced on the nearest companion with its newly born, razor-sharp claws. 1, 2, 10, hundreds. The infection spread like a plague, frantically. In just a few breaths, among the tens of thousands of elemental sprites representing new life and hope in the valley, more than half transformed into terrifying demons. Their only instinct was to destroy all living things in front of them. Enemy attack. Wei Zhi reacted first, letting out an angry roar. Everyone, form a circular defense line. Open fire. Tat tat tat. The specially designed plasma rifles instantly spat out blazing tongues of fire, accurately shooting at the incoming demons. However, a hopeless scene unfolded. Plasma bullets, capable of melting metal armor, when hitting the demons, seemed to strike a mirage, directly passing through without causing any harm. Not good. Deputy Commander, a soldier shouted in horror, it's an energy creature. Physical attacks are ineffective. Wei Zhi's face turned ashen, immediately ordering, switch to high-energy lasers. Perform energy annihilation strikes. Z. Several high-energy laser beams swept out, and this time, there was finally an effect. The demons struck by the lasers let out tragic shrieks, their bodies burned through with large holes. But they seemed to feel no pain, their bodies repairing themselves with demonic energy, charging forward even more frenziedly. Damn it! Looking at the defense line about to be broken, Ruan Xinglua gritted her silver teeth and struck fiercely. National Dragon Pillar. Command! With a clear shout, a vague, towering golden dragon pillar appeared behind her, connecting heaven and earth. The mighty power of national fate spread out like golden ripples. Where the golden light reached, the black gas on the demons melted as if encountering their nemesis, making a sizzle sound as it disappeared, and their offensive faltered. It worked! The team members were greatly encouraged. But Ruan Xinglua's expression grew even more serious. Because she could clearly feel her divine power was being suppressed too severely here. The foundation of the National Dragon Pillar is the luck of the Huaxia nation. In this source realm, which had not yet established a deep connection with Huaxia, the power she could summon was less than 1/10 of her peak. Chapter 237, Absolute Barrier. This brief suppression was already the limit. Sure enough, the horde of monsters only paused for 3 seconds before adapting to this weak national luck suppression. Roar! A clearly larger and more malevolent leader of the monsters let out a deafening roar and suddenly broke through the golden curtain of light, charging like a black lightning bolt straight towards the central line where Ruan Xinglua stood. It aimed to capture the king first, to corrupt the source of life energy that was the strongest in this valley. Advisor Ruan. Be careful. Wei Zhi's eyes widened in horror, but there were dozens of frenzied monsters between him and Ruan Xinglua, leaving him no time for rescue. The ferocious claws, filled with resentment and filth capable of tearing the soul apart, lunged toward Ruan Xinglua's head amidst the heartbreaking screams of Wei Zhu and the others. The shadow of death enveloped the entire advance team at that moment. However, just as the sharp claws were about to touch her hair, Ruan Xinglua's expression was calm, showing not a hint of turbulence. She did not step back, nor did she make any defensive moves. She simply raised her hand gently. Buzz, a formless barrier instantly took shape before her. It was neither the golden glow of the National Dragon Pillar nor any energy shield. It was an absolute barrier formed by the very will of the world, the birthmark. Bang! The corrupted elf leader slammed into an invisible chasm. The violent impact twisted its entire body, dark magic energy splattered wildly, yet it could not shake that barrier even a little. This was the Source Realm's instinct to protect its master. It did not allow anyone to harm its mother that gave it a name. It blocked it? The team members stared in amazement, almost forgetting to fire their weapons. Yet Ruan Xinglua's expression was graver than ever. She knew this was only temporary. The birthmark could block one attack but could not stop the demonic seed's ongoing pollution of the world's source. Addressing the symptoms, not the root cause. If this continued, the entire source realm would turn into a breeding ground for demons. No more hesitation. Ruan Xinglua bit her silver teeth, making a decisive decision in her heart. She separated a strand of her consciousness, crossing endless time and space to connect with the towering figure located in the capital of Huaxia, overseeing heaven and earth. Zhou Yan. Her call was urgent and concise. Zhou Yan raised his eyes, his gaze seeming to penetrate the roof and see everything happening in that distant new world. He heard Ruan Xinglua's call and felt her anxiety. What's the panic? The world you created is naturally purified by you. Ruan Xinglua's heart sank, urgently saying, the demonic seed originates from the prison demon god, and its pollution is too strong. It is devouring the chaotic source of this world, my national luck power is suppressed by the world barrier, and I cannot eliminate it. Who told you to eliminate it? Your urban heaven has conferred territories, commanded mountain gods, and now even gods of wealth and officials are in order, each performing their duties. But have you considered? Zhou Yan's voice paused, each word resonating like a great bell, striking deep into Ruan Xinglua's soul. Is there still one missing to oversee the underground? The underground? Boom, Ruan Xinglua's body shook violently. As if a bolt of creation lightning had split open all the fog in her mind. Her previous thought process had always been purify, exterminate, expel. But how could a complete world have only light and no dark? How could a healthy ecosystem have only life and no death? Pure yang does not create, and lonely yin does not thrive. Where there is heaven, there must be an underground. Where there are gods, there must be demons. This demonic seed, representing destruction, end, and silence, was itself an indispensable part of the cycle of world laws. It was she who personally created a deformed world with only the sunny side. So, when the magic seed representing the dark side descended, it caused such intense imbalance and conflict. The problem lies not in the magic seed, but in her way. I understand. Ruan Xinglua murmured to herself, her eyes bursting with unprecedented brilliance. What she needed to do was not to eliminate this power, but to establish order for it. To put shackles on it. To find a reasonable position for it in this world. Advisor Ruan. It's coming again. Weijia's exclamation pulled her back from her epiphany into reality. She saw the leader of the magic creatures, gathering even greater dark energy, charging forward once again. And this time, the entire magical army moved along with it. A black tide threatened to completely engulf the valley. Everyone, listen to my orders. Ruan Xinglua's cold and determined voice echoed across the battlefield. Cease fire. What? Weijia's eyes were about to pop out. All the teammates who were desperately shooting were also dumbfounded. Cease fire? Is this a collective suicide? Earth, Dragon Shield Bureau Command Center. Through the fragmented images transmitted by the advanced team's helmet camera, Jinhao and others also heard this unbelievable command. Crazy. She's completely lost it, a general shouted in desperation. Jinhao. Give the order. Activate the final contingency plan, forcibly take over Ruan Xinglua's authority, and let Weijia lead the team to breakthrough. She will pay for her arrogance and madness. Jinhao stared intently at the screen, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white, and blue veins bulged on the back of his hands. Inside him, a battle of mind and spirit raged. Reason told him that Ruan Xinglua had lost control. But the message Weijia transmitted felt like a thorn, deeply embedded in his subconscious. Different dimensions. Perhaps, she truly had a way he couldn't understand? Just in those few seconds of hesitation. In the source realm, Ruan Xinglua made a decision that shocked Weijia and everyone behind the screen. She took a step forward. Stepping out of the barrier of the world will. Exposing herself completely to the destructive magic tide. Advisor Ruan. Weijia let out a desperate roar, about to rush forward regardless of everything. Stop. Ruan Xinglua did not turn back, but her voice carried undeniable authority. Weijia, and you, Director Jinhao, watching all of this, pay attention. Pay attention to what is truly the way of the king. The moment her words fell, she raised her right hand high. Buzz. An ancient, heavy, golden scroll, as if carrying the will of all gods, suddenly unfolded above her head. List of gods and kings. At the same time, her left hand clenched in the air, a short whip of archaic design, which resonated with countless laws, quietly materialized. Divine Whip. Today, I, Ruan Xinglua, in the name of the initial mark master of the source realm, communicate with the world will.